Lin Bufang, you should be nervous. Nervous about what? Your future class, of course. If your profession turns out to be worse than mine, how embarrassing would that be? So, in the scorching summer heat at Shanghai City People's Square, Lin Bufang sat beneath a large tree eating an ice cream. Beside him stood a girl in a white dress with a black necktie. Her long black stockings, aloof gaze, and exquisite features drew the sidelong glances of the surrounding classmates. Su Ran crouched down, her lively eyes fixed on Lin Bufang, a hint of shyness, making her gaze evasive and her cheeks flush. Her voice carried a trace of embarrassment as she said, "Just be honest and agree to be my boyfriend." "I refuse." "Why? First, your potential hasn't been determined yet. If your potential turns out to be trash, wouldn't I be at a huge loss? You're completely outrageous." Second, Lin Bufang glanced at Su Ran's chest slightly bulging. He reached out and grabbed a rustling sound of paper echoing. "Doesn't it feel prickly wearing that?" Su Ran sprang to her feet, the icy aloofness on her face completely gone. She pointed at Lin Bufang in fury. "Lin Bufang, do you have any idea how many times you've rejected me? It should be fewer than 100 times. More than that. How many more? Probably 8 or 9 times. That's not the point. Lin Bufang, don't you dare throw away the face I'm giving you. Any man that I, Su Ran, cannot obtain, I will personally destroy. Without me, Su Ran, leading you, you'll spend your whole life stuck in Shanghai City. You could never possibly be admitted to the nation's finest university, Qingyun University. I'll give you one more chance. Will you accept or not?" Su Ran was the campus belle, acknowledged by the entire school, her cold demeanor unmatched. Yet unfortunately for her, Lin Bufang was a transmigrator. His looks were second only to the best among those present. Many classmates even felt his appearance surpassed that of the campus belle Su Ran. Originally, Lin Bufang thought he could rely on his looks to win effortlessly and stride to the peak of life. Yet the Su family's wealth and influence were enormous, and Su Ran had taken a fancy to him. Anyone who dared approach Lin Bufang would inevitably suffer a dose of campus bullying. On top of that, this world was perilous. Monsters roamed everywhere, along with mysterious fissures and sanctums. Half a year ago, a Class 6 behemoth attacked Shanghai City, killing 175 people, among them his deskmate. Yet danger came hand in hand with opportunity. Defeating monsters granted levels, dropped all kinds of treasures, and allowed one to grow stronger, guard a region, or earn vast amounts of gold to do as one pleased. Thus, Lin Bufang had no choice but to prepare on 2 fronts. First, he spent 3 years diligently honing his marksmanship, the kind that fulfills the creed, "God created all men, but Colonel Colt made them equal." Professions were divided into 6 major classes: warrior, mage, assassin, archer, priest, and gunner. After choosing a profession, one's potential determined the profession's grade rank from EDCB, ASSS up to SSS. If the professions were likened to a ceiling, clear air, a manhole cover, and a sewer, then the gunner profession truly lay at the deepest bottom of the sewer, with hardly any room left to fall further. But Lin Bufang went against the current. He believed that no profession was inherently superior or inferior, good or bad. If a profession failed, the problem lay not with the profession itself, but with the person. If one was weak, one simply needed to train more. Few people played gunner. That only meant less competition. This was a blue ocean. When others were afraid, he was greedy. When others hesitated, he went Allen. After 3 years of painstaking practice, Lin Bufang was confident he could rely on sheer skill to carve out a completely different path. His second line of preparation was to cram every theoretical concept of this world in the spare time left between gun practice, and by accident, he obtained the top theoretical score in the entire city. If the gunner failed to rise, he could at least serve as a support. Lin Bufang had little interest in the Qingyun University that Su Ran spoke of. He knew his own limitations. That university was akin to Tsinghua or Peking University from before he transmigrated. His demands on himself were modest: a small fortune and a peaceful life. Stability. He turned his gaze towards Su Ran. Su Ran's looks were indeed outstanding, yet her temper was somewhat violent, and her personality rather stubborn. Marrying her would be akin to inviting someone home who could blow the top of his skull off. Moreover, her chest was small. Lin Bufang felt that loving one person was a small love, loving everyone. That was great love. A person should not be so selfish. Of course, seeing Su Ran on the verge of losing control delighted him. Lin Bufang stood up and leaned his lips towards Su Ran's ear, his voice like a devil's whisper. "The 111th rejection hurts so much." Su Ran's defenses shattered. She jumped, lunged, and rammed into him with all her might. "Lin Bufang, you just wait for death. Unmatched power. Utter madness. I am the real—" "Hey, what are you doing?" On the stage, the loudspeaker periodically broadcast Principal Wang's voice. "Zhao Yang, potential grade, E, profession, unchanged." Kai Kunkin potential grade D profession, changed to grade trainee priest. Liu Huaqiang potential grade B profession, changed to grade spell assassin. In a corner, several elderly men were conversing. The levels above their heads were terrifyingly high. The lowest was level 60. This year's intake isn't bad. I've seen a few rather interesting professions. I think that Lin Bufang might surprise us. His elder sister was a sensation last year. That Su Ran is also quite good. I doubt her potential will be low. After a brief wait, Principal Wang read out Lin Bufang's name. Next, Su Ran and Lin Bufang. The two walked side by side toward the stage, neither willing to yield, each trying to outpace the other. Seeing the two locked in a heated rivalry, Principal Wang showed a knowing smile. Student Lin Bufang, though his family conditions are ordinary, his elder sister was admitted last year to the nation's finest university, Qingyun University. As for Su Ran, the Su family is full of talent. No need to elaborate. Before you choose professions, I must reiterate for the second time, do not choose the gunner profession. All right, the two of you may choose now. Lin Bufang almost blurted it out. I choose gunner. Do you have any idea what your family condition is? Even in the early stages, if you want to deal real damage, you'll have to be ready to sell your house just to buy a single weapon. I'll give you another chance. Gunner. Principal Wang turned to Su Ran. And you? I also choose gunner. Fine. Su Ran froze for a moment. Principal Wang, why didn't you try to stop me? I couldn't stop you. You didn't even try. Your family is so wealthy that even if you don't choose gunner, it wouldn't matter. Could you at least pretend to stop me? It's fine. What do you mean it's fine? Being a gunner is like being imprisoned. I feel trapped. Can I take it back? It's already confirmed, you can't go back now. We will now determine your potential. Lin Bufang's small hands were burning with excitement, while Su Ran's were icy with despair. Both placed their hands on the crystal ball before them. Before any potential grade appeared, a notification popped up on Lin Bufang's side first. System online currently seizing the origin of the Heavenly Dao on your behalf to grant you a talent. Heavenly Dao has been instantly slain. Due to your low level, only a portion of the talent can be obtained. You have acquired an ultra-divine talent, only offense, no defense, 1 star. Talent effects are as follows. Over on the stage, Principal Wang sighed repeatedly, and everything he said was clearly meant for Lin Bufang to hear. When enemies hide, it is as if archers can still lock onto their targets, loosing arrows in graceful arcs to strike at fixed positions, whereas a gunner's bullets simply become useless. Gunner weapons have recoil, their endurance in continuous battle is poor, and over time their wrists will inevitably be damaged. For example, a gunner's initial weapon, if lucky, is an automatic pistol. If unlucky, it's a revolver that has to be reloaded bullet by bullet. When a gunner fires, the noise is tremendous. Once a swarm of monsters appears, all of their aggro will be pulled over at once, and it's far too easy to die on the spot. What is more, a gunner's defense is far too low. That is a fatal flaw. All of the above are merely minor issues. Archers inherently pierce defenses, gunners do not. For gunners, everything depends on resources. They must pile on the best equipment, invest fully in cultivating attack power. Otherwise, they can't deal any real damage at all. That kind of cost is something an ordinary family simply cannot afford. Lin Bufang strove to keep his excitement in check. 3 years of hard work now fused with a super divine talent. Clairvoyant targeting, no recoil, automatic reloading, silent shots, endless stacks of death immunity, and infinite stacking of attack power. If he was not destined to become invincible, then who was? A prompt appeared announcing that a beginner weapon gift pack would be distributed at midnight. There was even a novice weapon. Lin Bufang glanced at the starter gun in his hand, the standard initial weapon every student received. It was a damaged revolver, LV1 white. Average rate of fire, attack power 5 to 10, dealing high damage only to targets with defense below 5, durability 50 out of 50. He had no idea what good things the gift pack might contain. He could only hope for a Gatling gun. A relentless torrent of bullets would be so delightfully satisfying. He was so happy that he even forgot to check his own class level. The grin at the corner of his lips simply would not be suppressed. He did not care what his level was, even if it turned out to be his grade, as long as he could wield firearms and pair them with attack only, no defense, he would soar. Just then, Principal Wang's expression suddenly grew grave, because an unidentified flying object had appeared in the sky, a huge hollow white ring of light, with faint metallic gleams reflecting along its edges. Without warning, a laser beam, a meter thick, plunged down and struck Su Ran squarely. Principal Wang was first horrified, then ecstatic. Su Ran potential grade. Class changed to Grade Heaven's Punishment Gunner. Sweeping away her earlier gloom, Su Ran wiped a fingertip along the lipstick at the corner of her lips and smiled. What is a Heaven's Punishment Gunner? Still a gunner, Principal Wang answered. Su Ran's vision went dark for a moment. Don't get anxious just yet, Principal Wang said. I have never seen this kind of class before either, he continued. From my rough look at it, this Heaven's Punishment Gunner has massively elevated lower and upper limits. As a hidden subclass among gunners, it may already be approaching S grade. As long as you don't give up halfway, Qingyun University is practically guaranteed. Principal Wang tried his best to quell the tremor in his voice. An S-grade class like this had not appeared in years. Though gunners suffered many disadvantages, if one truly invested in cultivating them, their monster-killing speed could be astonishing. The Heaven's Punishment Gunner possessed a high base and strong early combat capacity. As for the late game, it was beyond imagination. This kind of pay-to-win profession was perfectly suited to someone like Su Ran, simple, wealthy, and overflowing with resources. Afterward, Principal Wang, Su Ran, and all the other students turned their gazes toward Lin Bufang. Principal Wang glanced at Lin Bufang's potential and sighed lightly. Lin Bufang, potential a grade. Class unchanged, you are still a gunner. Principal Wang genuinely felt regret. It was a pity that Lin Bufang had chosen to become a gunner. Had he picked warrior or priest, he could at least muddle through for experience. An ordinary person simply could not afford to raise a gunner. Down below, the students whispered among themselves. What a shame. Lin Bufang is still the top scorer in theory across the entire city. Seems the principal was right. Better to pay less attention to those useless subjects like language and math. His older sister got a grade class last year and fought her way into Qingyun University. He still hasn't managed to catch up to her. The probability of taking off is low for everyone. This is just the normal outcome. Wait, something's off. Why does Lin Bufang look so relaxed? And he's even smiling. See, that's what real mentality looks like. I think he's just pretending to be calm. On stage, Principal Wang waved his hand in front of Lin Bufang's face. Bufang, you're a grade. You're a grade, a grade, a grade. Lin Bufang snapped back to awareness. Oh, a grade. A grade is fine. Principal Wang fell silent. Su Ran fell silent. No, this is a grade. Principal Wang insisted. Oh, a grade. Ruined. Is that enough? May I go down now? Lin Bufang added theatrically. Principal Wang chuckled. Hold on to that excellent attitude. Turning to face the microphone, Principal Wang announced, all right, those A-grade students may go home now. The remaining content is for the future pillars of our nation. It will be meaningless for you to listen. Lin Bufang felt that the man truly deserved a beating, using ordinary students as a foil to motivate the rest. But this world was precisely like that. Only high-level powerhouses were deemed worthy of respect. Su Ran pointed at Principal Wang. Principal, you're so shameless. He shrugged. He'll take that as a compliment. Su Ran quietly watched Lin Bufang. She felt she ought to be happy. No matter the test, grades, marksmanship, or anything else, she had always been second to Lin Bufang. This time in the potential assessment, she had finally won once. Yet Su Ran's expression held a hint of desolation. No matter how she tried, she could not feel joy. Victory. Why did it feel so much like defeat? Lin Bufang walked toward the school gate. Standing there, he turned to look back at the teaching building. 3 years of his youth had been spent here. When he returned someday, what kind of scene would await him? Dashing glory in fine clothes astride a spirited horse, or quiet sorrow and defeat? Just as he reached the gate, Su Ran caught up slightly out of breath. Lin Bufang, it's all right. I can take the exam 112th time. I want to enter Qingyun together with you. She braced herself with her hands on her knees, pushing the long hair that covered her ears aside. Would you be willing? Lin Bufang gave her a sincere smile. First of all, thank you, truly. But for now, I'm not willing. I have my own path to walk. Su Ran had already asked him that same question 111 times. She ultimately could not bring herself to curse him at such a moment. What had always been teasing before could not be said now. Moreover, he had just said, for now I'm not willing. That was a concession, wasn't it? Rounded up, it was practically a yes. And a grade gunner had almost no chance of truly developing. In the future, he would only be an ordinary person. Wouldn't she be able to win him over in minutes? Lin Bufang had barely walked a few steps when he suddenly shouted, What is going on? From within the school came waves of exclamations and shrill screams, as though everyone had seen something incredible. Even Su Ran's grade profession had not caused such an uproar. There stood a classmate named Ming Mei. Her profession was extraordinarily rare, not ranked class, or above, yet far more extraordinary than any class. Ming Mei will be directly admitted to Qingyun University. No national college entrance examination required. Ming Mei, you're declining the admission offer? Are you absolutely certain? No worries, you may simply be feeling down. Qingyun University has assured us they'll welcome you back at any time. Ming Mei, one of his many admirers, was faintly familiar to Lin Bufang. Reserved and unassuming, she would undoubtedly have claimed the title of first campus beauty had Su Ran not been so fiercely competitive. It was said she possessed an unusually generous endowment. Yet none of this concerned Lin Bufang, and he returned to his dormitory intending to sleep soundly until morning. This world existed in an era of violent upheaval and relentless warfare. Neither cities nor wilderness offered true safety. Naviri, so often colossal beasts would erupt from nowhere, descending upon a city to feast in unrestrained carnage. To grow stronger, one could only level up, acquire gear, and relentlessly hone one's strength. For novices like Lin Bufang, leveling up currently meant but one path: entering spatial rifts within the city. These rifts teemed with low-tier monsters. Slaying them yielded experience points, materials, and equipment. However, access to these rifts opened only at 6 a.m. the day after one's profession manifested. Just then Lin Bufang's phone rang. It was his mother calling. In his past life, Lin Bufang had been an orphan. This warm, intact family filled him with quiet. Bufang, even an E-class profession, is perfectly fine. Your elder sister is destined for greatness. She'll surely secure you a fine position in a few years. Life goes on just the same. Above all, never, ever, enter those perilous rifts. All we ask is that you remain healthy and safe. It sounds like you're speaking to your father. Others favor sons over daughters. But you favor daughters over sons. The household funds all go to the two girls. So what? My generation endured far harsher trials, and still prevailed. A man must learn to bear hardship to mature. Wait, you haven't hung up yet. In a hymn. Bufang, your elder sister's studies are demanding. She may not always be able to look after you. Please understand. And don't listen to your mother. Take the exam as planned. But if danger arises, flee without hesitation. Never recklessly test your limits. Secondly, your younger sister's illness is no burden for you to shoulder. The family stands firm under my care. It will not collapse. And how then did Lin Bufang's family fare? Well, were the U.S. military to arrive, they'd likely haul away 2 barrels of crude oil before leaving. Thus he owed his education thus far entirely to 12 years of compulsory schooling. Ni's father's meager salary left Lin Bufang genuinely baffled. How precisely did he hold things up? Lin Bufang's extraordinary diligence over these past 3 years stemmed solely from stark reality. His younger sister suffered from a rare illness. Her treatment had already exhausted their savings, and upcoming surgery demanded at least 500,000 yuan. To earn money swiftly, monster slaying remained the swiftest path. And Lin Bufang had never entertained surrender, not even once, despite lacking transcendent talent. In the next instant, a notification flashed across Lin Bufang's screen, and Ming Mei has transferred 500 gold coins to Yun Ming Mei, the very one who declined Qingyun University's direct admission. Lin Bufang sent her a message, no reply, and he dialed her number over a dozen times, each call unanswered. And without hesitation he sprang from bed, pedaled furiously into the night on a shared bicycle, and wound his way through narrow alleys until he stood before Ming Mei's door. Open up, we're checking the water meter. Oh, coming right away. In hearing her familiar voice, Lin Bufang exhaled in quiet relief, fearing she might sell her own kidneys for cash. Ming Mei was an orphan. The sole inheritance left to her was this modest dwelling, worth little, nearly unsellable, and prone to leaks whenever rain fell. Creak, and the door swung open. Upon recognizing Lin Bufang, Ming Mei instantly strained to slam it shut. And anticipating this, Lin Bufang forced his way inside. Suddenly they pressed close. Ming Mei clad in a thin nightgown, Lin Bufang acutely aware of her soft warmth against him. And where did this money come from? And Ming Mei kept her head lowered, silent. In the cramped room, wind whistled through gaps in the window frame. Lin Bufang stepped into the bathroom to wash his hands, only to find the faucet broken. If you won't speak, I'll convert every coin into gold and cast them one by one into the river. And Ming Mei bowed her head further, tears streaming unchecked, still refusing to utter a word. Lin Bufang sighed deeply, stepped outside, and quietly pocketed her house key. When he returned, he carried groceries, 2 bottles of liquor, and tools purchased from a hardware store. He repaired the window, replaced the faucet, and finally sat down, care for a drink. And Ming Mei seated herself, nibbled a few bites, then drained an entire bottle of baijiu, before finally beginning to speak. When my rare profession manifested, Xiao Fu transferred 500,000 yuan to me, saying he'd send another 2 million if I became his girlfriend. Xiao Fu, the son of the city's wealthiest magnate, powerful, influential, and obscenely rich. Damn it. What kind of arrogant scum thinks money makes him untouchable? Lin Bufang remained silent, raised his glass, and drank it dry in one motion. Then why give the money to me? I followed you secretly to the hospital that day. I asked the doctor. My sister can't wait. She'll die. Lin Bufang gazed at Mingmei. She gazed back and suddenly smiled. If nothing, neither hardship nor despair mattered more than Lin Bufang sitting before her. Lin Bufang's eyes reddened slightly. First, return the money, immediately. No matter how dire our straits, we reject charity born of pity. Second, self-sacrifice without self-sustenance is not virtue. It is slow self-annihilation. Personal growth must always precede meaningless sacrifice. Third, go to Qingyun University, while they still hold the offer open. I want to stay in Shanghai City, with you, even if it's only from afar watching you in silence. I'll enroll at Qingyun University too, then we'll see each other daily. Promise me no one in this world, no one, deserves such sacrifice from you. Not even me. I respectfully disagree with your final 3 words. I do this not because of your appearance. I believe in my own heart. And I promise you. That very night Ming-Mei returned the money to Xiao Fu, blocked him permanently, and departed for Qingyun University's headquarters in the capital with the university's admissions team. The future gleamed with radiant promise. And under the black sky Lin Bufang pedaled his bicycle fiercely against the wind. The National College entrance examination comprised both theoretical and martial components, collectively known as the Gaokao. The theoretical portion had concluded. The martial examination would commence in 3 days. Admission to Qingyun University demanded strict criteria, and before the official Gaokao began, candidates must reach level 15 and possess at minimum a class profession. Lin Bufang's E-class profession necessitated compensatory advancement to level 18. Those 18 levels must be achieved within 3 days. A figure utterly daunting, even hopeless, for most students, and equally distant for Lin Bufang. At midnight precisely, a notification appeared before him. Beginner weapon issued: an acquired plastic golden flame Vulcan Gatling epic note, equipment quality tiers, white common, green fine, blue exquisite, purple rare, pink divine, gold epic. Some exceptional rare or divine items may surpass epic in power. Lin Bufang gazed at the golden gleaming weapon in his inventory and felt a sudden concern. Its damage output was so overwhelming, stacking attack power would prove exceedingly difficult. After all, his attack power multiplied infinitely with each successful hit. The golden Gatling gun of plastic epic level. Rate of fire 6,000 rounds per minute. Durability 120-001-2000. Description: each bullet can deal 1 point of damage with a critical hit, potentially inflicting over 10 points of damage, and under extreme circumstances it may cause 100 points of damage. Wearing level: no requirements. Special effect: after equipping your attack power is locked at 0. Lin Bufang gazed at the exaggerated design of the golden Gatling gun in his hand, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. This weapon seems tailor-made for him. 6,000 rounds per minute means he can stack 6,000 attack power in just 1 minute. It's worth noting that many level 10 archers do not possess such high attack power. Locking the attack power at 0 means this Gatling can still be useful in later stages. Furthermore, this weapon is very lightweight. He could lift it with just 1 finger. I lack nothing now. One shot permanently increases attack power by 1. I can just go crazy shooting. Lin Bufang opened his status panel. Name: Lin Bufang. Occupation: a level gunner. Level LV 10100. Health 100-100. Mana 30-30. Physical attack 5, magic attack 5. Physical defense 5, magic defense 5. Armor penetration 0, magic penetration 0. Speed 5, luck unknown. Free points 0. Talent: super god level attack only, no defense. 1 star 0-10000. Equipment: plastic golden Gatling gun epic level. Skill: deadly strike 1 star. Super god level talent: attack only, no defense. 1 star. Perspective: no recoil, automatic reload, silencer, infinite permanent stack of famous blade, infinite permanent increase of attack power. Deadly strike 1 star, consumes 10 mana. The next bullet deals 300 physical damage, cooldown none, proficiency 0-100. The initial skills are quite useless, but it doesn't matter as skill books can be obtained through drops or purchased randomly. You have forgotten skill Deadly Strike. The skill has vanished. Don't contact me about Deadly Strike anymore. I fear the Gatling might misunderstand. The next morning Lin Bufang arrived at the hospital to glance at his sister at 530 and stood promptly at the entrance of the Goblin Rift at 600. Within Shanghai City there are 3 rifts, but only this one meets the LV1 requirement, while the others are LV5. Thus, this is the only choice, and it is the only choice for other students in Shanghai City. The place is crowded and very lively. Principal Wang rubbed his bald head and shouted loudly. Good news. Yesterday, classmate Mingmei, in her deep sorrow, finally chose to be promoted to Qingyun University and no longer needs to take the college entrance examination. However, you all must work hard. The college entrance examination is your only way out. The Goblin Rift will soon be open. This is a public rift. Normally, you might encounter other adventurers trying to rob you, but during the college entrance examination period, only students are allowed to enter today, and there are no limits on the number of entries, and it's completely free. Only 3 days left until the college entrance examination. Today's Goblin Rift is your only opportunity to level up. Tomorrow it will become extremely dangerous, so give it your all, kill as many monsters as possible, and gain experience. In 3 days, reaching level 10 will allow you to enter the Battle University. Reaching level 11 will grant access to good universities. Level 12 means a key university. Level 13 signifies a first-class university. Level 14, and the best universities will beckon to you. Level 15, and Qingyun University will no longer be a dream. Of course, even though the Goblin Rift is the lowest level rift, the monsters inside are very fierce. If you encounter high-level monsters, elites, or bosses, you must immediately teleport out. The rift doesn't charge you, so don't risk your life. So it's best to enter in teams for mutual support. Also, mutual robbery is prohibited. Any conflicts can wait until after the college entrance examination. Finally, the college entrance examination has already begun. Each level you gain can potentially elevate your final ranking by tens of thousands. After a pause, Principal Wang continued, I have noticed some A-level adventurers wandering around here, such as classmate Lin Bufang. I want names. For those in A-level professions, I declare you graduated. You can go home and play with those physics and mathematics books. Just have fun. Many A-level adventurers cursed Principal Wang 100 times in their hearts, but did not back down, thinking they must level up significantly, and rub Principal Wang's face in the dirt. Lin Bufang walked towards the covered area of the rift, surrounded by many students below level, holding signs and shouting. Level Ultra High Defense Warrior, level Archer, lacking a priest, guaranteed to level up 5 levels on the first day. Level Priest leading need 3 mages, or Archers minimum requirement. Level No Gunners, no Assassins. Level Warriors seeking a team. As Lin Bufang advanced, many students holding signs turned their heads. After all, the gunner is the bottom tier of the adventurers, and even level students had to think twice before considering them. However, if it was a team of female students, they would warmly invite Lin Bufang to join. Classmate Lin Bufang, come with us. The 3 of us will take care of you. I am an A-level mage. Classmate Lin Bufang, come to me. Lin Bufang smiled and thanked them, continuing to walk forward. Forming a team was not an option. In a team, a maximum of 4 people can be formed, and experience points will be evenly distributed among them, which is too slow. At this moment, Su Ran arrived with 2 female classmates, one a warrior and the other a priest. The priest was quite exceptional with ample healing and could increase Su Ran's attack speed. Join my team. No. Why? You're too weak. Su Ran was about to shoot back, but remembered Lin Bufang was only an A-level adventurer, swallowing her words. Sigh, I can't discourage Lin Bufang. Join me, and I guarantee you'll reach level 5 on the first day. Sorry, I plan to reach level 8 on the first day. Do you know what the historical highest record in Shanghai City is? What's wrong with level 7? Su Ran was filled with anger. She found it hard to understand why Lin Bufang at this moment still had such a carefree attitude. Alright, if by the end of the first day your level isn't higher than mine, 113 times, you must agree to my condition. Lin Bufang nodded this time. Okay, I agree. Su Ran was taken aback, not expecting Lin Bufang to genuinely agree. She vaguely sensed a trap, but lacked evidence. Sure enough, Lin Bufang continued. I'll add one more thing. If I exceed level 8 and break the record, from now on, whenever you see me, you must call me Daddy. You? Su Ran took a deep breath and sighed again. At this moment, she still couldn't bear to discourage Lin Bufang. Now she only wanted to find someone to punch. At that moment, from another direction, Xiao Fu, the son of Shanghai City's wealthiest man, approached, an A-level adventurer. What's the point of forming a team with him? He will only drag the team down, lowering its level. Su Ran, join me instead. I would rather team with your mother. You and A-level dare to team with me? Su Ran. Get lost. Don't let me see you in the rift, Xiao Fu, or I will be the first to kill you. Xiao Fu. Lin Bufang glanced at him. Don't let me meet you either, or I will be the first to kill Xiao Fu. You and A-level dare to threaten me. I bet you won't even level up 3 levels by the end of the day. Lin Bufang entered the rift alone. Su Ran and her 2 companions entered the rift. Xiao Fu and his 3 companions entered the rift. However, the situation on Xiao Fu's side was somewhat special. He didn't form a team, but paid 3 classmates for a day's service, having them tank damage, apply buffs, and heal with him, delivering the finishing blow. This is considered a small bug, but such bugs are generally unplayable by ordinary players. After all, Xiao Fu gave each of the three 1 million gold coins. On Principal Wang's side, he sat in the observation seats at the entrance of the rift. Given his level and status, he could only sit in the second row. The first row was reserved for top families and elite adventurers of Zhanghai City. Among them, Su Ran's father Su Xiao and Xiao Fu's father Xiao Gaojia happened to be seated together. Su Xiao is a high-ranking member of the Su family in Zhanghai City, holding great influence and wealth. Xiao Gaojia, the local tycoon. Both of them are the focal points of the audience, closely observing the candidates' performances. This girl has been spoiled by me since childhood. Please forgive me, brother Gaojia. Such a temper is the confidence of a strong individual. It's fine. By the way, Xiao Gaojia changed the subject to Lin Bufang. It's common knowledge that Xiaoran likes Lin Bufang. What do you think of this? Su Xiao smiled. The youth has not seen much of the world and has not interacted with many people. Over time, he will be able to distinguish right from wrong. An ordinary A-level profession, a gunner, will not go far. Soon Su Ran will see the gap between them. Such gaps will only widen with age, status, and the people around them. Ultimately, they will grow further. Inside the Goblin Rift, Lin Bufang was teleported to a random location on the map. Each person's entry point is random. To exit, one merely needs to silently think, return to town, to establish contact with the outside world, and teleport out. Of course, this requires focus and being out of combat. Before Lin Bufang's eyes stood towering trees as thick as 10 men's arms with emerald vines hanging from the treetops, cascading to the ground alongside the shimmering sunlight, creating a fairy tale-like scene. Beautiful things often come with great danger. The location of the random teleport is also quite particular. Lin Bufang had studied the map in advance. The Goblin Rift is divided into 3 areas: grassland, hills, and forest, among which the forest area has the highest number of monsters and the best rewards. Indeed, the forest area is dominated by goblins, and here goblins are the only rulers, having devoured almost all other creatures. At the same time, goblins are also the strongest within the rift, and higher-level goblins provide considerable experience points and can drop equipment. Now, the only problem facing Lin Bufang is finding the goblins. The forest is intertwined with vines. Brambles grow thick, severely obstructing visibility. Perspective has been activated. 3 boxes appeared before Lin Bufang, positioned at 30 meters, 35 meters, and 50 meters. This is quite convenient. Although he could directly shoot the target, Lin Bufang decided to first assess the target's attributes. He stealthily approached the nearest monster. Climbing up a small hill, he spotted a goblin below, its size approximately 1.5 meters. The bronze-colored muscles indicated explosive strength. The large wolf fang club in its hand could certainly cause significant blood loss. Lin Bufang checked the opponent's stats. Name: Young Goblin. Level LV1. Health 500. Physical attack 30. Armor 50. Magic resistance 50. Skills none. Description: I will kill them all. Lin Bufang's attention was solely on the goblin's health. With 500 health points, he realized he needed to aim carefully. Otherwise, he risked killing the goblin prematurely. A golden gatling could deal 10 damage if it hit the goblin's vital spots. After 3 years of diligent practice, if Lin Bufang aimed for the vital spots, it would test his skills. Hitting non-vital areas would be too easy. Moreover, Lin Bufang had the advantage of no recoil and automatic reloading. On the hill, he pulled out the golden gatling. Silencer activated. Shooting from high to low, the advantage is mine. Immediately, Lin Bufang pulled the trigger. The golden barrel began to rotate slowly and then spun at high speed. Rat-a-tat-tat. The plastic golden gatling produced a muffled sound, shooting out a barrage of plastic bullets. The sound was very soft, like a person sighing, utterly incapable of attracting other nearby monsters. With the perspective activated, if any monster approached, Lin Bufang could immediately flee. The golden gatling had a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, which meant it could fire 100 rounds. The plastic bullets hit the goblin's waist with a pattering sound, a position where the goblin had relatively high defenses. At the same time, a series of notifications popped up before Lin Bufang. Physical attack permanent 115. Physical attack permanent 135. Physical attack permanent 188. The goblin initially paid no attention. The damage was too low. However, the density was overwhelming. 2 seconds passed, and half of the goblin's health was gone. It immediately turned around, its blood-red eyes locking onto Lin Bufang on the hill, charging forward, but halfway there its health was depleted. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 500th bullet: not around too many, not around too few. Goblin killed 1, experience 1. Goblin dropped 1 goblin meat chunk. Name: Blade, permanent 1. The goblin let out a piercing wail, its body exploding into countless pieces of meat, gradually disappearing as its blood evaporated in steaming hot mist, leaving behind a tiny meat chunk as loot. Lin Bufang picked it up. The meat chunk weighed about a pound, was edible, and valued at less than 1 gold coin. After placing it in his backpack, he immediately checked his attack power changes. Physical attack 0, actual 505. It's done. Killing a goblin added 500 attack power, which was simply incredible. This meant Lin Bufang could take down a goblin in 2 shots with the Gatling. At level 1, it was unrealistic to kill a goblin solely with normal attacks. The goblin's speed and damage were not low. Even 4 people needed to be cautious. Now Lin Bufang could solo kill. Suddenly 3 boxes appeared before him, rapidly moving towards him. Clearly these 3 monsters had been attracted by the goblin's wail. Good news. Silencer disabled. Now Lin Bufang could take down a goblin in 2 shots, and still had 1 life-saving chance, so there was no need to be overly cautious. As long as it wasn't a group of goblins, he could handle it easily. Soon the 3 goblins arrived at the scene, lifting their heads to see Lin Bufang aiming the golden Gatling at them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Physical attack permanent 1999. Because he shot first, the 3 goblins hadn't even reached the hill before Lin Bufang took them down. Goblin killed 3, experience 3. Goblin dropped 2 goblin meat chunks, 1 goblin bone. Name blade permanent 3, current 4. Physical attack 0, actual 2005. Alright, now he could really kill a goblin with a single shot, and the goblins still owed Lin Bufang 1455 health. With 4 life-saving chances, Lin Bufang loosened up a bit and dashed deeper into the forest. Found you. He stopped, plucked a yellow, unidentified flower, and 6 boxes appeared before him. Most were within a range of 50 to 60 meters. This indicated that Lin Bufang's perspective range was within 60 meters. Of course, if there were no trees obstructing the view, he could see it himself. Fortunately, the perspective effect could also be enhanced. Moreover, the perspective effect was not just about seeing, it was a conceptual effect. As long as a box appeared, Lin Bufang could shoot directly at it. Shooting at the box would directly hit the target regardless of any obstructions in between. Raising the Gatling, Lin Bufang aimed at the lower part of the box to avoid hitting the target's head and causing critical damage. Through several large trees and various plant obstructions, Lin Bufang pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullet struck the box, producing a series of 1 damage values. Since these were plastic bullets, the effective range of the Gatling was within 50 meters. Beyond that, the bullets would deviate too much, resulting in wastage. Therefore, Lin Bufang tried to get as close to the target as possible before attacking. After all, each bullet equated to 1 durability point. Durability could be restored with gold coins, and the costs varied based on different levels and grades of equipment. As for epic level durability, Lin Bufang had no idea how expensive it was, but that was fine. After all, machine guns weren't rare. If he couldn't afford epic repairs, surely he could manage others. 12,000 durability points would be his starting capital, granting Lin Bufang 12,000 attack power. Lin Bufang planned to finish off the remaining bullets, earn some money, and buy a good quality green machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Automatic magazine swap successful. Without recoil, Lin Bufang's accuracy reached an astonishing 100. I must say, wielding the Gatling and unleashing a barrage of attacks was exhilarating. Physical attack permanent 188. Physical attack permanent 1668. Physical attack permanent 1888. The 6 goblins had not even approached within 5 meters of Lin Bufang before being annihilated by the extreme firing rate. Goblin killed 6, experience 6. Goblin dropped 4 meat chunks, 2 bones, 1 old-style rifle. Name blade permanent 6, current 10. Physical attack 0, actual 5005. At this level of 5,000 attack power, these goblins posed no threat to Lin Bufang. Even elite monsters could be taken down in an instant. Did I get a drop? Lin Bufang approached the location of the loot and picked up the rifle. An old-fashioned worn-out rifle, a level 1 white equipment with a low firing rate and a long attack range. Attack power 515, a durability 5,050. A common white item with low value, generally used for decomposition, around 1 gold. Lin Bufang continued forward. The wailing of the goblins attracted a dozen more goblins towards him. He returned to the small hillside, maintaining a vantage point, showering bullets upon the advancing goblins. Auto-reloading successful. Physical attack permanently 1x999. Named Blade of Destiny permanently 1x14. During his 9,000 shot, his super god level talent only attack no defense also leveled up to 2 stars. Super god level talent only attack no defense 2 stars. 1210000. doubled perspective distance, stronger Norcoil effect, faster auto-reloading speed, enhanced silencing effect, permanently gain 2 named Blades of Destiny. For each kill, permanently increase attack power by 2 for each shot. Continue shooting. The Gatling gun finally stopped spinning. Your golden Gatling gun epic durability has reached 0. It's maxed out. Named Blade of Destiny quantity 36. Physical attack 14,316. The last goblin rushed towards Lin Bufang, its massive spiked club looming large. With 36 named Blades of Destiny on him, Lin Bufang felt much calmer. He hadn't used a single one. He placed the Gatling gun into his backpack and raised his initial weapon, a damaged revolver. He opened the safety. In an instant he pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud bang erupted as the revolver's muzzle spewed forth a fiery serpent, the orange bullet slicing through the air, piercing deep into the goblin's skull, then blasting through its cranium, shooting out from the back of its head, leaving a stunning trail of blood. 11,955. A damage number that shouldn't appear at level 1 appeared above the goblin's head. It was instantly killed, turning into a pile of flesh. Kill 15 goblins, experience 15. Level LV1 25,100. Continuing forward, suddenly a larger blue square appeared in Lin Bufang's view. The previous squares were all white, which likely represented ordinary monsters. The blue one, he had no idea what it was. Cautiously weaving through the grass, Lin Bufang stopped about 10 meters from the target. Not far away, in a clearing, a vicious goblin holding a bow and arrow was cautiously observing its surroundings with a corpse in school uniform beneath its feet. The white skirt and long hair clearly belonged to a girl. Seeing no one around, it snapped a black silk thigh bone, chewing on it, with a crunch occasionally bursting out red meat paste. Lin Bufang immediately checked the enemy's panel. Name Young Bao Goblin Elite. Level LV1. Life 10,000. Physical attack 200. Armor 200. Magic resistance 200. Skills triple lock shot. Description: my blood is boiling. 10,000 health. This was an extremely terrifying existence for level 1 characters. Its 200 attack power could instantly kill an adult with a normal attack. With a staggering 200 armor, it was nearly immune to conventional firearm attacks. Moreover, it had, at level 1, taking it down would require a damage-resistant warrior, a healing priest, and enough output. None could be spared, and even one warrior might not be able to withstand the damage. However, for Lin Bufang, he simply felt that this elite monster's health was too low. One shot would finish it off. Yet there was a fascinating mechanism in this world. It could also be understood as realization. Hitting a target in a high defense area or non-vital part would significantly reduce damage. In simple terms, stabbing into the heart would mean immediate death, whereas a stab in the kidney could still allow for some time to endure. Lin Bufang wanted to stack a few more shots of damage. So he took out the revolver, spun the cylinder. Bang. He aimed at the elite goblin archer's chest. A bullet instantly reached the goblin's right chest, where Lin Bufang desired the solid armor. However, Lin Bufang's attack power was too high. The armor couldn't withstand it. With a squelch, the bullet pierced through the armor, blood blossoming from its back in a hazy spray. 3,176. No way, even the glancing damage is so high, eh? With Lin Bufang's attack power exceeding 14,000, no matter how he tried to avoid damaging the opponent, he would still inflict terrifying damage. Bang! The second shot hit the elite goblin archer's left foot. 4,578. After grazing it twice, the elite monster was already gravely injured. That's it. As the goblin drew its bow, a pale blue light appeared on the arrowhead just before it released the triple lock shot. Lin Bufang casually fired a shot back, hitting its head, inflicting maximum damage. 14,526. The goblin owed Lin Bufang quite a bit of health. 3 shots provided 6 permanent physical attack. Lin Bufang was using an initial weapon. Once its durability was gone, he could just discard it effectively, meaning he had made a profit. Kill the elite goblin archer, experience 100. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV2. Level LV2, 25,300. Free points 10. After leveling up, Lin Bufang felt all fatigue wash away, even his skin became a bit fairer, his vitality surged, and his body felt lighter. He felt that his overall strength had improved significantly. Seeing the elite monster offering a whopping 100 experience points, Lin Bufang couldn't help but exclaim, elite monsters really give a lot. Encountering elite monsters still depends on luck. These things spawn randomly, unpredictable. Of course, even if elite monsters stood still for Lin Bufang to farm, they still wouldn't compare to the experience points given by the temple. According to the knowledge Lin Bufang possessed outside Zhanghai City, there was a temple. It was said that defeating it could level up several times. Moreover, it could drop high guaranteed materials, rare items, divine equipment, skill books, and even top-tier equipment worth hundreds of millions. Of course, the minimum level requirement for the temple was level 10. Lin Bufang's current goal was to quickly reach level 10. The elite young goblin archer dropped Desert Eagle Green, X1, Carbon X10. Did I get good equipment? Is it also for my profession? As we all know, the gunslinger profession is quite rare and equipment is hard to come by. Lin Bufang had directly dropped 2 pieces of his profession's weapons at the start. It was indeed a good omen. At this moment, Lin Bufang was also holding several pieces of goblin meat, and his backpack was already filled with the Gatling gun. There wasn't enough space in the backpack. This world still has personal backpacks, but they are quite expensive, requiring 300 gold to unlock. However, the effects are genuinely enticing. Initially providing 36 slots of space, each slot can stack identical materials without limit, and there is no weight limit. It also has functions for on-the-go durability, repair, and online trading, saving Lin Bufang from running back and forth. Oh, and it also has an automatic pickup function. Unfortunately, even if Lin Bufang had 300 gold, he wouldn't buy a backpack. He would choose to continue collecting money for his sister's surgery. Just as he intended to step forward to pick up the equipment, 2 people approached from behind. Lin Bufang had actually noticed them long ago and thought they were classmates. They were both level 1, and with Lin Bufang's attack power exceeding 100, he naturally didn't care about their presence. He just didn't expect to recognize these 2. They were the underlings of Xiao Fu, who usually committed all sorts of misdeeds and liked to bully other classmates. They hadn't seen Lin Bufang yet, and were discussing, "Aren't we just asking her to help us solve something? Why did she run off so quickly? It's not like we wouldn't pay." Exactly. "Brother Li, I've heard your dad bought you the key to unlock the backpack. Have you used it?" "What do I need that for? I still prefer the real feeling of picking things up by hand. The crack is great, others can't see what you're doing." Lin Bufang suddenly understood that the girl who had died at the hands of the elite monster had been chased here by these 2 brutes, and inadvertently fell victim to the elite monster. The 2 men saw Lin Bufang and paused for a moment, then noticed the green outfit floating beside him along with 10 black carbon pieces the size of apples. 10 gold coins for each piece of carbon, and there are 10 of them. Today we can enjoy a free goblin hot pot. Bang bang. Physical attack permanently 22. Famed blade of destiny permanently 22. With 2 shots, both men fell to the ground in a pool of blood. One of them was even a class warrior with over 2,000 health points, at level 1, possessing a defensive passive skill that allowed him to survive dozens of regular bullets. Yet they were taken down by a single shot each. In the next moment, a pocket automatically appeared above their bodies. This was the loot pocket that appeared upon killing a professional. Inside the pocket, it usually reveals the most abundant items on their person, with the drop rate and quantity being completely random. What if there are no items dropped? Naturally, a heir can be designated, and those items will automatically fly in front of the heir. Lin Bufang chose his younger sister as the heir. Lin Bufang had heard that they possessed a backpack key. "I wonder how lucky I will be." With an excited heart, Lin Bufang approached the corpse before him. Looking at the bloody scene before him, Lin Bufang felt a bit nauseous. This was his first time killing someone. Fortunately, the disgusting actions of the 2 somewhat alleviated the nausea in Lin Bufang's heart. He held back the churn in his stomach and opened the first pocket. Inside was a bottle of Nongwei Kong along with 3 boxes of 0.01 small balloons plus 558 gold coins. With his eyes closed, Lin Bufang opened the second pocket. Even without opening his eyes, he could feel a flash of golden light. When he opened his eyes, the first item in the pocket was a golden key, the second was 20,086 gold coins, and the other 5 spaces contained some personal items. Lin Bufang waved his hand, and all the gold coins automatically flew into his body. This is a feature that everyone possesses, allowing gold coins to directly deposit into their account. Gold coin balance 20166. The PK drop rate is indeed high. 20,000 gold coins is a fortune for Lin Bufang. Then he looked at the shining golden key. Backpack key artifact after use unlocks personal backpack functions, including automatic pickup, online trading, and personal repair functions with 36 slots. To increase extra space, one must kill, explore, or complete hidden achievements to unlock it. 300,000. Lin Bufang's hand trembled slightly with excitement. Use. Backpack function has been unlocked. At the moment it was unlocked, the scattered mineral water bottles, small balloons, and the distant gun along with the 10 pieces of carbon automatically flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. The first slot in the backpack was carbon, and the upper right corner displayed a number 10. This item is considered hard currency, with stable value market price ranging from 8 to 12 gold coins, sometimes higher, sometimes lower. Opening the trading interface, he initially had 10 slots available, which he would need to expand himself, but 10 slots were sufficient for now. The price of carbon currently fluctuated around 10 gold coins with a small range. He directly listed it for sale. Soon it was sold out in an instant. Your listed carbon 10 has been purchased for 10 units, automatically credited 100 gold coins, current balance 20,266. The trading interface does not charge any fees, which is why many people have made fortunes or gone bankrupt through it. In addition, items like large chunks of meat and bones, which occupy considerable weight, can also be freely picked up. Anyway, the same materials stack without limit. These items may not be worth much individually, but collected in bulk can sell for a fair amount. Lin Bufang discarded all the useless items that couldn't be listed, keeping only the equipment he had obtained. Desert Eagle LV1 good, fast shooting speed, can shoot automatically, significant recoil attack, power, 918, durability, 200200. Lin Bufang placed the golden Gatling gun from his backpack into the backpack. He simply tossed the backpack into the backpack as well. He tried using the personal repair function, selecting the golden Gatling gun. LV1 Epic Weapon Plastic Golden Fire God Gatling requires 12,000 durability to repair, needing 2 million gold coins. Lin Bufang took a deep breath. There was nothing to say. He needed to change his perspective. He had effectively acquired 2 million gold coins for free. Of course, the golden Gatling gun was of little use to Lin Bufang, whose attack power had already accumulated. If he were lucky, he might loot another machine gun. Its firing rate might not match the golden Gatling gun, but the bullets are much cheaper. What if he couldn't loot anything? He has a personal trading interface. Buying one isn't expensive. The golden Gatling gun's only current function may well be to lock its attack power at 0, effectively converting 100 gold coins permanently into 2 points of attack power. Once he achieves financial freedom later, he could play around with it. He then tried his revolver. LV1 white weapon repairs 6 points of durability, requires 12 gold coins. The revolver has 50 durability, meaning 1 gold coin equals 50 durability, which equals 50 shots. This price rounded up is practically free. However, the revolver itself might not even be worth 1 gold coin, making repairs unnecessary. Unless Lin Bufang truly exhausts the durability of all 3 guns without finding new weapons, he wouldn't consider repairs. Finally, Lin Bufang looked at his newly acquired freedom points. Freedom points can be allocated to attributes on the panel at will. Lin Bufang glanced at the panel, preparing to study it carefully. Name: Lin Bufang, profession E-class, gunslinger, level LV2, 25,300 health, 300 mana, 50/50 physical attack, 145/26 magic attack, 30 physical resistance, 10 magic resistance, 10 armor breaking, 0 magic breaking, 0 speed, 10 luck, unknown. Freedom points 10. Health is not needed. Attack power is unnecessary. Magic attack is unnecessary. Defense is not needed. Luck cannot be allocated. Therefore, Lin Bufang only needed to choose between armor breaking and speed. Armor breaking allows one to ignore a target's armor ratio. As long as the attack is sufficient, armor can be ignored. Thus, only speed remained as an option. In fact, Lin Bufang had initially intended to increase his speed. Why? Because speed affects 4 attributes: attack speed, casting speed, movement speed, and reaction speed. It can be said that speed is particularly suited for Lin Bufang. With the famed Blade of Destiny, as long as his positioning is clever and his maneuvers skillful, he can avoid any damage. Moreover, the famed Blade of Destiny provides him with almost infinite chances for error. Given time, training with speed in battle will undoubtedly raise his skills to an extremely high level. Let alone Lin Bufang can increase his attack power by shooting targets. The faster he is, the quicker he stacks it up. Allocate all points to speed. Speed 20. Lin Bufang clearly felt his body become lighter, and even walking felt buoyant and comfortable. He left the bodies of the 2 brutes for the goblins to handle, while he dug a small pit to bury the girl. Continuing forward, as the distance of his perspective increased to 120 meters, the number of surrounding boxes also increased significantly. Lin Bufang could also choose a direction to advance based on the number of area boxes. After all, the more monsters there were, the more monsters would appear later. Bang. Attack power permanently 2. Bang. Attack power permanently 2. Bang. Attack power permanently 2. As Lin Bufang advanced, he took down a goblin with a single shot. These ordinary goblins would die from even a slight scratch. Gradually, he noticed that the boxes in the north were increasing in number more and more. In his line of sight, the number of boxes had already exceeded 500. This was still within Lin Bufang's perspective range. The area beyond would surely have even more. Moreover, at the edge there were several blue boxes moving back and forth, constantly disappearing and reappearing. Lin Bufang raised his revolver, his thumb pressing down on the hammer. The silencer had been activated. The number of monsters was already sufficient, there was no need to attract more. Next came the moment of slaughter. Bang! With each shot fired, Lin Bufang had to reset the hammer. This old-fashioned revolver was indeed quite cumbersome. However, when it comes to free loot, one shouldn't be too particular. Physical attack permanent 2-4, physical attack permanent 2-6, physical attack permanent 2-18. Soon the durability of the revolver hit 0, and Lin Bufang simply discarded it, as there was no point in keeping a broken white weapon that couldn't even be decomposed. He switched to an old-style rifle, specifically the Mauser M1871, which required manual loading. Fortunately, Lin Bufang had an automatic reloading mechanism, skipping the loading step. However, he still had to manually pull the bolt to eject the spent cartridges. The rifle had a long attack range and higher precision. Within a 120-meter range, aiming with the sight box, Lin Bufang, with his skill level, had not missed a shot with the previous revolver, let alone with this more precise rifle. 3 years of training were not in vain. Bang! 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 Physical attack permanent 2-2, physical attack permanent 2-8, physical attack permanent 2-12. Soon the ammo for the old rifle also ran out, and Lin Bufang discarded it, as well, opting for the most effective Desert Eagle. The Desert Eagle was a silver handgun, fully automatic, and with its automatic loading it allowed for a wide array of shooting positions. Just pull the trigger. If one does not consider changing magazines, this is the advantage of a gunslinger crushing all other professions. Just pull the trigger, and even with an initial speed of 0, one can outpace archers by miles. With 200 rounds of durability, it quickly vanished. 185,160,110. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV3, free points 26, level LV3, 2,700 free points continue to be allocated entirely to speed. Lin Bufang calculated that it had only been 15 minutes since he entered the rift, and he had already reached level 3, most of the time spent stacking attack power. The real experience grinding had just begun. Who just said I couldn't reach level 3 on the first day? Moreover, because Lin Bufang's attack range was so far, most goblins had no idea where he was. Only a few goblins noticed Lin Bufang and charged over, only to be shot down midway. Furthermore, as Lin Bufang ventured deeper into the forest, the number of surrounding boxes increased, becoming uncountable. The goblins he had previously killed had dropped quite a few good items. Ignoring meat and bones for now, carbon was also dropped by ordinary goblins, albeit with a lower probability, but he still obtained 8 pieces. In terms of equipment, he found more than a dozen white items, 2 of which were usable by gunslingers. That included 100 rounds of free ammo. Suddenly a horn sounded from afar. In Lin Bufang's sight, 3 blue boxes appeared. Elite monsters. An elite goblin had detected Lin Bufang's location, sounded the horn, and gathered a large number of goblins to charge toward him. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, 3 elite goblins were instantly killed. Kill strong goblin elite experience 102, kill goblin captain elite experience 300. Lin Bufang had no idea what they looked like, only seeing the blue boxes vanish. Then 36 pieces of carbon, 2 pieces of green equipment, and 1 piece of blue equipment flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. The carbon was quickly listed as it only occupied 1 slot. Your listed carbon 44 was purchased for 8, automatically credited 80 gold, current balance 20346. Your listed carbon 10 was purchased for 6, automatically credited 60 gold, current balance 20406. Your listed carbon 10 was purchased for 15, automatically credited 150 gold, current balance 20,556. 2 pieces of green equipment, 1 not for gunslingers, was put up for sale. If no one buys it, it will be discarded. Another piece was shoes that Lin Bufang could wear as a gunslinger, enhancing fixed movement speed. Woven grass shoes LV1 good, provides fixed movement speed, a little vitality, defense, durability 180,180. Wearing the grass shoes, Lin Bufang felt as if he was flying, his movement speed greatly enhanced. Although the 3 elite monsters were dead, thousands of goblins had already locked onto Lin Bufang's position. Faced with such a multitude of goblins, Lin Bufang looked towards the blue weapon in the 7th slot of it. Browning M1919A4 machine gun LV1 refined. Extremely fast firing rate 800-1200 rounds per minute, self-contained tripod, effective range 1000 meters, attack power 918, durability 200. What more is there to say? Silencer deactivated. The more the better. Lin Bufang climbed onto a branch of a large tree holding the 50-pound machine gun and unleashed a barrage at the boxes in front of him. Where the bullets passed, it was like a harvester reaping wheat. Groups of goblins fell into pools of blood. The machine gun's attack power seemed average, but its actual output was quite high. Some nearby goblins were literally severed in half by the bullets, causing fatal injuries. A shot to the head, and the head exploded like a watermelon. Kill Goblin 1 experience 199. Kill Timid Goblin 1 experience 228. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV4, free points 36. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV5, free points 43. Level LV5, 152000. The free points from the 2 level ups were still all allocated to speed. Speed 125. Upon reaching LV5, the number of goblins in front of him did not decrease, but rather continued to increase. This is good. Lin Bufang knew this was a rare opportunity to level up significantly. He had run out of bullets, and his backpack was filled with over 2,000 pieces of meat and bones, along with more than 100 pieces of carbon and various equipment. Lin Bufang listed everything, including meat and bones. Soon he received continuous notifications that his items were being purchased. His balance increased by over 2,000 gold. However, his Browning machine gun's ammo was also spent. LV1 Blue Equipment Browning Machine Gun, repair 2,000 durability, requires 500 gold. The repair price for blue equipment has slightly increased. But this machine gun was just too effective, too exhilarating. 25 gold per round of ammo, rounding up, equals free loot. Repair. Gold 500 balance, 22656 Browning M, 1919A, 4 machine gun durability restored from 02000 to 2000. As soon as the repair was completed, Lin Bufang immediately pulled the trigger. With bullets spent, he immediately clicked to repair. Gold 500, gold 500, gold 500. The fire snakes from the muzzle, like the scythe of death, continuously harvested goblins in the distance, almost every bullet hitting a goblin precisely. This required tapping and skill. Lin Bufang had trained for 3 years, 1,095 days, 6 hours a day, totaling over 6,500 hours. He could remember every bullet's trajectory, understanding the temperature, humidity, and angle of the air. He memorized the vital points of his targets and the angles needed for adjustments. These things were etched into his mind, ingrained in his very blood. Thinking of his sister's surgery fee and the disdainful gazes of those who saw him as an E-class gunslinger. I don't want to win, I just don't want to lose. More bullets, more precise bullets formed a net, crushing all goblins into minced meat. Lin Bufang's fingers were already sore and swollen. Each time he was about to reach his limit, he relied on the state recovery from leveling up to persevere. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps 30 minutes, perhaps an hour. Lin Bufang felt his entire body ache unbearably, and his 10 fingers had lost all sensation. Such high-intensity trigger pulls, relying solely on the state recovery from leveling up, made it hard to fully recover. Moreover, Lin Bufang was giving it his all. Without the Norcoil effect, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. If it weren't for the tripod support, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Everything was just right. At this moment, the forest was eerily silent, and within the range of his vision, there was not a single frame left. In the midst of it, Lin Bufang had also slain many elite monsters. He paid no mind to it, and continued his slaughter. He even encountered an elite goblin that had stealthily approached from underground, landing a critical stab that drained his health and triggered a special effect. However, all were slain by Lin Bufang. How significant was the loot from this wave? Lin Bufang didn't know. He first glanced at his balance. Current gold balance, 56 gold coins. From over 2,000 gold coins, only 56 remained. He checked the time. An hour and a half had just passed. What did this mean? He had fired 8,000 bullets in an hour and a half. Yes, 8,000. Lin Bufang had been so immersed in battle that he had no time to check his level. Level LV9 270 8000. Level 9. Just 1,000 more experience points, and he'll be kicked out of the fissure. Amazing. What does this mean? The historical highest record in Jianghai City was level 7A, and Lin Bufang had surpassed it by 2 levels, soon to surpass even that. Lin Bufang allocated his free points to speed and opened his panel. Name: Lin Bufang. Profession: E-rank gunman. Level LV9 270 8000. Health: 3500 3500. Mana: 160,160. Physical attack: 171360. Magic attack: 90. Physical defense: 230. Magic defense: 70. Armor penetration: 0. Magic penetration: 0. Speed: 470. Luck unknown. Free points: 0. Talent: Super God level offensive, only 2 stars, 7650 110 0000. Equipment: Browning M 1919A4 machine gun, woven grass, shoes, goblin tunic, etc. 17000. Physical attack: With 800 bullets fired, Lin Bufang's accuracy rate reached an impressive 93.6. He was quite satisfied with this level. Although his fingers had gone numb due to the increase in speed attributes, his accuracy had also improved significantly. Lin Bufang glanced at his number of special blades. Special blades 161358. Lin Bufang had also used two notifications. With 1600 special blades, when would he ever use them all? Lin Bufang opened his backpack. Many white gear pieces were scattered around him. These were all overflow from his full backpack. As for the white gear, Lin Bufang didn't even glance at them. He picked a set of green gear for himself. Blue gear was relatively scarce. An ordinary piece of blue gear could sell for about 500 gold coins. During the exam rush, even useless blue gear could sell easily. Lin Bufang had 36 slots in his inventory, filled with 33 blue gear. Among them, 7 had already been listed for sale. After all, carbon meat and bones each occupied a fixed slot. 40 pieces of blue gear equated to 200 gold coins. Among them was a blue desert eagle, which Lin Bufang particularly liked. Its exquisite craftsmanship made it hard for him to part with. He intended to keep it as a backup weapon. His main weapon remained the Browning M1919A. The quantities of meat and bones had already exceeded 100. These were cheap, but the sheer volume could sell for over 300 gold coins. The biggest haul, however, was carbon. Total yield 8,678 pieces. Could sell for nearly 900 gold coins. Thus, from this wave of slaughter, Lin Bufang gained over 100 in profit. Lin Bufang was immensely excited. How could he not be? Such heavenly rewards from LV1 to LV5 monsters made him wonder how exhilarating the rewards would be from wild areas or the temple. Lin Bufang continued deeper into the forest. There was nothing left to linger over in the Goblin Fissure. The highest level of goblins here was only LV5, and even that was a boss. They only dropped LV1 gear. Real men need to leave the city for the wild. Several items you listed were purchased. Current balance 85,758 gold coins. After waiting for 10 minutes, he sold off the blue gear at a low price and picked up the blue gear he hadn't collected from the ground. Those worthless green and white gear were discarded. He continued onward. He planned to kill a few monsters to reach level 10 and gather enough for his sister's medical expenses. However, after walking for over 10 minutes, he hadn't seen a single monster. Not only were there no monsters, but there weren't even any students. How strange. Could it be that all the monsters in this area have been taken down by me alone? Other areas of the forest were avoiding the region where Lin Bufang was. How can LV1 monsters cause a beast tide? Don't go north, it's too dangerous. After another 5 minutes, Lin Bufang spotted over 10 frames through the dense trees. They were green frames, clearly a group of classmates. Lin Bufang approached them, ready to ask where the monsters were more plentiful. He immediately saw a group of girls running towards him in panic, their faces filled with terror. Upon seeing Lin Bufang, they froze for a moment, and then their faces lit up with joy. What a coincidence! Lin Bufang, you're here too. Lin Bufang, hurry and run with us. There's a boss behind us. It's dozens of meters high, even taller than the trees. That panel is terrifying. It has a full 3,000 health points. Its attack power exceeds 1,000. Hearing BOSS, Lin Bufang couldn't help but smile. He wouldn't need to grind monsters anymore. Taking down one boss would suffice. He pushed through the crowd, directly heading in the direction the crowd was fleeing from. Lin Bufang, come back. It's dangerous over there. Several female classmates hurriedly followed, trying to stop Lin Bufang from rushing to his death. But their speed was no match for Lin Bufang. With a speed of 470, having allocated all free points to speed, it's safe to say no other candidate could match Lin Bufang's speed. 3 seconds later, at a distance of 120 meters, a gigantic red frame appeared before Lin Bufang. He had to look up to see its full form. In fact, even without using perspective, he could see that enormous head with its sharp green ears. Name: Dual Gun Goblin Leader Boss. Level LV5. Health 3,000. Physical Attack 1,200. Armor 1,000. Magic Resistance 1,000. Damage Reduction 20. Skills: Summon Goblin, Throwing Squad, Grab, Eat My Billion Hits. Introduction: Roar. Someone's causing trouble. Just 3,000 health. Only 20 damage reduction. In the face of 17,000 attack power, this defense and damage reduction can basically be ignored. Lin Bufang found it amusing. Without saying a word, he raised his Desert Eagle. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. All shots hit the head. To be honest, even if Lin Bufang hadn't practiced diligently for 3 years, it would be hard to miss such a large target. Of course, if it were other archers, even if they hit the head, it would be difficult to take down the boss. First, the boss has high defenses. Second, the boss has a health recovery mechanism. Third, and most terrifying, the boss has a wide output range, which requires skillful aggro management from warriors and high operational requirements from priests. Although the goblin leader is only LV5, the levels of the students are also quite low, with a maximum allowed level of 10 in the crack. To take down the BOSS, you need at least 20 people. At least 5 warriors are needed, otherwise aggro cannot be held. The number of priests must be sufficient to sustain health. The requirements for other positions are also high, and if someone dies, they must be immediately replaced, otherwise the entire team will collapse. The boss's health bar instantly emptied. Physical attack, permanently 2-3. At the moment the boss died, the health bar hadn't stopped decreasing, flying from right to left. The corpse evaporated into a crimson sea of blood, and only then did the health bar completely disappear. Whoosh. Thousands of blue lights flashed. That was carbon bursting out from the boss's body. Immediately after, a blue light appeared. Exquisite equipment. Not done yet. Another flash of purple light appeared, seemingly a piece of clothing resembling a mage's attire. Lin Bufang's eyes lit up. Such LV1 purple equipment is usually very cheap, around 5,000 gold. However, during the college entrance examination period, players below LV10 can only wear LV1 equipment. Therefore, currently, LV1 rare equipment is extremely expensive. Suitable professions can sell it for over 5,000 gold. There is a supply shortage, and the mage profession is still a popular choice. Lin Bufang just said he made a fortune this time. Unexpectedly, a dazzling pink beam exploded in the distance. Did something good drop, eh? Lin Bufang was both surprised and delighted. Pink means divine equipment with a drop rate so low it's appalling, and it's rare in the market. At least Lin Bufang had only seen pictures of divine equipment online in recent years. He had never even touched one. LV1 divine equipment is also extremely rare during the college entrance examination period. It's so scarce it can't be traded for a price. Lin Bufang was just about to see what the divine item was. Whoosh. Suddenly, another blinding golden light appeared in the distance. What the hell? From afar, Lin Bufang could only see a skill book floating towards him. A skill book. Skill books that drop are usually bound to individuals. If the profession doesn't match, they can be used as experience packs for other skills. Skill books sold on the market have random skills with a high chance of failure, and the prices are outrageous, with a high probability of obtaining useless skills. Therefore, if you want good skills, the only truth is to farm them yourself. However, farming them isn't easy. The drop rate of skill books is only second to divine items. Filled with excitement, Lin Bufang first looked at the skill book. Eat my billion hits, 1-star exclusive for gunner profession. Is it really for the gunner profession? Lin Bufang quickly checked his body, afraid of missing a couple of kidneys. If his lifespan couldn't be checked, he wouldn't look anymore. He glanced at the skill description. Introduction: the next bullet counts as 2 shots, next star 3 shots, no cooldown, consumes 10 mana. This skill is not bad, immensely stronger than that so-called lethal strike. It's equivalent to doubling the damage, seemingly increasing damage by 1-fold for each level increased. For a high-attack player like Lin Bufang, the increase is substantial. Lin Bufang continued to check the divine equipment that had dropped. All equipment and materials flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. A boss dropped 3,000 units of carbon. That's roughly equivalent to a guaranteed profit of 3,000 gold from a boss. As the saying goes, risk accompanies reward. A LV5 boss requires 20 people to fight. If you manage to kill it, each person can share 1,500 gold. Of course, this 1,500 is actually just a reward for hard work. After all, it's life-threatening, and there's equipment durability loss. If you're lucky enough to drop a few pieces of equipment or rare items, then it's a profit. If the leader obtains the skill book, he will also give everyone red envelopes. You have sold carbon 7485 for 100 units, automatically credited 100 gold, current balance 91387 gold. You have sold ancient cross for 1 unit, automatically credited 458 gold, current balance 91845 gold. Just right, Lin Bufang sold a few pieces of blue equipment, freeing up space to store the divine equipment and skill book in his backpack. The rare mage robe had above average attributes, and it also increased health, which was quite good. And the divine item. LV1 Goblin's Judgment Staff, divine item, extremely fast casting speed, magic attack power 40-80, magic attack 10. When attacking, there is a 5 chance to summon 3 goblin commanders, cooldown 5 minutes. Goblin commanders exist for 1 minute, durability 2500-2500. Excellent. Quite excellent. The base stats are shockingly high, considered a top-tier weapon at LV1 LV10. With a 10 magic attack bonus, it's not a problem to use it until level 15. Moreover, it can summon 3 goblin commanders, increasing output. Just think about it, while everyone is leveling up, wearing a piece of divine equipment would definitely put you ahead of others. Kill the dual gun goblin leader, experience 1000. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV10. Your level has exceeded the maximum level of goblin crack. In 3 seconds, you will be automatically teleported to the entrance of the crack. Congratulations, you have achieved the unprecedented leveling speed achievement condition met, reached level 10 within 3 hours on the 2nd day of your profession. You will receive an additional 28 slots in your backpack permanent. Backpack space increased. Backpack space 64 slots. Then Lin Bufang saw the scenery in front of him flicker a few times before being teleported out. In another direction, the girls only heard 3 gunshots echoing from afar. Then they saw the goblin leader's massive head explosively burst open. What the hell? Did Lin Bufang just take down the boss with 3 shots? They realized one problem: if they didn't hurry up and level up, they might not even catch up with Lin Bufang's tail lights. At the entrance of the goblin crack viewing area, many big shots from Zhonghai City observed the movements at the entrance. From time to time, students came out of the crack, some injured, some realizing their strength was totally insufficient to kill monsters, choosing to give up. Of course, some students wanted to go to the nearby equipment shop to buy some gear. Su Ran's father, Su Xiao, shook his head slightly. Equipment needs to be prepared in advance. Although the crack can be entered infinitely without spending money, frequent entry and exit wastes a lot of time. You might get teleported to the edge of the map next time. Nearby, Xiao Fu's father, Xiao Gaojia, recalled Lin Bufang. By the way, Lin Bufang seems to have not bought any equipment. He's quite impressive. It's been 3 hours, and he hasn't come out once. He probably wants to save face and doesn't want to come out. And a rank gunner entering solo probably can't even kill the most ordinary wild boar. I remember the first place in the last session reached level 7 on the first day. That student also broke the historical record. Just wondering if there will be any surprises this time. Xiao Gaojia smiled and said, I believe that your daughter Su Leoj has a great chance. She has obtained a divine grade automatic pistol paired with strength profession. Her damage output is maximized. Along with a warrior and a damage dealer, the 3 of them can earn more experience than 4. My family Xiao Fu doesn't have such good luck. The weapon for the mage profession is only rare grade, and we haven't found any divine equipment. Su Xiao slightly raised the corner of his mouth. You're overpraising me. I think your Xiao Fu might be the biggest dark horse. His damage is all area-based, making him the most suitable for leveling up. Our area damage is great, but his damage is a bit lacking. Xiao Gaojia then steered the conversation towards Lin Bufang. I wonder what level this classmate Lin Bufang is now. He is also a gunslinger. The gunslinger profession is not something just anyone can handle. I estimate that it will be very hard for him to reach level 2 in a single day. Xiao Gaojia spoke with a hint of sarcasm. His meaning was clear. Since Su Xiao's daughter Su Ran liked Lin Bufang, he wanted to belittle Lin Bufang in front of so many big shots, thus making Su Xiao lose face. Indeed, with an air-ranked gunslinger, shouldn't Su Xiao keep his daughter away from him? Su Xiao glanced around and shook his head slightly, knowing he had to respond, or the Su family's reputation would be ruined by an air-ranked gunslinger. Young people sometimes only care about appearances and not much else. It's pure and beautiful, but no matter what Su Ran thinks, as long as I'm around, Lin Bufang will never step foot into our home. Xiao Gaojia felt completely reassured. With Su Xiao's words, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Bufang and Su Ran to be in a romantic relationship, let alone be a couple. At that moment, a young man clad in black with hair like a waterfall and piercing eyes emerged from the rift. Xiao Gaojia immediately recognized Lin Bufang. Oh, isn't this Lin Bufang? He really came out. His face bore a sarcastic expression, but as Lin Bufang drew closer, the sarcasm slowly faded, replaced by sheer astonishment. What the hell? His level doesn't match. Everyone turned to look. What the hell? Level 10. Lin Bufang has reached level 10, and it's only been 3 hours. How is this possible? Xiao Gaojia felt his face flush as he sensed all sorts of gazes around him, covering his face with his hand, afraid to let others see his expression. It was too embarrassing. He had just been talking about Lin Bufang, and now Lin Bufang had thrown his level right in his face, making him feel like a clown. Even more shocked was Su Xiao. He looked towards the historical leaderboard at the rift's entrance. Sure enough, the first place had changed to Lin Bufang's name. What does it mean to reach level 10 within the first 3 hours? Not only did he break the historical record, but he surpassed it by 3 levels. It's important to note that each level requires significantly more experience than the last. Surpassing 1 level indicates incredible power, and surpassing 2 levels means complete domination. Surpassing 3 levels was beyond their imagination. They simply couldn't fathom how Lin Bufang achieved this. But now the evidence was right before them. If there are no surprises, Lin Bufang will be an extraordinarily rare top genius. He now looked at Xiao Gaojia with a hint of ferocity. He wanted to slap himself several times, wondering why he couldn't control his mouth. If only he had said one less word, or waited for a few seconds, that last comment would never have been made. Thinking about how his daughter had always liked Lin Bufang, he felt that his guidance was on point. His daughter's taste is just fine. He stood up and enthusiastically approached Lin Bufang. "Hello, young Lin." Lin Bufang glanced at him, and then directly ignored him, leaving Su Xiao's hands suspended in midair. Lin Bufang didn't recognize him, nor did he recognize those leaders. What was the point of greeting someone he didn't know? What could he gain? Respect. This so-called respect was earned through Lin Bufang's current display of strength and potential. What he wanted was that front row position, to stand on equal footing with them, or even to have them look up to him. Lin Bufang ignored everyone and approached Principal Wang. "I heard you think rank professions are useless." Principal Wang's eyes were filled with shock. Level 10 was terrifying. However, he still wore a disdainful expression. "I think so too now. You may be lucky now, invincible in the Goblin Rift, but what about in the future? The foundation of rank professions is too low, you can't go far." Several teachers nearby shook their heads, slightly not pointing it out. Among the students who came from Principal Wang's school, there were certainly a number of rank professions in high positions. And often those professionals who are crushed and pressed into the dirt are the ones who can revive with new vitality. Lin Bufang left. An old teacher looked at Principal Wang. "Wang Pan, aren't you worried that this will make people resent you? Look at those students. Oh, no one visits you during the holidays, why bother?" Wang Pan's eyes remained calm. "Do I care about such things? It's just in a rank profession. They can't beat me. What can they do? It doesn't matter who will fall in love with whom." But after Lin Bufang turned to leave, he suddenly turned his head and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "This one might really be able to compete with me in the future." The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Xiao Gaojia felt that Wang Pan was right. Indeed, the upper limit of rank professions is too low. Lin Bufang's luck is indeed good. "I say, old Su." "Old Su." He turned around and found Su Xiao had already seated himself 10 meters away, clearly wanting to distance himself from him. Lin Bufang was on a bus heading to the southern gate of Jianghai City, preparing to leave the city for a fight. He sold all the carbon materials and blue equipment. Current balance 141578 gold coins. Of course, he also listed a rare equipment and a divine equipment on the trading market. The rare equipment was a mage's top. There was nothing exactly the same, but similar ones were priced around 300 gold coins, and occasionally one for 200 that wasn't bound was snatched up immediately. This indicated that someone was deliberately controlling the price. Level 1 purple equipment normally costs only 300 to 500 gold coins. During the college entrance examination period, it was directly sold at 10 times the price. This actually benefited Lin Bufang. He listed it for 500 gold coins to test the waters, and if no one bought it, he would lower the price a bit. After that, he researched the divine equipment. Level 1 divine equipment was similar. It was originally worthless, but during the college entrance period the price skyrocketed. All of them were above 100 gold coins, although most were just for show with average attributes suitable as ornaments. The mage's staves numbered over a dozen with attributes and panels that didn't compare to the one Lin Bufang held, but the highest price had already reached 2500. Lin Bufang thought for a moment and directly listed it for 36000. Why 36000? Because he needed around 36000 to cover his sister's surgery costs. He thought that pricing at 1000 above the market rate shouldn't make it too hard to sell. Unexpectedly, just after listing it within 10 seconds, Lin Bufang received 2 notifications. Lin Bufang took a taxi and headed directly to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, he saw his emaciated sister unconscious with a feeding tube and paid 500 gold in medical fees. The doctor assured him, "Don't worry, child, we'll take care of everything from here." With that, the weight in Lin Bufang's heart was finally lifted. The doctor and nurses looked at his weary figure, then glanced at his sister in the hospital bed, feeling a deep sense of emotion. "You have a good brother." After leaving the hospital, Lin Bufang took a taxi straight to the south gate. He was still monitoring the trading market. To his surprise, the artifact staff he had just sold reappeared in the trading market. The price had risen from 36000 to 5000. Xiao Fu was killing monsters while keeping an eye on the trading market. He had just seen a newly listed level 1 artifact staff, but before he could even check its attributes, it was bought by someone else. Then the price increased by 14000. Damn it, those greedy resellers. A level 1 artifact was only useful before level 10. It was common for normal people to think about using it until level 15, but Xiao Fu's family had already prepared level 10 gear for him. Now he would have to waste 500 gold to buy a disposable level 1 piece of equipment. By the next day this piece of equipment might depreciate to below 500 gold. Although Xiao Fu's family had money, it still felt terrible to throw it away. After careful consideration, he chose to endure the pain and buy it. There was no choice, he had to level up. Who was making all the money? The resellers were probably the biggest beneficiaries. They didn't fight, but just clicked to buy, listed it again, and made a profit of 14000. However, what if it didn't sell? That piece of equipment would be stuck with him, and over time the 3600 investment could end up being wasted. High returns often come with high risks. But for Lin Bufang, he faced no risks at all. It was pure profit of 3600 gold. Because of these speculators, he could actually earn even more. The infinitely stacking attack power meant that the high risks were trivial to him. That meant infinite returns. As he exited the city, the guard stopped him simply because he looked too young and only had a student ID. Students are prohibited from leaving the city on their first day, don't you know? Lin Bufang revealed his level LV10. The guard exclaimed, "What the hell? You are allowed to leave the city." But the guard continued, "Young man, although you are level 10, typically level 10 players are active in the slime rifts or cat demon rifts within the city. Outside the city, it's common to encounter those over level 15, and even level 20s may be around with higher levels existing as well. Outside the city, there are no laws. You must prioritize your own safety." The guard added, "If you want to go to the Holy Temple, there is a direct bus tomorrow. Are you really going?" "Sure, I recommend you just stroll around the city gate. The rifts inside the city are actually quite rewarding." "Are you really going?" "Tomorrow there will be a teacher accompanying you." "Are you really going?" The guard repeatedly reminded him, not getting tired of it. The professionals waiting behind were getting anxious. "Hurry up, let him out. What's there to be afraid of?" The guard shot a glare. He hasn't even started the college entrance examination, yet it's his first day reaching level 10. What are you all complaining about? Upon hearing this, the crowd in line widened their eyes and turned to Lin Bufang. What the hell? He really is level 10. Has he just broken the historical record? Surpassing by 3 levels. 3 levels. Has Jianghai City actually produced such a genius? In an instant, the professionals waiting were no longer anxious. Many joined the persuasion team. "Young man, think more about your family. It's too dangerous outside." Although the chance of encountering a giant beast is about as likely as being struck by lightning, human threats are the most dangerous. Robbery is trivial, murder can happen casually. Exactly, just grind in the city. There are 2 more rifts that are enough for you to reach level 13. Isn't it better to go out at level 13? Lin Bufang declined their good intentions. Why grind low-level monsters when there were high-level ones? Killing people outside the city. That sounded great, he wanted to do that. Seeing Lin Bufang insist on leaving the city, 3 teams simultaneously invited him to join. "Join our team. Whoever dares to touch you, well, I'll go after them." "What a trash team you have come to us, handsome. Stay behind the sister, we want steal your experience." Lin Bufang politely declined one by one, genuinely surprised by everyone's enthusiasm. From the eyes of these professionals, he saw a strange light, a glimmer of hope and favoritism. They saw his attire, noted his temperament, and recognized him as an ordinary person from an average family. In their eyes, Lin Bufang was just like them, an ordinary person who toils for a living, fights for family, and once stood on the stage of college entrance exams, even if they hadn't gone far. They didn't want Lin Bufang to perish. They hoped he could go further, representing the ordinary people of Jianghai City, representing them. Ultimately, Lin Bufang still left the city alone, and in an instant he disappeared into the ruins. How can he be so fast? I'm already level 15, and I can't even see his taillights. Forget it, he has his own ideas. I hope he has a smooth journey. Lin Bufang wore a mask to block some dust from entering his mouth and nose. The area outside the city used to be a bustling city, now reduced to ruins under the ravages of giant beasts. Within the ruins, various high-level wild monsters exist. There might even be hidden professionals lurking in the shadows. It's extremely dangerous. Lin Bufang was already level 10. Even if he did nothing now, he could enroll in the Battle University. To reach level 10 on the first day of the college entrance examination sprint, his ambition was naturally not limited to this. Qingyan University was a must for him. Soon after walking 300 meters, the edge of his vision revealed a box. Lin Bufang approached the target, preparing to take a look at the Wild Monsters panel. At a distance of 15 meters behind a broken wall, he stopped. Through the gap in the wall, he saw a giant blue wolf standing by the half-melted asphalt road surrounded by wild grass. Name: Blue Wolf. Level LV10. Health 10000. Physical attack 500. Armor 5000. Magic resistance 200. Skill Gale Step. Description: a woo. Wild monsters are truly monsters in the real sense. Monsters in the rifts can only be considered babies. A level 10 little blue wolf has only 1,000 health, but its armor is half of that. With 200 armor, it can practically immunize against bullet attacks. With 5,000 armor, even cannon shells might not be able to kill it. It's hard to imagine what humanity went through when these monsters first descended upon this world. A single blue wolf could likely wipe out an army. In such circumstances, universal professionalization might not be the best choice, but it is the only choice. With his finger on the cold trigger of the desert eagle, Lin Bufang aimed at the blue wolf's head and gently pressed. How fast is the speed of a bullet? 470 meters per second, which is 1.37 times the speed of sound. However, at such speed, the Qing wolf merely shifted its head slightly and effortlessly evaded. Soon after, Lin Bufang felt a gust of wind pass by, and the Qing wolf had already vanished from its original spot. He felt a chill in his back, and in fact, before the sensation even registered, Lin Bufang's body had already moved, rolling forward a few times and instantly turning the gun around, firing 3 shots behind him. Indeed, the Qing wolf had crossed a distance of over 10 meters in an instant, appearing right behind Lin Bufang. Had Lin Bufang not allocated all his free points to speed, he might not have even realized what was happening and would have had to endure the Qing wolf's attack. Wearing a mismatched green outfit, he could only withstand 1 attack at most. This is also why those adventurers must team up when leaving the city. The strength of wild monsters is too high, necessitating a warrior to draw aggro while a priest heals and watches out. Getting injured is a minor issue. A careless mistake could cost them their lives. The 3 bullets, the first and second, were evaded by the Qing wolf. However, the third bullet had its evasion route calculated in advance. It's possible to dodge the first 2 bullets. Lin Bufang would let you evade, but if you evade the first 2, you definitely cannot escape the third one. You must take it heeded. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of the Qing wolf's mouth. What if I take one? It was just a worthless bullet. Then the bullet pierced through its snow-white delicate fur, exiting through its chest and spraying a line of bright red blood. In the Qing wolf's haunting eyes was disbelief. A level 10 gunner wielding a blue-quality desert eagle clad in a shabby green outfit actually dealt over 1,600 damage. Its health bar, however, was only 1,000. After 1 bullet hit, it still owed Lin Bufang 1,500 health. The Qing wolf let out a piercing howl within, which was a hint of reverence. It was warning its companions to stay away from this area. There's a cheat here. You have slain 1 Qing wolf, experience 100. Level LV 10, 100, 163600. From the body of the Qing wolf, 10 carbon, a wolf claw, and a piece of snow-white fur dropped. The Qing wolf lay on the ground looking as if it had been skinned and had its claws chopped off. Its blood-red body sprawled out. Its corpse did not disappear. Corpses in the wild do not vanish. In the wild, although dangerous, the rewards are not something that can be easily dismissed. 1 Qing wolf guarantees at least 10 pieces of carbon worth 100 coins. The wolf claw is extremely sharp and has many uses, valued at 5 gold coins. The wolf skin carries magical power and can also be used for alchemy, valued at 15 gold coins. A 4-person team killing 10 of such Qing wolves a day is far better than working. If they happen to obtain good equipment or even skill books, it's a huge profit, though it is indeed dangerous. Continuing forward, this time Lin Bufang no longer observed the appearance of the monsters, but directly shot at the 3 boxes 100 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired, 2 of which missed. Clearly the wild monsters react extremely quickly. Lin Bufang switched to a few different guns to experiment. The common firearms for gunners include 5 types: pistols, shotguns, sniper rifles, and machine guns. Lin Bufang bought 1 of each at the auction house and tried them all. He discovered a very interesting mechanism. The accuracy of rifles is also coded. Using a rifle to attack such fast-moving targets has an extremely high hit rate. And the most accurate must be the sniper rifle. As long as it is aimed, it is almost guaranteed to hit every shot. Is it related to my speed? Lin Bufang took off his straw sandals. When he shot again with the rifle and sniper rifle, he noticed a decrease in accuracy, and the bullet's flight speed also decreased. Is there really a correlation? This means that as long as Lin Bufang allocated enough points to speed, he could easily hit the Qing wolf with an ordinary pistol in the future. Lin Bufang originally planned to transition with the sniper rifle. Unexpectedly, he discovered something even better: the shotgun. This thing causes splash damage. It can be understood as area damage. However, in the hands of a typical gunner, it is difficult to unleash its power, because once a bullet disperses, the damage decreases unless the target is attacked from close range, which can result in extra high damage. However, gunners are inherently long-range units, and shooting at close range seems counterproductive. But Lin Bufang has a perspective ability. The perspective allows bullets to pass through walls. This means that the bullets Lin Bufang fires create a net. Not to mention that a Qing wolf would find it hard to dodge. Even extra bullets could hit other box targets. With a bang, of bullets split into 11 pieces. Although each piece's damage decreased to around 1500, it was just enough to take down a Qing wolf. Lin Bufang, holding a white shotgun, aimed at the 3 boxes in the distance and fired. One bullet split into 11 pieces, immediately taking down 2 Qing wolves. The last one also received a shot, or it didn't hit a vital spot, but was left with low health. Lin Bufang fired again, the bullets creating a grid that locked down all escape routes for the Qing wolf, leaving no space to evade. Although he could not see the Qing wolf, Lin Bufang still heard its desperate howl. You have slain 1 Qing wolf. Experience 103 permanent physical attack 2-4. Shotguns are really satisfying. This shot truly pleased Lin Bufang. Shotguns have a slow rate of fire and limited range, but combined with perspective to hit those fast-moving reactive units, it feels like a dimensional strike. Of course, shotguns are also quite economical. A single bullet can split into dozens. This is tough for other gunners as their attack power is quite low. However, Lin Bufang's attack power is too high. Even after splitting, it remains terrifying. So, 30 pieces of carbon assorted materials plus a piece of white LV-10 equipment floated towards Lin Bufang, automatically flying into his backpack. LV-10 Beast Skin Pants, Common Mage Armor 100, Magic Attack Power 1, Durability 100100. Equipment is divided into 9 parts: helmet, top, belt, bottom, shoes, ring, necklace, bracelet, and weapon. Lin Bufang, dressed in LV-1 green equipment, still had quite a bit of armor and magic resistance, adding up to over 100. However, this still doesn't compare to a piece of level 10 white gear. This is the gap in equipment. As Lin Bufang advanced, he researched the trading post, thinking about buying a good shotgun to use. But upon seeing the prices, he thought better of it. He still had about 5,000 coins left, which he had earned through hard work and sweat. He couldn't spend it recklessly. Lin Bufang, without consuming equipment, had his attack power right there. As he ventured deeper outside the city, the dust gradually carried some yellow sand, and even the mask couldn't fully cover it. Lin Bufang directly bought a top-tier gas mask worth 1,000 coins, feeling much more comfortable. Having money is nice. As Lin Bufang advanced, he shot at the boxes on the edge of his vision. Bang! You have slain 1 Qing wolf. Experience 100 permanent physical attack 2-2. Bang! You have slain 1 adult goblin. Experience 200 permanent physical attack 2-3. Bang! You have slain 1 adult goblin. Experience 200 permanent physical attack 2-6. Yes, there are quite a few goblins in the wild, and these goblins are relatively tall and have considerable health, making them quite troublesome. However, Lin Bufang still found it hard to see what an adult goblin looked like, because before he could see his opponent, they were already dead. The density of small monsters outside the city is not high. Lin Bufang's goal is still to reach the Dawn Forest as quickly as possible, where in addition to goblins and various monsters, there is also a unit with extremely high health, the Minotaur. Deep within the Dawn Forest, there is also a shrine that allows for rapid leveling up. Thinking of the high health Minotaurs, Lin Bufang felt a surge of excitement. The thrill of stacking attack power. At this moment, he noticed 2 boxes quickly approaching him. Green boxes. They were definitely people, but whether they were human or not remained to be seen. Lin Bufang pretended not to see and continued forward, stacking attack power and experience points without delay. Soon he heard movement behind him. 2 figures crouched low, rushing towards him from the edge of the wire mesh. Lin Bufang turned around, and the 2 froze for a moment, surprised that their stealth had been penetrated. Since you saw us, we won't pretend any longer. Do you know who we are? The man in black pointed to his chest, where a delicate brooch depicted a snow-white blue wolf in a howling pose with a line of small text below: Wolf Slayer Guild. Hand over everything you have and take off that bitter tea, and we might spare your life. Lin Bufang smiled, though he had heard of the Wolf Slayer Guild. They operated honestly within the city, but outside they were notorious for their ruthlessness, robbing anyone they encountered and usually killing afterward. Or robbing first, and then killing. Lin Bufang swiftly drew his shotgun and fired a shot at the 2 at close range. Seeing the gun, the 2 laughed. Naive, do you think? One shot rang out and both of them were blown apart, their unfinished words silenced as they were already dead beyond revival. Above the corpses floated 2 bags. Lin Bufang approached and opened the bags, finding 2570 gold coins, over 300 pieces of charcoal, and some miscellaneous items. Lin Bufang collected everything. Gold coins received 2,570, current balance 54,725 gold coins. He earned over 500 gold coins from a single shot. Nothing beats slaying people. Lin Bufang bought a barrel of gasoline from the trading post. He initially planned to buy a lighter, but was surprised to find the lighter included with the gasoline purchase. He poured gasoline over the two mangled corpses and flicked the lighter to ignite the gasoline. Whoosh! All evidence was reduced to ashes in the flames. After 5 minutes, Lin Bufang finished the bullets in both shotguns, casually tossing them into a nearby ditch before buying another shotgun. His physical attack power had increased by nearly 300. He arrived at the edge of the ruins, facing the undulating mountains and towering trees lush with greenery. The entire forest exuded a hazy aura, as if protected by some strange power. At the boundary between the forest and the ruins lay yellow sand, one side green and the other black, as if a barrier separated two completely different worlds. Lin Bufang had researched that this place was once a ruin long ago, and due to the appearance of a temple, a strange power rejuvenated everything, allowing the forest to sprout and flourish within just a few days, remaining unchanged for centuries. Compared to the Goblin Rift, the gaps in this forest were wider, making movement more convenient, with fewer thorns and weeds. However, the visibility here was peculiar. As one approached the giant trees, the surroundings became exceedingly hazy, and beyond 10 meters only shadows could be seen. There was a sense of nearsightedness, but it felt different. Without the usual dizziness, instead, there was a refreshing magical sensation. Lin Bufang had barely walked a few steps before over 10 boxes appeared in his view. The closest box was visible to his eyes. Name: Green Goblin. Level LV12. Health 80000. Physical attack 850. Armor 30000. Magic resistance 50000. Skill: Skin Hardening. Description: a magical creature blessed by the Dawn Forest, possessing extraordinary defensive capabilities. This panel was indeed astonishing. Even the low-level monsters of the Dawn Forest were not something a single person could handle. An average party couldn't even scratch them. It was merely a massage at best. Like shooting a target that doesn't break defense, fighting such monsters felt akin to a massage, and the goblins would complain about insufficient force. Only the brave dared to fight monsters in the wild, as their equipment was no doubt formidable. Goblins had average speed, so there was no need to worry about their skills. Lin Bufang switched to a pistol and fired a shot. He expected the Green Goblin to withstand some damage, but to his surprise, with one shot, the high-level Green Goblin was instantly killed. Killed 1 Green Goblin. Experience points 350. Lin Bufang glanced at the experience points and felt somewhat dissatisfied. This amount of experience was indeed incomparable to that from the temple. Lin Bufang looked at the map. He was still over 30 kilometers away from the temple. It was 1030 a.m., and if he hurried, he could arrive by 2:30 p.m. Thus he held the machine gun and dashed toward the temple. Wherever he passed, he shot down goblins one by one. His attack power kept rising. Experience points kept increasing. Loot flew into Lin Bufang's backpack continuously. He also kept listing items for sale. He didn't need to worry about his sister's medical expenses for now. Lin Bufang felt much less pressure, and future costs weren't a concern either. With his attack power, it was not a problem at all. He directly sold all materials and equipment at the lowest price, focusing on not occupying space. As a result, his gold coins kept increasing. 5 minutes later, he finally encountered his first Minotaur. Name: Minotaur Beast. Level LV13. Health 20000. Physical attack 1000. Armor 100000. Magic resistance 15000. Skills: Blood Shield, Heavy Slash. Description: a magical creature blessed by the Dawn Forest, possessing extraordinary defensive power, even more indestructible under the forest's protection. Tat-a-tat. Lin Bufang pulled the trigger, firing at the 5-meter-tall Minotaur. A blood-red shield appeared before the Minotaur, absorbing some of the damage. After 10 consecutive shots, the Minotaur's health could no longer hold out, and its massive body collapsed with a loud thud. Permanent physical attack 210. Lin Bufang gained 20 points of physical attack from a single Minotaur. That was quite decent. Lin Bufang continued forward, shooting at the surrounding boxes along the way. A machine gun with a 1000-round magazine. Lin Bufang had switched out over 20 times. The number of goblins and minotaurs he had taken down was at least 500. He had only encountered one elite monster. Moreover, as he got closer to the Dawn Temple, the number of monsters was rapidly decreasing. When only 5 kilometers remained to the Dawn Temple, he had barely seen any monsters. Lin Bufang took a glance at his level. LV14. Lin Bufang felt that his leveling speed was terrifying. Meanwhile, other classmates were still rushing to LV5 in the Goblin Rift. Lin Bufang was already at LV14. Achieving this level was simply due to Lin Bufang killing all the monsters along the shortest route from Zhanghaishir to the Dawn Temple. During this time, Lin Bufang also generously changed into a complete set of level 10 blue equipment. This lightweight ensemble, consisting of 8 pieces, provided a comfortable speed bonus of 50 points. The trading house had basically sold off everything in scattered amounts. There was no significant time wasted in the selling process, all thanks to the capacity of the 64 large backpacks. Current gold balance, 257,088. This was still without having obtained any good equipment. As for the purple gear, despite the number of kills, only one piece dropped. Level 10 purple gear can drop in the wild, and isn't cheap, starting at 1000. However, after the college entrance examination period, it is treated similarly to level 1 purple gear, just a bit pricier. However, level 10 pink artifact equipment maintains its value well, though the drop rate is extremely low. The drop rate in the temple is high, and it is finally approaching. Lin Bufang glanced at his talent. Just 2 minutes ago, his talent finally reached 3 stars. Your Super God level talent, only attack no defense, has been upgraded to 3 stars. Super God level talent, only attack no defense, 3 stars, 3610 perspective distance, increased to 300 meters. No recoil effect continues to strengthen. Automatic reloading speed continues to increase. Silencing effect continues to enhance. Each kill permanently grants 3 pieces of the famous knife simi. Each shot permanently increases attack power by 3. Name Lin Bufang. Profession E-Class Gunner. Level LV14, 1260, 186, 0000. Health 118, 501, 2000. Mana 300,300. Physical attack 219652. Magic attack 220. Physical defense 3500. Magic defense 1580. Armor break 0. Magic break 0. Speed 860. Luck unknown. Free points 0. Talent Super God level, only attack no defense, 3 stars, 361000. Equipment Browning M1919A4 machine gun, M200 intervention sniper rifle lightweight ensemble etc. Skills Take My Billion Strike, 2 stars, next bullet counts as 3. Lin Bufang took one last look at the quantity of the famous knife simi. Quantity of the famous knife simi, 209,754 pieces. Unusable, simply too many. Lin Bufang headed directly towards the temple. The density of monsters in the wild here is not as high as in the rift, and with the prompts about his level, the experience gained from these low-level monsters was also declining. Therefore, to continue leveling up quickly, the temple is the only option. The temple is located in another ruin, not in the sandy wasteland outside Zhonghai City. Instead, it is situated within a forest, a ruin that stands out against the surrounding woods. It occupies a vast area, with the edge of the ruin still 5 to 6 kilometers away from the temple. As soon as Lin Bufang entered the ruin, he was greeted by a gentle spring breeze. Experience 1 notifications intermittently sounded above his head. It's true, as long as I stand within the temple's range, experience points can increase on their own. However, at this rate, leveling up would take ages. Lin Bufang continued to move forward. At this moment, he noticed 5 or 6 green boxes at the edge of his perspective, 300 meters away. In the center of the boxes, there was a huge blue box. An elite monster. Lin Bufang quickly approached the box. No matter who the opponent was, he was determined to take down this elite monster. Soon he was only 50 meters away from the blue box. An hour earlier, in a location within the members of the wolf-killing guild, numbering in the hundreds, surrounded 2 objects that were barely identifiable as 2 figures with only scattered bones remaining. Who dares to move against us? Kill. Hundreds of people marched in unison, pausing briefly at Lin Bufang's last position before rushing toward the morning forest. They moved with incredible speed. 30 meters. Lin Bufang tightened his grip on the shotgun and considered spending 800 gold to buy a blue shotgun at the trading house. He didn't dare to purchase a level 10 one, fearing it wouldn't sell. The gunner profession is still too underwhelming. Equipment is sparse, prices are high, and merchants deliberately control the market. This shotgun fires 6 bullets, meaning the reduction in attack power is minimal, with each bullet capable of delivering over 35,000 physical attack. 20 meters. At the 10-meter mark, Lin Bufang finally saw the so-called elite monster. To his surprise, this elite monster was actually humanoid. Moreover, the opponent seemed capable of speech. Wait, this seems to be a person. On the cracked concrete ground of the parking lot, time-induced fissures spread across the surface, with resilient weeds sprouting from within. At the center, a team of 5 was fully engaged in attacking one person. The individual wielded a green blade-long sword with steady steps, the white robe fluttering in the wind, and the tightly bound sleeves accentuating a neat appearance. With a swing of the sword, the edges of the garment danced like snow shadows, and even as the skirt swept the ground, it remained unsoiled. The moment he landed and drew the sword, the white robe clung to his body. The sharpness of his movements was refreshing, and the white shadows enveloped the sword, light striking and thrusting without delay, sending snowflakes swirling with the sword wind. This person was wrapped in a mask, and although they had long hair, their gender was indiscernible. Lin Bufang could not perceive the opponent's level, indicating that their level exceeded his by 10. Based on the destructive power displayed in battle, Lin Bufang deduced that the opponent's level was around 20. The 5 attackers were of similar levels. The white-clothed individual under siege seemed to have reached her limit, with a piercing wound in her left chest, blood staining her white clothes half red and half white, yet her attacks grew even fiercer, akin to a killing god. The 5 attackers, comprising warriors, priests, and damage dealers, were well prepared. Lin Bufang had no intention of intervening. It was a matter that did not concern him, and he felt no need to get involved. Just as he turned to leave, he was spotted by one of the attackers. "There's another expert. Kill the helper first. We can't let him spread the word about this." At that instant, a purple glowing feather arrow struck Lin Bufang's back of the head, moving with such speed that it afforded him no chance to react. The famous knife semi-activates, reducing by 1. Remaining quantity, 209,753. You have been poisoned, continuously receiving 2,300 poison damage. Very well. Without a second thought, Lin Bufang rolled to the side and fired his shotgun toward the group. Upon hearing the gunfire, they were momentarily stunned. Then the priest laughed heartily. "I thought it was an expert. Turns out it's just a broke gunner." However, the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. This was because he was hit by 2 bullets simultaneously. His health bar plummeted from 99 to 2 in an instant. Both of his legs were broken, causing him to kneel on the ground. "What the hell?" The priest quickly waved his staff to heal himself. In an instant, his health had already recovered to 20. Over there, the man in white reacted swiftly, weaving through the hail of arrows, seizing the moment when the other 4 were distracted, and with a single stroke of his sword decapitated the priest. One of the 5 is dead, and it's the crucial priest. The remaining 4 were horrified at the sight. Their ability to suppress the man in white relied heavily on this agile priest, who provided constant healing. Now that the priest is down, there remains a sharpshooter who utterly confounds them. Just moments ago, the warrior endured 3 shots, losing half of his health. Retreat. The warrior held the rear, while the others dashed away. Lin Bufang wouldn't give them a chance. He was merely passing by to take a look, yet they aimed to eliminate him directly. Now an arrow is still lodged in the back of his head, dealing 300 damage per second. Oh, soon enough, he lost a precious dagger, Death's Command, and is left with only 209752. They all must die. Bang. Lin Bufang chased after them, aiming at the target with a barrage of fire. Bang. Bang. In a flurry of 3 shots, the warrior at the rear was turned into a sieve, his health completely depleted, collapsing behind an abandoned car. Even in death, he couldn't fathom why, despite hiding behind the car, he couldn't evade even a fraction of the damage. Physical attack, permanently 3 deaths. Command quantity, permanently 3. Well, now the number of daggers has been restored. The man in white stared blankly at Lin Bufang, seemingly stunned. Looking at the poisoned arrow still embedded in Lin Bufang's head, he said, "Brother, why don't we retreat first? You look like you're about to die." His voice was somewhat neutral, yet it carried a melodious and enchanting tone. Lin Bufang ignored her, charging forward with the intent to hunt them down, firing at the target box. Bang! The 3 over there realized the warrior was dead and ran even faster. Their speed was indeed impressive. They had surrounded the man in white here because this area was open, almost devoid of obstacles. However, this flat terrain has now become their grave. Soon one support and another warrior were taken down by gunfire. The support was shot in the head, and his skull was nowhere to be found. The warrior still had a breath left. Lin Bufang stood beside him as he pleaded, "Big guy, please spare me. I haven't laid a finger on you." With a bang, a shot blasted the warrior's head into a shower of fireworks. The last person left was the archer. He ran over 100 meters, escaping the open area, hiding behind a wall, then another, and finally 2 dilapidated buildings, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Finally safe. But Lin Bufang immediately switched to the SeaTac M200 intervention sniper rifle, firing a shot at the upper part of the target box. At a distance of 100 meters, combined with Lin Bufang's speed and the sniper rifle's precision, it was nearly an unavoidable attack. The 27.15 gram. 408 SeaTac bullet ignored 3 walls and the steel concrete barriers, piercing through the archer's skull and exiting from his forehead. With a thunderous boom, the immense destructive power obliterated his brain tissue, splattering white and red across the walls. The archer, who had tightly gripped his bow, slowly released his hold. Only then did Lin Bufang come to a halt, feeling much better. These 5 did not want him to expose what he knew about them. However, Lin Bufang was equally intent on keeping their secrets. When he turned around, he noticed the man in white looking at him with a hint of fear. She hesitated, not having run away, knowing she couldn't escape. "Brother, I think I can forget everything I saw about you today and never speak of it. So could you spare my life?" "Hold on, no talking, someone is coming." As Lin Bufang prepared to finish off the 5, he noticed over 100 people rushing towards his previous location. Their intentions were certainly not friendly. By the time Lin Bufang dispatched the archer, the enemy was already closing in. Without hesitation, Lin Bufang climbed onto the hood of a truck, setting up the Browning M1919A4 machine gun. He pulled the trigger at the densely packed targets 50 meters away. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets swept across like cutting wheat, yet the dozen or so in front somehow withstood the onslaught. One body piled upon another, they persisted, advancing to within 20 meters. 14 out of 15 warriors were taken down by Lin Bufang, yet the remaining ones did not flee. Instead, they charged even faster. At 20 meters, Lin Bufang could clearly see the enemy's appearance. Amidst the sand and wind, each of the black-clad figures bore the insignia of the Wolf Slayer Guild on their chests. With such attacking power, they must have good equipment. "Brothers, kill! Kill!" Upon closer inspection, they realized there were only 2 people on Lin Bufang's side. Only Lin Bufang was outputting damage. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the hail of gunfire, a series of teammates fell into pools of blood, without even a chance to mitigate the damage. Only then did they realize that such firepower was generated by a single individual. Given the situation, even if they managed to take down Lin Bufang, not many of their 100 would remain. But the leading captain was already bloodthirsty. Control him, keep him restrained. At the back of the line, someone raised a staff, gathering energy, and soon a frost greatsword rapidly formed, shooting towards Lin Bufang from midair. Lin Bufang's heart raced. If he got controlled and pinned to the ground, wouldn't he lose hundreds of his precious? He hurriedly tried to change positions, but it was too late. At that moment, the girl in white flashed in front of Lin Bufang, forcefully blocking the frost greatsword. Her body froze, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bufang ducked behind the truck with the machine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire. With an attack power of 17000, as the last damage-absorbing warrior fell, the remaining enemies became Lin Bufang's living targets. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Wolf Slayer Guild's captain, with his right hand holding a translucent shield, struggled step by step through the hail of bullets until he reached the front of the truck. The final bullet pierced through his skull. Staring at the truck within arm's reach, disbelief filled his eyes. In Shanghai City, how could there be such a presence? Finally, all enemies were dispatched. Lin Bufang put away the machine gun, excitedly starting to search pockets, and the ground was littered with bags. Lin Bufang felt his way forward one by one. The control over the girl in white was lifted, and she followed behind Lin Bufang. "Brother, you're so strong. Brother, your level doesn't add up. Brother, I can help you search too. Brother, why aren't you talking?" 15 minutes later, Lin Bufang had searched the farthest archer's pockets and set all the bodies ablaze with gasoline, sitting beside the roaring campfire, before finally looking at the girl in white. She appeared to be in a different kind of happiness, gazing at Lin Bufang's gas mask, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. "I knew it all along. Even if you wanted to kill me, I couldn't escape. I just helped you block the damage. Aren't you touched?" Lin Bufang glanced at her. The mask obscured her face, but her gaze, sparkling, seemed to hide a profound melancholy. Thus Lin Bufang's eyes fell upon her chest. As the girl crouched down, she revealed a hint of her figure. Her waist was slender, and compared to Ming Mai's exaggerated proportions, the girl before him appeared more normal, yet still astonishingly ample. Moreover, she exuded a sense of power and curve. The girl seemed to see through Lin Bufang's gaze. She pointed to the large bruise on her chest. "Don't worry, I'm fine, I'll recover soon." Lin Bufang chuckled softly. "It seems we're not on the same page." The girl's brows furrowed together as if she suddenly realized something. Her eyes filled with astonishment. "Wait, buddy, there's an arrow sticking out of your head, and you're still looking at the bear. So how do I look?" Lin Bufang sensed something was off. This girl seemed overly cheerful, making him feel a bit embarrassed. The girl helped Lin Bufang remove the poisoned arrow and eliminate the toxin. Then she leaned in closer to Lin Bufang, gently removing her mask to reveal a face seemingly devoid of any flaws. "So, buddy, am I beautiful?" Lin Bufang: "No, I just don't really know how to answer your question. I feel a bit too shy in front of you." "Oh, I understand. You prefer someone more reserved." The girl put her mask back on and shyly sat a little distance from Lin Bufang, resting her chin on her hand, quietly watching him. Lin Bufang felt his face grow warm under her gaze. Then he heard a loud goose-like laugh. "Ha ha. Are you shy?" "I'm not." "Then why don't you dare look at me? You should have things to attend to. You can really leave now." "Why should I leave?" "Lin Bufang, why should you leave?" "No, why is this question even coming up?" I still have the college entrance exam to take. I'm only level 14, and I'm in a hurry. This time it was the girl who was confused. Wait, buddy, do you mean to say you're only 18 and still a college entrance examinee? What do you mean by only being level 14? It's only noon on the first day. Alright, geniuses are always different from others. I've seen many. The girl stood with her hands behind her back, appearing unbothered, looking quite convincing. So how old are you? 18. Then you should hurry up and take the college entrance exam. While the entrance exam is indeed the only opportunity for ordinary people to change their futures, but it isn't for me. Lin Bufang was deeply shocked by this. The light blue frame around her and her every move hinted at her extraordinary identity. Although her strange behavior dulled this somewhat, Lin Bufang could tell she was no ordinary person. That noble aura was natural. She didn't need the college entrance exam at all. She was born at the finish line where 99 of people are just starting. She took a jade hairpin from her tightly bound hair, her long hair, cascading down like a waterfall. Here, buddy, thank you for saving me. Consider this a gift of gratitude. Lin Bufang accepted the hairpin generously. A panel popped up before him. Ice's hairpin special artifact, immune to all damage when receiving lethal damage, lasting for 3 days, but during this time one cannot attack or release skills. A one-time item. Lin Bufang was a bit surprised. However, he had no interest in this item. His own invincibility effect was not only better, but also had no restrictions. Seeing the disdain in Lin Bufang's eyes, the girl became a bit anxious. If you can't use it, you can sell it. Although it's a relic of my mother, it doesn't matter. It's worth a fortune. If you don't want to take the entrance exam, this item can ensure you'll never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Lin Bufang's expression became serious as he carefully placed it into his backpack, cupping his hands towards the girl. All right, young lady, let's part ways here. After saying that, Lin Bufang turned and left decisively. Watching him disappear into the misty forest, the girl hesitated for a while and then followed, walking alongside Lin Bufang. Wait, buddy, I don't even know your name, and don't you want to know mine? It doesn't hold any significance. You are among the upper class of this world. Perhaps I might become one of you someday, but I believe that the reason people strive is not to become upper class, but to create a world where there are no upper classes at all. Lin Bufang's words left the girl feeling emo. Her eyes turned incomparably lost, and that sorrow seemed to devour all meaning in reality like darkness. Lin Bufang wore a faint smile. I am Lin Bufang. I am Shanhaier. See you at Qingyan University. It's a promise. After bidding farewell to Shanhaier, the two headed in opposite directions. From a distance, Lin Bufang saw the towering building, which was quite peculiar, resembling a withered tree so thick that 100 people couldn't form a complete circle around it. It looked like a castle or a fortress made from a dead giant tree. Historically, castles were not built for the beautiful lives imagined by the masses, but to fend off external enemies. Several windows were opened high up in the tree, faint purple lights flickering inside. On the outside, numerous vines climbed to the top of the giant tree, with many vines dangling down from its branches. From afar, this already dead giant tree seemed to be bursting back to life. While sorting through his recent gains, Lin Bufang moved closer to the Morning Dawn Sanctuary. Over 100 members of the Wolf-Killing Guild, including the 5 who surrounded Shanhaier, were quite poor, to be honest. They had come out to hunt, and naturally wouldn't carry much money. To avoid dropping coins upon death, they also chose to store their gold in other accounts. Thus the gold dropped was not much, just over 26000. There were other good items too. For instance, several level 20 purple gear, 1 level 10 pink gear, and a ton of ordinary carbon and rare materials. Lin Bufang sold everything directly, making over 500 in profit. Current gold balance, 927586. Lin Bufang found it hard to suppress a smile. His sister's surgery was divided into 3 phases. The first phase was core, costing 500, which had already been paid. The second phase was for postoperative repairs, reconstruction, and dealing with complications, costing about 300, while the third phase was for recovery, which depended on individual constitution, but generally wouldn't exceed 0. Lin Bufang calculated directly that it would be 800, which was more than enough. The money earned afterward would be his own to spend as he pleased. Lin Bufang opened a new account, transferring the gold from his current account into it. Balance 90000, remaining 27586 gold. This account was set up specifically for his sister. Finally, Lin Bufang stood at the entrance of the Morning Dawn Sanctuary. It was quite lively here. There were no wild monsters around, making it relatively safe. In fact, the Morning Dawn Sanctuary had a dedicated shuttle bus in Zhonghai City, departing every morning at 6 a.m. and returning at 6 p.m. with only one trip. This was because the journey was still relatively dangerous and they couldn't run too many trips. In fact, the shuttle was intended to provide convenience for ordinary people and lower-level professionals, and it charged no fees. Why? At the entrance of the temple, there were many vendors selling fruits, snacks, and fast food. Previously, when there were no shuttle buses, they had to risk coming to the temple entrance on their own. The journey was fraught with danger. It also provided some employment opportunities for ordinary people in Jianghai City. Professionals generally do not take the shuttle bus as it takes a detour and avoids wild monsters along the way. Moreover, it was rather embarrassing. Thus, the entrance of the Dawn Temple was quite lively with a 200-meter radius around the giant tree, bustling with vendors, even more animated than in the city. There were many people here, various professionals and individuals in different attire. The stall closest to Lin Bufang was selling scallion pancakes, where a row of golden flaky pancakes sat neatly, and the aroma wafting from them made Lin Bufang feel a bit hungry. In the trading zone, one could generally only purchase items related to professionals. Hot meals were not available for sale. Boss, how much for a scallion pancake? 45 each, 100 for two. 45 for a scallion pancake. Lin Bufang felt it was somewhat surreal. Of course, the scene before him was also quite surreal, with the vines of the Dawn Temple emitting a soft glow cascading over the many stalls, creating a dreamy beauty that harmonized with the human touch. Given such scenery and danger, selling for 50 seems more reasonable than at a tourist spot. However, the price here is quite off. Why 45 each and 100 for two? The vendor selling scallion pancakes chuckled. I'm running low on dough. Oh, I have a few regular customers who haven't arrived yet, so I need to save some for them. Alright, I'll take one. With the warm scallion pancake in hand, Lin Bufang took a bite while it was still hot. The outer layer was slightly crispy, while the inside was soft with layers of flour, creating a fragrant crunch from the high temperature and oil. It was mixed with a sweet and savory sauce along with pickled radish that the boss had marinated personally, with Sichuan pepper, dried chili, ginger, and garlic. The pickled radish was stir-fried after marinating, the salty flavor perfectly balancing the greasiness of the pancake, enriching its taste. After one bite, he craved another. Lin Bufang felt somewhat unsatisfied even after finishing it. One must admit that even in the dangerous environment of the Dawn Temple, the vendors did not cheat their customers, who one might say that due to the higher prices they were even more attentive. Delicious. Lin Bufang continued on, purchasing 100 yuan worth of gluten, a 35 yuan cup of hot soy milk, and a 120 yuan serving of stinky tofu, with only 8 pieces. He had barely eaten enough to fill a third of his stomach. Reluctantly, he bought a 200 yuan serving of squid rolls, finally feeling somewhat satisfied. That was enough. If he ate more, he would feel painful regret. He still had battles to fight, and eating too much wasn't good either. Within a 50-meter radius of the Dawn Temple, all stalls were precisely lined up, not daring to step over the line. The stalls closest to the Dawn Temple mostly sold materials and collected equipment, and they also offered some gear and potions for sale. These were all highly profitable industries, and the stall fees were set higher. Indeed, at the temple entrance there was also a dedicated guild responsible for maintaining order and protecting these ordinary people. The officials did not participate, primarily considering that if they were involved, no one could be injured or killed, as it would tarnish the image of Jianghai City, and the mortality rate around the Dawn Temple was still quite high. The 50-meter area around the Dawn Temple was a zone for professionals to freely move and team up. There are so many people. Lin Bufang squeezed through the crowd, finally seeing a prompt before him. You have entered the range of the Dawn Temple and may enter at any time. Someone explained to him, the next 3 days are the final preparations for the college entrance examination, so over 100 guards from Jianghai City have been dispatched to the entrance of the Dawn Temple. These 3 days are absolutely safe. Thus, there are many people here. If the dangers around the temple were eliminated, even more professionals would be willing to challenge the temple. After all, no one wants to lose valuable items only to have them snatched away by others. Next to Lin Bufang stood a guard who appeared to command respect without needing to express anger. From the reactions of those around, it was evident that this guard was at least a team leader. The others behaved obediently. When he spoke, none daring to meet his gaze. Tang Ping, the highest authority responsible for security at the entrance of the Dawn Temple during this college entrance examination. His strength was unfathomable. He was low-key and not well known to the public, but among professionals he was quite renowned. Tang Ping noticed Lin Bufang with a somewhat peculiar look. You're not in school at such a young age. Level 14, impressive. You look. I thought you were only 17 or 18, quite handsome. I see this is your first time here. Come, let me introduce you. The Dawn Temple requires a minimum level of 10 and a maximum of 20, but it is divided into several difficulties. Normal level, difficult level, nightmare level, hell level. The higher the difficulty, the better the guaranteed rewards, the higher the drop rates, and the greater the experience points. The Dawn Temple is considered a relatively special temple said to produce a LV-10 artifact ring known as the God of War ring. Despite its low level, many level 50 and even level 60 experts covet it. This is because the God of War ring possesses a rare attribute for physical professions. It is said that this ring is worth over 100 million gold coins. Even small monsters have a chance to drop it. Lin Bufang wasn't sure what the specific attributes were, only that he had heard of it. It was like asking him what the winning number of the last lottery ticket was. How would I know the number? I only know the amount. After all, I wouldn't win anyway. I wouldn't even buy it. Once you enter the Dawn Temple, you must wait 24 hours before you can enter again. Unless you can make it onto the leaderboard. Lin Bufang listened attentively. He understood some aspects of the Dawn Temple, but there were many more details to learn from others. Having someone teach him for free was indeed a wonderful opportunity. Following Tang Ping's pointing finger, Lin Bufang saw the leaderboard above the temple gate, which displayed the names of the top 3 players. By sensing with his mental power, he could view the complete list. The leaderboard is ranked based on overall evaluation regardless of difficulty. Of course, the higher the difficulty, the greater the multiplier for the evaluation score. Mistakes in the process will also deduct points. If you make it into the top 100, the cooldown time for the Dawn Temple will be reduced to 12 hours. If you make it into the top 1000, it will be 8 hours. If you reach 3rd place, that will be 6 hours. 2nd place will be 3 hours. 1st place will be 1 hour. Hearing about the 1-hour cooldown, Lin Bufang's eyes lit up suddenly. The wild monsters had a maximum level of LV-15. To fight level 15 monsters, one would need to venture deep into the Dawn Forest, which not only wasted time, but also decreased the experience points gained from these small monsters as his level increased. If he could reduce the cooldown of the temple to 1 hour, leveling up to 18 would be almost guaranteed. He might even go further. Level 19. The reason Xingyun University set the admission line for A-level professions at level 18 was to deter those A-level professions. Good resources should not be wasted on ordinary people. Of course, historically, there was someone who had once reached level 18 within a level profession. The rules set by Xingyun University had no objections. Look, someone has accomplished it. It's not that I'm preventing you. However, that person was a top-tier player who appeared once every few hundred years, relying solely on skill, plus a bit of family financial support, to reach level 18 within a level profession. Lin Bufang thought of this. Ignoring the other names on the leaderboard, he directly focused on the 1st place. The rankings show that the 1st place is held by Gao Xing's team of 4 difficult level lasting 1 hour and 15 minutes. The 2nd place is Su Lan's team of 4, also at difficult level lasting the same time. The 3rd place is Xiao Yangya's team, again 4 members with a duration of 1 hour and 16 minutes. The leaderboard primarily consists of teams at the difficult level, indicating that it is exceedingly rare to achieve scores at the nightmare level due to its high difficulty, resulting in almost no challengers. As for the Hell level, Tang Ping stated that there is no level 19 in Hell mode, and only with a full set of rare equipment and a team with top-tier awareness and skills is it remotely possible to clear it. Each difficulty allows a maximum of 4 players to team up. As far as I know, the number of teams that have cleared the Hell level can be counted on one hand. At this top-tier difficulty, the attributes of the small monsters are formidable, and the boss comes with its own mechanisms, making it as challenging as climbing to the heavens. We do not know how to clear the Hell level either. Such mechanisms were developed by numerous top-tier geniuses, and they are unlikely to disclose them easily to maintain their rankings. For me, it's not embarrassing to say that I couldn't even pass the 1st level. The most crucial point is that the death rate and exit rate at the Hell level are too high. Even if you defeat the boss, if luck is not on your side and it enters its 2nd form, that would be disastrous. You either die or choose to exit, which comes with penalties. Currently, there are no records of anyone defeating the Hell level boss in its 2nd phase. Lin Bufang nodded, saying, I understand. The Hell level has high drop rates, ample experience, and offers significant scores. So what else would one choose if not the Hell level? Thus, Lin Bufang chose the Hell level and directly entered the sanctuary. Over there, Tang Ping continued to explain, so you can challenge the normal level. Make sure to pay attention. If your teammates are not reliable, the chances of failing at the normal level are also quite high. He turned around and noticed Lin Bufang had disappeared. Sigh, the youth are so impatient. Why go solo to tackle the normal level? A little adversity can be beneficial. After all, you can quit the normal level at any time. He casually glanced at the challenge list, his eyes widening in shock. Morning Dawn Sanctuary, number of challengers, normal level 6, 58 people, difficult level 124 people, nightmare level 4 people, Hell level 1 person. Wow, he really dares to do it. How long did he spend on level 14? What a pity, such a pity. Nearby, a guard approached and said, Old Gao, I only see you explaining the basic rules. You haven't mentioned a word about the hell level rules. Gao Xing thought for a moment and realized he hadn't been clear enough. Sai, apart from the hell level, you can exit from any difficulty at any time. For the hell level, if you are forced to exit, all experience points will be deducted and your level will reset to low. Moreover, defeating the boss at the hell level may unlock the boss second form, which at the very least doubles all attributes, and of course the drop rates will also become significantly higher. The reason I didn't mention this earlier is that what if he hears about the high drop rate for the second form and rashly decides to enter the hell level? I never expected that he would choose the hell level without knowing the rewards. There is a record of a person clearing the hell level solo, but that was without encountering the boss second phase, and they must have obtained the skill Dispel Magic. However, that skill is possessed by less than 10 people in the entire Zhanghai city, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire. Level 14, resetting to level 1 is a minor issue, but if he insists on trying his luck against those monsters afraid to lose his level, he would likely be taken down by a single normal attack. I hope he can abandon his level and survive. Morning Dawn Sanctuary Hell level. Lin Bufang was already standing inside the large tree. There was no light around, but the air was filled with a hazy whiteness, allowing him to see the internal scenery clearly. It appeared to be the first level with a staircase in the distance leading up to the second level, which could only be accessed after defeating the monsters on the first level. Morning Dawn Sanctuary consists of 3 levels in total. Lin Bufang knew that the first levels of the normal and difficult modes had 5 small monsters, while the second level contained elite monsters in addition to the small ones, and the third level featured only a single boss. However, he was unsure what changes the hell level might have. After all, very few have cleared the first level of hell mode. A countdown appeared above Lin Bufang's head, indicating the time remaining for the first level monsters to appear. In the center of the white tiled floor, a figure gradually materialized. It was an ordinary-looking goblin wielding a wolf-toothed club with pointed ears, green skin, and small eyes gleaming with ferocity. Just one. Before Lin Bufang could even check the panel, the goblin raised its wolf-toothed club and roared, its size beginning to increase. In no time it had grown to a height of 5 meters, its entire surface covered in a faint white glow. Lin Bufang raised his pistol and fired a shot. A number he did not expect appeared above the goblin's head. 100. Check the panel. Name Goblin Hell level LV 15 health 1 physical attack 5 armor 1 magic resistance 0 skills grow harden bestow me strength bestow me protection bestow me damage immunity 30 description a standard goblin from the Hell level Dawn Sanctuary, towering, tough, and immensely powerful. Lin Bufang was unsure whether to feel happy or relieved. He had over 2 in protection from his renowned sword, meaning he was invincible. Each hit dealt 100 points of damage, which meant he could stack 3 points of physical attack through the goblin. With this in mind, Lin Bufang maneuvered while unleashing a barrage with his machine gun. In fact, he could also use a shotgun. Currently, Lin Bufang had found the best shotgun capable of firing around 15 pellets per shot. The Browning M1919A4 machine gun, with a firing rate of approximately 100 rounds per minute, could shoot about 16 rounds per second. With Lin Bufang continuously enhancing his attack speed, this rate was about to reach another level. Its efficiency was still higher than that of the shotgun. Shotguns often miss some pellets while machine guns rarely do. The goblin also did not evade damage, so using the machine gun ensured a 100 hit rate, maximizing efficiency. Bang bang bang. Physical attack permanent, 333 physical attack permanent, 349 physical attack permanent, 387. Roar. The goblin also retaliated, and the confined space left Lin Bufang little room to dodge. Moreover, since he had not invested in health or defense, he was quite fragile. A mere touch could lead to death, even a scrape could be fatal. However, it was fine. Lin Bufang had his renowned Sword of Destiny. Yet up until now he had not used a single one. This was the significance of his speed enhancements. Only when absolutely necessary would he resort to using the renowned Sword of Destiny. He thought to himself, if one day he faced a formidable enemy without needing to use even one renowned Sword of Destiny, then he would truly have graduated. That would signify true strength. Therefore, Lin Bufang's battle with the goblin was exceedingly perilous. He was practically dancing on the edge of a knife. Of course, there were occasional mistakes. Just like now, with nowhere to evade, he was struck by the goblin's club and sent crashing against the wall, unable to move. His health bar was instantly depleted. With a beep, the renowned Sword of Destiny was triggered. Renowned Sword of Destiny 1, current 210870. The goblin initially believed it had slain Lin Bufang in an instant, only to find Lin Bufang continuing to run and shoot at it, as if nothing had happened. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. With such excellent equipment, why was Lin Bufang still targeting it? Then it heard the second sound of ding. The third. The fourth. The goblin's face was filled with confusion. What the hell, is there a cheat? After 25 minutes, the goblin's health had nearly bottomed out, leaving only a few hundred hit points. In fact, according to Lin Bufang's shooting speed, he could have taken down the goblin in 10 minutes, but unfortunately the Holy Temple Goblin had a self-healing mechanism. Thus Lin Bufang effectively dealt damage equivalent to 2.5 health bars. He dared not delay, as the record time for clearing was 1 hour and 15 minutes. Although it was on the hard difficulty level, Lin Bufang thought that if he played at the king level and managed to keep the time under an hour, he could theoretically secure first place. After all, he was playing solo. Bang bang bang. The last few bullets dealt damage exceeding 130 points, nearing 140 points. This was because Lin Bufang had stacked nearly 7,500 points of physical attack through this one goblin. The total damage had increased by more than 1/3. Physical attack 285070. Therefore, the actual damage dealt to the goblin was significantly enhanced. Finally, the goblin's health bar was emptied. It let out a muffled wail and collapsed into a pool of blood, its body riddled with holes. If water were poured into its mouth, it would become a showerhead. Goblin killed. Hell, level 1, experience points 600,000. Level LV 14 601260186000. What the hell? Lin Bufang was deeply shocked. One goblin had directly awarded him 600 experience points. In contrast, he would need to kill over 2,000 Taurens in the Dawn Forest, let alone whether there were that many Taurens for him to kill. Even if there were, the time required would definitely exceed 25 minutes. Moreover, this was still the first layer of the Dawn Temple. There were still 2 layers above. Crash. The goblin's corpse exploded into a mass of flesh, and at the same time hundreds of carbon items burst forth from its body along with 3 pieces of equipment. One of them was glowing purple. A LV-10 purple item was quite popular, especially during the college entrance examination period. It became even more sought after. It could sell for at least 1,000 gold coins. All the dropped items flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. His backpack was actually already cleared out. Aside from the Golden Fire God Gatling and the Isis hairpin, everything else had been sold. He took a glance at the number of carbon items. 5,000, not one more, not one less. This was the guaranteed drop from the goblin. 5,000 gold coins. Combined with the purple and blue items, a single goblin had brought Lin Bufang over 15,000 gold coins. Awesome. Lin Bufang headed towards the stairs, stepping on the glass-like steps and sprinting to the second floor. The decor on the second floor was similar to that of the first, but it felt more like a study, with walls piled high with various books that could be seen but not touched. They were enchanted with some kind of magical taboo. Touching them would result in harm. As the countdown ended, a wizard wearing a magical hat suddenly appeared at the center of the table and chairs. She looked quite old, with a long nose and small eyes that harbored a sense of resentment. Name: Witch. Hell level. Level LV 15. Health 2 million. Magic attack 5,000. Armor 5,000. Magic resistance 5,000. Damage reduction 30. Skills: Dispel Magic, Arcane, Barrier Magic, Armor, Rejuvenation, Life Drain. Description: the Hell level, which is in her complete form with skills that have no consumption, significantly reduced cooldowns, and greatly enhanced effects. Lin Bufang instantly analyzed the witch's stats. Her defense is very low, but her health is very high. Her attack is also not high. So where does her true power lie? The moment she appeared, it was already proven. 2 defensive skills manifested on her body. One was an exaggerated black armor, and the other was a light blue barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Bufang opened fire. The bullets passed through the blue barrier without hindrance, but were completely blocked by the black armor. It only dealt 1 damage to the witch. Lin Bufang continued to fire, shooting a total of 100 rounds. The black armor on the witch automatically shattered, and subsequent bullets inflicted normal damage. 199,549, 200,075, 201,558. Such damage was hardly a concern for the witch's 2 million health. Before her death, the witch cast a skill. This skill seemed to turn Lin Bufang into an old man, while transforming the witch into a young and enchanting beauty, greatly enhancing her attributes, while reducing Lin Bufang's attributes in all aspects. This effect is a deadly blow for archers, significantly reducing attack speed. However, firearms have a built-in basic firing speed, and automated weapons also have a locked firing speed with a minimum threshold. Pew pew pew. The witch's health bar quickly emptied, her black cloak rustling as she transformed from a physical form into black smoke dissipating into the air. Kill the witch. Hell level experience points 80000. Level LV 14 1401260186000. In the first layer, Lin Bufang took 25 minutes. In the second layer, Lin Bufang took less than 3 seconds. Theoretically, the second layer should be stronger than the first, Lin Bufang thought. This is because the experience points provided by the witch are higher. The reason is simple: Lin Bufang's output was too high and the witch didn't even have time to release her damage skills before being instantly killed. Therefore, the witch's damage must be very high. This means that for a normal team, the only way to clear the second layer is to eliminate the witch as quickly as possible by any means necessary. Otherwise, the witch will launch an attack, and in severe cases, she could instantly kill frontline or even backline units. This raises another issue. Output must prepare 2 sets of equipment, one focused on defense and the other focused on damage, otherwise it will be difficult to survive in such extreme environments. But for Lin Bufang, his attack power was too extraordinary. Clink clink. The witch dropped 5. In addition, there were 3 blue items and 1 purple item. The drop rate was indeed good. The purple item seemed to be guaranteed to drop. Just as Lin Bufang was about to head to the third layer, the witch's hat disappeared and a dazzling golden light burst forth from the spot. A golden skill book flew into his backpack. A skill has dropped. Lin Bufang was overjoyed. This item has a lower drop rate than the pink items, yet now the skill book appeared before any pink item. Opening his backpack, he clicked on the skill book for details. Dispel Magic Universal Learning Level 10, consumes 100 mana, has a chance to dispel 1 magical buff on the target. The probability decreases for higher level targets, and for lower level targets there is a high chance to remove all buffs, and upgrading the skill level will increase the probability. Lin Bufang studied it. This skill was undoubtedly a divine skill. At least for him, it was a divine skill. The witch's magic armor and arcane barrier could be directly dispelled with this skill. Of course, the witch's magic armor seems to block a certain number of physical damage instances, approximately 100 times. This is the effect shown so far. If Lin Bufang casts Dispel Magic on her, there is a chance that her magic armor will fail, allowing him to kill her faster. Most importantly, there was that extraordinary goblin in the first layer. It had at least 3 defense damage reduction buffs. If he could dispel those buffs, he would also have a chance to eliminate the goblin. This will save a lot of time in future runs. Moreover, this skill significantly increases the probability against lower-level targets and can directly dispel all magical buffs on the target. Currently, the goblin is level 15 and Lin Bufang is level 14. The probability becomes normal at level 15 and will greatly increase at level 16. Lin Bufang immediately clicked to learn. Learning Dispel Magic 1-star success. This is a top-tier divine skill. Lin Bufang rated this skill very highly and felt incredibly lucky. He ran forward, charging into the third layer. The third layer had already reached the top of a giant tree with many windows open, just as seen from the outside. The interior decorations were simple, with a completely covered red carpet on the floor, metal walls, and wooden frames, and at the center was a semi-floating golden magic circle. Lin Bufang had just raised his handgun, preparing to test its damage, when a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Congratulations, your performance in the first 2 levels has been praised by Awaken Duo, and you will receive a simulation opportunity. The simulation challenge lasts for 1 hour, and you can choose to give up without penalty. All items, magical power, and equipment durability consumed during the simulation challenge will be returned at the end of the battle. Would you like to proceed with the simulation challenge? Lin Bufang glanced at the time. Only 27 minutes had passed. This simulation challenge allows for midway withdrawal. Considering the hellish difficulty, Lin Bufang felt completely unprepared for the boss. If he truly failed the challenge, Lin Bufang would be forced to exit the dungeon, and his level would drop from 14 to 1, which he could not accept. The simulation battle had not consumed any resources. He could also practice his skills, which was good. I choose the simulation battle. The simulation battle began. A golden magic circle rotated to the designated position, and a girl dressed in a white gown and wearing a red magic hat slowly appeared. In her hand, she held a staff encrusted with rubies, radiating an otherworldly beauty. Yet beneath her unparalleled beauty lies the danger of hellish proportions. Name: Boss Awaken Duo. Hell level. Level LV 16. Health 20 million. Magic attack 10000. Armor 10000. Magic resistance 10000. Damage reduction 50. Skills: Summon Light, Guardian, highest priority. Description: Hell level Awaken Duo has completely different skills from other difficulties. 5 skills are replaced with new ones. Perhaps the hidden mechanics of the Hell level lie within these skills. The stats are terrifying. 20 million health is quite high, but not insurmountable. To be honest, this stat panel is even inferior to that of the witch on the second floor and pales in comparison to the goblin on the first floor. However, the one skill it possesses made Lin Bufang's pupils constrict. This skill has the highest priority, which means that no skills can be cast before Awaken Duo summons the Light Guardian, including Dispel Magic. Awaken Duo's mini-staff spun 3 times at her fingertips, and a simple magic circle formed at the end of her staff. A guardian larger than Awaken Duo by a meter was summoned 3 meters away. It held a gigantic shield in one hand, and a heavy greatsword in the other, clad in armor that seemed forged from gold. The heavy helmet had no visible seams, revealing only a pair of determined golden eyes. Lin Bufang opened its stats panel. Name: Summon Light Guardian. Level LV 15. Health 50 million. Physical attack 100000. Magic attack 100000. Armor 200000. Magic resistance 200000. Skills: Light Shield, Barrier, Radiant, / Holy Light, Domain, Aura, Dawn, Holy Blade, Holy Sun, Body, Passive Light Contract. Description: a summon of Hell level Awaken Duo balanced in attack and defense, equipped with a buff aura. It seems to share a mysterious connection with Awaken Duo. Since this is a simulation battle, Lin Bufang went all out, directly unleashing a barrage from his machine gun at the boss. However, the bullets from the machine gun struck the boss without inflicting any damage. 000 Lin Bufang studied the situation and found that it seemed to be due to a skill on the Light Guardian. Magic 100. Lin Bufang cast a Dispel Magic aimed at the summon. His magic power was only 300 points, meaning he could only cast the Dispel Magic 3 times. The Light Guardian only had 1 buff aura, so as long as he could succeed once, he could break the boss's invincibility. Famous Sword Fate 1. Famous Sword Fate 1. Famous Sword Fate 1. While Lin Bufang charged up the boss Awaken Duo, and the summon launched a combined assault on him, unleashing various skills. Dispel failed. Magic points 100. Dispel successful. Centered on the Light Guardian, the enormous aura that could cover the entire 3rd floor finally vanished. Not knowing the cooldown time of this skill, Lin Bufang dared not hesitate and immediately dealt damage to the boss. Awaken Duo's defense was not particularly high, it was just her health that was substantial. Bullets from the machine gun rained down upon Awaken Duo, puncturing her magnificent gown with 174,584, 161,248, 181,045. Lin Bufang's damage per second had already exceeded 2 million, while the boss's health was only 20 million, making it impossible for her to withstand such an onslaught. However, the Light Guardian was not to be underestimated. It raised its shield, firmly protecting Awaken Duo behind it. With the shield raised, the damage dealt by Lin Bufang was reduced by 90, and all the damage was redirected to the Light Guardian. This method of blocking damage is undoubtedly a nightmare for ranged units. But it was not a nightmare for Lin Bufang. Ranged units are called so because they have weak defenses. Lin Bufang's defense was weak, as well, even weaker. But that was because he didn't need defense. He faced the boss directly, pressing the machine gun against her head to unleash damage. The famous Sword Fate fell at a slow speed, as it had a 1-second invincibility effect. Only after 1 second would the next famous Sword Fate be triggered. If the boss played dirty, Lin Bufang would play dirty too. The attacks from Awaken Duo and the Light Guardian were completely ineffective against Lin Bufang. Invincible: how does it work? As the boss's health dropped to 10, the aura from the Light Guardian, he released the aura once more, turning all damage to 0. Lin Bufang cast Dispel Magic again. This time it succeeded on the first attempt. If it hadn't succeeded, Lin Bufang would have no choice but to use it. He couldn't waste time recovering magic power. Lin Bufang thought to himself that he would need to find a way to acquire a passive skill that increases magic power limits, or wear gear that boosts magic power. Some might ask, why not allocate free points to magic power? Lin Bufang expressed his apologies. He had obsessive-compulsive tendencies and could not waste any free points, allocating them all to speed, rendering any external help useless. Once the aura disappeared, the boss's health began to plummet. Just as the boss's health dropped to 1, Lin Bufang suddenly noticed Awaken Duo displaying a strange smile. Even the Light Guardian's eyes held a hint of mockery. Lin Bufang thought, I don't care about your tricks. He swiftly switched to a shotgun and aimed it at the boss's head, pulling the trigger. With a bang, Awaken Duo's head exploded, collapsing in a pool of blood. Lin Bufang took a few steps back, his sixth sense telling him that what lay ahead was the real mechanism. Indeed, in his view, a more dazzling golden magic circle appeared beneath the Light Guardian's feet, and its size increased from 2 meters to 5 meters. Meanwhile, the already defeated boss Awaken Duo shook her head. Her injuries instantly healed, and her health restored to 100, standing up once more. Lin Bufang frowned. Does this mean we have to fight a second time? He raised his shotgun and fired a shot. This time the damage left him utterly astonished. 8 pellets hit the boss. Damage 0. 7 pellets hit the Light Guardian. Damage 0. He also noticed that both the boss and the Light Guardian had the words Invincible displayed above their health bars. Invincible. No duration. That means permanent. Damn it. Lin Bufang decisively chose to abandon the simulation. Awaken duo and the summoned creature vanished simultaneously, and the third floor returned to its previous tranquility with the vines outside swaying gently, as if the recent battle had never occurred. All the health, mana, and bullets Lin Bufang had consumed were fully restored. At that moment he silently retreated to the staircase, his mind racing as he meticulously analyzed every detail. Hell level, indeed hell. The Morning Light Sanctuary did not disappoint its name. Below level 20, those who can clear hell level are truly geniuses among geniuses. It's terrifying. To be honest, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't matter if Lin Bufang forced a withdrawal now. If you choose to force a withdrawal, your level will drop from level 14 to level 1 with 0 experience points. It doesn't matter if he falls to level 1. After all, he managed to level up in half a day before, so he could do it again. However, Lin Bufang absolutely would not allow his efforts to go to waste. So as long as I defeat Awaken duo, her summoned creature, the Guardian of Light, will enter an invincible state, and at the same time Awaken duo will revive and also be in an invincible state. So should I ignore Awaken duo and directly eliminate the summoned creature? Lin Bufang thought carefully. Things were definitely not that simple. He must ensure that every detail was perfect, leaving no regrets. Even if he failed, he would have no regrets. I understand. To defeat Awaken duo, I must precisely manage my health and find that singular opportunity from the most extreme output. Lin Bufang intended to open the trading hall to buy a top-tier firearm with penetration. But unfortunately the trading hall could not be accessed within the sanctuary. Fortunately, the personal repair function was still usable. It's alright, it just means I need to push the limits a bit more. Lin Bufang checked his inventory and found an extra bracelet that added 100 points of mana. He decided to forego the 50 speed from his lightweight gear. With this, he now had one opportunity to dispel magic. He re-entered the third layer. At the very moment the countdown began, he swiftly ran to the center of the golden magic circle. However, he took one step too many. In this position, at the instant the boss descended, he would find himself standing directly behind the boss. The moment Awaken duo appeared, she immediately spun her magic wand and summoned the Guardian of Light. Lin Bufang aimed at the position indicated by the magic circle and stood behind the Guardian of Light. At the instant the Guardian appeared, Lin Bufang set a timer for 33 seconds. Then he pressed the trigger. Dense damage values burst forth above the Guardian's head. 8548, 84,524, 86,755. After 1 second, the Guardian's health had decreased by 3. Meanwhile, the Guardian of Light immediately unleashed a holy light domain, within which it and Awaken duo were immune to any damage. Mana 100 dispelling, failed mana 100 dispelling, failed mana 100 dispelling, failed mana 100 dispelling, failed Lin Bufang. All 4 attempts failed. Lin Bufang was utterly speechless. If it were any other profession, this would surely be a disaster. However, Lin Bufang had the famed sword Si Ming. Ding, ding, ding. Lin Bufang stood there being surrounded and attacked by the boss and the Guardian of Light. There was no choice. He was out of mana. This world was not a conventional game. The trading market might have health and mana potions, but it was unlikely to find them. At least Lin Bufang had never seen or heard of such things. To regain health and mana, one could only rely on a slow recovery, which was generally slow. Lin Bufang was anxious, but he knew that he could not inflict any damage on the 2 monsters at this time. After more than 40 minutes, Lin Bufang's mana finally returned to full. He set the timer to 33 seconds once again. Moreover, this time, he found himself in luck. At the moment his mana was full, the holy light domain of the Guardian was on cooldown. This meant he could cast a dispel spell once more. Without hesitation, Lin Bufang pulled the trigger at the Guardian of Light. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet dealt over 800 damage. At the 11th second, the Guardian of Light's health dropped to 1/3. Its holy light domain was also restored, and it immediately unleashed its aura. Lin Bufang also cast a dispel spell on it. Dispelling successful. Lin Bufang had no time to marvel at his luck and immediately pulled the trigger to continue dealing damage to the Guardian of Light. The Guardian of Light also had a shield skill. This skill could block damage from the front. Therefore, every time it raised its shield, Lin Bufang would immediately run behind it. Of course, during this time, he did not forget to deal damage. He focused his output on the boss Awaken duo, attempting to lower its health as much as possible. At the 22nd second, the Guardian of Light unleashed its aura once more. Dispelling successful, the second dispel was successful again. Lin Bufang felt this time it would definitely succeed. He continued dealing damage to the Guardian of Light, lowering Awaken's health during the gaps between its skills. At the 33rd second, the Guardian of Light's health was down to only 1, which was actually less than 0.5. The timer rang on cue. At this moment, Awaken still had 1/3 of her health remaining. Just then, the Guardian of Light unleashed the Holy Light domain once again. Lin Bufang's palms were sweaty. This was the moment of truth. With only 200 mana points left, if all failed, everything would have to start over. In fact, if the Guardian of Light's aura hadn't entered cooldown after the first cast, Lin Bufang would have needed to ensure that 3 out of 4 dispel spells succeeded. The probability seemed akin to playing a game of Russian roulette where one bullet determined life and death. Yet Lin Bufang still had one chance for error. Mana 100 dispelling failed. The first attempt failed. Lin Bufang immediately used the second attempt. Mana 100 dispelling successful. Lin Bufang suddenly fell into a state of absolute calm. Suddenly, he smiled, pointing the trigger at the boss Awaken, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Awaken instantly evaporated within 3 seconds, her health reduced to 0, collapsing into a pool of blood. Meanwhile, the Guardian of Light, with less than 1 health remaining, had a dazzling golden magic circle with a hint of red appearing beneath its feet. Lin Bufang turned the gun towards the Guardian of Light. Die for me. Damage values appeared above the Guardian's head. 8755486435896676. At the moment it had only the slightest bit of health left. The Guardian of Light suddenly raised its shield, attempting to block the incoming damage. Lin Bufang glanced at the time. There was no time left. The Guardian of Light was about to ascend. After this it would fall into an invincible state. Under this extreme pressure, a faint haze filled his eyes, and the gun techniques he had painstakingly practiced crumbled loudly, giving rise to a new understanding from his soul. I understand now. This is the way of the gun. Lin Bufang lightly tapped the trigger, and the trajectory of the bullet became the only path in the world. The bullet pierced directly through the Guardian of Light's shield. Although it was significantly weakened, it still retained nearly 50 of its damage. Moreover, the bullet ignored most of the Guardian of Light's defenses, striking at its most vulnerable point, those golden eyes. 134,876. Kill Guardian of Light. Contract interrupted. You have successfully killed Hell-level boss Awaken. Experience 1. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 15 free points, 160 level LV 15541064. Indeed. Lin Bufang finally confirmed the mechanism for killing Awaken. Mechanism rule: whether killing Awaken or the Guardian of Light, if one dies the other will enter an invincible state, and the dead one will directly resurrect, remaining invincible throughout, making them impossible to deal with. The solution is that after killing one you must kill the other monster within 1 second, or even less. How to achieve this? First, before deciding to kill Awaken and her summoned creature, lower their health to the point where you can kill them instantly. Then kill them both at the same time. Of course this seems simple. Don't forget the Guardian of Light has that damned Holy Light field. The cooldown of the Holy Light field is approximately 11 seconds. Therefore ample time must be reserved. Lin Bufang had high enough output, so his margin for error was slightly larger. Directly within 4 seconds, simultaneously killing Awaken and the Guardian of Light, with a margin of error exceeding 7 seconds. Looking at his 0 mana points, Lin Bufang couldn't help but smile wryly. After going out, no matter how much it costs, he must buy a full set of mana equipment. This time he was indeed lucky. Of the 4 dispel spells, 3 succeeded. If it weren't for the Guardian of Light's Holy Light field cooling down, all 4 would have succeeded. Difficult, too difficult. Lin Bufang rubbed his hands excitedly. Since it was so hard, what was the reward? First, there was 1 million experience points, instantly leveling him up. Secondly, the boss's body was still disintegrating. After 3 seconds, Awaken transformed into countless golden light points and vanished. A series of dense sounds of carbon dropping to the ground followed. Then, without blue, 2 purple lights flashed. The purple light had not yet ended. Then another pink light appeared. After that there was no further movement. All dropped items flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. He took a glance and found 10000 carbon. Combined with the previous 2 layers of 500 each, that makes 200, which is 200 gold coins. He had dropped a total of 3 pieces of purple equipment, totaling 5000. LV-10 Thunder MG6 Turning Machine Gun Artifact Gunner Profession Fire Rate of 300 rounds per minute Light Attribute Attack 120 Hitting the target has a 5 chance to produce a lightning effect dealing light, attribute magical damage to up to 10 targets, no cooldown, attack power 258, 369, a durability 600600. Lin Bufang's first impression was surprise. Upon a second glance, he found the lightning effect to be mediocre as it lacked damage compared to his normal attacks. Glamorous, but impractical, it could be a top-tier artifact for other gunners, but it fell slightly short for Lin Bufang. Yet it still had advantages. Its rotation speed was 3 times that of Lin Bufang's main weapon, the Browning M1919A4 machine gun, with higher base attack and durability. However, there was another issue. The repair cost for this item was also higher. This is why rare equipment is so expensive. A blue gear retains its value and green and white gear also has a market. Rare and artifact levels are thresholds. Repairing durability at the artifact level cost skyrockets. Lin Bufang tossed it into his backpack, planning to keep it as a backup. Then he hurried out to sell the 3 pieces of rare equipment. After all, the price changes every hour, and the closer it gets to the official high exam, the cheaper it becomes. After clicking to exit the Dawn Sanctuary, a prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, you are the first professional player in history to solo clear the Hell level Dawn Sanctuary. Reward 50 free points, permanent 1 permanent trading post slot, free points, increased current 220 points, trading post slots, increased current slots 11, a pleasant surprise. Lin Bufang's upgrade still had 160 free points. Along with this 50 points, he originally wanted to reserve some for mana. But after thinking it over, he decided to stick to his plan. Speed 1070. Exceeding 100 points, Lin Bufang felt a significant difference. His index finger moved, already capable of vibrating at high frequency, like a vibrating rod, and his speed surpassed that of automated weapons. Mana can be obtained through other means. Even if he added just 1 point to speed, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Every point increase represented an overall enhancement for him: fire rate, hand speed, reaction speed, movement speed, release speed. Even his understanding of the gunner profession and firearms. Just moments ago, in the critical showdown with the Guardian of Light, Lin Bufang seemed to have entered a certain profound realm, directly breaking through the Guardian's layers of defenses, delivering an output that was previously impossible. Lin Bufang thought about it. This was not only due to his own efforts, but also related to his high speed. What is the end of the gunner profession? Lin Bufang did not know. No profession, no gunner would focus all attributes solely on speed. This was no longer extreme, but rather insane. He only knew that he seemed to be racing down a path that no one had ever taken before, with no one ahead. Exiting the Dawn Sanctuary, a prompt appeared before Lin Bufang. Completion time 1 hour 08 minutes. Lin Bufang's mood was exceptionally excited, mixed with a bit of tension. Although his completion time was nearly 7 minutes faster than the first place, he had also taken quite a bit of damage. In the first layer, the Ming Dao Si Ming dropped several hundred. In the third layer, at least 2000 dropped. Remaining quantity of Ming Dao Si Ming 207852, indeed over 2400 dropped. Such injuries caused by pure mistakes would deduct some performance points. However, since Lin Bufang was playing at the Hell level, both the base score and completion score would be significantly increased. His current psychological expectation is to be in the top 3. As long as he achieves a top 3 finish, reaching level 18 is almost guaranteed. In 3 or 6 hours, he can challenge the Morning Dawn Sanctuary for the second time. With better preparation this time, he believes he can complete it even faster. Turning back, he looked at the top of the door of the Morning Dawn Sanctuary. The leaderboard caught his eye. The position of the first place had surprisingly changed to another person. Who else could it be but Lin Bufang? First place, Lin Bufang, Hell level 1 hour 08 minutes. Second place, Gao Sheng's team, hard level 1 hour 15 minutes. Third place, Su Lan's team, hard level 1 hour 15 minutes. Lin Bufang glanced at the dungeon cooldown, and indeed the cooldown had changed from 24 hours to 59 minutes and 56 seconds. Awesome. Lin Bufang walked towards the crowd. Not far away, the overall safety supervisor of the Morning Dawn Sanctuary, Tang Ping, inadvertently glanced at Lin Bufang's back. Then with a furrowed brow, he muttered, "Hey, that person looks a bit like that young fellow just now." A captain beside him laughed. It could really be him. It's quite normal to drop from Hell level and come out of the Morning Dawn Sanctuary. At this moment, a sudden wave of exclamations erupted at the entrance of the Morning Dawn Sanctuary. It was because someone noticed that the ranking at the entrance had changed. The record for first place is incredibly astonishing. What the hell? The first place has changed. It really has changed. Hell level. It's a Hell level completion, and it's first place. Everyone who could come to the Morning Dawn Sanctuary is a player below level 20, and some players even choose to lock their level at LV19 to repeatedly challenge this dungeon. This is all for the sake of chasing a dream. Pursuing the elusive, unlinearly god of war ring. If one drops, it's a chance to flip one's fortunes and instantly step into the ranks of the super wealthy. Thus, the bustling atmosphere around the Morning Dawn Sanctuary is largely attributed to the god of war ring. Because of this, the rankings at the Morning Dawn Sanctuary hold significant value. The top 3 second and third places almost change every year. However, first place has remained unchanged for 5 years. This is evident from the leaderboard. In fact, the previous first and second places both completed at the hard level with the same completion time of 1 hour and 25 minutes. Same completion time, same difficulty, same number of people. So where lies the difference? Technique, coordination, skills, operations. What truly makes the first place terrifying is not the completion time. In fact, there are a few that completed faster than the first place on the leaderboard. What makes the first place truly frightening is team collaboration and the ability to achieve a higher score through precise operations, compressing the completion time to the utmost. Every detail is calculated, executing the most extreme operations, which is the true value of the previous first place. However, now the title has changed hands. Moreover, the new contender did not complete at the hard level. Instead, it was at hell level. Between these two, there was also a nightmare level. Tang Ping and the others, hearing the commotion, were filled with immense curiosity and surprise. To be honest, many who simulated on computers couldn't achieve Gaosheng's score. In reality, everyone knows that surpassing Gaosheng at the hard level is virtually impossible. He has maximized every scoring opportunity. Even if Gaosheng himself played again, he couldn't surpass his own score. Therefore, many have attempted to take an alternative route over the past 5 years, starting from nightmare level. However, due to the high difficulty of nightmare level, if one becomes too obsessed with the score, the completion time will drastically increase. Thus, this is a ranking that is practically impossible to surpass. Gaosheng himself has disclosed that their team made no mistakes throughout, which is how they achieved such an astonishing result. Let's go see who is so extraordinary. Tang Ping and 7 or 8 guards approached the leaderboard. Upon a mere glance, Gaosheng's eyes nearly popped out. Hell level completion. It only took 1 hour and 8 minutes. How is this possible? Isn't the fastest completion record supposed to be 8 hours? Tang Ping's voice carried immense shock. At this moment, one of the guards beside him spoke with great confusion. Wait a minute, Tang, this record is incorrect. Why doesn't it show how many people participated? Is there a bug? He completed it solo. Tang Ping's tone was calm, but there was a slight tremor in his voice. Once this was said, the surrounding players seemed as if struck by lightning, experiencing a tremendous shock, both physiologically and psychologically. Solo. Hell level. 1 hour. Isn't this treating the boss as if it were nothing? I originally thought it was a team of 4 with exceptional. I didn't expect it to be a one-man show. This person not only possesses top-notch awareness and operation, but also an incredible individual strength that is astonishing. What this is called is overwhelming. He completely crushed the previous first place underfoot. This record will likely remain unbroken for the next decade. But who exactly is this Lin Bufang? We still don't know what the mechanics of hell level are. I wonder if he can share them with us. Tang Ping and the others exchanged glances. Tang Ping then realized that it was not an illusion. That person was indeed Lin Bufang. Let's go meet him. Lin Bufang, on the other hand, felt hungry again. On one hand, it was due to extreme exertion. On the other, it seemed that entering that state consumed a massive amount of energy. This consumption seemed to bring about a clear change. He vaguely felt that his thinking was more open, his blood circulated faster, and all parts of his body were more coordinated. However, he now felt a burning hunger in his stomach. Yet he is picky. No matter how hungry he gets, he doesn't want to eat plain carbohydrates. He sat at a barbecue restaurant first, simply eating a few skewers of grilled vegetables to cushion his stomach, and drank some free water to settle his stomach. Then he opened the trading post and listed all the carbon and equipment. The prices were set low, aiming for quick sales. Consequently, the gold coins arrived swiftly. You listed carbon 20,000 and sold 8,000. Automatically credited 80,000 gold coins, current balance 82888. You listed glimmer silver ring and sold 1. Automatically credited 95,800 gold coins, current balance 178688. You listed carbon 12,000 and sold 12,000. Automatically credited 120,000 gold coins, current balance 298688. Due to Lin Bufang's low pricing and the price dropping every 3 seconds. Thus, in less than a minute, all the equipment was sold out. Current balance 502,786 gold coins. A balance of 500 made eating vegetables even more enjoyable for Lin Bufang. At that moment, a few people appeared in front of his stall. The person was none other than Tang Ping, who had just introduced some rules of the Morning Dawn Sanctuary to Lin Bufang. "Boss, put that brother's meal over there on my tab." Then they sat beside Lin Bufang. Upon hearing that someone was paying for him, Lin Bufang immediately ordered 100 skewers of squid, 100 skewers of lamb, 100 skewers of beef. "Lin Bufang, we would like to ask you a question." The surrounding diners, including the owner, changed their expressions slightly. "Who is Tang Ping?" "He is the highest authority responsible for security at the Chasing Dawn Sacred Hall during this college entrance examination. At the same time, he is one of the top powerhouses in Shanghai City, having killed countless behemoths. Moreover, the class monster that invaded Shanghai City 6 months ago, which caused the death of 175 people, was slain by Tang Ping's team. He may not be the strongest in Shanghai City, but he is undoubtedly a towering figure in the hearts of all practitioners. With him around, the sense of security is indescribable." However, now Tang Ping was actually asking a youth of only level 15 a question. "Wait a moment, this is all trivial. Let me finish eating first before we talk." Everyone was even more astonished. This youth actually dared to ignore Tang Ping's question. "All right, take your time eating, we are not in a hurry." Everyone's mouths dropped open, feeling as if they were dreaming. Lin Bufang just left Tang Ping hanging while he devoured the food. The owner of the barbecue stall's expression changed from shock to a smile, from a smile to a wide grin, from a wide grin to roaring laughter, simply because the bill in his hands was continuously accumulating. 500 yuan, 5,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan, 18758 yuan. The price for Lin Bufang's meal. He didn't eat anything that would fill him up. He only had meat and delicious food. He only ordered 100 skewers of beef and did not order any more afterward. Because this stuff is too filling, eating it feels a bit of a loss. In the end, Lin Bufang stopped after eating until he was 7 inches full. He noticed a hint of bitterness on Tang Ping's face. Clearly the price of this meal exceeded his expectations. He was also very surprised. How could someone eat so much? Youth is indeed good, eating so much without any change in the stomach. Tang Ping sighed. Lin Bufang commented that it was quite strange. At first the food disappeared into his stomach instantly, seemingly decomposed into energy that flowed into his body, warm and comforting. Only afterward did the food start to digest slowly. "Go ahead and ask. Hell level, what is the mechanism?" "You can choose not to answer. We respect your opinion. After all, the first place ranking should be very important to you." Lin Bufang gulped down a 3.5-liter bottle of mineral water and casually placed a piece of paper in front of Tang Ping, which detailed the rules, skills, and mechanisms of each monster on the 3rd floor of the Chasing Dawn Sacred Hall. "A small issue. First place is important to me, but it has nothing to do with the mechanism." Tang Ping was taken aback, then greatly changed his impression of Lin Bufang. First, he didn't ask for money. He directly wrote down the mechanism for him, and in return, he just had a free meal. Second, he was too bold. Too bold. The mechanism was given directly to you. You can tell whoever you want. First place is right there for you to take. Seeking to surpass. Taking the paper, Tang Ping examined it carefully. His expression kept changing. "I see, that's why we must dispel magic to defeat the goblins on the 2nd. I know the source of dispel magic. The witch is one of them. However, the drop rate for this thing is very low." "Does that mean the drop rate for hell level will increase?" "This boss is too overpowered. If we can't reduce the bosses and the Guardian of Light's health within a short time, it's simply impossible to defeat it. This requires all 4 people to have dispel magic from the start. This mechanism is indeed real." Tang Ping confirmed. He had previously learned some details about hell level and had even personally ventured in once. "Lin Bufang, which guild are you in now?" "I think you might as well directly join the Shanghai City defense team. 2 gold coins a month. As long as you don't make a big mistake, you can stay in this position for a lifetime." Lin Bufang rejected it. If he really joined the city defense, he would at least be a total leader. It would be meaningless to just muddle through for a position. Seeing Lin Bufang's firm refusal, Tang Ping didn't know what else to say. He left him a business card saying he could call if he encountered any issues. Then Tang Ping returned to his post and quickly organized a guide for the hell level of the Chasing Dawn Sacred Hall, which was directly hung at the entrance of the instance dungeon for all practitioners who came here to reference. At the top of the title, Tang Ping left Lin Bufang's name. The following guide was compiled by Lin Bufang for everyone's reference. In no time, Lin Bufang's name was remembered by all the surrounding practitioners, and they were all guessing who he really was. Beside Tang Ping, a guard had seen Lin Bufang once at the People's Square during a professional potential assessment, but now he was no longer sure. "Old Tang, I think I saw Lin Bufang before." "Oh, where?" "Yesterday at the People's Square. He is one of this year's examinees." "Don't joke. This year's examinees are still leveling up in the Goblin Fisher. It will probably be tomorrow morning before anyone reaches level 10. and this Lin Bufang is already level 15. Maybe I saw it wrong. An hour later, Lin Bufang glanced at the time 4:30. At this time, the instant's cooldown had already ended. He was not prepared to waste time. The sooner he cleared it, the sooner he could refresh it again. During this hour, he bought a set of mana equipment for gunner profession. One reason why the gunner profession is not recommended is also that the equipment is incomplete and extremely expensive. Those who dare to play this profession are all big spenders. Merchants naturally would not miss the opportunity to raise prices. Fortunately, there were also sellers at the entrance of the instance, and the prices were slightly cheaper than the trading hall. Lin Bufang pooled resources and finally managed to gather a full set of blue gunner mana gear. In total, it cost him over 2,000. If he weren't in a hurry, he could have gotten it for less than 1,000. However, Lin Bufang was very anxious. He considered the extra 1,000 as a way to buy time. Lin Bufang had ample opportunities to earn far more than 1,000 gold coins. This set of mana gear provided a total of 500 mana points, but of course there was no speed bonus. 500 points means 5 opportunities for dispel magic, which for an attacker like Lin Bufang nearly maximizes the margin for error. Entering the hell level once again, he did so in front of Tang Ping and the surrounding practitioners. Their expressions were still very exaggerated. Tang Ping originally thought that Lin Bufang was a scion of some family or a hidden expert fully prepared just to push for the leaderboard. But you are already in first place. Why risk your life fighting in the hell level? He wouldn't be unaware that his level resets upon exiting, would he? I just told him about it, and also mentioned the second phase of the boss. His performance surprised me greatly. It seems he previously did not know about this matter, nor did he know about dispel magic. Damn. So reckless is he acting? It doesn't seem like acting. Chasing Dawn Sacred Hall Hell level, first layer. Seeing the goblins again, Lin Bufang felt a sense of familiarity. Mana 100, he swiftly cast a dispel magic on the goblin's face. Dispelling success. When he shot again, the damage became 1,000. About a tenfold increase. He did not use the Thunder MG6 rotary machine gun, but instead continued with his trusty Browning M1919A4 machine gun. After 5 seconds, the goblin fell. Kill goblin, hell level experience, 6,000. 5,000 carbon fell into his backpack. And then nothing else, just exploded carbon, nothing more. Lin Bufang followed the stairs to the second floor, where the witch appeared quickly and died just as fast. Before she could even steady herself, Lin Bufang took her down with a burst of fire. Kill witch, hell level experience, 8,000. Another 5,000 carbon in hand. This time a piece of blue equipment dropped. There were no rare equipment, nor any pink ones. But to Lin Bufang's surprise, he actually dropped a skill. Moreover, this skill did not appear in the witch's skill description. Source of Magic 1-star universal specialty can be learned at LV15. Increases maximum magic value by 100 points, proficiency 0-100. After glancing at the skill, Lin Bufang understood that this was a very basic skill, one that any monster capable of magic could possibly drop. Such skills are rather special and cannot be bought with money, because money can only be used to learn skills related to one's profession. These universal skills can only be obtained through personal effort. Of course, Lin Bufang immediately clicked to learn, as this was exactly the magic value he was lacking. Learning successful. Maximum magic value 100. Returning to the third floor, Lin Bufang felt a different mood. Last time he gambled on his dispel magic, succeeding every time and almost failed. This time he returned with 500, 330,100 magic points. The moment Orundo summoned the Guardian of Light, Lin Bufang cast a dispel magic on it. Dispelling success. He quickly drew out the Thunder MG6 rotary machine gun to test its power. The barrel slowly revolved, bringing with it an attack speed more than 3 times that of the M1919. Continuously triggering lightning strikes. Blue flashes of lightning struck down upon Orundo and the Guardian of Light, but of course did not cause any damage, because both of them were of the light attribute and their resistance to light was exceedingly high. However, in Lin Bufang's hands, the most terrifying aspect of the MG6 rotary machine gun was not its special effects, but its base firing rate. 3 times the firing rate means 3 times the damage. What used to take 30 seconds to whittle down health now only takes 15 seconds. This means that Lin Bufang only needs to successfully cast Dispel Magic a second time to take down the boss. 10 seconds later, the Guardian of Light had 5 health remaining, and it released the Holy Light Domain, immune to all damage. Lin Bufang simultaneously cast Dispel Magic. Dispelling failed. Dispelling failed. Dispelling success. Lin Bufang was already at level 15, and the success rate of Dispel Magic was also calculated according to the same level, hence the success rate had significantly improved. He continued to whittle down health this time, he controlled it more steadily. Not only did he bring the Guardian of Light's health down to below 0.5, but he also managed to lower Arundo's health to 5. Then he took down Arundo with a burst of gunfire. Immediately turning the gun towards the Guardian of Light, he pulled the trigger. Burst fire. This time was different from before. Lin Bufang had learned his lesson and had preemptively lowered the health a bit more. Before the Guardian of Light could raise its shield, its health bar was already empty. Successfully killed Guardian of Light. Kill BOSS Arundo Hell level success. Experience 1000000. Level LV 152941260000. Indeed, the experience from the Dawn Temple does not diminish with level increases. This is fixed experience. Lin Bufang quietly watched as Arundo's body shattered, countless golden light points slowly disappearing. Clattering 10000 carbon dropped. With a crisp sound, a pink light burst forth and a small ring fell to the ground. Not finished yet, another golden light flashed. A skill book dropped to the ground. All the loot flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. At this moment, Lin Bufang finally couldn't help but smile. In fact, it didn't matter if nothing dropped. He came here just to level up. There is a minimum guarantee of 200 gold coins. Any extra drops are just unexpected bonuses. Moreover, this time, he dropped 2 skill books. 1 artifact equipment. LV10 Guardian Ring Artifact Universal Profession Charm 1. Health 100 physical and magical defense 100 physical and magical damage 50 damage reduction 10 durability 500500. A top tier item. Lin Bufang could only give that answer. This equipment is a legitimate artifact providing various bonuses and even has a 10 damage reduction, making it a perfect blend of offense and defense. He could either use it himself or sell it. Of course, he definitely wouldn't use it himself, as such good equipment should be saved for his adorable classmates who are leveling up. Upon exiting the temple, he immediately listed the ring at 4999991 gold coin, lower than the market price. Then the carbon was still listed normally priced at 10 gold coins, though most sold at 11 gold coins, with the 10 gold coins selling quickly. Thus Lin Bufang also listed it at 11 gold coins, intending to sell more as he still had 4800 on hand and wasn't in a hurry to sell. Leaving the temple, Lin Bufang headed towards the nearest in a makeshift room assembled from several trucks, complete with water, electricity, air conditioning, and a large bed. The price was 300 gold coins for a night, not exactly cheap, but not excessively outrageous either. Lin Bufang paid 100 gold coins for accommodation until before the college entrance examination. Sold Guardian Ring, received 499999 gold coins. Balance 1047157 gold coins. Lin Bufang set an alarm and prepared to take an afternoon nap, planning to return to grind in the temple after an hour. He quietly lay on the comfortable bed to rest. Outside, chaos had erupted, all because there had been changes in the temple leaderboard. The leaderboard had not changed, but the time Lin Bufang took to clear it had changed drastically, from 1 hour and 8 minutes to 59 seconds. I just saw the first place Lin Bufang challenged the hell level again. Will he fail this time? Wait 59 seconds to clear the hell level. What the heck? Did he cheat? Nonsense, this is a temple, not a computer game. Then how do you explain it? There must be mechanisms we don't know about. Or Lin Bufang really has that kind of strength. Both possibilities are terrifying. Okay. Tang Ping and others heard the commotion and gathered at the temple entrance, and upon seeing it, Tang Ping was left in shock. Is he level 15? Yes. To be honest, if the Morning Dawn Sanctuary had no level restrictions with such speed, he could even reach level 30. We have indeed underestimated his strength. Thinking back to Lin Bufang's refusal to join the Jiang Haishi City Defense Army, Tang Ping seemed to understand. He really has that confidence. With such strength, he can easily farm the sanctuary and money flows in effortlessly. Why be bound by those rules? Tang Ping realized that Lin Bufang might even be wealthier than him. The gear he wears must be of the best quality. Even at level 10, he could have epic gear drop from hell level bosses' second form. If he can farm that quickly, he likely possesses several pieces of epic gear. Well, now it makes sense. Lin Bufang's background must be extraordinary. Tang Ping and the others basically confirmed Lin Bufang's identity, speculating he was a disciple of some top figure in the Daxia and deliberately stuck at level 15 to cultivate a certain secret technique. On Lin Bufang's side, he was completely unaware, having slept for an hour. When the alarm rang, it was time to start work. Meanwhile, a third of the carbon listed in the trading house had already sold. Not bad. Entering the hell level Morning Dawn Sanctuary again, Lin Bufang seemed quite familiar, effortlessly dispatching foes. This time he completed it in just 58 seconds, breaking his own record for the second time. His attack power had also increased somewhat, but since it was a speedrun, he hadn't stacked it much. This time, neither the goblins nor the witches dropped anything. The boss dropped only one piece of purple gear. This is probably the true drop rate for hell level. The materials guaranteed 20000. The drop rate for purple gear is high, but not overly so. After defeating the BOSS, Lin Bufang's level increased once again. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 16. Free points 230. Level LV 16 11412607500000. The free points are once again added to loyalty speed. Speed 1300. Exiting the sanctuary, Lin Bufang continued to list another piece of purple gear along with carbon. Current balance 117,554 gold. Watching the gold steadily increase, Lin Bufang found it hard to calm down and rest. Who understands this exhausting yet exhilarating feeling? I need to go find something to do in the wild, see if I can find a boss. Without hesitation, Lin Bufang dashed towards the east. His perspective range had already reached 300 meters. Just 50 meters outside the Morning Dawn Sanctuary, a dense cluster of boxes suddenly appeared before him. The number was initially estimated to exceed 200. All were green boxes indicating a gathering of humans. He moved closer and found even more boxes. The number of people surpassed 500. In the very center there was a massive blood-red box. A wild boss. Wild bosses have exceptionally high health, theoretically even higher than hell-level boss. Such bosses are typically cleared by the Jianghaishi City Defense Army to avoid impacting city defense safety. It usually takes hundreds of people to take down one boss. Otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance. Lin Bufang felt a surge of excitement. Upon closer inspection, he grew even more thrilled. The 500 or so people weren't anyone else but members of the wolf-killing guild. However, reality quickly poured cold water over his enthusiasm. As he approached the boss, he only saw dozens of purple beams, a few pink beams, and even several golden beams, skill books all dropping flying into one person's hands. That person appeared to be in his 40s, holding a bow, making it impossible to discern his level. Lin Bufang also overheard some discussions. Alright, the boss has been taken down, now we should get down to business. We have already investigated, the one who killed our captain is a gunner. Let's infiltrate near the Morning Dawn Sanctuary, and as soon as we confirm he's the gunner we want, let a single one escape. Kill him. Don't worry, he won't escape. He has our guild's mark on him. Unless the guild leader dies, we can track him down to the ends of the earth. At that time, anyone related to him will have to die. Hearing such discussions, Lin Bufang's gaze turned cold. No wonder they could find his location. He silently raised his Thunder MG6 rotary machine gun. Although the repair cost of this weapon was high, facing these experts and high-level players, he couldn't afford to save any bullets. After all, as long as he wins, the bullets will be on them. How to avoid control? Lin Bufang didn't know, he only knew he wouldn't die. He had actually studied this problem long ago. He found a perfect answer. Control is control. He took out a reliable floor-cleaning robot from his backpack. To others, this item was merely a household cleaner, occasionally not very smart. However, if adjusted properly, it would be greatly useful for Lin Bufang. He dug a pit on the spot and placed the robot in it, making it level with the ground. He covered it with some dry leaves. He had to ensure that he completed his strategic goal, killing the opponents, before they noticed the cleaning robot. He stepped forward, standing above the cleaning robot, adjusting its mode and accurately timing its movement. Then he switched the nearby repair to automatic mode. In this mode, unless Lin Bufang actively stopped the repairs, it would immediately repair itself whenever the weapon's durability dropped by 1 point. Then he suddenly raised the Thunder MG6 rotary machine gun, aimed at the nearest box, and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The boxes before him vanished in an instant. The next box also disappeared in a flash. In just a few seconds, the machine gun's bullets mowed down a large number of members from the wolf-killing guild. The deaths of these members were extremely tragic. Some were cut in half, others had their heads blown off, and some lost arms that flew up to the treetops dripping blood. Most terrifying was the full-screen lightning strikes. While individual damage was low, the trigger frequency was too high. The lightning also took down quite a few members of the wolf-killing guild. Damn it, someone is ambushing. Brothers, charge at him, take him down. Kill him. A dense mass of members from the wolf-killing guild charged towards Lin Bufang. In the woods, visibility was limited. They could only see someone attacking in that direction, but had no idea who it was. By the time they were within 50 meters, Lin Bufang had already taken down over 300 members of the wolf-killing guild. The leader of the wolf-killing guild, Li Feiyong, was furious, his eyes almost popping out. His fingers crackled from clenching tightly. The wolf-killing guild had never suffered such a huge loss. This time, they had mobilized everyone mainly to take down a boss. Over 100 members previously taken down by Lin Bufang were part of a large squad from their guild, which had planned to regroup with the other 5 squads, but unexpectedly were annihilated by Lin Bufang. Previously, 2 individuals had robbed Lin Bufang, one of whom was the son of Li Feiyang. This was how the mark was used to locate Lin Bufang. Now Li Feiyang discovered that the mark was right before him. I didn't come to find you, yet you dared to kill me first. Good, let's settle both new and old scores together. Upon reaching 50 meters, the ranged units from the wolf-killing guild began their counterattack, with various skills like meteor strikes and fireworks flying towards Lin Bufang's direction, freezing flames, wind blades, lightning, all exploding around Lin Bufang. However, the machine gun's bullets never ceased, which meant Lin Bufang was completely unharmed. Control him. What the hell are you doing? Get him under control. Big brother, we have him under control, but it seems we can't control him at all. Li Feiyang looked around, noticing that the bullets were increasing, feeling as though he was surrounded by them. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned. He saw a person covered in rags and blood, holding a rotating machine gun in one hand, while the other hand was suspended in the air, clutching a roll of tape. Moreover, his right hand was tightly bound with tape, and the trigger. It was utterly impossible to tear it off. A fierce individual. This was Li Feiyang's first impression. This was undoubtedly a fierce individual. He was willing to risk his life just to drag them to hell. But why could he still move even when controlled? Li Feiyang could not comprehend. All he could see was Lin Bufang's body swaying left and right with a steady frequency, while the machine gun in his hands fired in a fan-shaped sweep. This was naturally the work of the sweeping robot. It was set to rotate in place, thus bringing Lin Bufang along for the ride. In such a situation, no matter what control he faced, the firearm would automatically shoot forward. This was also what the gunner class referred to as a disadvantage. A gunner cannot lock onto a target to attack, but can shoot at the air without a target, and of course an archer can do the same. However, archers do not have triggers. At this moment, the weapon's built-in automation and mechanical structure became Lin Bufang's means to defeat his enemies. In fact, the wolf-killing guild also had control skills like knockback and repulsion. However, these units unfortunately died in the first wave. One could say that the wolf-killing guild had committed too many bad deeds, and their luck had turned for the worse. Soon Li Feiyang reacted. Everyone spread out, he seems only able to hit the units in front. Let's flank him from other directions. At this time, the wolf-killing guild had less than 50 members left, all of whom were elites among elites. Naturally, Lin Bufang was also aware that the highest level within the guild did not exceed level 35. This was also the courage that allowed him to confront them alone. The 50 individuals approached Lin Bufang from various directions. However, some were already terrified by the gruesome scene they had never seen before. The control on Lin Bufang was lifted for a moment. Just that moment. Lin Bufang directly aimed at those under control and unleashed a barrage. In an instant, out of the 26 controlled targets, Lin Bufang eliminated 24. The remaining 2 quickly re-established control, managing to subdue Lin Bufang. At a distance of 10 meters, Li Feiyang shouted, "Charge! Pin him to the ground." Apart from Li Feiyang, everyone else rushed towards Lin Bufang. This was because Li Feiyang had also taken numerous hits with only a third of his health remaining. He feared being taken out in an instant. However, as these individuals drew near, they suddenly realized Lin Bufang had started moving again. This was because the timing set for the sweeping machine had arrived, and it had now initiated a random rotation mode, potentially firing in any direction. Moreover, Lin Bufang's trigger was still squeezed tightly. In this shooting mode, it heavily relied on luck. It was possible that not a single person would get hit. However, it must be said that Lin Bufang's luck far surpassed that of the wolf-killing guild. One could also say that these members of the wolf-killing guild were truly adept at receiving bullets. After just 2 rotations, all remaining members of the wolf-killing guild, over 50 in total, were annihilated. Even the guild leader Li Feiyang had received dozens of bullet wounds. Of course, if he hadn't dodged, he would have only taken a single bullet. 3 seconds later, the control effect on Lin Bufang was lifted. Even he took a sharp breath. He picked up the sweeping machine from the ground and gave it a fierce kiss. This sweeping machine was more impressive than he was. After tearing off the tape, the Thunder MG6 rotating machine gun finally stopped operating. The barrel had turned red. This would accelerate the wear and tear. But at this point, that was no longer a problem. Looking at the ground littered with body parts, Lin Bufang felt a churn in his stomach. It might not have been so nauseating otherwise. However, he had just eaten too much. Ugh! Lin Bufang could not hold it in anymore and vomited all over the ground. He leaned against a tree as the last remaining box slowly approached him. The leader of the wolf-killing guild was already at his wits' end. He could not even be seen within Lin Bufang's box. One could say he was already dead. It seemed he was holding on to life, wanting to see Lin Bufang one last time. He looked at Lin Bufang and asked the question, "Why did you kill my son?" Lin Bufang quietly gazed at him guess. Li Feiyong stood there dazed, gradually falling silent, a single tear sliding down his face like an alligator's. He knew best how he had raised his son. As for the cost of this, he did not know if he had ever considered it. Those who bully others will inevitably be bullied in return. Next, Lin Bufang, with a disregard for kinship, walked through the forest collecting his spoils. Halfway through, he noticed two individuals stealthily picking up his dropped items. Aren't you bold? With bodies strewn all over the ground, you dare to loot. Are you valuing money over your life? Bang bang. 2 shots sent them on their way. Lin Bufang added 2 more pockets. By the time all pockets were gathered, he was both assembling and looting, selling everything at a low price. Cash gold amounted to over 1.5 million. The carbon and other materials and equipment could not even be quantified by quantity. Lin Bufang clicked through the trading post until his fingers became numb. He estimated he could sell for over 5 million. Current balance 2697558 gold coins. Finally, he reached Li Feiyong's corpse. He knew that the drops from this outdoor boss were all on the body of guild leader Li Feiyong. Opening the pouch, he found only 50 gold coins. You're even stingier than your son. As for other items, there wasn't a single piece of equipment. Could it be that before his death he put all his equipment up for sale in the trading post? However, there was one good item he hadn't had time to organize. A skill book. This item was unsellable, and he hadn't had the chance to destroy it. Upon seeing this skill book for the first time, Lin Bufang knew he had hit the jackpot. One could say that the assets of everyone in the wolf-killing guild were insignificant compared to this skill book. This was a skill book dropped from an outdoor boss, and it was exclusive to the gunner class. Bullet Bloom passive gunner class. When wielding a shotgun, the maximum number of bullets increases by 10. Next level 11 proficiency 0-100. Learning successful. This was simply a complete enhancement for shotguns. At long range and medium range against fast-moving targets, it was simply a nightmare. With one shot, nearly 30 bullets were fired. It was impossible to dodge. Of course, Lin Bufang valued more than just this. As everyone knows, bullet damage diminishes, and the total damage from a shot is fixed. He had heard of a weapon. At level 10, there was an epic shotgun that could prevent bullet damage from diminishing. He wondered if it were true. Lin Bufang had been researching the gunner class. He knew that someone had taken flight using this weapon, ultimately becoming a top-tier professional. Imagine this epic weapon combined with the skill Bullet Bloom. After leveling up the skill, a close-range shotgun shot could directly annihilate a boss. Oh, what a beautiful scene that would be. There's no point in thinking too much. I've never even seen a picture of epic-level equipment online. They'll go back, rest a bit, take a shower, and continue leveling up. Lin Bufang returned to the hotel covered in blood, scaring the owner into trembling. When he saw the room card Lin Bufang produced, he finally set down the phone he was about to use to call the police. Upon entering the room, Lin Bufang whistled while selling equipment at the trading post. On the way, he had already sold off most of the equipment and materials. Current balance 3504870 gold coins 3.5 million, and this amount includes the cost of repairing the Thunder MG6 rotary machine gun. But fortunately, it was all worth it. There were still over 3 million worth of good equipment that needed to be dealt with. Lin Bufang's backpack was full. He had to process it quickly and couldn't afford to delay the Dawn Temple challenge that was scheduled in 15 minutes. In the midst of his busyness, he glanced at the time. It was already close to 6 o'clock. The thought of this time made Lin Bufang suddenly put down the soap. It seemed that today was just the first day of sprinting for levels. He was already level 16. 6 o'clock was also the end of the free and safe period for the Goblin Rift. Other tens of thousands of candidates would enter the second phase. 2 options: those below level 5 could continue leveling up in the Goblin Rift, but other professionals from society could also enter the rift, doubling the danger. Those above level 5 could enter other rifts within the city. Once they reached level 10, they could attempt to challenge the Dawn Temple. Generally, those with decent professions and backgrounds would challenge through the night to catch the morning bus and arrive directly at the entrance of the Dawn Temple. Those who could catch the morning bus the next day could be considered prodigies. At the entrance of the Goblin Rift, Principal Wang Pan, Su Xiao Gaojia, and other top figures were fixated on the entrance of the rift. Lin Bufang over there doesn't need attention. After all, he has already left the city. He left the... Yes, unless something unexpected happens, he should have arrived at the entrance of the Dawn Temple by now. That temple is likely to surprise him. The difficulty is just too high. Haha, after level 10, it truly begins. Xiao Gaojia held back a breath. Level 10 is a watershed. At this point, professions begin to take shape, and one can purchase random skill books to learn skills related to their profession. The value of random skill books is not something an ordinary person can afford. The failure rate is extremely high. Throwing in 10 million may yield no skills at all. I've prepared 1 billion for our family Xiao Fu just to secure some good skills. After pausing, Xiao Gaojia continued, random skill books are sold by the state. This is also a small contribution to the nation. The people around couldn't help but gasp. A rich person is a rich person. I was saying 1 billion is nothing. Of course, who among them wouldn't want their children to have a good foundation? If they had the money, they would spend even more. But random skill books are too risky. They are essentially just donating money to the state, and the skills learned are all common ones that could be obtained with enough time. What Xiao Gaojia bought was merely a time advantage. Looking back at the Goblin Rift, 99 of the students had already exited, some heading straight towards other rifts to level up. Some weren't in a hurry. As for why they weren't in a hurry, no one knew. They were just maintaining a good mindset. They stood there watching to see who would be the last to exit and whether the leaderboard could be broken. Currently, only 2 teams remain: Su Ran's team and Xiao Fu's team. Both seem to be working hard. They both want to push for the leaderboard. But it seems this leaderboard isn't easily broken. The first place is Lin Bufang, who is already level 10. I heard from the teacher that he came out at 9:30 in the morning. I didn't expect that his profession was lacking, but his personal skills are so impressive. I really underestimated him. As the crowd discussed, the rift flashed, and Xiao Fu and the other 2 emerged from it. The 3 gently wiped the sweat from their foreheads, their faces showing a relaxed expression. As soon as Xiao Fu saw his father standing not far away watching over him, he quickly ran over, saying, "Dad, I didn't disappoint you. I broke the historical record. I'm level 8. Level 8. Xiao Gaojia felt somewhat awkward, or rather extremely awkward. Lower your voice, don't say it, just don't say it. Xiao Fu thought it was sarcasm. He meant that with so many people around, his voice was too low. He needed to be more high profile. Louder. Xiao Fu immediately understood and raised his voice. I, Xiao Fu, am level 8. I have broken the historical record for the highest level. Everyone, don't envy me. Don't envy. Don't envy. Xiao Gaojia was completely disheveled, his hands unsure whether to cover his face or go behind him. He really didn't know where to put them. He now felt that if there were a crack in the ground, he would perform a disappearing act and directly drill in blocking the gap while he was at it. This was too embarrassing. You've embarrassed me completely, and do you know that? Xiao Jieji's voice was quiet, also leaving some face for his son. Xiao Fu sensed something was off. Dad, what do you mean? How could I be first and embarrass you? You just look at the leaderboard. What's wrong with the leaderboard? On the leaderboard, my name can only be first. He turned around and glanced at the leaderboard. First place, Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang. How is this possible? Level 10. How could he possibly reach level 10? Xiao Fu's face instantly turned red. The E-class gunman he had once disregarded actually took away the record that belonged to him, surpassing him by 2 levels. The experience requirement increases exponentially with each level. Level 2 is a complete crush. A relentless crush. Xiao Fu's face continued to redden, turning redder than a traffic light, and then gradually turning purple. Him feeling a bit short of breath. Gah! He suddenly felt a surge of blood and collapsed to the ground. Priest. Priest. Stretcher. The leaders around were trying to hold back their laughter, finding it quite difficult. Fortunately, there was a priest on site, and with a healing spell and an antidote, Xiao Fu's complexion immediately returned to normal. Huh. Why isn't he waking up? Strange. In reality, Xiao Fu had already woken up, but he didn't dare to open his eyes. It was too embarrassing. In the last second, approaching 6 o'clock, the second position on the leaderboard changed hands. It became Su Ran's team. Su Ran and her 3 companions also emerged from the rift drenched in sweat. The 4 took a deep breath of fresh air from the outside, all wearing joyous smiles. Finally, we did it. Sister Su Ran's output was too fierce. She leveled up to 9 all by herself. So cool. Su Ran couldn't help but smile widely. A girl next to her glanced at the leaderboard, her face instantly turning green. No way, the first place is gone. Not even level 9 is first place. Lin Bufang. How could he be first place? This girl tugged at Su Ran's sleeve. Su Ran, do you want to take a look at the leaderboard first? No need. The leaderboard is for noobs. We just need to stand on the leaderboard. Not to mention my dear old dad is over there. She saw Su Xiao in the distance, smiling and waving. Dad, I didn't let you down. I broke the highest historical record, level 9. Level 9. Level 9. The people around were momentarily stunned. This sounds a bit familiar. Is it Mei Kai Air Do? Ha ha ha. This time many leaders around couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Su Ran's face turned serious. What are you all laughing about? I was thinking of something happy. I just had a dream where I got a God of War ring. I just got a Dispel Magic skill book in my dream. Su Ran was speechless and was about to speak again when Su Xiao hurriedly stopped her. Daughter, let's talk calmly, but can you please not speak for now? Su Ran frowned tightly. She seemed to have thought of something. Dad, when did Lin Bufang come out? Su Xiao felt a sense of relief. This is my daughter. She immediately identified the key issue. He came out at 9:30 in the morning. Don't be too upset, it's fine. His strength is quite good and I like him. Su Xiao got a bit carried away while talking. Su Ran didn't hear the rest of his words. What Su Xiao thought didn't matter to Su Ran. If she and Lin Bufang were in a relationship and Su Xiao didn't agree, she wouldn't mind directly kicking him out of the house. Don't ask if this can work out, just ask if you're capable. On Xiao Gaojia's side, he nodded repeatedly, looking at his disappointing son with a sigh. Look at them, they immediately asked Lin Bufang. That's called being cautious. Now look at you, not even one girl understands you. I really admire you. Xiao Fu remained calm, lying still on the stretcher. Over there, Su Ran confirmed that Lin Bufang had exited the crack at 9:30, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Then I can rest assured. Coming out at 9:30, how many levels can he rise? Little trash, this wave has treated you well. Su Xiao increasingly felt something was off, and was about to stop her, but it was already too late. Su Ran was already standing on the desk. I declare that from today onwards the Goblin Crack shall be renamed to Su Ran Crack. I, Su Ran level 9, have broken the highest historical record. I've surpassed the highest in history by 2 levels. This is pure crushing. I am the only goddess of the Goblin Crack. Everyone, you may worship me now. Ha ha. Su Xiao was utterly at a loss, his mouth uncontrollably twitching. He forcefully hugged Su Ran down. Sister, my dear sister, can you not even glance at the record? What's there to see? I dare say second, who dares say first? Su Ran turned back and glanced at the first place. Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang. He came out at 9:30, and in 3.5 hours, he reached level 10. Lin Bufang, oh Lin Bufang. I hate you. I will hate you for a lifetime, Lin Bufang. The surrounding classmates and teachers were laughing uncontrollably. Some people laughed so hard they almost passed out, being carried away on stretchers while still laughing. They looked at Su Ran's angry expression. Su Xiao comforted her. It's okay, daughter, you are already outstanding. Level 9 is just 1 level behind Lin Bufang, and you'll easily surpass him later. After all, we'll be family in the future. Su Ran raised her hand. Stop right there. I think you might need to consider another issue. What issue? You might have to deal with multiple half-brothers from different fathers. Su Xiao was taken aback, and after inquiring learned about the bet they had made, leaving him utterly confused. What the hell kind of bet is this you made? With Lin Bufang, Su Ran, and Xiao Fu's outstanding performances, mainly Lin Bufang's incredibly exceptional performance. Other classmates became enthusiastic, hardly anyone rested, and they all rushed to the crack. Especially those A-level and D-level professionals who persisted were like they were pumped with adrenaline. If Lin Bufang can do it, why can't they? The students are very enthusiastic. That's a good thing. I estimate there will be quite a few good seedlings this time. I wonder what's going on with Lin Bufang over there. He must be having a hard time leveling up. Lin Bufang had already entered the Dawn Sanctuary, starting the 4th challenge, and instantly defeated the monsters on the 1st and 2nd floors. Now the health bar of the Light Guardian was also below 0. 5. Orlando was also taken down with a few shots. Bang! With the last bullet penetrating the body of the Light Guardian, its health dropped to 0. Successfully killed the Light Guardian. Successfully killed Orlando. Hell level experience points 1 million. Level LV 16 35.807. This time luck was decent. The goblin dropped a mythical bracelet belonging to the physical profession, providing a fixed 5,000 physical attack, which was somewhat helpful for Lin Bufang, but not significantly. Lin Bufang had sold the previous ring, and this one would definitely not be kept. The witch dropped nothing. However, Orlando surprised Lin Bufang. He dropped nothing. No carbon either. Just because he entered his 2nd form. I've heard that the drop rate is high in the 2nd form. Let's see how strong the 2nd form is. Warning, boss, Orlando has entered the 2nd phase. All attack frequencies increased by 5 times. Health increased from 20 million to 80 million, and defenses significantly enhanced. Summon Light Guardian's health and defense significantly increased. Health rising from 50 million to 200 million. Lin Bufang tried out his damage output, although his attack power had already reached over 3,000. However, the Browning M1919A4 machine gun couldn't suppress it. It couldn't contain the health at all. Because the Light Guardian also had the Holy Light domain. I must invest more resources now. Lin Bufang switched to the Thunder MG6 rotary machine gun, and only then was he able to maintain the health of Orlando and the Light Guardian. However, the speed was still very slow. At least it would take a good hour or more. Just because Lin Bufang's mana was not enough at this rate, plus the boss healing itself, plus his own mana recovery. Lin Bufang calculated carefully. It would take about 6 hours. Within an hour he could recover 90 of his mana. Lin Bufang still couldn't recover too much. Because the Light Guardian has a mechanism around 40 minutes, its domain will automatically cool down once, saving Lin Bufang 100 mana. Right, Lin Bufang was already level 16, while the Light Guardian was level 15, dispelling his buffs would almost be 100 successful. Thus it was still very difficult to suppress his health. During the hour of waiting, it would recover half of the damage Lin Bufang dealt. In 6 hours, he would have to deal 3 waves of damage. No matter who came, it would have to be done like this, unless a teammate could recover mana. However, Lin Bufang couldn't possibly team up. There was no benefit in doing so. He was just grinding it out, pouring money into it, without looking for teammates. Soon the 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was midnight. Finally, the Light Guardian was left with very little health, below 0. It could even be said that it was just a shot away from being taken down. Lin Bufang was on the edge, fearing that any unexpected events would cause his 6 hours of effort to go to waste. He also decided that after this battle, he would not challenge Hell level again, no matter what. The second phase is too overpowered. It's too time-consuming. In 6 hours, he could have completed 6 runs of Nightmare level. It's too costly. He didn't even know how many times the Thunder MG6 rotary machine gun had been repaired. His balance was almost depleted. Over 6 million. All spent. No rich player could grind like this. It's too wasteful of the Ming Dao Si Ming. Ming Dao Si Ming has taken down over 2,000. Over 2,000. Lin Bufang thought he would never use so many in his lifetime, but now he used up over 2,000 at once. Now there are only 196,000 left. Orlando was taken down in a flash. Lin Bufang quickly turned the gun and fired another shot at the Light Guardian. I would rather jump off the top of the Dawn Sanctuary and die than challenge Hell level a second time. Successfully killed the Light Guardian, successfully killed Orlando. Hell level phase, 2 experience points, 1 million, level LV16, 5948607. After the boss's death, a blue light burst forth. A carbon piece dropped out. Is this it, my friend? I spent over 5 million, and you give me just a piece of carbon. I can't comprehend this. Suddenly a pink light appeared on Awaken Duo, a hue Lin Bufang had never seen before, a pink so red, it was almost alarming. It was a ring radiating a powerful aura. If Lin Bufang had to describe it, it resembled a certain path akin to the state he had entered before, Gun Path. This should be called the Martial Path. The ring flew into his backpack. Lin Bufang immediately glanced at its name. LV10 Martial God Ring artifact usable by all physical classes. Wow. Wow. A Martial God Ring worth over 100 million. Lin Bufang was still reeling from the shock. A golden light burst forth from the boss Awaken Duo again. This time it wasn't a skill book. A shotgun. Lin Bufang no longer waited for automatic pickup. He ran over and grabbed the gun. He glanced at the stats. LV10 Sovereignty Epic Gunner class, extremely strong recoil, low firing rate, requires manual reloading, ammo count 20 rounds, no base attributes, no special attributes. Sovereignty ensures that your damage from all rounds does not diminish. Each round deals damage equal to your attack power. Durability, 100,100. Lin Bufang's hands trembled with excitement. This epic weapon was exactly what he had longed for. Its initial ammo count was the highest possible at the LV10 standard, unmatched. The fact that ammo damage does not diminish means what? Lin Bufang, even after 6 hours, was not at a total loss. He had stacked quite a bit of attack power. Physical attack, 501423. With 20 rounds, one shot could deal 10 million damage. Lin Bufang also had a passive skill for ammo bloom, currently at 1 star, providing an additional 10 rounds. That means damage over 15 million. Wow. By the way, there's also the Martial God Ring. What exactly is the use of the Martial God Ring? LV10 Martial God Ring artifact, physical class, final physical damage, increased durability, 500,500. The description is straightforward and brutal, lacking any extra attributes, somewhat akin to the epic Sovereignty shotgun. If one were to compare rarity, Sovereignty would still be superior, as epic items have a lower drop rate. With so many epic items and 6 classes, the probability of Sovereignty appearing is clear. However, even if Sovereignty dropped, it must belong to the Gunner class. Since epic items are mostly bound and cannot be traded, the probability of unbound items appearing is astonishingly low. Moreover, even if it's a Gunner class, you need to know how to use it. Lin Bufang certainly did. So what is the significance of the Martial God Ring's description? It's simple. Without equipping it, your output is dull and lackluster. Once you equip it, a boss's health bar dances like a party. To perform an extreme operation like a one-shot kill, it's impossible without the Martial God Ring's approval. As for why, don't ask. Lin Bufang had looked up information online only to be greeted with a series of incomprehensible formulas. Simply put, there are two distinct species: physical classes with the martial god ring and those without. The code is written this way. Equipping the martial god ring allows you to one-shot someone. Not equipping it is like a mere scratch. It's that simple. Lin Bufang trembled, one hand holding the sovereignty epic shotgun, the other adorned with the martial god ring artifact. The combined value of these two items had already reached several hundred million. Am I now financially free? No, one martial god ring isn't enough. I'm only level 16 now, and I still have the opportunity to challenge the Dawn Sanctuary at level 20. I must maximize my potential. I can't easily sell it, I must keep one for myself. So with deep regret, Lin Bufang looked towards the direction of boss Awaken Duo's demise. Awaken Duo, I misunderstood you during the second phase. You smell so good. Wait, I'll come back to shoot you. As he stepped out of the sanctuary, a prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, you are the first to defeat the boss Awaken Duo at the second phase. You will receive 100 free points and 64 slots of backpack space permanent. As rewards, free points, increased free points, 100 backpack space, increased backpack space, 128. Although Lin Bufang had anticipated this, he didn't expect the rewards to be so generous. 100 free points need no further emphasis. They can only be obtained through leveling up. Now is not the initial server launch period. All achievements and hidden quests have long been claimed by others. Having a few more free points means a significant lead over others. Previously, Lin Bufang had gained 50 points, and now he received another 100, roughly giving him the equivalent of a level advantage over others of the same rank. All in speed. Speed 1,400. Exiting the sanctuary, it was already midnight. Lin Bufang couldn't sleep at all no matter how he tried. First, he sold all the materials and junk gear. With no money left on him, he continued to sell at low prices. Soon his gold balance began to rise rapidly. From the initial tens of thousands of gold coins, it soared to 1,500 gold coins. 1,500 gold coins would naturally be used for repairing the durability of firearms. Lin Bufang still wanted to test how high the damage value of the Sovereignty Martial God Ring combination could reach. Soon an hour passed. Lin Bufang entered the Dawn Sanctuary for the 5th time, and this time, he had only one target. One-shot kill. In the first layer, he first used Dispel Magic on the goblin. The goblin had many innate effects like damage, immunity, and defense. There was no need to waste bullets on it. Since Lin Bufang was already level 16, a Dispel Magic was nearly impossible to fail, and he could dispel additional buffs. He initially did not equip the Sovereignty and Martial God Ring, but instead used a loyal M1919 machine gun and fired a shot. 54,875. Over 5,000 damage. Quite impressive of killing, it was merely a matter of minutes. Lin Bufang switched to the Sovereignty shotgun, not equipping the Martial God Ring. Aiming closely at the goblin's head, he fired a shot. He saw a terrifying number pop up above 1457548. The goblin's health was only 1 million. One shot left it, owing Lin Bufang 500 health. The goblin's health bar vanished in an instant, its body exploded, leaving behind a pile of flesh. Goblin killed. Hell level experience 600. 2 blue items dropped. Then another golden light appeared. A skill book dropped. Awaken Duo grants me damage immunity. Warrior class shout. Awaken Duo's name: damage immunity 5, proficiency 0 500. It's for warriors, not particularly useful, but it can help upgrade his other skills. Lin Bufang pondered which skill to upgrade. He currently possessed 4 skills. The first one is Eat My Billion Hits, which allows the next bullet to become 2. This skill has a somewhat limited effect. However, it can also provide some bonuses to the shotgun, increasing the number of projectiles by 1. Doubling is impossible. If it could double, this skill would rival even epic weapons. Lin Bufang had also considered doubling. Skill 2, Dispel Magic. After upgrading this skill, both the probability and effect increase, but the mana consumption will also rise. Skill 3, Mana Spring, adds a fixed amount of mana. Skill 4, Projectile Bloom, starts with 10 projectiles and increases by 1 with each level. Lin Bufang is now preparing to upgrade both Eat My Billion Hits and Projectile Bloom. Projectile Bloom has a higher lower limit than Eat My Billion Hits, and the upper limit grows similarly, but the proficiency training for the two skills differs. One can be used with any weapon and requires active release. A 1-star upgrade consumes 10 points of mana. The other only requires the shotgun to upgrade, and is a passive skill. Both can be cultivated together. Therefore, the newly obtained skill book can be used for these two skills. Lin Bufang chose to prioritize upgrading Projectile Bloom, as it is a passive skill that does not require mana consumption, does not require active release, and cannot be interrupted. Devouring skill book successful. Your projectile bloom upgraded to 2 stars. Projectile count increased from 10 to 11. Projectile bloom, 2 stars, 589,800. He glanced at his attack power. Physical attack, 501628. Now the total number of projectiles has reached 32, and Lin Bufang can deal over 16 million damage with a single shot. Upon reaching the second level, Lin Bufang did not use his sovereign weapon, as these minor monsters were not worth wasting the durability of an epic weapon. A few shots from the M1919 quickly took down the witch. The witch dropped nothing this time. Entering the third level, when Arundo summoned the Light Guardian, Lin Bufang first dispelled the holy light domain surrounding it. Then, without equipping the God of War ring, he tested the damage. With a bang, he shot and knocked the soul out of the Light Guardian. 57548848. Its health bar dropped from 100 to 0 in an instant. One shot, and it was killed instantly. Lin Bufang was taken aback, never expecting that without even using the God of War ring, the Light Guardian would be defeated. He hurriedly aimed his gun at Arundo and fired another shot. 87648845. While Arundo was still in the midst of ascension, with a bang, half of his body was turned into a mist of blood. His health bar dropped to 0 instantly. Killed in an instant. Lin Bufang stood dazed for a second, then felt an overwhelming sensation of exhilaration from his feet to the top of his head. This sovereign shotgun is incredibly satisfying. Lin Bufang felt as if his soul had been blissfully lifted. 2 shots, and he had killed the hell-level Arundo. Luck with the drop rates was included. The previous accumulations, eat my billion hits, projectile bloom, sovereign, accumulated physical attack speed, and so on, all combined to create this current scene. But what is the cost? The epic sovereign shotgun requires 100 gold to repair 1 durability point. Lin Bufang fired 3 shots, totaling 300 gold. Fortunately, given his earning capability, it's not too expensive. Killing Arundo at hell level experience 1 million. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV17 free points, 240 level LV17 8, 4126010 million. He is now at level 17. Just 1 level away from entering Qingyun University. However, Lin Bufang is somewhat reluctant to level up now. Spending some money to lock his level and grind in the Dawn Sacred Hall for a lifetime seems appealing. However, Lin Bufang thought better of it. The world is vast, and there are other good equipment waiting for him to discover. I should try to acquire more good equipment before the college entrance examination. Lin Bufang decided that if he really could reach level 20, he would lock his experience at 99 of level 19. After the college entrance examination, he would return to grind until satisfied, then go to university. With a whoosh, 5,000 carbon units flew into his backpack. After that, there was no more. Lin Bufang exited the Sacred Hall and returned to the hotel to wait. With a long-term goal set, his mood stabilized significantly. He set the alarm for 1 hour later, preparing to sleep for a while to recover his exhausted body. He knew that such a schedule was harmful to his health. He also understood that opportunities like this might only come once in a lifetime. He must seize it. Until 6:30 the next morning, Lin Bufang continuously ground through hell level 5 times. During these 5 times, Lin Bufang hardly used the sovereign shotgun as the repair costs were too high. The M1919 remained loyal. There were no occurrences of Phase 2 in between. This disappointed Lin Bufang. The drop rate for regular hell levels is still somewhat low. In those 5 runs, he obtained 1 rare item and 2 skill books. Miscellaneous items sold for 1.8 million gold. Balance 1.95 million gold. The skill books were used to upgrade Projectile Bloom. Projectile Bloom 3 stars, 750-2000. Currently, Projectile Bloom has reached 3 stars, increasing the projectile count to 12. Meanwhile, Eat My Billion Hits was manually leveled up by Lin Bufang to 2 stars. His total projectile count has now reached 34. Additionally, Lin Bufang leveled up again. Level LV18 28412619 million. This includes the upgrade from 1 AM. Lin Bufang also allocated 540 free points into speed. Speed 1980. A significant increase. At level 18, Lin Bufang has reached his goal and can now enter Qingyun University. However, Lin Bufang's current goal is no longer leveling up. Leveling up is easy. The God of War ring can only be obtained at level 20 or below. In the morning, Lin Bufang, staring at his huge dark circles, bought 2 cups of soy milk thirsty and a steamer of vegetarian buns and a steamer of meat buns, eating one with each step as he walked towards the Sacred Hall entrance. The entrance was noticeably busier than yesterday. It was more lively with many familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Lin Bufang vaguely discerned that one group of people seemed to be experts from the Su family, presumably arriving early to protect Su Ran and clear the way for her. Having money and power is indeed beneficial. Back when Lin Bufang arrived here, he couldn't even grasp the rules. They would pick up a grain of sand from the ground to prevent it from bothering Su Ran's delicate little feet. In the distance, 3 large buses carrying students approached the entrance of the Dawn Forest. Lin Bufang ignored the buses and entered the Hell level of the Dawn Sacred Hall. In the first level, the M1919 remained loyal. In the second level, the M1919 was like the sun. In the third level, I wrote poetry for you, the M1919, to do the impossible for you. This time it was somewhat unexpected. Although no equipment was dropped, 2 skill books were obtained consecutively. Lin Bufang fed the bullet bloom skill, which directly upgraded it to 4 stars, increasing the number of bullets from 12 to 13. The total number of bullets reached 35. Furthermore, after the boss's death, nothing was dropped. Lin Bufang had already gained some experience. This is when the boss is about to enter its second phase. Awaken Duo suddenly took off into the air, 2 massive wings of light appearing behind it. Warning, boss Awaken Duo has entered its second form. All attack frequencies increased by 5 times, health increased from 20 million to 80 million, and defense significantly enhanced. Summoned creatures like guardians have greatly increased health and defense, with health rising from 50 million to 200 million. Lin Bufang immediately switched to the Sovereign Epic Shotgun and fired as soon as the Light Guardian appeared. The damage could only be described as average. Facing such a high defense and high damage reduction creature, the damage dealt by the Sovereign was somewhat awkward. A single shot only took away 3 of its health. However, the Sovereign was not limited to 1 shot. It could fire continuously. But Lin Bufang did not intend to waste bullets. He finally equipped that piece of gear, the War God Ring. The Holy Light Domain has been activated. The Light Guardian also released the Holy Light Domain. Mana 100. Dispelling successful. Lin Bufang, already at level 18, had a nearly 100 success rate against a level 15 monster. After dispelling, Lin Bufang jumped up, aiming the Sovereign Shotgun at the helmet of the Light Guardian. The 35 bullets, originally black, now shimmered with a faint golden light after equipping the War. Lin Bufang did not enter that mysterious state he had before, but he could feel that the bullets of the Sovereign resonated with his body. That was the resonance of the power contained in the War God Ring and Lin Bufang's conviction. For a moment, Lin Bufang felt as if he had returned 3 years back. After thoroughly understanding the many disadvantages of the gunslinger profession, and while everyone looked down on this profession, he practiced as a gunslinger for a full 3 years without looking back. 1,095 days and nights. Somehow Lin Bufang actually resonated with the War God Ring shotgun and bullets in a triad. Once again he entered that state. Boom. The 35 bullets concentrated on the head of the Light Guardian, and with a single shot the Light Guardian's health swiftly dropped from 97 to 19. A terrifying damage value emerged. 9999999. This is the upper limit of damage displayed at level 10, certainly not the damage limit of the War God Ring. The Light Guardian was frightened and immediately raised its shield. Lin Bufang was also startled. This damage was not only from the War God Ring, but also from the enhancement of his personal state. A prompt appeared before him, unlocking gun, Dow currently, at 0 tier 0. 1 segment specific trigger method unknown specific effect unknown. Thus the damage from the War God Ring might not be as terrifying as it seemed. To play it safe, Lin Bufang did not fire all the bullets at Awaken Duo. If 1 shot had taken her down, it would have been problematic if the second shot couldn't take down the Light Guardian. So he aimed slightly off. Only half of the bullets hit Awaken Duo. 9999999. Awaken Duo's health instantly dropped from 100 to 0. Lin Bufang. Half of the bullets couldn't withstand it. True, although Awaken Duo's defense had greatly increased, there was still a significant gap compared to the Light Guardian. After instantly killing Awaken Duo, Lin Bufang did not have time to think and slid to the back of the Light Guardian, shooting it in the back before it could get up. Boom. 9999999. The health bar of the Light Guardian vanished in an instant, changing to 0. Kill Light Guardian successful. Kill Awaken Duo Hell level, second phase successful. Experience 1000000. Level LV 183841260019 million. Lin Bufang then realized that the damage when entering gun Dow might not be that high. The War God Ring is incredibly stable. There's nothing else to say, just instant kills. Simple as that. Ding! Another carbon dropped to the ground. Immediately after, a dazzling pinkish red light lit up. With a crisp sound, a ring imbued with martial intent fell to the ground. Lin Bufang hurriedly dove to pick up the ring. The name of this ring is War God Ring. Holy crap, this time I'm really financially free. The War God Ring, as a top-tier graduation accessory that can be traded, could sell for over 100 million gold coins. Lin Bufang previously thought this was just hype. Now it seems it truly is worth that price. It's too. Lin Bufang thought that in the Dawn's Sacred Hall many had cleared the hell level. With such a defiant mechanism, if someone in the team equipped the War God Ring, honestly clearing it wouldn't be that difficult. Of course the prerequisite is to have the War God Ring. This item, there isn't a single one in the trading hall. You can't even buy it with money. It's sold out the moment it's listed. This time there were no epic equipment drops. Having the War God Ring is enough. 2 War God Rings were dropped in a row. Lin Bufang thought of a possibility. Awaken duo at Hell level 2nd phase might have a 100 drop rate for the War God Ring. If several War God Rings drop, could there be a hidden achievement? This possibility Lin Bufang could not find anyone to confirm, because currently in the history of all of Xia, he was the only one who had killed Awaken duo at the 2nd phase. So many people rushed in, among them there were certainly professionals with the War God Ring challenging the Hell level and encountering the 2nd phase. It's very possible that someone even wore epic equipment or their destined epic weapon. However, still no one defeated Awaken duo at the 2nd phase. Lin Bufang suddenly realized he had overlooked one issue: physical damage. He had over 500,000 physical damage, and nearly 200,000 chances of immunity to death. Without physical damage, the War God Ring couldn't deal such monstrous damage. Without the Sovereign, the shotgun also couldn't deal high damage. Without consuming my billion hits and bullet bloom, the number of bullets was also somewhat lacking. These factors taken individually might not be of much use, but combined together, it can only be described with one word: instant kill. Lin Bufang returned with a full load, feeling very happy, unable to suppress the smile on his lips as he clicked to teleport out of the temple. He continued on his way to the hotel. From a distance, he saw the crowd being divided by the isolation belt. Students lined up to head towards the dungeon entrance led by Tang Ping, the safety officer of the Dawn Sacred Hall. Lin Bufang did not avoid them and walked directly toward the crowd. In the distance, he saw Xiao Fu and Su Ran, with the two separated by a few classmates, but Xiao Fu eagerly wanted to strike up a conversation. Finally arrived at the Dawn Sacred Hall. I'm already level 11. I wonder what level Lin Bufang is at. He's probably still at level 10. Then he saw Lin Bufang. Looking up, he saw Lin Bufang's level. LV 18. Xiao Fu's eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap, how is he already level 18? Xiao Fu not only felt that Lin Bufang's level had reached the heavens, but he also felt his blood pressure soar. He had only heard of Lin Bufang's achievements before. Now that he saw him in person, he was overwhelmed by the sense of insignificance, like a mayfly facing the vast sky. His confidence received a tremendous blow. It was only the 2nd day, and he felt that leveling up was no longer meaningful. Upon hearing Xiao Fu's exclamations, the other classmates also turned their gazes toward Lin Bufang. His jaw dropped. Dude, it's only the 2nd morning, and he's already at level 18. This is absurd. Are you calling this in a level marksman? The one who was even more shocked was the person in charge, Tang Ping. Huh, is he really a candidate this year? So his profession is only a level. What kind of freak is this? Su Ran saw Lin Bufang's level and felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Her body swayed, and she was about to collapse. However, her legs did not stop, and she lunged directly into Lin Bufang's arms. Lin Bufang sidestepped and dodged. Wait, is this how we meet? By pretending to fall. Su Ran fell clumsily, got up, and dusted herself off. She didn't seem angry. In fact, there was a hint of excitement on her face. Lin Bufang understood Su Ran all too well. Whenever she wore that kind of smile, it meant trouble was brewing. She was probably already plotting something mischievous. Lin Bufang, since you can level up so quickly, you must know how to level up fast. Take me along with you. This time Lin Bufang did not refuse. Due to Su Ran, Lin Bufang hadn't encountered any other troubles for 3 years. Although to be fair, it was because Su Ran was his only trouble. However, Su Ran was a good person. At first, she wanted to give him money, but Lin Bufang refused. Although his family situation was poor, he absolutely did not want to accept charity. Realizing this, Su Ran decided to only give him food necessities and clothing. Whenever Lin Bufang rejected something good, she learned to choose items based on cost-effectiveness. Everything Lin Bufang wore was bought by Su Ran. He thought to himself that while he didn't want to level up right now, he also didn't want to give others an unfair advantage. After all, his famed weapon, the Deathblade, could be shared with others. Why not treat it as a way to repay Su Ran's kindness and bring her along to level up? He didn't need too much experience. He would reach level 19 sooner or later. I can take you along, but the rights to equipment and materials belong solely to me. Su Ran scoffed. Who do you look down on? Am I really that desperate for your scraps? Then she realized something and quickly added, no buts. There is a but. Lin Bufang leaned closer with a smirk, his voice like a devil's whisper. Goblin Rift, your level isn't higher than mine. You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? Lin Bufang initially thought Su Ran would be upset about this, and that he could just sit back and enjoy the show. Unexpectedly, Su Ran put her hands on her hips and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Daddy!" Lin Bufang quickly covered his face, wishing he could sink into the ground. The surrounding classmates and professionals were in stitches. It seems I've fallen behind the times. Are these young couples playing so flamboyantly? Lin Bufang hurriedly grabbed Su Ran, only for her to shout several more times, still unsatisfied. "Daddy! Daddy! Look at our bravery, Daddy! Daddy, Daddy!" Lin Bufang quickly covered her mouth. "Be quiet." He felt immense pressure from Su Ran's antics, standing beside her feeling like a loli. After waiting for an hour, Lin Bufang watched as Su Ran continued to lick her ice cream. He pulled her to the entrance of the Dawn Sanctuary and into the queue. Su Ran was still licking her ice cream, looking relaxed. "Daddy, what difficulty are we going to tackle? Call me by my name." "All right, Lin Bufang, just don't challenge the hard level. I'm scared to death." "Don't worry, why would I challenge the hard level? That's good. I haven't lived enough yet, and I haven't finished my ice cream." Then a prompt appeared in front of Su. "Captain Lin Bufang has chosen Dawn Sanctuary Hell level entering." Now Su Ran's ice cream was crushed in her hand. "Lin Bufang, you are dead. I will hate you for a lifetime. In my next life, I will still hate you." Dawn Sanctuary Hell level. Upon truly entering the Hell level, Su Ran's mood calmed significantly. Looking at the goblin with 1 million HP, various defense buffs and damage immunities, she laid down, her expression tranquil. It felt like she had already been there for a while. "Lin Bufang, I spent an entire day and night without blinking just to reach level 11, and now you pull me into the Hell level. Level 11, or just like that. My current mood can only be described by one idiom. It's called wanting to cry without tears. Now my feelings towards you can probably only be described by one idiom, and that is." Lin Bufang cast a dispel magic, raised his loyal M1919, and unleashed a barrage. The goblin's 1 million HP instantly dropped to 0. Killed goblin. Hell level. Both received 300 experience points, crushing everything in its path. Su Ran abruptly awoke from her dream, rushed to Lin Bufang's front, and bowed deeply. "Daddy, you..." Lin Bufang was instantly filled with black lines. Su Ran was great in every aspect, looking beautiful no matter how you viewed her, but still, "I really want to sew your mouth shut." Su Ran quickly stood at attention, pinching her thumb and index finger together, making a shushing gesture. 5,000 carbon coins fell into Lin Bufang's backpack, and inadvertently another skill book also entered Lin Bufang's belongings. Su Ran blinked in surprise. The rewards were indeed high. 5,000 carbon coins equaled 5,000 yuan. The skill book, which couldn't be bought, was a symbol of personal strength. On the second level, the loyal M1919 was still there. Su Ran hadn't even seen the panel clearly when the witch was already lying there. Killed witch. Hell level. Both received 4,000 experience points. Wow. Another 5,000 carbon coins. Swish. A purple light shone and a 1,000 value purple gear flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. Su Ran shook her head slightly. The rewards were indeed considerable, but she still looked down on them. On the third level, she saw the boss's health bar. Having seen the world, Su Ran said, "Lin Bufang, we must use dispel magic, otherwise." Boom. The light guardian died. Boom. Orandu died. Su Ran's mouth dropped wide open. She completely couldn't comprehend Lin Bufang's damage. All she saw were a series of 999, 9999. With one shot, the boss was taken away. Yes, the moment the light guardian appeared, it hadn't released the holy light domain yet, so at that moment, if the damage was enough to kill the light guardian in one hit, then it had no chance to release its aura. Lin Bufang, having such damage, didn't need to cast dispel magic at all. It was a one-hit kill. The boss still guarantees drops. Nothing was lost. Stepping out of the sanctuary, Su Ran felt dazed. Just by running a single dungeon, her level jumped from 11 to 13A, and she was so close to reaching level 14. Turning around, she saw the dungeon rankings. First place, Lin Bufang, 2 players, hell level 39 seconds. Second place, Gao Sheng, 4 players, hard level 1 hour 15 minutes. Third place, Su Lan, 4 players, hard level 1 hour 15 minutes. Is this really first place? Wait a minute, you've always been first place, right? Of course. Lin Bufang walked towards the hotel. Where are we going? To the hotel to sleep, then we'll continue farming. Isn't that a bit too fast? I can't quite handle it. It's fine, what do you mean by that? Are you implying you want to freeload in my room? Get your own. An hour later, they began the second run. After sporadic breaks, they farmed once every hour. From 6:30 a.m. until noon. They farmed 6 times, and during the 6th run, Lin Bufang finally encountered the boss's second phase. Seeing the boss's second phase, Lin Bufang couldn't stop smiling. Su Ran, on the other hand, was wearing a sorrowful expression. While she didn't know much, she was aware that no one had recorded a kill for this second phase yet. At the moment the boss Orindo summoned the Light Guardian, Su Ran looked at the 200 million HP Light Guardian, her eyes filled only with despair. Lin Bufang, let's get out of here. We have 1.5 days left. We can farm Goblin Rift again and later tackle the Nightmare level Dawn Sanctuary at level 10. I estimate reaching level 15 will be fairly easy. Then she witnessed a scene she could hardly imagine. Lin Bufang raised his shotgun and fired a shot at 9999999. The Light Guardian's HP instantly dropped to 50. Then before the Light Guardian even had a chance to unleash the Holy Light Domain, Lin Bufang fired another shot at lightning speed. 9999999. At that moment the Light Guardian's health bar was instantly depleted and it was killed in one hit. There's still Orindo, be careful. Then Lin Bufang executed a slide to dodge Orindo's attack, while also firing another shot. Boom. 9999999. Orindo couldn't withstand even one shot. He was instantly killed. Light Guardian killed success. Orindo Hell level second phase killed success experience 500 level LV 18 13400. Su Ran's mouth was agape in astonishment large enough to fit an apple. However, this was just the beginning. She was astonished to discover that Lin Bufang had a ring on his left hand. Holy crap, a God of War ring. Where did you get that? Let me see. Su Ran grasped his hand, gently stroking the God of War ring, her expression earnest. This thing can't be bought, even with money. Suddenly a sound of a ding came from over there. Su Ran turned to look. She saw a ring identical to the one on Lin Bufang's finger drop from the corpse of Boss Orindo. Holy crap, we hit the jackpot. Su Ran's eyes were filled with joy, but she didn't move, quietly watching the God of War ring fly into Lin Bufang's backpack. Then she looked at Lin Bufang with watery eyes. I also want a God of War ring. Lin Bufang stretched out his right hand, and on his index, middle, and ring fingers there appeared a God of War ring. Each. I only have 3. If I give you one, I'll have one less. I want one on every finger. Holy crap, you have 3. Are you buying in bulk? Hurry and give me one. If I don't want to, I won't. At that moment a golden light flashed behind them. What the heck is so dazzling? Su Ran put on her sunglasses and turned around only to see an epic grade bracelet flying towards Lin Bufang's backpack. Holy crap. Epic grade. Lin Bufang hurriedly opened his backpack to check its attributes. LV-10 Orindo's Insight Epic Gunner class. No other base attributes. Speed 1000, durability 500500. Excellent. It matched Lin Bufang's class, and it increased speed. It was also a bound epic item. The only issue was that repairing epic-grade equipment was too expensive. Lin Bufang placed it in the first slot of his backpack, choosing to use this equipment only when facing powerful enemies. Su Ran was anxious beside him. Let me see what attributes it has. It's for gunners. It has nothing to do with you. Big brother, I'm also a gunner. Alright, but it's my gear now. The subsequent time was an extremely pleasant speedrun phase. From noon until 6 p.m. the next day. This was the final moment for confirming college entrance exam levels. During this time, Lin Bufang sold all the equipment and materials he obtained. Basically, everything sold out. He made about 30 million gold coins. Balance, 316557889 gold coins. Why so much? Because Lin Bufang farmed 35 times. The minimum guarantee was 7 million gold coins. He also dropped quite a few purple and pink items, making a substantial profit during the exam period. Originally worth a maximum of 5 million, the equipment sold for over 20 million. Lin Bufang didn't know who else profited, but he definitely did. In addition, Lin Bufang also encountered Orindo's second phase 6 times. He dropped 6 God of War rings. Adding the previous 3, that made 9 God of War rings. Epic items, he dropped 3, 2 of which were useless for other classes and were bound, so they were left in the backpack, gathering dust, possibly useful later. How low is the drop rate for unbound epic items? Currently, there are no epic items in the trading market. At least Lin Bufang hasn't seen any. The third item was Orindo's Insight Ring, which is a bound epic. It also grants 1000 movement speed. He just needed one more necklace to complete a 3-piece set, not knowing what attributes it would add. With a 3-piece set, his movement speed would likely soar. Combined with instant switches to the God of War ring, his damage could also increase significantly. Skill books dropped even more. There were about 20 different ones. The issue was none were useful. Lin Bufang fed them all to Bullet Bloom. Bullet Bloom is currently at 11 stars. One passive skill provides 20 bullets, which is equivalent to Lin Bufang gaining an extra shotgun. Additionally, Eat My Billion Hits has been manually leveled to 5 stars, providing 5 extra bullets. Thus, Lin Bufang currently has a total of 45 bullets. Moreover, Lin Bufang had already reached level 19. To continue farming, he chose to spend 5 of his 0 gold coins to lock his level at 19 with 99. 9 experience. After locking, he could manually cancel it. Later, when Lin Bufang's experience was full, he directly gave up experience distribution, giving all his experience to Su Ran, which also raised her level to 19. Name Lin Bufang. Class a level gunner. Level LV 19 5999006000. Health 150000. Mana 10001000. Physical attack 512786. Magic attack 490. Physical defense 5000. Magic defense 3000. Armor break 0. Magic break 0. Speed 2370. Luck unknown. Free points 0. Insight gun path 0 level 0. 1. Talent super god level only attack no defense 3 stars 675410000. Equipment Browning M1919A4 machine gun sovereignty god of war ring mana value set etc. Skills Eat My Billion hits 5 stars Dispel Magic 1 star Mana Spring 3 stars Bullet Bloom 11 stars. Finally, after killing Arindo once more, Su Ran directly kneeled on the ground with a thud, clutching Lin Bufang's leg and refusing to let go. Lin Bufang, I beg you. Give me one. Give me one. Lin Bufang felt helpless as he casually took out a God of War ring and handed it to her. Here, take it. Su Ran thought Lin Bufang was just teasing her. When she really reached out, the God of War ring would vanish. For the first time, Lin Bufang saw seriousness on her face. Lin Bufang, are you sure you want to give this to me? This God of War ring is worth over 100 million. You can't even buy it with money. Lin Bufang, do you really want to give it to me? Lin Bufang rolled his eyes. You can transfer me 1 billion, that would be fine too. That's not possible, I don't have that much pocket money. But I have the God of War ring, Su Ran turned her back to Lin Bufang, suddenly turning her head with tears of joy in her eyes. Lin Bufang, Shut up. Lin Bufang, I want to marry you. Lin Bufang directly pressed the authority against Su Ran's temple. Not like that. Do you want to keep an eye on the other 8 God of War rings I have? Don't be too greedy. Walking out of the Morning Dawn Sacred Hall, Lin Bufang and Su Ran headed towards the shuttle bus, while other classmates had already exited the instance, with many of them already seated on the bus. At this moment, Xiao Fu and his group emerged from the Morning Dawn Sacred Hall, excitement evident in Xiao Fu's eyes. Ha ha ha, I'm level 16. Level 16. I can't surpass Lin Bufang, but I can surely surpass Su Ran. He immediately noticed Su Ran's level above her head. What the hell, how is she level 19? What the hell, Lin Bufang is also level 19. What the hell, this world is crazy. Xiao Fu's mental defenses crumbled, and a great profession requires 200 effort, yet he couldn't even touch the crumbs of Lin Bufang. His blood pressure skyrocketed, and he was directly carried away on a stretcher and stuffed into the bus truck. Standing on the steps of the bus, Lin Bufang looked back at the Morning Dawn Sacred Hall once more. The giant tree seemed to have truly come alive. Countless red cards hung from the vines, embodying the hopes and wishes of countless people. Once my college entrance examination is over, I'll come back and continue farming for the God of War ring. Just as the bus was about to set off, Tang Ping, responsible for the safety of all examinees in the Morning Dawn Sacred Hall, suddenly changed expressions and looked towards the distant sky. There a shadow was visibly growing larger. It looked strange because the giant beast was not moving. It was a visual illusion, commonly referred to as a flying star that doesn't move. This meant that the opponent was rapidly descending towards you. Not good. The giant beast is coming. I knew it. Such calmness must mean trouble. Everyone listen up, protect the students at all costs. Tang Ping's eyes were filled with intense anger, even more than any previous year. Why? Because there were too many good candidates in this cohort. Tang Ping was also aware of Lin Bufang's identity. In a great profession from an ordinary family, he had risen to the extraordinary level of 19. Tang Ping estimated that each time Lin Bufang farmed, it was at a hellish level. Thus there was a terrifying question within. Had he encountered a boss in its second phase? If not, that luck was incredibly frightening. If he had, then it was even more terrifying. Such a genius must not be harmed by the giant beast. Tang Ping's reaction speed was already fast enough, but others were still a bit slower. Tang Ping soared into the sky, placing himself in front of the students. Others were still rushing towards them. Gradually the shadow became immensely large, close to 50 meters in size. It resembled a giant black rhinoceros, sporting wings larger than its body, with its surface covered in scales like a lizard. Tang Ping recognized the level of the giant beast. A level 3 giant beast. Damn it, they are deliberately targeting the examinees. Such a giant beast could easily breach a city. He cursed loudly and was just about to take action. The level 3 giant black rhinoceros suddenly accelerated, sending Tang Ping flying 1,000 meters away. Good timing, as Tang Ping was about to engage in a fierce battle. A distance of 1,000 meters was just enough not to harm any other classmates. However, at that moment, he noticed a mini black rhinoceros appeared in the direction of the bus. Not good. Quickly save the students. This black rhinoceros can cast summoning spells. The rhinoceroses it summons possess at least the strength of a level I giant beast. The other guards wished they could grow 2 more legs. They wanted nothing more than to stand in front of the students immediately. However, they simply couldn't do it. They could only watch helplessly as the little rhinoceros charged towards the nearest bus. Although it was called a little rhinoceros, its size exceeded 20 meters. With one stomp, at least half of the students in that bus would die. The giant beast was not just a monster, its defense and health were extremely abnormal. It charged at the nearest bus, its massive horns eager for action. Inside the bus, several female students huddled together, their eyes filled with despair. Outside the bus, just 5 meters away, this close distance was something the guards simply could not stop. No. Just then, from the adjacent bus, a shadow leaped from the bus window, rolling to stabilize himself. This person was none other than Lin Bufang. The moment he landed, he donned the epic Orlan set, and his speed soared directly past 4,000, fast enough to take flight. This value was something that many 40-level main damage dealers couldn't even achieve. Lin Bufang's figure flickered a few times, and within 1 second, he had traversed to the front of the level I giant beast, the black rhinoceros. Authority was already pressed against its chin. It wasn't that Lin Bufang didn't want to aim for the head, he simply couldn't reach it. Subsequently, Lin Bufang switched to the God of War ring, donning the magic power set. Although he couldn't see the giant beast's health bar, Lin Bufang still threw out 9 dispel spells in quick succession. Regardless of whether you had a buff or not, it was better to cast first. It turned out that Lin Bufang's intuition was correct. Dispel successful, dispel failed, dispel successful, dispel successful, dispel successful. Magic value 30. The next bullet counts as 5. Lin Bufang fiercely pulled the trigger. As he pulled the trigger, he manually loaded the bullets, because the speed of automatic loading couldn't keep up with the hand speed brought by his 4,000 speed. With a loud bang, the neck of the level I black rhinoceros was directly broken. Its entire body toppled sideways. Lin Bufang was unsure if he had killed it, but it didn't matter. He jumped up from his spot, standing on the black rhinoceros' belly, aiming for its head. Boom. Another shot. Flesh exploded, and the black rhinoceros' skull was covered in countless cracks. Boom. Another shot. This time the black rhinoceros head exploded. Countless fragments flew in all directions, and blood and flesh stained half of the bus with a luminescent blue. Successfully killed the summoned creature of the 3 black rhinoceros giant beast. Hearing this prompt, Lin Bufang finally felt relieved. Blue blood flowed down from his hair, slightly blurring his vision. Turning around, he saw countless pairs of eyes staring at him. From below from the bus, he watched as Lin Bufang wielded a shotgun, stepping on the body of the black rhinoceros, a look of disdain in his eyes. At this moment, the sky was overcast, the forest silent, and the ground a wasteland. In front of Lin Bufang stood the Dawn Sanctuary, illuminated by countless lights, while blood of the giant beast stained his body, and beneath him lay the beast's corpse. In the eyes of his classmates, there was only admiration. Previously, when discussing Lin Bufang, the female students would be filled with excitement. No one could deny his striking appearance. After all, he was molded from the same mold as everyone present. However, now the proportion of boys in the admiring gazes had far surpassed that of girls, presenting a crushing advantage. Soon Tang Ping had also resolved his battle. The I-level giant beast could only delay him in the face of such a powerful expert. He saw Lin Bufang take down a level I giant beast with 3 shots. Although surprised, he could understand it, considering Lin Bufang had soloed the hell-level Dawn Sanctuary. Tang Ping felt somewhat absurd. If he told his friends about this, they might label him as senile. Level 19, taking down a level I giant beast in 3 shots. Is it that I haven't woken up yet, or have I slept too deeply? That is a question. Tang Ping saw Lin Bufang still rummaging through the giant beast. With a helpless smile, he said, "Stop looking, that's just a summon, there's nothing there." Then he took out a large rhinoceros horn from his backpack, though it seemed to be less than 1/10 in size. "Here, take this, it's from the I-level giant beast." Lin Bufang took the rhinoceros horn and asked, "What use is this?" Tang Ping lowered his voice, "Scrape a bit off with a knife and soak it in water, you'll see." "Oh, so it's useless. It can sell for at least 5 million. Good stuff. Thank you." Lin Bufang accepted the rhinoceros horn, entered his backpack, and it automatically weighed itself for sale. He quickly sold it for 5.2 million gold coins. Balance 418,57568 gold coins comfortable. He boarded the bus, and the journey was peaceful. Seemingly peaceful. Lin Bufang's bus was surrounded by countless girls who had crowded around him. This was unexpected. Su Ran was in another compartment. Having gone through multiple battles and seeing a balance of 40 million in his backpack, Lin Bufang's mindset had changed. The surrounding praises and compliments seemed irrelevant to him. He only found it noisy. He should be doing something more meaningful, like fighting. Refreshing. At 7 p.m., at the east gate of Shanghai City, the door was tightly shut. On the city wall, Principal Wang Su Xiao Gaojia and others stood waiting. At the same time, leaders from various educational institutions, including the mayor of Shanghai City, had also come to wait. Due to communication issues, Shanghai City still had no idea what the situation was at the Dawn Sanctuary. The last cohort was the best in nearly a decade, with the highest level reaching LV16. That student also successfully entered Qingyun University. Now she is about to start her second year. Her name is Lin Xiangning, a level professional who has carved out a niche for herself. I am well acquainted with her teacher, and currently Lin Xiangning is considering joining the City Defense Army due to her family's financial situation. For this cohort, I wonder what the highest level will be. I see that Xiao Jia's Xiao Fu shouldn't be too bad. Their family invested $1 billion, and Xiao Fu also successfully gained 2 decent skills, so he should at least reach level 15. With level 15 combined with his A-level profession, as long as he doesn't show off, he should definitely get into Qingyun University. By the way, that girl from the Su family is a dark horse. Reaching level 15 shouldn't be a problem. Hey, why is no one mentioning Lin Bufang? Who is Lin Bufang? An A-level gunslinger who leveled up to 10 in the Goblin Rift. Level 10. That is indeed astonishing. By the way, he only took 3 hours. Is this even? Why have I never heard of this name? In response to the mayor, Lin Bufang is quite outstanding. We are also investigating to avoid distracting you. Lin Bufang comes from a modest background, but works hard, so perhaps he can give us some surprises. Don't hold too high hopes. Historically, there has been only one A-level professional who reached level 18 and entered Qingyun University, but that was a wealthy family that poured in an unknown amount of money. So Lin Bufang might just be lucky. After level 10, that's another realm. Forget about the A-level profession. He is still a gunslinger, which makes it hard to have any expectations. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Everyone continued to wait. The time reached 7:30 p.m. Under normal circumstances, the bus should have arrived at the east gate by 6:30. Why hasn't it come yet? It wouldn't have encountered a giant beast, would it? There was a moment of silence among the crowd. If they encountered a giant beast, that would be a disaster. Even if they encountered a giant beast, if Tang Ping and the others couldn't handle it, then no one could. Yet despite these words, the bus still hadn't arrived, and everyone's hearts were pounding. Finally, at the end of the vast yellow sand, a massive bus broke through the barrier of sand and came into everyone's view. 1 bus, 2 buses, 3 buses. Over 300 buses arrived one after another, neither more nor less, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. As the students disembarked from the bus, they automatically connected to the network, and their levels were automatically submitted at that moment. Soon the levels and scores were tallied and ranked automatically. Everyone could check their rankings and scores. The mayor gave a speech first affirming the efforts of the students' parents and teachers. Indeed, there is no need to emphasize it again. The college entrance examination actually began 3 days ago. The higher the level, the more it will affect your college entrance exam score. Each level increases your score by 1 point. A difference of 1 point could eliminate tens of thousands of candidates. Because what you will face is not just the 5,000 candidates from Shanghai City, but 8 million candidates nationwide. Now I will read the names from the back to the front. Those whose names I call, please come up to receive your awards. Hearing that there would be rewards, the students instantly became excited. Our Shanghai City's economy has developed well in the past year, and we will provide some financial assistance to students from ordinary families, but with good scores. Ranked 50th to 100th will directly receive a cash reward of 1,000. Ranked 49th to 11th will receive a cash reward of 2,000. From 10th to 4th place, a cash reward of 3,000 will be given. 3rd place will receive 5,000. 2nd place will receive 1 million. 1st place will receive not only 2 million in cash, but also job placements for all family members to ensure they have no worries. Furthermore, among the top 100, there will undoubtedly be students from well-off families, even quite wealthy ones. In this case, we assume you will donate the money. These funds will be used for educational reserves in Shanghai City to help other students from ordinary families. After a pause, the mayor began calling names starting from the 10th place. Upon hearing the principal's announcement about the reward for the top student, Lin Bufang felt a twinge of emotion. The reward was indeed heartfelt. In these chaotic times, finding a good job is a challenging task. Money cannot buy stability. With the mayor's arrangement, Lin Bufang was free from worries. 10th place, Ji Guan level 14, 14 points. 9th place, Oding Liu level 14, 14 points. 8th place, Zheng Wang level 15, 15 points. Soon the students ranked 4th to 10th stood on stage, each displaying a mix of determination and youthful naivety. Now we move on to the top 3. 3rd place, Xiao Fu level 16, 16 points. Seeing that level 16 was only 3rd place surprised the mayor and many others as well. What kind of extraordinary beings were the two ahead of him? Xiao Fu felt a bit dazed. He had nearly exerted all his strength just to secure 3rd place with $1 billion invested only to achieve this rank. This undoubtedly embarrassed his father Xiao Gaojia. After all, they had previously boasted and created a buzz, all aiming for the city's top ranking. 2nd place, Su Ran level 19 and 19 points. Upon hearing the number 19, the mayor gasped and double-checked several times, fearing he had misread. But the fact remained that it was indeed level 19. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience. What did level 19 signify? Historically, it was undoubtedly the city's highest ranking. The best record in Shanghai City over the past few centuries was level 18A, and Su Ran had surpassed it, breaking the city's highest level record. Of course, on a national scale, it might be difficult to make it into the top 10, yet it was still among the very best. In the province, it was also the highest. However, how could level 19 only be 2nd place? Who was the first? At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with anticipation as they looked at the mayor, unwilling to miss a single word. 1st place, Lin Bufang. Level 19 and 19 points. This time the mayor was genuinely astonished. One might even say he found it incomprehensible. Su Ran was an S-level professional, and being at level 19 could be considered acceptable. However, Lin Bufang was an A-level marksman. The difficulty of leveling up was not even in the same dimension. Please welcome Lin Bufang to the stage. Lin Bufang comes from an average family with a 6th sister in the hospital. He has fought his way to level 19 as an A-level marksman. Just now we received news that I initially couldn't believe. I am still a bit dazed. Lin Bufang single-handedly stood before his classmates and defeated an A-level behemoth. He saved countless lives. I believe this is the reason we strive to level up and enhance our strength to protect all that we hold dear. Can we have a round of applause for him? At this moment, the applause thundered across the dozens of miles of Shanghai City's East Gate, with Lin Bufang's name etched in the hearts of every student, teacher, and citizen. The mayor continued his introduction. Although Lin Bufang and Su Ran are both at level 19, Lin Bufang's experience points progress is quite high. We cannot disclose the specifics, it is his little secret. Currently, besides Shanghai City, the highest level in Jiangdong Province is level 18. Thus, Lin Bufang's level is not only the highest in Shanghai City, but also the highest in Jiangdong Province, and he could even make it into the top 10 nationally. Now please let Lin Bufang give a speech. Everyone please listen carefully. Lin Bufang stood at the original position of the mayor, steadying his thoughts. About the 2 million and the job placement, I would like to thank the mayor on behalf of my parents. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The mayor smiled at the first thank you. By the 2nd and 3rd, he understood. He made a phone call. Arrange it now, immediately, let him start tomorrow morning. I don't care what Lin Bufang's parents will do, but just let them sit there, lie down, and enjoy the best food and benefits. What if they find it boring? Cleaning. Dust doesn't harm the lungs, right? Got it. Good. Shanghai City government is transferring you 2,000 gold coins. Current balance 438,57568 gold coins. Seeing the balance credited, Lin Bufang felt immensely gratified. Understandable. I won't say much more. Everyone keep working hard. The next step is crucial. All our efforts over the years will be determined tomorrow. I don't know what ranking you are aiming for, but I have a single goal. If I can't take 1st place, I will definitely take down the 1st place with a volley. I want the name of Shanghai City to resound throughout the nation. As soon as he finished speaking, the mayor shouted good, leading the applause with others following suit. The mayor expressed that the 2 million was well spent. As mayor, no amount of reasoning could match Lin Bufang standing there more persuasive. How could an A-level marksman take 1st place? Does anyone here not feel the sting of shame? Returning to Shanghai City, Lin Bufang felt a mix of emotions. He still had over 5,000 left when leaving the city. 5,000 was paid for his sister's surgery. Upon returning, he had already earned over 40 million. Although he capitalized on the college entrance examination to level up, reaping a significant profit, such opportunities are not something just anyone can seize. Between taking a taxi and the bus, he still chose the bus. Watching the scenery outside, he fell asleep. Then he missed his stop. On Su Ran's side, she reunited with her father who was driving a Rolls-Royce with the pedal to the metal, feeling incredibly pleased. I say, daughter, how much do you think is appropriate for the betrothal gift for Lin Bufang? 8800 for good luck. We are not materialistic people, there's no need for too much. Su Ran seemed not to hear, just absent-mindedly twirling her middle finger. Su Shaluk overbit was alarming. The martial god ring. Where did you get that? Did you steal my gold coins? Su Ran glared. Don't say nonsense, it was a gift from Lin Bufang. Su Shaluk's expression instantly turned serious. Do you know how precious this thing is? Can you just take it? You two haven't even started dating, can you just take such an expensive gift? Don't you know how to show some self-respect? Su Shaluk sighed repeatedly. How is this kid like me a romantic? How will life go on in the future? He has 8 martial god rings. Lin Bufang, who had missed his stop, took a taxi with tears in his eyes, spending 20 more than before. Upon arriving at the hospital, his parents were waiting outside the operating room. They already knew about Lin Bufang's first-place ranking. Standing next to them was none other than the hospital director, bowing and handing them water, showing such concern and warmth. Lin Bufang's parents didn't know how much money he had, but it should be no less than 2 million. 2 million is an unattainable fortune for both them and the general public. The couple had nothing much to say, only uttering one line. Do not flaunt wealth. Lin Ding, his father, appeared slightly flushed. He didn't know what kind of emotions he felt receiving a call from the boss, while carrying a sandbag saying the city leaders wanted to arrange a job for him. I've lived a hard life for half my life, so I want your sister to support you more. Now that you are at Qingyun University, you might need to take care of your sister. You are a man, don't feel unbalanced. Other than that, there's nothing more to say. It's very good. Most of the time they were silent, but Lin Bufang's parents also appeared relaxed, chatting with those around them. To put it another way, the three of them could only hug and cry together. What does such suppressed emotion bring? I don't know. Perhaps a saying could describe it. Resilient. With parents looking after his sister, Lin Bufang could devote himself entirely to tomorrow's college entrance examination. By 10 o'clock at night, he trained with various firearms, facing different qualities of equipment, and with his speed improvement, some previous training results needed to adapt to real circumstances. There are many types of weapons for marksmen, primarily handguns, rifles, shotguns, sniper rifles, and machine guns. If one were to detail each type of firearm, it would take tens of thousands of words. In addition, there are several other major types, such as laser guns, cannons, crossbows, submachine guns, flamethrowers. These weapons Lin Bufang had never seen, clearly not something an LV-10 could access. With so many weapons, Lin Bufang's current focus remained on machine guns and shotguns. There were also many types of equipment, with Lin Bufang currently emphasizing speed and magical sets. At 1030, after finishing his wash, Lin Bufang went to bed early to prepare for the next day. He hadn't had good rest in the past 3 days, and he slept soundly. The next morning, aside from those who withdrew from the college entrance examination, over 40 candidates, led by their teachers, arrived at the city's high-speed teleportation array. The high-speed teleportation array in Zhanghai City belongs to a medium-sized teleportation array, allowing economical transportation to the province's large teleportation array and then to various parts of the country. Along the way, Principal Wang introduced the rules of this college entrance examination. In fact, signs of this event emerged last year. With the development of the economy, the increasing number of candidates, and the rise of more good professions, more students can reach level 15. Among them, the number of professions above level B has actually surpassed 1000, and there are also some level C professions that have reached level 16, which meet the entrance requirements for Qingyun University. Currently, the second university benchmarking Qingyun University, known as Beishan University, has been established for 3 years. However, given the foundation of Qingyun University, Beishan University still falls short in comparison. In summary, there have been changes to this year's college entrance examination rules. As we all know, Qingyun University enrolls only 500 candidates each year, and in past years this number has often been exceeded. An extra 1 or 2 wouldn't matter. Last year the exceedance was too great, and Qingyun University underwent expansion. This year's college entrance examination will admit 1000 candidates. They are also using this opportunity to propose modifications to the examination. How to put it, everyone is aware of this matter. Some candidates may have average actual abilities, but have truly elevated their levels through various forms of assistance, thereby entering Qingyun University. It is unfair for those with insufficient strength to occupy resources that do not belong to them. Therefore, for this year's college entrance examination, Qingyun University has temporarily decided to relax the level requirements, giving some well-performing candidates a chance. The ranking in the college entrance examination will affect the standards for entering Qingyun University. The top 100 will likely include those who are slightly below the required level, but can still gain admission. Thus, this year's college entrance examination is extremely rigorous, testing comprehensive personal abilities. This also means that even if your level is average, as long as your performance is outstanding and you secure a place in the top 100, you still have the opportunity to enter Qingyan University. Such news is extremely encouraging for most students, each of them clenching their fists in anticipation of the examination content. For those who appear strong but are actually weak, relying on family or equipment, this is undoubtedly a huge blow. Lin Bufang here has captured a crucial piece of information. It's still about market trends. In previous years before the college entrance examination, equipment prices skyrocketed largely to ensure they had good gear to dominate the exam. Now that this news is out, equipment below level 20 is bound to depreciate significantly. Lin Bufang's decision to sell off all the leaked equipment in advance is undoubtedly wise. As for why he wants to sell the Divine Warrior ring, it's simple. He doesn't want his opponents wearing it while competing against him in the examination. Regarding the difficulty of the college entrance examination, Lin Bufang is utterly unconcerned. His 3 years of hard work were not in vain, even if he is truly not allowed to use his main power or the Divine Warrior ring. His physical attack of 5000 is not just for show. Upon arriving in the provincial city, many students curiously observed their surroundings. Most students had never traveled far, and this was their first time in a big city. Everything around them was novel. They saw many unidentified flying objects hovering in the sky, not knowing what kind of power source was being used. The examination venue was arranged next to the provincial large-scale teleportation array in a very spacious area. Above the venue, layers of protective shields were stacked sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from a level 7 giant beast. When officially entering the examination venue, Lin Bufang approached Principal Wang and said, "I am now at level 19. Do you have anything to say about A-level professions?" Principal Wang looked disdainful. "I have said that A-level professions are garbage, and that will never change. I am surprised you have reached level 19, but that's where it ends. The world above level 20 is something you have never seen. By the way, good luck with the exam." In 12 cities, 58000 candidates gathered together. Lin Bufang stood in the southeast corner, gazing at the sky, filled with shock. There was a staircase floating in midair, seemingly endless and pure white. In front of him was The examination has not yet started. An entry into Path to Ascendance is not allowed. Many candidates also noticed the prompt in front of them, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, Path to Ascendance. Isn't that a place only top-tier professionals can enter? Can we enter it?" At that moment, a figure slowly appeared in the sky. In his 30s, imposing without anger, dressed in a black long coat, flowing with the wind, silence. "I am Pei Jin, the chief examiner of Jiangdong province. The place you are about to enter is not the real Path to Ascendance, but a simulation designed through the efforts of countless predecessors. The Path to Ascendance replicating part of its content. This simulated venue is also sponsored by Qingyan University, allowing entry from all 58 provinces nationwide. The real Path to Ascendance, if one challenges it to the end and becomes a deity, is well known. Thus, this is a projection replicating the Path to Ascendance. This simulation version is only available at Qingyan University, and when you truly step into the ranks of top-tier professionals, the simulated Path to Ascendance can provide you with a margin for error. Only professionals who enter Qingyan University or those who make significant contributions can challenge the simulated version, as maintaining the operation of the simulated Path to Ascendance is also very costly. This year's college entrance examination has also invested heavily to select more outstanding talents and to provide some opportunities for ordinary candidates. Therefore, everyone must work hard and not let down our expectations or the expectations of Great Xia. I wish everyone could go further. Now let's begin introducing the examination rules. Entering the simulated Path to Ascendance is done individually, with each person taking one path. Each step on the Path to Ascendance will lead to different spaces facing different monsters, with the difficulty increasing step by step. The college entrance examination only provides the first 10 levels. Once you reach the highest level, you will also see your surrounding teammates. No noise is allowed in the examination venue, no uncivilized behavior, no nudity, no dancing, no singing, no public urination, no communication methods. Violators will receive a warning once, and upon a second violation their examination qualifications will be directly revoked, and they will be expelled from the venue. Before entering the 9th level, no equipment is allowed. The initial weapon will be a level 1 white optional equipment for each profession, and no armor is allowed. Levels and attributes remain unchanged. In addition, the entire examination will be live-streamed, available for viewing on major TV stations. We will select some outstanding students as role models for a follow-up live broadcast. Finally, Pei Jin raised his hand to check the time. Now, I will announce the Jiangdong province level rank. In the next moment, a large square screen appeared in the center of the sky, viewable from 4 angles. Jiangdong Province College Entrance Examination Level Ranking. First place, Lin Bufang Level 19, a Level Gunner. Second place, Su Ran Level 19, S-Level Judgment Gunner. Third place, Liao Shi Level 18, ES Level Sword Demon. Students looked at the ranking list in stunned silence, as speaking was also considered a violation, but their expressions revealed their inner shock. There are still 2 at level 19. Moreover, to their great surprise, the first place is actually an A-rank profession, which is also recognized as the lowest tier profession gunner. In Jiangdong province, the top-rated television channel opened the livestream entrance across various platforms, including major channels and short videos, and soon millions of viewers flooded into the livestream. Here anyone can speak freely and express their thoughts. Thus, some harsh words stand out as particularly. Another ranking announcement. To be honest, this rank has no real value, it's just a list gilded by family. Indeed, Qingyun University's proposal regarding the college entrance examination rules is exceedingly correct, otherwise all the good resources would be taken by these individuals. At this moment, the ranking list was announced in the live stream. Upon seeing Lin Bufang's level and that A-rank profession, the barrage in the live stream instantly surged tenfold. Excessive. This is simply too much. Just think about it. Forcing a rank profession to level 19 is one thing, but for an A-rank profession to reach level 19, isn't that blatantly wasting societal resources? It's simply a performance without even an act. At this moment, netizens from Jianghai City rallied to defend Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang is from our Jianghai City. He's just an ordinary person. He legitimately earned his level. Does the Morning Light Sanctuary know? Lin Bufang cleared the hell level in just 36 seconds. He truly has strength, okay? Don't think we're joking, we have evidence. As some images and videos were sent to the comment section, the voices of doubt vanished, leaving only a screen filled with astonishment and exclamations. Everyone has too much prejudice against professions. What's wrong with being in a rank profession? Even if one can't stand first like Lin Bufang, they can still step by step reach the peak by leveraging time differences. So everyone, please don't give up on yourselves. The lively discussion in the live stream focused the camera on Lin Bufang, and in an instant all discussions about A-rank professions and first place shifted to Lin Bufang's looks. How can someone be this good looking? This is even more beautiful than women. I think Lin Bufang would be quite stunning even in women's clothing during a live stream. On the other side of the exam hall, Liao Shi, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, initially wore a look of arrogance, as if the world revolved around him, dismissing everyone with disdain. Even after submitting his level, he publicly declared to the whole province there's not a single capable one among them. Now he looked pale as he stared at the ranking list. He is level 18, an S-rank profession sword demon, yet he didn't even secure 2nd place. He could only take the remaining 3rd place. Level 19, huh? I want to see your performance on the road to divinity. That's when one's true strength will reveal itself. And I have been undergoing the strictest training since childhood. All for this day. My level is merely a facade. My skills are my instinct. In the high sky, Pei Jin glanced at the time again. It was 9 o'clock sharp. Alright, all students who have not arrived will have their exam qualifications revoked. If you dare to be late for the college entrance examination, what can you do in the future? Now the provincial college entrance examination officially begins. Each stage will automatically earn points based on performance and kills. The leaderboard only considers points. As long as you reach the 10th stage, just standing on the 10th stage will earn you 500 freedom points. Upon hearing about the 500 freedom points, all students' eyes sparkled, their fists clenched, eager to fly to the 10th level immediately. Please note, only the top 500 from Jiangdong province can enter the final competition, facing the best competitors from all over the country. Everyone, do your best. Please note the points you earn will also be equally converted into credits for your university entrance, which can be exchanged for various rewards. University credits are precious items that cannot be bought with money. Naturally, they can be exchanged for rare items, mounts, advanced skill books, epic equipment, and more. Now you may enter. In an instant, almost all students clicked on the option to click to enter the road to divinity simulation. In the blink of an eye, there were hardly any people left in the examination hall. Of course, some students, due to excessive nervousness or other reasons, didn't find a way to enter the road to divinity. Fortunately, most were assisted by teachers and staff to enter the road to divinity. As for those who still couldn't enter, it didn't matter whether they took the exam or not. Every second of entering faster than others could widen the score gap. After all, the current highest score belongs to Lin Bufang and Su Ran. 19 points. Road to Divinity Stage 1. The moment Lin Bufang clicked to enter, he soared into the sky above the examination hall, the people below resembling ants. With the sound of howling wind in his ears, he stood on the first step of the road to divinity. Looking up, the road to divinity seemed endless. Words were rolling before him. Vaguely it seemed as if a force was pulling him, traversing toward an unknown. How can such creatures exist in this world? Human bodies, elven ears, beast-like habits, unicellular thought patterns. They eat voraciously, consuming plants, animals, humans, and even their kin, occasionally partaking of their own excretions. Their vitality is remarkably resilient. Undeniably, these creatures called goblins also have great deities guiding them. Entering the road to divinity stage 1, a forest of hunger. The scenery before Lin Bufang shifted abruptly, and the next moment, he found himself in an open area roughly circular in shape. Surrounded by towering pine trees, it was as if these pines formed an arena. Among the pine forest were several green-skinned goblins wielding weapons and shouting loudly. They seemed to be anticipating a duel where blood and flesh collide. Opposite Lin Bufang was a giant goblin exceeding 5 meters in height and clad in blue shimmering armor, carrying no weapons. Name scale armor goblin, level LV5, health 50,000, physical attack 10, armor 500, magic resistance 500, skills none. Description: simulation. Road to Divinity College entrance examination. Custom monster with high health, balanced defense, and extremely low attack power. 3 options appeared before Lin Bufang. Please choose from the following 3 basic weapons. 1. Damaged revolver, lightweight, low damage, quick response, average accuracy 2. Rusty old rifle, heavier, average damage, high accuracy 3. Worn Mauser sniper rifle, very heavy, high damage, extremely high accuracy, slow loading. Lin Bufang chose the first option mainly for its low weight. He didn't care about that little damage. Is 50000 physical attack a joke? Lin Bufang slid the revolver's cylinder, and with a staggering speed of 2,370, performed a manual reload. In the rapid spin of the cylinder, 6 bullets snapped into place. Raising the pistol, the aim was precise, locked onto the scale armor goblin's forehead. With a click, the cylinder's positioning pin locked into place in the chamber, and Lin Bufang, with his right thumb, pulled down the hammer, aiming at the goblin's head as his index finger gently squeezed the trigger. The compressed hammer spring instantly released its elastic potential energy, driving the hammer to strike the primer of the bullet. The explosive high temperature and high pressure flames surged through the flash hole into the shell. The bullet shot out of the casing, accelerating forward along the barrel at high speed while spinning rapidly. Following closely, the gunpowder gases erupted from the muzzle, instantly expanding and mixing with the air, creating a pale yellow flame. This 7.8mm bullet also fulfilled its mission, instantly piercing through the armored goblin's head and exiting from the back of its skull. With a splatter, blood found its way out, spraying outward through the bullet hole. The armored goblin made no sound, its massive body falling backward to the ground due to inertia. Kill the armored goblin. Performance points 10. Simulation completion. The path to Ascension Stage 1. Overall score SSS. Performance score 20. Current total score 49 points. After finishing off the goblin, Lin Bufang began to wait in place. According to the Provincial College entrance examination rules, during the first 4 levels, everyone must wait for others to finish. Starting from the 5th level to the 8th level, waiting is not required and competition for speed can commence. At the 9th level, all equipment can be worn. The 10th level determines who enters first. The first 500 to enter are essentially announced as finalists, competing for a place in the top 100 among national examinees. Lin Bufang thought to himself that because no equipment could be carried in the first 8 layers, not only ordinary professions would be eliminated, even some higher-tier professions relying on family wealth and others for upgrades would also face a harsh lesson in humility. In the outside world, because Lin Bufang was in first place, many local television stations focused their in the first layer, seeing the goblin's health and Lin Bufang's tattered revolver. Many viewers were sweating. He has allocated all his free points to attack power at level 19, but his attack power won't be very high. In the first layer, the challenge lies in output level and finding the goblin's weaknesses to inflict high damage. Lin Bufang might face a disadvantage. However, the subsequent scene made all viewers exclaim in disbelief. Lin Bufang fired a shot directly attacking the hardest part of the goblin's head armor. One shot, and it was an instant kill. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Is he cheating? The live streaming room began to analyze, but after a long analysis, they couldn't figure it out. Because Lin Bufang made no actual moves, it was all about the numbers. A worn-out revolver dealt 5,000 damage. He even struck the toughest part of the goblin. Is he really not even pretending? Lin Bufang must have an incredibly overpowered skill that deals high damage to low-level targets. That's right, this is probably the only reason that can explain it all. Compared to rational analysis, more viewers were lavish with their praises. Lin Bufang is amazing. I said who else could kill an armored goblin so quickly? Shanghai City is incredible. Due to Lin Bufang's rapid kill, the camera couldn't stay focused on his handsome face. The scene shifted to another location. Su Ran. As another marksman and steer judgment gunner, she was the perfect counterpart to Lin Bufang. However, to everyone's surprise, while Lin Bufang could kill the armored goblin with one shot, Su Ran at the same level couldn't do it. She chose a rifle which was more balanced and had higher precision. After releasing a skill, she fired a few more shots before finally taking down the goblin. Wade and steer judgment gunner can't even match Lin Bufang's tier. Is there any justice left? Lin Bufang is too overpowered. In another direction, the third-place Liao Shi chose one of the warrior's weapons, the Great Sword. As the only S-tier profession in the province, sword demon, Liao Shi's attention was previously something Lin Bufang could only aspire to. But now everyone's focus was on Lin Bufang. Even when the scene switched to Liao Shi, he had already finished. His highlight moment was not recorded. As an S-tier profession, Liao Shi possessed a very special ability. His weapon could be considered as two. One great sword in his left hand, and instantly another great sword appeared in his right hand. His skills were all interlinked, enhancing the effect of wielding dual swords. Thus, the moment the goblin appeared, he used only 3 strikes to kill it. No skills were even unleashed. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Liao Shi's mouth. What's the use of being the highest level A? No matter how high the level, true strength is what matters. And I have worked hard for so many years just for today. Soon all of the first layer was completed. First layer number of eliminations, 245 people. There were still eliminations in the first layer. The goblins were weak, but for some who were truly unlucky or had low output, it was still quite challenging. The moment the elimination prompt disappeared, a score leaderboard appeared in front of all the students. Jiangdong Province College Entrance Examination Scoreboard: first place, Lin Bufang 49 points, second place, Su Ran 42 points, third place, Liao Shi 41 points. Upon seeing the leaderboard, disbelief filled Liao Shi's eyes. How is this possible? I only used 3 strikes. How could I not even make it to second place? 49 points. Did Lin Bufang get full marks? The stark contrast made Liao Shi's chest heave violently as he took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Very good, he actually has some skill. However, as the levels increase, the monster's strength will also rise rapidly. In no time I will leave you far behind. The Jiangdong Province monitoring room was right next to the examination hall. Thousands of invigilators stared at the screens in front of them, recording each student's performance. If any student performed poorly or exhibited misconduct, they would be stopped immediately. After all, this was a nationwide live broadcast, and it was inevitable that some students would do something absurd to attract attention. Just now, a burly student, a tire strength-type warrior, was not taking the exam seriously. He pressed the first layer goblin to the ground and did some indescribable things after taking off his clothes. Although the invigilators had seen a lot, they had never encountered such a perverse situation before. Soon this student received a certificate of disqualification from the examination. As for Lin Bufang, not just one invigilator noticed his extraordinary performance, almost all the teachers had seen it. Did they not wish to see a student from Jiangdong Province ranked among the top in the nation? However, the highest profession in Jiangdong Province is only SS level, while other provinces have numerous higher quality professions. To reach the top 100 is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet Lin Bufang's performance has given them hope. Perhaps this student Lin Bufang really has a chance to enter the national top 100. And a level gunner making it into the top 100 would certainly bring honor to our Jiangdong Province. At that moment, the chief examiner of Jiangdong Province, Pei Jin, walked in. What is all this noise about? The second stage is about to begin, and instead of keeping an eye on these students, you're messing around with these trivia. Pei Jin's assistant hurried forward. Although an assistant, his rank was comparable to that of the mayor of Shanghai City. In the face of such a national examination, he could only act as Pei Jin's aide. What's the situation with the top 3? Chief examiner, you might want to take a look at the leaderboard. Alright, no need to say more. I have a rough idea. It must be those few people, that one person. Liao Shi S-level sword demon. The assistant shook his head. It's not him, you should take a look at the leader. Pei Jin shook his head. What's there to see? It's either him or the other few S-level professions. It's been like this for years. No, really, currently the first place is neither S-level nor S-level. Pei Jin then became interested. A level? No. Level? Not that either. Not even that of Pei, you should just look at the leaderboard. Pei Jin chuckled. If it's not A, B, or C, then he sat at a window seat, took a sip of water, and opened the leaderboard. First place, Lin Bufang, the level gunner. In an instant, Pei Jin sputtered, spraying the water he had just swallowed, coughing fiercely. Cough, what the hell? Cough. A level. Pull up the footage from his first stage. Soon the footage from the first stage was presented before Pei Jin. At the beginning, Lin Bufang made a small move that many would easily overlook. He rapidly loaded 6 bullets. This speed is beyond what someone at this level could exhibit. Did he truly reach level 19 through actual skill? Interesting. Switch to his live stream. I want to personally see his performance. The first stage had only 1 goblin, but the second stage has 9 monsters. As the scene before him spun, Lin Bufang found himself back on the steps of the path to godhood, but unlike before, he had now ascended to the second step. Vaguely, he saw countless shadows also stepping onto the second step. These were the candidates from his province. Lin Bufang looked at the text before him. We generally do not refer to such beings as living creatures. Aside from having a human body, they are entirely unrelated to humanity. They are bloodthirsty, hiding in the darkness, and when they catch the scent of living beings, they will expend all their strength. They do not even need to eat, for they belong to the undead. Lin Bufang felt darkness envelop him, and then 2 rows of candlelight slowly illuminated his surroundings. He was now in a closed cave. Before him were 9 massive coffins, their lids slowly opening. 9 decaying corpses stood upright from the coffins, their blood-red eyes instantly locking onto Lin Bufang. Name: corpse. Level LV 10. Health 80,000. Physical attack 100. Armor 1,000. Magic resistance 1,000. Skill: bloodthirst. Introduction: simulated path to godhood, national examination, custom monster, all attributes balanced and reduced. Lin Bufang only glanced halfway at the panel when one of the corpses erupted in a spray of blood. Its decaying lips dripped with foul liquid as it lunged at him with incredible speed. Bang! A single shot struck the corpse's head, and with a loud explosion, its head shattered into pieces. The first corpse staggered a few times, its hands still grasping at potential prey, before finally collapsing to the ground motionless. Killed 1 corpse. Score 10. Lin Bufang held his revolver in his right hand, pulling the hammer down rapidly with his left hand, all done with pure hand speed. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the remaining 8 corpses were all shot in the head, collapsing onto killed 8 corpses. Score 80. Completed simulation path to godhood first stage. Overall score: SSS performance score 100. Current total score 239 points. Because of Lin Bufang's personal charisma and strength, nearly 90 of the live streams have made him the focus of their broadcasts. In the second stage, they did not see Lin Bufang perform any actions. Just 1 word: fast, and another word: seconds. Is it really that simple in the second stage? Thus, many people turned to other live streams to see how others. What they found was shocking. The corpses had a bloodthirsty skill which did nothing but increase their speed and restore some health when feeding on targets. This simple mechanism caused students with level or lower professions and lower levels to suffer greatly. Without the ability to instantly kill the corpses, they had to endure a second wave. However, once attacked by the corpses, they began healing. In no time, many students were eliminated in the first wave. Damn, it turns out the second stage isn't too easy, but it's just that Lin Bufang is too strong. So he really starts by instantaneously killing Ha. In the examination room, Pei Jin stared intently at the screen. This reaction speed is abnormal. This loading speed is also abnormal. And the accuracy is even more so. Could it be that he is not just casually playing as a gunner, but has trained for many years? Such operations do not come without 3 to 5 years of hard practice. Moreover, this hand speed is terrifying. Did he allocate all the free points gained from leveling up to speed? Is it really that extreme? The most outrageous part is this damage. No matter how you explain it, this damage could never occur in a level 19 profession, even for an SS level profession. So there's only one possibility. Pei Jin had already found the answer in his heart. As a gatekeeper among the top professionals of Daxia, he had seen quite a bit, and had basically analyzed the reason for Lin Bufang's abnormal damage. This child possesses extraordinary talent. However, we need to observe further to see what happens in the later stages. If he performs well, I must report this immediately. A talent like this will drive countless people crazy, fighting to take him on as a disciple. The Jiangdong Province College Entrance Examination Score Leaderboard: first place, Lin Bufang 239 points. Second place, Liao Shi 212 points. Third place, Su Ran 208 points. In the second stage, Liao Shi excitedly pounded his fists against the coffin. He felt he was quite fast. By attracting the attention of the 9 corpses, he managed to surround himself, and when about to take damage, he executed a group skill, swiftly dancing with dual swords and instantly killing all 9 corpses. However, he was horrified to see that his score was still 27 points behind Lin Bufang. Did he really just instantly kill 9 corpses? As for his advancement, Liaoshe felt no surprise. He believed that was where he belonged. As an class gunslinger, he was not qualified to be challenged. I don't believe you can score nearly full marks at every level. As long as you make one mistake, I will crush you. Then came the 3rd and 4th levels. As the levels increased, Lin Bufang clearly felt the strength of the monsters multiplying by several times, even by dozens of times. He thought that the first 2 levels were merely an appetizer, while the 3rd level was the real test of strength. However, due to Lin Bufang's overwhelming attack power, no matter how much the monster's strength increased, they could not withstand even a single shot from him. In the examination room, a peculiar sight appeared on the 2nd level. 9 decomposed corpses left the onlookers terrified as they knelt down and bowed to the corpses. The invigilators were left speechless. They never expected such behavior. It would be best if they were just pretending. However, this student was truly not acting. He was eliminated without the invigilators needing to take action. Of course, the above 2 cases were not isolated incidents. There were many others behaving abstractly, cursing the invigilators and denouncing the chief examiner Pei Jin from Jiangdong province for allowing such unbeatable monsters. Pei Jin also witnessed this scene. With a face full of questions, he thought, "Wait, it's not I who designed this path to divinity. I'm just here to maintain order and oversee the situation. Why are you blaming me?" Of course, he had already lost interest in such trivial matters. His full attention was on Lin Bufang. Terrifying. Too terrifying. From the 1st layer to the 4th layer, everything was instant kills. What kind of talent is this so monstrous? Liaoshe muttered to himself, having guessed that Lin Bufang had awakened his talent early. The levels of talent, like professions, range from E class to SSS class, with the extraordinary and divine levels beyond that. He speculated that Lin Bufang's talent must be no lower than S class, otherwise it wouldn't be so absurd. Of course, Pei Jin had never seen a talent above S class. He was merely speculating. The performance on the 4th layer is already a strong proof of strength. It's time to report this. Just as Pei Jin was about to report Lin Bufang's situation, the door to the examination room was suddenly kicked open. Pei Jin's face was filled with displeasure, preparing to reprimand whoever was so rude, until he saw the figure of the person, a bald man in a black leather coat, looking as if he had just been released after killing a few people and spending years in prison. A truly fierce appearance that could scare a child to tears. Pei Jin was almost scared to tears and hurriedly went forward. "Brother Shi, why didn't you give me a heads up? I had no idea you were coming. Please come in and sit." Sit. As the chief examiner of Jiangdong province, how can you sit comfortably when your province has caused such a mess? Hearing this, Pei Jin's heart sank. He had been in the examination room and hadn't seen any disturbance. In an instant, he thought of many things. Shi Tai, one of the elders of Qingyan University, was one of the top professionals in the Great Xia, and Pei Jin's strength was not even worth a single move in front of him. Moreover, he was also one of the inspectors for this year's college entrance examination, responsible for monitoring Pei Jin and his colleagues to prevent any misconduct. In simple terms, the examinees were responsible for the exams, while the teachers were responsible for monitoring them. Pei Jin, the chief examiner of Jiangdong province, was responsible for overseeing the teachers. As an inspector, Shi Tai was responsible for monitoring the chief examiners of various provinces. There were also ranks among the inspectors. Shi Tai was the top authority. What he said was absolute. If he uttered a command, Pei Jin would have to pack his bags and leave. So what did Shi Tai mean by mess? Excluding all impossibilities, there was only one possibility. He pondered carefully, considering which of the eliminated students had a connection to Shi Tai or his faction. Indeed, the only reason Pei Jin could think of was that some young master had been accidentally eliminated. Why did he say it was a struggle between the left and right brain? One of the proposals for the college entrance examination rules was personally stated by Shi Tai. In reality, only a moment had passed when Pei Jin asked tentatively, "Brother Shi, the person you mentioned, I really might not know him." Shi Tai shot him a glance, his anger nearly spilling over. Who was he looking for? None other than Lin. It's hard to imagine that during such a strict period someone could openly exploit loopholes in the college entrance examination, colluding to elevate in a level profession to level 19. This year's strict inspections were indeed enforced. In fact, the leveling rules in Zhanghai City were also very strict. Even the richest person in the city could not evade. The Goblin Rift did not allow anyone outside of students to enter and level up quickly in the early stage. The Morning Dawn Sanctuary also did not permit those at level 19, equipped with top-tier gear, to help these students level up. Only students could team up with each other. If any violations were discovered or reported, it would lead to a direct disqualification from the college entrance examination. Shirtai was so furious because someone reported that Jiangdong province had a Lin Bufang, an E-class gunslinger rising to level 19 in 3 days. For other professions, Shirtai could perhaps find some justification, but this was simply unacceptable. A gunslinger, an E-class gunslinger. It was as if he was openly slapping Shirtai in the face. Now, as the chief examiner of Jiangdong province, Pei Jin claimed he did not know Lin Bufang, the top rank. Shirtai was almost laughing in anger. So it turns out your backing is him. At these words, cold sweat poured down Pei Jin's back. What are you talking about? Who was in front of me? I really can't understand what you mean. Oh, please be straightforward. This only made Shirtai angrier. Such anger was easy to understand. The answer was right in front of them. How anyone with eyes could see it. Now that you've come this far, you still pretend to be confused. I originally wanted to be lenient and give you a chance to repent, but I didn't expect you to. Sai, I really misjudged you. Shirtai's emotions were complex. He was both angry and pained. He had known Pei Jin for a long time, and their relationship had been quite good. They had once fought side by side. He thought he understood Pei Jin well. Now it seemed he had not understood him as much as he thought. I know that people change, but sometimes I still hold on to a glimmer of hope. I believe that there are people in this restless world full of desires who can hold on to at least a bit of idealism. In reality, we never asked you to be excessively strict. As long as it does not involve bottom-line issues, we would turn a blind eye. However, now the level ranking is right there. All the citizens of Jiangdong province can see it, and it won't be long before the entire nation sees it. Tell me, what should I tell you? What can I tell you? 2 individuals behind the stone platform took out shackles and stood before Pei Jin. Senior Pei, we kindly asked for your cooperation in our work. We grew up watching your achievements. You are our idol, but please cooperate with us. Wait a moment. Pei Jin suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation, his mind racing. He searched for the reason behind it. He caught the mention of the ranking list and shouted, "Is there a problem with the top 100? Take him away. What are you standing there for?" Stone Platform said. Pei Jin replied, "It must be in the top 10. Stone Platform insisted, "Put the hood on first. It must be the top 3. Pei Jin exclaimed. Stone Platform said, "Cuff his legs too." Pei Jin shouted, "Liao sure. It's him right. It must be Su Ran. It's definitely her." Stone Platform took off his shoes and personally threw his socks over. "I don't want to hear him speak anymore." Lin Bufang. It's him. Lin Bufang. Number 1 on the ranking. Stone Platform raised his hand for the 2 to stop as the air filled with the smell of dead rats. "Have you finally admitted it? Tell me, what is your relationship with Lin Bufang?" Pei Jin was puzzled. "He's my brother. I really don't know him. I swear on our 20 years of friendship, I've never even seen him." At this moment, Stone Platform seemed to understand. There might be a possibility that Pei Jin truly didn't know Lin Bufang and was kept in the dark. But the ranking list was right there. Stone Platform, being in the capital Qingyun city, naturally didn't have time to pay attention to a candidate from the distant Jiangdong province. "How could you, Pei Jin, not know? Since you've already admitted it, I want to see how you explain this." Stone Platform brought up the abnormal level of Lin Bufang. "In a ranked profession, and he's a sharpshooter reaching level 19, and you didn't even report it. You better give me a reasonable explanation now. Legally, you're already in trouble. However, I still have feelings for you. I don't wish to see you conceal anything that would hurt our relationship." Pei Jin finally understood. All he had was a bitter smile. "What on earth is going on? I was just about to report this to you." Stone Platform was now speechless towards Pei Jin. Truly, as an old hand in the field, he managed to diffuse half of the crisis with just a few words. Indeed, the path to ascension had just reached the 4th layer, preparing to open the 5th layer. Pei Jin merely hadn't reported it in time. It wasn't that he hadn't reported it at all. At most, he could be charged with serious irresponsibility, delaying or failing to perform his duties, and there was really no way to deal with him. "I just retrieved Lin Bufang's relevant files from Jianghai City and only finished organizing them now. I can guarantee that this information is all authentic." Taking the materials from Pei Jin's hands, Stone Platform glanced once, and his face twisted. On the first day, he leveled from 1 to 10 in the cracks good. The second day, he cleared the hell level Morning Dawn Sanctuary, reaching level 18, very good. On the third day, he brought Su Ran to level 19, very good. Upon returning to Jianghai City's East Gate, he accidentally took down an 11 giant beast with 3 shots. Pei Jin, are you treating me like a fool? This time Pei Jin wasn't in a hurry. He had confidence in his heart. No matter how much data there is, it's all fake. No matter how much you say, it's all false. Brother Stone Platform, why don't we just see how he performs in person? Stone Platform pointed his index finger at Pei Jin. You better train him to the point where he can clear the first 4 layers quickly. Otherwise, if he shows any abnormalities, his college entrance qualification will be directly revoked. Opening the footage of Lin Bufang's first 4 levels. In the first level, the goblins were still standing there. Seeing the worn-out revolver in Lin Bufang's hand, stone platform's eyes were filled with disdain. What's there to watch? In a ranked profession, and he's a sharpshooter. Honestly, if he can pull off amazing moves, it only shows that he has indeed worked hard. Other than that, there's really nothing much to say. Stone platform's gaze was indeed sharp. The next moment, Lin Bufang performed a lightning-fast reloading. Oh, this maneuver indeed holds merit, requiring not only 3 to 5 years of hard training, but also necessitating a focus on speed as a trait. Let's see the damage. Bang! One shot down, the goblin fell instantly. It was a one-shot kill. At that moment, the examination room was so quiet that it seemed only stone platform's slightly hurried breathing could be heard. He said nothing, but all other emotions in his eyes had vanished, leaving only a strong curiosity. Open the second level. In the second level, 9 corpses appeared. Bang, bang, bang. In almost an instant, Lin Bufang fired 9 shots, and all 9 corpses fell simultaneously. Instantly taking down 9 corpses, the damage overflowed. Continue. The third layer. Instant kill. The fourth layer. Instant kill. He washed all 4 layers in one breath. Stone platform let out a long breath, seemingly releasing all the previous pent-up frustration. This Lin Bufang not only works exceptionally hard, but his talent is also extraordinary. Early on, even shortly after choosing his profession, he awakened his talent, which is no less than SS ranked, and its rarity ranks within the top 50 in the country. His decisive choice of becoming a sharpshooter is enough to prove his far-sighted vision. You must know that even if a talent appears, it doesn't necessarily align with one's profession. This is not gambling, it's absolute confidence. Even if it's a gamble, he's bet correctly. Which family does he belong to? Pei Jin pointed to the materials he had just given to Stone Platform. It's all right there. Stone Platform's mouth twitched. I didn't have time to look just now, let me see. Oh, an ordinary family. An elder sister. Lin Xiangning. I've seen her at our school. She's a hard-working rank professional, but unfortunately, she doesn't have a good master to guide her. Does he have a younger sister? What does the hospital say? Pei Jin smiled. The first phase of the surgery fee was paid by Lin Bufang himself, and the subsequent costs are fully covered by the Jianghai city government. This kid is good, really good. By the way, this Lin Bufang probably doesn't have a master yet, right? Pei Jin's lips curled slightly upward. 99. 9 chance he doesn't. Alright, I've read all his materials, so you don't need to report any further. Before the college entrance exam ends, I don't want anyone else to know about this matter. Pei Jin was taken aback and thought of something. Brother Stone, you're keeping this to yourself. Oh, what if that person finds out later? Stone Platform replied nonchalantly. I rushed here precisely to prevent that person from knowing about this. Otherwise, if this reaches him, you Jiangdong province might as well wait for death. He wouldn't ask questions like I do. Just kill 2 first, and then talk. Fortunately, it's all a myth. I'm going to take this kid. Once he knows, I'll have Lin Bufang under my wing. I don't care about this, or that I don't believe he can tear my mouth and pull Lin Bufang out. Alright, although I've said that I still need to see Lin Bufang's performance afterward. If he performs averagely, then the resources given to him can't be too tilted. Finally, the 4th level has come to an end. Those who have not completed it within the stipulated time are considered eliminated, as they are seen as lacking in strength. This is not due to the college entrance examination being overly strict. The 4th level was designed with a challenge time of 1 hour based on the output, defense, and skill levels of most ordinary examinees. It guarantees that over 99% of students can complete it within an hour. Those who have not completed it do not need to keep other students waiting. At the very beginning of the 4th level, all cameras were focused on Lin Bufang. Initially, some television stations were stubborn and wanted to showcase other students who performed well. However, without Lin Bufang, no one was interested. There's no Lin Bufang here, let's go brothers to another place. Exactly, if the camera doesn't show him, what are we watching? Thus, by the 4th stage, the only footage broadcasted by various television stations and live streams was Lin Bufang's profile. However, the footage did not linger for long. Why? Because Lin Bufang was too fast. With a single shot, the game ended. If the camera continued to focus on Lin Bufang, it would only capture his face without revealing anything else. Therefore, most of the footage shifted elsewhere. Of course, one television station took an abstract approach, focusing solely on Lin Bufang, disregarding the battle altogether. That station was from Jianghai City. After all, Lin Bufang was from Jianghai City, and his excellent performance brought joy to everyone in the city. Lin Ying's surgery went exceptionally well. After being in a coma for many days, she finally woke up with Lin Ding and Wang Xianing holding her little hand beside her bed. The 3 of them smiled as they watched the live broadcast. On the screen, only Lin Bufang was visible. Brother, go for it. Fourth stage ends 5-2-4-5-5, eliminated remaining participants 4-5-7-2-4-1. At the third level, Liao Shi had not looked at the score leaderboard as he was wholly focused on battle and output, determined not to lose his concentration. Yet once the fourth level ended, he couldn't help but take a quick glance. Jiangdong Province College Entrance Examination Scoreboard. First place, Lin Bufang 589 points. Second place, Su Ran 510 points. Third place, Liao Shi 508 points. Seeing this, Liao Shi's mindset nearly collapsed. I've worked so hard, and I'm still behind by 1 place. How could Lin Bufang possibly have an 81-point lead over me? An 81-point difference is significant, roughly equivalent to a whole level. If Lin Bufang is an exemplary student, then Liao Shi is merely average. The gap represents a different rank altogether. With an 81-point deficit, the only chance Liao Shi has to catch up to Lin Bufang is if Lin Bufang makes a significant mistake and loses points. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to catch up. Realizing this, Liao Shi's mindset began to fray, though he refused to admit it. There's definitely a chance to surpass him. There must be. Path to Ascension College Entrance Examination Simulation 5th Stage. The 5th stage begins. There's no need to wait. Directly charge towards the 9th level. Upon reaching the 9th level, one must wait for other students to complete the 8th level before officially starting the 9th level. In the examination room, Shi Tai and Pei Jin stared intently at the live broadcast. The camera locked onto Lin Bufang. In contrast to recorded footage, live broadcasts show real-time performance, leaving no room for deception. In the 5th stage, Lin faced a frost attribute behemoth with over 25000 health. This beast, composed of glaciers, was immune to certain physical damage. With a loud bang, the ice monster shattered into countless ice fragments, its health bar instantly depleted. Kill Ice Behemoth. Elite Performance Points 50. Completed Simulation Path to Ascension 5th Stage. Comprehensive Score SSS Performance Points 100. Current total score 739 points. Shi Tai stared wide-eyed. This damage at level 19. I was still proud of my own performance back then. Lin Bufang took him out in an instant. What the hell? How could his output be so high? It's so unfair, utterly unfair. Pei Jin was left speechless. Wasn't he already standing at the pinnacle of the great Xia? How could he feel so unbalanced because of a level 19 Lin Bufang? Of course, Pei Jin couldn't help but feel envious as well. If he had such output at level 19, he would be able to take anyone down instantly, and that would be exhilarating. As the saying goes, one fears their brother's success, but also fears them being too successful. Now we face the 6th level, which has a health total of 4000. What another shot to take it out. Alright, the 7th level features an elemental mage who can withstand multiple hits. Did he just take him out with another shot? He actually has Dispel Magic. Shi Tai looked at Pei Jin in disbelief. Pei Jin replied, brother, I've said it before, he has cleared the Hell Level Dawn Forest. Wait a minute, you mean he soloed the Hell Level Dawn Sanctuary? Exactly, which means we still don't know enough about his true strength. The 8th stage. This level can be considered a gatekeeper, aiming to eliminate over 50 of the participants, and it tests skills to an extreme degree. It requires exceedingly high operational skills that must be honed through years of hard training. The participants face 3 elite monsters. One is a gunman using firearms. One is a priest for health recovery. One is a combat master with extremely high fighting skills, a rare class among warriors. The 3 elite monsters coordinate with each other, providing output, healing, immunity to control, and skills to withstand instant kills and explosive damage. However, their attack, health, and defense stats are not particularly high. As long as they take it seriously and showcase 200 of their skills, even the most ordinary class has a chance to clear the 8th stage. However, when it comes to Lin Bufang, he directly converts all the unused mana into Dispel Magic and throws it out, removing all buffs from the 3. Then he quickly fires 3 shots. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. Did he really not stop for even a second on the 8th level? The fastest competitor is still stuck on the 6th level. He is already waiting on the 9th level. At this moment, Shi Tai was pondering another question. The total score of the college entrance examination is only 3,000 points, though there are additional points in the finals. But this is only the 8th level, and he has already surpassed 1,000 points. This has never happened in history. He has scored full marks on almost every level. This means that his total score will be terrifying. Shi Tai suddenly felt a bit insecure. Such output, such operation. What kind of master is needed? He can do it well on his own. He can do whatever. Why do I feel a bit insecure? Even if resources are tilted to 100, this kid still has a chance to refuse me. Pei Jin smiled and replied, impossible, how could he be so arrogant? Shi Tai sighed. With my level 19 attack power, I estimate I am even more arrogant than him. After much contemplation, the regret in Tai's eyes grew more intense. Finally, it seemed he made a decision that contradicted his ancestors. Lin Bufang, it would be too much to ask you to be my disciple. With me he is not a beneficiary, but he might end up being constrained. Such a super genius should stand at the true highest peak. While speaking, Tai began to sing, all the sadness left on the day of parting is not necessarily what it means to love completely. One person's fulfillment is better than three people's entanglement. Pei Jin felt goosebumps. This isn't just a buddy, this is a comrade, and your sudden singing almost scared my soul out. So what are you planning to do? What to do? Naturally, it's to fulfill him and let that person take him as a disciple. Pei Jin's body jolted violently. Suddenly, he found Tai's bald head appeared quite pleasing to the eye. It seemed he wasn't so fierce after all. What's with this kind demeanor? I don't know how to say it, but I admire you. If you can accept Lin Bufang in the future as he grows, both you and your family will benefit immensely. Tai sighed. You know, when I was 18, that old guy tricked me into becoming his disciple. I blindly accepted him as my master, only to realize later that with my abilities I could have chosen a better master, thus taking a longer path. Therefore we cannot let the rain we have endured fall on our children again. Pei Jin raised his thumb. Vision, this is what we call vision. Tai smiled happily, then took out his phone preparing to make a call. At that moment, with a loud bang, the door to the examination room in Jiangdong province was kicked open. A figure shrouded in a black cloak, its face obscured with only two faint white candle flames visible, barged in. Tai and Pei Jin did not initially see who had entered. They exchanged a glance filled with mutual rage. Regardless of who entered today, they would beat him up first. However, when the two turned around and saw the half-floating black cloak, they almost simultaneously knelt down. We pay our respects to General Shan. Hearing the commotion, here thousands of supervising teachers looked over, and upon seeing the black cloak, everyone trembled. This person may not have a loud name among ordinary people, but among professionals he is an insurmountable mountain. The top practitioner of the Great Xia, his strength and contributions are recognized as the #1 in the hearts of all practitioners without exception. In this world, besides the giant beasts lurking in the shadows, various other powerful creatures wreak havoc. Among them, the most terrifying threat to Great Xia's territory comes from the undead. Their numbers seem endless. 100 years ago, the undead army swept through, invading the heart of Great Xia, as if entering a no man's land, shattering mountains and rivers, leaving countless lives in despair. General Shan Chuan, once merely a second-tier ordinary warrior profession, personally led the army to battle against the undead army with his own strength. The battles that lasted for decades were particularly spectacular and brutal. Each of Shan Chuan's battles was textbook level. He even executed a highly controversial maneuver, leading most of the undead army to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, resulting in 90 of its population being devoured by the undead, turning into members of the undead. The undead also found that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was very suitable for cultivating the undead, so they stationed their army there, tormenting the remaining population daily, refining their power. Later, to completely drive the undead out of Great Xia, Shan Chuan infiltrated the undead realm for 3 years. For 3 years no one knew what happened, but since then the undead army has never dared to step onto Great Xia's soil again. The world lost a top warrior. A top undead mage emerged. The changes in the rules of this year's college entrance examination, and even the fundamental logic behind them, are largely due to Shan Chuan's unification of various forces. With him backing them, Tai and others dared to act boldly. The appearance of such a figure made many feel as if they were dreaming. They could hardly believe they were truly seeing Shan Chuan. Hearing Tai and Pei Jin's voices confirmed that Shan Chuan himself was indeed standing here. With a rustle, everyone knelt on one knee. We pay our respects to General Shan. Shan Chuan's expression was impassive, and of course no one could see his expression, only that the candle flames in the cloak flickered slightly. Then everyone heard a sound like 2 rusty iron plates scraping against each other. Get busy. Shan Chuan floated in front of Tai and Pei Jin. Without waiting for them to report the situation, he directly stated his purpose. There has been such a huge mess in Jiangdong province, and you two seem quite happy. Mess? Tai looked dumbfounded. Pei Jin felt a sense of déjà vu. I feel like I've heard this. I trust you, so I entrusted all matters to you, allowing me to confidently guard the front lines. But Tai, you have disappointed me greatly. In an instant, Tai thought of many things. Pei Jin quietly looked at Tai as if seeing his own expression from back then. Exactly the same. No difference at all. Pei Jin speculated that Shi Tai was probably thinking, is it possible that Shan Chuan has a friend's child taking the college entrance examination in Jiangdong province and accidentally got eliminated? Indeed, just as Pei Jin guessed, Shi Tai with some frustration slowly said, General Shan, I may really not know the person you mentioned. So you Shi Tai are his biggest backing. The next scene seemed to replay the previous one. Pei Jin also wanted to explain, but in front of Shi Tai and Shan Chuan he felt like a little girl completely unqualified to interject. Until Shi Tai was tied up and put into a sack he finally reacted, I understand now, I know everything. Pei Jin, you finally figured it out. There must be a problem with the top 100 rankings. Not the top 100. Then it must be the top. Liao, sure, it must be him. Su Ran, it has to be her. No, at this point you shouldn't use the process. It's Lin Bufang. Pei Jin could no longer hold back and laughed aloud. Shan Chuan and Shi Tai turned to Pei Jin simultaneously. Is it funny? The overwhelming pressure from the two made Pei Jin feel like he was struggling to breathe. General Shan, brother, Shi Tai, here's what happened. Pei Jin recounted the situation in detail and handed Lin Bufang's information to Shan Chuan. Shan Chuan glanced at it. Fake. Shi Tai and Pei Jin slapped their heads in unison, saying, General Shan, give us a minute to reintroduce Lin Bufang to you. I'm merely giving you another chance. This is the last one. An rank profession. A gunner. In the first 3 hours of the first day, he leveled up to level 10. Then he cleared the hell level of the Dawn Sanctuary in the afternoon. On the second day, he reached level 18. Do you not think while fabricating such nonsense? He could reach level 18 the next day, yet after all this time, he only made it to level 19. Are you suggesting that he and a rank gunner Lin Bufang spent 5,000 yuan to keep his level locked at 19 during the exam period just to farm the hell level of the Dawn Sanctuary a few more times? To farm that elusive god of war ring. The hell level has a second stage boss. Do you have any idea how outrageous that is? In the Dawn Sanctuary, no one has cleared the second stage. Did you not think to investigate? Upon hearing this, both Shi Tai and Pei Jin felt a wave of uncertainty wash over them. Indeed, why did Lin Bufang remain stuck at level 19? His experience was merely 1 point away from leveling up. Why? Shi Tai and Pei Jin exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that Lin Bufang had not only defeated the second stage boss multiple times, gaining immense rewards, but also chose to forego leveling up in pursuit of greater benefits later. Upon this realization, both felt their scalps tingle. A ruthless person. A truly ruthless individual. It seemed they had never discovered Lin Bufang's upper limits. Shi Tai now felt his decision was incredibly correct. With Lin Bufang's talent and potential, if he took him on as a disciple, without fulfilling his conditions, he might find himself at the mercy of Lin Bufang later. However, they also noticed a small detail. Lin Bufang had indeed been continuously engaging in the hell level, even clearing the second stage more than once. They had not conducted any investigation. But it seemed Shan Chuan had not investigated either. Video. Alright, let me see how you arranged this for him. The simulation of the path to godhood was designed by me personally, aimed at preventing you pests from dragging those garbage players to glory. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble with Lin Bufang, you two will be dismissed, and you can both get lost. As for Lin Bufang, he can get lost too. In the next moment, the screen came to life. As the game started, Lin Bufang demonstrated lightning-fast reloading. Shan Chuan's gaze was immediately drawn to it. Did he allocate all his freedom points to speed? Did you two teach him this? You can't even understand the game yourself, yet you're teaching him. In the next moment, a gunshot rang out, and a bloodline shot from the goblin's nape as it fell into a pool of blood. One shot, and it was done. At this point, Shan Chuan fell silent. Second stage. 9 of them fell in an instant. So the acceleration was intentional. His output is already high enough, and he even has means to further enhance it. Speed is the most cost-effective option. Third stage. Down. Fourth stage. Down. The first 4 stages are not difficult. I hope you two also taught him how to handle the last 4 stages. Fifth stage down. Sixth stage down. By the 7th stage, Shan Chuan's expression finally changed to spell magic. Did he really clear the hell level of the Dawn Sanctuary? And he soloed it. Shi Tai added. The 8th level, as expected, went down without a hitch. 3 at once fell in an instant. The examination room fell silent. Shi Tai and Pei Jin stood obediently waiting for Shan Chuan to speak. After a long time, Shan Chuan slowly spoke, saying, Shi Tai, why didn't you report this situation to me? Shi Tai had prior ulterior motives, and his eyes naturally dodged. I swear I really was just about to report it to you when you arrived. Pei Jin also swore alongside him. Indeed, brother Shi Tai was initially attempting to claim Lin Bufang for himself, But after seeing his potential, he chose to part with that idea and was just ready to report when you came in and afterward. I couldn't get a word in. Well done. Upon receiving Shan Chuan's approval, the two finally relaxed a bit. What is his family situation? Upon hearing the words family situation, Shirt Eye and Pei Jin felt a surge of joy knowing Shan Chuan was interested in Lin Bufang. After reporting truthfully, Shan Chuan's cloak fluttered slightly. The 9th level is about to start. Let's see if he can reach the top 500 in the province first. Soon the 8th level concluded completely. A small incident had occurred not long ago. It was a somewhat regrettable incident. Liao Shi, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, swore internally that as long as he did not clear the 8th stage, he would absolutely not check the leaderboard. However, when he reached the 6th stage, he couldn't help but take a glance at the leaderboard. That glance turned out to be significant. He was at the 6th stage. Lin Bufang had already cleared the 8th stage and was standing at the 9th stage watching the performances of hundreds of thousands of examinees below. No, this can't be. Liao Shi's mentality completely collapsed, rendering him incapable of battle and leading to a series of mistakes. An S-rank profession is indeed terrifying. Even after multiple mistakes, he still stood firm. However, in the top 3, even a small mistake could cost several points. Moreover, continuous mistakes began to drag down his ranking. In the blink of an eye, he fell out of the top 10. Just like that, he managed to reach the 8th stage, but due to a major mistake, he was taken down by the Master of Combat with a slick combination that left him suspended in the air. He was eliminated. Liao Shi's score was permanently set, leading to his disqualification. Outside, many viewers in the live broadcast were paying attention to Liao Shi. After all, he was ranked 3rd. He even managed to catch up again through skillful play and overtook Su Ran to reclaim 2nd place. 2nd in the province is still a prestigious achievement. However, at the 8th stage, he was taken out due to a major mistake. He could have easily secured a place in the top 500 in the province, or even the top 10 or top 5. But he was too arrogant. Who can always succeed? A true powerful individual, a strategist with true vision, must dare to face failure. This is true courage. Lin Bufang is indeed strong, but can he remain that strong? He'll find opportunities to surpass him in the national finals. The path to Godhood College Entrance Examination Simulation 8th stage has concluded. Remaining participants 95548. Pei Jin began his speech. From the 4th to the 8th stage, although half of the candidates were eliminated, you need to know that the 9th stage will eliminate 99 of participants. In the end, there may only be fewer than 1000 who can stand at the 10th stage. Moreover, only the first 500 candidates to reach the 10th stage can enter the finals. Of course, as long as you dare to stand at the 10th stage, you will receive 500 freedom points at once. What you don't know is that the first one to enter will receive an additional 500 freedom points. 500 freedom points. For any candidate, this is an unfathomable existence. It's equivalent to being several levels ahead of the same rank. This number is also extremely significant for Lin Bufang. He would need to level up twice to obtain such a high number of freedom points. And these are bonus freedom points, meaning a big step ahead of others. As for the first to enter, receiving an extra 500 points. This drove Lin Bufang mad. Altogether, that would be 1000 freedom points, equivalent to wearing a permanent level 10 epic equipment. And it does not overlap with other epic gear he possesses. Those 1000 freedom points, he must have them. Everyone, you have 1 minute to equip your gear and organize your equipment. The countdown begins. Once time is up, you will automatically be teleported to the 9th stage. Countdown begins. Lin Bufang equipped a complete set of magical gear at lightning speed. He placed the speed set in the forefront, and 2 pieces of Awaken Duo's accessories were also positioned for quick switching, ready for activation. At this moment, Pei Jin provided an additional reminder. The 9th level has only 1 BOSS with no invincibility, no mechanics, just pure defense and health. The boss itself will not move, but its output is not low, so it will test both your combat skills and sustained output ability. Remember, no matter how high the burst is, it won't help. A high burst won't help. Lin Bufang took note. However, Lin Bufang put on the God of War ring on his left hand. With his right hand, he raised the Sovereignty epic level shotgun. Prepare to unleash my billion strikes, 5 stars ready. The 11 pellets are ready to burst forth. 1 shot out, and it was 46 pellets. If I draw out Sovereignty and the God of War ring, how would you respond, my lord? In the 9th layer, Lin Bufang opened his eyes only to see countless human skeletons piled beneath his feet, surrounded entirely by bones. This world seemed to be constructed entirely from bones. The sky was dim and the vision was blurred. In front of him, a gigantic flesh worm was slowly writhing. Its rear or mouth continuously exuded a milky white fluid from which numerous fist-sized worm eggs were being birthed. Name soft segment Worm Mother Boss. Level LV 15. Health 50 million. Physical attack 1000. Magical attack 1000. Armor 5000. Magic resistance 5000. Skills Squirm Egg Spit Mass Hatching Summon Flesh Worms Stomach Acid Lock on 10 hits. Description: a custom monster for the simulation of the path to ascension with average defense, but extremely high health and average damage output. Slogan: treat your weapons with care, extract every bit of value from your equipment, and put your 3 years of effort into action. Perhaps you can defeat the Worm Mother. Lin Bufang was quite interested in the path to ascension. He had researched some materials and could basically draw a conclusion. The simulated path to ascension before him was a flawed version of a flawed version, more akin to a tower climbing game, with the strength of monsters increasing at each layer. In the actual path to ascension, each stage was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. In the first layer, it wasn't just a single goblin, rather it was a complete world filled with goblins. To clear the first stage, there was only one way: to slaughter the entire world. Naturally, the simulated path to ascension couldn't directly feature 10 worlds as examination content. There was also not enough time, so a few characteristic monsters were selected to assess and test the candidate's various abilities. Thoughts drifted through his mind in an instant. Lin Bufang was already standing before the flesh worm. The godly weapon ring on his left middle finger flickered slightly, while the sovereignty in his right hand was pressing against the soft segment Worm Mother's head. His index finger fiercely pulled the trigger. 46 projectiles shot out with a loud bang. The sound of the projectiles colliding with the sticky, bloody flesh echoed. An astronomical number flashed above the Worm Mother's head. 9999999. Her health bar plummeted from the right side to the left like a freefall ride. Kill the boss. Soft segment Worm Mother. Score 500. Clear the simulation of the path to ascension. 9th stage. Overall rating SSS. Performance score 500. Current total score 2,119 points. The prompt had ended. The soft segment Worm Mother was dead, and her health bar continued to decrease. 3 seconds later, the health bar finally reached 0. Lin Bufang felt a rush of exhilaration, as if every pore in his body had opened up. The output was simply delightful. He then returned to the external world, standing on the last step. The 10th stage. Permanent free points 500. Congratulations, you are the first candidate to reach the 10th layer. Additional permanent free points 500. Free points rising. Free points 1000. Easily obtained. All acceleration. Speed 3,370. At the moment the speed was added, Lin Bufang felt as if his body was light, like he was about to ascend. At this moment, outside the arena, in various live streaming rooms, the perspective was locked onto Lin Bufang. Almost all of the live streams. Lin Bufang has entered. The 9th layer features a boss with 50 million health. Lin Bufang quickly approached the boss. Is he going to output at point-blank range? Is his main weapon a shotgun? This shotgun is quite exquisite. I wonder what quality it is. The damage of the shotgun is the same as that of ordinary weapons. I can't understand why he would give up the advantage of long-range output. Oh, what the hell? Wait a minute. Where's the boss's health bar? What the heck is 9999999? Upon witnessing Lin Bufang one-shot the boss, all the hosts went crazy. The bullet comments in the live stream went wild as well. The comments filled the screen with question marks. Due to the overwhelming number, the screen lagged. Fortunately, there were no more battle scenes afterward, and the camera focused mainly on Lin Bufang's smiling face. In the examination room, Shirtai and Pei Jin stared blankly at the live feed before them. Even Shan Chuan was stunned for a full second. He is level 19, right? Level 19, I dealt 1 billion damage. You must have added 2 zeros by mistake. How could a level 19 have such physical attack power? Even with SS level talent, it shouldn't be possible. Unless Shirtai considered a possibility. Could it be that his talent has reached the extraordinary level? Shan Chuan, hidden within the cloak, muttered, if I'm not mistaken, he has at least 2 skills that increase the number of projectiles. In the wilds of Jianghai City, there exists a boss that can drop the skill Projectile Bloom. In the Goblin Rift, the dual-gun goblin leader can drop the skill book, Take My Billion Hits. I believe Lin Bufang must have obtained these 2 skills. Hearing Shan Chuan's words, Pei Jin was completely stunned. Are we really living in the same world? Just look at his 18 years. The godly weapon ring was obtained through his own effort. Pei Jin thought, if I had obtained the godly weapon ring at 18, I wouldn't even need to take the exam. I could sell the ring and live lavishly, buying whatever I want, doing whatever I want. Not to mention that Lin Bufang also obtained an epic grade destined weapon. Pei Jin recalled that he had only touched epic grade equipment at level 60, while Lin Bufang obtained his destined epic weapon directly at level 19. The disparity was simply astonishing. Shirtai immediately posed a crucial question. Even if he has all of this combined with the godly weapon ring sovereignty, it shouldn't be possible to deal such damage. Shan Chuan's candle flickered slightly within the cloak. You two have made it this far. I believe luck plays a significant role. Don't you consider calculating the damage yourself? Shirtai quickly nodded. Oh, we'll calculate it right now. Physical base multiplied by penetration. Right, the marksman has no penetration, so we need to add the final damage of the godly weapon ring combined with the damage of the sovereignty projectiles. Then his number of projectiles. What the heck, how could his number of projectiles be so high? Shirtai calculated an extremely exaggerated number. Based on Lin Bufang's damage, his number of projectiles had to start at over 1,000. Shan Chuan shook his head helplessly. There can't be that many projectiles. 3 days wouldn't be enough time. In the footage, his number of projectiles is at most 50. Therefore, his base physical attack power should not be less than 5,000. As soon as these words were spoken, Shirtai and Pei Jin fell into a dead silence. What? 5,000? You must have added 2 zeros. How could a level 19 have such physical attack power? Even if he has SS level talent, it shouldn't be possible. Unless... Shirtai thought of a possibility. Could it be that his talent has reached the extraordinary level? Pei Jin was utterly stunned. He had extraordinary talent at level 1. On the other hand, Shan Chuan slightly shook his head. It cannot be extraordinary. I have seen extraordinary, and it does not match this level. At the very least, he must be divine level. Divine level. Both Shirtai and Pei Jin widened their eyes in unison, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a large watermelon inside. The road to becoming a god ends in divinity. This is a well-known fact. This kid has directly obtained one of the necessary conditions for becoming a god divine level talent. He must be enjoying this. Shirtai and Pei Jin were both looking at Shan Chuan. The candlelight in Shan Chuan's cloak flickered rhythmically, and Shirtai, who understood Shan Chuan, knew he was genuinely starting to develop a keen interest in Lin Bufang. Regardless of the circumstances, for a level marksman to make it this far is quite an achievement. Given time, he might even surpass you two. So he still needs someone to guide him. However, since an extraordinary profession has emerged this year, let's see how the two of them perform in the finals. They knew about the extraordinary profession. They also understood that if Shan Chuan did not intend to take Lin Bufang as his disciple, he would not have mentioned this extraordinary profession. This implied that Shan Chuan was already prepared to take Lin Bufang as his disciple. As long as he did not make any mistakes, even if he was not as good as that extraordinary profession, he would still accept Lin Bufang as his disciple. Shirtai joked, General Shan, if you take that Gao Xian as your disciple, I believe I could also serve as a guide for Lin Bufang. For the first time, Shan Chuan turned his head to look at Shirtai. He said nothing, but it felt as if he had said everything. 2 hours later, the 9th level officially closed. Remaining number of people in Jiangdong Province, 898. Jiangdong Province College Entrance Examination Score ranking: first place, Lin Bufang, 2119 points; second place, Su Ran, 1510 points; third place, Luo Wenshan, 1495 points. Shirtai continued to speak. Now it is the final level. You will represent Jiangdong Province in front of 51365 candidates nationwide. Remember, only the top 1000 can qualify for admission to Qingyan University. Next, the National Chief Inspector Shirtai will address all candidates nationwide. The 9th level, with 898 candidates, felt as if the scenery before them had suddenly changed, and the buildings of Jiangdong Province vanished. The surroundings turned pitch black, with only the steps beneath their feet remaining clear. Meanwhile, 58 divine staircases appeared and were converging towards the center. Ultimately, they formed a single divine staircase. Lin Bufang looked up and saw nothing but the vast, boundless starry sky at the end of the staircase, with countless twinkling stars gathering together like a long river hanging in the night sky, dazzlingly beautiful. The figures of his classmates gradually became clearer, all of them trembling with hope and desire as they gazed at the star river at the end of the night sky. At that moment, Shirtai's large bald head blocked the star river. This is the final level. Once this wave of college entrance examinations is over, it will conclude. So let's first announce the national score rankings to see the gaps in your strengths. National College Entrance Examination Score Rankings: first place, Gao Xian, 2122 points, level 25. Extraordinary Marksman. Second place, Ding Shui, 2120 points, level 24. SS level Soros Messenger. Third place, Lin Bufang, 2119 points, level 19, a level marksman. Lin Bufang glanced at the scores and felt that the first two were just so-so. Extraordinary professions are nothing special. At this time, the popularity of the Jiangdong province live broadcast began to wane as all provinces switched to a nationwide broadcast, allowing everyone to enter the national live broadcast room and see the candidates' disparities directly through the introductions of the nation's top hosts. This ranking is quite interesting, have you all noticed? The third place here surprises me. For an A-level marksman to achieve third place nationally is already quite astonishing. This college entrance examination is purely a test of strength, so do not question Lin Bufang's abilities. If his strength were insufficient, he would have been eliminated long ago. Thus his position in third place is unquestionable. If this is confirmed, then the situation becomes very terrifying. His third place is more substantial than that of the first and second places. After all, he is only level 19. In front of him one is level 24, and the other is level 25. Everyone knows that with each level increase, the score directly increases by 1 point. Therefore, in reality, the top two have surpassed Lin Bufang by 5 points and 6 points respectively. So if we calculate this way, assuming the first and second places subtract their level scores, then both of them would be completely crushed by Lin Bufang. Thus, the second place Ding Shui has 4 points less than Lin Bufang, while the first place Gao Xian is 3 points behind him. You must know that when it comes to the top 100, a 1-point difference means several even tens of places. Every candidate is the top genius of the great Xia. Each one has nearly scored full marks in the first 9 levels. Therefore, after excluding the factor of levels, Lin Bufang is indeed the true first place. Upon hearing this analysis, the Jiangdong province side erupted in excitement. So Lin Bufang is not only the first in Jiangdong province, but also in terms of strength even surpasses the national first. Haha, there isn't a single capable person in the whole nation. In the night sky, Shirtai began to explain the rules. As we all know, although the territory of Great Xia is not threatened by the undead army, the undead race still looms like a dark cloud over us. Therefore, in the 10th level, you will face the undead race starting from level 20. Each person will either go solo or team up, facing a wave of undead creatures from the undead race. The power of the undead is incredibly strong, but in the future, when you go to battle, you will face undead creatures that are 100 times stronger than those in the simulation. This is an opportunity for you to encounter the undead race. I recommend you team up, or if you don't, even if you're in the top 100, you'll likely be eliminated early. Do not underestimate the power of the undead. Undead units include stealth units, and even units that obstruct your line of sight. Imagine being in a situation where you see nothing and can only rely on your teammates. By the way, don't worry about dying passively. After you receive lethal damage, you will have 5 seconds of invincibility, during which you can teleport out of the divine staircase. Each person can do this a maximum of 3 times. As for choosing to die actively, don't be greedy. Staying alive is the most important thing. Countdown 15 minutes. Begin teaming up. Killing an undead creature increases your score by 1 point, and there are additional rewards for high-level players, which will be introduced later. The 15-minute countdown began. All 51365 candidates were teleported to the 10th level of the divine staircase. Compared to the previous 9 levels, the space of the 10th level was exceedingly vast, ample enough to accommodate 100,000 people for a battle. At the start, 5,000 people stood together, able to team up with one another. Internal options for chatting and quick team formation were provided. After all 5,000 people is truly too many, organizing teams on-site in 15 minutes was simply impossible. In the built-in chat box, everyone's names were real name authenticated. S-level mage looking for S-level teammates. S-level warrior seeking equally strong teammates. Lin Bufang looked around, but did not find Su Ran, so he opened the chat box and typed, "Su Ran, come, I'll take you along." Soon Su Ran saw this message and quickly sent 3 private messages in a row. "I really can't let you take me this time. You have a score gap with the second and third places. If you take me, I might become a burden to you. Lin Bufang, go for it. Move towards first place. Represent me, represent all 898 students from Jiangdong province, represent everyone from Zhanghai city, and represent all the people of Jiangdong province. Go forward. Go forward. Go forward." Lin Bufang naturally chose to go solo, aiming for a higher score. Forming a team would mean scores would be evenly distributed among others. As for danger, he was unconcerned. The number of famous swords Destiny was 196790. Destiny was his trump card. However, he would never use it unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, the top 2 positions were arguing in the chat box. The 2 were preparing to team up. Their choice of 2 members was clear. They aimed to stabilize their positions in the top 3. However, they had a disagreement over score distribution. Gao Xian, I am the first, so I should receive 60 of the score. You are second, and giving you 40 is already generous. Ding Shui was naturally unwilling to back down. You are merely an extraordinary level professional. My SS level is hardly inferior. We agreed on a 5,050 split. Why are you backing out now? Gao Xian, because I am stronger than you. The strong should receive more resources. That is the iron law of this world. They argued for 5 minutes before ultimately deciding to part ways. In the end, Gao Xian chose to team up with a defensive warrior ranked 4th. He did not forget to mention Lin Bufang. You might as well team up with that grade gunner. His strength is said to be the strongest. I want to see if the 2nd and 3rd can beat me. Students were buzzing with discussions. So arrogant. Incredible arrogance. The 1st actually wants the 2nd and 3rd to team up against him. Regardless of whether they could win, just this aura meant Gao Xian had already won. As for Ding Shui, she was quite stubborn, directly addressing Lin Bufang in the public screen. Lin Bufang, we can team up and monopolize the 1st and 2nd places, letting Gao Xian settle for 3rd. Who knows, he might not even secure 3rd place. Lin Bufang felt this had nothing to do with him. After thinking for a moment, he edited a message and sent it out. To be frank, both the 1st and 2nd are quite weak. I will go solo and secure the 1st place. Upon seeing this line, 5000 students erupted. Damn, this kid is even more arrogant. He directly ignores the 1st and 2nd. Ding Shui is a big beauty, yet he outright rejected her offer to team up. He is an output class with very low defense. How dare he go solo? Hearing that Lin Bufang was the 1st place, Gao Xian immediately escalated the stakes, directly abandoning his team with the 4th place. Alright, I will go solo too. I want to see if the 3rd place is truly that strong. Today I want to aim for the top 10. I will only compete with you to see who has the higher score. Not to mention anything else. If my score exceeds yours upon reaching Qingyan University, every time you see me you must call me daddy. Of course, if my score is not higher than yours, I will call you daddy. Lin Bufang, it's a deal. He had just made the wager. On the public screen, Ding Shui also set a wager with Lin Bufang, looking quite angry about his refusal to team up. Lin Bufang, I will go solo too. If your score is higher than mine when I arrive at Qingyan University, I will call you daddy whenever I see you. If you lose, you will call me mommy whenever you see me. In comparison to Gao Xian's statement, Ding Shui's comment, being a stunning beauty, ignited the chat box. Damn, this is not a punishment. This is clearly a reward for Lin Bufang. Ding Shui, I will bet with you too. Oh, I lost. Mommy, 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 mommy. Looking at the screen, filled with mommy, Lin Bufang felt quite speechless. Everyone present were top geniuses of the great Xia, each having undergone the trials of battle. How could they still be so abstract? Countdown 59 seconds. In the final minute, the stone platform finally announced the rewards aside. As you all know, the scores you obtain can be converted into corresponding credits for the university after entering, allowing for various rewards. The college entrance examination must have a highest score, which is a score of 3,099. 9 of students cannot reach. Of course, there may be a very few students who can surpass this score. Those exceeding 3,000 will also be counted as exam scores and can be converted into university credits. Moreover, as long as your score exceeds 3,000, you can activate free mode, attacking the undead faced by other students to earn extra points. The information provided by the stone platform was undoubtedly a bombshell. In simple terms, after the 10th stage, each team would face a wave of undead alone. Once you finish your own, it will be over. If you can get your score to 3,000 in advance, you can directly attack the undead of other students, stealing their points. This kind of operation is typically beyond the capability of ordinary students, but many among the top 100 or even top 1,000 can achieve it. The exam scores not only reflect your ranking, but also come with substantial rewards. After the college entrance examination concludes and one enters the university, the exam scores directly convert to university credits, which cannot be exchanged for money, but can be traded for invaluable items. 3,000 points is the upper limit of score that 9 of students cannot achieve. It symbolizes the total score, signifying that truly strong students can surpass this score and earn more university credits, redeeming more rewards. Lin Bufang's ambition had become insatiable. Initially, he planned to test the waters with his loyal M1919 to save on costs. On the other hand, Gao Xian and Ding Shui regretted their choices. Going solo while yielding high individual scores had a lower ceiling. Teaming up allowed for a higher score limit. It was too difficult to reach 3,000 points in a short time while going solo. Even if one reached 3,000 points, attempting to steal scores from other students alone would be exceedingly difficult. Had I known, I wouldn't have gone solo. So I am going to lose so many points this round. At this moment, with 1 minute left on the countdown, all students had already been teleported to various locations. Generally, they were separated by an invisible wall. Each team had its own space, but different teams could still see each other's performances. From a bird's-eye view, one could see a circular defense formation composed of 500 people. The details were divided into countless individual lines resembling a sun sketched with simple lines, with many straight lines representing the race. Countdown. At the moment the countdown reached 0 under the pristine and flawless moonlight in the vast Gobi Desert, skeletal soldiers marched forward in formation from all directions. On either side of the skeletal soldiers, there were blue apparitions floating in midair. The details were not visible from afar. As the skeletal soldiers drew closer, the students gasped in shock. These were not the shabby skeletal soldiers from memory. Each one exceeded 5 meters in height, their eyes flickering, with deep blue soul fire, wielding enormous shields at the front. In the back row there were skeletal soldiers armed with staves and bows, forming a true army. Moreover, each skeletal soldier possessed exceedingly formidable attributes. 10 million health as a baseline. 1000 defense as a baseline. The attack power isn't too high, but it's still 5000 points. A single skeletal soldier can withstand it, but who can endure the assault of a dozen charging at once? And there are ranged units. Moreover, the blue apparitions are completely invisible to the panel. We have no idea what abilities they possess. At this moment, all the students felt extremely anxious, especially those who were greedy for points, thinking themselves strong enough. Clearly they could form a group of 10, but in order to gain a few more points they only gathered half the number, and even those who formed pairs turned pale. The undead army is still some distance from the defensive line. Almost all the classmates are searching for suitable angles, preparing for a protracted battle, including the top 2 from the rankings. Gao Xin, donned in speed-enhancing gear, is ready to evade damage through positioning while delivering sustained output. Ding Shui, on the other hand, has switched to a healing and defensive setup, preparing to focus on clearing enemy outputs by attacking groups of monsters. Both of them stand at the back, leaving themselves the largest buffer zone. Only one person stands out among the 50,000 examinees. That is Lin Bufang, who is wielding a machine gun and is not waiting at the back, but charging to the front lines. He naturally wants to test the output of the machine gun. Theoretically, the M1919 fires 20 bullets per second, dealing significantly less damage than the main weapon, yet with a physical attack power of 500, it is still quite formidable. Moreover, the M1919's bullets are free, equivalent to being free, making it quite economical. Next to Lin Bufang, the 5-person team on his left is somewhat tense, adjusting their formation. The 10-person team on his right consists of individuals all above a rank, appearing quite relaxed. The 10 of them coordinate perfectly, excelling in output, defense, and healing. They show a hint of surprise upon seeing Lin Bufang. Their leader Ning Chao holds an S-class profession, a top-tier defensive warrior. With him absorbing damage, the teammates can output freely. As for Lin Bufang, who is ranked 3rd, he feels quite dissatisfied. He believes that if he were an S-class output profession, the 3rd rank would have nothing to do with Lin Bufang. And a rank gunner probably just lucky and skilled. Ning Chao shouted in Lin Bufang's direction, "Hey, that guy over there named Bufang, don't rush. After we finish off our undead army, we'll come help you kill some." His teammates, a few ladies, also covered their mouths and laughed. Ning Chao didn't genuinely intend to assist Lin Bufang. His meaning was clear. He was certain that Lin Bufang wouldn't be able to finish off his own undead. Once Ning Chaos side is done with their undead, they would come to snatch Lin Bufang's undead, taking the extra score rewards. Seeing Ning Chaos prematurely thinning hair, Lin Bufang returned a polite smile. "Mediterranean classmate, once I'm done here, I will definitely help you guys out." Classmates should help each other. The 5-person team on Lin Bufang's left saw this scene and could only use one phrase to describe it: a vibrant scene of all things competing for life. Ning Chao snorted coldly, feeling that Lin Bufang was just boasting. "Here they come, the skeleton soldiers are here. Everyone get ready. I'll take the damage. Priest, be aware of output positions. My defense is high. I can heal at the end. Don't let the output lose health." "Damn, this skeleton soldier's damage is so high, heal me." This thing's defense is also quite ridiculous. In the front, a single skeleton soldier pressed forward while Ning Chao raised his shield to block the damage as his teammates output with all their might. The 5-meter skeleton soldier exuded an immense sense of oppression. One swing of its sword made Ning Chaos' legs tremble. Even with the top-notch gear of his teammates, they struggled immensely, and after 10 seconds finally took down the first skeleton soldier. They must give it their all. If they don't eliminate the skeleton soldiers breaching their defenses, more will follow, possibly including ranged units. If they don't kill them one by one, they'll be trampled by an army. Everyone understands this principle. After killing the first skeleton soldier, Ning Chao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Turning around, he wanted to show off a bit in front of the girls. "Look at our defense. No one got hurt, right?" However, none of his teammates paid him any mind. Everyone was looking in the same direction. "Captain, look over there." Ning Chao followed the direction his teammate pointed and looked towards Lin Bufang. At this moment, Lin Bufang had already exited his defensive line, charging directly into the skeleton army that had yet to breach his line. With the machine gun in hand, each bullet fired like a shell, striking the skeleton soldiers and shattering their bony structures. After a burst, all that remained in front of him were piles of skeleton soldier corpses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn, did he just eliminate dozens of skeleton soldiers in an instant? This output is not right. I want to report. There's a cheat. On Lin Bufang's side, the output of the M1919 was still quite impressive. Although it couldn't instantly kill a skeleton soldier, it could still crush through them, dispatching one with a few precise shots. Lin Bufang swept through without needing to aim precisely. Facing the relentless skeleton soldiers, the roar of the machine gun echoed in his ears, bullets shattering bone after bone. These skeleton soldiers are quite strong, but not overwhelmingly so, just strong enough. Every bullet fired was immensely relieving. Score one, score one, score one. The sound of pounding and cracking bones breaking all around created a sense of comfort that was simply indescribable. In Ning Chao's direction, he noticed a detail: that Blue Ghost was charging up. He glanced at the stats. The Blue Ghost's output isn't high, and its defense isn't either, but it can evade some damage. It has a rather subtle skill called vision pollution. I suppose this is the ability the Proctor spoke of, which can render targets unable to see anything. Even if half of us can't see anything, we can still maintain combat effectiveness. For a gunner like him, if he can't see, it's effectively game over. Sure enough, the next moment, that Blue Ghost finished charging, its body dimming slightly. At the same time, a blue hexagram formation appeared at Lin Bufang's feet, moving with him. Soon his eyes turned deep blue, and everything in front of him vanished, leaving only pure blue. However, after losing sight, Lin Bufang's other senses became more acute. He sidestepped, evading, then he looked at the dense array of boxes in front of him. Something is off. Lin Bufang's first instinct was that something was wrong. It seemed he had missed a key detail. It is well known that Lin Bufang's perspective requires the target to be obstructed before a box appears, significantly improving shooting accuracy against the box afterward. Now, under the condition of seeing nothing, the screen is filled with boxes. But when I closed my eyes before, it seemed like this effect didn't occur. Could it be a lighting issue? Regardless, at this moment, Lin Bufang directly activated his perspective with boxes appearing all over the screen. He plans to try covering his eyes with cloth or wearing dark sunglasses, in short, to find a way to physically obscure his view of the targets. Is it possible to have boxes appear throughout the entire process? Lin Bufang is unsure. Now it's time for slaughter. The largest boxes are the skeleton soldiers. The slightly smaller ones are the skeleton archers and other output units. The smallest are the blue souls. Lin Bufang, holding the M1919A, directly targets the enemy's backline for precise eliminations. The blue soul endured dozens of bullets from Lin Bufang before it died, having dodged a few shots. Score one. Next are the skeleton archers and skeleton mages. With bursts of fire, targeting the units hiding behind the skeleton soldiers, as Lin Bufang can already see the opponents he needs to eliminate the front line. Now Lin Bufang sees nothing, so he can directly hit the back line. It makes sense. A flurry of bullets rained down on the skeleton soldiers in the front, who raised their shields in an attempt to block the incoming damage, creating a survival space for the output behind them. However, a very strange scene unfolded. The bullets pierced through the skeletal soldiers, directly causing them no harm, as if they were nothing more than air passing right through. The bullets flew swiftly, passing through rows of skeletal soldiers, and when they struck the head of a skeletal archer, they came to a halt. With a crack, the bullet penetrated its skull, shattering half of its head. One bullet inflicted a fatal injury, but it did not instantly kill the skeletal archer. However, a second, third, and fourth bullet followed suit, as if an endless stream of bullets rained down upon its skull. Finally, the blue soul fire dimmed, and the shattered skeletal frame lay scattered on the ground. This was merely a glimpse of the countless skeletal archers that faced such an assault. Countless bullets had penetrated the front line, cutting down the rear units like wheat. The sound of bones cracking echoed as numerous skeletal frames were smashed, scattered everywhere. The skeletal soldiers in the front line were bewildered. They raised their shields, looking around in confusion. It seemed they were unable to guard anything. Score one. Score one. Score one. A few minutes later, the enemy's rear units were complete. Thus, Lin Bufang only lost 26 famed blades of fate. The skeletal soldiers in the front posed no threat to him at all. With locked-on attacks, he could easily evade. This close combat was still manageable. Number of famed blades of fate 196764. It's worth mentioning that this simulated challenge does not increase attack power or stack famed blades of fate. These are presumably not real monsters, just soulless shells. Soon Lin Bufang aimed from above, shoving the gun barrel into the mouth of the last skeletal soldier, and with a swift pull of the trigger the bullet shot down its throat, shattering its sturdy spine. Score 1. Current score 3,119. Lin Bufang glanced at the time. It was only the first wave, and there were still 2 more waves to come. One wave consists of 1,000 monsters, equating to 1,000 points. Generally, this allows a 10-person team to distribute a decent score. Of course, reaching 3,000 points is quite difficult. Thus, some students opted for an aggressive strategy, forming teams of 5, or even 2, aiming to quickly reach 3,000 points to steal scores from others. Free mode has been activated, effective only for you. Now you can freely enter other students' defenses and attack their undead creatures. This prompt had appeared before, and now it reappeared after Lin Bufang took down the last skeletal soldier of the first wave. Lin Bufang walked over to the neighboring team, taking a close look. Because there were so many skeletal soldiers, 3 warriors blocked the defense line, preventing the skeletal soldiers from advancing. This was essentially the unified strategy of the teams still able to fight. After all, if the undead army broke through the rear, would be completely devastated. There would be no way to fight back. A volley from dozens of archers would obliterate the rear instantly, declaring game over. The busiest ones were still the 3 healers. Their hands were nearly cramping from continuously healing the 3 warriors, while also keeping an eye on the output positions. If the output took damage, they had to immediately restore their health. After all, the reason output players are output is that they have high attack power, with all efforts focused on offense, while their defense is severely lacking. In the front line, Ning Chao and the other 2 warriors saw nothing but blue and more blue, with nothing else in sight. Countless arrows rained down upon their shields. The fireball spell was mixed with a biting dark magic, like countless tiny insects gnawing at their bodies. All they could see was their health bars fluctuating, constantly dropping, constantly rising. Hang in there, bro, holding on means victory. Trust our output. Seeing Ning Chao and the others struggling so hard, Lin Bufang felt quite pained. I must help my dear classmates. It's my responsibility and duty. Lin Bufang pulled out a great sword from his backpack. It was a white weapon, not particularly useful, but with a beautiful design, far sharper than industrially produced or meticulously crafted swords. Lin Bufang originally intended to use it for slicing watermelons. Don't ask why it's used for cutting watermelons. If you have a good knife and don't use it to cut or break things, it would be utterly meaningless. He cut off a corner of his clothing to cover his eyes. A blurry frame gradually appeared before him. Feasible. If the color were a bit darker, the frame would be clearer. Of course, it wasn't necessary to blindfold himself now. He was standing right behind the undead army, directly raising his machine gun and unleashing a barrage. Countless skeletal archers and skeletal mages before him were crushed by the flowing metal, and wherever the bullets passed, the undead had no chance to retaliate, shattering into a pile of bone fragments. Soon Lin Bufang helped Ning Chaos team, crushing all their undead creatures from the first wave. Current score 3,812. At this moment, the 3 warriors of Ning Chao were still raising their shields to protect their teammates. Before him, the deep blue gradually faded to light blue, but he still couldn't see what was happening around him, unable to make out his surroundings. However, it was evident that their health bars had not dropped at all. Ning Chao felt immensely touched. He turned around to look at his teammates, each shadow gradually becoming clearer. Brothers, you did it. Our bond is invincible, and I thank you for your output. No need to thank us, we're all on the same side, it's what we should do. At that moment, he turned around to see Lin Bufang. The only reason Lin Bufang could appear at his defense line was that he had surpassed 3,000 points and could attack other students' undead creatures. He looked behind Lin Bufang, where there were piles of bone fragments. Ning Chao felt like crying without tears. These are all my points. Lin Bufang continued to finish off. Mediterranean classmate, you guys are truly kind. I can't help but assist you in monster farming. After all, these are all your points. Since you said you would help me earlier, I naturally won't stand by. This 693 points, I can only accept it with tears. Ning Chao was already feeling embarrassed, but what could he do? He had provoked Lin Bufang first, and now the boomerang had come back. He could only accept it obediently. Thank you, Lin classmate. It's fine, don't worry, you don't need to rush. They'll come back to help you in the second wave, you don't have to work so. Lin Bufang extended his right hand, clenched into a fist, and pounded his chest twice. With me here, you will definitely suffer no harm. Ning Chaos' mood was in shambles. His teammates were also quite distraught. Why provoke anyone else when you provoke the third in the nation? If an rank class can take third place, you know how abnormal he is. At this moment, the 5 students to Lin Bufang's left encountered danger. This time it is truly dangerous. There are 5 of them, 1 warrior, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers. Ning Chaos' 3 warriors are barely holding off the damage. With only one warrior, how could they possibly withstand the damage? The continuous barrage of arrows and fireballs caused the warrior's health to plummet, and it looked like he could not hold on much longer. At that moment, a mage donned a defensive set and stood beside the warrior saying, "I don't know if I can hold up." A mage sacrificing damage output to share the burden with the warrior was indeed a last resort. Together they withstand the damage, but it only stabilizes the situation for a moment. The mage's defensive capabilities are simply too low. Soon he could no longer hold on, and chose to exit the 10th stage before facing death. Losing even 1 point would lead to an overall collapse. The undead army surged through the gaps in the defense, pouring in like a dark tide. It wouldn't be long before the other 4 classmates were also eliminated. Just then a deep rumble of machine gun fire echoed from afar. The damage the warrior was taking began to visibly decrease, and in no time he no longer had to worry about damage from the enemy's backline. This was because a figure appeared among the undead army holding a machine gun and sweeping across the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Score 1. Score 1. Score 1. Behind Lin Bufang saw enemies all around, and with no recoil to worry about, he didn't need to be concerned about accuracy amidst the horde of monsters. He simply raised the machine gun above his head and spun around to sweep. In the distance, Ning Chao watched the scene, his jaw dropping. Wow, I really know this guy. Big brother. He actually did it. There are cheats, brothers, there are really cheats. 5 minutes later, Lin Bufang helped a classmate on the left eliminate most of the monsters, but of course he left a few for them. This was during the college entrance examination finals, where Lin Bufang represented not only himself, but also Jianghaishi and Jiangdong province, so he couldn't go too far. In the distance, there were more points waiting for him. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. He had to be quick and decisive. College entrance exam scores could be converted into university credits, which, as Lin Bufang knew, were extremely difficult to obtain. The reason was simple: university credits could be directly exchanged for epic-level equipment of his profession, a testament to their rarity. Moreover, this year's college entrance examination could actually convert scores into university credits. Furthermore, the 10th stage offered additional scoring opportunities for top-tier professionals like him. Such chances might only come once in a lifetime. He had to give it his all to earn more points. This wave earned Lin Bufang 500 points. Current score 43-12. Immediately Lin Bufang sprinted towards the distance. From behind, there were heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, big brother." Lin Bufang had only one goal to satisfy both his pride and his needs. He wanted it all. Helping those classmates on the brink of elimination by killing a large number of undead, thus earning a lot of points, wouldn't draw any complaints. After all, if they were eliminated, the monsters they faced would also disappear, who wouldn't take the points. As for those who could already defeat the monsters, Lin Bufang would naturally take a small cut as he passed. By having gone through it, would be a disservice not to take something for himself. In such cases, Lin Bufang would take a little less, just 100 points for a light taste. There was no need to waste time creating conflict. Points were what mattered most. However, if he encountered those who outright told him to get lost or had a poor attitude, Lin Bufang would give thorough assistance, leaving not a single undead for them. Time passed quickly. An hour later, Lin Bufang had only run through more than 30 defense lines. Among them, he directly helped 3 who had provoked him to sweep them clean, leaving them not a single point. There were many he couldn't defeat, but Lin Bufang also assisted them in earning more points afterward. As for the teams he could defeat, he would take a little less. There was no need to waste time creating conflict. Thus, Lin Bufang inadvertently racked up 11580 points. Current total score 15901 points. This was just the beginning. The first wave had given the classmates enough time to fight, lasting for 3 hours. If they couldn't finish within 3 hours, the first wave of monsters would completely vanish, followed by the arrival of the second wave. So even if they couldn't defeat the monsters, as long as they could hold on for 3 hours, they could still earn more points afterward. Each defense line was engaged in separate battles. An hour had passed, and naturally some had stepped out of their defense lines to try to kill the undead creatures from other lines. However, no one could kill more than 30 lines like Lin Bufang. The fastest had only just stepped out of the 3rd defense line. At this moment, the live broadcast had locked its camera onto Lin Bufang. All the viewers watched in shock as Lin Bufang weaved through the defense lines, holding the machine gun above his head, his feet barely touching the ground, finishing one area and immediately dashing to the next. While Lin Bufang's speed is incredible. How can he be so fast? The camera can barely keep up with him. One person has killed so many undead. Moreover, he isn't just killing indiscriminately, he's well prepared, specifically helping those classmates who can't handle the undead. What a two-way endeavor. Especially when they saw Lin Bufang holding the machine gun above his head, spinning around to kill the undead. The live chat was filled with question marks. Lin Bufang. He's spinning now. Why do I feel like these undead are simply not enough for him to kill? Having killed so many monsters, I wonder how many points he is now. The scores for the 10th stage could not be updated in real time. The score leaderboard would only be revealed after the third wave ended. That is when the college entrance examination was officially concluded to prevent students from focusing too much on the scores and rankings, which could affect their mindset and combat state. In the second hour on the other side, Gao Xian and Ding Shui, who had ranked first and second in points respectively, stepped out from their positions one after another. The live broadcast also gave them a few seconds of attention. A transcendent level profession and an SS level profession are indeed terrifying. They actually managed to get out alone. But it's a pity that Lin Bufang had already made his exit 2 hours ago. Gao Xian looked at his score, which had already exceeded 300 points, and felt invincible. Why? Because he was soloing, not needing to share points with teammates. This meant that although his points in progress in the early stages were lagging, the points gained afterward were all. As he stepped out of the defense line, his combat range expanded significantly. After the second wave of the undead army appeared, he could directly circle around to kill the enemy's backline, saving a lot of time. These were all his advantages. Perhaps I can also make it into the top 10, or even the top 3 by myself. Teaming up to secure the top 3 would demonstrate strong teamwork. However, achieving the top 3 alone would completely showcase his extraordinary personal strength. To be honest, Ding Shui in second place was thinking the same way. The two of them were even thinking the live broadcast camera should be focused on them the entire time, and they had to perform well to not let the entire nation down. In reality, the camera only gave them 3 seconds before returning to Lin Bufang. Along the way, he collected all the taxes he could, and those he couldn't fight, he had to help. Due to time constraints, by the second hour, the undead army had dwindled significantly. After all, if the undead creatures entered the innermost part of the defense line and survived for a certain period, they would be eliminated. For 2 hours, he didn't stop for a moment, maximizing his speed to over 3,000, with the barrel of his M1919 turning red from the heat. Fortunately, this thing wouldn't break, otherwise it would have been discarded long ago. As for the repair costs, truth be told, Lin Bufang didn't mind that little amount, as every bullet had value, all converted into points. In these 2 hours, Lin Bufang earned an additional 200 points, even reaching 25000. This was just the first wave. The first wave officially ended, all undead disappeared, and after 30 minutes the second wave would begin. Please rest well. Extra points for completing the first wave, 100 points. Points 100, total score 41,807. The second wave began immediately. This time Lin Bufang did not rush to attack his own undead army, but directly moved to the neighboring Ning Chaos area. Their faces turned green because most of the points from the first wave were taken by Lin Bufang, so it was impossible for them to reach 3,000 points, and thus they couldn't leave the defense line. Therefore they could only watch helplessly as Lin Bufang slaughtered their undead. They could do nothing. Ning Chaos' eyes were red, filled with rage. He shouted in agony. "No, you can't do that. My dear skeleton mage, run. Skeleton soldiers, why are you still so excited? This feeling is wrong. Tell me this isn't what you want. No. Skeleton archers, why are you posing like that for him? I can only watch. Just watch. For someone like me, it's better not to be here. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Just let him replace me and bring you happiness." Ning Chao was already in tears, kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. He was literally brought to tears by Lin Bufang. Meanwhile, his teammates were filled with confusion. I mean, why does it feel more and more wrong the more I listen? These undead are not your wife. It seems there's not much difference. Ning Chao and his team could only watch as Lin Bufang annihilated all 1,000 of the undead army, unable to even touch them. They didn't dare to leave the examination room, as even if they did, the undead army would automatically disappear and Lin Bufang wouldn't earn those points. However, they could do nothing and still receive the guaranteed 100 points. If they left, they would get nothing. Compared to Ning Chaos, suffering, the 5 on the other side stood in a row cheering for Lin Bufang. My brother Bufang is awesome. This gun is so cool. Lin Bufang, we have undead coming from our side. Hurry and help us. You can take all the points. Look at them. Then look at Ning Chao. With this attitude, Lin Bufang certainly had to let a few skeleton soldiers hit them. After cleaning up the skeleton soldiers on both sides, Lin Bufang earned an additional 1850. Current total score 43,564 points. Another wave of maneuvering to the backline. Lin Bufang also eliminated the skeleton army on his side. Another complete 1,000. That is 1,000 points. Afterwards, Lin Bufang repeated the previous steps, but this time he wasn't advancing blindly. He had figured out his classmates around him. He identified which ones were neutral, which were evil, and which were kind. No need to waste time. Collect taxes. Annihilate. Assist. in one go. Thus, during the 3 hours of the second wave, Lin Bufang broke through 30 defense lines in advance, charging into combat at other lines. In the second wave, besides his own and the neighboring defense lines, Lin Bufang earned a higher score than in the first wave, 31,756 points. Current total score, 75,320 points. 75,000 points. Lin Bufang knew he earned big this time, really big. Not only that, there was also the third wave, the final wave. At this moment, the outside world also reacted from the shock caused by Lin Bufang's output. They discovered that Lin Bufang not only had high output, but also had a frightening speed. Moreover, there were two key questions. First, how did Lin Bufang maintain such high combat quality even when his line of sight disappeared? In fact, it could be said that when he lost sight, his output became even more rapid. Second, how was Lin Bufang's health always at its minimum? Due to his attack speed, casting speed, and reaction speed being too fast, it was very difficult to analyze the livestream footage. The host faced such questions and was also quite troubled. As for the first question, it might be that Lin Bufang has a skill that resists the loss of sight. This is easy to understand, even though such skills are rare and almost no one prepares in advance for them. The probability is not zero. As for the second question, I believe there are three possible answers. First, this is pure skill from Lin Bufang. He truly has never been hit. Second, he might have a life-saving skill. Third, he is not only very skilled, but also possesses a life-saving skill. As for what the real answer is, it remains a topic of much debate. In the national examination room, Shi Tai and Shan Chuan stared wide-eyed, unable to see Shan Chuan's expression, but the flickering candlelight was quite exaggerated. Shi Tai's expression was truly exaggerated, as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it, this kid has at least died 1,000 times. How on earth is he doing it? What life-saving skill can be used 1,000 times? Lin Bufang glanced at his number of Ming Dao Si Ming. Current number 195,686. It just wouldn't drop, it simply wouldn't drop. When the second wave came to an end, the previous top two, Gao Xian and Ding Shui, were quietly calculating their scores. Their progress was similar. In 2 waves, 6 hours, they had taken down nearly 15 undead defenses around them. My score is nearly 9,000 points. My score is nearly 9,000 points. The advantage is mine. The advantage is mine. Lin Bufang can wait to die. Lin Bufang can wait to die. Oh, and there's Ding Shui. Oh, and there's Gao Xian. The third wave begins, which is also the final wave. In the last wave, Lin Bufang laid a solid foundation during the second wave, and in the third wave, he was even more skilled, operating smoothly throughout. On Ning Chaos side, none were left for their 10 members, and they were truly distressed, yet helpless. Tax collection. Brother, here we go again. Thank you, classmate Lin Bufang, for helping us clear the blue soul and some of the rear ranks. Take care, don't fall. They killed mercilessly. Classmate, I was wrong. A look at my mouth. Can you leave us a little? Leave a line for future encounters. Lin Bufang, you're being too excessive. Helping classmates who couldn't fight back. Thank you, big brother, you've worked hard. Classmate, you finally came. Oh, we've been waiting for you. Classmate, you're really kind. You even left us a few. Can I have your contact information? They'll treat you to... Soon the third wave ended. Lin Bufang was also searching for Su Ran's position, but she seemed very far away. The third wave was the farthest Lin Bufang had gone, but he still couldn't find Su Ran's defense. I hope she is doing well. Gold 500 balance, 42918659 Browning, M, 1919A, 4 machine gun durability restored from 02000 to 2000. Lin Bufang's machine gun durability had been repaired countless times, costing nearly $1 million. The results were astonishing. In the third wave, Lin Bufang directly achieved a score of over 50,000. He had broken the score records of the previous 2 waves. The limit. It was already the limit. Current total score in the college entrance examination, 128,689 points. Third wave and score 100. Current total score, 128,789 points. Finally, the last wave also ended. More than 3,000 students were panting. Some were already exhausted, lying on the ground motionless, as though they had been walking for a while. In the gray sky, the bald head on the stone platform reappeared. The last wave has ended, and a total of 51,365 candidates participated in the final exam. Now only 26,786 remain. Next, the rankings will be announced. The national television stations all pointed their cameras at the sky, eager to capture the leaderboard first. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the final score list. The previous first place, Gao Xian, second place, Ding Shui, along with all other students, watched the leaderboard with expectant eyes. Gao Xian appeared somewhat relaxed, as his total score had already exceeded 10,000 points. Ding Shui also looked quite relaxed, since her score had also surpassed 10,000 points. They believed that during the first wave they would fall behind other students. In the second wave they had already caught up. The third wave was about surpassing. National College Entrance Examination score ranking first place. Lin Bufang 128789 points level 19 E-class gunner second place. Gao Xian 14578 points level 25. Extraordinary Sagittarius third place. Ding Shui 14569 points level 24. SS class Sorrow Cloudbearer. Seeing Lin Bufang in first place, Gao Xian and Ding Shui felt as if their scalps were about to explode. They even forgot to breathe, surpassing us by over 1,000 points. How on earth did he do that? The expressions on Gao Xian and Ding Shui's faces were quite something. Before the finals, they had even made a bet with Lin Bufang. The loser would have to call him daddy the next time they met after entering Qingyun University. Still in front of all the classmates. This year's 1,000 new students all witnessed their wager. Gao Xian's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and with a slap, he hit himself. Clap. He slapped himself several times in succession. The classmates beside him couldn't stand it any longer. Gao Xian, don't do that. Don't do that. Gao Xian. Ding Shui stared blankly at the leaderboard, having given up thinking. Meanwhile, on various national televisions and live streams, Lin Bufang's name was strikingly prominent. The question marks and exclamations in the live chat surged like a stampede. They watched the entire live broadcast. Although they guessed Lin Bufang's score, they never expected it to be this high. 6. The combined scores of the top 9 barely match his one-person score. These points can be converted into college credits. How many great things can he redeem? I'm crying from envy. Inside the examination hall, the stone platform was actually projecting its image into this simulated examination room, and it noticed something strange. The examination had already ended. Why were these students still standing there and not coming out? Everyone can leave now. Are you expecting me to treat you to a meal? Many students laughed. They all sought the exit option. However, they found that it seemed there was no such function. A student shouted at the sky, "Teacher, we didn't find the exit option." The stone platform realized something was off. After confirmation, it was indeed the case. Currently, for unknown reasons, all students were unable to exit the examination hall. Everyone please remain calm. We are handling the situation. Outside the stone platform and others were anxiously pacing, collaborating with several elders from Qingyun University to conduct a thorough investigation, but they could not find any abnormalities. Thus they began analyzing from the bottom logic. The 10th level corresponds to the world of the undead. To accommodate more than 5,000 candidates, this examination hall was initially designed to replicate some of the fundamental logic of the undead realm. So where exactly is the problem? Only Mountain River quietly gazed at the distant sky without speaking. 5 minutes later, inside the examination hall, the space here was actually quite large. However, at this moment, at the edge of vision, endless darkness began to consume the light from all directions, pushing toward the center. Feeling that dense power of death, beads of sweat dripped down from the stone platform's forehead. This was an abandoned logic of the examination hall. In the second version of the 10th level of the college entrance examination, it was once planned to conduct the test in a shrinking circle format. Ultimately, only the strongest individuals would remain in the final circle, cultivating true powerhouses. However, this decision was ultimately vetoed by Mountain River. One person's power is far from enough. It is essential to cultivate a sufficient number of strong individuals to overwhelm with quantity. The stone platform and others were very surprised because Mountain River had once saved the entire Great Xiao by his own strength. Logically, he should hope to see another person reach his height. But only Mountain River understood how arduous his journey had been. Everything was irreplaceable. Not everyone could possess his capabilities, nor did everyone have such vision. Although he was an idol for many professionals, he still did not believe in individual heroism. At present, it seems that a certain bug has been triggered, leading to the shrinkage mechanism being activated. When the circle shrinks, those who are not in the final circle cannot exit the examination hall. The stone platform breathed a sigh of relief. He addressed the candidates. Everyone just needs to move towards the center, and you will be able to exit. The mechanism is quite simple. Once you enter the final circle, the darkness will cease to spread, and then a teleportation passage will open. Lin Bufang walked toward the center amidst the crowd. Along the way, he could hear the cheerful laughter of his classmates. Some were discussing how strict the exams at Qingyun University were, while others talked about the splendor of the capital city Qingyun. Those who did not make it into the top 100 felt a bit down. However, those who were more open-minded or did not expect to be in the top 100 were still very happy, knowing they could enter the top 100, which still promised a bright and splendid future. Before long, all the classmates reached the position of the final circle, which was packed to the brim. By chance, Su Ran found Lin Bufang and approached him. Hey, although I didn't make it to the top 100, I still ranked in the top 1,000. How about that? Am I impressive or what? Su Ran was indeed somewhat abstract. She could easily choose a mainstream profession and live comfortably with her modest family fortune, yet she insisted on competing with Lin Bufang and chose a sharpshooter profession. Fortunately for her, she had luck on her side and acquired in class punishment sharpshooter. If she had chosen another profession, she might not have achieved such high quality. As for everything in existence who could truly understand, Lin Bufang felt that she was more suited for support roles, believing that girls should stay behind and be protected rather than engage in dangerous activities. Even though it was in class, Su Ran's equipment was still average, just a set of divine artifacts. To rank in the top 1000 among such terrifying geniuses was still quite impressive. Lin Bufang gave her a thumbs up. Great. Su Ran smiled widely, feeling genuinely happy. She realized that this seemed to be the first time she had received Lin Bufang's acknowledgement. In a few days when we go to Qingyan University, he'll take you to Yan High Street. There are so many delicious foods, they're super tasty, you know. With a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, Su Ran seemed to envision herself guiding the somewhat clueless Lin Bufang through the bustling streets, enjoying the moonlight by the river adorned with lanterns. For those things that Lin Bufang could not comprehend or had never seen, she would explain one by one, or perhaps she would not make it so easy, requiring him to ask her first before revealing the information. Listening to Su Ran's melodious voice, Lin Bufang found it difficult to concentrate. He had walked through life and death several times, and each activation of his famed blade represented a brush with death. Thus his sensitivity to danger was beyond ordinary. The encroaching darkness felt like an extraordinary sense of crisis. Noticing his gaze, Su Ran's eyes brightened with a hint of laughter. Don't worry, Lin Bufang. The teacher said it will automatically stop. Lin Bufang remained silent. Su Ran also fell silent. She sensed something was off. Soon the crowd began to stir, as they too realized something was amiss. The darkness upon reaching the final circle did not stop, but instead continued to converge toward the center, and it was accelerating. Lin Bufang turned and grabbed Su Ran's arm, pulling her behind him. Watching the encroaching darkness, Su Ran felt a heaviness in her chest, an indescribable emotion constricting her. Outside, Shirtai clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he could not find the reason. At that moment, Shanchuan spoke. This is the handiwork of the undead race. Shitai's expression suddenly froze in shock, eyes wide in disbelief. Impossible. In the simulated path to divinity, even demigod-level undead cannot intrude. Shanchuan remained silent, placing his right hand on his left arm and forcefully twisting it off. He then hurled it into the void before him. The white bony arm vanished into the void, only to reappear above the 10th level of the examination site, piercing deeply into the ground at the very center of the final circle, revealing only 5 pale fingers. A faint milky white light spread out in all directions, and when it touched the encroaching darkness, it forcefully held it back outside, preventing the darkness from advancing even a fraction. At this moment, Shitai's expression darkened. Could it be that the deity of the undead race has invaded the simulated path to divinity? Shanchuan nodded. Yes, the 10th level is the territory of the undead race. They exploited the loopholes in the rules we set to forcibly activate the poison zone, and furthermore, the power of the poison zone has intensified. What does this indicate? This time Shanchuan was no longer speaking to Shirtai. His voice appeared in the 10th level of the path to divinity. Old friends, you've all arrived. No need to hide anymore. Sure enough, the next moment, 3 large doors slowly materialized right in front of the 26786 examinees. The classmates could not find words to describe the appearance of these 3 doors, as if they were emanating the rich aura of the undead from the opposite side of life. Each door brought them a different sensation, yet that sensation was entirely consistent. The first door represented darkness and eternity. The second door represented gravity and fall. The third door represented screams and death. From behind the doors, 3 deities emerged. Erebus appeared to be a humanoid entity condensed from boundless dark mist, its outline hazy and formless. Enlil resembled a mountain from a distance. One felt as if their body was crushed beneath 1,000 peaks, unable to move. Nurgle was shaped like a gigantic ear, the end of the ear formed by countless crimson blood vessels, creating a grotesque sight akin to a mass of malevolent spirits. From a distance, one could hear the piercing screams. Outside, Shitai's eyes were filled with rage. The undead race is clearly plotting this for a long time. Their goal is to cut off the top talents of the Great Xia. If all 26786 examinees were to die, the new strength of the Great Xia would be severed, directly impacting not just 1 year, but potentially many years to come. At first Shirtai was not worried, but upon realizing that even Shanchuan could not enter the 10th level, despair filled his eyes. If Shanchuan couldn't handle it, who else could? Shanchuan briefly introduced the three enemies to the classmates. In simple terms, these were three deities. Classmates, this will be a new test for you. You will face three deities from the undead race. You need to hold out for at least 1 hour. After 1 hour, we will be able to rescue you. The classmates could no longer contain themselves. Us, level 25 at most, fighting against gods. And we need to endure for an hour. Do you think gods are fools? Fortunately, there was some good news. They entered using the college entrance examination rules, so they will naturally be subject to the limitations of the 10th level. Right now, their maximum level is locked at level 20. Moreover, they are not the true bodies, but avatars. Therefore, their actual strength isn't that formidable. Lin Bufang turned to look at the panels of the three deities. Name: Enlil, level LV20, life 100, physical attack, armor, magic resistance, skills, description: simulated super strong BOS level undead creature, not recorded, system malfunction, defeating grants a one-time score of 1000. How can you call this not that strong when I can't even see the panel? Lin Bufang's attention was inevitably drawn to the description. It grants a score of 100000. Suddenly, he became greatly interested in defeating the deity's avatar. The mountains and rivers spoke rapidly, introducing the abilities and weaknesses of the three deities. Their powers are indeed their weaknesses. As long as one among you possesses the corresponding attributes, there is still a chance of survival. Erebus will plunge you into darkness, rendering you unable to see your surroundings, and even trap you. Nurgle will ensure that any sound made, including from your attacks, will lead to instant death, with a probability. Enlil possesses a power akin to gravity. For warriors with attack power below 100, it becomes arduous to lift their weapons. The same applies to archers and gunners, but these two classes are even more constrained. You cannot equip new arrows for your bows or refill your firearms with ammunition. Moreover, if your speed does not exceed 2000, you will essentially be unable to move. Furthermore, when you attack, you may suffer multiple times the rebound damage, which can be understood as, in summary, Enlil will prevent you from lifting weapons, refilling ammunition, or moving. Now the countdown begins. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. Hearing that the avatars are only level 20, many students breathed a sigh of relief. Even feeling a hint of excitement, challenging a high-level boss is so much fun. Moreover, they are gods. However, upon hearing the subsequent words, despair filled them all. They seemed to truly understand what it meant to be divine, seeing nothing and being trapped in illusions. Any sound made presents a 50 chance of death, without exception, instant annihilation. The third, named Enlil, is even more perverse, with 3 terrifying abilities: unable to move, unable to lift weapons, unable to refill ammunition. How can we play this? They've already been declared the winners. After 9 hours of battle, the students were exhausted and now faced the avatars of the 3 deities with no chance of victory. Many students lay down on the ground, announcing their surrender. Lying still and silent might allow them to live a little longer. In the midst of endless despair, only one person seemed unconcerned, even a bit excited. This person was Lin Bufang. Darkness. Sorry, he has night vision. The darker it is, the better it works. Unable to move at speeds below 2000. Sorry, Lin Bufang exceeds 3000. Attack power below 100 renders one incapable of lifting weapons. Sorry, Lin Bufang's attack power is 500. Unable to refill ammunition. Sorry, Lin Bufang has automatic reloading. Recoil is infinitely enhanced. Sorry, Lin Bufang has no recoil. Hearing sounds means death. Sorry, Lin Bufang has a silencer. Moreover, even if the previous effects cannot withstand, Lin Bufang has a 190 signature sword destiny. Thus, while everyone else panicked and despaired, Lin Bufang instructed Su Ran to wait in place while he calmly approached the 3 deities. The 3 deities seemed unhurried, leisurely walking towards him as if toying with prey or admiring the despair of lower beings. Enlil's gravitational field covers the entire world. In an instant, 26785 candidates were pinned to the ground, unable to move, simply because at this level no one would allocate freedom points to speed. Moreover, that is at 2000 speed. Only a few individuals possess skills to increase their speed. Even then, they can only move slowly. With just one skill, the game was declared over. The students had lost any ability to counter. Unable to move, how could they fight? Erebus darkness envelopes the entire world. At this moment, all things returned to darkness. Without exception, none of the students could see their surroundings, faced only with the utmost darkness. Over here, Lin Bufang was already close to the 3 deities, his steps unceasing. The three deities simply watched him quietly, as if they were entertained. They did not sense any threat from Lin Bufang, as if observing ants beneath their feet. Outside, the crowd was utterly astonished that Lin Bufang could still act. What the hell, his speed exceeds 2,000. That's right, he did appear very fast before. Could there still be? No, he can see nothing now. As soon he will face illusions, and he won't even have a chance to approach the three deities. At that moment, even the stone platform felt deep despair. Facing such overwhelming foes, standing before deities without even the right to be there is a profound insignificance. Lin Bufang continued to advance. This is where it ends. Wait, Lin Bufang is actually heading in the right direction. The crowd was astonished to discover that Lin Bufang had never deviated from his path. In this situation, even the mountains and rivers were surprised. How did he find his way in the darkness? Soon Lin Bufang was mere inches from the three deities. Yet he halted. The crowd's hearts skipped a beat. Lin Bufang has entered the illusion. In this situation, even if he closes his eyes, he cannot reject the scenes within the illusion. He can see everything. In the monitoring room, the stone platform remarked that an illusion is just an illusion, nothing remarkable. He is right beside the deities. With his damage output, he might still have a chance to fight. But what if in the illusion the three deities transformed into the people you love most, the ones you once wanted to protect? Then would you still have the resolve to kill them? Although Lin Bufang opened his eyes, he could see nothing but endless darkness and three frames. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, dim lights flickered on the ceiling. Gradually, everything around was a pristine. White sheets adorned the bed where his sister Lining sat munching on seeds while his parents stood by smiling at him. Bufang, you did it. You are the top scorer in the college entrance examination. You are our pride. We are so proud of you. Lin Bufang felt a bit dazed, trying to find differences from the real scene before him. Outside, the window trees were in full bloom, swaying gently. The air held a faint floral fragrance, making one involuntarily relax, wanting to find a place to sit and enjoy the beauty. As Lin Bufang gazed at the scene before him and listened to the praises in his ears, he thought that if at the end of life he entered such a beautiful world, it wouldn't be so bad. However, such a scene could never occur in reality, at least not in Lin Bufang's reality. His parents would never speak like this, and the flowers were far too vibrant. Lin Bufang closed his eyes, but could still smell the fragrance of flowers. Outside, countless eyes were locked onto Lin Bufang. Erebus seemed to want to play even bigger, transforming Lin Bufang's illusion into a real scene displayed in the live broadcast. Seeing the three deities morph into Lin Bufang's parents and sister, the crowd fell silent. Damn it, if you're going to strike, just strike. Stop with the disgusting tricks. What gods? They are nothing but beasts. The undead are indeed all beasts. So what will Lin Bufang do? In the scene, Lin Bufang clenched his right hand, a sharp katana, slowly materializing as he gently cut a corner of his clothing and tied it over his eyes. At this moment, regardless of the illusion or reality, he saw nothing. Before him were only three dark golden frames. Lin Bufang instantly seized control. Click! The bullet was instantly chambered. The three gods were astonished. They were surprised that Lin Bufang could directly ignore the illusion, and they were equally amazed that he could wield a weapon, load bullets, and that all their effects seemed ineffective against him. By the time they realized this, it was already too late. Lin Bufang's first target was Nelgale. As soon as he heard a sound, he had a direct 50 chance of one-shotting the opponent. Currently, the opponent was very arrogant and had not activated any abilities. Lin Bufang possessed a famous blade while the others did not. He had to eliminate Nelgale first. Boom. With a single shot, Nelgale's health dropped by 1/3. Nelgale immediately perked up. However, at the moment Lin Bufang fired, the number 12 bullet was already loaded in his weapon. Boom. After the second shot, the third shot was already chambered. Boom. Nelgale dead. Attack power 3 famous blades, command quantity 3 kills, special boss unknown, bug score 100000, current exam, total score 2,28789 points. He was overly confident, even failing to showcase any abilities before his demise. After killing Nelgale, Lin Bufang suddenly felt his body become heavy. Famous blades command 1, invincibility effect triggered for 1 second. Clearly, Enlil's gravity effect had intensified. Moreover, there was significant damage. Without hesitation, Lin Bufang aimed at Enlil and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. After the gravity reached its limit, Enlil's health was depleted, dead. Kill, special boss unknown, bug score 100000, current exam, total score 3,28789 points. The last god was named Erebos. He was the god of creating darkness within illusions, but at this moment he appeared utterly powerless. Despite the ongoing necrotic damage to the targets around him, Lin Bufang's famous blade kept triggering. But, do you have no other abilities? Erebos' figure visibly froze for a moment, and then 46 bullets struck his vital points. 6497646. 2 shots and he was finished. Kill Special Boss Unknown Bug Score 100000. Current exam total score 428789 points. The moment Erebos died, the surrounding darkness receded like a tide, and the classmates gradually emerged from the illusion, staring blankly at Lin Bufang's figure in the distance. At his feet lay the corpses of the 3 gods. The classmates were left agape, a myriad of exclamations swirling in their minds. They didn't even get a chance to stand. Lin Bufang had already taken down the 3 gods with a shotgun. Above, the numbers on the leaderboard flickered, and Lin Bufang's score increased by an additional 300 points. Yet not a single classmate felt envious. It was what Lin Bufang deserved. However, a few classmates who considered themselves quite skilled and maximized their damage were unconvinced, muttering, "He just got close to the 3 gods. If I were that close, I could one-shot them too." At that moment, a Tumter-high gate slowly materialized before the classmates. The gate's frame was formed from countless intertwining flesh and blood, and at its center, a reddish-brown vortex slowly spun. Outside, the monitoring room was now empty. If one were to look down from outer space on the Great Xia, they would see numerous top-tier professionals rushing towards Qingyun City, by various means teleporting at incredible speeds. This was because above Qingyun University in Qingyun City, a massive vortex, seemingly formed from coagulated blood, was gradually taking shape. Immediately afterward, the god of the undead Enlil surged toward the path to ascension at Qingyun University, propelled by countless flesh and blood. One could faintly hear Enlil's shouts, "I will kill him." 3 gods were taken down by a level 19 gunman, who was also a rank. This was an immense embarrassment. The 3 gods had originally intended to come together, but the other 2 were slightly more clear-headed. They had been terrified by the mountains and rivers. Now if they reached Great Xia, would they even be able to return? That was indeed uncertain. But Enlil was not afraid because he had gone mad. The moment he appeared, he found himself surrounded by people, and then various skills bombarded him. Shanchuan was the first to arrive from other cities, wielding his staff like a club and smashing it through Enlil's head, creating a penetrating wound. With the cooperation of other top-tier professionals, Enlil not only saw his health rapidly decline, but was also unable to move. Before long, he might even be captured by Great Xia and locked away in a pokeball forever. It was then that Enlil chose an even crazier combat style. Sensing the destructive capability within him, Shanchuan shouted, "Everyone spread out. He's about to self-destruct." The other top-tier professionals were left speechless. To take down Lin Bufang, Enlil was completely insane. He actually intended to use his self-destruct energy to obliterate the path to ascension at Qingyun University. Fortunately, Shanchuan's warning came just in time. Everyone collaborated to minimize the impact on the path to ascension. With a loud boom, Enlil self-destructed. The tremendous force directly flattened half of Qingyun University's campus. Thanks to the recent holiday and timely evacuation, otherwise Qingyun University would have suffered heavy casualties. After self-destruction, he will have no combat capability left. Everyone, let's work together to subdue Enlil. If we can seal him in Great Xia, it would be an enormous benefit for us. Everyone flew towards the center of the explosion. However, there was nothing there. Shanchuan immediately understood what had happened. He fused all his levels, powers, skills, etc. into a self-destruction. In reality, he had not completely self-destructed. He did this to forcibly enter the path to ascension. In other words, he has already entered the path to ascension. Inside the 10th stage of the path to ascension, the portal had just opened. Shanchuan's voice echoed in all the classmates' ears. Everyone be careful, Enlil's true body is about to enter the 10th stage. He has no skills and can only perform basic attacks. Additionally, he possesses absolute control over gravity, a power that can pin any living being in place, rendering even Enlil himself unable to escape this effect. No god can create any movement against this gravity. This effect can only be used on a single target. If the target is not dead, he cannot lock onto a second target. Hold for 45 minutes. Hold for 45 minutes. The portal slowly opened. Those who had previously said Lin Bufang only managed to take down the 3 gods due to proximity fell silent, quietly slipping to the back of the group. Other classmates, however, were unwilling to let him off. Enlil is back. It's your turn to perform. Pure idiots, now that we ask you to go, you won't dare. Is it that hard to acknowledge that Lin Bufang is exceptional? That male classmate blushed, feeling pressured. I'll go, who's afraid of who? If Lin Bufang can do it, so can I. He gritted his teeth, grabbing a dagger as he charged towards the portal. What in Lil? Just a roadside stray, watch me take him down with 3 strikes. As they approached the teleportation portal, an overwhelming pressure descended from above. With a sudden pop, that student in the distance, without so much as a sound, was crushed from a 3-dimensional being into a 2-dimensional one. It was difficult to save him. Many students were already crying in fear. After all, Enlil was a god, and this was the true essence of a deity descending. Even without skills, no top-tier professional could compete, let alone them. However, unnoticed by everyone, Lin Bufang seized the moment when that student took damage, sprinting directly to the teleportation portal and turning around to block it with his back. Moreover, he used tape to bind his hands and the authority to his waist, preventing the tape from being dislodged. The authority continued to inflict damage on Enlil. To be honest, the words spoken by Shanchuan were directed not at the other students, but specifically at Lin Bufang. He knew that only Lin Bufang possessed a certain ability to avoid death. The explanation of Enlil's abilities was also quite clear. It had a single target effect. If the target did not die, then Enlil's power would be nullified, unable to affect other targets again. Furthermore, this gravitational effect could not be dispelled, and no matter who came, they could not move the target even a fraction. Shanchuan's reluctance to be explicit was also a concern that Enlil might react and apply the gravitational effect on Lin Bufang first. If that happened, Enlil would still have basic attacks. If Lin Bufang were incapacitated, the other students would also suffer. They needed to defeat him while ensuring the others survived. There was only one way. Lin Bufang blocked the door. Fortunately, perhaps because Enlil was a god, he remained proud even in dire straits. Alternatively, the student who had been crushed into a 2-dimensional form had described Enlil as merely a roadside obstacle, successfully drawing his attention. In any case, it worked. Lin Bufang successfully blocked the teleportation portal. From this moment on, the students, including the viewers in the live stream, could no longer behold the true form of Enlil, simply because he could not even step out of the door. The gravitational effect held Lin Bufang in place, preventing even Enlil from pushing him away. Famous Blade of Destiny 1. Famous Blade of Destiny 1. Famous Blade of Destiny 1. The famous Blade of Destiny on Lin Bufang's body was slowly falling. Quantity of Famous Blade of Destiny 195176. Enlil was outputting everything. Lin Bufang could not see him, but he could feel the speed of his attacks, which was incredibly fast, yet it was all in vain. The famous Blade of Destiny was incredibly stable. One would fall every second. No more would drop. No matter how much damage was dealt, in a second it remained the same. Though Lin Bufang's physical form was nearly indistinguishable from a human, his blood, flesh, tissues, and even bones were shattering and reassembling. The shattering process was gruesome. However, the effect of the famous Blade of Destiny not only granted him immunity to death, but also preserved his combat capabilities, albeit looking rather terrifying. Moreover, when the famous Blade of Destiny was triggered, Lin Bufang's sense of pain was dulled. Thus, while he initially felt intense pain, it became somewhat numb later. He even felt somewhat uncomfortable. The force was too weak. I say, little N, put in some effort, I can take it. Behind him, Enlil had completely gone mad, his attack speed suddenly skyrocketing by several times. Lin Bufang felt a piercing pain from behind and couldn't help but let out a groan. Ah, now that's more like it. The closer he got to death, the more he could feel the path of the gun boiling. 3 years, 1,095 days and nights. He vaguely sensed that his understanding of the gun path was gradually rising at a slow pace due to the constant triggering of the famous blade. At first it was hard to notice, but as the quantity increased, this feeling became more apparent. This situation was something he had not encountered before. Perhaps it was because Enlil was a god. Lin Bufang felt as if he was absorbing divine power. Gun path level 0. 0 segments. Gun path level 0 is 0. 25 segments. Gun path level 0 is 0. 28 segments. Put some effort. Did you not eat lunch? Lin Bufang grew increasingly excited because the authority continued to inflict damage on Enlil. This output was gradually depleting Enlil's meager health. At this rate, it was indeed possible to kill him in 45 minutes. Of course, as a god, Enlil could not be killed using conventional means. Lin Bufang simply hoped to see if he could obtain something from him. In the absolute gravitational state, he was unable to move. Fortunately, there was automatic reloading. Moreover, with a silencer and no recoil, no one could see what Lin Bufang was doing. They could not even see the health bar of Enlil inside the teleportation portal slowly descending. The cost of repairing the authority's durability was quite high, and Lin Bufang hoped this investment would yield its expected value. Only he still overlooked one thing: the gazes of others directed at him. He glanced at the distance where his classmates were all in tears. Lin Bufang. He used his life to block the door to death for all of us. Tears streamed down their faces. Some students wanted to rush forward, but were stopped by Lin Bufang. If Enlil still had a trick up his sleeve, it would be troublesome. However, one person still recklessly charged forward with a gun. Su ran. Her eyes were filled with tears, yet she could do nothing, even realizing that Lin Bufang could not speak at all. Lin Bufang attempted to communicate with her telepathically, but Su Ran was not a god and had no antenna on her head. He opened a private chat and typed, "I'm fine, just a small problem, you should go back." Su Ran shook her head and refused to move. "Be obedient. What you need to do now is to stay out of trouble." "All right. Just 45 minutes. At most, it would consume 2,700 famous blades. Rounding it up, it would be like getting it for free." Outside, the television hosts were all silent, their eyes red, not speaking. In the live stream, there were no other comments, only a screen full of encouraging words. Qingyun University, many top-tier professionals floated beside the simulated arena of the path to divinity. The internal scene of the 10th level lay before them. Everyone was silent. They had never seen such a scene. One person's strength blocking Enlil, preventing the proud deity from even stepping out the door. They seemed to see the shadow of Shanchuan in Lin Bufang. Many people looked at Shanchuan, who floated quietly in midair, facing away from the crowd, lost in thought. Lin Bufang, hold on. Shanchuan had already determined one thing in his heart: as long as Lin Bufang could survive, anything he wanted in this world, even the stars in the sky, could be plucked for him. Shanchuan remained still. Meanwhile, a bald man nearby was jumping around. At some point, the stone platform had put on sunglasses. The glasses could hide his eyes, but not the tear streaks beneath them. Lin Bufang is actually still smiling. He's actually smiling, ah. Regardless of others' emotions, Lin Bufang was genuinely happy. It was genuine happiness, not an act. He could probably understand the feelings of the students before him. He could also guess the feelings of those outside. However, he found it really hard to empathize. It was also difficult to explain. Just 2,700 times of immunity to death. What if he ran out after 2,700 times? Should I tell you, I still have 192,476 chances to avoid death. On Enlil's side, at first he would occasionally cackle, thinking that Lin Bufang could last once was impressive. To last 2 times would be considered extraordinary. If he could last this many times, he should be nearing his limit, right? At 1 minute he felt confident. At 5 minutes he had the advantage. At 10 minutes he was puzzled. At 20 minutes he was drenched in sweat. At 30 minutes he was completely mad. At 40 minutes he was indifferent to the world. Seeing Enlil giving up, Lin Bufang felt anxious. Just making Enlil despair without him attacking was still something. Lin Bufang's gun path was just a bit away from officially leveling up to stage 1. Although he did not know what benefit stage 1 would bring, it was still a good thing to rise. Moreover, upon reaching 0.9 stages, Lin Bufang seemed to have hit a bottleneck. The speed of his ascent slowed down several times, and he needed more deaths to break through the shackles. Thus he began to play mind games with Enlil. "I can't hold on much longer." "Just kidding. This time I really can't hold on. This time I'm really joking." "No more jokes, I truly can't hold on. Isn't this fun?" Enlil was driven into a frenzy by Lin Bufang, striking him with ferocious blows that were dozens of times more violent than before. Seeing the pained expression on Lin Bufang's face, Enlil felt that it was all worth it. It was not until the 44th minute and 50 seconds that Lin Bufang's momentum suddenly changed, generating a strong airflow around him, as if the forces of heaven and earth were being attracted and poured into his body. It seemed that there was no power in the air of the 10th tier. Lin Bufang's physical form was unsatisfied, and a strong hunger drove him to uncontrollably desire to devour all the energy he could. However, there was nothing around him. Thus, deep within his body, at the very end of the genetic chain, the instinct for evolution surprisingly ignored the instinct for survival and began to consume any possible energy within. The first to be devoured was fat, followed by muscle, then blood and bones. In an instant, Lin Bufang's body collapsed, but due to the gravitational effect from Enlil, he was forcibly pulled back. Yet, thanks to the protection of the famed blade siping, his pulled body was revived once again. The instincts of the gun path, physical energy, gravity, and the famed blade intertwined. The weakest among them was physical strength, which was entirely dominated. Moreover, the energy was too low to support the advancement of the gun path. Thus, the gun path shifted its target to the famed blade siping. However, the blade itself had no energy. It was akin to a sugar-free beverage offering sweetness without any sensation. Consequently, the gun path could only focus on gravity, and then it began to consume. To be honest, gravity was not easy to deal with. Even a deity could not shake it. Nevertheless, with the cooperation of the famed blade, the gun path was able to absorb a bit of gravitational energy the moment Lin Bufang triggered the blade. However, this energy was too intense, the gun path had some difficulty digesting it. But at this moment digestion was not the priority. In any case, it was all about consuming. This process actually occurred in an instant equivalent to just a few moments with the famed blade. The gun path successfully advanced to the first segment, expelling the undigested gravitational energy. However, by this point Lin Bufang had become as thin as a dry twig, resembling a skeleton wrapped in skin. The physical body felt quite wronged as the gun path was consuming it while disdainfully regarding it, and the gravity was pressing down on it while ignoring it. It turned its attention to the residual energy expelled by the gun path. If I can't consume gravity, then can I not consume you? Thus, the physical body devoured the remnants expelled by the gun path, swallowing most of the remaining gravitational energy. This successfully restored Lin Bufang's bones, blood, fat, and muscle. He didn't even have time to contemplate what changes this would bring. He could feel that his body had undergone a complete renewal, granting him a feeling of rebirth. The gun path sharpened his senses, giving him the illusion that each of his fingers had gained an additional brain, allowing his 10 fingers to perform 10 different actions with an oddly eerie coordination. Lin Bufang sensed that this was not just a comprehensive enhancement, nor merely an overall improvement after entering the gun path state. It even enhanced his control over firearms. There was a wondrous feeling if this enhancement reached a certain stage, he could break the limitation of a single weapon and wield 2 main weapons. Moreover, this might just be a supplementary effect. Just as the gun path had not yet warmed up, another prompt popped up before Lin Bufang. Congratulations, you have awakened the gravitational instinct effect. Unknown method of acquisition, unknown. Gravitational instinct level 0, segment 0. 1. What is this? Behind him, Enlil spoke with intense surprise. You have advanced. Then a more overwhelming rage. However, he did not attack. He realized that it was due to his extreme output against Lin Bufang that led to Lin Bufang's advancement. Moreover, he felt that a crucial part of his power had been consumed by Lin Bufang. And you deserve to die. Lin Bufang chuckled. Let's not talk about whether I will die. You are truly going to die this time. At this point, Enlil's health bar was already at its lowest. In reality, Lin Bufang's balance was also nearly depleted. Balance 107568 gold coins. Not only that, but the durability of the sovereign shotgun was also at its limit, 17,100. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of blasts, Enlil's health bar hit 0 for the first time. In the instant his health bar reached 0, it suddenly surged back to 100, as if entering a second phase or triggering some mechanism. In any case, Lin Bufang did not intend to truly kill him. Whoosh! A golden light erupted from Enlil. Lin Bufang could not see the light, but he noticed something new in his backpack. Whoosh! Another beam of blindingly white light burst forth, and this time, even Lin Bufang felt the breath of destruction. He also heard Enlil's somewhat desperate roar. No, how could you possibly release him? Subsequently, Lin Bufang found yet another item in his backpack. The first item was an equipment LV-100 nuclear missile launching site epic weapon with Divine Aura Gunner class level 2 low to view panel. Wow, a golden legend. Lin Bufang thought that although he had spent over 40 million, it was a massive profit. An epic item of level 100, and what a nuclear missile launching site. Sounds incredibly abstract. Lin Bufang looked at the second drop. Enlil's egg mythical level pet currently hatching. Hatching time is long. Please wait patiently. Did he just obtain Enlil's offspring? Awesome. Lin Bufang couldn't stop smiling. By this time, 45 minutes had already passed. The sky of the 10th tier suddenly split open with a massive gap, and Shanchuan and others flew in like a dark cloud. Without a word, hundreds of elders frantically bestowed buffs upon Lin Bufang, seemingly in a retaliatory manner, with many buffs being repeated. Immune to any damage 10 seconds, immune to any control 15 seconds, revival armor ready, rapidly restoring health, rapidly restoring magic power, rapidly restoring physical condition, cell activity, enhancement, muscle fatigue reduction, immunity, enhancement, undergoing external cleansing. Most were one-time buffs, but one called revival armor had a permanent effect with a priority lower than the famed blade. If Lin Bufang's famed blade was used up, the revival armor would automatically trigger. Everyone watched Lin Bufang, still grinning foolishly, feeling as if their hearts were being cut like an look at how much pain this child is in. He's gone dumb. Should we transfer him? Soon Lin Bufang was swiftly taken away at light speed to the best hospital in Jiangdong province for top-notch treatment, mainly to check if his brain was injured. Despite Lin Bufang repeatedly insisting that he was fine, he could not resist the crowd. Let's check. Look at you. Alright, stop laughing. I really don't understand why you're so happy. The more you laugh, the more it pains my old heart. However, Enlil could not be moved from this side. Coincidentally, having entered the 10th level of the Ascension path, he was also bound by its restrictions. Under normal circumstances, sealing him would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. But he had delivered himself right to their door, cutting off his own escape. Now everyone had just coordinated to seal him on the 10th level of the ascension path. He was completely locked inside, unable to escape for at least 5000 years. It was the first time in the history of the Great Xia that a deity was sealed. Moreover, sealing him incurred almost no cost. All the students were alive. Lin Bufang was also alive. It was just that Qingyun University suffered. More than half of the campus was leveled. But that was the least of the costs. Anything that could be solved with money was trivial. It could be described as a great joy for everyone. Enlil has many secrets within him. If unearthed, it could absolutely enhance the strength of all practitioners in the Great Xia directly. Moreover, in-depth research on the undead tribe would also be greatly promoted. And for all this, in addition to everyone's efforts, we must not forget one person, our classmate Lin Bufang. At midnight, candidates across various provinces were arranged to rest in place. This year's college entrance examination was somewhat special, facing many unexpected situations. Fortunately, the final outcome was good. The college entrance examination had long ended, yet the 8 million candidates were still waiting in place, and all teachers nationwide, including Provincial Chief Examiner Pei Jin and Chief Supervisor Shi Tai, were waiting for one person's arrival: Lin Bufang. At the hospital, Shanchuan stood by Lin Bufang's side, guarding him throughout. After the physical examination, the doctor concluded in a physical sense Lin Bufang seemed fine, but there were significant issues. Other aspects were normal. His neural cell activity is hundreds of times greater than that of a normal person. Such a level of activity is impossible in an ordinary human. Do you know how much glucose we've infused him with? Several tons. What does that even mean? Shanchuan simply nodded. The fact that he could hold Enlil back for 45 minutes was a small detail that could be overlooked. Secondly, his weight is also quite unusual. What's unusual? He weighs 120 jin. That's perfectly normal. But sometimes he weighs only 120 grams. Is the discrepancy really that vast? Is there an issue with the scale? I thought so at first, but just now he crushed the scale as if it had been pressed by a hydraulic machine. Do you know what that means? Alright, this isn't important. Shanchuan pulled the doctor aside, seeming to not want Lin Bufang to hear the next part. Does he have any issues with his brain? The doctor sighed. Physically, there are no issues. The scans are all normal, but based on his performance in the examination, I think it's necessary to conduct a test. Go ahead and test. The doctor approached Lin Bufang. I ask, you answer. Alright. First question: why do beautiful people often have short lives? Because no one cares when ugly people die. The doctor remained silent for a moment and marked a cross on that. Perhaps the first question was too difficult. Let me ask a simpler one. Second question: what have the older generations eaten more of than you have eaten? Rice. Salty. The doctor. He helplessly marked another cross on the second question. Last question, please take it seriously. I'm not joking anymore, answer seriously. Okay. Seeing Lin Bufang ready to answer, the doctor hurriedly reminded. This is a question about emotions meant to assess your ability to differentiate right from wrong. Let me remind you, think about the sun's brilliance. In fact, the moon itself does not emit light. It is merely a one-sided wish of people. The answer has already given you half of it. Third question: moonlight is the reflection of sunlight. So what is the white moonlight that people yearn for signify? Sun. The doctor. The last cross was marked especially strongly. Shanchuan's tone was somewhat worried. Should we transfer him? The doctor quickly shook his head. No need. He's perfectly normal. Then why did you mark crosses? He's too normal, which makes him seem somewhat abnormal. Think about it. How would you answer these 3 questions? Shanchuan thought for a moment and really found it to be true. For the first question, a normal person would analyze the reasons behind the beauty and short life, such as being attractive, makes one more prone to danger. For the second question, of course, one eats more salt than rice. That's simple. For the third question, Shanchuan also hadn't expected Lin Bufang to answer sun directly. Thus, Lin Bufang answered all 3 questions correctly. The third question also expressed what most people wouldn't dare to say. It is indeed so. That is the essence. He is very intelligent, quick to react, and has an extremely upright worldview. It's just that his speed is too fast. I suggest hospitalization for further observation. Lin Bufang stood directly opposite the doctor. Don't talk nonsense. Hospitalization is not an option. In that case, doctor, let me ask you a question. Go ahead and ask. Why is it that people often lose one sock? The doctor pondered seriously and cautiously answered. Because sometimes it's easy to wear the wrong color. Because when you lose 2, you don't even notice it. Lin Bufang waved to the nurse. I think he should also be hospitalized for observation. When he was discharged, it was precisely midnight. The Ascension Path, all television stations nationwide focused their broadcasts on the pristine steps. Now let's announce the college entrance examination results once again. First, Lin Bufang has defeated 3 bosses that originally did not exist, and a reward of 300 points will be duly awarded to Lin Bufang. Secondly, the arrival of Enlil has also allowed us to recognize some outstanding students who displayed extreme courage and fearlessness, such as classmate Su Ran. Therefore, we will also award these students some extra performance points. At the same time, based on classmate Lin Bufang's outstanding performance after discussions with Qingyun University, we will grant classmate Lin Bufang an additional reward of 66666 points. Shirtai smiled and raised his right hand, forming the number 6. 6666666. Voices of astonishment echoed from various provinces. Even many teachers secretly lamented. Classmate Lin Bufang's total score is likely to exceed 1 million points. If all converted to university credits, this wealth would ensure he lives comfortably for the rest of his life. He could exchange for several pieces of epic equipment. If I were him, I would redeem those valuable tradable items and sell them. That would make me rich directly. I wonder what classmate Lin Bufang will choose to exchange for. Students from various provinces raised their heads to look at the leaderboard once again. National College Entrance Examination Score Rankings. First place, Lin Bufang, 1095455 points, level 19, a grade gunner. Second place, Su Ran, 22158 points, level 19, grade heavenly punishment gunner. Second place, Gao Xian, 22130 points, level 25, extraordinary shooter. The re-release of the rankings shocked everyone immensely. Seeing Lin Bufang's score of over 1 million and the nearly 50-fold gap with the second place, no one could help but marvel. But no one felt jealous. The organizers certainly had good intentions. 660 points was the best proof of Lin Bufang's contribution. I estimate this is just the beginning. Qingyun University's resources will also skew towards Lin Bufang. Moreover, General Shan has been by Lin Bufang's side the entire time. I suspect he might exceptionally take. Now let the top 10 come up to give a speech allowing the people across the nation to get to know you better. Soon the speech is concluded. Gao Xian in 3rd place and Ding Shui in 4th place had somewhat complex expressions. They had dropped 1 rank. But there was nothing much to say. Both of them had earned a good amount of performance points, and everyone's overall scores had increased. As long as they didn't fall behind, they were fine. Everyone gained quite a few points. Honestly, this was still pretty good. With a base of 200 points, entering university meant starting from a relatively good position. 200 points could be exchanged for many good things, such as privileges and services, laying a foundation for earning more points in the future. However, when they arrive at Qingyun University, what will they do if they encounter Lin Bufang? This is a problem. A sad problem. Next, Su Ran, also a gunner. There's something there. Su Ran hopped onto the stage, shook the microphone, and cleared her throat. I really have a lot to say, and let me start with 100 points first. Before Su Ran could begin her first point, Shirtai immediately started to clap. Su Ran wanted to praise this bald man for his insight. What Su Ran said was fantastic. Oh, everyone give her a round of applause. All right, Su Ran, you can step down. Su Ran pointed her finger at Shirtai. You jerk. But she didn't dare to actually curse. She couldn't win against him. Even if her father came, he wouldn't win. Next, Lin Bufang, please come to the stage. Lin Bufang's figure gradually appeared on the steps. Students from various provinces, along with those watching the live broadcast, all raised their hands to applaud. Everyone saw how difficult it was to achieve this first place. It was a matter of life and death, with just a slight difference. The first thing Lin Bufang said upon taking the stage was about the martial god ring. He elaborated on the importance of the martial god ring, as its enhancement of physical damage was extremely terrifying. Look, I just exploded 1-0. Without this thing, the output is indeed lacking. It was able to take down 3 gods, which played quite a role. This thing is truly excellent. The reason Lin Bufang repeatedly praised the martial god ring was naturally because he still had 8 of them in his possession. Excluding the one he was equipped with, he had 7 left. This wave of praise for the martial god ring was naturally to elevate its value. When he sells it later, he would certainly be able to sell it for more. Later, I will return to Zhanghai City to farm for the martial god ring again, because this thing is awesome. If you have the chance, you can come to Zhanghai City. The scenery here is quite nice, and there are many lovely people. In conclusion, I broke my promise, fellow villagers. I said I would give the first place a barrage of support, but I am the first place. Thank you, everyone. Not to mention the recognition of Lin Bufang by the national candidates and audience, he was quite confident and open. Zhanghai City gained quite a bit from this. The city government of Zhanghai, the mayor, was excitedly banging on the table. This 5 million is worth more than 500 million spent. Look at Lin Bufang, he has brought some fame back to his hometown. I estimate that tourists will flock to Zhanghai City. Recently, all departments should coordinate their work to leave a good impression on visiting tourists. By the way, the underground transport line to the Dawn Sanctuary should strive to be completed soon. I must say the scenery of the Dawn Sanctuary is unique in the whole country. As Lin Bufang stepped down, the perspective returned to Jiangdong province, where candidates were orderly evacuating the scene. Come with me, you seem anxious. Don't worry, just give me a minute. Provincial Chief Examiner Pei Jin led Lin Bufang to a secluded examination room. Pei Jin got straight to the point, saying not to think of himself as a leader or the most authoritative person in Jiangdong province. His purpose in finding Lin Bufang was to act as a middleman, facilitating communication between Lin Bufang and Shan Chuan. There were some things that Shan Chuan couldn't say directly. Lin Bufang also couldn't directly address Shan Chuan. Since Pei Jin and Lin Bufang were from the same province, there was no need for too many considerations. The reason for this intermediary approach was mainly due to Lin Bufang's remarkably outstanding performance. If it weren't for the arrival of Enlil, Shan Chuan felt he could directly take the lead without considering Lin Bufang's opinion and take him on as a disciple. Now, however, he felt it was necessary to prioritize thinking from Lin Bufang's perspective. If he was unwilling, Shan Chuan wouldn't force him. His strength is formidable, arguably unparalleled. He looks quite intimidating, doesn't he? But don't be afraid, he's actually quite nice to his own people. I just want to ask you one thing, what's your impression of him? General Shan has been quite busy these past few days. Coincidentally, you'll also have a 7-day break, and only after that will you officially report to Qingyan University. If you're willing to have him as your guide in 3 days, General Shan will come back to find you. If you're not willing, just tell me directly, he won't disturb you. Lin Bufang was about to speak. Pei Jin smiled gently, his expression calm. Even if you're unwilling, as long as you encounter any issues, he said, he wouldn't stand by idly. Having multiple masters means multiple paths. After leaving the examination room, Lin Bufang saw Su Ran in the distance, waving exaggeratedly at him. Over here. I'm here. Su Ran asked Lin Bufang what he planned to do next. I still want to farm for a few martial god rings to see if I can unlock any hidden achievements. In fact, Lin Bufang also wanted to stack some attack power and increase his number of Ming Dao Simi. The college entrance examination made him realize that the outside world was still too dangerous. Originally, he only had over 1900 Ming Dao, and after the exam, he was left with just over 1900. Su Ran reminded him to be cautious, whether it was the Phase 1 or Phase 2 bosses. If he was careless, his level would reset. She felt that a lot had happened in these past 2 days, leaving her mentally drained. I don't intend to waste my 7-day break. What are you planning to do? I'm going to Qingyan University. Lin Bufang was respectfully surprised, not expecting Su Ran to have changed her nature and wanted to work hard. I'm going to hang out with my good girlfriend, play for 7 days first. There are too few opportunities for breaks. I want to enjoy myself thoroughly. Returning to Jiangdong province, it was inevitable to be welcomed by the city officials with grand ceremonies, banners displayed everywhere, warmly welcoming, celebrating joyously, with red flags waving all around. The mayor personally welcomed him, rushing forward to embrace Lin Bufang, refusing to let go, as if he had embraced the future of Jinghaishi. He asked Lin Bufang what he needed and encouraged him to speak freely. Just don't have a bunch of activities lined up for me. I'm really busy lately. When I have some free time, we can take it slow and enjoy ourselves. All right. No buts. There is a but. The mayor, feeling somewhat helpless, had previously speculated that given Lin Bufang's personality, he would be interested in such public appearances. Thus, he planned to take this opportunity to feature Lin Bufang prominently in conjunction with the anticipated influx of tourists in the coming days, to not only ignite the enthusiasm of the city's residents, but also to boost the tourism industry. However, it seemed he had misjudged. It's too late today. The celebratory banquet I prepared for you is tomorrow night. You must come. He then leaned in and whispered to Lin Bufang, at least make an appearance. Lin Bufang agreed, promising to at least show his face. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Bufang found that his sister's ward had been relocated, and he nearly couldn't find it. This ward was quite spacious, very quiet, and the environment was top-notch, featuring 3 beds, allowing Lin Bufang's parents to stay and care for her. Lin Ding mentioned that the city had arranged accommodations nearby, close to both the hospital and work. The 3 of them had little reaction to Lin Bufang achieving first place, including Lin Bufang's sister, who simply couldn't resist and fell asleep. It could also be said that she had exhausted herself. In just a few short hours, at least a dozen groups had come to visit, bringing gifts. Why didn't I see any gifts? Lin Ding pointed to the adjacent ward. That side is already piled high. Lin Bufang's mother, Wang Xiaoning, appeared quite happy, having gone home to cook and bring food. Lin Bufang took a bite and expressed that this was precisely the flavor he desired. It was nearly perfect. He looked around the ward and thought it would be better to buy a house nearby, and no matter how nice it was outside, it wasn't his own. However, he didn't have any money left. The 900 he saved for his sister was essentially his allowance for her. The next day, Jiang Haishi was livelier than ever. All the hotels around the city's high-speed teleportation array were fully booked. Early in the morning, Lin Bufang arrived at the East Gate. Here it was a sea of people, many waiting in line for buses to the Dawn Sacred Hall. Staff members were using loudspeakers to maintain order. Everyone, please don't rush, line up one by one. We will dispatch a bus every 10 minutes, 10 vehicles at a time. Everyone will reach the Dawn Sacred Hall, so please rest assured. As for the Divine God Ring, it's not just the Dawn Sacred Hall that can yield this ring. Everyone should consume rationally and not follow the crowd blindly. Lin Bufang passed through the crowd, overhearing disdainful remarks. Jiang Haishi is just hiding. Lin Bufang managed to obtain one. Oh, what does that indicate? It indicates that the drop rate at the Dawn Sacred Hall is quite high. Lin Bufang also noticed scalpers selling tickets at prices several times higher. As for the safety issues at the entrance of the shrine, there was no need for concern. Moreover, several nearby cities had dispatched many experts to provide support. The tourists in front of him were not to be underestimated, as there were quite a number of experts among them. Lin Bufang was quite low-key today, wearing a mask, a baseball cap, and colorful clothing. Everyone in Jiang Haishi knew he preferred to dress in all black. He didn't want anyone to discover his whereabouts too early. It was simply because he wanted to test out his newly acquired abilities. At the city gate, the guard gave Lin Bufang a strange look, feeling he looked somewhat familiar, dressed so flamboyantly. Level 19. You may go. Stepping out of the city, Lin Bufang reached an uninhabited area. At this moment, he could still board a bus to the Dawn Sacred Hall. As long as he took off his mask, those willing to offer him their seat could line up from the East Gate to the West Gate. This was Lin Bufang's backup plan. After all, walking was still too slow. A large, unidentified bird flew across the sky, flapping its wings gently, and vanished into the haze in the blink of an eye. Watching the bird soaring in the sky, Lin Bufang's eyes were filled with longing. Gravitational instinct level 0 is 0. Compared to the gun Dao, the gravitational instinct brought monumental changes to Lin Bufang, almost reshaping his body. At this moment, Lin Bufang's physical body from the inside out, from the macroscopic level down to the genetic logic, underwent changes. Simply put, he could control the weight of his own body. This was undoubtedly an unfathomable matter. If someone had told Lin Bufang that he could freely alter his weight, he would have considered them insane. This defied physics. However, this phenomenon occurred to Lin Bufang. That's quite interesting. As the saying goes, I detest two things the most. The first is when others defy the laws of physics. The second is when I'm not allowed to defy physics. Lin Bufang took a deep breath, gradually establishing a connection with all parts of his body. This connection could not be achieved under normal circumstances. This means that if Lin Bufang had acquired the gravitational instinct before advancing to the first level of the gun Dao, he would still be unable to utilize this power. After advancing to the first level of the gun Dao, his control over his body was significantly enhanced, enabling him to simply wield such great power. Gradually, Lin Bufang entered a wondrous state which he referred to as unity, where his spirit and body merged into one. His spirit manifested a version of himself, overlaying his physical body, merging with it. In this state, he could make each part of his body, even every pore, perform entirely different actions, all without burdening his mind. Because each part seemed to possess its own thoughts, as if Lin Bufang's main consciousness had been divided into countless threads, each thread capable of independent control and coordination. Thus, the gravitational instinct was activated. Lin Bufang's feet suddenly sank down. The yellow sand beneath him was pressed down by 20 centimeters. I did it wrong. Lin Bufang recalibrated his control over the gravitational instinct, reversing the previous steps. Soon he felt as though he was floating. In reality, he hadn't moved. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, catching Lin Bufang off guard, causing him to tumble backward, rolling several times until the wind passed. He took out a weighing scale and stood on it. 120 grams. Lin Bufang's weight was 120 jin, meaning his actual weight had directly decreased by 500 times. Previously, Lin Bufang had already attempted this a few times in the hospital. At that time, he had only one thought: speed. Regarding speed, Lin Bufang had already reached over 3,000. However, the attribute of speed was also built upon physical foundation. If Lin Bufang's weight was excessive and he had a large appetite, then speed would be greatly affected. On the contrary, with Lin Bufang's weight decreased by 500 times, it also meant that both his reaction speed and movement speed could be enhanced countless times. This was a tremendous increase. One could say he was set to take off. Of course, the second thing Lin Bufang thought of was a physical takeoff. Flying. This was a feat achievable only by high-level professionals requiring years of experience. Take Wang Pan the principal. He was merely lucky to encounter fortuitous events and gain some flying ability. At level 19, for Lin Bufang to fly would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet if he could fly, whether stacking attack power or accumulating reputation, efficiency would soar. Combat power soaring. Maneuvering soaring. In summary, he was like a mobile armed helicopter. Abbreviated Lin Fang. However, he possessed a gravitational instinct weighing 120 grams, equivalent to 2 eggs, a box of milk, and an orange. A mobile phone. However, getting a mobile phone to fly also requires thrust. Lin Bufang pondered this for a long time, unsure of where to begin. He thought he could buy a hairdryer, but the battery was too heavy and somewhat inconvenient, even delaying takeoff. He also considered finding a teammate to toss him into the sky, but sustained flight would be difficult. It depended on the weather, and if the wind was strong, he could fly farther. If the wind was weak, he would fall shortly. Moreover, if the wind direction was wrong, Lin Bufang might not even know where to fly, and if he encountered turbulent air currents, he would just be left to drift aimlessly. Lin Bufang opened his backpack and took out a pile of pre-prepared items, more than a dozen small fans, which were very lightweight with average battery life. Several hydrogen balloons, a large plastic bag, a few candles, a bedsheet, and an umbrella, along with 2 pieces of cardboard. Lin Bufang tried them all. The hydrogen balloons were poor in both speed and directional control. The hot air balloon made from a plastic bag ascended a bit faster, but direction remained hard to control, and it had almost no maneuverability. Ultimately, the 2 pieces of cardboard proved to be the most reliable. They only needed to be strapped to his arms, and with the small fans attached to various parts of his body, as long as Lin Bufang found someone to make a control panel, he could achieve short-distance flight. However, Lin Bufang was not satisfied. These methods were still unreliable. If he got into a fight, the experience would be extremely poor. Until Lin Bufang took out the M1919 machine gun and accidentally fired a shot towards the ground. He did not move because the M1919 weighed 50 pounds. However, he thought of a brilliant idea. Although the firearm was heavy, as long as he was quick enough, he could switch the gun to his equipment slot and brace himself against the recoil with empty hands. Theoretically feasible, he began to practice. Right. Recoil has been disabled. The first attempt was with a handgun. Lin Bufang lowered his head to aim at the ground. Bang! After firing, he quickly switched to empty hands. His body floated upwards, rising only a meter or 2 before plummeting back down. This recoil, if on flat ground, would propel him further, but to counteract gravity, it still fell short. Continuous firing was necessary, but that would reduce the cost-effectiveness. Rifle. The recoil was a bit stronger, but still unsatisfactory. Shotgun. Average performance. Machine gun. The machine gun's recoil was indeed fierce. A single shot propelled Lin Bufang up over 10 meters high, and if he fired continuously, it could really achieve flying effects. Moreover, by shooting in different directions, he could adjust his posture and direction. Due to the varying recoil of handguns and different types of weapons, he could use these differences in recoil to control his flight angle, direction, or make minor adjustments to his posture. It could be considered quite perfect. However, continuous firing still wasted bullets, and Lin Bufang was somewhat dissatisfied with the flying speed. The machine gun had significant recoil, but for flying he needed a weapon with the strongest instantaneous recoil, a sniper rifle. Thus Lin Bufang searched the trading post and found a divine weapon. This weapon was neither legendary nor rare, nor was it blue exquisite or green excellent. It was the most ordinary white equipment, level 10 white equipment. The type of firearm was a sniper rifle. The model was Barrett M9. Initially, Lin Bufang started looking for legendary weapons. He knew that sniper rifles had strong recoil, but legendary firearms were optimized in structure with various cushioning designs to minimize recoil. Sniper rifles offer high output, but if the recoil is too strong to handle, that output is meaningless. When it came to blue sniper rifles, the structure was relatively simple, and green ones were optimized considerably. Until he reached white. White sniper rifles come in many varieties. Lin Bufang immediately set his sights on the Barrett M99. No other options. A solid hard receiver. The overall rigidity of the gun body was maximized with almost no deformation under load and almost no cushioning structure. The recoil impact was 100 direct against the shoulder. Level 10 Warren Barrett Sniper Rifle White Gunner Class. Extremely slow rate of fire, relatively heavy, requires manual loading. Warning: this gun has extremely high attack power, but the cost is very strong recoil, which may pose a fatal danger to those with average physical fitness. Attack power 150,500, durability 1,010. This gun is worth 2 gold coins. Even so, Lin Bufang found it hard to choose. It was not easy to find something that was being sold. White equipment was too cheap, and such an abstract weapon was hardly ever on the market. This sniper rifle was likely listed by some lucky adventurer. Gold 2 balance, 61.25 gold coins. In the next moment, Lin Bufang held a Barrett that looked like it had just been unearthed. The surface was significantly worn, but as long as it wasn't intentionally damaged, the firearm generally wouldn't break. Lin Bufang changed into a tight-fitting one-piece cycling suit, aiming to minimize air resistance. He previously thought it resembled what superheroes wore like in cartoons. He figured that there might also be factors to reduce air resistance. Then he put on a helmet which was custom-made and cost quite a bit. Its shape resembled a bullet head, significantly reducing air resistance. It felt very comfortable to wear, and inside, he could see some data like initial speed, flight speed, and positioning and navigation functions. However, this navigation wasn't very accurate. It could only determine a general location as signals were poor in the wild. Afterward, he held the Barrett and aimed at the ground. Just before pulling the trigger, he felt a distinct sense of danger. He thought for a moment and took out a piece of cloth to cushion the stock. If he accidentally shot himself in the foot, that would be a problem. He quickly pulled the trigger. Lin Bufang switched to empty hands in an instant. All he heard was a loud bang. The sudden loud noise caused his eardrums to buzz. Simultaneously, he felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. Not a metal hammer, but it had the feel of a rubber mallet, yet the force was immense. This was due to Lin Bufang's physical fitness, improving under the gravitational instinct and gun path advancements, making him stronger. Even without cushioning, he could withstand the recoil of the Barrett. And because Lin Bufang's current weight was too light, his density was also decreasing. The recoil hitting him felt like it was striking cotton, converting almost all the recoil into thrust. In fact, Lin Bufang experienced very little impact and felt quite comfortable. This is understandable. The impact of recoil greatly depends on a person's weight. When the force strikes the body, if the person doesn't move, the impact is absorbed by the body, making it naturally uncomfortable. And Lin Bufang simply flew away. The recoil completely transformed into thrust. The force truly absorbed by Lin Bufang was minimal. Everything happened in an instant. Lin Bufang felt himself being propelled into the air, and a speed display popped up in front of him. At the moment of firing, his initial takeoff speed was 150 milliseconds. Guys, I'm really taking off. The subsequent ascent speed rapidly decreased under the influence of air resistance and gravity. After 0.5 seconds, 121. 6 milliseconds. After 0.1 seconds, 97. 70 milliseconds. After 0.2 seconds, 63. 63 milliseconds. After 0.3 seconds, 41. 45 milliseconds. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bufang had already soared to a height of 246 meters, pausing briefly before beginning to descend. And under the influence of the surrounding winds, it began to drift irregularly. 246 meters, which left Lin Bufang quite surprised. The Barrett is indeed powerful. However, Lin Bufang is not one to fire just a single shot. The bullets for the Barrett are quite cheap, repairing at 10 times costs only 1 gold coin, equivalent to 100 shots for just 1 gold coin. Rounded up, it's practically free. Lin Bufang directly loaded the gun, continuously shooting downwards repeatedly. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the air resistance was increasing constantly. The faster he ascended, the greater the air. Theoretically, it would be difficult for Lin Bufang to exceed 30 meters per second, but the recoil of the Barrett was too strong. Combined with Lin Bufang's incredibly fast hand speed, he was nearly emptying the magazine at the speed of light. Switching to empty hands was even more effortless. Consequently, his ascent speed directly broke through 100 meters per second, and this speed was continuously increasing. 150 meters per second, 200 meters per second, 260 meters per second. At this speed, he had already reached his limit as the air resistance was simply too great. Fortunately, Lin Bufang's goal was not to escape the pull of gravity and fly to the moon. His aim was to break through the haze of the wilderness and reach a higher altitude where the air is slightly thinner, significantly reducing air resistance, thereby increasing his straight-line flying speed. 500 meters. 1,500 meters. At 1,800 meters, Lin Bufang seemed to leap up from a misty sea surface with sprays of haze forming droplets around him. Lin Bufang found it hard to describe the shock brought by the scene before him. Jumping from the suffocating haze into the clear, transparent sky, watching the vigorous rising sun and the vast, boundless blue sky, at this moment, it seemed even his heartbeat had stopped. He felt as if he were witnessing the first fish leap out of the water to see the sky in ancient times, or the first ape looking up at the starry sky. Around him, the white clouds floated quietly, and he could see the white air currents swirling within the clouds. A bird with beautiful red and purple feathers landed on his shoulder, such a beautiful sight. The bird let out a droppings. My new clothes. With a bang, the bird was dead. Floating in midair, slowly descending, Lin Bufang lost all sense of direction. The navigation in the wilderness was intermittent, although it indicated the direction, he still couldn't regain his visual sense of direction. He searched around and saw the clear boundary between the haze and the city, confirming the cardinal direction. Lin Bufang turned off the chaotic navigation and, following the direction in his memory, raised the Desert Eagle handgun, fired a few shots around him, adjusting his posture and head direction. Then he raised the Barrett M99 and fired a shot towards the west, switching to empty hands with both hands close to his body. The powerful recoil propelled him eastward. As Lin Bufang kept firing, his speed was also constantly increasing. With the increase in speed, the air resistance was also rising exponentially. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for him to achieve such high straight-line flying speeds due to the excessive resistance, but as the saying goes, great strength can break through bricks. The recoil of the Barrett M99 is extremely strong, combined with Lin Bufang's fast hand speed and high firing frequency. His speed directly smashed through the air resistance, and with the air being thin at high altitudes, Lin Bufang's flying speed surpassed 260 meters per second, reaching 300 meters per second. This could also be said to be 1,080 kilometers per hour. This speed had already reached its limit. Beyond this, Lin Bufang thought he might need to change his body structure or enhance his gravitational instinct once again. The enhancement of gravitational instinct is relatively slow. Each time this ability is used, it will slightly improve. Of course, whether it's gravitational instinct or the way of the gun, both would significantly consume stamina, requiring a large amount of food for sustenance. This enhancement would also improve Lin Bufang's physical quality. Naturally, there are simpler ways to the same principle of great strength, breaking through bricks. Find a weapon with even stronger recoil. Shuttling through the clouds. Breaking through the sharp sound of the wind. Before long, the Dawn Sacred Palace, which used to take several hours to reach, even by bus, taking over an hour, Lin Bufang arrived in less than 3 minutes. In fact, upon arriving at the Dawn Forest, the view opened up significantly. He could see large expanses of forest below, covered by a hazy light from above. Soon that gigantic tree covered in deep green vines was within reach. At this moment, the entrance of the Dawn Sacred Palace was busier than during the college entrance examination. The stall area had expanded several times compared to before, packed with people like countless ants gathering together. Lin Bufang suddenly thought of an idea. If he were to shoot at the college entrance examination, could he achieve a speed of light fall? Falling from a height to a lower place, theoretically the speed would be faster. Such powerful impact, if Lin Bufang fell to the ground, he would inevitably be bruised. Triggering a famous knife to command fate would also be quite normal. Naturally, Lin Bufang thought of a clever maneuver. As long as his hand speed was fast enough, at the moment of crashing into the Dawn Sacred Palace, clicking to enter the palace's interior would directly negate all impact. Without hesitation, after all, being handsome is a lifelong thing. With a bang, the gun fired. Lin Bufang crashed towards the Dawn Sacred Palace at a diagonal angle. During the acceleration, he kept shooting. In an instant, his speed broke through 300 meters per second, 320 meters per second, 330 meters per second, 350 meters per second. In an instant, Lin Bufang's speed had surpassed the speed of sound, continuously pushing against the air, compressing the air in front of him that couldn't diffuse in time, forming shockwaves through layers of compression. Boom. That was the sound of air being violently compressed and then rapidly expanded. Below at the Dawn Sacred Palace, countless people suddenly looked up, hearing the sharp high-speed whistling ripping through the air. Before they could react, a shadow crashed into the entrance of the Dawn Sacred Palace. Then it vanished without a trace. Many people at the stall stepped out of their tents and looked up at the sky, but saw nothing. However, in the distant clouds, one could vaguely see scattered fluff-like fragments of clouds, which soon refilled and merged as if nothing had ever happened. That was strange. It seemed like something flew past just now. It wasn't just a feeling, but really happened, and that sound was deafening. I saw it was a person. How could a top-tier professional come to the Dawn Sacred Palace? And how did he disappear into thin air? Could it be that he entered the palace's interior? Impossible. The highest level of the palace is level 20. He could never enter. So he must have used some special method to hide among the crowd. Indeed, with such a big shot guarding us, we can feel at ease to clear the palace. At the entrance of the palace, many people discovered something. On the list of challenges at the palace, there was an additional name. One person challenging hell level. That's impressive, but not too much. Does he really think everyone is Lin Bufang? Look at the first place, Lin Bufang. I thought he was boasting before, but I didn't expect he really cleared the hell level of the Dawn Sacred Palace, even though it was with 2 people. No, he cleared it alone before the other person was his daughter. Oh, he has a daughter at just 18 years. It's genuine. Oh, I saw it with my own eyes. Their father-daughter relationship seems pretty good. The way he called Dad was so affectionate. While everyone was still discussing that big shot, he was already standing on the first level of the hellish morning dawn. However, Lin Bufang recalled Su Ran's words. Although he could eliminate enemies with ease, he still needed to be cautious when facing the boss and the Guardian of Light. If he couldn't take them down in one hit, he would risk losing his level. Lin Bufang checked his balance over 6,000 coins. Checking the durability of his sovereignty 10100. Durability of the weapon god ring 158500. This durability was still sufficient. Unless encountering the second phase, Lin Bufang planned not to use his 2 pieces of equipment as the repair cost was relatively high. The goblin on the first level cast a dispel magic directly clearing the buffs above its head. All forms of damage reduction, defense, and hardening were wiped out. This situation was quite rare. Usually only 1 or 2 could be cleared at a time, but this was the first time all were removed. The loyal M1919 was lifted and a shot was fired. Bang! The bullet precisely struck the goblin's forehead. 472,894. Bang! Another shot. 557,556. 2 shots took it down. The goblin had high defenses, but Lin Bufang's level far surpassed it, and the level difference provided an additional damage bonus. This was still under the condition that Lin Bufang wasn't wearing any damage-increasing equipment. He was still wearing a full blue speed set. The second level was even simpler. The witch had virtually no defense, and 1 dispel magic rendered her useless. On the third level, Lin Bufang still did not use sovereignty. The damage from the M1919, combined with Lin Bufang's physical attack, was sufficient. First, he needed to reduce the hit points of the Guardian of Light. There was no need to push it to the extreme like before. Lin Bufang's damage was already quite high. It was simple to reduce the health bar. He could take down either Awaken Duo or the Guardian of Light, and then take care of the other one. Thus, the hellish level was easily cleared. This round of luck was quite good, dropping 2 pieces of purple gear and a skill book that could be used to gain experience. In fact, Lin Bufang's bullet bloom had risen from 11 stars to 15 stars. That over 40 million was not spent in vain. Bullet bloom 15 stars. The number of bullets for the shotgun increases by an additional 24 next level 25. In fact, Lin Bufang's total bullet count had already reached 50. Moreover, each bullet from the shotgun can independently trigger the upgrade of the super god level talent offense, only granting 50 experience points per shot, and an additional 150 attack power. Therefore, Lin Bufang's talent had also significantly improved during that battle. Talent super god level offense, only 3 stars, 2055801000000. Hence the change in attack power was also quite notable. Physical attack 926786. It was already very close to 1 million. These, when placed against that epic equipment along with the Egg of Enlil, the first segment of Gun Dao Ascension, the understanding of gravitational instinct, and the changes to his physique, seemed like mere supplementary rewards. Lin Bufang opened his backpack, putting up the 2 pieces of purple gear and 200 carbon as well. After the college entrance examination, purple gear lost its value. At most, it could only be sold for 300 to 500, but that wasn't too bad. The carbon did fulfill its guaranteed role. After 1 run of the hellish level, he couldn't escape with under 200 coins. Due to the lack of funds, Lin Bufang also did not set the price of carbon at 11 coins, selling it all for 10 coins instead. Your listed carbon 20,000 has been purchased for 100 units, automatically credited 100 coins, current balance 106,286 coins. Your listed windward shoulders has been purchased for 1 unit, automatically credited 19,800 coins, current balance 126,086. Your listed carbon 10,000 has been purchased for 100 units, automatically credited 100 coins, current balance 226,086 coins. Soon Lin Bufang's pocket changed from warmly empty to a cold balance of 200. He continued to look at his backpack. The first item in the first column was the hairpin of Isis. The second was the golden fire god Gatling. The third and fourth were the epic rings and bracelets of Awaken Duo, and the 5th and 6th were 2 pieces of collected level 10 epic equipment. The 7th to the 15th columns were all weapon god rings. The 16th column held the Barrett M99. The 17th column contained the level 100 nuclear missile silo, an epic weapon imbued with divine power. The 18th column contained the Egg of Enlil. It was currently incubating. A Lin Bufang glanced at the progress, which was rising very slowly, and it wouldn't hatch in a short time. Lin Bufang remembered that Qingyun University taught some knowledge about accelerating the hatching of pet eggs. So he had been hesitant to touch this egg. He initially planned to toss it in the microwave for a few days to try, but after thinking about it he decided to refrain from acting rashly and learn some new knowledge first. After leaving the Morning Dawn Sanctuary, the leaderboard saw some changes. Due to Lin Bufang's increase in attack power, his completion speed was directly compressed to 29 seconds, breaking his own record once again. As he stepped out of the sanctuary, many people recognized his figure. Lin Bufang. He broke his own record. What on earth is 29 seconds? Lin Bufang hadn't reacted yet. He was still examining the treasures in his backpack when he realized he had forgotten to wear a mask. What's more, he was wearing a tight-fitting outfit, With so many people staring, Lin Bufang felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He couldn't quite understand how those superheroes could stand in front of so many people wearing just a pair of shorts without feeling embarrassed. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, wouldn't that make others the ones feeling awkward? Lin Bufang realized that his thinking was still too narrow. He was still too conservative. He quickly raised the Barrett M99 and fired a shot downward. What kind of move is this? Shooting at the ground. With a loud boom, Lin Bufang stood still. A few drops of sweat suddenly dripped from his forehead. Oh no, gravity wasn't activated. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback, but no one laughed. They all frowned, studying intently. Could this operation be related to Lin Bufang's ability to clear the hellish level I? Everyone should learn from this. Study the operations of the high-level players. Fortunately, after some effort, Lin Bufang managed to reduce his weight to 1,200 grams. Flying was out of the question. Lin Bufang simply decided to let it go, smiling as he greeted everyone and fled into the distance at an astonishing speed. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Bufang put on a pair of jeans and a tracksuit, feeling much more comfortable. Gurgle. He felt quite hungry. There was no movement from the gun path, but using the gravitational instinct consumed energy each time. In the morning he had eaten a lot, around 10 pancakes, 5 buns, 3 bowls of 8 treasure porridge plus 10 boiled eggs. By the way, he packed a pound of soy sauce pancakes when he left and finished them all during the flight. He didn't know if this way of eating was harmful to his body. It would definitely be detrimental to normal people. But for him, whose body was enhanced by the gun path and reshaped by the gravitational instinct, it was rather too disciplined. In fact, he also brought some food, mostly compressed biscuits or dried meats that could be bought at the trading post, which were easy to store, filling, and reasonably priced. The only downside was that they were tasteless. Naturally, Lin Bufang would not skimp on this money. The reasoning was simple: having earned so much money, he shouldn't waste it casually. Why should he be so frugal with food? So Lin Bufang casually consumed a level 10 purple gear. He didn't eat staple foods and grabbed whatever food was available at the stalls he passed. The battle was resolved in 5 minutes. Of course, he also booked a room at the hotel for 3 days, costing 100 yuan, despite the owner repeatedly insisting it was free. Due to his arrival, the hotel was fully booked beyond capacity, even after adding a few hundred rooms. During the cool-down time of the instance, Lin Bufang wouldn't waste it. During the cool-down, he could delve into the Dawn Forest, slaying small monsters, looting junk materials, carbon equipment, and primarily stacking up his attack power, while also accumulating more famous swords. The unexpected situation during the college entrance examination made him realize that there were too many strong individuals in this world. Having 19000 famous swords was still too conservative. Rounded up, it meant he would die in 2 days and 2 nights. Who could endure such a sense of impending doom? In a deserted area, Lin Bufang activated the silencer and fired a shot from his Barrett, flying low towards the depths of the Dawn Forest. While flying at a low altitude, Lin Bufang adjusted the view of his helmet. Suddenly, a multitude of boxes appeared before him. At that moment, he felt like he was playing a shooting mini-game that was not only poorly made, but also extremely challenging in terms of controls. The game started with a black screen. The monster models weren't designed at all, nor did they plan to do so in the future. There were only 3 types of boxes: white, green, and blue. Hitting a white box rewarded him with 3 attack power and 3 small red hearts, occasionally dropping some little surprises. Hitting a green box, however, would incur an invisible penalty. Hitting a blue box had the same effect as a white box, but the surprises dropped were more numerous. The reason for the similarity was that Lin Bufang had activated it. The reason he mentioned it was challenging was that below Lin Bufang was a red line. If the character he controlled fell onto the red line, it would declare game over. This required switching to the Barrett M99, firing rhythmically towards the ground, while at the same time disabling the recoil and switching to an empty hand state. Meanwhile, while flying steadily, he also needed to switch to an attack weapon and aim at the white boxes to shoot. To avoid being pushed backward by the recoil, he had to activate the norcoil feature while shooting. Then he would infinitely repeat the previous steps. If someone in the market were truly bored enough to create such a shooting minigame, no one would play it due to the high difficulty of the controls. Lin Bufang was having a great time, because only he could play like this. This wasn't just a minigame, each shot represented the instant kill of a white box, providing 3 attack power and 3 famous swords. Of course, initially Lin Bufang used the M1919, which was highly efficient and quite accurate. However, Lin Bufang still chose to use a shotgun to simultaneously increase his proficiency in shell bursts. He purchased a bunch of white shotguns from the trading post, indiscriminately spraying shot at targets below. Even a regular level 1 white shotgun with 10 pellets would combine with the 14 pellets of burst, totaling 24 pellets. With nearly 1,000,000 physical attack power reduced by 24 times that damage was incredibly terrifying. Just the splash damage was enough to instantly kill ordinary monsters, and even the tougher ones would struggle to withstand 2 pellets. Because it was a high-altitude shot, those minotaurs didn't even have time to raise their shields before being instantly killed by Lin Bufang. Thus, those adventurers in the Dawn Forest occasionally heard booming sounds from the sky. If they looked up, they would see countless black raindrops shooting down. Continuously falling were shotguns with 0 durability from the sky. An hour later, Lin Bufang returned with over 1500 attack power and over 1000 famous swords. There was no helping it, he was flying too fast. With the ability to fly, Lin Bufang was practically a moving reaper, rapidly brushing up physical attack power and stacking famous swords. There weren't many goblins in the surrounding area. To eliminate more goblins, he needed to delve deeper into the forest, so Lin Bufang ventured over 50 kilometers in. It wasn't necessary to go any further. Time couldn't be wasted on traveling. The number of goblins was fixed, and Lin Bufang prepared to change direction for the next wave of kills. Super God level only attack and no defense 3 stars, 25598, physical attack 108, 385, 3 famous sword quantity 29813, 3. Finally, Lin Bufang's physical attack surpassed 1,000,000. Theoretically, a level 19 could not reach this value in the human race. If the human race at level 19 were to face Lin Bufang, they would have to choose a hell-level difficulty. Returning to the Dawn Sanctuary, Lin Bufang began a second run of the sanctuary. It was generally around 29 seconds per run. Unexpectedly this time, he was quite lucky. Although he didn't loot any equipment, he encountered the second phase of Orin. Lin Bufang instantly switched to Sovereign. With 1,000,000 physical attack power, the Light Guardian only withstood 1 shot from Lin Bufang, its health bar dropping like a disco beat from 100 to 0. 1. The second bullet took down Orin. Lin Bufang quickly switched to the M1919, firing continuously to also take down the Light Guardian. He saved a bullet of Sovereign. After all, that bullet was worth 1000 yuan. Saving was still saving. In the second phase, Lin Bufang successfully looted the 10th God of War ring. Excluding the one for Su Ran, Lin Bufang already had 9 God of War rings. Next came the arduous work, repeating the assembly line operations. The workflow was quite simple. Enter the Dawn Sanctuary at hell level, finish the run, and immediately exit the sanctuary, then dive deep into the Dawn Forest. Because Lin Bufang had turned into a moving armed helicopter, in fact on the first day, he had already cleaned out all the goblins and minotaurs within a 50-kilometer radius to the east. In the extreme case where he constantly suffers fatal damage, Lin Bufang calculates that he could barely sustain for approximately 396 hours, which is 16 days and 16 nights. To be honest, he still felt a lack of security. 16 days rounded off means Lin Bufang has only 16 days left in his life. Of course, he has also eliminated quite a few elite monsters in the wild. However, he has yet to encounter. On the first day, he managed to loot a total of 3 Wushan rings, bringing his total to 12. After excluding the one belonging to Su Ran, he had 11 left. The gold earnings were substantial as well. The minimum carbon yield had already netted him over 3 million gold coins. He also dropped quite a few purple and pink equipment, but their prices during this time were certainly not as high as during the college entrance exam period. Many who hoarded goods chose to sell during this time to recoup some losses. The more goods available, the lower the price, and the lower the price, the more goods there were. This is rather contrary to market principles. Under normal circumstances, it should be overproduction. Prices plummet, merchants hesitate to produce, actively reducing output, and destroying stock goods become scarce. However, equipment is not an industrial product. Monopolizing it is very difficult. The demand during the college entrance exam period is high, but after this period, even with ample stock, it cannot withstand the nationwide surge of equipment drops. Especially since Lin Bufang is a high-level player, the drop rate in challenging dungeons is even higher, and many like him don't hoard stock. no matter how much he sells for its profit. Current gold balance, 3867559 gold coins. On the second day, as all the monsters around the Morning Dawn Temple were cleared, Lin Bufang chose to venture deeper into the forest after finishing the dungeon, attempting to find more monsters. Lin Bufang calculated that due to the extended distance, his travel time would increase from about 10 minutes to approximately 20 minutes, and as the number of kills increased, travel time would gradually rise. The second day quickly came to an end. He had gained 6 more hours compared to the first day, significantly increasing his earnings from dungeons. He looted 5 Wushan rings on the second day, adding to the previous 12, totaling 17. After removing Su Ran's, Lin Bufang had 16 left. Minimum earnings plus equipment yielded over 6 million. The costs of repairing the sovereignty and Wushan rings were considerable. Of course, there were still many items left unsold. Current gold balance, 7686952 gold coins. In fact, he acquired quite a number of skill books over these 2 days. However, Lin Bufang didn't use a single one. He later discovered that while the automatic upgrade speed of the bullet burst was slow, it formed a qualitative change through the massive number of monster kills. In just 2 days, the bullet burst had already reached 18 stars. It was just 1 star away from catching up to Lin Bufang's level progress. On the second day, his attack power and the stacking of the famous knife were not as significant as today. It was simply 3000 attack, plus another 3000 from the famous knife. There was nothing he could do, everything had been killed. If he went further, it would delay Lin Bufang's dungeon runs. He only managed to stack a few here and there. Super God level only attack, no defense, 3 stars, 7383150. Physical attack, 2474860. Quantity of famous knife, rings 1739023. His attack power was about to reach 2.5 million. With such an enhancement to his attack power, even without equipping the Wushan ring, Lin Bufang would no longer struggle in the second phase of the Hell level Morning Dawn Forest. Of course, the Wushan ring was still above standard. Without equipping it, he truly could not take down the Guardian of Light. His luck on the second day was a bit awkward, only triggering the second phase once by noon. By 2:30 in the afternoon, the second phase appeared again, but this time it was somewhat different. Warning, boss Arendo has entered the second phase. All attack frequencies have increased tenfold, health has risen from 20 million to 1 billion, and defenses have greatly enhanced. Summoned creatures, the health and defenses of the Guardian of Light have significantly increased from 50 million to 2.5 billion. Warning, the cooldown of the Guardian of Light's Holy Light Field is reduced to 3 seconds. Lin Bufang initially did not notice this due to habit. Equipping the Wushan ring, he fired a shot at the Guardian of Light with sovereignty and realized that the damage was not right. At 100 health, only 12 dropped. Noticing this anomaly, Lin Bufang became alert. This time it was going to be significant. In fact, he had acquired quite a few epic pieces of equipment over these 2 days. He looted 5 epic items. For were accessories for other professions, evidently the epic equipment from the Morning Dawn Temple only produced weapons and accessories. One was a weapon. LV-10 Shawan Blade, Epic Warrior Class, fast attack speed with a 10 chance to turn the blade red when attacking, dealing an additional 20 fire damage to the target. Physical attack power 50, fire attribute attack 90, attack power 459 886, a durability 1500 Lin Bufang thought, wouldn't this wave give him some good equipment? Boom. All 52 bullets hit the Guardian of Light. Lin Bufang's speed had reached 3,370, fast enough to take off. Moreover, Lin Bufang instantly entered a low gravity state, enhancing his hand speed several levels. It could be said, a Holy Light Field with a 3-second cooldown and the second phase of the Guardian of Light would be impossible to defeat in front of any level 19 team. But in front of Lin Bufang, he unleashed a series of shots within 1 second. Boom, boom, boom. 999999999. 999999999. 999999999. The Guardian of Light was instantly obliterated. Turning around, Lin Bufang fired a few shots at Arendo, whose defense was still far lower than that of the Guardian of Light. 4 shots took him down. 999999994. You have defeated the second phase boss Arendo. Your experience points are locked and will not be calculated. At the moment Arendo died, the room began to flicker and the windows automatically opened with gusts of wind blowing in from outside. The wind was mixed with rain. Arendo's fallen body gradually disintegrated into a puddle. Immediately above the corpse, a shadow floated into view, disappearing in the light and revealing its outline in the rain. It was a slender girl wearing a red magician's hat. At the moment the rain ceased, the shadow vanished. The rain splashed onto Lin Bufang's face and the shadow directly confronted him. Startled, Lin Bufang drew sovereignty and fired a shot. The powerful impact sent the shadow flying out the window. It vanished. Orendo's soul has been liberated. From now on, the second phase of the Morning Dawn Temple will no longer guarantee a 100 drop of the Wushan ring. With a rustling sound, the first carbon dropped. Next, a pinkish glow lit up, and the Wushan ring slowly flew towards Lin Bufang from the ground. Just after the Wushan ring dropped, 3 golden lights followed. Swish, swish, swish. 3 epic items fell to the ground. One of them had a rather extravagant design. Its mechanical beauty and sense of power clearly resembled a heavy machine gun. Lin Bufang grasped the warm Wushan ring in his hand. So the 18th Wushan ring is the last one that is guaranteed to drop. Lin Bufang felt a bit regretful. He wanted to grind for a couple more days to loot a few more. Who would complain about having too many Wushan rings? Just as he held the Wushan ring, a prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, you have unlocked the hidden achievement Liberate Orendo, unlocking the portable vault function, which can store items you don't frequently use. The initial space is 64 slots with a delay. Generally, you can open it once every second. When you are killed, items in the vault will not drop, and you can bind in air. When you die, all items in the vault will automatically fly to the air. You are the first player to accumulate 18 Wushan rings in Morning Dawn Temple Hell level 2nd phase. Congratulations, you have received the attribute title Wushan Ring Wholesaler. Title. Lin Bufang felt a stir in his heart. Titles are exceedingly rare, typically only appearing among the elite of the profession. Not only do they provide a flashy name prefix symbolizing identity and strength, but they also grant various extraordinary attribute boosts and even special abilities. Lin Bufang opened his panel to view the newly acquired title. God of War Ring Wholesaler Divine Artifact Level Title. The effect of the God of War Ring is increased by 100. How to describe Lin Bufang's joy? Perhaps just wow. The description of this title is quite clear. It simply means that Lin Bufang can now wear 2 God of War rings and their effects can stack. The 100 increase means that wearing 1 God of War ring is equivalent to wearing 2. Double the explosiveness, double the happiness. If before, Lin Bufang's output could be replicated by others through special means, using the same God of War rings, now under the influence of the title, his output is essentially impossible to duplicate. The difficulty of obtaining this title is comparable to ascending to heaven on the spot. Not only must one be able to defeat hell-level opponents, but one must also continue fighting, not just continue, but also be capable of overcoming the 2nd stage and ultimately defeat the boss in the final phase of the 2nd stage. Moreover, the soul of Orendo is unknown. Whether it holds hostility or goodwill towards Lin Bufang is usually assumed to be hostile if it does not speak. Therefore, it can be hypothesized that if Lin Bufang had not been captivated by beauty and had shot at Orendo's soul, he might have encountered trouble. Considering all the factors mentioned above, only then could one obtain this title. Its difficulty is not lesser than America once again accomplishing man-moon landing. The warm title swept away all of Lin Bufang's fatigue. He looked at the 3 newly obtained epic items. 3 epic items, all of which can be used. This might be a benefit of the final phase, guaranteed to drop epic items of his profession. 2 are Orendo's inside accessories, 1 bracelet, which is a duplicate. 1 necklace, no duplicates. This means Lin Bufang can complete the 3-piece set of Orendo's insight. 1 piece grants 1,000 points. With 3 pieces, Lin Bufang's speed was directly boosted to 6,370 points. Furthermore, there's the set bonus. Orendo's insight set actual speed increased by an additional 50. Lin Bufang immediately tested this effect on the spot. He discovered that this enhancement is not merely on the panel but improves actual performance. This means that this set can even produce synergy with low gravity. What does that mean? It can enhance flight. It can enhance thought speed. It can enhance any speed one can think of. It enhances the actual speed in a physical sense. How can such a miraculous effect be described? With this, Lin Bufang felt that his ultimate flight speed could directly surpass the speed of sound. A tremendous boost. The only downside is that epic equipment consumes durability too quickly. Under normal circumstances, Lin Bufang would not easily use the Orendo 3-piece set. Finally, Lin Bufang looked at the freshly minted machine gun. Its name is Terror. Its design is quite extravagant. The barrel could fit an egg. It is twice the size of an M1919. LV-10 Terror 2 Malawian Quatches Heavy Machine Gun Epic Gunner Profession Fast Firing Rate 3,600 rounds per minute. Upon hitting a target, it has a high probability of tearing the target's body, inflicting an additional 30 physical damage. Each bullet generates a small area splash damage. 10 of physical attack power. Attack power 785-1580. Durability 7200-7200. Lin Bufang glanced at it, finding it quite decent, but its output is the highest among his machine guns. However, it still doesn't measure up in the face of sovereignty. Lin Bufang thought that if he could combine it with some skills, this weapon could also exert great effectiveness. However, it is relatively energy-consuming. Lin Bufang is currently still specializing in shotguns. At present, Lin Bufang's backpack is already filled to the brim, containing many useful items that he won't use in the short term. Fortunately, he had just unlocked the portable vault feature. The vault serves as a second backpack, but its functionality is inferior to that of a backpack as it has a delay when opened and is not suitable for use in combat. Its main purpose is to store surplus items. He tossed all the useless epics into the vault, including the golden Gatling, the Isis hairpin, the Enlil's egg, and all 16 God of War rings. In an instant, his backpack became much cleaner, comfortable. Exiting the Temple of Money, Lin Bufang took out 9 God of War rings, wearing one on each finger. You don't need to worry about how many will take effect. Oh, just ask if it's extravagant. In the following time, Lin Bufang continued flying towards the Dawn Forest. This time, he didn't need to worry about distance. His super god-level talent, only attack no defense, was close to 4 stars, and he prepared to elevate it to 4 stars in one go. At the same time, there was no need to lock his experience points. After all, in the second stage, there's no need to drop God of War rings. Going to farm in the Dawn Forest would be like serving time. Lin Bufang's equipment remained unchanged. He still wore a full set of LV-10 blue gear, having swapped in a relatively better blue speed set. This was partly for economic reasons, and partly to prepare for when he arrives at Qingyun University to challenge other temples, so he could directly switch to level 20 equipment. Soon his talent did not upgrade. The bullet burst was raised to 20 stars. Indeed, Lin Bufang had already reached 19 stars previously. After reaching 19 stars, the proficiency of this skill no longer increased. Indeed, the level cap of skills also depends on the level cap of the profession. Around the Dawn Forest, Lin Bufang had actually already killed most of the monsters. He roughly estimated that to raise his only attack no defense to 4 stars, he would need to go deeper, and it would take several days. Because the density of monsters is not fixed, and the monster density in the depths of the forest is actually not very high. The density of monsters increases the closer one is to the temple. At 4 p.m., Lin Bufang's luck suddenly changed. He discovered a cave filled with numerous boxes. In the dimness, he also saw a huge red box faintly visible deep underground. Boss, this must be the lair. Lin Bufang raised his M1919 and unleashed a barrage. He didn't even know whether these boxes were goblins or minotaurs. He just shot directly. After half an hour, Lin Bufang finally set down his somewhat sore fingers. If you ask where the boss is, Lin Bufang would say that this boss is still somewhat tough. It withstood over 200 of his bullets before dying. Congratulations, your super god-level talent, only attack no defense, has been upgraded to 4 stars. Viewing distance increased to 800 meters. No recoil greatly enhanced now. Can reverse enhance recoil. Automatic reloading speed is faster, and under manual reloading coordination is stronger. Silencing effect greatly enhanced now. Can amplify sound. Permanently gain 4 named blades per kill. Permanently increase attack power by 4 per shot. Only attack no defense 4 stars. 1275 500 0000. Name Lin Bufang. Occupation a level gunslinger. Level LV-20 100 million 1 million. Health 550 005 5000. Magic 12102600. Physical attack 321 5100. Magic attack 580. Physical defense 56 15. Magic defense 3226. Armor penetration 0. Magic penetration 0. Speed 3700. Luck unknown. Free points 0. Understanding gun path 0th stage first segment. Gravity instinct 0th stage 0th segment. Talent super god level offensive only 4 stars. 1275 500 0000. Equipment Browning M1919A4 machine gun sovereignty war god ring gale set etc. Skills eat my billion strikes 20 stars. Dispel magic 2 stars. Source of magic 9 stars. Bullet bloom 20 stars. Leveling up is just a bit short of reaching level 21. Attack power has exceeded 3 million. Speed is now 3,700. Gravity instinct has slightly improved, but Lin Bufang can clearly feel that control has become stronger. The experience needed to upgrade the talent to 5 stars is not high. It is worth mentioning that Lin Bufang has used all the skill books on Eat My Strike. Successfully upgraded it to 20 stars. There are still 10 skill books left. Currently, Lin Bufang does not plan to use them, wanting to save them for new skills to level up. Thus, Lin Bufang's bullet capacity is now full. at this 20th level stage. Sovereignty has a fixed 20 rounds from Eat My Billion Strikes, 29 rounds from Bullet Bloom, totaling 69 rounds that Lin Bufang can fire with one shot. Pure physical damage, not counting the War God Ring with one shot, he can deal 220 million damage. If combined with the War God Ring, Lin Bufang can hardly imagine who at level 20 could withstand his output. Finally, Lin Bufang glanced at the number of famous knives. Number of famous knives 2529178. With this number, theoretically Lin Bufang could go a month without dying. If attacked by a high-level professional, Lin Bufang could easily lie down and sleep for 10 days before fighting again. Lin Bufang walked toward the cave. There are still some dropped items that have not been collected. Because they are a bit far away, he needs to get closer to pick them up. Soon he leaped to the deepest part of the cave. A mass of junk materials flew towards his backpack. Materials like shattered bones and chunks of meat have already piled up to over 1 million. These junk materials can easily be sold for 200,000 to 300,000. Materials like coal and rare items have also dropped quite a bit. Selling for 2 to 3 million is not a problem. No pink equipment dropped. That's right, not a single piece. Lin Bufang reached the deepest part where a large goblin with a huge appetite lay among the foul-smelling thatch. Its hands were raised to the air, seemingly raging helplessly against it before death. Meanwhile, a golden skill book flew towards him. Lin Bufang took a glance. My Penetrate Gunslinger Profession passive skill, when wielding a machine gun weapon, if damage reaches the effect of tearing the target, the bullet can penetrate the target and attack the next target behind it. Not bad. Quite good. Learning successful. Gained new skill, My Penetrate. This skill does not require leveling up. It is a passive skill that takes effect once learned. After learning this skill, the machine gun has received a significant boost. Bullets can penetrate targets, and if luck is on his side, one bullet can produce the effect of 2. Doubling attack power. Famous knives. Even more economical. Moreover, this thing does not necessarily have to be used with Terror. The machine gun itself has a tearing effect, and Terror simply enhances this effect, while providing extra damage and splash damage. The M1919 can also enjoy this passive effect, because Lin Bufang's base physical attack has already exceeded 3 million. When attacking those small monsters, it is directly penetrating all the way. Of course, it can only penetrate once. Naturally, since it is passive, there is nothing to be picky about. Having it is winning. So how many skills can one person learn at most? It depends on personal physique. Generally, every 10 levels allows for the learning of 2 extra skills. At level 20, generally 4 skills. At level 25, can learn the 5th, and at level 30 the 6th. This is not very strict. Those with strong physiques can learn more, while those with weaker physiques have a minimum guarantee. Lin Bufang has already learned 5, and feels no pressure, and can continue learning. Exiting the cave, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. The sky was still bright, and the sun showed signs of setting. Lin Bufang was about 130 kilometers away from the Dawn Sacred Temple, and if he flew a bit further, he would reach the neighboring city. He put all the items from his backpack on the market, preparing to sell them all, estimating that either tonight or tomorrow Shanchuan would take him out for some fun. It is said that there will be some fun activities. Let's test the recoil after the enhancement. Because the talent has been upgraded to 4 stars, various effects have been greatly enhanced. Not to mention that the current silencer can amplify sound. This small function might have subtle uses in some detailed techniques, but its overt effect is to attract monsters. The most significant change remains the recoil adjustment. Recoil can be adjusted bidirectionally. In front of Lin Bufang appeared a device similar to a gear lever. When stationary, the recoil was at standard state. Shifting it forward reduces recoil. About 10 gear levels, with recoil decreasing from 10 to 100. The specific reduction effect depends on the talent level. If pulled backward, it increases recoil. Also 10 gear levels. However, there is a warning label above the 6th gear indicating that without recoil detection, the recoil of the Barrett M99 is already quite strong. If set to gear 6, a Lin Bufang would be instantly killed. What if I enhance some defense instead? Lin Bufang glanced at his balance. He hadn't sold everything yet, just reached over 8 million gold coins. He immediately bought a set of blue physical defense gear. Looking back at the gear levels, now he could pull it up to gear 7. Let's test the power. Lin Bufang shifted the gear, clicking as he pulled it up to recoil level 7. Then instantly switched to the Barrett M99 and fired a shot at the ground. With a deafening boom, it was the sound of a sonic boom. In an instant, Lin Bufang's speed broke. In that moment, Lin Bufang felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his head, and this oppressive force spread throughout his body. He felt like his head was going to split open. The paint on his helmet was stripped away, revealing the alloy material. In the blink of an eye, he had reached an altitude of 500 meters. Lin Bufang felt his whole body was numb, a warm sensation in his nostrils. Upon removing his helmet, he found his nose bleeding profusely. This recoil is too fierce. Lin Bufang tried out the other gears and found that at Gear 5, combined with the blue defense gear, it was already the limit that wouldn't harm his body. However, he also noticed that at Gears 6 and 7, if he made a shooting motion, the gun path showed signs of slow improvement. Lin Bufang seemed to have grasped the way to advance in the gun path play at the extremes. Then it shall be Gear 7. Lin Bufang felt both joy and pain in his heart. This extreme pressure violates human instinct, but it is precisely because of this extreme environment that the gun path can advance, thereby enhancing his physical abilities to withstand greater recoil. Boom, boom, boom. In the high sky, despite Lin Bufang having opened the silencer, the sound of the sonic boom still could not be hidden. His speed kept breaking through to new heights. 400 meters per second, 500 meters per second, 600 meters per second. 700 meters per second is the limit that Lin Bufang's physiology and psychology can currently withstand. Beyond this, he truly does not know which will collapse first. At this speed, his shooting technique can also gradually improve. As the saying goes, slow and steady development aligns with objective laws. If the speed were to break through further, Lin Bufang would face collapse. Each acceleration uses Barrett bullets as fuel and recoil as thrust. Although Lin Bufang has become quite adept, he still finds this mode of flight to be immensely abstract. Soon after, about 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Bufang crossed nearly 200 kilometers and flew near the city gates of Zhonghai. Taking a taxi to the vicinity of the hospital, Lin Bufang's materials and equipment were basically current gold balance 100693996 gold coins. Out of these, nearly 3 million were spent on repairing the sovereignty and the war god ring. Thus, he contacted an agent and bought a house behind the mall opposite the hospital. It was not a new house, but a second-hand one. Lin Bufang took a quick look and found the decoration quite nice, with no strange odors, fully furnished, and the owner's family intact, preparing to move to another city for educational purposes. Therefore, there was no talk of soul rings. The house had 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms, covering an area of 135 square meters, quite spacious. Since the hospital was near an old district, it did not have a particularly avant-garde style, but it was stable. 1.85 million. The homeowner was stunned at the cash purchase, not expecting Lin Bufang to be so generous. Just as the owner reached the door, he overheard Lin Bufang chatting with the agent. "Yes, let's get a place near the middle school." "Sure, boss, seeing you so young, you must not still be in middle school, right?" "No, it's for my younger sister." "Impressive. It doesn't matter if it's in a remote area as long as it's close to my hometown. Let's get another one." Thus, Lin Bufang ended up buying 3 properties, one close to the hospital for temporary living, a second for his sister's schooling, which might require a longer stay, so he chose a larger one costing over 3 million. The third was near Lin Bufang's hometown for convenience, with 2 million gold coins reserved for this purpose. He also planned to buy 2 more in the city center, but after seeing he still had over 3 million left, he decided to hold off for now. Buying houses does not mean no more expenses. Property fees, utility bills, and purchasing new furniture all require money. As for the war god ring, Lin Bufang currently has no plans to sell it. This item retains its value. After observing the trading market for the past few days, he noticed war god rings were up for sale, with transaction prices generally between 110 million and 150 million, showing a slow upward trend. With 17 war god rings, they could be considered a fixed investment. If he were particularly short on cash, Lin Bufang would consider selling a few. Stepping out of the house opposite the hospital, Lin Bufang received a phone call. Seeing the contact name Zhuang Qi, he felt a headache coming on. Right, he had forgotten one thing. Mayor Zhuang Qi had invited him to a dinner 3 days ago for the following day, and he had completely forgotten about it. "Hey Lin Bufang, am I bothering you? I saw you at the Sacred Hall and knew you were busy. No worries, your help at the Sacred Hall has greatly assisted our Zhonghai city. So I happened to see you return when I was meeting at the South Gate at noon, and was wondering if you'd like to grab a meal tonight." Lin Bufang expressed that he would definitely go this time, and he was indeed hungry. 2 hours later, Lin Bufang returned. Once there, he indulged in a feast, not knowing anyone, while many wanted to meet him. Lin Bufang had prepared by printing out his weak contact QR code and sticking it on his back. Anyone could add him, but whether they agreed depended on their capabilities. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Bufang arrived at the hospital and found his sister had fallen asleep again. This was a good thing. After his sister woke up, Lin Bufang had not spoken to her, but now it was too late. Outside the door there was an additional person. Lin Bufang placed 3 sets of keys on the table, with each key string labeled. "If you find it uncomfortable living here, you can stay at the house opposite the hospital." "Ooh, I've already purchased it." By the way, Lin Bufang took out a bank card with over 1 5 million inside for the time being. His parents wouldn't lack for money. Balance 1586530 gold coins. When Lin Bufang left with Shanchuan, his mother Wang Xiangying had reminded him, take care. Confirming the master-disciple relationship, formally Lin Bufang respectfully completed the process. Compared to before, Shanchuan had changed into a new outfit, seemingly wearing a bionic mask with glasses and a mask. Unless looked at closely, it was hard to distinguish his real appearance. He wore gloves with the ends made of nylon silver material, allowing operation on a mobile screen. If I touch the screen with bones, it won't work. Shanchuan's self-deprecating tone made Lin Bufang realize that he was not just a lofty General Shanchuan, nor merely the one true god capable of intimidating the undead, but also a living person. He could have directly flown Lin Bufang to Qingyun University in a short time, but he seemed to have something to say, so they took a taxi towards the high-speed teleportation array in Qingyun City. The driver appeared quite busy answering several calls while getting into the car. Some asked him to go for late-night snacks or drinks. No way, I know too many people, haha. Others told him to stop driving taxis and work for them instead. No way, I know a lot of bosses, haha. However, as soon as Shanchuan began to speak, the driver refused all subsequent calls. Shanchuan introduced Qingyun University to Lin Bufang. Qingyun University gathers the best teachers from across the country, a repository of knowledge accumulated over generations with top professionals readily available. Students who can enter are all top performers from various regions nationwide. However, there is a distinction between ordinary students and top students. Initially, students who enter are from external schools. To enter the inner school requires one's own efforts, passing through rounds of strict assessments. This allows them to gain more privileges and resources. Students who graduate from the inner school generally become active within the top power networks of various provinces. However, this doesn't concern you much. You are my disciple, and even top students from the inner school need not be regarded by you. As for those teachers and elders at Qingyun University, they need not be considered either. Elders at Qingyun University are not positions just anyone can hold. For example, the National Exam Supervisor Shirtai is one of the elders, indicating what kind of extraordinary existence they are. So Lin Bufang's master lets him disregard them. Lin Bufang felt he may have somewhat misunderstood his master's power. What's useful to you? There is currently just the points. Your over 1 million points need not be saved meticulously, exchanged for what you want. Lin Bufang expressed that this made him feel comfortable. With his master backing him, he didn't need to care about others' attitudes, and if anything went wrong, someone would clean up the mess. However, these words were misinterpreted by the driver. He looked at the reflective mirror in the room, noticing that the two people behind him were wrapped up like Zongzi. Those who didn't know would think they were some kind of celebrities. With such authority, you came to ride in my taxi. You really are the king of boasting. Shanchuan pondered for a while. He had already prepared how to cultivate Lin Bufang when he arrived, but when it came time to speak, he still had some doubts. What about you? At your young age, you still need more practice. Everything you desire I could give you with just a flick of my finger, but receiving it may not necessarily be a good thing. Poverty and worry may hinder your growth. Lin Bufang naturally understood, meaning that his master could provide guidance, but would not directly induce premature growth. However, Shanchuan's next sentence left Lin Bufang somewhat bewildered. In 3 years, regardless of your strength, if you desire it, the president of Qingyun University will be yours. The president of Qingyun University. What a concept. The only existence above the elders. What does it mean to have high moral standing? What does it mean to wield immense power? And what does it mean to accidentally stumble into a celestial family? Is the president a woman? I was referring to the position. To reach the position of president of Qingyun University is considered the pinnacle for ordinary people. No matter who comes from the Great Xia, they must respectfully address Lin Bufang as brother. No, it's president. This position isn't suitable for young people. Oh, it can't command respect. Although Lin Bufang declined verbally, he couldn't hide his smile. Whether he would actually hold the position in 3 years is another matter. But his master was truly offering it. Up ahead, the driver could no longer endure. You can't boast like that. You can just flick your finger to give whatever you want. And you are even offering him the position of president of Qingyun University. Why don't you just go to heaven? After getting out of the car and paying the fare, the driver couldn't help but call a friend to vent, saying, I've never met someone so full of hot air. I didn't dare say a word, fearing they might arrange for me to be a general. However, he also vaguely noticed something unusual. The guy in gloves walked in a very awkward manner, as if he were stepping on air or in a half-floating state. From Jianghaishi to Jiangdong Province, and then from Jiangdong Province to Qingyun City, here is the capital of the Great Xia, a place that cannot be described as merely prosperous. Shanchuan took Lin Bufang soaring into the sky. He was beginning to witness a glimpse of his master's power. The entire flight was silent, with not a whisper of wind, and there was no sense of gravity, as if walking on flat ground. From high above, Lin Bufang discovered that Qingyun City was essentially a city made up of more than a dozen floating islands drifting in midair, moving slowly along the trajectory of the stars. Below was Qingyun University, resembling a long, winding dragon coiled atop the mountains. Above it was the pristine path to ascension simulated. The scenery was breathtaking. Lin Bufang thought to himself how beautiful the night sky would be from below. Shanchuan explained this is one of the most dangerous places in the Great Xia, especially at night, but danger also presents opportunities. At night, Qingyun City and even Qingyun University will automatically fly into the sky. By day, they will settle down each to its designated spot. Alright, we've arrived. At the gates of Qingyun University, Shanchuan arranged the tasks for Lin Bufang for tomorrow. Before introducing the tasks, he first explained the rewards to Lin Bufang. Isn't it difficult to level up your skills? I have something good here. What it is you don't need to know. You just need to know that once you obtain it, as long as your skill level matches your personal level, you will no longer need to work on that skill, because it will automatically follow your level increase. Lin Bufang was deeply shaken. The reward given by Shanchuan was extraordinary. In simple terms, Lin Bufang's bullet burst requires significant effort to upgrade later, needing massive slaughter. As the skill level increases, the required proficiency grows exponentially. Before long, as Lin Bufang's level rises, the skill level will be severely capped. The required proficiency was too high. The reward given by Shanchuan could directly open the door to a new world for Lin Bufang, allowing him to reach level 20 for the skill without expending any effort or using any skill books. Once Lin Bufang reaches level 21, a bullet burst will automatically rise to level 21. It will always be this way. So what exactly is the task? Tomorrow morning, the school will arrange for some students to go to the corpse locking hall for an adventure. I've applied for a spot for you. You just go along when the time comes. The task objective is for you to obtain a special weapon. You will know the other details then. Lin Bufang expressed, is this really a task? Isn't this just a benefit? Shanchuan, taking Lin Bufang along, was about to arrange accommodation for him and introduce some details. From afar, Lin Bufang spotted Su Ran with her sparkling eyes. Shanchuan immediately asked a question upon seeing Su Ran. That stone platform is an elder of Qingyun University. Master, how did you refuse that offer? Su Ran smirked slightly. I don't need a disciple. Shanchuan. Lin Bufang. They'll take him. You go ahead and do your thing. Alright. With that, Shanchuan vanished into thin air. Su Ran dashed over at lightning speed, grabbing at the air. Looks like it's not invisibility. Lin Bufang. Let's go, we'll take you to the dormitory. I played around for a few days and happened to come by to check it out. And then I got to know what's going on at Qingyun University along the way. Along the way, I also arranged a single dorm card for you, and arranged a meal card for you. And along the way, Su Ran learned a lot about Qingyun University. There are still 4 days until the school starts. After 4 days, Qingyun University will hold a welcome ceremony for new students. At that time, there will be top students to show us their skills. Su Ran's eyes were filled with disdain as she waved her 5 fingers, spinning her pistol. Isn't this just to show off? Watch how I teach those old hands a lesson. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Su Ran wanted to go up for a glass of water, but was chased away by the security guard at the door. She declared that once she entered the inner school, she would be the first to remove the security guard. Additionally, upon seeing that Lin Bufang would enter the corpse locking hall tomorrow, she agreed to accept the bald guy from the stone platform as a disciple, since he would also apply for a spot for her. By the way, my good friend is going to tomorrow. We can't let Jiang Haishi lose face. That night, Lin Bufang attempted to connect to the school network and opened the Points Redemption Mall. The mall only opened halfway. Through the bulletin board, he saw a sea of golden legends. All were epics, and there were also special back-to-school gift packages. However, the announcement couldn't be closed. Announcement: the Points system server was destroyed by an Enlil explosion and is currently under repair. It is expected to reopen on the day of school. Lin Bufang caught a glimpse of a small line of text through the announcement board: Epic Exchange Spiritual. He couldn't see the rest. It seems that the surplus epic equipment on Lin Bufang can also be converted into other good things in the Points Mall. By the way, I wonder how my sister and Mingmei are doing. Lin Bufang had contacted the two early on, but had not received a reply. However, Mingmei sent him many cute emojis and was extremely surprised and happy for him about his top score in the college entrance examination. Then she went offline. Lin Bufang weakly contacted his master to check the situation. His weak faith was simply his own name, Shanchuan. Lin Bufang estimated that the number of people who could add to Shanchuan's weak faith was few, even in the entire Great Xia. Lin Bufang inquired about his sister and Mingmei. The reply came immediately. I forgot to mention this to you. The two of them met before and after confirmation. Their occupational characteristics can combine to produce a combination technique, which is incredibly powerful and highly beneficial for the opening of a forbidden area. Therefore, they are currently temporarily sent to a confidential department for rigorous training. You don't need to worry. This department is actually part of Qingyun University. They will be well protected there, and once they come out, the treatment they receive will be top-notch, even surpassing that of outstanding graduates from the internal school. Only then did Lin Bufang feel relieved. He originally wanted to support his sister, but he didn't expect her to take off as well. An hour before sleeping, Lin Bufang studied the locations of various areas within Qingyun University. The cafeteria was the first area of study. The second was the dormitory. As the top student in the college entrance examination, Lin Bufang had all his expenses at school waived, including, but not limited to, tuition, miscellaneous fees, dining expenses, accommodation fees, and so on. Of course, if he wanted to enjoy a more advanced residence services or gourmet food, he would have to spend his own money. Some popular items even required both gold coins and points to obtain. In addition, the main campus of Qingyun University had several sanctuaries that could be challenged after the school opened without the need to travel far. In a strange bed with familiar quilts and pillows filled with expectations for the future, Lin Bufang fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lin Bufang met Su Ran at the cafeteria. She was accompanied by a girl in a white corset dress. Compared to Su Ran's casual grace, Shen Haier looked like a noblewoman stepping out of a classical painting, her gently curled long hair flowing like waves in the wind, exuding an unconscious air of elegance, confidence, and composure. Su Ran held Shen Haier's hand and smiled at Lin Bufang, saying, "Come, this is the local bumpkin from Jianghai City. Let me introduce you to." Su Ran's words were only halfway through. Shen Haier said, "Hello, Lin Bufang." Lin Bufang replied, "Hello, Shen Haier." Su Ran was shocked. How could you two possibly know each other? The two began to reconcile their accounts. When they went shopping together, Su Ran described a very detestable person. Shen Haier described a very adorable person. Su Ran, wait, are we talking about the same person? Shen Haier blinked. It indeed seems that way. After confirming, the atmosphere among the three became strange. Since they could chat about the same person while shopping, they naturally shared their views about him, and given their personalities, they even revealed some words that might not easily pass censorship. Su Ran and Shen Haier tacitly released each other's hands. As they entered the cafeteria, the interplay of sunlight and artificial light transformed them from walking side by side to sandwiched between Lin Bufang. Looking at the food-serving window, both of them sprang into action like arrows. Su Ran, I'll have one of those. Shen Haier, Auntie, you'll take 10 of these. Su Ran, sister, can you get me 100 of these? Shen Haier, miss, please get me 1,000 of these. Su Ran, sister, could you kindly bring me 10,000 of these? Take your time, I'm not in a hurry. The cafeteria lady was dumbfounded. You two young ladies should just take over the cafeteria? 10,000. Even if you chopped my hands off, I couldn't serve that many. Soon a mountain of various delicacies piled up before Lin Bufang at the dining table. Lin Bufang extended 2 fingers. Firstly, I'm the top student in the college entrance examination, so I don't pay for meals. What are you two trying to show off in this buffet? Secondly, I believe there may be some misunderstandings between you two. Just say it out loud. Su Ran immediately shouted with red jam still lingering by her mouth. How could there be a misunderstanding? We are the best sisters' blood. Thick as water. Shen Haier appeared quite calm, gently cutting a small piece of cake with her knife and fork. Indeed. Su Ran was both amused and annoyed by Shen Haier's demeanor. Shen Haier, are you pretending to be reserved with me now? Lin Bufang, she's not like this usually. She's crazier than I am. Shen Haier blushed slightly. I only act like that in front of familiar people. Lin Bufang interrupted their quarrel. Let's eat first. We gather at 8 o'clock promptly, and there's still a long time ahead. Then he showcased a feat of devouring 3 whole pigs in one go. Bang, bang, bang. He completely obliterated the mountain of food before him. This display truly left both of them dumbfounded. Su Ran leaned over to poke Lin Bufang's belly, discovering it didn't feel bloated at all. Are you a glutton or something? On the opposite side, Shen Haier displayed a hint of envy. Being aloof didn't seem like such a good thing if it meant she couldn't playfully poke Lin Bufang's belly. At 8 o'clock, they arrived at the Qingyun University internal long-distance teleportation station, where already a dozen people were waiting. Among them, Lin Bufang recognized 2 the 3rd and 4th place students from this year's college entrance examination, one being Gao Xian, an extraordinary-level professional shooter. The other was Ding Shui, a SS-level Sorrow Cloud messenger. They had each taken different elders as their masters. In fact, the top 100 were all assigned different activities. 99% of students set off on the first day after the college entrance examination. Among these 15 people, only the top 5 had the qualifications to enter. The other 10 either belonged to special existences like Shinhire or were senior students from Lin Bufang's cohort who performed exceptionally well, thus qualified to go to the corpse locking hall. They had originally planned to set off the day after the exam. However, due to special reasons, they were delayed for 3 days. No one knew why. They only knew it was an arrangement from above. If Lin Bufang were aware of this, he might understand it was his master who had intervened. Ding Shui and Gao Xian, seeing that the 5th place had arrived, naturally also knew that the top 2 would be coming. This included Su Ran and Lin Bufang. They hoped Lin Bufang wouldn't come. Really, they wished he wouldn't come. This time, they would rather Lin Bufang participate in a higher reward activity than go to the corpse locking hall. If they ran into him, Lin Bufang is the national top student, he shouldn't be coming. There must be better activities waiting for him. However, just as they were speaking of the devil, he arrived. At the entrance of the long-distance teleportation array, 3 people walked in side by side. The boy seemed to be concealing a shotgun poised for action. The girl on the left had 2 slender braids adorned with various cute decorations and hairpins, making her look lively and well-behaved. It was clear she was both civilized and gentle. On the right was Shinhire, her white long skirt tightly cinched at the waist, outlining her figure neatly and decisively. It seemed as if all softness had been stripped away, leaving only a resolute spirit. Her features were sharp, her demeanor elegant and unrestrained, and beneath her gentle attire lay a hidden ferocity. Who is this? So impressive. 2 beauties surrounding him. Shinhire is there too. The murmurs among the crowd caught Ding Shui and Gao Xian's attention, and upon looking over they both instinctively covered their faces. He really came? Comrades, family members, dear fans, our book has already reached 2nd place on the new book list. I don't know if this book has a chance to rush to 1st place on the High Marshal new book list, but the author will do his utmost. Please follow for more updates, add to your bookshelf, send gifts, and give 5-star reviews. If we reach 1st place, an additional 10 chapters will be added. Beside him stood a tall figure clad in silver armor reminiscent of a medieval knight. He held a helmet in his hand, his bald head gleaming brightly, like a light bulb in the room. Observing the expressions of the 2 and glancing at Lin Bufang, he realized something was amiss. To be honest, even if Ding Shui and Gao Xian had no conflict, Gao Xian still found Lin Bufang unpleasant. He was just too handsome. As soon as Lin Bufang appeared, all eyes in the room were on him. Gao Xian had intended to show off in front of the junior sisters, particularly Su Ran. He thought Su Ran was incredibly beautiful looking, both gentle and adorable, definitely understanding and well-behaved. Gao Xian had seen Shinhire a few times, but he could only glance at her from a distance with no chance to interact. By the way, there was also Ding Shui beside him, who was quite good-looking, but seemed rather unhappy. Although she wasn't very tall, if you regarded her as a lowly, she had her own unique charm. He had originally heard that Shinhire and Su Ran would participate in the corpse locking hall, and he wanted to make a good impression. But after just one encounter, all the attention had been stolen by the unknown Lin Bufang. This couldn't be tolerated. Gao Tsong looked at Gao Xian and asked, "Brother, what's going on? Did that Lin Bufang bully you?" Gao Xian shook his head repeatedly. He couldn't say. This was not something he could discuss. What is Lin Bufang's background? What sort of connections does he have? Lin Bufang might have connections, but it seems unlikely that he does. To describe Gao Xian, who ranked 3rd in the country, he resembled his brother Gao Tsong, and their personalities were quite similar. The Gao family was also known for producing talents. From a young age, they subjected their children to intense and reckless training, resulting in the descendants of the Gao family possessing extraordinary physiques. However, everything has its consequences. As Gao family members aged, their mental faculties often deteriorated significantly, sometimes leading to incoherent speech. Even after achieving 3rd place nationally, Gao Xian, who might have been 1st without Lin Bufang's presence, seemed to show early signs of this condition. Gao Tsong patted Gao Xian's somewhat pointed head, sighing, "It's okay, big brother will help you handle this. By the way, Ding Shui, don't be afraid, your brother Gao Tsong will protect you." After saying this, Gao Tsong clenched his right fist, the muscles in his arm, making the armor creak. Ding Shui looked even less happy. "Didn't you watch the national live broadcast of the college entrance examination?" Gao Tsong scoffed at this. "Why watch that? Even if he is 1st in the nation, so what? This time the 1st place is truly different." Gao Xian dared not look up, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he covered his face. He was genuinely impressed by Lin Bufang. He being blocked by a mere individual for 45 minutes made him think that if Enlil dashed at him, it would be hard to calculate the surface area of his head. Gao Tsong was somewhat surprised. Even his fearless brother Gao Xian seemed a bit timid when facing Lin Bufang. You guys have no idea what it means to be an honor student. In the corpse locking hall, the entry level is from level 15 to 25. I've been stuck at level 25 for quite a while. To participate in the corpse locking hall, I maxed out all my skills to level 25. Even if that Lin Bufang is level 30, he won't be able to compete with me. While he spoke, Lin Bufang had already approached. Oh, you three, what are you doing? Can't you greet me when you see me? Gao Song was startled. Didn't you walk silently? Meanwhile, Gao Xian and Ding Shui watched Lin Bufang with twitching mouths. What was worse, other students attending the corpse locking hall also turned to look. Gao Xian took a deep breath. I mean what I say. Oh, I'll come back stronger. Lin Bufang, I'm just temporarily defeated by you. I will definitely catch up to you in the future. Gao Song smiled approvingly at his brother. Good brother, you have guts. However, the next moment Gao Xian shouted loudly, Dad. Gao Song was filled with confusion. Brother, you're kneeling so quickly. Next, Ding Shui beside him also struggled to lower her hand, staring at Lin Bufang with her big watery eyes. Dad. Lin Bufang felt quite satisfied. This was the treatment a national champion should receive. Awesome. He lifted his hand slightly. Keep it low-key. You're showing filial piety. Shen Haier beside them was stunned. When she arrived, she thought there might be conflicts in the group, as everyone barely knew each other. She was thinking about how to unite the classmates. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Bufang appeared, he directly conquered two rebellious spirits. One ranked third in the nation, the other fourth, directly calling Lin Bufang Dad. Suddenly, she heard a series of honking sounds nearby. It was Su Ran laughing uncontrollably. She was also a participant in the college entrance examination, naturally aware of what had just happened. However, Su Ran appeared to be reveling in the chaos. With a small leap, she stood in front of Lin Bufang, raising her voice even louder than Gao Xian and Ding Shui, looking at Lin Bufang, and shouted, Dad. All the students gaped in shock. Gao Song was completely dumbfounded. Ding Shui and Gao Xian were equally bewildered. Wait, is this really happening? Shen Haier was especially taken aback. She hesitated for a moment, her mouth slightly opening. Should I also call him Dad? Lin Bufang quickly pulled Su Ran aside. Oh dear lady, please don't make a scene. There are so many people here, is this really appropriate? However, Su Ran's shout of Dad alleviated much of the awkward atmosphere. After some understanding, everyone also learned the reason behind it. Their impression of Lin Bufang also changed to some extent. His strength was quite notable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have captivated the third and fourth places. Of course, the specifics of his strength still depended on the situation. After entering the teleportation array, everyone found their own resting spots and began to settle in. Inside the teleportation array, it resembled a series of rooms, with each room interconnected somewhat like a train, but not in a straight line. It was more akin to a coil of incense. In any case, the teleportation array was circular, designed from the beginning to save space and allow more people to teleport. Lin Bufang was somewhat bewildered by the upper and lower bunk arrangement. Su Ran and Shen Haier sat across from him, pulling out their phones, seemingly preparing to take some beautiful photos. By the way, Lin Bufang, I forgot to tell you. Shen Haier put her phone down. This is a long-distance teleportation array. Our destination is a planet where the corpse locking hall is located. If viewed geographically, it's situated at Mercury in our solar system. The travel time is about 3 days round trip. Thus, our actual combat time is only around 8 hours. However, during teleportation, we don't have to wait a day and a half. The perceived time is only about 3 hours. You can rest for a bit, we'll arrive soon. Mercury. Lin Bufang posed a soul-searching question. Is there air there? You don't need to worry about the surroundings of the corpse locking hall. Even the temperature is within a normal range, though it might be a bit hot. 3.5 hours later, as the teleportation array shook akin to a sudden halt, they arrived at the corpse. For travelers at levels 15 to 25, please disembark in an orderly manner. Those at other levels should not leave the teleportation array to avoid missing the next destination. At the transfer station of the locking corpse palace, there is only one guard resembling an old gatekeeper, wearing a military green hat, sweeping the ground around the teleportation array. He watched the 15 students exit the station and cautioned them. The monsters around the locking corpse palace are not of a high level, so you need not worry too much. However, this is a public area, and the locking corpse palace is only open today. You are a bit late, so be cautious of practitioners from other countries and avoid conflict as much as possible. If conflict arises, do not hold back. Only the defeated enemies are the most gentle. If you encounter danger, run back. After exiting the station, everyone stepped onto the black hard ground, curiously gazing at the sky. There a massive sun shone brightly, and it was particularly strange that the sky surrounding it was black with stars clearly visible above. Such a scene cannot be seen on Blue Star. On Mercury, there is no atmosphere allowing one to see both the sun and the stars in the night sky. However, everyone should not stare too long to avoid hurting your eyes. Taking the first step towards the locking corpse palace, Gao Song stepped forward. We will encounter people from other countries at the locking corpse palace. As far as I know, the rules of the Locking Corpse Palace are quite simple. Only the strongest country is allowed to challenge it. Therefore, we must unite. Thus, my suggestion is that we must elect a captain to oversee everything. Just as Gao Song finished speaking, Su Ran immediately raised her hand. I choose Lin Bufang. Shen Haier smirked slightly. I also choose Lin Bufang. At the same time, a student ranked 5th in the exam raised both hands. I also choose Lin Bufang. He didn't know what strength the others had, but he had seen Lin Bufang block a deity for 45 minutes. Who else would he team up with if not Lin Bufang? With 3 students, starting nearly half of the class raised their hands, choosing Lin Bufang as their captain. Gao Song's expression darkened. Are you all blind? Lin Bufang is only level 20 while I am already level 25. Choosing him is like seeking death. Just as he finished speaking, Ding Shui beside him silently raised her right hand. I also choose Lin Bufang. Gao Song, little girl, I advise you to discern right from wrong. Wait a moment. Suddenly, under Gao Song's astonished gaze, his younger brother slowly raised his right hand. I also choose Lin. Gao Song slapped his brother's face. You useless waste, shut up. Gao Xian turned to the crowd with a serious expression. Everyone, I urge you to think carefully again. What is our goal this time? It is to enter the Locking Corpse Palace. If we do not have a sufficiently powerful captain, we won't even be able to enter the Locking Corpse Palace. Then what are we here for? To enjoy the scenery. That Lin Bufang level 20 and an E-class gunslinger, what strength could he possibly have? I will give you one last chance to choose again. Lin Bufang glanced at Gao Song, but did not act. He was waiting. He did not wish to lead so many people, especially since he was unsure of their true intentions. Those who were uncertain would only become a burden to Lin Bufang. At this moment, many people hesitated. Some walked toward Gao Song. In an instant, only Shen Haier, Su Ran, Ding Shui, and the nationally ranked 5th remained with Lin Bufang. After everyone had made their choice, Lin Bufang equipped the God of War ring. He swiftly claimed ownership. Whoosh! Everyone felt a gust of wind pass by. In the next moment, Lin Bufang had already appeared in front of Gao Song, the barrel of the ownership shotgun pressed against his helmet. What? Do you really want to challenge me, Lin Bufang? With a click, the bullet was chambered. Gao Song had initially planned to counterattack, but he suddenly felt an ominous premonition of death, a feeling he had never encountered in low-level practitioners. Along with his brother's reaction and seeing the God of War ring on Lin Bufang's middle finger, his mind cleared significantly. Lin Bufang, I admit my words were a bit harsh. I apologize. We are from the same school. There is no need for... Lin Bufang smiled a bright smile. He turned Gao Song's heavy sword up and placed it against his own neck. Hold it well. Gao Song's body trembled slightly as he instinctively gripped the heavy sword. Looking at his heavy sword pressed against Lin Bufang's neck, he was bewildered. No, why was he doing this? He was just boasting a few words. He certainly did not have the guts to kill his teammate. Lin Bufang pressed the blade of the heavy sword firmly against his neck. Gao Song listened carefully. I will count to 3, just 3. 3, 2, 1. Lin Bufang kicked Gao Song hard, sending him sprawling. I gave you a chance, and you couldn't handle it. Everyone saw I gave Gao Song a chance, and he chickened out. You can't blame me. At this moment, Gao Song's psychological defense had crumbled, and he just wanted this matter to end quickly. However, how could Lin Bufang let him go easily? The ownership was once again pressed against his shiny forehead. Now I have a small request. You kneel and call me Grandpa. The students were stunned, their mouths agape, not knowing what to say. They realized that Lin Bufang held a hat. Gao Song glared at Lin Bufang with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Lin Bufang, say that. In the next moment, Lin Bufang placed his index finger on the trigger. I will count to 3 again. If you do not kneel, I will shoot you dead. 3, 2, 1. Cold sweat dripped from Gao Song's forehead. The level 25 elite student, who had been trained to the max, suddenly knelt before Lin Bufang. Grandpa. Lin Bufang laughed heartily. Very good. Remember, every time you see me, you must call me Grandpa. Do you want... Gao Song forced a smile. Understood, Grandpa. Lin Bufang laughed heartily and ruffled his bald head. You can be considered someone who knows how to appreciate favors. He turned around and waved to Su Ran and the others. We will form a team, and the rest will follow your big brother Gao Song. By the way, if Gao Song does not secure a spot in the Locking Corpse Palace, it's alright. We are all classmates, and once I secure it, I will let you in. However, since we worked hard to secure the spot, you all must pay some compensation. As for the amount, it depends on fate. Thus, Lin Bufang's group of 5 parted ways with Gao Song's 10, forming 2 teams as they headed toward the Locking Corpse Palace, not far apart. In any case, this event also had rewards and points from Qingyun University distributed based on overall performance, which included survival rates. Lin Bufang did not care if his uncertain teammates died. If his points decreased, he would be quite unhappy. On Gao Song's side, his teammates wore troubled expressions. Although they did not know who was stronger between Lin Bufang and Gao Song in the current situation, Gao Song had already lost his nerve and was utterly defeated in terms of momentum. Gao Song's brother Gao Xian approached him with a strange expression, hesitating. But he couldn't help but ask, "Brother, that? What? Just say it. Your mother." Gao Song angrily gave Gao Xian an all-over massage, and after it was done, Gao Xian appeared much sharper. "I was wrong, brother, I misspoke." Soon Gao Song encountered a wild monster. It looked quite adorable, a round, plump black stone with high health and defense. 3 small stones rolled down from the hillside towards the group. Upon seeing the panel, everyone was startled. Level 20, such high health. The damage isn't bad, either. Everyone be careful. Gao Song was the first to charge in, enduring the damage from the 3 stone men alone. With the cooperation of his teammates, they dispatched them in less than 30 seconds. The confidence of the 10 players surged again. They realized that their team was actually overwhelmingly powerful. To be honest, there were 4 godly rings among them. Defense, healing, damage output, support, melee, physical, ranged, physical, and magic were all covered. This was also the reason they could take down the small stone so quickly. On Lin Bufang's side, there are 2 gunmen, 1 damage-dealing warrior, 1 ranged magic user, and 1 ranged physical attacker, all focused on output. There are no supports, nor anyone to tank damage. It seems our choice was incredibly right. This Lin Bufang really left us baffled, making us feel that not teaming up with him would be a mistake. Just then, Lin Bufang's group of 5 also encountered 3 small stones. Everyone's eyes from Gao Song's side turned to look. The small stones have high defense and output. Without a warrior to block, getting close will be extremely dangerous. Should we help? He just said he would secure a spot and ask us to send red envelopes. Forget it, we're all classmates. If he really can secure it, what do red envelopes matter? Let's go help him out. Alright, support, give me a speed boost, I'll take a hit. Just then Lin Bufang pulled out an M1919 and began firing at the small stones. A series of terrifying numbers appeared above the small stones' heads. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Bufang single-handedly eliminated all 3 small stones. Killed 1 mini obsidian experience 1003. Gao Song's jaw dropped collectively. Damn that output ability. Damn that damage. He must be wearing the godly ring. It's not worth it to wear one against such small monsters. The 2 sides continued pushing forward. Lin Bufang exploded 3 pieces of obsidian. Obsidian blue, a special basic material that can be used as one of the materials for other syntheses. Currently, the trading market cannot be opened, so it's unclear how valuable this item is. But its rarity is assured, as the corpse locking hall only opens once a year, and only practitioners between levels 15 to 25 can enter. This type of material cannot be produced normally. He stroked his beloved M1919, his eyes full of affection. This level 1 blue machine gun had accompanied him for a long time. However, today was the day to upgrade it. The corpse locking hall can drop an item called the special weapon upgrade coupon. It can upgrade white to blue equipment into special weapons. A special weapon is a type of equipment with a special quality. Its stats are slightly lower than those of divine artifacts, but it may have special effects comparable to epic gear. Most importantly, the repair cost remains the same as that of a level 1 blue item. If he obtains the special weapon upgrade coupon, the M1919 could accompany Lin Bufang for a long time moving forward together. This is also the reason why many classmates are eager to head to the corpse locking hall. Special weapons not only have cheap repair costs, but if luck is on their side, it's equivalent to turning ordinary equipment into half-step epic. For upgrading and farming, it can be described as a leap to the heavens. The future path will become much smoother far ahead of others. They continued forward. In Gao Song's direction, he glanced at the map and sneered. Since we split into 2 teams, there's no need to share the map with him. I have a shortcut here. When Lin Bufang arrives, we will have already secured the spot. I wonder how painful his face will be. Soon, about half an hour later, Lin Bufang's group of 5 saw a dark inverted triangular building in the distance. From afar it looked small, but up close it wasn't that big, just about the size of a building. The area around the corpse locking hall was filled with people, roughly divided into 3 groups. One group was from the Great Xia, with Gao Song, and 10 others already at the location, maintaining distance from the other 2 countries. Lin Bufang looked at the other 2 countries. Judging by their appearance, the first nation was clearly identifiable, with tan skin, high nose bridges, deep eye sockets, and prominent brow bones. And abundant body hair. It was the country of Asan. Still high-caste players. The second nation had faces similar to those of the Great Xia, but with obvious traits of the Philippines: flat noses, thick lips, and round faces. The rules to enter the corpse locking hall are simple. At the southern entrance of the corpse locking hall there is a wooden stake. It can record damage. For the 3 nations, a maximum of 4 players in a team must output damage to the stake for 1 second. The higher the cumulative output in 1 second, the better the ranking. The nation that ranks first among the three will gain the qualification to enter the corpse locking hall. If they lose, the other two nations will have come for nothing. On the Great Xia's side, the expressions of Gao Song and his 10 teammates were grim. Shun Haier stepped forward to inquire about the situation, and her expression slightly changed. Currently, Gao Song and the others have tried many times, and their highest ranking is only second. The first nation, Asan, has sent exceptional students with extraordinary strength. Among them, 4 players are all capped at level 25, which is even more extreme than Gao Song's group. 2 are burst-type assassins, and 2 are burst-type archers, all 4 equipped with godly rings. Everyone looked at the damage leaderboard. Corpse Locking Hall Wooden Stake Damage Leaderboard. First place, Asan, led by Solaf, with 4 players, output value 5.9 billion. Second place, Great Xia, led by Gao Song, with 4 players, output value 5.54 billion. Third place, Philippines, led by Ronan, with 4 players, output value 4.92 billion. The gap between Great Xia and Asan doesn't seem large. However, in reality, Gao Song and the others have tried countless times, and both sides' equipment levels are basically the same. There were no visible issues in terms of operation. Yet Asan's individual training was just slightly better. Such a small difference in this 1 second of maximum output resulted in a gap of 400 million in damage, which could not be caught up. Solaf from Asan smiled as he stroked his stubble. Great Xia, folks, don't rush. You can continue outputting, there's still an hour left, and you have plenty of opportunities. The difference in output between you and us isn't much, just 400 million. He paused and continued, even if you cannot enter the corpse locking hall, it doesn't matter. You can kill more small stones, drop more obsidian, and when you return next year, those obsidians can refresh your attributes. If you're willing to endure for a year and keep your level capped at 25, ha ha ha. The Great Xia side fell silent. After all, their output couldn't match that of others. At that moment, everyone noticed someone standing in front of the wooden stake. That person was Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang glanced at the rules. The wooden post had no defenses, only health points. This time, the random bonus opened. The final physical magical damage taken by the wooden post is reduced by 80, and it cannot be dispelled. A maximum of 4 people are allowed to output simultaneously for a limited time of 1 second. During this period, all ammunition and mana consumption will be returned. Seeing the no consumption prompt behind Lin Bufang directly chose a solo challenge. The crowd did not pay attention, thinking Lin Bufang was just bored and wanted to test his own limit output. Lin Bufang indeed had this intention. On one hand, it was to test his extreme output and hand speed. At a speed of 3,700, how many shots can he fire per second? Secondly, he planned to directly take the first place on the leaderboard. Just 5.9 billion output. Lin Bufang's shot is worth 2 billion, and this is without considering the effects of the Warrior's Ring. The wooden post has a buff effect which just happens to be similar to equipment like the Warrior's Ring. However, Lin Bufang's Warrior's Ring is equivalent to 2. As for how many shots he can fire in one, currently Lin Bufang has not tested it directly with his sovereignty. On one hand, it is about being frugal, and on the other hand, there are no monsters that would allow Lin Bufang to use his extreme hand speed. Lin Bufang entered a low-gravity state where the speed attribute can be nearly 100 utilized unaffected by the weight of his body. Wearing the Warrior's Ring, the title of Warrior's Ring Wholesaler is always in effect. In fact, even if the effect of the Warrior's Ring is reduced by 80, it is still more potent than other accessories. This is the value. Lin Bufang aimed his sovereignty at the wooden post's head. His right hand was on the trigger, and his left hand was ready to reload. Countdown 3. At the very moment the countdown ended, Lin Bufang seemed to be completely still in the eyes of others. In reality, his hand speed was so rapid that it created an optical illusion. Upon closer inspection, one could see the afterimage of his left hand reloading. Accompanying this was the resounding roar of a dominion's might. Someone glanced at the leaderboard. In a mere instant, the name of Great Xia had changed. The team led by Gao Song transformed into Lin Bufang's team. Moreover, Great Xia soon rose 1 rank, becoming number 1. Even more terrifying was that Lin Bufang's output value never ceased. The damage numbers surged towards new heights. 6 billion, 10 billion, 15 billion, 20 billion. Ultimately, after 1 second, Lin Bufang's damage value settled at 23.9 billion. Yet this was far from Lin Bufang's full potential. It was also not the limit of the martial god ring. The so-called 80 reduction effect seemed negligible under the influence of titles. Thus, the damage from the martial god ring remained formidable, granting Lin Bufang an additional output of over 15 billion. not accounting for defenses in conjunction with Dominion Gravitational Instinct Martial God Ring titles. Lin Bufang fired 36 shots in 1 second. He nearly maximized his 3,700 speed attribute. Honestly, it was not much different from 37 shots. This caused 23.9 billion in damage. Of course, this was not his limit. Lin Bufang also had the gun Dao, whose usage method was rather extreme. As of now, no one had forced him to employ it. For a moment at the entrance of the Corpse Lock Palace, not a single person dared to speak. They all wore exaggerated expressions, staring at the damage leaderboard. This. How is this possible? He alone dealt 23.9 billion in output. On Great Xia's side, Su Ran echoed Su Laugh's earlier words back verbatim. A3S, don't rush. The Corpse Lock Palace won't open for another hour. Your output is not much different from ours, just 18 billion. Put in some effort, and you might catch up. Of course, even if you can't catch up, just kill some small stones, ha. The A3S collectively wore a mournful expression. 18 billion, what a joke. Great Xia, on the other hand, was filled with collective joy. At this moment, all their doubts about Lin Bufang vanished without a trace in the face of his overwhelming output. All that remained was admiration. It could be said that besides Great Xia, the girls from the other two nations looked at Lin Bufang with strange gazes. Why? The recoil. The physical quality of this Great Xia person is too strong. With such powerful recoil, he didn't even flinch. Such support, such pure strength, who could resist? Gao Tsong swallowed hard as he saw Lin Bufang's output. He realized that he had seemingly made an incredibly wise decision earlier. Had he not knelt down, he would have died several times already. With a dazed expression, he looked at Lin Bufang's back and asked his younger brother beside him, "What exactly did he do during the college entrance exam that makes you so afraid of him?" "Nothing much, just held off the true god Enlil of the undead clan for 45 minutes, not even allowing Enlil to step out the door." Gao Tsong exclaimed, "What the hell?" He quickly approached Lin Bufang, kneeling on one knee. "Sir, I want to follow you from now on." "Get lost." Lin Bufang turned around and opened the internal voice channel. "I have 2 announcements. First, we are now ranked first. For those who want to enter, just go in directly later. Remember to add me on WeChat after returning to pay the protection fee. I mean the entry fee. Second, everyone withdraw 5 kilometers to the south." Regarding the first announcement, everyone had no objections. Without Lin Bufang, they would not have had the qualification to enter the Corpse Lock Palace. But what did the second announcement mean? Lin Bufang explained, "I assumed that if those 2 nations unite to attack us, it would be a disaster. Therefore, I will eliminate them first. This is also a very reasonable action." The teammates collectively nodded in agreement. "Reasonable? Too reasonable. Are you telling us to run far away to avoid getting hurt? Can he really take on 30 people from 2 nations by himself?" Lin Bufang was merely concerned about them getting hurt and affecting his points. The people from the other 2 nations had to be eliminated. The Philippines, in Lin Bufang's impression, constantly ran around in our southern seas, causing trouble, both incompetent and playful, disgusting, and lacking in manners. As for the A3S, there's no need to elaborate. They have no strength, yet still enjoy showing off skills along the border. However, one cannot underestimate the A3 nation, as its population base is quite large. Just like this time, without Lin Bufang, Great Xia's output would find it hard to surpass theirs. Therefore, both emotionally and rationally, they had to be eliminated. Of course, there were other reasons. Many of them had the martial god ring. If luck was on their side, they could drop a few. Just ask if you were tempted. There were also plenty of epic gear and artifacts. Just ask if you were tempted. As for gold coins, Lin Bufang made no demands. After all, he had opened several accounts, and most of his gold was on other accounts to avoid being dropped. Seeing the 15 members of Great Xia, 14 of them ran into the distance. The A3S and the Philippines were puzzled, but they began to plot. He is alone. If we eliminate him and guard the Corpse Lock Palace, his teammates won't be able to enter the palace either. Since we can't win, we might as well lose together. However, in their astonished gaze, Lin Bufang lifted the loyal M1919, his left hand, holding the tape tightly binding his hand and gun together. Then he took out a special sweeping machine. This sweeping machine was customized at a high price by Lin Bufang. The exterior was made from the highest quality materials capable of withstanding physical and magical damage, as well as electromagnetic interference. Internally equipped with 8 motors and 4 laser radars, it could actively track target locations, allowing for designated rotations and short-distance movements. Moreover, it was very flat, making it difficult for enemies to lock onto and attack the sweeping machine. Thus, this A19 model sweeping machine, aside from not being able to sweep floors, was nearly perfect advertising space available. Lin Bufang stood on the A-19 sweeping machine, which automatically entered patrol mode. Upon detecting Lin Bufang's control, it would lock onto surrounding targets and accurately rotate to face him. The two countries were utterly bewildered, having no idea what Lin Bufang was doing. At that moment, a girl from the A3 country walked towards Lin Bufang, her tone carrying an air of superiority. "Daxiao person, if you are willing to return to A3 country with me, I will elevate you directly to Brahmin." Lin Bufang swiftly secured the tape around his index finger. Suddenly, bang bang bang, the girl was instantly killed, her body torn apart by bullets, her head soaring into the air. The two countries were completely unprepared, never expecting Lin Bufang to launch a sudden attack. In their minds, it should have been them surrounding Lin Bufang, first discussing strategy, then launching a joint attack, after which he would counterattack right. In reality, Sulaf, the strongest from A3 country, was already negotiating this matter with Ronan, the strongest from the Philippines. However, they had differing opinions on the division of spoils. "Our A3 country is vastly more powerful than your Philippines. We should take 70%. Since it was your A3 country that proposed this, begging us to cooperate, we should rightfully take 70% as well." Ronan from the Philippines was not in a rush at all, knowing that they definitely couldn't enter the corpse-locking palace. Thus their demands became even more excessive. "Even if we don't take action, you must give us 50%. You know, if we cause trouble, you won't be able to stop Daxiao from entering the corpse-locking palace." Ronan wasn't speaking for Daxiao. He was merely considering his own interests. He didn't wish for Daxia's team to be wiped out, as that wouldn't benefit them much. What he wanted to see was A3 country and Daxiao both suffer heavy losses, allowing the weakest Philippines to reap the greatest benefits. They all thought this way. Their beautiful dreams were constructed on such foundations. However, they never anticipated that Lin Bufang would take the initiative to strike first. One person challenging 30 individuals from their two countries. These 30 individuals were all top-tier professionals selected from levels below, 25 tanks, damage dealers, physical magical support healers, and control specialists. Everything was included. Such a luxurious team could easily wage a small war in some backward countries. Yet Lin Bufang resolutely dared to challenge them all. Because they never thought this would happen, neither country was. Being unprepared meant being crushed. Bang bang bang. Lin Bufang stood in the middle of the two countries, bullets raining down from both sides. He aimed to take out the control units first. Lin Bufang didn't charge in recklessly. He had previously consulted with his classmates and observed the professionals from both countries. The visible control units were all eliminated in his first wave of output. The only units he needed to be cautious of were those lurking in the shadows. However, it turned out that Lin Bufang had prepared too thoroughly, completely overlooking one issue. The two countries were terrified. First, Lin Bufang's initial damage output of over 23.9 billion was right there. Secondly, in the first wave of output, the members from both countries only saw their teammates falling one by one. The formation couldn't be established at all, and it collapsed instantly. Especially since Lin Bufang's machine gun bullets had penetration. The front line couldn't block the bullets which passed through their bodies and struck the rear units. Damn, he has exceptional penetration attributes. Isn't that an attribute exclusive to specialized weapons? Throughout the ordeal, not a single person dared to resist Lin Bufang. This surprised him. However, it also made things much easier. He fired a series of precise shots, clearing the rear ranks on both sides, then aimed at Ronan from the Philippines, who was fleeing in the distance, unleashing a series of shots at the back of his head. His health rapidly plummeted, but he still fled without retaliating. Lin Bufang retracted the M1919 and the sweeping machine, switching to the Barrett M99. Recoilless mode activated, he fired a shot behind him. In an instant, he executed a supersonic dash, appearing behind Ronan. In the fraction of a second of reaction time, he instantly switched to the Sovereign and fired a shot at Ronan's back. 19498486. Ronan's body was obliterated, akin to a large watermelon with pulp, rind, juice, and seeds splattering everywhere. He was eliminated. At this moment, there was no one left on the battlefield. However, Lin Bufang distinctly remembered that Sulaf from A3 country was still alive. This one is an assassin and should have the ability to turn invisible. He put on his helmet, activating full closed mode, which rendered him unable to see anything around him. Consequently, he could see everything. Not far away, a green square was dashing towards him at an incredibly terrifying speed. This speed was surprisingly close to Lin Bufang's own. This demonstrated his formidable strength. In an instant, Sulaf brandished a dark golden dagger, flashing to Lin Bufang's back with unparalleled rage. His teammates had all been killed by Lin Bufang, and now he was left alone. He sought revenge for his teammates. The dagger was dangerously close to Lin Bufang's neck. But suddenly Lin Bufang inserted the Sovereign into his armpit. The gun was aimed at Salaf. With a loud bang he fired. Salaf's health instantly dropped to 0, yet he still retained his complete physical form. The dagger still sliced through Lin Bufang's throat. Da Xiao person didn't expect this, did you? I still have a chance to avoid death. Looking at the bright red blood gushing out, and seeing Lin Bufang's health drop to 0, Salaf laughed. So your output is so strong because you sacrificed almost all your health and defense. By the way, Da Xiao person, I forgot to tell you. I have 3 chances to avoid death. However, in the next moment, he could no longer smile. He heard a chime like something breaking. Lin Bufang's health was locked at one point. With a loud bang, the sovereign struck his chest. Avoid death chance 1. Boom. Avoid death chance 1. For the final shot, Lin Bufang pressed the gun to his forehead, his voice low and terrifying. I also forgot to tell you I have 52 million chances to avoid death. Salaf's eyes widened, unable to believe, for words seemed carved with a knife into his pupils. Boom. In the last shot, Salaf's body was obliterated by 69 bullets. Reconstructing a complete Salaf would take at least 3 days and nights. Lin Bufang took a deep breath, wiping the blood from his face, some of which was his own, but more from Salaf. If this had been before the college entrance examination, this blood would have made Lin Bufang vomit endlessly. Now he simply felt a bit dirty. The feeling of nausea had significantly diminished. After all the rewards he had gained had already washed away much of the disgust. Looking at the 30 floating bags around him, he began to open them one by one. Level 20 rare equipment. Good stuff. What is this material? Ivory. What is this gold watch for? How can it also enhance some attributes? Lin Bufang discovered many playful items and prepared to study them together later, stuffing them all into his backpack. His backpack was quite large, with a total of 128 compartments. Even if the 128 compartments were filled, it didn't matter. He still had 64 compartments available as storage. He ignored some useless materials and equipment, discarding them into the floating pocket. The overall configuration of the countries of Fei and Asan was still quite high. With 30 people aside from the strongest 8, the equipment of the remaining members was almost entirely at the level of 20. Reaching level 20 represents a significant threshold. Level 20 equipment greatly enhances basic attributes. In a sense, this is also why the value of the Wushan ring is high, resisting the temptation of upgrades, and level 20 equipment requires great courage. The equipment of the 8 strongest individuals from the 2 countries was quite luxurious. On the Fei side, 2 attackers wielded epic-level weapons and possessed 2 Wushan rings, while the other 2 attackers also had carefully selected divine artifacts and were no less powerful. On the Asan side, 4 individuals collectively wielded epic-level weapons and owned 4 Wushan rings. This was evident, but whether they had epic-level items on other parts of their bodies remained unseen. Of course, the above refers to the configurations of the 2 countries. Whether they could drop the equipment and good items from their backpacks still depended on luck. Lin Bufang started to open the pockets of these 8 individuals last. The first pocket contained some materials, some gold coins, and a divine artifact garment. The second pocket contained materials, gold coins, and a large bone of unknown purpose. The third pocket held materials, gold coins, and some personal items, including cosmetics. The sixth pocket, upon opening, was greeted by a pinkish red glow. It contained some materials, a nose ring, and a Wushan ring. Feeling comfortable with this, Lin Bufang now had 18 Wushan rings. The seventh pocket contained materials and a piece of intimate equipment. Another pinkish red glow emerged. The 19th Wushan ring. There was also a golden glow. A pair of epic-level shoes for warriors, which were not level 20, but level 10. In the last pocket, Lin Bufang opened it to be immediately enveloped by a combination of pink and golden light. It contained some materials and 2 pieces of level 20 divine artifacts. And what lay behind was the main attraction, the 20th Wushan ring, along with an epic lower garment for assassins and an epic weapon for assassins. LV-20 form, epic assassin class, extremely fast attack speed, physical damage from behind 100, physical attack power 100, increases movement speed by 50 while invisible. When your movement speed is faster than the opponent's, it deals an additional 100 damage. Attack power 55, 80, 95, 60, durability 500,500. Seeing this level 20 epic weapon, Lin Bufang gasped in awe. Level 20 equipment is indeed terrifying. Combined with free point skills and extreme cultivation, a single Sarafu can unleash a truly frightening limit output. Moreover, this was still one of his own pieces of equipment. However, compared to Lin Bufang, it still fell short, as Lin Bufang's attack power had already exceeded 2 million. This gap made it difficult for even a full set of level 20 epics to challenge Lin Bufang. Even if they could manage a hit, Lin Bufang's 2 52 million with the famed knife, Si Ming remained an insurmountable mountain for everyone. All the gains were tossed into the backpack. 3 Wuxin rings indeed delighted Lin Bufang, signifying that his luck today was quite good. Additionally, he had gathered over 10 million gold coins. This was likely just pocket money from these individuals. Lin Bufang was the same, and most of his gold was transferred to other accounts in case he got wiped out. He could move the gold to a relative's account. Unless one was a fool, it was difficult to drop a large amount of gold. Balance 11263251 gold coins. The divine artifacts and rare equipment dropped from these individuals were estimated to sell for over 2 million. Not bad. Quite good. Meanwhile, Su Ran was still unaware of what had happened, as they had run very far out of fear of being caught in the aftermath. Lin Bufang arrived at the main entrance of the corpse locking hall and officially looked at the introduction and rewards for the hall. Entry level for corpse locking hall LV 15 LV 25. Only the country with the highest damage in the test can only enter once. Difficulty levels: normal maximum 2-person team, hard maximum 3-person team. Drops special weapon upgrade vouchers. Obsidian preparations needed before entering. Choose a category of weapon. After clearing, a special weapon upgrade voucher of this category will certainly drop. The special weapon upgrade voucher allows white to blue quality equipment to evolve into. Special weapons with random upgrades. The highest effect is second only to epic level, while durability repair costs remain unchanged. Hard difficulty monsters have increased strength, with a chance of encountering a mysterious merchant. With only 2 difficulties and the hard level offering a chance to meet a mysterious merchant, Lin Bufang would definitely choose the hard level. He had conducted prior research. The intensity of hard mode was still quite high, requiring 3 people to maintain the level of Sarafu from Asan. Among the 3, at least one must possess a level 20 epic weapon, and all 3 must have Wu. The warrior must have 1, the healer must have 1, and the damage dealer needs to be as strong as 2. Meanwhile, both the warrior and healer also needed to deal damage. In contrast, normal mode didn't have much rigor. Even level 15 general equipment could suffice. Soon upon hearing that there was no movement here, Su ran and the others dashed over. Seeing the ground littered with corpses, their expressions were quite remarkable. Holy crap, did you kill them all? Is this reasonable? Su Ran approached Lin Bufang, took out a wet wipe and gently and carefully wiped the blood from his face. Thank you for your hard work. Speaking to him, she seemed so gentle and caring. Lin Bufang shuddered slightly, looking Su Ran up and down. You're not Su Ran at all. Who are you? Su Ran rolled her eyes at him. I've always been like this. Lin Bufang looked at her earnestly. I still prefer your rebellious side. Get back to that. Su Ran's hands were clasped together, gently resting just below her abdomen, her arms slightly tucked, in presenting a quiet, demure, and refined demeanor. What was in the past is past, and now is now. Oh, people change. Lin Bufang fell into a reverie, recalling many female classmates, including Ming Mei. Yet he could never find Su Ran among them. His gaze gradually settled on Su Ran's chest, nodding in acknowledgement. It seems I misunderstood you. Su Ran's eyes curved into crescents, smiling. Exactly. However, upon seeing Lin Bufang's initial gesture, she realized she had seen it somewhere before. Every time Lin Bufang was about to say something inappropriate, he would unconsciously adopt this gesture to interrupt her. Su Ran summed up the meaning of this gesture, fearing that Lin Bufang might say something that could get him killed. He was giving her some psychological preparation. She perked up her ears, listening intently to what Lin Bufang would say next, feeling that she could no longer be caught off guard. I always hear others say that women with a bear-like temper are all difficult to deal with. I think I misunderstood. Su Ran instantly blushed with anger, exclaiming, I will bite you to death. The subsequent scene was somewhat chaotic, as Shun Haier struggled for a long time to pull Su Ran off Lin Bufang. In the end, it concluded with a bite mark on Lin Bufang's face. In contrast, Shun Haier seemed to stand a bit taller. Although her loose dress concealed most of her figure, it was still difficult to hide the inherent advantage she possessed. Su Ran scoffed at this, saying, Look at how flirtatious you are. Shun Haier's face flushed, giving Su Ran a warning glance, prompting Su Ran to cover her mouth and fall silent. An hour quickly passed. The corpse locking hall was officially open. Lin Bufang chose the position of gunman machine gun. The goal was to upgrade the M1919. Everyone only needs to challenge the normal level. The rewards won't differ much. The difficulty of the hard level is too high, although one can withdraw at any time. If you do, the special weapon upgrade scroll will be lost. Do you all understand? Understood. Got it. We've come all this way. We absolutely won't pull any tricks. Subsequently, under the gaze of the others, Lin Bufang led Su Ran and Shun Haier into the hard level. If it were anyone else, even if Gao Song entered the hard level, they would consider the person overestimating themselves and taking a huge risk. But this person was Lin Bufang. 239 billion in damage. He wiped out the entire teams of the other two countries. After all the trouble of coming here, it would be unreasonable for him not to tackle the hard level. Lin Bufang is idle anyway. Why not play a hard level game? When will I ever reach that level of output? To be honest, this level of output would require you to give up everything from birth, focusing solely on output capability, paired with a decent class and equipped with top-tier gear. You might reach 1/7 of Lin Bufang's level, but don't overlook one issue. Defense and health. Even if your output is high without the opportunity to output, it's the same as having no output at all. What's most terrifying about Lin Bufang isn't just his output capability, but his sustained output, stable output, and the trump card that ensures he doesn't die. So what is his trump card? Pure skill. No one knew. The remaining 12 people formed 6 teams, all entering the normal level. Gao Song originally wanted to enter the hard level, but thought better of it. First, the rewards would be the same. Second, even if he encountered a mysterious merchant without good items on him, the merchant wouldn't want to trade. Corpse locking hall hard level. Before entering, Shun Haier repeatedly reminded Lin Bufang, we must not be careless. I know your output is high, but what the corpse locking hall needs is defense. The monster density in this hall is also very high. Your shotgun, while a group attack, requires maintaining a distance. The corpse locking hall doesn't give you time to create distance. However, seeing Lin Bufang still choose the hard level, Su Ran chimed in, are you scared? Still, Shun Haier gritted her teeth and went in. As far as the eye could see, darkness enveloped them. The interior of the corpse locking hall appeared particularly unique, revealing hints from the outside. As it was an inverted triangular building, upon entering, the 3 stood at the very bottom of the triangle. The 3 sloped surfaces were at a perfect 60, densely covered with zombies. That was the extent visible to their line of sight. The number of zombies on the higher slopes remained unseen. Lin Bufang could only see the square. A dense mass of squares. Before taking out the M1919, he first retrieved a key item. Level locking scroll. Blue. No level after use. One's level will be locked at the current level with experience points not exceeding the level cap -1 experience point. Level locked. Why lock the level? Because of skills. Lin Bufang's bullet bloom and take my billion hits were already at level 20. If he reached level 21, he would have to manually upgrade the skills. As long as he returns afterward, he can receive the rewards from his master with skills directly following the level increase, saving tremendous time, money, and effort. Everything happened in an instant. The 3 had just entered the corpse locking hall when the nearest zombies caught the scent of their presence and rushed toward them frantically. With the commotion caused by the zombies in front, the zombies behind also charged forward en masse. The scene was exceptionally terrifying and magnificent. Zombies from the entire corpse locking hall collectively leaped down from the slopes. Damn it! Su Ran and Shun Haier had never truly battled in the corpse locking hall, and this scene was their first encounter. The 2 raised their weapons to fight, but there was no time. Just as the zombies in front were severely wounded, the zombies behind had already piled over. In an instant, the 3 were buried under a pile of corpses. Fortunately, Lin Bufang had previously equipped both of them with the named blade death's command. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the named blade shattering was crisp and pleasant. It was Shun Haier's first time hearing this sound, as she realized that no matter the output, any damage done to them had turned into 0. Then Lin Bufang directly held the M1919, pulling the trigger on the zombies before him. The bullets flew through the zombies like they had entered a state of invincibility. Each bullet counted as 2, piercing the chest of the first zombie, the bullet not stopping, continuing to shoot toward the zombies behind. The machine gun inherently suppresses groups of monsters. Its superb rate of fire and powerful tearing ability, combined with Lin Bufang's over 3 million physical attack, made it akin to cutting through tofu. With a burst of bullets, a blank area directly formed around them. This area wasn't white, but blood red, surrounded by shredded, torn dark brown flesh, emitting a foul smell reminiscent of dead rats rotting and breeding maggots in a sewer. The faces of the 3 turned pale. Shun Haier was the first to vomit. Lin Bufang was the second. Su Ran seemed dazed, or perhaps her reaction was slightly slow. She surprisingly didn't vomit. In fact, she extended her slender fair fingers and pulled out a finger-sized object from between her teeth, exclaiming, "Damn, how is there even a shrimp in here?" Shun Haier ugh. Lin Bufang ugh ugh ugh. With a relatively clear area, the 3 of them could coordinate. Lin Bufang suppressed with firepower, while Shun Haier cleared the scattered zombies. Su Ran touched her chest, saying, "Damn, another shrimp." Shun Haier ugh ugh ugh. Lin Bufang found it somewhat tedious. I've already finished vomiting. 5 minutes later, all the zombies were completely killed. The experience points provided by the zombies weren't much, merely equivalent to that of a normal hard-level dungeon. The drops only yielded one material, obsidian. Currently, Lin Bufang's bag contained 356 pieces of obsidian. He later asked Shenhaier, and the use of this obsidian was quite significant. It could be used to refresh special weapon effects. The more times refreshed, the better the effect. The three hurried up the slope from below. According to previous strategies, after killing all the normal zombies inside, they would encounter the boss. However, the boss would appear below and unleash a control and area damage skill upon appearing. As long as they stayed at the very top of the slope, they could avoid this wave of attacks. The difficulty level is about the same. There have been people who cleared it at this level. As long as the defense is sufficient, clearing it is not an issue. Lin Bufang stood on the slope, gazing at the corpses of the zombies below. The corpses of the zombies emitted a faint reddish glow, automatically converging towards the center. One could vaguely see the red light forming a gigantic humanoid shape. This is not a big deal. Lin Bufang glanced at his M1919 machine gun, its gaps and magazine all filled with thick black blood, a foul stench engulfing him, including that on his body and the gun itself. The M1919 has already been marinated in the stench. The three of them have also been marinated in it. This smell won't dissipate in less than a week. This was the only concern for Lin Bufang. Shenhaier and Su Ran felt it was somewhat abstract. At the difficulty level, the boss was about to appear. Lin Bufang was not worried about how to defeat the BOSS, but rather about the filth on his body. Indeed, Lin Bufang's output was significant. The boss was not important to him, but the shrimp was crucial. Soon the red light below gradually vanished. Suddenly, a blinding red light burst forth, spreading in all directions. Just then, the red light stopped 20 centimeters in front of the three. Through the red light, the three saw the scene below. There was a zombie bound by several chains with only one eye and a body towering several dozen meters high, as if stitched together from countless pieces of flesh, extremely terrifying and sinister. Name: one-eyed zombie boss, level LV, 25 health, 1 billion physical attack, 1 magical attack, 1 armor, 1 magic resistance, 5 damage reduction, 50 skills, instant explosion hook, and chain reflecting poison spikes. Description: the one-eyed zombie will break free from its bindings when its health falls below 50, and its skills will change. Lin Bufang disregarded everything and lifted the M1919 to perform a long-range sweep. Rat-a-tat. The bullets locked onto the one-eyed zombie's head and fired continuously. As the bullets hit the BOSS, blood oozed from its surface, containing sharp bone fragments that, tainted with the boss's poisonous blood, automatically targeted Lin Bufang's position and shot towards him. Shenhaier shouted, "Be careful." Su Ran originally did not want to shout, knowing that Lin Bufang possessed several life-saving measures, which even the divine Enlil could not breach, let alone a mere reflect damage. However, upon hearing Shenhaier shout, she also called out, "Be careful." Lin Bufang expressed his annoyance at her lack of sincerity, merely shouting. He did not know if anyone could come to absorb the damage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless poison spikes struck Lin Bufang instantly, turning him into a pincushion. But it was of no concern. A wave of poison spikes only triggered one divine blade of fate. The subsequent damage was merely intermittent broken divine blade. Meanwhile, on the boss's side, in less than 30 seconds, its health had already dropped to 49. Warning: the one-eyed zombie's health is below 50, it will break free from its bindings. The boss entered its second phase, struggling desperately as the massive chains were pulled straight, emitting cries of anguish from their powerful force. Boom! In an instant, all the chains were broken free. This was catastrophic for other adventurers, as everything was just beginning. The boss would move across the slope as if walking on flat ground. The tank must absorb the damage, and the healer must constantly monitor the tank and DPS's health. This was a war of attrition, as the boss in its second form had a lifesteal effect. Without 3 to 5 hours, it was impossible to defeat the boss. But on Lin Bufang's side, even with two teammates who were AFK in the moment the boss charged over, Lin Bufang immediately switched to his main weapon. He donned the God of War ring. With a prediction of the boss's next position, he fired a shot. The boss's health dropped from 49 to 0 in an instant. The several meter tall body was instantly shattered. The corpses decomposed again, sliding down the slope. This time, however, the flesh and blood could not retain their form, turning into pools of black pus that gradually evaporated. Whoosh! 3 beams of golden light flashed. The ground was littered with obsidian, and 3 golden scrolls flew towards Lin Bufang, Su Ran, and Shenhaier respectively. One for each person, not a single one more or less. The obsidian was also evenly distributed. Machine gun exclusive upgrade scroll epic bound. Choose a white to blue quality machine gun, which can be upgraded to an exclusive weapon. Among them, blue quality has the best effect when upgraded, while white quality has the lowest repair cost. Lin Bufang pulled out the M1919 and directly proceeded with the upgrade. Hesitating for even a second was considered disloyal. Upgrade complete. Browning M1919 machine gun upgraded to Browning M1919 machine gun modified, with attack power 918 points, changed to 195-369. After the upgrade, the attack power of the M1919 increased more than 20-fold. However, this was not the attribute Lin Bufang desired. Fortunately, this attribute could be changed. Moreover, it could also be upgraded with refresh times up to epic level. Exclusive weapon attack power normal level 195-369. Lin Bufang had just upgraded the M1919 to an exclusive weapon when three large doors slowly rose on the three slopes of the corpse locking hall. The doors bore different names, which were the names of Lin Bufang and his two companions. Congratulations, you have encountered a mysterious merchant. Now you can enter your own trading store to trade with the mysterious merchant. Each room has different mysterious merchants and goods. Limited time, 5 minutes. Please enter quickly. The three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with excitement, and split into three paths to enter their respective doors. On Lin Bufang's side, upon entering, he only saw an enclosed room with a table behind which stood a cute little black cat with big mischievous eyes. It spoke human language. I only brought one good item this time. Take a look. With that, its furry paw slapped a dark golden scroll onto the table. Lin Bufang took one glance and knew that today, no matter the cost, he had to acquire these two scrolls. Machine gun exclusive upgrade scroll epic bound. Upon purchase, provides a second upgrade for already upgraded machine guns, granting a second independent effect. Seeing the longing in Lin Bufang's eyes, the little cat retracted the scroll and gently tapped the table with its paw. This scroll is indeed a rare treasure. If you cannot offer something satisfactory, I will not trade with you. Lin Bufang thought for a moment and pulled out an epic level equipment, the LV-10 red pill sword. The little cat showed disdain. Is this it? Very good, anger value 1. Lin Bufang glanced at his warehouse. He had many precious items, such as the Isis hairpin, which was essential for survival. Given to him by Shenhaier, it definitely couldn't be traded. The second was the LV-1 Golden Fire God Gatling, a special epic item gifted by the system that could not be bought for any amount of money, so it couldn't be given away. There was also the nuclear missile silo dropped by Enlil. Lin Bufang could not give it away as he still wanted to fire a few rounds himself. The Enlil's egg was even less likely to be given. It was his pet. Lin Bufang pulled out some newly discovered items which the cat regarded with disdain. If you don't have anything satisfactory for me, I'm leaving. My time is too valuable to waste on dealing with a miser like you. After trying once, Lin Bufang seemed to have only one option. The divine weapon ring. Lin Bufang took out a divine weapon ring. The cat's eyes immediately brightened up, raising its right and left paws with all 8 claws spread wide. If you have 18 divine weapon rings, I can give you an epic level scroll. Very well. Lin Bufang couldn't help but smile with a hint of sarcasm. You even thought to leave 2 for me. How greedy, I like it. He gave a serious glance at the mysterious merchant. A panel appeared in front of him. Name Little Black, mysterious merchant level, health 10 billion, physical attack. Magical attack. Armor 100 million, magic resistance 100 million, damage reduction 90, skills none. Description: a member of the mysterious merchant organization, do not provoke easily. This panel was indeed terrifying, with an outrageous health pool, unbelievable defense, and the attack power, still unseen, likely capable of wiping out a large area with a single paw. With such defense, it meant that if the output didn't reach 100 million, all damage would be immune to Little Black. And with a 90 damage reduction, it meant the damage it received would be significantly lessened. However, Lin Bufang's output had already exceeded 200 million. Plus, he had 2 divine weapon rings. How dare you, a little cat, without control skills, act alone? Negotiations are possible. It's fine, no need for negotiations. Lin Bufang stood beside the table, placing his palm on it, and with a gentle wave, 18 divine weapon rings appeared on the table. I bought it. Little Black grinned, grabbed the divine weapon rings, and tossed the scroll to Lin Bufang. Upon receiving the scroll, Lin Bufang quickly donned the divine weapon ring, and a sovereign shotgun appeared in his hand. Click! The bullets were loaded at lightning speed. Without a word, he aimed at Little Black's head and fired off a dozen shots. Boom, boom, boom. You dare to hit me, seeking death. Meow. Little Black swiped a paw, instantly draining Lin Bufang's health bar. Ding. A famous blade shattered. Lin Bufang was unscathed. Little Black was unaware of any anomaly, only perceiving this as Lin Bufang's life-saving measure. You'll see how many times you can withstand this. Little Black hugged Lin Bufang's head and began to gnaw on him. Lin Bufang made no defense, pressing the sovereign against Little Black's rear and shooting furiously. Boom, boom, boom. In short, he was reckless. Automatic repair was fully engaged. Open for repairs. Little Black's health rapidly decreased. 95, 75, 59, 45, 29, 19. Just when Little Black's health bar was about to hit bottom, Lin Bufang realized his balance was also nearly depleted, with less than 1,000,000 gold insufficient to repair the sovereign and divine weapon rings. After this wave of endurance, he had no money to repair his weapons. However, he noticed that Little Black was already scared. You see, I really like creatures like cats. You're just so cute. I can't bring myself to kill you. Little Black seemed to have found a way out, quickly bouncing down the pole, sitting on the table, licking its wounds. Your strength is indeed impressive, and thank you for sparing me. Speak, what are your demands? I am willing to consider you a friend. Lin Bufang smiled. First, return the divine weapon rings to me. Second, you must show some sincerity, as my losses are considerable, and I need to be compensated. Little Black glanced at the time, only 1 minute left. It knew Lin Bufang's requests were excessive, to say the least. Not only was it expected to give up its own weapon upgrade scroll for free, but it also had to compensate him. Even Empress Dowager Cixi wouldn't dare sign such a contract. However, if it refused, it was certain it would indeed die. In the last minute, it realized that its refusal would mean the end of its remaining lifespan. Soon it returned all 18 divine weapon rings to Lin Bufang. As the divine weapon rings returned to the inventory, Lin Bufang's mood instantly brightened. Comfortable. Even though he spent over 10 million on repairs, he had acquired a weapon upgrade scroll for free. This was a second stage scroll, likely far more challenging to obtain than the first stage. Rounded up, it felt like a major profit. However, what Little Black produced next truly shocked Lin Bufang. It was a blood red scroll. Machine gun exclusive upgrade scroll. Legend binds upon purchase provides a third upgrade for the already upgraded exclusive machine gun, granting a third independent effect. Wow, a third stage scroll. I don't even know where to find the second stage one. Am I really about to get my hands on the third stage? Lin Bufang hurriedly reached for the scroll. But Little Black held the scroll down with its paw, and then took out another scroll. This was a god-tier scroll with a very straightforward and brutal effect. A contract was already written on it. The agreement stated Lin Bufang must not actively kill Little Black in the future, or he would suffer a penalty of having all attributes reduced to 1 for a year. Sign this agreement, and the scroll is yours, my friend. Deal. Lin Bufang signed his name. Once the scroll took effect, it split into 2 copies, one appearing in Lin Bufang's backpack without taking up an additional slot. Then Lin Bufang took the third stage exclusive upgrade scroll. Holding it in his hands, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him from his feet to his head. This time Lin Bufang was already very satisfied with the entire exclusive weapon. He didn't expect to upgrade it to the third stage in one go. There were still 30 seconds left. Lin Bufang turned and prepared to leave. In reality, he wanted to tell Little Black, I'm not killing you, but I really have no bullets left. However, Little Black was likely to be furious. Having already taken its things, there was no need to beat it again. But when Little Black saw Lin Bufang finally sign his name, the pent-up rage within it could no longer be contained. You big liar. You tricked me out of 2 scrolls. Just wait, if I ever run into you again, I will definitely kill you. Lin Bufang couldn't help but laugh, his shoulders trembling slightly. What are you laughing at? Just because I can't beat you today doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. Lin Bufang raised the sovereign shotgun. I forgot to tell you, I'm not killing you, it's just that I really have no bullets left. Even if you do nothing, I still can't kill you. Oh. Little Black let out a howl of impotent rage, its cries heart-wrenching, worse than losing a beloved parent. Especially when thinking that if it had just held on, even if it did nothing, it would incur no loss, and could have obtained 18 divine weapon rings. Little Black's dark face turned deep purple, completely mad. Lin Bufang, just you wait. I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Then Lin Bufang walked out the door. Shenhaier and Su Ran had already completed their exchanges. From Lin Bufang's side, they heard sharp, angry, and desperate cries, and Su Ran could tell, just from her intuition, that Lin Bufang had not done anything good. Shenhaier had not prepared in advance, but she had some good items in her backpack in exchange for a god. She released the pet, which was a small flying sword that could hover in midair, and she was very satisfied. Such a god-tier pet is extremely valuable. When exchanged with points at school, it's a real bargain. Su Ran, on the other hand, didn't bring anything good, but she had several 100 million gold coins on her, in exchange for a mount that looked like a mini obsidian from outside, moving at a very slow speed. This thing has no quality, it's obviously a good item, so I bought it directly. Let's just say, is there a possibility that mounts are actually meant for faster movement? Su Ran was taken aback. Is there such a theory? In the end, the two looked at Lin Bufang, very curious about what he had exchanged for. Like mounts or pets, the levels of the three had not met the requirements for unlocking, and for now, they were just ornamental. Lin Bufang did not hide this. He took out the upgrade scrolls for the second and third stages. The two of them widened their eyes. What the hell? What the hell? Shen Haier swallowed hard. This thing is very difficult for many graduated students to obtain. One could say that nationwide those who can get their hands on the third stage scrolls are quite rare. Su Ran felt a strong sense of imbalance. Quickly tell me, Lin Bufang, you must have gone bankrupt, right? Lin Bufang shot her a glare. I must learn a skill that can shut people up in the future. I spent 10 million gold coins on these two scrolls. The two were deeply shocked. 10 million? Has this merchant gone mad? The round-trip fuel cost isn't even enough. Lin Bufang took out his currency. 10 million is the money for buying bullets. This is what we call free trade. Immediately he used the second and third stage scrolls on the M1919. M1919 upgraded to the second stage, shooting stability increased normal. M1919 upgraded to the third stage, range increased excellent. Alright, the third stage is complete. Now it's time to refresh the attributes. He glanced at the over 400 obsidian stones in his backpack. For the first stage, refreshing once requires 1 obsidian stone. For the second stage, 2 stones. For the third stage, 3 stones. If the refreshed attributes are good, they can be locked in. Of course, after locking, the number of obsidian stones required to refresh the remaining attributes will also increase. Of course, there is a strong guarantee for refreshing. Theoretically, as long as you have enough obsidian stones, anyone can obtain attributes comparable to epic levels. Lin Bufang was about to refresh in one go. Attribute changes: durability, excellent, appearance, normal damage, 1 normal, continuous changes. As long as the epic level is not reached, Lin Bufang would definitely not stop refreshing. Lin Bufang had done research. For machine guns, the 2 most optimal epic level attributes are epic level specialized weapons can increase damage by 30. For blue quality weapons, this is considered top tier, roughly equivalent to getting a level 10 epic weapon for free. The second is bullet penetration 1. This is universally recognized as a divine level attribute. The effect of the machine gun will undergo a qualitative change. Lin Bufang already had 1 penetration on his skills. Gaining 1 penetration again would mean a qualitative change. After refreshing about 100 times, suddenly a golden light flashed before him. If Lin Bufang hadn't allocated all his freedom points to speed, he wouldn't have been able to react in time and would have accidentally brushed away the epic level attribute. His index finger was only 0.01 millimeters away from the refresh button. He stopped. He took a look at the new specialized weapon attributes. Specialized weapon 1, defense 5,000, excellent. Specialized weapon 2, magic penetration 5, excellent. Specialized weapon 3, rate of fire change to 6,000 rounds per minute. Weapon appearance will also change, epic 6,000 rounds. Gatling, ultra optimal attribute. Lin Bufang immediately locked it in. This is too exceptional. The M1919 transformed from a single barrel to 6 barrels. A tremendous enhancement. Afterward, he continued to refresh, but even after exhausting the obsidian stones, he did not get a second epic attribute. After locking an attribute, the number of obsidian stones consumed each time increases to 10. Since that's the case, Lin Bufang also planned to refresh some obsidian stones before leaving. Ideally, he could refresh all the attributes. If he couldn't get them out, he could also spend money to buy obsidian stones at the trading hall. After coming out, the 3 found that none of their classmates had emerged yet. Although the ordinary level was simple, it still required a fair amount of effort. Thus, Lin Bufang and the others split up, searching for obsidian stones within the 100-kilometer radius covered by the corpse locking hall. The corpse locking hall can only accommodate 3 nations. Now that the other 2 nations had been eliminated, there was no danger in the surrounding area. Lin Bufang, in combination with the Barrett M99, flew at high speed while holding the upgraded M1919. This time he truly became a mobile armed helicopter, the Gatling firing continuously at the targets below. Soon 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Only 1 hour remained before the corpse locking hall would close. At the entrance of the corpse locking hall, Gao Tsong and the others wore worried expressions. Including Gao Tsong, if his previous lack of recognition of Lin Bufang was based on strength, now he had been completely conquered by Lin Bufang's absolute power. Hey, Lin Bufang has been careless. Challenging the difficult level is very hard to deal with. Gao Tsong sighed. Those 2 girls, after all, are still women. It's hard for them to help Lin Bufang much. How can he fight alone? At this moment, they saw Shenhaier and Su Ran walking over hand in hand from a distance. What are you all standing around for? Let's go back. Everyone was puzzled. Wait, how did you guys come out from that side? The corpse locking hall is clearly here. Su Ran chuckled, placing her hands behind her back. I don't want to explain anything to you amateurs. We passed the difficult level in just 10 minutes, and have been gathering obsidian stones around here for such a long time. In fact, after Gao Song and the others came out, they also wanted to gather some obsidian stones nearby. But after walking for a long time, they hadn't encountered a single little stone, so they gave up and obediently returned to wait for Lin Bufang. They never expected that Lin Bufang had already cleared the difficult level and had been collecting obsidian stones for over 3 hours. Su Ran waved her hand. Let's go back. Gao Song remained still. The captain hasn't returned, yet let's wait a bit longer. He glanced at Su Ran again. You, a woman, dare to command us in place of Lin Bufang. Su Ran smiled, and suddenly dashed in front of Gao Song, a shotgun appearing in her hand. With a click, it was loaded. The dark muzzle was aimed at Gao Song's head. Gao Song suddenly recalled the fear of being dominated by Lin Bufang, sliding to his knees at lightning speed. Don't. Let's talk it out. Su Ran's finger rested on the trigger. He'll count to 3, just 3. 3, 2. So you want to play hard to get, huh? Gao Song quickly raised his hands. Sister Su, the key issue is you haven't said what your demands are. Su Ran paused. All right, Gao Song, you remember this. Whenever you see me in the future, call me Grandma. Gao Song's face was filled with helplessness. He could clearly feel that the other party was not his opponent, but he could not take on Lin Bufang. Grandma. Su Ran laughed heartily, tapping Gao Song's forehead with the shotgun. You are indeed someone who knows how to appreciate kindness. Ha ha. The other classmates collectively gaped, not knowing why. They felt a bit sorry for Gao Song. As they approached the teleportation array, Su Ran glanced back at the endless black earth, looking somewhat worried. However, soon the worries vanished. With a thunderous boom, Lin Bufang plunged down from the sky. Ding! That was the sound of a famous blade shattering. Everyone distinctly heard the crackling of bones from Lin Bufang's body, and even crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet he remained silent, keeping pace with the group. The terrifying speed of movement and flight was incomprehensible to everyone. But it seemed understandable considering what was happening to Lin Bufang. If I hadn't come here with him, I would really suspect that some big shot deliberately lowered his level. This maneuver is too cool. In a deserted place, Lin Bufang gritted his teeth in pain. He had numerous ways to land safely, but none triggered the famous blade's cooler effects. Upon entering the teleportation array, the sweeping elder noticed that no one had been lost and gave a thumbs up, young and promising. Entering the teleportation array still required a 3-hour waiting time. Lin Bufang took a glance at this round's harvest. The density of the mini obsidian monsters was not high, making it somewhat laborious to farm. This time, in addition to over 3,000 obsidian pieces, there were also rewards for talent, proficiency, attack power, and the famous blade. Only offense, no defense, 4 stars, 93248750000. Physical attack, 6939948. Famous blade, fate quantity, 2664380 pieces. The high health and defense of the obsidian allowed Lin Bufang to accumulate talent, proficiency, and attack power even faster. As a result, his attack power approached an astonishing 7 million. One could say that in just 3 short hours his strength had doubled. The increase in the number of famous blades was modest, but it had added over 100,000. Refresh. Lin Bufang began to refresh the attributes of the dropped obsidian. In any case, it was a continuous tapping. Whenever the timer hit epic, that was when it would end. The refreshing process was quite thrilling. After just a few taps, Lin Bufang had refreshed the attributes to epic level. Special weapon 1 health 1 0 exquisite, special weapon 2 bullet penetration 1 epic, special weapon 3 fire rate, changed to 6,000 rounds per minute. The weapon's appearance would also change epic. Lin Bufang felt as if he were dreaming. He had prepared for the possibility that 3 obsidian would not yield the penetration 1 attribute, intending to return to school and spend money to obtain the attribute. Unexpectedly, it was obtained after just a dozen taps. Awesome. Lin Bufang continued to refresh. This time he locked onto 2 epic-level special weapon attributes. The consumption of obsidian increased from 10 pieces to 100 pieces. But that was fine. The last special weapon attribute just needed a little enhancement. If Lin Bufang wanted something for the last attribute, it was naturally durability. If he could increase the durability, theoretically this weapon would be stronger than epic. Because Lin Bufang did not lack attack power. Furthermore, the most crucial point was economics. That's right, increasing durability did not change the repair cost. Correct, it remained unchanged. The M1919 had an initial durability of 2,000, with a repair cost of 500 gold coins. No matter how high the durability increased, the repair cost remained 500 gold coins. However, the difficulty of refreshing for epic durability attributes this time was extremely high. After all, previously 2 attributes were refreshed together, but now it was just 1 attribute until exhaustion. After finishing the 300 obsidian, he still hadn't managed to refresh it. Lin Bufang kept 1 stability enhancement and stopped refreshing. He planned to return to school and buy some obsidian, simply refreshing for a normal durability attribute. M1919 Modified Gatling LV1 Refined Fire Rate exceeds limits 6,000 rounds per minute, equipped with a tripod, effective range 1,000 meters, bullet penetration 2, attack power 918, durability 2002000. 3 hours later he arrived at school. At this point, only 1 day remained before the start of school. Upon arriving at school, a notification popped up before everyone. This locked corpse hall activity has ended. Participants 15, remaining 15 points will be automatically distributed based on team evaluation and individual performance, kills, output, gains, etc. Ding Shui earned 5,680 points. Gao Xian earned 6,125 points. Shenhai earned 32,580 points. Su Ran earned 32,590 points. Lin Bufang earned 102,590 points. Qingyan University personal score balance 119.8045. Upon seeing Lin Bufang's score, everyone was utterly shocked. I'm drooling over this. How can I possibly spend such a large number of points? Except for Su Ran and Shunhai, the others all began to add Lin Bufang to their weak chats. Lin Bufang simply created a group chat and added everyone. Qingyun Death Squad, 15 people online. Cheese Snow Leopard initiating a transfer to Lin Bufang. Cheese Snow Leopard Owl. Don't worry, my bro is awesome. In the future, just let me know if there's anything. I'm always available. Owl. Wild Cockroach initiating a transfer to Lin Bufang. Nothing but food initiating a transfer to Lin Bufang. Nothing but food animated emoji food. Lin Bufang accepted all, and in an instant his balance rose to over 5 million gold coins. Among them, Gao Tsong transferred the most. He personally sent over 4 million. So one must earn, without fighting. Where would the money come from? Balance 513.8696 gold coins. Back in the dormitory, Lin Bufang opened the trading hall and took a look at the price of obsidian. 100 gold coins each. Refreshing once costs 10000 gold coins. Quite expensive, but considering Lin Bufang's earning ability, it wasn't too costly. However, if he couldn't refresh it consistently, no amount of money would be enough for him to refresh. So don't get too eager, definitely don't get too eager. Durability is just an enhancement. If pursuing epic durability attributes costs tens of millions or even more gold coins, it would be losing sight of the essentials. You spent 7,800 gold coins to purchase 78 pieces of obsidian in the trading hall, already credited. Please check your backpack. Lin Bufang clicked refresh. A golden light appeared before him. Holy crap. Epic. Holy crap. Durability. Special weapon 1 durability changed to 180,001,8000. Repair cost unchanged. Epic special weapon 2 bullet penetration 1. Epic special weapon 3 fire rate changed to 6,000 rounds per minute. The weapon's appearance would also change. Epic. All 3 special weapons upgraded to epic level. The appearance would undergo significant changes to match the 3 epic attributes. M1919 Modified Gatling LV1 Refined 3-stage special weapon. Max fire rate exceeds limits 6,000 rounds per minute. Equipped with a tripod, effective range 1,000 meters, bullet penetration 1 combined with my penetrate can achieve 2 effect, attack power 918, durability 180,001,8000. Lin Bufang looked at the M1919 modification on the bed. It had grown several times larger than before, reaching up to Lin Bufang's neck when stood upright. Its color was remarkably uniform, a pure black that exuded an obsidian-like texture, smooth to the touch and incredibly pleasing. Lin Bufang stood up from the bedside and lifted the M1919, which had grown from 50 pounds to over 200 pounds. Fortunately, Lin Bufang's physical fitness was no longer comparable to what it used to be. 50 pounds felt practically weightless, almost as if it had no sensation. 200 pounds, just right. The slightly heavy, feel the sense of weight, the pressure. Lin Bufang couldn't be more satisfied. The enhancement in durability meant that 180 rounds of ammunition still cost 500 gold coins, making its economy unmatched by any other weapon. A 9-fold increase in economic efficiency. This meant Lin Bufang could save 9 times the gold coins in the future. At 2 cents a bullet, rounding it off, the M1919's ammunition was practically free. Excitedly, Lin Bufang opened his weak signal and contacted his master. 99 The other party is typing. Shanchuan am outside, wait for me at this location after the opening ceremony tomorrow. Shanchuan location no. 102, apartment 8, 5th Street, Qingyun University, 26th Campus, Qingyun City. Lin Bufang carefully covered the M1919 with a blanket. He fell asleep hugging the slim and smooth barrel. The next morning marked the official opening day of Qingyun University. 100 new students would report today, bringing their luggage and their families' hopes from all over the country to study here. These students could be said to gather the top talents of the entire Great Xia. The playground was bustling with 36 elders sat on either side of the podium, like towering mountains exuding an innate sense of pressure without needing to move. The other elders might not be recognized by the students. However, every new student knew the elder reflected in the sunlight from the stone platform. The national proctor. I heard the elder on the stone platform is not even the strongest among the 36 elders, merely in the middle tier. Qingyun University's strength is truly formidable. You haven't come to the wrong place. Soon, all the students were gathered. The elder on the stone platform stepped up to deliver a speech. Hello, students. He first handed out some candy introducing the benefits of Qingyun University, such as waiving all fees for the top 100 students. Lin Bufang as the first place would receive the utmost exemption. Other students would also receive some support depending on policy changes. Of course, internal consumption at Qingyun University was not high. Prices were the lowest, significantly cheaper than outside. Of course, if one pursued a higher standard of living, Qingyun University could accommodate that with high-end drinks, star-rated dining, and standalone villas. Money, after all, is earned by someone. It's better to keep it within the university to provide assistance to some impoverished students. Then the elder on the stone platform shifted his tone, starting to reveal some harsh truths. The entry point was painfully straightforward regarding the students entering. With so many people, unexpected situations would arise. Among the 100 new students, there would inevitably be a few who didn't enroll or had fun for 7 days and lost their lives. In such cases, the ranks will be delayed as students beyond the 100 position will also have a chance to enter Qingyun University. As the saying goes, strength is important, but the most crucial thing is to stay alive. As long as you live long enough, you can achieve everything you desire. In fact, you are not without the chance to become one of our elders, but you must abide by the law and uphold your integrity. Those with blemishes are not permitted to become elders. Many understood such reasoning, but hearing it from the elder on the stone platform made a different impact. Many students took the elder's words as their guiding principle. Stay alive. Strive to live. This is a fact. In anything, one must not be anxious, for the more anxious one is, the less they can achieve. Those who get stuck at levels pursuing the martial god ring are simply gambling fools. Their lives are just that. Do not learn from them unless the level you are stuck at brings substantial returns. Remember, not gambling returns, but stable ones. Alright, I've said enough for now. Your teachers will tell you the rest, but I want to emphasize one last point. Qingyun University is not a place for idling. You will face the most rigorous training, the heaviest workload, and the highest intensity of combat every day. Do not blame your teachers, nor anyone else. After 3 years or longer, when you step out of Qingyun University, I believe you will sincerely thank not anyone else, but the hellish effort you put in during these 3 years. Now we will randomly select a few students from the 100 new students to engage in unknown friendship PK with the second-year students, allowing you to see the strength of your seniors. At this moment, a new student raised their hand and shouted, "Unfair. They've practiced for a whole year more. How could we possibly beat them?" The elder on the stone platform smiled. That's a great question. I forgot to tell you that during the PK, your seniors will have their levels locked at level 10, while your levels will be locked at 20. Do you understand what I mean? With a 10-level difference, if you still can't beat your seniors, then I'm sorry, I need you to run 100 laps around the rubber track in front of everyone. 100 laps. What does that even mean? That means running to the point of exhaustion. Now, some students might wonder, what if I can't take it and stop halfway? No way. Qingyun University has the strictest instructors. If you stop running, you will be given extra laps. What if I get exhausted and faint while running? Don't worry, Qingyun University has the most professional team of medics. They will revive you, and you can continue. Just as the students were apprehensive about the punishment of 100 laps, the elder added, you will have to run 100 laps every day, while blood volume, defense, attack power, and more can be enhanced through external means. Only your physical fitness, endurance, and willpower can be developed solely by your own hands and feet. Many students were already drenched in sweat. I don't recall there being this requirement last year, did there? Why do I feel like I came to the wrong place? Is this what you call a university? Yet some were eager to try. For instance, Gao Xian, who ranked 3rd in the National College Entrance Examination with a somewhat sharp head, said, "This is exactly the place I wanted to come." Afterward, the elders selected several second-year students who were not ordinary students, but rather top performers who had entered the inner school. The training methods for these top students were more rigorous than for regular students. It could be said that the training and academic challenges faced by this year's new students were benchmarked against last year's top performers. Everyone was equal. Thud, thud, thud. On the periphery of the playground, 10 well-built students marched forward in sync, resembling robots as they jogged onto the stage. The 10 stood with their hands behind their backs, and merely standing there exuded a powerful sense of pressure, a pure display of physical strength and extremely resolute gazes. The leader among them, bald-headed and with a face full of muscle, looked like he could tear a cow apart. He saluted the elder on the stone platform, saying, "Elder, sure, we are ready and can start at any time." The elder nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. You have great spirit." He patted the shoulder of the bald student. "I say, Gao Song, as the captain for this round against the new students, I have just one demand. None of the 10 can lose. Do you understand?" Gao Song's back was nearly straight into the sky. "I guarantee to complete the task." "Excellent. Now we shall randomly select freshmen for combat. 10 participants. Each will face one opponent." Clap, clap, clap. Shirtai clapped his hands, and the massive screen behind him flickered to life. A cascade of names flooded the screen. Countdown begins. Rows upon rows of names tumbled rapidly across the display. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. The names froze instantly on the screen. 20 names aligned neatly in 2 rows. The top row listed the freshmen. The bottom row displayed the elite students. Participants and their assigned opponents were unmistakably clear. Lin Bufang versus Gao Song. Meng Yin versus Gu Yun. Hua Feihong versus Fong Le. As Shirtai reached the final name, he hesitated slightly. After all, it was rather uncanny the nation's top 2 scorers had both been drawn into the match list. The odds were not impossible, but exceedingly slim. Lin Bufang versus Gao Song. Gao Song had stood upright, chest puffed with quiet confidence, until he heard Lin Bufang's name. At first he refused to believe it. Then he turned toward the screen, mouth parting slightly, only for his posture to collapse entirely in an instant. Noticing his glance, Shirtai snapped a sharp flick to Gao Song's forehead. "What are you looking at? Are you afraid to fight the national champion?" Even as he spoke, Shirtai paused, stunned by his own words. No, others might be ordinary champions, but this was Lin Bufang. Sighing deeply, Shirtai said gently, "Gao Song, don't worry. It's no shame to lose to Lin Bufang. Just give it your all. Don't kneel down before the match even starts. That would truly embarrass us all." Below the stage, Lin Bufang stood beside Su Ran. Not initially, but somehow she'd found him amid the crowd. No one knew how she'd done it. Lin Bufang stared astonished. "How did you track me down like a bloodhound?" Without a word, Su Ran seized his trousers and yanked them downward. "Wrong, wrong, senior sister Su. I'm the dog, I'm the dog." Su Ran glanced up at the stage. Among the 10 selected, 5 were female, but her gaze fixed solely on one figure. "See that most handsome one? That's my elder sister." "I know. How could you possibly know? Isn't her name Su Lan?" At the entrance of the Dawnwood Sacred Temple, Lin Bufang had once glimpsed the rankings, where Su Lan's team had ranked second. Of course, they now stood third. The entire ranking had shifted downward by 1 place, thanks to Lin Bufang. And fate, with quiet irony, had matched Su Ran against her own elder sister Su Lan. "Can you beat your sister?" Su Ran smirked and raised her middle finger. "One move. That's all I need to floor her." "Still blowing hot air, I see. No worries. I'll buy you ice cream after you run 100 laps." All 20 participants ascended the stage. The podium automatically divided into 10 dueling arenas, 2 fighters per arena. "Begin." At Shirtai's command, the matches commenced. On stage, Lin Bufang and Gao Song faced each other across 10 meters of silence. Gao Song needed only one glance to know he was defeated. He could not muster even a trace of strength. At that moment, nearly 90% of all eyes were locked onto Lin Bufang. Why? He was the nation's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Freshmen knew he was extraordinary, yet no one dared predict the outcome. This random draw feels suspiciously targeted. Likely someone at Qingyun University wants to humble Lin Bufang's pride. Enter Qingyun University. You're a dragon. Then coil. A tiger. Then crouch. In the sophomore formation zone, many watched Lin Bufang with gleeful anticipation. Just the national champion. Big deal. I was national champion too. On my first day at Qingyun University, they flattened me so hard I couldn't rise for 2 days. Wait, did none of you watch the live national exam broadcast? Lin Bufang is different. He's absurdly strong. Sane people don't watch that stuff. I say Lin Bufang won't last 3 moves. I bet a year of sock washing, he won't survive too. I'll take that bet. Before long atop the stage, Gao Song, crushed beneath both Elder Shi Tai's authority and Lin Bufang's overwhelming presence, made a wise decision. He raised both hands high. The audience leaned forward breathless. It's beginning. Gao Song strikes first. Yet before every eye his right fist struck his left palm, and he cried out, "Grandfather, I yield." Gao Song defeated. Lin Bufang victorious. Shi Tai blinked stunned, then jolted violently as comprehension struck. The crowd below stood dumbfounded. Did I just hear that correctly? Gao Song, the elite student matched against this freshman, just called Lin Bufang what? Grandfather? Wait, Lin Bufang is only 18. Since when does he have a grandson? At that moment, freshmen and seniors alike stood frozen in utter disbelief. None had imagined the battle would end before it began, nor that Gao Song's terror would be so palpable, so utterly unfeigned. He truly feared Lin Bufang, and bowed to him respectfully as grandfather. This is beyond ridiculous. We're still figuring out how to fit in with our peers, and Lin Bufang has already mounted the elite students' heads and claimed grandchildren. Since Gao Song had surrendered publicly, Shi Tai could hardly object. He merely shook his head in resignation. He knew Gao Song stood no chance, not against Lin Bufang. Truth be told, even if he descended to level 1 and fought Lin Bufang, he'd demand Lin Bufang deactivate those chaotic, overwhelming abilities first. If you keep them active, I wouldn't stand a chance either. He'd hoped to observe Lin Bufang's combat discipline firsthand, only to be thwarted by Gao Song's abject surrender. The other matches are equally thrilling. Observe closely. For instance, our nation's second highest scorer student Su Ran. You may have missed the first place winner, but surely you won't miss the second. Students below nodded in agreement, finding the logic impeccable, and promptly turned their attention towards Su Ran. Su Ran stood quietly gazing at her elder sister Su Lan, her expression icy like a glacier untouched by spring for 10,000 years. Su Lan in turn seemed cast from the same mold, identical in cold composure. Yet these twin glaciers differed fundamentally, one delicate, almost fragile, the other so powerfully built that her biceps alone dwarfed Su Ran's head. As the two aloof goddesses locked eyes upon the stage, the crowd surged with fervent excitement, eager to witness their fierce, inevitable clash. But Su Ran's next words shattered expectations. "Elder sister, I truly don't want to run 100 laps. Please, I beg you, just yield." Stunned silence fell. "Wait, sister, you're kneeling immediately. At least show some technique." Lin Bufang was also observing the situation, covering her face, afraid that others would notice how familiar she was with herself. "The second in the nation has nothing to do with me, okay? I don't know her, her scores are all earned through her own efforts." However, Su Ran's sister Su Lan showed no mercy. "Sister, I truly beg you, just pretend I don't exist. If I lose, I have to run 1,000 laps. Come on, let's start the battle." "Very well." Su Ran seemed to have anticipated this, with her hands behind her back. "Then I, representing Su Shao, will expel you, this unfilial daughter from the Su family. I will no longer consider you as my sister. Secondly, you know, sister, I cannot possibly lose." Su Lan became serious, her palm gripping between her brows as a green long sword slowly took shape. "Oh, it seems I underestimated you." The next moment, Su Ran conceded. Su Ran defeat, Su Lan win. 3 question marks appeared above Su. The audience also had no fewer question marks than Su Lan. They heard Su Ran's arrogant laughter. "Did you see that? She's a high-grade excellent student, yet she didn't even touch the corner of my clothes. I ask you, who won?" "Ha ha ha, pathetic." Amidst the hearty laughter, Su Ran held her head high and walked off the stage. Those who didn't know would genuinely think she had won. Su Ran was still operating. She shouted to her classmates, "Win." There were indeed some onlookers who enjoyed the excitement. They joined in shouting, "Win. Win. 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 Wah wah wah." In contrast, Su Lan stood alone on the stage, disheveled by the wind. Lin Bufang remarked that Su Ran was truly impressive. With just a few words, she captured everyone's attention, and at that moment no one cared about winning or losing, because Su Ran had already won. On the stage, the stone platform was quite speechless. Goodness, he had gone through great pains to organize a freshman PK competition, only for the spotlight to be stolen by Su Ran, who had just conceded. However, he had no way to deal with Su Ran. He couldn't scold or hit her. After all, she was his disciple. Was it a good thing for a disciple to outshine him? It was a good thing, but it had to be due to strength, not just abstract play. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Bufang in the distance. In this world, perhaps only he could handle Su Ran. With the 2 heavyweight competitors off the stage, the remaining matches held no interest. There was no suspense. The other 8 freshmen were all easily defeated. The one who lasted the longest held out for less than 8 minutes. Such a scene left the freshman genuinely shocked. Why? Because the challenges for excellent students were all set at level 20. Excellent students were only at level 10. All attributes were balanced at level 20 and 10. It should be noted that a 1-level difference significantly reduces damage, not to mention a 10-level difference. If a person's attack power is 100 points, under normal circumstances an ordinary person could only exert an effect of 10 points of attack power, while an excellent student demonstrated an effect of 90 attack power, directly bridging the gap caused by the level difference, and the outstanding combat skills dealt a dimensional blow to the freshman. This made the freshman realize that improving personal physical fitness, enhancing combat levels, and strengthening willpower might be more important than merely increasing stats. Alright, the freshman ceremony is over. The Points Exchange Mall of Qingyun University will officially open at 8 p.m. This time we have switched to a new server, so even with more people there will be no lag as before. The meeting is dismissed. Following the teacher's guidance, the students began to head towards the dormitory. They originally felt quite anxious about the new environment and unfamiliar things, as well as the distinction between external and internal students. However, to their surprise, many upperclassmen, even excellent students, took the initiative to help them carry their luggage, enthusiastically introducing the school's environment and the locations of various areas. The freshmen were deeply touched. They didn't expect that there was no barrier between external and internal students, until they saw internal students pulling out agreements for them to sign. The content on the paper was simple. Internal students would provide guidance, and by signing they could not consult anyone else. Some, not understanding what it meant, signed it in confusion. This was actually a task that could be accepted from the points mall. Helping freshmen could earn points. Follow-up assistance and lock-in help would yield even more points. Of course, some would give freshmen a little financial help or a few pieces of equipment. Most, however, were quite not only that, but it was one thing to exploit for free. Some internal students locked in several hundred freshmen, making quite a profit. Of course, this amount of points could only be considered pocket money for Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang opened the Bade map, selected the location given by his master, and rode a shared bicycle leisurely, making his way to apartment No. 8 in District 26 of Qingyun University. Qingyun University was vast, about the size of a county town, and not just any county town, but one with relatively good economic development. Inside, besides students, there were staff, teachers, and various professionals from society. Of course, those who could enter here were all elites among elites. As he rode, Lin Bufang felt it was becoming increasingly difficult to pedal. Turning back, he realized that at some point Su Ran had sat on the back seat. Pedal harder, didn't you eat breakfast this morning? On a summer morning, the shade of the trees felt cool as the bicycle moved slowly forward. Su Ran's skirt fluttered gently in the wind. The sound of the wind filled her ears, and the tires rolled over the fallen leaves on the ground, making a rustling sound. The sunlight flickered through the tree shade, making Lin Bufang feel particularly comfortable and relaxed. Soon Lin Bufang arrived at the apartment where his master was located. Su Ran stretched her legs and stood up from the bicycle. She looked up and saw a huge bird's nest on a particularly large tree branch woven from 7 different colors of grass and wood. She immediately dashed over, stretching her legs as she climbed towards the top of the tree. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll dig out a bird's nest first. Lin Bufang arrived at room 102 and knocked on the door. The camera at the door flashed red a few times. With a click, the door opened automatically. At the same time, Lin Bufang received a message on his phone from his master Shan Chuan. Bufang, you go in and sit for a while. I'll be there in 1 minute. Lin Bufang entered his master's room and was shocked at first glance. The walls were decorated with skulls. The room was not very large, essentially a studio, with only the bathroom having a separate door. From the entrance, one could see the bed inside. Opposite the bed was a television. To the north of the bed was a table, a sofa against the wall, and a very common chair. In the corner there was a large refrigerator, and next to it was a stack of plastic chairs. The skulls hung beside the refrigerator, a total of 4. It appeared to be an ordinary human skeletal specimen, nothing special. Lin Bufang sat on the sofa. The kettle on the table was full, and he clicked to start boiling water. Soon the kettle seemed like it was about to explode. Suddenly a shadow appeared on the chair before him, which was none other than Lin Bufang's master Shan Chuan. A pale bony hand extended from his cloak, 5 fingers, 4 of which were stained with fresh blood. He wore a mini glove on his pinky and turned off the kettle, saying, "This contains moonlight. It cannot be heated too much, or it will melt. Of course, as long as it is heated, it will gradually disappear. Just drink it. It tastes best for you. I prefer it warm because I am already cold enough." Shan Chuan took out an unbranded can from the fridge and handed it to Lin Bufang. With a snap, Lin Bufang opened the can, and a faint white light emerged floating upwards like little crescent moons. He took a small sip, it was icy cold, and he immediately felt no warmth at all. It just had no taste. Shan Chuan poured himself a warm cup. This is just like boiled water. Water has no taste, but it is essential for the human body. Lin Bufang gulped down a bottle, feeling a refreshing chill. This is the first time I've seen such a novel thing. Wow, it's so cold. By the way, Lin Bufang pointed to the wall behind him. Master, what are those skeletons behind me for? Shan Chuan put down his cup and casually replied, those are what I rotate for use. Just like you need to change your clothes every day, I am a bit lazy. I usually wear them 3 times before washing. Sometimes if it rains and I can't dry them, I have to ask someone to dry them for me, because I dislike hot things. Lin Bufang was deeply shocked. Can it be played like this? All right, master, please assign me the next task. My sovereignty is thirsting for action. Don't you want a reward? I just felt a bit shy to say it, ha. Shan Chuan took out a metal box resembling a candy box. When Lin Bufang leaned in to look, he realized it was a box from a well-known throat lozenge brand. The box was nothing special. However, the contents inside were enough to buy out the company that produced those throat lozenges. When the box opened, a thread of pulsating lines emerged, and Shan Chuan pointed it towards Lin Bufang. The lines automatically floated towards him and began to spin around his wrist, transforming into an invisible imprint locked onto his joints, feeling slightly cool. Congratulations, you have obtained the Steer Talent Gunslinger Mark. Gunslinger Mark's rank increases the proficiency gain of gunslinger skills. When the skill level matches your level, it will level up with you with no consumption and no level restrictions. Lin Bufang's mouth slightly opened. Wait, did I just get in Steer Talent? Thank you, Master. Master, let me massage your shoulders. Master, let me pound your legs. Then Shan Chuan began to arrange the next tasks for Lin Bufang. Tasks are boring and will limit your potential. So this time there are no tasks. Wait until you reach level 30, then I will assign you tasks. There's no need to have so many tasks every day. Young man, youth only comes once. You should enjoy your university life. Level 30. Time Weasel give you a month. A month might be difficult for others, but for you it should be no. After all, you can withstand and well. Moreover, a month from now, there will be a rare opportunity that comes once in 100 years. You must go there. There are many good things, but of course you need to reach level 30. It will be quite dangerous. Many people will go, including your sister, that classmate named Ming Mei. You need to improve your strength. Of course, in the meantime, I might give you other arrangements to earn some different rewards. If not, don't worry, but by the way, the skill books you need can be found in the Qingyun University Library. Look up the information on the several sacred halls of Qingyun. You might find a pleasant surprise. If you're lucky, while leveling up you might just discover some skills. If you reach level 30, I will also reward you. As for what the reward is, a complete set of rare level 12 attribute appearances. The so-called attribute appearance is similar to the clothes Lin Bufang is wearing, but these clothes can provide special attributes. It's akin to skins in a game, but what the master gives not only looks cool, but also genuinely enhances attributes. Currently, Lin Bufang's level cannot access the attribute appearances in the point shop. You need to reach level 30 to unlock them. He checked the information. These things come in 3 levels: normal, advanced, and rare. Rare is the highest level. Each starts at 5 million points. How many points for 12 items? Not to mention it's quite difficult to gather a complete set. Lin Bufang stood up, legs together, back straight. Yes. Master, I promise to complete the task. Shan Chuan seemed to remember something. By the way, my mount laid an egg a few days ago. I'm planning to keep one for you to raise for fun. Lin Bufang's heart skipped a beat. Master, your pet's egg, it shouldn't be on that tree outside the apartment. Shan Chuan's candlelight in his cloak danced joyfully. Yes, you saw that bird's nest. Your eyesight is good. No, master, I didn't see it. Then who saw it? Su ran. Where is she now? Getting the bird's nest. Off. When Lin Bufang saw Su ran, she had already put 3 quail eggs into her pocket. Seeing Lin Bufang and Shan Chuan running over, she hopped on her bicycle and sped away. The two chased after her with Su ran running ahead. The eggs still need to return to the nest to be incubated by their mother. Shan Chuan's only worry was that Su Ran's vigorous exercise might have shaken the yolks. Whether they can successfully hatch is one matter. Even if they hatch, whether this mount has a good brain is. The reason Su Ran secretly followed Lin Bufang was that she didn't want to run those 100 laps, but in the end she couldn't escape. Her master Sure Tai caught her and personally supervised her running on the track. Running 5 or 6 laps was nothing for Su Ran's physical fitness. By the 10th lap, she was already sweating profusely. After the 20th lap, she could only rely on her willpower. Lin Bufang sat beside the track eating ice cream, and every time Su ran past him he would take a few licks of ice cream. After finishing 100 laps, Su Ran angrily snatched the ice cream from Lin Bufang's hand and swallowed it in one bite. Then she was taken away and sent to the hospital. This story teaches us a lesson. After vigorous exercise, one should not consume cold food or drinks. After lunch, Lin Bufang headed towards the library. He repaired all the equipment on him and didn't spend much. The durability was basically full. Balance, 5010889 gold coins. As Shan Xuan's disciple Lin Bufang, this student cannot be educated in a conventional way at the university. He must rely on his own initiative to learn. The library's permissions are divided into several types, such as ordinary students, honors students, teachers, elders, and so on. Lin Bufang's permission is the highest, but only limited to freshman content. He can't manage more than that. Normal students would choose their desired paths under the guidance of teachers, and then delve into knowledge related to their professions and interests. Lin Bufang does not need to follow a conventional route. His master has already arranged everything for him. Now his task is to level up to 30. To level up quickly, the Sacred Hall of Qingyun University is a must-visit place. There are several sacred halls available for leveling. Lin Bufang will not hold back. When he fights, he will definitely take on the highest difficulty hell level. The last experience in the Morning Glory Sanctuary provided him with valuable insight. Every sanctuary is an exceptionally unique existence, and those at the hell level come with strong mechanisms. If one cannot deeply understand these mechanisms, all that awaits the practitioner is forced withdrawal. However, this time, there is no punishment. Relatively speaking, there is no punishment. Why? Because sanctuaries below level 20 reset levels. For sanctuaries above level 20, all levels drop down to 20. Lin Bufang is currently at level 20, so even after the drop he remains at level 20, merely losing a bit of experience. Of course, Lin Bufang doesn't want to lose that bit of experience either. After researching for an entire afternoon, he finally arrived at the sanctuary hall in the evening. He also investigated the quick hatching methods for pet eggs. The method is quite simple. If your pet is of the beast race, you need to defeat beast-type monsters and place the pet egg in the first position of your backpack, allowing the pet egg to absorb the power of the beast race and hatch faster. Lin Bufang's Enlil egg is from the undead race, so he needs to defeat undead monsters. The undead race is relatively rare, usually only appearing on the eastern battlefield, where the level requirement is quite high, at least level 26. Let's go clear a wave in the sanctuary and see. The sanctuary hall is quite close to the training ground, resembling a large hotel. Lin Bufang had previously seen it from afar and truly thought it was a hotel. The hall on the first floor is quite crowded. As evening approaches 6 o'clock, it's the perfect time for most students to transition from theoretical learning to practical application. Many students schedule their dungeon cooldowns for this time, making it easier to team up with others. Currently, there are only 3 sanctuaries in the hall. In fact, having 3 sanctuaries surprised Lin Bufang. This thing can actually be accessed via teleportation without needing to traverse the map or engage in PvP with other practitioners. You can enter directly. Before him are 3 teleportation portals. The first is blue, corresponding to levels 10 to 20. This sanctuary also has the highest number of challengers, as currently 99 of the students have not reached level 20. The second is a portal with a white hue tinged with purple, requiring a minimum level of 20 and a maximum level of no more than 26. This is the sanctuary Lin Bufang must clear. Why? Because it can drop a good piece of equipment. According to records from top marksmen, this sanctuary, known as the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary, may drop a type of weapon for marksmen, the smoke bomb. This item has no other use, but it has one significant benefit: it can negate remote control effects. However, the lowest quality of smoke bombs is only epic, making them quite difficult to obtain. Lin Bufang is determined to exert all his effort. If he doesn't get the smoke bomb, he is already prepared to be stuck at level 25 for a while. In addition, as a level 20 sanctuary, it will also produce a new weapon for marksmen, the flamethrower. This weapon ranges from white to epic quality, and Lin Bufang definitely wants to get a good flamethrower. This weapon, if properly maintained, will be incredibly satisfying against dense groups of monsters. The third sanctuary is somewhat special. Its minimum entry level is 20, and the maximum entry level is 30. This golden portal has yet, compared to regular sanctuaries, the Guardian Sanctuary allows a maximum of 100 participants, and the experience rewards, material drop rates, and equipment drop rates inside are all extremely high. Of course, the difficulty is also quite terrifying. Generally, the Guardian Sanctuary opens once a week, and it requires purchasing a ticket with points. All 3 sanctuaries have corresponding unique artifacts and epics. Similar to high-value equipment like the God of War ring, the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary has several of them, including a magic-type God of War ring. This is just one of them. Additionally, the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary has a very low probability of dropping a rare-level staff. Yes, a rare-level piece of junk equipment, But this equipment has one effect: it can convert all of your attacks into light attribute attacks. It can sell for nearly 100 million. Whatever other sanctuaries can drop, the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary can basically drop as well. There are so many good items that Lin Bufang even researched for half a day. In short, the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary is a massive gold mine. Whether one can mine gold depends entirely on personal luck and effort. The level 20 sanctuary that Lin Bufang is about to clear, the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary, is one that all students must clear, as it contains 6 major profession skill books. Many professions are capped at level 25 to clear the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary as many times as possible. Regarding the skill book for the shotgun, there is Mirrored Shotgun. It doubles the base ammo count of the weapon, and each level of the skill also provides additional ammo. As for the Dispel Magic upgrade skill, there are several. In summary, the maximum cultivation achievable at level 25, to exaggerate a bit, can be obtained by at least 99 of players in the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary. By the way, I almost forgot about the points mall. Lin Bufang glanced at the time, with less than a minute left until the points mall opened. Surrounding students also paused their actions. The points mall is now open. Your current personal score balance, 1198045. Lin Bufang quickly opened the points mall and took a glance. He was immediately struck with awe. What is this? Items, privileges, and gift packs that can only be purchased with real money in the game. Isn't this just a pay-to-win mall? Selling equipment, selling attributes, selling mounts, selling pets, selling drop rates, selling cooldowns. Everything is for sale. Currently, his points mall is only open to level 20 for freshmen. The points mall is roughly divided into 3 categories: gift packs, equipment, and services. For example, this new student enrollment discount gift pack is worth 100 points and includes one-time access to level borrowing rights from the library, a full set of level 20 green gear, 10 life recovery potions, 10 mana recovery potions, and 1 resurrection coin. This is incredibly cost-effective, as mana recovery potions are considered rare items that can only be obtained in the points mall and are personally bound. Buying a single bottle costs 100 points. Now with 100 points you can directly buy 10 bottles. Resurrection coins are also extremely expensive, costing 1000 points each. This item allows for direct resurrection outside. Within the sanctuary, it not only resurrects you, but also gives you enough time to exit the sanctuary. Occasionally there are discounts that you need to seize. Now it's free. Points 100, remaining 1197945. Lin Bufang placed the blue potion at the forefront of his backpack for immediate use. The resurrection coin is of no use and will be stored in the warehouse to gather dust. The other gift packs are not particularly appealing. They are impressive but not needed at the moment. The service category is divided into 2 types: one for direct purchase, which grants corresponding permissions such as the permanent discount on blue potions worth 1 million points. After buying it, blue potions are directly half price. Lin Bufang naturally won't buy it, it's too expensive. There are also options like increasing the epic equipment drop rate for the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary at hell difficulty and reducing the cooldown time for the sanctuary. The cooldown time for the sanctuary can be reduced based on specified rankings, and so on. The second type is indirect services, where you can spend points to have other students serve you, including, but not limited to, laundry, cooking, being a target, studying together, playing together, psychological counseling, massage, etc. After looking around, Lin Bufang had a clear idea in his mind. He directly focused on the main attraction: equipment. The equipment exchange is quite simple and straightforward. In the points mall there is no junk equipment. The worst is still artifact level. Moreover, they are not ordinary artifacts. They are all on par with the God of War ring. The God of War ring is also available. The price isn't steep at 300 points each, and they are in limited supply. Oh, if you're slow you miss out. Of course, the God of War ring purchased from the points mall will be directly bound to the practitioner and can. Next up, there are epic level equipment. Ignoring the level 10 epic equipment, Lin Bufang directly looked at the 20 level epic equipment. The 20 level epics start at a value of 3000 points. Epic level equipment is also divided into different tiers. Generally, an epic only represents a higher grade. The actual effects may not necessarily surpass those of some artifacts merely looking impressive. Thus, Lin Bufang will not exchange for trashy epics. However, good epic equipment will also be more expensive. A necklace with 1 penetration. Lin Bufang's eyes grew increasingly bright as he gazed at the items. The epic equipment in the points shop wasn't entirely comprehensive, but it included many common items and even some unique epics. For instance, a necklace with 1 penetration is worth 500 points. A bracelet with 20 bullet capacity costs 550 points. The 5-piece set offers 3 penetration, with each piece valued at 600 points. Smoke bombs as weapons are even more expensive, priced at 1 million points each. Among them, the item Lin Bufang desires the most is the 5-piece set that doubles the bullet capacity, which is also terrifyingly priced at 1 million points each. There were other excellent pieces of equipment, and Lin Bufang was already dazzled by the choices. Their value was incredibly high. He felt that the points he had were simply insufficient. If the other students knew about Lin Bufang's thoughts, they would likely be taken aback. Being able to exchange for a single piece of ordinary epic equipment would allow them to boast for a lifetime. Moreover, ordinary students, even if they had 300 points, would prioritize exchanging for the warrior's ring instead of an epic item, if they have quick hands and can catch it. Lin Bufang took a look around and shook his head slightly. He didn't know what to exchange for at the moment. Epic equipment was great everywhere, but the repair costs were exorbitant. However, to fight against top-tier powerhouses, one must have a full set of epics, otherwise one would feel embarrassed to step outside. Lin Bufang repeatedly examined the epic necklace with 1 penetration. This was something he truly desired. However, if the 1 penetration was on a blue item, it would be a guaranteed win. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Until Lin Bufang discovered a rather expensive item in the gift package interface. It was called Attribute Extraction Scroll. Expensive items naturally have their reasons. Lin Bufang curiously opened it to take a look. This glance was crucial. He knew that no matter what he had to obtain this item. Attribute Extraction Scroll Epic transfers the attributes of epic equipment onto white or blue equipment. This effect cannot be reversed. Only one attribute can be transferred at a time, and there are no restrictions on the equipment part. After the transfer, the epic equipment can still be recycled. In simple terms, this item can transfer the 1 penetration from epic equipment onto other gear. Moreover, there are no part restrictions. This means that as long as he buys one of these items and another epic with 1 penetration, Lin Bufang's M1919 could gain an additional 1 penetration attribute. M1919 would soar. Of course, this item is ridiculously priced at 1 million points and is limited in quantity. Lin Bufang only glanced at it, and the gift package went from 10 to 2. He'll buy it and talk later. Gritting his teeth, Lin Bufang directly clicked to purchase. Points 100 remaining 197945 points. Attribute Extraction Scroll Epic has been credited. Just a light click and 1 million vanished. The necklace with 1 penetration was currently unaffordable. By the way, epic equipment can still be recycled. Epic equipment can be exchanged in the points shop for epic souls. For instance, a level 20 epic equipment generally requires 200 to 100 souls for exchange. Lin Bufang exchanged all the epic items in his backpack for souls. He had 10 pieces of epic equipment, one of which was level 20. Items like the Crimson Maru Blade and the Ripper were also not kept. He exchanged them all for epic souls. A level 10 epic can be exchanged for 10 epic souls. A level 20 epic can be exchanged for 50 epic souls. Therefore, Lin Bufang exchanged a total of 140 epic souls. The necklace with 1 penetration requires 5000 souls. For other students, this would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For Lin Bufang, it is still a long way to go. Of course, if luck is on his side, this necklace with 1 penetration might also drop directly. The points shop guarantees a minimum drop. Points 900 remaining 188945 points. He bought 90 bottles of blue potions, making it a total of 100 bottles. In addition, Lin Bufang also painfully spent 1800 points to exchange for Purification Potion, Physical Defense Reduction Spray, and Physical Damage Immunity Spray, 3 types of potions. The first potion can instantly break control, while the other 2 potions do exactly as their names suggest. All 3 potions are quite valuable and are limited in supply. In reality, Lin Bufang only needed 1 dose, but he bought 10 primarily to prepare for the ultimate boss of the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary. Yes, it is the 2nd stage boss. Once it reaches Hell Level 1, must understand the mechanics, otherwise it will be impossible to defeat it. Lin Bufang did not want to face the 2nd stage boss in the first round. However, just in case, he still needed to prepare in advance. If it weren't for the ranking to secure first place, he wouldn't consume such precious points on potions. Everything is solely because the ranking rewards are too outrageous. Points balance 8945. Lin Bufang looked towards the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary. As an internal sanctuary of Qingyun University, if one ranks high in the clearance, they can receive significant point rewards. From 100th to 49th place, a reward of 500 points is granted. From 49th to 11th place, the reward increases to 800 points. The top 10 places gradually rise in rewards. By the time one reaches 3rd place, the reward is 100 points. For 2nd place, it is 200 points. And for 1st place, the highest reward of 400 points. Point rewards can be claimed every month as long as one maintains their ranking. Indeed, it is not a one-time reward, it can be claimed every month. 400,000. This is equivalent to receiving a free recharge card every month. In a year that amounts to 4.8 million points. Lin Bufang calculated that if he could secure first place and only claim it once, he could directly exchange for the necklace with 1 penetration. Moreover, tomorrow is September 1st. This means that tomorrow he can claim another 400,000 points if he secures first place. Of course, the LV-15 sanctuary does not have ranking point rewards. Of course, the 3 major sanctuaries on the first floor also have unique drops. One item called the Strongest Luck of Qingyun University can only drop once a year. It can be directly exchanged for 500,000 points in the points shop. This allows for the direct exchange of a full set of the best level 20 epic gear. Of course, it can only drop once a year. Currently, it has not dropped yet. Even small monsters can drop it. Generally, the higher the difficulty, the higher the drop rate. Just as he was about to enter the sanctuary, Su ran over holding in 4 bag. Lin Bufang, how can you bear to enter the sanctuary alone? Take me with you. But you are only level 19, and I am fighting at level 20. Su Ran realized, alright, wait for me, I'm almost there with my experience points. Then Su Ran walked towards the LV-10 sanctuary with the 4 bag. She ran into her sister Su Lan on the way. Next to Su Lan were Shin Haier and 2 boys. Seeing Su Ran, Su Lan smiled and said, sister, hurry up and reach level 20. The 4 of us have been stuck at level 25 for a long time. Today we plan to unlock levels, and we can help you level up a few times along the way. Su Ran curled her lips disdainfully, saying, who is your sister? Our bond has been severed. I, Su Ran, need your help to level up. I have a father. On the other side, Lin Bufang was caught off guard and almost fell flat on the ground. In contrast, Su Lan had a frown on her forehead, and the expressions of the people around were equally grim. She looks quite good, but it's that mouth. Why is it so dirty? By saying she has a father, isn't she implying that we don't have one? Hearing the chatter around them, Lin Bufang and Shin Haier momentarily didn't react. Su Ran was talking about Lin Bufang, but to Su Lan and the others it sounded like pure insults. Seeing Lin Bufang, Shin Haier came over to greet. Let me introduce you, this is Su Lan, you should have met her. The other 2 are Qi Ming from the Qi family and Kai Hao from the Kai family. They are my regular team members in the lobby of Qingyun University, and their strength is reliable. Qi Ming and Kai Hao looked at how close Shin Haier and Lin Bufang were, their eyes filled with jealousy, wondering how a newcomer like Lin Bufang could garner such attention from Shin Haier. But they couldn't say anything. They believed their strength could prove everything. Qi Ming said, currently we are in first place. In the first round we should secure our ranking, and in the second round it will be easy to level up directly. Kai Hao added, I keep hearing that our first place will be taken away in a few months. I want to see if we can pull the time down by 10 seconds. Who can surpass us then? After saying that, the 4 of them prepared to enter the sacred hall. Before entering, Shin Haier pulled Lin Bufang aside, saying, I heard you cleared the hell level in the Dawn Sacred Hall, right? This Longming Sacred Hall is a level 20 hall, and its intensity and mechanisms are extremely challenging. Do not attempt the hell level. Thank you. Hearing the words, thank you, Shin Haier felt a twinge of disappointment. She clearly saw Lin Bufang interact warmly with Su Ran, but maintained a polite distance with her. The 4 of them entered the Longming Sacred Hall at the difficult level. Lin Bufang glanced at the clearance rankings of the Longming Sacred Hall. Longming Sacred Hall clearance rankings: first place, Shin Haier leading 4 people, difficult level clearance time, 59 minutes, 45 seconds. Second place, Muda leading 4 people, difficult level clearance time, 59 minutes, 46 seconds. Third place, Tian leading 4 people, nightmare level clearance time, 3 hours, 5 minutes, 23 seconds. It seems just average. The third place is indeed a skilled player clearing the nightmare level and securing third place, which is the difference between first and second place is not much. If Shin Haier can reduce the time by 10 seconds, it would truly be impossible to surpass for 99 of the students. But not for Lin Bufang. He only plays at the highest difficulty. His only goal is to secure first place. Once he achieves first place, the cooldown time for the Sacred Hall will drop from 24 hours to 1 hour. Moreover, he can earn 4,000 points every month. It's incredibly terrifying. Lin Bufang didn't know how many times Shin Haier's group had cleared, but he could imagine how wealthy they were. But after today, the first place will change hands. Lin Bufang chose the highest difficulty of the Hell level and entered the Longming Sacred Hall. The surrounding classmates initially did not notice anything unusual. It wasn't until they saw the number of challengers that they began to notice something was off. However, no one paid much attention. After all, some saw that Lin Bufang was at level 20. Even if he failed, he would still be at level 20. It would just be a waste of a challenge opportunity. Longming's Sacred Hall Hell level compared to other difficulties, the mechanisms and number of monsters in the Hell level will change. Having researched the information beforehand, Lin Bufang was full of confidence and had no fear at all. In front of him stood a massive palace with white bricks and black tiles. Upon entering the Sacred Hall, Lin Bufang found himself on the first floor of the palace. The Longming Sacred Hall is vastly different from the Dawn Sacred Hall. First of all, in terms of size, the Longming Sacred Hall is at least dozens of times larger than the Dawn Sacred Hall. Secondly, the Dawn Sacred Hall has 3 levels, while the Longming Sacred Hall has only 1 level going straight down. The boss is located in the main hall at the very center of the entire palace. To enter the main hall, one must circle half the palace. It requires entering the outer path and side halls, clearing 3 areas before reaching the main hall where the boss resides. Going left or right makes no difference. If one fights all the way through, they would have to clear 3 additional areas. This is the advantage of having researched beforehand, preventing them from being caught off guard. Standing at the entrance, he thought, men on the left, women on the right. Lin Bufang chose to start from the left, making a semicircle to enter the boss room. He planned to defeat it quickly without clearing the entire map, aiming for first place on the ranking. He purchased a new set of level 20 blue speed gear, which increased his movement speed to just over. The equipment itself doesn't have much property. The main advantage is that it provides actual speed to coordinate with Lin Bufang's high velocity. The specific difference is akin to wearing shoes versus going barefoot. Lin Bufang entered the outer entrance of the Longming Sacred Hall. A prompt appeared before him. Longming's Sacred Hall left outer, a blue barrier appeared behind him, sealing the entrance, meaning Lin Bufang could only kill all the monsters in the outer area before entering the next level. The outer space is vast, about the size of a football field. In front of him, there were numerous dragon-head humanoid creatures brandishing steel knives with blue sturdy scales and long tails. Roughly glancing at them, there were about 1,000. Named Blue Dragon Guard, Hell level LV 20 health, 10 million physical attack, 1/0 armor, 1/0 magic resistance, 1/0 skills, sword blocks, swift wind flow. Description: Hell level Blue Dragon Guards with significantly enhanced skill effects and immune to any control effects throughout. It was obvious that red light emanated from around the bodies of all Blue Dragon Guards, indicating a special buff that made them immune to any control. Their 2 skills are quite terrifying. The first is the sword block. As long as a Blue Dragon Guard raises its weapon, it can block most physical damage. Of course, there is a physical collision mechanism. If the output to their weapon is too high, it will damage their weapon and cause it to drop. Moreover, it will turn into a white gear that can be picked up. If the output is low and the frequency of damage caused to its weapon is too high, the drop may be LV 20 damaged guard sword white. If the output is relatively high, the drop may be LV 20 guard sword green or blue. If it is killed instantly, it may drop rare or even divine grade items. Thus, the price of the guard sword is very low, mainly used for wholesale to create other items. The second skill, Swift Flowing Wind, greatly enhances his movement speed, allowing him to dash right in front of you and deal a blow that demonstrates what it means to have health evaporate. After all, at level 20, an output of 1/0 paired with Hell level hidden bonuses can wipe out the health of backline characters in one strike. Souls can be cleaved as well. Moreover, there are over 1,000 Blue Dragon Guards waiting for you. However, there have been precedents for clearing the Hell level of the Imperial Guard Sanctuary. The method to break this formation is quite simple. Either have archers with area attacks who can shoot in an arc and strike the Blue Dragon Guards from above, breaking the sword blocking skill. Then just find a corner with 2 warriors holding shields to absorb damage. 1 archer and 1 healer just need to hang out there. After all, there is no time limit, so just grind away. The second method is to shoot at a high frequency, destroying the Blue Dragon Guard's weapons in advance. Additionally, there is a more classic operation. 3 people can find a way to climb onto the beams, rendering the Blue Dragon Guards unable to attack and can continuously deal damage. Of course, 1 warrior needs to be below to draw aggro. Otherwise, the Blue Dragon Guards will continuously heal, instantly restoring their health. Naturally, these are desperate measures. Without top-tier equipment and attributes, this is the only way. Each class has its own exceptional attributes. Lin Bufang dares to challenge alone precisely because he has the exceptional attribute of penetration too. His shooting speed reaches 6,000 rounds per minute. The so-called blocking is simply tailor-made for Lin Bufang, as he only needs to deal damage to stack attack power. With over 2 million famous blades, why bother climbing beams stealthily? 1 word: charge. Lin Bufang picked up the M1919, with the closest Blue Dragon Guard now less than 1 meter away. At this distance, the 6 barrels of the M1919 were pressed against its face. Then Lin Bufang pulled the trigger. The M1919 is inherently a semi-automatic weapon, now with durability reaching 1 Lin Bufang directly switched to full auto mode. Automatic reloading allows him to focus entirely. He fully immersed himself in the joy of shooting. Rat-a-tat. In an instant, the M1919's firing rate soared to 6,000 rounds per minute. What does 6,000 rounds mean? It translates to 100 bullets per second. And with those 100 bullets in 1 second combined with Lin Bufang's staggering attack power of 7 million upon hitting the first target, the eye penetrate effect allows it to pierce through to the next target. Damage does not diminish. Since the damage does not reduce after hitting the second target, the epic weapon attribute of M1919 Penetration 1 will directly penetrate it and continue shooting at the third target. 1 bullet counts as 3. 1 second equals 300 bullets. To be honest, when it comes to 300 bullets per second, Lin Bufang prefers Penetration 2, as it can penetrate the current target directly. Since the rotation speed remains unchanged, the effect of Penetration 2 equates to striking 3 targets continuously. Lin Bufang's own speed along with the bullet trajectory speed will significantly increase accuracy, thereby enhancing the actual effect of Penetration 2. Boom. The first Blue Dragon Guard was directly headshot, unable to activate any skills, needing only 2 bullets to be killed. Physical attack permanent 4-2 Famous Blade Destiny permanent 4 talent proficiency 1-2 kill Blue Dragon Guard. Hell level experience 50,000. After the Blue Dragon Guard died, dozens of carbon shards exploded from its body and flew into his backpack. Upon realizing Lin Bufang's terrifying attack, all the Blue Dragon Guards facing him raised their swords to block. As previously mentioned, to break the block there are 3 methods. 1 is to attack from the side, the second is high-frequency attacks, and the last one is actually high-output attacks. Lin Bufang possesses both high output and high frequency. Clang, clang, clang. The dense bullets formed a line. The first shot, carrying nearly 7 million physical attack, just grazed past the Blue Dragon Guard's long sword. The second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth shots came in succession. Physical attack permanent 4-4-4. Talent proficiency 1-1-1. In an instant, the giant sword shattered like glass into countless pieces, and a broken giant sword spun in the air a few times before turning into an equipment drop, landing on the ground. Damaged Blue Dragon Guard longsword. Its name is White, the most ordinary equipment. The longsword trembled slightly, as if being attracted by Lin Bufang, automatically flying into his backpack. Lin Bufang was momentarily stunned, freeing one hand to discard the shattered Blue Dragon Guard. You have discarded damaged Blue Dragon Guard longsword White. This equipment is non-bound. It may be picked up by others. Please be cautious. Lin Bufang ignored the prompt sound and turned off the automatic pickup. What a joke. Anything that could get into Lin Bufang's backpack must at least be rare grade, and this was still for sale on site. To have Lin Bufang retain it long term, it must be at least an epic grade item. Returning to the Blue Dragon Guard that had its sword knocked away, it immediately became empty-handed, enduring the 7 million damage with its flesh. In just 2 shots, its body was blasted apart, blue scales flying everywhere. Even so, the bullets that killed it did not disappear and continued towards the next target. Moreover, even the bullets that had been blocked by the Blue Dragon Guard previously did not disappear. Indeed, this defies the laws of physics, but Penetration 2 is so unreasonable. As long as the attack power reaches a certain threshold, it can penetrate 100. And do not forget, Lin Bufang's M1919 has now been upgraded to a Gatling gun firing 100 bullets per second. So what happens after 1 second? Another 100 rounds. Thus, in less than 3 seconds, the Blue Dragon Guards charging towards Lin Bufang were completely suppressed by the firepower. The blocking criticized by other classes appears utterly worthless in the face of overwhelming attack power, high-frequency shooting, and the exceptional Penetration 2. Soon the Blue Dragon Guards from both the left and right flanks charged in. Although Lin Bufang was cornered due to the square room, no matter how he cornered himself, the number of monsters he faced would still be considerable. Woo-woo. The Blue Dragon Guard in front was suppressed, while the surrounding Blue Dragon Guards all pounced in, raising their blades to slash. With a single slash, Lin Bufang, who had only a thin layer of health, still owed them quite a bit of health. However, he still couldn't repay it, as Lin Bufang owed too much damage. Ding. Triggered Famous Blade Destiny, immune to all damage for 1 second. Famous Blade Destiny, 1 Famous Blade Destiny 410. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the frequency of triggers activated by Si Ming peaked, occurring almost every second. However, the rate at which the Blue Dragon Guards were being reduced was even faster. Every second, over 10 Blue Dragon Guards were eliminated. Notifications of increased attack power filled the screen. The experience progress bar kept advancing. The frequency of the famed blade's activation was high, yet the growth rate was even more accelerated. In less than 3 minutes at the periphery of the Longming Sanctuary, the once densely packed blue dragon guards had dwindled to just a few scattered ones. Click, click. Lin Bufang's magazine was emptied and automatically replaced with a new one. Gold 500 balance, 4857 to 18 gold. Repair complete, M, 1919 durability restored to 1800. Bang bang bang. Aiming at the remaining blue dragon guards, Lin Bufang fired a burst, successfully eliminating all the peripheral blue dragon guards. He calculated that including this time, he had changed magazines a total of 4 times. 200 gold. This was the cost. So what was the profit? First was the experience points. 1266 blue dragon guards provided 6330 experience points. He was just 1 experience point away from leveling up, so he chose to level up directly. All of his skills except for the Dispel magic were raised to 20 stars. The Arcane Source also reached 20 stars, a crucial skill that increased the upper limit of his magic points. The required skill books were few, just using up the dozen or so he had obtained earlier. As for the Dispel magic, Lin Bufang faced 2 issues. He didn't have the skill books to upgrade it, and this skill consumed more mana with each upgrade. Its actual effect didn't improve much. Moreover, the proficiency required for Dispel magic wasn't high, so further upgrades wouldn't be too pressuring. Level LV 2163300001. 5 billion. Eat My Billion hit automatically upgraded to 21 stars. The next bullet counts as 21 rounds, consuming 42 mana points each. Arcane Source automatically upgraded to 21 stars, additional increase of 3600 magic points. Bullet Bloom automatically upgraded to 21 stars. The number of pellets for shotguns increased to 1020 with no consumption passive. With this, Lin Bufang could shoot 71 pellets. The equipment rewards from the first level were spectacular. The ground was covered with equipment, and the guard's long sword nearly obstructed Lin Bufang's view. Aside from the artifact level guard's long sword, Lin Bufang didn't even glance at the others. Over 200 artifact level long swords dropped. Though it looked abundant, it wasn't worth much, only a few thousand gold each. Lin Bufang filled up his remaining backpack space and decided not to pick them up. What looked exciting was merely a facade. He ignored the blue gear, which was under 1,000 gold each. The purple gear was worth a bit more, around 10,000 each, and the better ones could sell for a high price. No pink gear had dropped yet. A lot of carbon was dropped under 200, totaling 19752, guaranteeing at least 200 gold. The Longming Sanctuary produced 2 types of materials, which were slightly valuable, about 1 gold each. Several thousand of these dropped, so there was no need to calculate, merely a bonus. The real gains were from the proficiency in only attack, no defense, and physical attack. Talent increased by over 15000. Physical attack increased by over 6000. Only attack, no defense, 4 stars, 1091486500. Physical attack 7575955. Famed blade, C Ming, quantity 2665506. This method of grinding not only saves time, but also conserves bullets, making it highly cost-effective. Additionally, 3 skill books dropped, not for his class, but he could save them for upgrading other skills. After sorting through his gains, Lin Bufang stepped into the second door, entering the Yudao. Yudao is a narrow corridor exposed to the open air, surrounded by floating platforms. There are no railings around. Looking to the side below is a swirling sea of clouds. If one were to fall, they would die instantly. Without flight abilities, it would be very disadvantageous. Moreover, even with flight abilities, this is a dungeon, specifically a hell-level dungeon, where monsters have high health bars, leaving no room for bugs. One must be able to kill in one shot. There must be someone to draw aggro. In the first level of the hell-level Longming Sanctuary, many could pass by grinding health. The second level, however, is much more hardcore. Lin Bufang gazed at the monsters slowly approaching in the distance. There were quite a few, and they would continuously emerge from the front teleportation portal. The faster they are killed, the quicker they will respawn, but the overall number will remain balanced, otherwise the monsters would fall off and die. There are only 2 types of monsters. The first is similar to the blue dragon guards from the first level, but these dragons are dark brown, wielding a long, thin chain, with average defensive capabilities and 5 million health. However, their sustained output capability is very strong. They also have a control ability. They can throw out chains to bind targets, rendering them immobile. They are called Lock Dragon Guardians. The second type is the most annoying presence in this level, named the Anomalous Dragon Forbidden Soldier. They wield a shield boasting extremely high defense, equipped with several damage immunity buffs and passives, allowing them to block most frontal attacks. In such a narrow terrain, there is almost no possibility of backstabbing, under these circumstances non-archers cannot break through. Moreover, their shield is not solely for defense. The primary purpose is to push opponents. Yes, they have a skill that can directly push enemies off the Yudao. This control can be countered in two ways. The first is the standard method of breaking control. This method tests skills heavily as there are numerous anomalous dragon forbidden soldiers that will continuously push you. Unless one can achieve 24-hour immunity to control getting caught, once means praying to be able to fly. Even if one can fly, their teammates might still perish. Even without teammates being pushed off causes aggro to disappear, and the anomalous dragon forbidden soldier's health will recover to 100. The anomalous dragon forbidden soldier weighs 1.8 tons, as long as the target weighs less than 1.8 tons they cannot counter this control. Only warriors can achieve this weight. A rare level 20 shield is required, which has no other effects except for being heavy, weighing 2 tons. This shield can drop from the anomalous dragon forbidden soldier. Due to the shield's average defensive capabilities, this level also tests the warrior's other equipment and their cultivation of defensive capabilities. Lin Bufang dared to stand here alone, firstly, because he had flight abilities allowing him to easily return if he fell. His life was secured. Secondly, his flight is due to his gravity instinct. However, gravity instinct is not just about reducing weight, it can also increase weight. Lin Bufang donned his helmet, completely obscuring his vision. Everything around him vanished while the box in front became increasingly clear. The large one is the forbidden dragon of the other world. The smaller one is the locked dragon guardian. Lin Bufang took a brief, deep breath, feeling his heart rate rapidly decrease, followed by the release of his gravitational instincts. His weight began to increase in the opposite direction. 500 gene. 1,000 gene. 2 tons. 20 tons. Ultimately, this value settled at 150 tons. What does 150 tons mean? It's equivalent to 37 adult elephants. It's about the weight of a heavy main battle tank, and it even exceeds that. As for the higher output forbidden dragon of the other world, it naturally became Lin Bufang's primary target for elimination. Its control effect was basically ineffective against Lin Bufang. This is because this type of control only prevents Lin Bufang from moving, but it cannot stop his continuous output. However, being chained would cause him to suffer continuous damage, risking his prized sword. This is quite troublesome. In clearing the map alone. Is it amusing for you, a locked dragon guardian and a forbidden dragon of the other world, to sweetly duo together? Is it enjoyable for a locked dragon guardian to hide behind a forbidden dragon of the other world while continuously dealing damage? Lin Bufang lifted his M1919 and pulled the bolt. Click. The trigger was pulled. He aimed directly at the locked dragon guardian in the back row. Vroom vroom vroom. The 6 barrels of the M1919 slowly began to rotate. Then its speed rapidly increased to the limit, with the firing rate soaring from slow to a maximum of 6,000 rounds per minute. Tat tat tat. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, targeting the forbidden dragon of the other world. The forbidden dragon hurriedly raised its shield, preparing to block all attacks aimed ahead, providing an opportunity for the locked dragon guardian in the back row. However, the bullets miraculously passed through the shield, treating the forbidden dragon of the other world as if it were air. With a soft thud, the first bullet penetrated the smooth head of the locked dragon guardian. With a bang, the head of the locked dragon guardian burst open like a watermelon. Light blue juice splattered everywhere. Behind this already instantaneously killed locked dragon guardian, another one secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that it was not itself that was slain. It prepared to change positions in the next moment. However, it seemed to discover a still spinning orange-yellow bullet amidst the splattered juice of the exploded watermelon. Its trajectory never ceased, its kinetic energy, undiminished blood continuously dripping upon the bullet's head, evaporating into blue mist due to the high-speed kinetic energy and heat. At the sight of the bullet, this locked dragon guardian's head burst open just like the previous one. Similarly, further back, another locked dragon guardian could not escape its fate. Although it was slightly taller when the bullet passed through its chest, it still caused over 5 million damage. This is because Lin Bufang's attack power had already surpassed 7 million. There was no need to hit a critical point, it could still kill in one shot. However, this was just one bullet. There were still hundreds of bullets eagerly waiting. Further back, the Gatling gun roared, its muzzle flames never ceasing. Due to the narrow path of the monster, they were continuously being teleported, which required time. In just a few seconds, all the locked dragon guardians on the path were eliminated. The back row was completely wiped out. Only a dozen forbidden dragons of the other world remained in the front, holding shields, their expressions somewhat dazed. Where's my output? Lin Bufang also turned his gun around, aiming at the forbidden dragons of the other world to deal damage. Tat tat tat. The bullets hit the shield directly penetrating it, striking the body of the forbidden dragon of the other world, passing through its body, and then continued to advance towards the back forbidden dragon, penetrating twice before finally stopping. The defense of the forbidden dragon of the other world is quite high, and it possesses buffs that reduce damage and enhance defense. Since it was prepared in advance, Lin Bufang had no need to worry. The defense of the forbidden dragon of the other world was just mediocre. A single bullet still caused over 1,000 damage. 100 bullets in 1 second equals 1 million damage. Taking down a forbidden dragon of the other world would only take about 10 seconds. Moreover, Lin Bufang's bullets had a penetration effect of 2, which even the super strong defense of the forbidden dragon could not stop. His output was too high. After all, under normal circumstances, one would need to use dispel magic or other debuff effects to remove the effects on the forbidden dragon and reduce its defense and damage immunity, thus creating an extremely high output. Lin Bufang was different. He just went for it. He hammered down hard. Because his attack power had reached 7 million. Even if the forbidden dragon of the other world stacked all its buffs, it could not withstand it. It simply could not block it. Therefore, Lin Bufang also realized one thing: as long as the output is high enough, I don't care what defenses you have. I can kill you. Of course, the main issue is that dispel magic consumes too much mana. This forbidden dragon of the other world is at level 22, and dispelling it has a chance of failing. Dispel one monster is fine, but a bunch makes it very hard to hold. I can't waste blue potions on such low-level monsters. If the forbidden dragon of the other world heard Lin Bufang's thoughts, it would probably die of anger on the spot, as it was a hell-level battle power tester. Countless adventurers are stuck at the second level. By the time it got to Lin Bufang, it was purely about of course, facing the cleared back row. The forbidden dragons of the other world were extremely furious, and their movement speed visibly increased. Even the forbidden dragon of the other world at the front gave up, raising its shield, and directly charged towards Lin Bufang. Giving up the shield meant that the damage it would take would increase exponentially. Previously, it was 1,000 points. Now it would be over 1,000. However, the forbidden dragon of the other world recklessly charged over, fixated on the hail of bullets, knowing that as long as it reached Lin Bufang's side, it could forcefully push the shield and shove Lin Bufang into the abyss below. Let him swim through the clouds. The first forbidden dragon of the other world pressed right in front of Lin Bufang instantly, using its arm to brace against the shield, crashing into Lin Bufang. Boom. The powerful impact caused the 1.8-ton body of the forbidden dragon of the other world to tremor slightly. However, Lin Bufang, who was nearly a meter shorter than it, remained completely unmoved. The gun barrel did not stop firing. The forbidden dragons thought it was a matter of insufficient strength, so 7 or 8 of them pushed against Lin Bufang together. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Bufang stubbornly endured the impact and remained completely still. In fact, he did not even suffer much damage. This skill of the forbidden dragon of the other world had basically no damage. It only forcibly pushes the target. Moreover, the main issue is that Lin Bufang's weight is too great. 150 tons facing less than 2 tons of impact force truly makes it difficult to generate any significant internal impact. The forbidden dragons of the other world continued to push. Lin Bufang remained unmoved. The main problem is that the forbidden dragons had no attack skills. They could only defend and push. Due to the increasing number of forbidden dragons around, Lin Bufang primarily focused on the locked dragon guardians emerging in the distance, timely clearing the backline units. This led to a rather comedic situation. One of the forbidden dragons accidentally pushed its ally off the cliff. Lin Bufang, come on buddy, don't think about it too much. Is it really worth it to commit suicide just because you can't beat me? Lin Bufang felt heartbroken about this. Each forbidden dragon of the other world is a valuable opportunity to grind for talent, proficiency, and physical attack. You must die at my hands. Lin Bufang changed his tactic. Previously, he had been killing any Suolong guard the moment it appeared from afar. That approach wasted a few bullets, but Lin Bufang did not care. Those foes were worthless. Now he let the Suolong guards arrange themselves into formation at least 3 ranks deep before opening fire. His remaining attention stayed firmly fixed on the Ilong Jinbing. He first eliminated a portion of the Ilong Jinbing to prevent them from sacrificing themselves. Physical attack permanently 4,100. Talent proficiency permanently 1,100. The 2 crucial attributes were skyrocketing. There was no bottleneck at all. Once the distant Suolong guards formed 3 rows, Lin Bufang flipped his Gatling to light speed, aimed at the distant block, and unleashed a torrent of fire. Level LV 2112. 66,150,000. Efficiency increased dramatically. His fingers no longer ached. Lin Bufang recalled long ago when he clutched an M1919 against a tide of goblins and later faced the Killer Wolf Guild. Most of the time, he had only dared to fire single shots. He had never fought so lavishly. With the trigger held down, 3 minutes cost only 500 gold. The actual damage dealt was far beyond what these monsters could withstand. Because Lin Bufang killed so quickly, the teleportation rate of both monster types accelerated. As the run progressed, their teleporting grew ever faster. In the final minute of the 5-minute span, the approach had already been choked. The portal showed no movement. This was clearly the last wave. Lin Bufang hoisted the Gatling and swept the rear ranks. The number of Soalone guards diminished visibly by the eye, through vast empty spaces were no longer replenished by new monsters. Like a moving combine harvester. Like a force that levels everything in its path. At 5 minutes 15 seconds, with the final Soalone guard felled by a headshot, the enemy rear echelon was wiped out. In the 6th minute, while killing a Elong Jinbing, Lin Bufang unexpectedly looted a rare piece of equipment. It was a shield. At first he paid it no mind. Rare gear was not that expensive. When he read the item's name, a faint smile of surprise crossed his face. LV-20 Iduan Shield, Purple Warrior Class. Value 500,000 gold. Of course this could not be compared to the Wushan Ring, nor did it need to be. The Wushan Ring was something you might stumble upon, but could not seek out. The theoretical drop rate for this shield was higher than that of the Wushan Ring. Its price rose because of demand, hoarding by merchants, or other uses. At the 8th minute after the last, Elong Jinbing weakly lowered its shield and bled out its final drop of blood. The second stage was cleared. In total, this run killed 1582 Soalone guards and 568 Elong Jinbing. Monster counts were not fixed. Sometimes they were a little more, sometimes a little less, but generally they fluctuated within a range. Whether you get good loot really comes down to luck. Perhaps one extra monster will carry an artifact, a skill book, or the kind of prize worth 5 million points, and the envy of Qingyan University. Of course, epic grade gear would not drop here. Only hell level second stage runs or other channels could yield epic equipment. The rewards from the second stage were enormous. Experience increased by 110 million. Each monster in the second stage granted 500 experience. 50,000 experience apiece. After only 2 stages, his level climbed by 1 rank. Astonishingly fast. Level LV 22, 31. 15,230,000. Freedom points 740. Lin Bufang immediately went Allen with his freedom points, doubling down. Speed increased by 740 points. Speed 5438. As for equipment, there were still no pink tier pieces, but he had secured a rare Iduan shield. 5 million gold guaranteed. Other gear and materials paled in comparison. Lin Bufang discarded several artifact guard captain longswords and picked up a few well-preserved rare items. Carbon fragments dropped nearly 400 units, which converted to over 400 gold. The Longming Sanctuary's hell-level minimum guarantees were quite generous. After only 2 stages, excluding the Iduan shield, he had secured a 600 gold floor. Skill books dropped for this run, adding to the 3 he had before, making 7 in total. Too many skill books took up space, but they could not be ignored. Lin Bufang planned to spend some points to install a permanent storage in his dormitory for idle gear and items. That storage could not be moved, but he need not worry about it being looted, unless Qingyan University were physically razed. If Qingyan University were wiped out, honestly, Daxiao would have nowhere left to stand. Naturally, the greatest gains from the second stage were talent proficiency, physical attack, and famed blades. Talent proficiency rose by over 2,000. Physical attack increased by 8,000. Offense only, no defense 4-star, 1301,638, 5,000. Physical attack 8416,563. Number of Mingdao Siming blades 2667850. In the second stage, Lin Bufang truly pushed to the extreme. Only during the final wave, when monsters teleported frantically, and he was hooked by a Soalone guard, did he lose 76 Mingdao blades. At all other times, not a single named blade dropped. Beyond that, Lin Bufang finally glimpsed the outline of a flamethrower, a white flamethrower. LV-20 Tactical Flamethrower, White Gunner Class. Rate of fire, not calculated. Our release speed relatively slow. All damage converts to fire attribute and inflicts burn. Area attack, actual output is reduced. Attack 12582458. Durability 260,260. The flamethrower belonged to a rather special category. Its rate of fire approached the physical limit of flame. Its density obvious at a glance. Most impressive was that it added fire attribute attack throughout. Of course, its damage was not that high, more like a scratch. After all, a rare Longming staff with light attribute attack could sell for 100 million. Flamethrowers were street-price items. Even the most ordinary white ones carried fire attribute damage. Want output, want cheap, want attribute damage. Gunners had never been favored by heaven. Still, everything had a limit. Lin Bufang's physical attack was already enormous. The flamethrower's damage was low now, but that might not be the case later. One more stage, and it's the boss. The next stage was the real show. Stage 3 featured an ultimate stitched monstrosity that wielded weapons and skills from 6 professions. It was an elite creature, even showier than a boss. It could use a shotgun and could drop a crucial skill. Skills that increase pellet count. Skills that boost machine guns. Skills that enhance flamethrowers. Several excellent abilities, but with very low drop rates. Because this sanctuary had been tuned and trained. 6 main professions, hundreds of weapons, thousands of schools. Every kind of skill existed here. Skill books themselves had low drop rates. Finding the one you needed was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the place could drop a mass dispel magic. After learning it, the dispel advances. With higher proficiency, it can dispel an increasing number of targets. It was an extremely crucial skill. Many students did not care whether their class skill dropped, but mass dispel was a must-have to grind for. If you could not farm it yourself, you'd have to rely on others. Just the thought of that was unbearable. Lin Bufang fired a shot behind him. His body did not so much as twitch. Forgot to turn it off. He disabled his gravity instinct, adjusting it to about 100 grams in reverse. The gravity instinct itself was gradually improving through frequent operations. Although the rate of improvement was slow, the accumulation would lead to a qualitative change. Gravity instinct level 0 is stage 0. 21. It officially entered stage 0. 2. And the sensation was significantly enhanced. Its effect on increasing weight was most pronounced, but reducing weight had minimal effect. Clearly, making an object lighter was an extremely challenging task. Lin Bufang held the Barrett M99 with both hands, resting the stock against his shoulder, turned around, and fired a shot. Boom. His speed instantly surpassed the speed of sound. In less than 2 seconds, he covered a distance of 700 meters and reached the entrance of the 3rd checkpoint. The 3rd stage was the side hall. Dragon's Roar Sanctuary Hell Level Side Hall. Stepping on the blue bricks, Lin Bufang passed through the intricately arranged wooden partitions, gazing at the symmetrically beautiful red columns and carved beams in the distance. As his gaze lowered, in the middle of the 2 red columns stood a dragon man with 3 heads and 6 arms, clad in golden armor. Its physique was similar to an average person, perhaps slightly taller, around 1.78 meters. The 3 heads appeared obviously deformed, as seemingly only one could move, while the other 2 resembled tumors adorned to look like real heads. The 6 arms were genuine. Moreover, they were exceedingly exaggerated. The first hand held a great saber. The second hand held a staff. The third hand held a dagger. The fourth hand held a spellbook. The fifth hand held a large bow. The sixth hand held a shotgun. This was just what was visible. Behind it, there was a massive weapon rack filled with various weapons. All 6 major classes were represented. Nearly 100 different types of weapons were available. This is truly abnormal. Lin Bufang provided an honest assessment. He first glanced at the panel, cross-referencing the information to see if there were any omissions. Name: Wan Dao Long Hell Level. Level LV24. Health 1 billion. Physical attack 500,000. Armor 1 million. Magic resistance 1 million. Skills multiple, with the ultimate move being all paths return to 1. Description: the physical and magical attacks of Wan Dao Long can convert into each other. The Hell Level Wan Dao Long has enhanced physical coordination with almost no gaps in skill release, able to easily see through the enemy's weaknesses, prioritizing attacks on rear units. As a gatekeeper, Wan Dao Long is absolutely competent. This is a checkpoint that all students entering Qingyun University must face. It is the stern father figure for all practitioners. For each of the 6 major classes and every type of weapon, its mastery reached the highest level. Battling it could even enhance one's understanding and proficiency with relevant weapons. This elite monster adopts different attacking methods based on the enemies it faces. When its health is high, it will use the same weapon as you in a state of absolute confidence. When its health is low, it will utilize all means at its disposal, taking advantages and acting recklessly. Thus, battling this dungeon is no longer solely about looting equipment or skill books. Being able to fight Wan Dao Long is the best reward. Lin Bufang did not switch his sovereignty and prepared to press from a distance, gradually closing in on it. Wan Dao Long's damage reduction defenses are extremely high, and most importantly, it possesses intelligence, which is fully demonstrated on the battlefield. If you display unparalleled strength, it will fight you with all its might. Lin Bufang must find an entry point to first lower Wan Dao Long's guard, then approach and strike decisively. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle of the M1919 spat fire bullets raining down on Wan Daolong. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Wan Daolong's mouth as it rolled a few times, evading all the bullets. Then it retrieved a similar type of Gatling gun from the weapon rack behind it. It faced Lin Bufang Heaton. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Two chains of bullets interwove. When Wan Daolong was in an attacking state, its frequency of dodging bullets decreased. Meanwhile, Lin Bufang constantly adjusted the trajectory, attempting to analyze Wan Daolong's next landing point. The hit rate also significantly increased. What truly surprised Lin Bufang was Wan Daolong's terrifying accuracy. Currently, the hit rate was 100. It was as if it had a third eye, accurately predicting Lin Bufang's next movement every time. In reality, Lin Bufang's movements at first were conventional, learned from school. Once he realized he couldn't dodge, he began to employ a spiral movement. How could he say it? Lin Bufang did not even know where his next position would be. However, Wan Daolong astonishingly predicted it with 100 accuracy. This was truly terrifying. It was also incredibly impressive. Lin Bufang developed a strong interest in Wan Daolong. This predictive movement method was definitely not something any external force or skill could achieve. It was a personal ability of Wan Daolong itself. This was systematic. If there was a system, it meant it could be learned. However, Lin Bufang currently had no time. 12 minutes had passed since entering the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary. He must secure first place in the first round to earn 4,000 points. If he could claim another reward tomorrow, that would be 8,000 points. If he could coordinate with other activities, perhaps he could earn 1 million points in a short time. Securing the epic smoke bomb would allow him to engage the boss of the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary without needing to consume points for potions. The smoke bomb can negate the boss's control. Of course, he still felt that spending 1 million points to buy a level 20 epic weapon was too much of a loss. If he could obtain it himself, that would save him 1 million. Moreover, as the extraction scroll for attributes was limited, Lin Bufang could only prioritize purchasing the extraction scroll. Step by step, the smoke bomb must be prioritized to earn more points. Lin Bufang was now very close to Wan Daolong. But it was still not close enough. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Click. Lin Bufang instantly switched sovereignty, wearing the God of War ring on his middle finger. He then activated the gravity instinct, and his body weight instantly dropped to over 100 grams. He cast Dispel Magic as if it were free, aiming at Wan Daolong. Dispel successful. Dispel failed. Dispel failed. Dispel successful. Dispel successful. Dispel successful. The target has no beneficial buffs left to dispel. Seeing this prompt, Lin Bufang concentrated all his attention on his right index finger and left hand. The index finger pulled the trigger at a high frequency. The left hand manually loaded bullets at light speed. Boom, boom, boom. Each shot contained 71 pellets. In 1 second, Lin Bufang could achieve a limit frequency of about 54 shots. Calculating that amounts to 3,195 pellets. In fact, if all these pellets hit Wan Daolong, it would not take a round before it would be instantaneously killed. But what kind of existence is Wan Daolong? It is not only a combat power quality inspector, but also a quality inspector for operation and reaction abilities. Its body twitched violently, constantly adopting various postures to evade the pellets. However, everything has its limits. 71 pellets formed a canopy-like coverage attack, making it impossible to dodge all of them. Due to the close distance, the number of bullets that Wan Daolong had to endure was also on the rise. In an instant, Wan Daolong's health bar had evaporated by 59. It immediately rolled away in an attempt to create distance from Lin Bufang. But how could Lin Bufang give it that opportunity? He chased after it and unleashed a barrage, directly beating the old master to death. Killed. Hell level Wan Daolong experienced 70 mil. Level LV 22 1. 0 billion 2. 3 billion. Lin Bufang felt extremely comfortable. The experience points given were too generous. To be honest, if he farmed the entire map, he would already be level 23. He looked forward to the shattered red corpse of Wan Daolong. With a swipe, 5,000 carbon pieces clattered to the ground. 5,000 gold coins in hand. With 3 levels, the minimum guarantee surprisingly reached an astonishing 1 million gold coins. The drop rate at hell level is just too profitable. Better than farming the warrior's ring. With a swipe, a purple light flashed, indicating that like the LV-20 elite monster, it wouldn't drop anything below purple gear. If it dropped, it would definitely be above purple. With a swipe, 5 golden lights lit up, representing 5 skill books. Lin Bufang took a glance. They were all for other professions. No pink gear dropped. That is the normal drop rate, and even hell level can't escape it. The drop rate for skill books is quite high, but it's relatively difficult to get suitable skill books. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people stuck at level 25 without leveling up. Wandao Long, according to many reports, switches to the same weapon and skills as its opponent when facing them, which leads to a decrease in the drop rate of skill books for participants. As for whether this is the reason Lin Bufang still needs to farm a few more times. He was finally about to enter the boss room. Glancing at the time, it took 15 minutes for 3 levels. The first place used 59 minutes and 45 seconds. Lin Bufang was fighting at hell level. This time his skills were also up to par, and he didn't use as many famous swords as during the Dawn Sanctuary. Therefore, even if he exceeded the time limit a bit, he would likely still be in the top 3. To be safe, he should aim for around an hour to defeat the boss and end the battle. As he finally stepped into the boss room, Lin Bufang felt a bit nervous. After all, he had previously experienced the lessons from the Dawn Sanctuary, and he was still a bit tense about challenging the unfamiliar hell-level sanctuary. After all, it was his first time. Of course, there was nothing to worry about. Lin Bufang made full preparations. He had sold a warrior's ring in advance. He sold it for 160 million gold coins. The goal was to allow the main power to unleash its full potential. Balance 164258006 gold coins. The previous accumulation undoubtedly maximized Lin Bufang's margin for error. The boss room was large with a golden dome, red walls, and white jade steps resembling a royal hall at first glance. On the throne sat the final boss of the Dragon Roar Sanctuary, Dragon Emperor. The throne was not like those in human society, it was enormous. If a person sat on it, they could even do a few backflips on the throne. Reclining, it could fit over 10 people. Thus, the Dragon Emperor's physique was incredibly massive, with shoulders measuring 5 to 6 meters wide and a height close to 20 meters. Looking up at it from below, accompanied by the solemn hall around it, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Lin Bufang first looked at the panel, cross-referencing it with the information in his mind. Name: Dragon Emperor Boss, Hell level LV 25 health, 8 billion physical attack, 8 magical attack, 0 armor, 5 million magic resistance, 5 million skills, Imperial Dominance. Kneel before me, don't bully, you. Highest priority: Dragon Fist, Explosion, Dragon Blood boiling. Dragon Emperor form description: the Dragon Emperor comes with multiple defenses and damage immunity, can forcibly control group targets, and the Hell level Dragon Emperor has strong mechanics, significantly enhancing its overall attributes. Its attributes are quite terrifying, not just visually terrifying. Lin Bufang couldn't help but recall the drop information for this boss. Drops: Carbon Dragon Roar Staff, rare universal artifact equipment for all professions, universal skill books, and group dispel spells, which can also drop from it. There was also a top-tier artifact called the Mage's Ring, comparable to the Warrior's Ring. Of course, for Lin Bufang, it could also drop a physical profession artifact, the Dragon Roar Bracelet, which is somewhat different from the Warrior's Ring, but has an effect no less than that of the Warrior's Ring. In value, it's similar to the Warrior's Ring, but with one difference: this item must be paired with the Warrior's Ring to achieve maximum effect, so having just this one is of little use. There was also a decent artifact, Flamethrower, even an epic-level flamethrower. Artifacts and epics like machine guns and shotguns were also plentiful. In summary, this creature has too many valuable drops. Of course, under normal circumstances, it is difficult to obtain such drops. The drop rate is even lower than that of the Warrior's Ring. Because there is only one Warrior's Ring, while this item not only has a lower drop rate, but also has several types, significantly diluting the probability. Moreover, whether an artifact can be guaranteed to drop in the second phase is still uncertain. As of now, no one has cleared the Hell level second phase. It's too difficult. To be honest, many LV10 sanctuaries and LV20 sanctuaries across the country have had people clear the second phase. However, this Dragon Roar Sanctuary has too high a drop rate, and the types of items it drops are too numerous. Correspondingly, the difficulty is extremely high. This is the top sanctuary carefully selected by Qingyun University. It is also the best sanctuary that countless practitioners aspire to at LV25. There is no question about that. It is complex. It is magnificent. It covers a wide range. It truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier sanctuary, cultivated to 99 of its limit. As for the mechanics of the Dragon Emperor, Lin Bufang had checked the information in advance. This requires level permission or higher. Lin Bufang's permissions were fully unlocked, allowing him to easily view them. This is the power of the master. The mechanics of the Dragon Emperor are simple yet complex. In reality, it has 2 mechanics. However, the main one is the second, which is essentially a direct counterpart to the mechanism of the Dawn Sanctuary's Arundo. Simply put, it has a skill called Don't Bully You. After this skill is activated, if there is a 4-person team, you will gain 4 additional teammates to assist you in battle. Is this a good thing? It is not. These 4 teammates have panels similar to yours. However, they are not very smart. If one of them dies, the boss will immediately enter a rage mode, throwing various skills around, and it will recover 100 of its health every second. This state lasts permanently. For someone like Lin Bufang who is alone, he will gain 7 teammates. If one of the 7 teammates dies, the boss cannot be defeated. The only option is to choose to exit. When Lin Bufang first saw this mechanism, he truly felt he was too wise. If he had rushed in directly, he would have been doomed. No one can rely on guesswork to determine the boss's mechanics. This is the effort of previous practice. Unlike the Dawn Sanctuary, where the overall strength is relatively low LV10 to LV20 and is at an awkward level with few strong players. Therefore, there is basically no information available. Lin Bufang can be considered a pioneer of the Dawn Sanctuary, providing a clear path for future practitioners. Thus, the mechanics of the Dragon Emperor are not a problem. Lin Bufang has a famous sword. He can easily attach it to the 7 teammates. It can be said to be a simple resolution. Control. This is also the reason why Lin Bufang spent 180 points to purchase those purification potions. It is all for the purpose of control. This boss control has some peculiarities. One could even say it is quite abnormal. It is not something a normal person would handle. Even the top-tier professionals would tremble at the sight of the Dragon Emperor's legs. Lin Bufang was already prepared. Blue potions, purification potions, defense reduction, and damage reduction potions were all ready. His thoughts only drifted for a moment. After entering the boss room, the gravity on his body instinctively remained just over 100 grams, allowing him to rush toward the boss at the fastest speed. Boom. The Barrett M99 fired a shot behind him, and the powerful recoil was all converted into propulsion after Lin Bufang retracted the Barrett, causing his speed to exceed the speed of sound in an instant. At such a short distance, this speed was even faster than a bullet. Before the sound reached the ears of the boss, the Dragon Emperor Lin Bufang had already entered the area of effect for casting Dispel Magic. All Dispel Magic was cast out. Dispel failed, Dispel successful, Dispel failed. He consecutively drank 10 bottles of blue potions. Dispel failed, Dispel failed, Dispel successful, no dispellable magic effects currently on him. In fact, before Lin Bufang could dispel the magic thoroughly, the Dragon Emperor had already activated the skill, Not Bullying You. 7 teammates appeared around Lin Bufang. Among them were 2 warriors, 4 damage dealers, and a healer. The moment the teammates appeared, they were automatically bound by Lin Bufang's famous sword, placing them in an absolute state of immortality. Due to the time wasted on dispelling magic, Lin Bufang did not actively attack. He did not throw the defense reduction and damage reduction potions at the Dragon Emperor. Since the effect duration of these 2 potions was short, such top-tier potions could cause significant defense reduction and damage reduction against the hell-level Dragon Emperor and were extremely expensive, so they could not be used recklessly. As long as they were used, he had to maximize the output. After the last buff of the boss was dispelled, the gaze of the Dragon Emperor grew heavy and his aura continuously surged. The imperial dominance hidden within him slowly unsealed, causing the surrounding air to momentarily stagnate. A momentum of overlooking the mountains and rivers dominion over all slowly spread out. The Dragon Emperor looked down from his high vantage point at Lin Bufang, and the others kneel before me. In just an instant, the 7 teammates of Lin Bufang uncontrollably knelt down, their weapons falling from their hands, supporting themselves on the ground, no longer able to attack. This control effect is extremely abnormal. Once controlled, one cannot attack, equip weapons, release skills, or move. The most terrifying part is that its duration is 30 minutes. For other professionals, being controlled even once without a teammate dispelling it means direct elimination from the temple, otherwise they die. The method to break this control is relatively simple. Teammates can dispel it or use a purification potion. Lin Bufang timed it perfectly and threw a purification potion onto the ground. Smash! The glass bottle shattered and faint blue bubbles enveloped Lin Bufang's entire body, nullifying the control that covered the entire map. Successfully nullifying a control is already a solid win for Lin Bufang. Behind the boss, there would be a second wave of map-wide damage. If hit by this damage, it would create a bond effect with the first control, making it impossible to dispel, and purification potions would not work. He must hold out for 30 minutes. There is another hidden mechanism. If your teammates are controlled during the first, then the boss will enter a cool-downless state, able to continuously control, equivalent to being half invincible. Of course, Lin Bufang was soloing, so the 7 AI teammates do not count. If the AI teammates are counted, even a god would not be able to clear it. Dispelling the first control, the Dragon Emperor slammed his right hand on the throne, and surrounding him golden rings radiated outward like ripples. This also represented damage covering the entire map. In other difficulties, this range is small, but at hell level, it covers the entire map. Ding ding ding. The continuous sound of Lin Bufang's famous sword-shattering resounded. Lin Bufang ignored it. He was mere inches away from the Dragon Emperor. He threw the defense reduction potion at it, and black liquid corroded its armor. He threw the damage reduction potion at it, and purple poison eroded its flesh. Gotcha! The sovereign was loaded. The gun's muzzle pressed against the Dragon Emperor's forehead. Boom, boom, boom. Each shotgun pellet dealt 71 damage without reduction, pulling the trigger 54 times in 1 second. In just 5 seconds, the boss health bar dropped dramatically, plummeting to 45. Lin Bufang did not linger on the battlefield. He switched to the Barrett M99. With a loud bang, he flew towards the distance. Indeed, it was at this moment that the momentum around the Dragon Emperor began to rise rapidly, reaching a critical value, and he shouted, "Kneel before me." Once the voice emerged, Lin Bufang did not rush to use the purification potion. Instead, he strictly followed the data's introduction and used the purification potion after a brief delay. This is because the purification potion can only dispel control after being controlled. However, there is a small mechanism here. As long as the reaction speed is fast enough, throwing the potion at the moment of impending control can instantly nullify the control effect. This is a high-level operation. The requirement for reaction speed is extremely high. The 7 teammates were still kneeling there, and the second control hit again, forcing them to continue kneeling. Lin Bufang instantly nullified the control and flew back to the boss, throwing the defense reduction and damage reduction potions, followed by a flurry of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The sovereign roared. The bullets loaded. The health bar danced. This time the boss no longer had the opportunity to release a third control. Its health bar emptied in the 4th second. Its arms spread wide, and its body exploded into a pile of golden remains. Kill Hell, level boss Dragon Emperor experience 1. 2 billion. Level LV22, 220 million, 230 million. Lin Bufang eagerly looked at the corpse of the Dragon Emperor. Swish. A series of dense drop notifications rang out, and a pile of carbon quickly formed into a small mountain. It automatically entered Lin Bufang's backpack, and he calculated a bit. The boss dropped over 800 carbon, equivalent to 800 gold coins. This means that the Hell-level Dragon Ming Temple's base reward astonishingly amounts to 1.9 million gold coins. And Lin Bufang completed it in less than 16 minutes. Swish. A blue light, a purple light, along with a pink beam illuminated. Taking a look, these were regular purple and pink gear worth a decent amount. That blue gear, however, was quite interesting. It was a rare weapon for gunners. LV-10 chain gun, exquisite gunner class. Attack speed is not calculated. Hitting a target, can pull it closer, can attack teammates. When the weapon is dropped, the target will still be pulled to the gun's position. Enemies can dispel control. Teammates need to pick up the weapon to dispel control. Attack power 0. Durability 1500-1500. A tool for sabotaging teammates. Swish. A continuous stream of golden light flashed by. All were skill books. However, they were of little use, mostly not for the gunner class. Generic class skill books, none of which were genuinely useful. The boss showed no further signs of movement. This was the first run, and there were no drops. One could also say there was a drop, a strange shield, which could be sold for over 5 million. This covered Lin Bufang's bullet costs, and combined with the base reward and other equipment, Lin Bufang made a profit from this round. The moment he stepped out of the Dragon Ming Temple, everyone outside turned to look in the direction of the Dragon Ming Temple, only because the red teleportation portal was continuously rippling with red waves around it. The newcomers were bewildered, not knowing what was happening, but it was certainly something impressive. The senior students naturally knew what was happening and gathered around. The noise was bustling and lively. Someone has broken the record for the first place. The Longming Sanctuary, it hasn't been broken for over 6 months. I remember half a year ago dozens of teams were competing, and the teleportation portal to the Heavenly Dungeon was glowing red every day. It almost blinded me. In the end, it was still Shun Haier's team that prevailed, firmly sitting at the top. According to rumors, Shun Haier compensated the second-place team to give up their challenge, which is why they maintained their position for half a year. Today I saw them enter the Longming Sanctuary, probably aiming to further reduce their clearing time before leveling up to earn a few more months of points rewards. Incredible, just incredible. Is Shun Haier's team going to defy the heavens? You have to know, I saw them enter the Longming Sanctuary just 20 minutes ago. Could it be that they reduced their time from 59 minutes to under 20 minutes? However, when they saw the first place, their dropped jaws could pile up into a small mountain. Longming Sanctuary clearing leaderboard: first place, Lin Bufang, Hell level clearing time 15 minutes 51 seconds. Second place, Shun Haier's team, 4 people, hard level clearing time 59 minutes 45 seconds. Third place, Muda's team, 4 people hard level clearing time, 59 minutes 46 seconds. If previously at the Dawn Sanctuary Lin Bufang took nearly an hour to clear it, though it was hell level, the clearing time was still comparable to the second place, not seeming so explosive. This time Lin Bufang cleared the hell level alone, having made ample preparations and invested greatly, directly compressing the time to under 16 minutes. The overwhelming gap in difficulty and time brought an unparalleled shock to the surrounding students. Is this really human? Isn't this like cheating? You're going to take my head off. When Lin Bufang walked out of the Longming Sanctuary, all eyes around him were fixed upon him. In their gazes was a hint of admiration. As Lin Bufang walked toward the hall's entrance, the crowd automatically parted to create a path. When Lin Bufang's gaze swept over, no one dared to meet his eyes. When the newcomers recounted Lin Bufang's performance during the entrance exams, the older students felt an overwhelming sense of shock. This Lin Bufang really has strength. This year's national first place is indeed impressive. Lin Bufang rode his bicycle straight to the cafeteria, preparing to eat like crazy. While eating, he opened the Longming Sanctuary leaderboard. Behind the first place, the 400 points had a golden border. For more words appeared below. Click to claim ranking rewards. Lin Bufang clicked on it. Congratulations, you have received 400 points. Current points balance, 408945 points. Remaining claim time for leaderboard rewards, 5 hours, 31 minutes, 59 seconds. Claim once today. Claim once tomorrow. That's 800,000 points. It's really going to be a showdown with the boss. Lin Bufang realized in practical combat that relying solely on purification potions was still too disadvantageous. This hasn't even encountered the second stage yet. The potions consumed in the second stage are even more. If he doesn't get an epic level smoke bomb, repeatedly fighting the second stage will continuously consume points. I can't gamble. If Lin Bufang had 600 points right now, by midnight tomorrow he would definitely speedily claim the 400 points to exchange for a smoke bomb. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. Just then he received a weak signal call from his master. I have arranged a benefit for you 50 kilometers north of Qingyun University. I'll send you a location. There's a level 2 behemoth. Go take it down. By the way, remember to open the points mall and accept the task to kill the level 2 behemoth. You can receive 0 points. Lin Bufang felt his head buzzing. Is it that easy? Master, you understand me. He didn't know the strength of a level 2 behemoth. But he did know the strength of a level 1 behemoth. Back then, with 500 attack power, he only had 45 bullets, and he didn't even have the title of God of War Ring Wholesaler. He hadn't even equipped level 20 gear. He could instantly kill a level 1 behemoth. How much more so now, with his attack power exceeding 8,016 times that of before, and the God of War Ring giving a 100 boost with 71 bullets. Before truly setting off, Lin Bufang still made a trip to the library to investigate information about the level 2 behemoth. He casually learned about the background story of the behemoths. Behemoths come from the starry sky. They generally fall from outer space toward the ground, and they can only accurately determine the target's location at low altitudes. Behemoths are born with astonishing defensive power and cannot see their stats. Their strength and destructive power are extremely terrifying. Due to their massive size, control effects have little effect on them, and their resilience is exceptionally strong. High-level behemoths can even withstand city-level protective shields, causing immense economic damage to buildings, civilians, and professionals. Of course, behemoths are full of treasures. For example, the previous level 3 behemoth, the Black Rhino, had its horn capable of nourishing the liver and kidneys and enhancing essence and blood. The skin of behemoths not only has strong defense, but also great resilience. Equipment made from high-level behemoths can sometimes rival epic level. The blood of behemoths delivers a devastating blow to the medical industry. Their blood is akin to a divine medicine capable of curing anything. The meat of behemoths is a premium item. A long-term consumption can enhance physical fitness, cellular vitality, muscle strength, and organ function. Level 1 behemoths are relatively common as their strength is average and generally easier to handle. Level 2 behemoths can be troublesome, but general professionals can control them within a certain range using special methods, waiting for stronger professionals to eliminate them. Lin Bufang's task this time is to cooperate with the Qingyun City Defense Army to eliminate the level 2 behemoth. He can receive a reward of 2,000 points from Qingyun University. Furthermore, he can take a part of the behemoth's body as a reward. Flying is generally prohibited within Qingyun University because behemoths can fly, and some smaller ones can easily be misjudged by the university's anti-aircraft cannons. Later, a rule was established: whoever flies will be indiscriminately attacked. The sanctuary hall is very close to the school gate. Lin Bufang advances while placing all items from his backpack on the market. All at the lowest price. Lack of slots. Backpack full. Big sale. You listed carbon, which was bought for 100 units, automatically credited 100 gold coins, current balance 161172508. You listed rare shield, which was bought for 1 unit, automatically credited 4999999 gold coins, current balance 166172507. You listed guard captain's sword. Artifact, which was bought for 1 unit, automatically credited 1860 gold coins, current balance 166174367. Upon exiting the school gate, he opened the navigation. Gravity instinct activated. Put on the drag reduction suit. Wear the helmet. The Barrett M99 fired a shot at the ground. Boom. In an instant his speed exceeded the speed of sound. After firing several shots, he rose to an altitude of 200 meters. Looking down at the Qingyun University below, which resembled a coiled dragon, the navigation emitted a prompt sound. Maintain a straight path at the upcoming intersection. There is a speed camera ahead. Speed limit 80 kilometers per hour. Boom. 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 The Barrett M99 roared continuously. Lin Bufang's speed began to rise rapidly. You are over the speed limit. Current speed 360 kilometers per hour. You are severely over the speed limit. Current speed 1,100 kilometers per hour. You are severely over the speed limit. Current speed 2,646 kilometers per hour. Lin Bufang's speed was even faster than before, reaching 735 meters per second. It was evident that his combat intensity over the past 2 days had caused his physical fitness to gradually improve under the influence of gun techniques and gravitational instincts. 1 minute later, Lin Bufang crossed a distance of 50 kilometers and arrived at the target location. You have arrived at your desired location. Wishing you a pleasant life. Lin Bufang looked down and saw many ants, and in the midst of them was something resembling a grasshopper. He fired a few shots into the sky. Suddenly he remembered that he had forgotten something. The falling speed would be even faster. In an instant his speed exceeded 800 meters per second. Ding! Famous Blade Destiny 1. He felt as if his head was about to split open. The intense gravitational pressure was so overwhelming that an ordinary person would have died several times over by now. Boom! The sound of sonic booms echoed continuously. Lin Bufang charged directly toward the eye-level giant beast. Around him, dozens of professionals held a special type of weapon somewhat resembling the blue equipment grappling hook gun that Lin Bufang obtained from the Dragon Emperor. This was specially designed for eye-level giant beasts capable of locking them in place. These professionals were the city defense personnel of Qingyun City, each with a tense expression pulling hard on the grappling hooks. The grappling hook was pulled straight by the immense strength of the eye-level giant beast weaving lady. With a snap, a chain was violently torn apart. The city defense forces immediately replaced it with a new grappling hook. Everyone hold on. We have already reported it. Just hold on a bit longer, help is on the way. I heard that the reinforcements this time are very strong, just hang in there. In this tense atmosphere, they suddenly noticed a black dot in the sky. The black dot remained motionless. As this concept emerged in their minds, the black dot crashed into the back of the eye-level giant beast weaving lady. In such a tense atmosphere, who could tell who had arrived? Many people thought another giant beast had come. However, the next moment, they heard the chilling sound of gunfire shattering flesh and bones from the back of the beast. Boom, boom, boom. Due to the dense sound, the city defense forces mistakenly believed there was only one gunshot. In the very next moment, the eye-level giant beast stopped struggling. Swaying sideways a couple of times, the massive body collapsed to the ground. The city defense forces looked over and saw a watermelon-sized blood hole on weaving lattice head, with its brain matter turned into mush. Boom. In the distance, a series of spine-chilling explosions could be heard. Even the air trembled, the sensation transmitting to everyone's body as if their skin were being gently tapped. That was the delayed sonic boom from the sky. Only then did they see a figure standing on the back of weaving lid. Upon removing the helmet, a beautifully youthful face appeared. This age was something they could hardly imagine. Various thoughts intertwined. This youth's strength was no less than that of top professionals. Though they did not recognize him, they understood that such a being stood at the pinnacle of the Dasha pyramid. In an instant, all the city defense forces knelt on one knee. Salute. Officer. Lin Bufang was momentarily stunned, but then he understood. They probably had seen students from Qingyun University come to assist in killing the eye-level giant beast. However, none had been able to instantaneously eliminate an eye-level giant beast like Lin Bufang. Moreover, Lin Bufang was alone. They mistakenly thought he was not a student of Qingyun University, but rather some top-tier big shot. Lin Bufang said nothing, merely placing his hands behind his back. The captain of the city defense forces stood up to report the situation. Once he started, he couldn't stop, and Lin Bufang thought he should write novels. He was really capable of rambling. The other city defense forces began to cut up the giant beast on the spot. It seemed there was nothing more for Lin Bufang to do. He thought to himself that students from Qingyun University could take parts of the giant beast's body as rewards. He was a big shot. How could he care about such trivial matters? Lin Bufang coughed twice. Give me some of that meat. Do I have use for it? A few of them exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled. They did not know why someone like Lin Bufang would want that meat. However, no one questioned it. Yes. They cut off the best meat from the giant beast's legs near the waist and placed it all into Lin Bufang's backpack. Several tons of meat were thus obtained, all the finest and most energy-dense flesh from the giant beast. It took only 5 minutes. The efficiency of the city defense forces was commendable. Not bad efficiency, Lin Bufang said, then fired a few shots at the ground, soaring into the sky, transforming into a small black dot, gradually disappearing to the south. Having gained the recognition of a top big shot like Lin Bufang, the city defense forces couldn't help but smile broadly. 1 minute later, Lin Bufang fell at the gate of Qingyun University. With a crash, he landed in the garden. The guards at the entrance were stunned, watching Lin Bufang walk into the school gate covered in blood, yet holding his head high. Even more surprised, they said, "Classmate, are you okay? I see you only have 1 hit point left." "Not a big deal." "All right, classmate, you trampled the lawn, deducting 50 points. Lin Bufang. Score 50, current score balance 408,895 points. After paying the 50-point fine, Lin Bufang placed the meat of the eye-level giant beast in the school cafeteria's cold storage, asking the staff to prepare a special meal for him. This was also one of the top welfare benefits in the country, requiring no extra payment. Afterwards, he returned to his dormitory, planning to sleep until midnight to recharge and prepare for the upcoming intense battles. In an instant, Lin Bufang held the M1919 in his left hand, the sovereign in his right hand, and the Barrett M99 tucked between his legs, and began to snore. On the first floor of the Qingyun University Hall, at the entrance of the Dragon Roar Sanctuary, the teleportation portal of the Dragon Roar Sanctuary flickered with faint red light. The surrounding professionals looked over. Naturally, they couldn't be as surprised as Lin Bufang. Such a degree of light usually indicated that a personal record had been broken or that changes had occurred in the top 100 rankings. The teleportation portal shook slightly, and 4 individuals walked out with smiles. Qi Ming from the Qi family, Kai Hao from the Kai family, standing tall, with uncontainable grins. "We did it. We succeeded in compressing the completion time for the difficulty level to 59 minutes and 1 second. We have surpassed ourselves. We beat it by a full 44 seconds. Qi Ming and Kai Hao looked at the surrounding classmates, eagerly wanting to see shock, admiration, and reverence on their faces. However, all they saw was confusion. Indeed, confusion. It was hard to comprehend that they had broken their own record for first place and improved their time by 44 seconds. What does 44 seconds mean? The previous second place was only 1 second behind them. In this way, it would be challenging for the other party to make up that 1 second gap for a long time. After all, you cannot guarantee that every time you enter the sacred hall you will be in optimal condition. Even if you can ensure that, you cannot guarantee that the other 3 teammates will not make mistakes. Consequently, that small team, considering this point, chose to take Shanhai's compensation and gave up on continuing to climb the rankings. Second place also earns 2,000 points, which can be collected monthly. This is the difference of 1 second. Now Shanhai and her team had directly pulled that difference to 44 seconds. In this situation, they could basically stabilize their point earnings for a full year. How could they not be happy? Qi Ming placed his hands behind his back and looked at everyone, saying, "Everyone, don't stare at us. We know you are surprised, but don't be discouraged. I believe as long as you work hard, you can also reach the top of the rankings." Beside him, Kai Hao lightly curled his lips, saying the gap of 44 seconds, to be honest, isn't too big. Kai Hao intended to engage in a bit of humble bragging. However, he noticed that the surrounding classmates did not seem to grasp what he was trying to convey. He felt somewhat puzzled, but the classmates had already caught on. "So you haven't looked at the rankings yet? 44 seconds. How the gap between you and the first place is still quite large." Qi Ming and Kai Hao looked down on this, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? First place has always been us." They then turned their heads and glanced at the rankings. Once they looked, they froze on the spot. First place, Lin Bufang, held level completion time 15 minutes 51 seconds. Second place, Shanhai's team, 4 people, hard level completion time 59 minutes 01 seconds. It was clear and straightforward. Lin Bufang completed the hell level solo in 15 minutes. Their 4-person team took 59 minutes to clear the hard level. The expressions of Qi Ming and Kai Hao were quite remarkable. They shifted from shock to confusion, from confusion to doubt, and then from doubt to a competitive anger. Impossible. This can't be happening. How could a freshman be so fast? And it's the hell level. Seeing the two of them lose their composure, the classmates couldn't help but murmur. How could they still be breaking down? Didn't you just say it was only a 44-second gap? Don't you have a chance to surpass us? Now your gap with Lin Bufang isn't much either, it's only 44 minutes. 44 minutes isn't that big of a gap, you still have a chance to surpass him, haha. By the way, remember to choose hell level next time you go in. Chi Ming and Kai Hao were so furious they almost spat blood. Their own strength was indeed considerable, otherwise Shinhire wouldn't have chosen to form a fixed team with them. Both of them ranked among the top in strength at level 25. The reason Chi Ming and Kai Hao chose to team up with Shinhire was also to get closer to her, hoping that over time feelings might develop. In that round, their extraordinary performance made them feel it was their contribution. In a certain battle, they felt they performed exceptionally well and could certainly leave a deep impression on Shinhire. A gap of 44 seconds was something they believed would be shocking. But now they were directly left behind by Lin Bufang with a gap of 44 minutes. And it was still the hell level. Now facing the ridicule of their classmates, they couldn't utter a single rebuttal. They believed in the supremacy of strength, but now Lin Bufang had them pinned down with sheer strength. Classmates said if they had the ability, they should also challenge the hell level. How could they respond? There was simply no way to respond. Entering the hell level was time-consuming, and truly they couldn't defeat it. If they reverted to level 20, that wouldn't be a big deal. They could quickly level up again. But if they failed and came out, that would be truly laughable. If they died inside, it would be a regrettable fate. Shinhire sighed. After all, they were teammates. Let's go out, there's no need to debate here. But Chi Ming and Kai Hao felt they had lost face. They were already worked up, and today, if they didn't regain their face, they wouldn't even be able to eat. Kai Hao, being quite clever, pulled Chi Ming aside to discuss in a low voice. If hell level is that difficult, how could Lin Bufang possibly clear it solo? What does this indicate? There's a high possibility that the hell level has a bug. Chi Ming's eyes brightened. The possibility is indeed great. After all, no one has been playing the hell level recently. We need to seize this opportunity, or we must check out the hell level. Thus the two of them discussed this matter with Shinhire. Shinhire felt they were insane. Her current task was to quickly reach level 26, and then proceed to the next stage of leveling up. She had just entered the hard level merely to stabilize her ranking. She could easily go to another place, kill a small monster, and level up. The hell level would waste several days of leveling if she exited. If there were any mistakes along the way, her mindset would definitely collapse. Shinhire earnestly advised venturing in anger resolves nothing. Lin Bufang's strength is beyond your imagination. There's no need for you to compare yourselves to him. It's not that you're unqualified, but it's just that there are always those stronger than you. Doesn't that imply we're unqualified? Chi Ming and Kai Hao's faces turned dark. It was Lin Bufang again. Always Lin Bufang. If we can't do it, we'll do it together. No, Chi Ming, you solo, and I'll solo. I say there must be a bug in the hell level, and the trigger condition for the bug is solo play. What's so great about exploiting a bug? If Lin Bufang can solo clear the hell level of the Dragon's Roar Sacred Hall, then we can too. Who says we're afraid to challenge the hell level? Shinhire watched as the two became flushed with anger. Knowing this matter wouldn't end well, she chose to give up on convincing them and respect their fate. 3 hours later, Chi Ming and Kai Hao separately entered the hell level. The classmates were also very curious about this. Could it be that the hell level really has a bug? Who knows? We'll find out once they come out. If they clear it in 16 minutes, we'll go in and check it out too. At just a second past 12 o'clock, Lin Bufang performed a fish leap, swiftly flipped twice in the air, and quickly dressed. He splashed water on his face, drank 10 cans of Dong Nyo, and his mental state reached an unprecedented peak. Opening the rankings, the button to claim rewards below the 400 points lit up again. He gently clicked it. Congratulations, you have successfully claimed the first place reward of the Dragon's Roar Sacred Hall. 400 points have been credited. Point balance 1008895 points. He opened the points mall. Among the dazzling epics, Lin Bufang switched through more than 10 interfaces in a row, finally finding the epic level equipment he had been dreaming of. Upon clicking to view, golden light illuminated half of Lin Bufang's face. LV-20 Smoke Bomb Epic Gunner Class, extremely slow firing rate. Pull the ring to throw the smoke bomb. Anyone standing within the smoke bomb's range, including oneself and teammates, can negate one control effect. After negating control, the smoke disappears. Attack power 0, durability 1010. So handsome, incredibly handsome. What is it about this smoke bomb that makes it so pleasing to the eye? This thing is even better than purification potions. Combined with Lin Bufang's hand speed, it can not only create a purification-like effect, but also instantly negate control. It can even prevent control effects in advance. And it doesn't consume points. Repairs only require gold coins. As for the cost, it doesn't matter. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. It is simply a god in the realm of epics. Points 1000, remaining 8895 points. Obtained equipment smoke bomb epic. Upon returning to the first floor of the sanctuary hall, Lin Bufang felt the strange gazes around him. A healer who had teamed up with Shunhire earlier approached him and recounted what had just happened. Lin Bufang helplessly shook his head, saying, "This hell level is pure hell. How could there be a bug? You're overthinking it." After saying this, Lin Bufang once again entered the hell level. Thus, the number of challengers at the sanctuary changed from 2 to 3. Each person is a team. At this moment, the number of people at the entrance of the sanctuary was not decreasing, but increasing. Normally at this hour, students should be returning to their dorms to rest in preparation for the heavy training and studies the next day. However, they all heard about the bug that occurred in the Dragon War Sanctuary. If there's a bug, we can all win together. If Qi Ming and Kai Hao haven't fought, yet let's see the fun. Either way, it's a win. However, Qi Ming and Kai Hao have been in for almost 2 hours now. It seems we'll only be able to see the fun. Every day is filled with learning, training, and grinding in the sanctuary. Such fun is quite rare. Dragon Roar Sanctuary Hell Level Left Outskirts. Upon entering the Dragon Roar Sanctuary for the second time, Lin Bufang felt no pressure. The only concern was the Phase 2 boss. Obtaining the smoke bomb was also to ensure a safer defeat of the Phase 2 boss. He glanced at his balance. Balance 167867520. The first time he entered, if not counting the 1.6 billion from the Warrior's Ring. Lin Bufang's balance was less than 5 million gold coins, yet he managed to pass with ease. The Warrior's Ring was merely a safety net. Lin Bufang largely ignored that 1.6 billion. He treated his balance as only 7.86 million gold coins. If the second phase goes smoothly, the profits will exceed the expenses. He would still repurchase the Warrior's Ring. Nothing else. He currently only has 19 Warrior's Rings. 19 rings. How lonely it is to have 19 children together. Because he had already secured first place. This time Lin Bufang didn't have to rush. He aimed to conserve energy and grind a few more times. Moreover, during the last grind, he only went to the left. In reality, there are a total of 7 maps in the Dragon Roar Sanctuary. On the right side, there are 3 mirrored maps. Therefore, that means double the rewards, double the experience points, double the drops, double the stacking attack power and the famed sword, double the talent proficiency. Entering the left side of the Dragon Roar Sanctuary's outskirts, Lin Bufang stood in a corner. The dark blue dragon guards wielding the guard captain's sword surrounded him. This time Lin Bufang did not wait for the blue dragon guards to approach. Why? It's simple. The first time he let the blue dragon guards get close to quickly eliminate the front row, allowing some of the blue dragon guards to be caught off guard and swiftly killed, saving some clearance time. But that was no longer necessary. Saving those few seconds was meaningless. After standing in the corner, he directly pulled the gun bolt. Click. His index finger pulled the trigger to the stop. The M1919 began to slowly rotate, reaching its maximum rotational speed. With a firing rate of 6000 rounds per minute, it was like a force of nature. Due to the buffer distance, the blue dragon guards in front instantly raised their swords to block. Clang, clang, clang. But Lin Bufang's attack power was too high, having increased by over 1 million compared to the first time he entered the Dragon Roar Sanctuary. The long swords of the front row blue dragon guards shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a crash, large numbers of long swords from the blue dragon guards fell to the ground. Without their blocking protection, their health bars crumbled like paper in front of the 8 million attack power bullets. In the field of vision, blood and chunks of flesh splattered. Whoosh! A blue dragon guard's tail flew into the air, hanging from the beam, quietly observing the fierce battle below, slowly dripping blue dragon blood. 3 minutes later, all the blue dragon guards in the first stage were cleared. In the first minute, Lin Bufang had already leveled up to level 23. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV23, free points 860. Speed increased by 860 points. Speed 6,298. Level LV23 51200. In the second phase, Lin Bufang continued his previous operations. Gravitational instincts raised his weight to the maximum limit. This time, due to experience, he had explored the attack range limit of the dragon binding guards. Within this limit, he prioritized eliminating the foreign dragon guards. Once within the attack range, he would directly take down the rear dragon binding guards. With the established process, grinding through the map became much smoother. The only problem was that the last wave of monsters was too many, causing a few minutes of delay for the famed sword, while the rest was the same as before. All killed. Moreover, not a single foreign dragon guard fell off the cliff. Unlike last time, there was no dropping of the foreign shield worth 5 million gold coins. In the third stage, facing the elite monster, the 10,000 path dragon Lin Bufang currently had no interest in it. He planned to take down the Phase 2 boss first, then leisurely deal with it. This time, fighting the 10,000 path dragon, he would not use sovereignty. Instead, upon closing the distance, he would directly use the M1919, using extreme low cost to lower the margin of error, lifting it away. Killing the Hell level 10,000 path dragon, experience points 70 million. Level LV23, 230 million, 300 million. The drops were still disappointing. Nothing at all, only an experience package skill book that could be used to upgrade other skills. Fortunately, the safety net was still decent. Over 1 million gold coins worth of carbon. This time Lin Bufang did not enter the boss room. Directly opposite the boss room was a circular teleportation portal which could take him back to the starting point of the dungeon, saving some travel time. That is to say, grinding through the entire map. Lin Bufang walked into the teleportation portal, and the next moment he appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. Then he entered the large door on the right. The other 3 levels had nothing special. The same blue dragon guards. The same dragon binding guards and foreign dragon guards. The third level had the second 10,000 path dragon. Repeating the previous operations, he easily cleared the 3 levels. Lin Bufang did not engage in any flashy maneuvers or any unnecessary actions, or just wasting energy. With that time, he could have ground the Dragon Roar Sanctuary a few more times. After finishing the 3 levels, Lin Bufang leveled up again. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV24, free points 970. Speed increased by 970 points. Speed 7,268. Level LV24 1. 7,420 million. Lin Bufang felt somewhat emotional. This leveling speed is a bit terrifying. Just by completing 1 dungeon, he leveled up twice. The next time he grinds, he will need to start limiting his level. Once he exceeds 25, he won't be able to enter the Dragon Roar Sanctuary. In the boss room, nothing unexpected happened. It was just that this time it was even steadier. 1 second before the boss released his full-screen kneel, Lin Bufang directly switched to the smoke bomb, pulled the ring, and tossed a smoke bomb on the spot. The gray-white smoke instantly enveloped an area of 5 to 6 meters around Lin Bufang. Kneel before me. At the moment of full-screen control suppression. As the smoke bomb vanished, Lin Bufang didn't even need to time it, he directly negated the control. 1 word: steady. This time, while fighting the boss, Lin Bufang did not choose to extend the time. Nor did he choose to grind down health with the M1919. Why? Because the smoke bomb is relatively costly. Sovereignty was actually more economical. Moreover, it saved time. Of course, the second time, there was no need to use damage reduction or physical resistance potions. It took an extra 20 seconds to bring him down. Killing the Hell level boss Dragon Emperor, experience points 120 million. Level LV24, 280 million, 420 million. This time Long Huang did not even drop any trash loot. Only a single rare piece of equipment appeared. Only 1 skill book dropped. The drop rate was splendid. This is the most reasonable drop rate. Even on Hell difficulty, obtaining goods is difficult. Fortunately, Hell difficulty offers 2 forms of guarantee. There was a great quantity of carbon. Skill books were essentially guaranteed drops. Once again, there was no second phase. Upon leaving the dungeon, Lin Bufang noticed that the skill books in his backpack occupied a great deal of space. He opened the point shop, searched for the keyword warehouse, and 6 options popped up. Fixed warehouse 1 day 1 point, limited time 90 off. Fixed warehouse 1 week 600 points. Fixed warehouse 1 month 200 points. Fixed warehouse 1 year 3000 points. Fixed warehouse permanent 5000 points. Lin Bufang bought a 080 and a 7A option. Points 1 balance 6034. Obtained fixed warehouse 8 days. If it expires, it is no problem. Simply renew and retrieve the items. Back in his dorm, Lin Bufang emptied all surplus items from his backpack and portable storage into the fixed warehouse. The fixed warehouse was bound to the individual, so he need not worry about others opening it. It initially provided 1000 slots, more than enough. If space later became insufficient, it could be upgraded. At the canteen, the cook had already prepared his meal. It was a massive thigh of a great II giant beast known as the Spinner Mother. It was cooked in the most primitive way, roasted, the skin flaky, and oil sizzling. 3 dipping sauces sat on the plate beside it: dried chili, cumin, and sweet and sour. Lin Bufang ate, while tallying this run's gains. The guaranteed carbon yielded over 300 pieces, equivalent to over 300 gold. Coupled with some trash materials and equipment, Lin Bufang did the math. After a single run, he had not made a single coin, and after subtracting the 300 gold guarantee, he still owed the sanctuary more than 300. Why? Repairing the M1919 was almost free. But to kill bosses, he still had to use Zhu Quan plus the Wushan ring, otherwise the fights dragged on and the smoke bomb costs rose. All things considered, using Zhu Quan and the Wushan ring to instantly finish bosses remained the most economical. The boss control effects were obnoxious. For the smoke bomb, every point of durability repaired cost 200 gold. Moreover, without defense reducing or damage mitigation potions, fights lasted more than twice as long, which also increased the durability consumed by Zhu Quan considerably. Still, it was manageable. If Lin Bufang dropped a single Yiduan, he would profit. If he found a Fazhen ring or a Longming bracelet, he would be set for years. Such costs did not bother him. His attack power and talent proficiency had also stacked substantially. Talent proficiency had increased by over 7,000. Physical attack had risen by over 28,000. Only attack no defense 4-star 2,324 5,000. Physical attack 11291307. Number of Ming Dao C Ming 2669681. The Ming Dao's rate of increase remained comparatively slow. Still, one ought to view it differently in battles of this scale. The fact that Ming Dao C Ming had not dropped yet, while its count still rose, said much about the situation. 1 word: victory. 3 words: utterly triumphant. After finishing his meal, Lin Bufang returned to the sanctuary hall and sat to rest. Su Ran had already reached level 20. However, her dungeon cooldown still had 24 hours to go, so she could only join the team tomorrow night. Lin Bufang truly wanted to bring her along, though he found her noisy. He sometimes enjoyed that liveliness. Besides, the surplus experience could help her level up. As he considered this, Lin Bufang felt his body temperature rise and a restless agitation well within him. He realized the power of the great II beast's flesh was stirring. He had to admit, the beast's meat was remarkably effective. Eating other food felt like swallowing air. Normally, he would be hungry again soon, yet the beast's meat restored a long-missed sense of fullness. He sat cross-legged and quietly digested the creature's energy. The beast's power could not be absorbed by the Gunpath's gravity primal source, but it could be absorbed by the Bodhi's own strength. Yet Lin Bufang's mortal flesh converted such power slowly and with low efficiency. Fortunately, through the collaboration of his Gunpath and gravity instincts, the conversion efficiency of that power instantly rose to nearly 100%. All of it was absorbed. The hour of cooldown passed quickly. Lin Bufang opened his eyes. He felt no fatigue at all. He felt his organs become a little more lucid. Raising his right hand, he sensed a clear change in power. When he pinched his fingers lightly, the alteration became even more pronounced. A change of that clarity would normally require months of training. The beast, what a blessing. His third run of Longming Xingdian began just after 1 in the morning. It was another speed clear. The first 3 stages offered no surprises. As he moved along the right outer path, a blue dragon guard dropped a pink tier piece of gear. Its condition was ordinary, but could sell for a few 100,000 gold. The way off defense path brought no surprises. But when he defeated the elite Wan Dao, Long loot did appear. Several streaks of golden light flashed. A skill book, much like the others, entered his bag. After entering the boss chamber and one-shotting the boss, he left the sanctuary to sort the hall. Lin Bufang discovered a skill book titled Chu San Mofa Jinji, Shu Dispel Magic Advancement Technique. Chu San Mofa Jinji, Shu Universal. Upon use, it upgrades Dispel Magic into Group Dispel Magic. At skill proficiency level 1, it can dispel 2 targets. Each additional skill level adds 1 more target. Learning successful. Dispel Magic upgraded into Group Dispel Magic. Dispel Magic was currently only 3 stars. After evolution, it could immediately dispel 4 targets. If the skill's level were raised later, Lin Bufang could easily face groups of high-intensity monsters. After all, each level adds another target. However, there were no monsters at present that required a rapid upgrade of Dispel Magic, and the mana cost to upgrade was excessive, so Lin Bufang did not plan to level it for now. Having finally obtained a top-tier item, Lin Bufang was very happy. His attention could now turn elsewhere: gunslinger skill books, the Longming bracelet, the Fazhen ring, and so on. The third run again stacked considerable physical attack and talent proficiency. Talent proficiency remained steady above 7,000. Physical attack steadily gained over 28,000. Only attack no defense 4-star 27390105000. Physical attack 141665051. Number of Ming Dao C Ming 2667913. Physical attack was approaching 15000. As his attack rose, the cost to defeat bosses was falling rapidly. Level LV 25. 42060 speed increased by 1110 points. Speed 8378. At present, Lin Bufang's level was very close to 26. Therefore, he locked his level at 25. One more run would push him beyond the sanctuary's cap. The first floor of the sanctuary hall had far fewer people, yet many still sat there waiting foolishly, simply because Qi Ming and Kai Hao had not come out. It's been nearly 4 hours. Surely they can't be dead. There are still 2 teams with 2 people each challenging. Theoretically, they should still be alive. Lin Bufang entered hell difficulty. Alright, now there are 3 teams. Look at Lin Bufang. This is only the first night's first day, and he's already reached level 25. That speed is terrifying. Indeed, he has already run hell 3 times. This is the 4th, while those 2 unlucky kids haven't even finished their first. The murmurs gradually died away. The 4th run. The same ease and comfort. However, this time something felt different. During the battle with the first one, Dao Long, Lin Bufang distinctly noticed that the opponent's reaction speed had increased. The atmosphere in the entire sanctuary felt somewhat unusual. After being defeated in an instant, the Wan Dao Long gave Lin Bufang a sinister smile, as if to say, even if you have defeated me, you cannot leave the sanctuary unscathed. Is this a sign of the second phase? Lin Bufang felt a surge of excitement. For times, and was the second phase finally about to appear? In the last Morning Light Sanctuary, the second phase guaranteed the legendary Martial God Ring and Epic Authority, and this top-tier epic item also dropped from the second phase of War Window. What surprises could the second phase Dragon Emperor bring to Lin Bufang? He was filled with anticipation. In the 5th level, another small surprise arrived. He obtained another unusual shield, worth 5 million. In an instant, Lin Bufang made back all the gold coins he had lost in recent runs. There were still a few million in surplus. In the 6th level, the second Wan Dao Long brought Lin Bufang a great surprise. A familiar skill book dropped to the ground. Lin Bufang picked it up to take a look. LV-20 Mirror Shotgun Passive Gunner Class. Based on the base ammunition of the shotgun you carry, it doubles the number of rounds and additionally provides 1 round next level 2 rounds. This skill has some mechanics involved. The Authority's ammunition count is 20 rounds, and with this skill it directly becomes 40 rounds. Each level also provides an additional round. It offers growth and a safety net. Learning successful, acquired new skill Mirror Shotgun, just learning a skill book. Not upgraded yet. Lin Bufang's total ammunition has reached 99 rounds. Damage increased by nearly 1/3. This is the remarkable power of a premium skill book. In 2 runs, Lin Bufang had basically obtained both skill books he wanted. Now he could also begin nurturing other weapons. For example, the M1919 or the flamethrower. After entering the boss room, Lin Bufang felt a heightened sense of alertness. He sensed that the second phase boss was about to appear. He aimed to proceed as steadily as possible. After 2 waves of immunity control, the boss's health bar was cleared. However, its body did not shatter. With a pop from above, a carbon fell. The second phase had begun. The entire main hall suddenly shook violently. The walls cracked, and the surrounding red pillars rose from the ground, causing the entire palace to lift off the ground except for the floor. It flew to a height of 100 meters and came to a stop. The Dragon Emperor reopened its eyes, now seated on a throne high in the sky. Surrounding clouds and a slightly purple sky could be seen. In the distance, the sunset was slowly descending, dyeing half of the cloud sea red. Beneath this beautiful scenery lay unimaginable danger. In the second phase of the Dragon Roar Sanctuary, no one had cleared it. This is the gold content. Warning: Boss Dragon Emperor entering the second phase. It will hover in midair and cannot be controlled. Be mindful of your 7 summoned teammates. If they are continuously controlled, the boss will enter a skill cooldown free state. Boss skill connection speed increases, boss health and defense significantly increased. In an instant, Lin Bufang understood the rules of the second phase. Other aspects could be ignored. The boss hovering meant it could not be hit with close-range attacks. Unable to be controlled meant that in a team setting, the boss's skills would not be interrupted. This was not a problem. Lin Bufang could kill the boss without needing control. However, there was a key issue. The second phase boss would suppress his AI teammates. Moreover, if the AI teammates were controlled, the boss would directly declare it impossible to fight. The process could be summarized as follows. After the boss uses the skill Kneel Down for Me, it counts as the first control. If this control is triggered, it's fine. But if the second phase's full-screen damage hits the controlled teammates, it's over. The boss will enter a skill cooldown free state. In an instant, Lin Bufang not only completed the simulation, but also thought of a countermeasure. He even ruled out several erroneous strategies. He first gathered with the 7 teammates, maintaining a close distance. In midair, the Dragon Emperor looked down from above, glaring at Lin Bufang. "Kneel down for me." Lin Bufang did not release the smoke bomb. To maintain close proximity with his teammates, he prudently chose to use a purification potion. The moment Control arrived, the glass bottle of the purification potion shattered. Control successfully countered. Yet Lin Bufang did not free his 7 teammates from Control. Following normal logical thinking, it seemed quite simple to break the second phase boss's mechanism. As long as the 7 teammates were not controlled, Lin Bufang would be facing a strengthened version of the Dragon Emperor. Thus, the reason for continuously throwing smoke bombs at his teammates seemed sufficient. Lin Bufang initially thought the same. However, he quickly anticipated a dangerous situation he had to face. What if the not-so-smart AI teammates dodged his smoke bombs? What if they proactively stepped out of the smoke? Some might say you previously obtained a chain gun, oh, why not use it to hook your teammates together? Correct. However, what if the AI teammates actively picked up the chain gun or used other methods to escape the pull? Lin Bufang did not trust his teammates. Therefore, he needed a 100 answer. That was the boss's skill, "Kneel down for me." This skill would firmly control his 7 AI teammates. They would be utterly helpless, unable to even pick up their weapons. So as long as they were controlled, once they would be at Lin Bufang's mercy. So cautious and so thoroughly prepared. How could Lin Bufang possibly lose? The moment the 7 teammates knelt down, the boss Dragon Emperor's body radiated golden light, signifying that full-screen damage was about to be unleashed. Lin Bufang swiftly switched to the grappling hook gun. 7 chains tied the 7 teammates together like a twist, pulling them all into a kneeling position. Then Lin Bufang immediately switched to the smoke bomb, pulled the pin, and threw it into the center of their group. Whoosh! The smoke bomb instantly enveloped the 7 of them. The boss's full-screen damage spread across the entire area, with 360 coverage of golden royal energy. The smoke bomb was instantly dispelled, but it also blocked the second phase control. This second phase control only produces a controlling effect after "Kneel down for me" takes effect. If the first phase control is countered, the second phase becomes pure full-screen magical damage. Thus, Lin Bufang did not need to enter the smoke bomb's range. He swiftly switched to the Barrett M99 and fired a shot downward. The bullet zipped toward the Dragon Emperor's face. He stood directly atop the Dragon Emperor's throne, aiming the authority shotgun at its forehead. All dispelling magic was discarded. It was an all-out attack. This time there was no need to dodge, because the smoke bomb could preemptively prevent control effects. The 7 AI teammates did not need to withstand the first phase control, because they were already under control. Lin Bufang simply needed to wait for the smoke bomb on his side to disappear. The next moment, he would throw a smoke bomb toward the 7 teammates. Thus, the entire mechanism was cracked. Just repeat the steps above. Zhuquan roared, its durability plunged frantically. Every point of durability represented 1,000 gold coins. Smoke bombs were thrown heedless of cost. Each point of durability now represented 2,000 gold coins. Lin Bufang's balance was falling at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, the boss's HP was collapsing rapidly. 95, 93, 89. The fight had reached a fever pitch. Lin Bufang, forgetting the expense, unleashed his full output. Boom. Amid such extreme calculation and combat, Lin Bufang's Qiangdao Gun Dao was skyrocketing in rank. Qiangdao advanced to 0 rank 1. 5-stage Qiangdao advanced to 0 rank 1. 56-stage Qiangdao advanced to 0 rank 1. 59 stage. At last the boss's HP fell below 1. Click. He loaded the last buckshot. Die for me. Bang. The boss Long Huang's phase 2 health dropped to 0. Successfully slain. Tier boss Long Wang phase 2 experience not calculated. Receive your super. Lin Bufang panted heavily, wiping sweat and blood from his brow. He checked his balance 26862,300. Only about 20 million gold coins remained. This push to kill the phase 2 boss had cost Lin Bufang a full 140 million gold coins. Over 4,000 Mingdao blades had also dropped. So what were the returns? Lin Bufang stared fixedly at the Long Wang as it shattered inch by inch. A purple light flashed. A heavy shield clattered to the ground. An exotic shield worth 5 million gold coins. Is that all? Another purple gleam. This time a dragon head staff. LV-20 Longming staff, purple, mage class, faster casting speed. On attack, all damage converts to light attribute. Light attribute attack power 10, magic attack 35806,850, durability 1001000. It dropped. A Longming staff worth 100 million. One piece of gear returned more than half of Lin Bufang's costs. And this was only purple tire equipment. With another whoosh, 2 consecutive pink rays flared. This pink was unlike before, blushing toward red. Both of them did. Ding. A bracelet and a ring tumbled to the earth. LV-20 Longming Bracelet Artifact Physical Class. When dealing final physical damage, adds physical damage that ignores the target's defense proportional to the final physical damage of durability 500,500. It's here. LV-20, the ultimate artifact for all physical classes, has arrived. This bracelet is valued slightly below the Wushan ring, yet its effect is outrageously powerful. Although it must be paired with the Wushan ring, its damage ignores the target's defenses. What does that mean? From now on, when Lin Bufang farms the Longming Sanctuary, his costs will plummet and boss kills will be instantaneous. But that was only the first artifact. There was another LV-20 Fazhen Ring Artifact Magic Class, increases final magic damage, durability 10001000. This piece is the magic damage version of the Wushan Ring. Because its item level is higher, its theoretical damage surpasses the Wushan Ring, so its price is slightly higher. He broke even. He could still net nearly another 100 million. And the boss's drops were not finished yet. A golden light flared. LV-20 Long Wang Helmet Epic Warrior Class Immense Defense, Defense 100, HP 0, Defense 50, Damage Reduction, 21 chance upon being hit, to receive Dragonblood Blessing, Durability 500,500. Useless for his warrior build. Another golden flash, this time a flamethrower. LV-20 Dianyashang Heavy Flamethrower Epic Gunner Class, Firing Rate Not Considered, All Damage Converts to Fire Attribute. Burn Damage Cap adjusted to 1 of Physical Attack. Burn Duration reduced to 1 second, dealing physical damage to burning targets inflicts additional final damage, durability, Lin Bufang's first thought, what is this? But with a single glance he knew this weapon was extraordinary. He saw the words, final damage. Anything labeled so is never simple. After a brief study he realized that with its enhanced burn damage it provided both area suppression and strong output. Moreover, attacking burning enemies would trigger extra final physical damage. In other words, Lin Bufang's current equipment could stack repeatedly the Wushan Ring, the Wushan Ring Wholesaler, the Longming Bracelet, the Dianyashang Heavy Flamethrower. The 3 pieces together amplify final physical damage, and the Longming Bracelet then adds damage that ignores the enemy's defense. What would that scenario actually look like? After all, the damage dealt by the Longming Bracelet depends on the ceiling of Lin Bufang's final physical damage. This run is truly lucrative. In truth, Lin Bufang had wanted to buy a Longming Bracelet earlier. Market prices generally exceeded 1 billion, but the most recent sale had been under 200 million. He refused to be the fool overpaying. Lin Bufang was about to leave the sanctuary when a blinding red light suddenly shone from the empty throne of the boss. A promotional poster fluttered down. What is this? Lin Bufang picked it up. It was an admissions poster for Qingyun University. The date was over 100 years old. At that time, Qingyun University had just been founded, merely an unremarkable college in Qingyun City. In a corner on the back was a small group photograph. One of the men looked somewhat familiar, bespectacled and refined. Lin Bufang had not seen him before, but that temperament reminded him of a person, Shan Chuan. Shan Chuan was not the founder of Qingyun University. He could be considered an original shareholder. In those glorious past years, Master Shan Chuan had also been a man of fine bearing. The item had little practical use, but it could be exchanged for 5,000 points. Lin Bufang waited another full minute. After confirming that the Long Huang had no further drops, he reluctantly left the sanctuary. Once outside, Lin Bufang finally allowed himself a smile. He had been farming the sanctuary at a loss before, losing nearly 8 million, which erased all his previous gains from the Longming Sanctuary. After leaving Shanghai, he seemed to go back to sleep for a while. Seeing Lin Bufang come out, she appeared to want to speak to him. Lin Bufang, wait a moment, I need to get something to eat first. At the canteen, Lin Bufang asked the auntie to prepare extra portions. 1 serving wouldn't suffice for his show. He simply sat in the kitchen, the auntie grilled while he ate. It did not delay him. While eating, he calculated the haul. Compared with before, Lin Bufang had stacked far more physical attack and talent proficiency this run. Because Phase 2 consumed so much, likewise, each shot from the Zhuquan contained 99 pellets. Each pellet could grant 4 permanent physical attack. 1 or 2 shots were inconsequential. Fire enough, and the accumulated attributes become considerable, compounded by the adds. This time talent proficiency rose by over 2 million. Physical attack increased by over 8 million. Offense only, no defense 4-star, 497982000. Physical attack 2312929. Mingdao Siming quantity 2664812. The talent is about to ascend to 5 stars. This increase in physical attack was incidental. The equipment and miscellaneous returns were simply astronomical. 2 rare shields, 10 million gold coins. Your listed rare shield 2 has been sold for 9999998 gold coins, already received. Balance, 368622298. Dragon Roar Staff, useless listed. Your listed Dragon Roar Staff rare has been sold for 131256809 gold coins, already received. Balance, 168119107 gold coins. Carbon, all listed. Sold for over 2 million gold coins. Balance, 171219860 gold coins. The Dragon Roar Bracelet is for personal use, not for sale. God Mage Ring, small shopping spree listed. Can't let the Warrior God Ring misunderstand. Your listed God Mage Ring artifact has been sold for 187286980 gold coins, already received. Balance, 358506840 gold coins. Lin Bufang insists on buying back the Warrior God Ring to gather 20 pieces. You purchased Warrior God Ring artifact 1 piece, 160127800 gold coins. Current balance, 198379040 gold coins. Back at the dorm looking at a complete set of 20 Warrior God Rings, Lin Bufang felt comfortable. Loyalty. Returning to the first floor of the Holy Hall. It was nearly 3 a.m. Chi Ming and Kai Hao had not yet come out. However, a major event had just occurred. An elder from the school arrived here and announced a piece of news. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the strongest European Emperor material has been revealed, not relying on luck, but on strength. Here we will not disclose names for now. Everyone just needs to know that this strongest European Emperor material will be additionally available this year, placed in 3 holy halls. I am informing you first. It will be announced to all students tomorrow at noon. Everyone work hard. The students who stayed up all night were unaware of what had happened. But they seemed to think of one person. Lin Bufang. Did he single-handedly clear the Dragon Roar Holy Hall on hell difficulty 4 times, and was it him who revealed it? Most likely, but I wonder if he encountered the second phase. Currently, he should not have, as his level is still at. Why? Because it's impossible to defeat the second phase on hell difficulty. If Lin Bufang had encountered it, his level would have dropped to 20. That's reasonable, but is there a possibility that Lin Bufang, who completed the hell difficulty Dragon Roar Holy Hall in 15 minutes, could completely clear the second phase? Absolutely impossible. Lin Bufang quickly opened the points mall upon receiving the news. He exchanged the strongest European Emperor of Qingyun University, which was that enrollment advertisement, for points. Exchange successful points, 500,000. Remaining 500,894 points. Looking at the 5 million balance, Lin Bufang felt a moment of daze. Having truly obtained it, he didn't even know what to exchange for. He wasn't in a hurry to exchange for the epic set that doubled the number of bullet rounds. He planned to stay and farm the Dragon Roar Holy Hall. Perhaps he could obtain this epic set's scattered pieces. Getting one more would save him 0 points. However, before that he planned to buy some blue potions. Searching for blue potions, several gift packages pop. Potion gift package limited time discount contains 100 healing potions and 100 blue potions. Only requires 94 points. Coincidentally, Lin Bufang's remaining points were exactly 94. He bought the package. Remaining 500,800 points. The remaining points are 800. A Lin Bufang planned to wait until the fixed warehouse time arrives to renew fees, if by then he hadn't gained other points. He also glanced at the attribute extraction scroll, which was out of stock and waiting for restock. Lin Bufang clicked to be notified. Once the scroll was listed, he would log on immediately to purchase. In extreme cases, Lin Bufang could transfer all his equipment to have the Pierce 1 attribute. That wouldn't be Pierce 2 anymore. That would be Pierce 11. Facing a group of monsters, the output of the M1919 would be terrifying beyond imagination, with costs approaching 0. The uses of points are too many. Lin Bufang made up his mind. Once he graduates at level 25, he must find ways to gather more points. At the entrance of the Holy Hall from a distance, Lin Bufang saw Shinhire, standing there quietly dressed in white, like a sword immortal under the moonlight. Cold, cool, beautiful, solitary. Seeing Lin Bufang looking at her, Shinhire approached, seeming to have little emotion on her face due to other students around Lin Bufang. I thought about it. If you can consistently clear the Dragon Roar Holy Hall on hell difficulty, can you take me along? I am missing 2 skill books. Just as Lin Bufang was about to speak, Shinhire pointed with her slender fingers in the air. A golden mark floated in front of Lin Bufang. Shinhire is transferring ancient relics immunity to confusion to you. Would you like to accept it? I won't join the team for free. I will give you this. What is this? This is something necessary to enter the ancient relics. Without it, you can only watch from afar. 7 days later you can go here. It produces good things that upgrade 10-level epic equipment to 20-level epic equipment. Moreover, it's not far away, or it will take a few hours at most to go back and forth. The process is also very simple. It will probably finish in half a day. Lin Bufang was instantly interested. His sovereignty shotgun was already quite strong, and what he needed was to ensure that the damage of the sovereignty shotgun bullets wouldn't decrease. However, sovereignty is after all a 10-level epic. If it can be upgraded to a 20-level epic, it would certainly receive a significant enhancement. Shenhaier continued, I forgot to tell you, epic equipment upgraded in this way will have increased durability, while the repair price remains at the 10-level epic price. The repair price doesn't change. We are all brothers, who else would I take along? Lin Bufang smiled as he led Shenhaier towards the Dragon Roar Holy Hall, adding before entering, except for the 2 skill books you need, all other drops belong to me. You can have all the experience points you want. By the way, if you need any epic equipment, you can take it as well. Shenhaier smiled, looking very happy, but she was still somewhat puzzled. This Holy Hall doesn't produce epic equipment. Suddenly she seemed to think of something. Second phase. Yes, the second phase. Did you just clear the second? Yes, the difficulty was just average. Shenhaier was greatly shocked by this. She recalled the Elder's announcement. So the second phase's Dragon Emperor must drop the strongest European Emperor poster. Lin Bufang nodded. Shenhaier swallowed hard. 5 million points. Lin Bufang, just starting school, would equivalent to directly receiving the first place reward in the Dragon Roar Holy Hall for a year. Not to mention he is currently in first place. Dragon Roar Holy Hall hell, difficult to left periphery. Just entering the periphery, Shenhaier quickly took out her shield. It was a rare shield. She also wanted to prove her usefulness. In the second challenge, she would not drag Lin Bufang down. Lin Bufang instructed, Shenhaier, just stand beside me. You do not need to output or defend. Shenhaier responded with doubt. She could not help but be suspicious. Lin Bufang was soloing, yet had brought her along. There was no healer. When she and Lin Bufang fought the locked corpse hall before, she had discovered that Lin Bufang bore some kind of death immune mechanism. But in this world, every mechanism could be unraveled. Death immunity was the most audacious of safeguards and carried a host of limitations. Shenhaier nonetheless took precautions in advance. If Lin Bufang failed, she would smile and say it was fine. She would leave the old ruins immunity to confusion to him and would not ask for it back. When she saw the outer ring of blue dragon guards, she felt she had been right. Hell difficulty actually has 10 million HP. Their defenses and full immunity to crowd control the whole way through. On hard we relied on controlling and clumping monsters to clear fast. There is no way to control them. Shenhaier pictured the cruel scene, thousands of blue dragon guards raising their long swords, charging headlong and pelting the 2 of them with relentless basic attacks. They would have no chance to counterattack. Yet to her astonishment, an epic weapon appeared in Lin Bufang's hands, the Dianyashang heavy flamethrower. Lin Bufang's handling was blisteringly fast. The flamethrower had 2 uses. The first was its burning damage. The device's damage was not negligible, only one of physical attack, but Lin Bufang's physical attack had already exceeded 23 million. 1% of physical attack was terrifying. A single burn inflicted over 230 damage, and it ignited several times per second. Moreover, easily overlooked, the Dianyashang heavy flamethrower had 100 durability, and its repair cost was only a few times that of a level 20 epic. Rounded up, its cost efficiency was extraordinary, because Lin Bufang did not rely on it as his main damage source. He used it to deliver the decisive hurt. The sole drawback was that burn damage did not count as normal attacks and could not stack attributes. Lin Bufang used the flamethrower merely to test its effectiveness against crowds. He opened the valve with his left hand and squeezed the trigger with his right. A blank round fired, and the fuel ignited. A 20-meter tongue of flame lunged toward the distant blue dragon guards. Lin Bufang swept it in a single arc, scorching the hundreds of blue dragon guards around him. He then glanced at the results. The results shocked him. No HP lost. All the blue dragon guards had blocked. Yet when Lin Bufang instant switched to the M1919 and began outputting on those burning targets, the Dianyashang's effect manifested immediately. This time the bullets ignored blocks. A single round shattered a blue dragon guard's weapon and blew his head apart. It was utterly devastating. Wherever the bullets passed, swathes of blue dragon guards went down. Instant kills. Lin Bufang calculated the damage. He reached a conclusion. The final physical damage bonus from the Dianyashang heavy flamethrower was no weaker than a Wushan ring. What did that mean? With skillful operation, Lin Bufang effectively had the power of 3 Wushan rings. Moreover, the Dianyashang had an advantage. It could hit multiple targets. Also previously, when Lin Bufang emptied the Sovereignty magazine instantly, the Wushan ring's durability dropped proportionally. The Dianyashang, however, only needed one normal attack, and then consumed no further durability. It maxed out economy, while not overlapping other effects. After testing the flamethrower, Shinhire understood, so you got that epic. This flamethrower seems unobtainable in the points shop. With it combined with Wushun rings, you really can deal unimaginable damage. Shinhire's heart settled a little. But the next moment she realized she had been wrong. Lin Bufang used the flamethrower only once, and then never again. After that he relied solely on the M1919 for output. When those burning enemies recovered, bullets struck them as they stood. Honestly, the devastation was the same. After all, when Lin Bufang first entered the Longming Xingdian, his physical attack had been only around 8 million. Now it was over 23 million. That meant the Blue Dragon Guards did not even have the qualification to approach him. They were one shot from a distance. Shinhire finally seemed to understand he was not about fancy inputs. He was simply overwhelmingly strong. His damage was so high it crushed them outright. After stacking some more physical attack, Lin Bufang's transcendent talent, attack only no defense, also successfully rose to 5 stars. Congratulations, transcendent talent, attack only no defense, increased to 5 stars. Sight range increased to 2000 meters. Recoil elimination greatly enhanced. Auto reload further strengthened. Silencer massively boosted. Broadcast radius can reach 10 kilometers. Each kill permanently grants 5 Ming Dao Si Ming blades. Each shot permanently increases attack by 5. Attack only no defense 5. 12570 Ming Dao Si Ming count 2664998. One word: victory. Talent proficiency rose 20-fold, but that was not a problem. The rate of increase remained rapid. Lin Bufang calculated that it had taken less than 10 days to go from 1 star to 5. A win in every way. Lin Bufang had not checked his status panel in a long time. He opened it now to see what could be cultivated. Name: Lin Bufang. Profession: E-rank gunner. Level LV 25-6. 200 million 6. 200 million PS level locked. HP 150001500000. Mana 10001000. Physical attack 23272850. Magical attack 980. Physical defense 25800. Magical defense 19850. Armor penetration 0. Magic penetration 0. Speed 8378. Luck unknown. Free points 0. Insights Chong Dao rank 0-1. 78 stage gravity instinct rank 0 is 0. Talents transcendent attack only no defense 512570 strength gunner profession no level. Equipment Browning M1919A4 machine gun Zhuquan Sovereignty Wu Shin Ring Longming Shoshua Dianyashang heavy flamethrower Suoyan gun Yinwu Dan smoke grenades etc. Skills Eat My Billion Strike 25 Dispel Magic 3 Mana Fountain 25 Bullet Bloom 25 Mirror Shotgun 1. Enough. Prioritize attack speed, no flashy maneuvers. At the second stage, seeing the strange dragon constructs with all manner of damage reduction and defensive bonuses, Shinhire was pale. Their defenses are pushed so high it's basically impossible to kill them. Hell difficulty can actually keep pushing like this, eh? And that output lock dragon guard keeps control throughout. Wasn't it supposed to only hook once? Shinhire immediately took out her exotic shield. Lin Bufang, don't worry about me, focus on damage. However, reality proved she had overthought it. Click. Lin Bufang pulled the bolt. The M1919 spat serpents of fire, bullets swept like a torrential downpour, cutting everything down. The strange dragon constructs could barely take 2 steps. Any rear-line Suo Long Weisher standing in 3 rows would be instantly one-shot. That's not right. The Suo Long Weisher are hiding behind the strange dragon constructs. How did you hit them? Shinhire was truly taken aback. The Forbidden Dragon of the Abyss was massive, capable of blocking all frontal attacks. Even archers would be thwarted if they missed their shots. However, Lin Bufang completely ignored the Forbidden Dragon and took out all the locking dragon guardians in an instant. She turned around only to see Lin Bufang wearing sunglasses, though she didn't know when he put them on. These were custom-made sunglasses. Nothing else, so once worn they blocked out everything. Moreover, they could cover the light at the edges of vision without compromising aesthetics, utilizing advanced black technology. They weren't cheap either. A pair of sunglasses cost 500 gold coins. The helmet was still not very stylish, looking pointy on the head, but the sunglasses were exceedingly cool. The M1919 continued to roar as Lin Bufang single-handedly suppressed all the monsters in the second level. Even the Forbidden Dragon struggled to withstand such damage and rapid-fire bullets. Throughout the entire encounter, the monsters never had a chance to get close to the two. In the third level, Lin Bufang did not utilize his primary weapon. Instead, he wielded the Chief Warden's heavy flamethrower to deliver the final damage boost, getting in close before unleashing an extreme output with the M1919. At that moment, he was essentially wearing the War God's ring. Thus his output was immensely powerful. Attacks that previously required positioning and prediction now resulted in instant kills. Shinhire was so astonished that she could hardly speak. After all, they had spent over 20 minutes tackling the myriad of dragons. Lin Bufang, however, took less than 10 seconds. What's more, throughout the entire encounter, he hadn't even used his main weapon, the Sovereign Shotgun. This meant that Lin Bufang wasn't even at his fastest. He was merely trying to save money. Even while saving, he still achieved instant kills. I feel a bit hot. As she spoke, Shinhire loosened the bow at her chest, revealing her fair shoulders. Lin Bufang glanced back and quickly turned his head away. After some thought, he decided he wasn't losing out. So he turned back and said, "Hot spots are good, very good." Then he proceeded to sweep the entire map. Notably, when defeating a blue dragon guardian on the right side, a rare item dropped. It was a glowing red light. Seeing this glow, Shinhire excitedly danced. "This is the Dragon's Roar bracelet." Lin Bufang picked it up for a look. Dragon's Roar bracelet artifact indeed. He thought about it and realized he had never dropped an item under normal circumstances. They had only dropped items when defeating the highest tier Phase 2 boss. It was somewhat unexpected. One could say it was quite surprising. It felt a bit unreal. By the way, does bringing someone along increase the drop rate? No, it's just because you got lucky. As they entered the boss room, he glanced at the boss's stats. Although he had anticipated it, Shinhire couldn't help but exclaim, "The hell-level attributes are just too outrageous." I had seen the information before, but I had mostly forgotten it. I remember that this hell-level Dragon Emperor will assign us teammates. There are two mechanisms here. First, we cannot be controlled, and second, Lin Bufang, what the hell? At that moment, Shinhire had only gotten halfway through her sentence when Lin Bufang had already executed a Barrett M99 toss, swiftly switching to Sovereign War God's Ring Dragon's Roar bracelet. In midair, he performed a Thomas spin, delivering a small barbecue to the boss. Immediately after, he aimed the Sovereign at the boss's forehead. Boom. He fired a shot. This shot stacked the Sovereign 3 shotgun skills with 99 rounds. Of course, when he brought out the Sovereign, Lin Bufang remembered he forgot to upgrade the mirror shotgun skill and planned to upgrade it after this round. This shot stacked the War God's ring. It also stacked the 100 bonus from the War God's ring wholesaler. Furthermore, it benefited from a bullet travel speed boost of over 8,300. It also stacked the final physical damage boost from the Chief Warden's heavy flamethrower. Most importantly, it added the new bracelet's extra damage that ignored defense based on the final physical damage from the Dragon's Roar bracelet. A line of numbers appeared above the boss's head. 999, 999, 9999. This was not the damage cap from a series of bonuses. This was the boss's health cap. With one shot and 99 rounds, he directly killed the Hell-level Dragon Emperor. Successfully killing the Hell-level Dragon Emperor. Experience points were not calculated. Shinhire held her heaving chest, gasping for breath. The scene before her truly left her in shock. One shot killing the Hell-level Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor didn't even trigger any mechanisms. He died first. Is this what extreme output looks like? Directly ignoring mechanisms? This time no other items dropped. Just a Dragon's Roar bracelet, which was worth everything. As they exited the sanctuary, Shinhire no longer felt hot, reverting to her previous icy demeanor. Lin Bufang returned to his dormitory using all the skill books in his fixed and portable warehouses to upgrade the mirror shotgun. In an instant, the mirror shotgun was upgraded to 16 stars. The number of rounds increased by 16. The total number of rounds reached 116. Damage maximized. If he could upgrade the level 10 Epic Sovereign to level 20, this damage could probably reach new heights. This time the stacked attack power was even higher. Due to the talent upgrade, each hit on a target now provided 5 attack power. Each run through a map could additionally increase attack power by around 8,000. Only attack, no defense. 5 stars. 7528910000000. Physical attack 236499295. In the following time, Lin Bufang consistently took Shinhire to farm maps. At 4 in the morning, they entered the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary at Hell level for the 6th time. Just like before, Lin Bufang, apart from using the flamethrower once on the myriad of dragons, and the Dragon Emperor would not use it on other maps. Throughout the process, it was all instant kills. Shinhire was becoming increasingly hot, her clothing slipping from her shoulders down to her chest. People universally yearn for beauty, especially for pure white and soft bouncy things. It always evokes ancient memories from deep within the genes. In ancient times when humans lived on raw meat and blood, they sought better breeding for their offspring. They wanted their children to gain more nourishment. They aimed for their descendants to carry better genes and thrive. They wished for human civilization to advance more swiftly into a technological society, freeing all humanity from the clutches of war and disaster. To relive the shock of lifting their heads for the first time to gaze at the starry sky, for the stars and the sea. Lin Bufang felt for the first time that Shun Hai's strength was unfathomable. Lin Bufang stared for a moment, feeling somewhat dizzy. One was the energy from the level 2 behemoth weaver coalescing strongly. The other was the mental pressure from prolonged high-intensity combat. Lin Bufang felt his nose getting warm. Reaching up to touch it, he found blood had already started to flow. The gun Dao was slowly rising. Lin Bufang was quite surprised. No way could it really rise like this. Look, he had to look. Moreover, he needed to observe more critically repeatedly. Shun Hai noticed Lin Bufang staring at her. Instead of retreating, she stepped closer, puffing out her chest, and standing in front of him. Want to touch? Huh. A cascade of question marks instantly appeared above Lin Bufang's head. That doesn't seem quite appropriate. Hold on a moment. Even saying that sentence feels utterly misplaced. Then let me ask you, do you have a girlfriend? No. I think we could try dating. What do you think? All right. No sooner had Lin Bufang uttered those words than he sensed the situation spiraling toward an unforeseeable course. Yet having spoken, he stood by his word, unwavering as a vow worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Lin Bufang had never been in a relationship before. He admitted with quiet candor that his earlier remarks had carried a hint of playful bravado. His true anchor was simply a resilient, untroubled mindset. Now that romance had truly begun, however, he found himself utterly at a loss. Here we are, Lin Bufang murmured, gazing at Shun Hai, whose own nerves shimmered just beneath the surface. Let's start with a touch. Lin Bufang reached out and grasped. The texture was exquisite, so full and supple that a single hand could not possibly encircle it. In the next instant, his arm was seized with crushing force. His vision lurched skyward as Shun Hai executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending him hurtling 10 meters away. Shun Hai flushed crimson with indignation. Yet the moment she registered what she'd done, her expression melted into flustered remorse. She dashed over gently, helping Lin Bufang to his feet. Are you alright? I didn't mean it. It was pure reflex. Lin Bufang said nothing. His eyes were already clouded over. Shun Hai covered her mouth, suppressing a soft, lilting laugh. I've never dated either. I'm not sure what I can offer you. But I noticed you love watching bears, so from now on you're welcome to watch them freely. Still, if you wish for something more intimate, perhaps next time we could go to your place, or mine. Doing it here would be terribly awkward. Lin Bufang rose, reclaiming his composure. I'm fine. I just don't know what to say. Then say nothing at all. Just listen to me. As the two continued clearing the Longming Holy Temple, Shun Hai began recounting her past. Before beginning, she asked Lin Bufang earnestly, this is rather dull. No one truly enjoys listening to another person's grievances. Her gaze held both hope and delicate hesitation. And in that look, Lin Bufang glimpsed his former self and countless others like him before their crossing. Occasionally yearning to speak, they clung to unrealistic fantasies, believing against all reason that someone who could never understand them might somehow grasp their essence, that those whose outer beauty shone brightest might also perceive the joyful leaping soul within. Such understanding is impossible. One cannot assume that outward grace is matched by inner depth, though nor should one generalize. Take for instance the author and each of you reading this. Yet still loneliness remains constant. Lin Bufang felt as though a radiant leaping soul were emerging before him, and his own spirit stirred, aching for resonance. I would be delighted. Really, truly, now that you mention it, I find myself brimming with things to say, but I'd like to hear yours first. Shun Hai then began her story, not in the third person, but in the second, a tale about you. From the moment of her birth, she was destined to stand atop the world's pyramid. Without exception, the Shun family, one of the most elite lineages in Daxia, endured unchanged across eras while the world trembled and toppled, while generations of top-tier cultivators rose and fell. The Shun family remained immutable. The Shun family. Before turning 15, the greatest hardship she endured was her monthly cycle, paying her an unwelcome. She viewed the world through eyes of pristine innocence. Everyone around her, even strangers, extended boundless kindness. Whatever she desired arrived before her swiftest thought. For a long stretch of time she believed this was how the world always was, how everyone lived, speak and receive, desire and obtain. All were kind, all bowed their heads in greeting upon seeing her. The school she attended admitted only peers of her station. Her teachers were at minimum distinguished faculty from Qingyun University, Occasionally, elders themselves provided her private instruction. Then at 16, she was selected to relocate to a distant city to study at a new school. Her parents erupted into a fierce argument over the decision, and her mother raged at someone whose name she still remembered clearly, Shan Chuan. At the mention of that name, Shun Haier instinctively snapped upright, a gesture born of profound, unfeigned reverence. At first, she misunderstood Shan Chuan, believing he had forcibly separated her from her parents. Upon arriving in Dongsang City, Shun Haier's academic focus shifted from cultivation theory to ideological education. Initially, she struggled. The heavy workload and relentless assignments overwhelmed her, until she began noticing how profoundly different her classmates were. Dongsang City itself was different. She saw the impoverished, ordinary people devoured by colossal beasts, swallowed whole like livestock. She saw men and women laboring day and night for a single meal. She saw countless others, people utterly unlike any she had ever known. Some refused to respect her. Some whispered ill behind her back. Some envied her openly. This shattered her understanding, and for the first time she actively sought the truth. She asked her teachers. They replied, "Study diligently, all answers lie within your textbooks." And so the very knowledge once imposed upon her now ignited deep fascination. World history, national transformations, no longer burdensome distractions, but magnifying lenses piercing through the fog of ignorance. She discovered that in a distant age, a generation of selfless idealists, fueled by unwavering belief, had sacrificed everything, even life itself, to forge a world of true equality. At that time, she lacked words to capture the feeling. If before she had merely wished to remain forever beside her parents, a charming, dependent child basking in adoration, the girl she had become now seemed to have found her purpose. She became like a parched sponge thirsting for moisture. The truth she craved lay buried deepest within textbooks, in archives inaccessible to ordinary people, but open to her. All that she longed for seemed at some historical juncture to have already been realized. Yet with the emergence of cultivators, it vanished entirely. She began studying the present world, confident that every problem had a solution and that with her strength she could reshape reality itself. She aided the destitute. She acted, turning compassion into tangible love. She imagined herself a chivalrous hero. At her graduation debate, while all others extolled the greatness of cultivators, the supremacy of power, the primacy of wealth, she stepped forward. She declared, "Might makes right, is in truth merely the strong preying upon and oppressing the weak. True strength lies not in dominating the vulnerable, but in bearing the solemn duty to protect all sentient beings. If strength may override justice itself, then fairness, righteousness, and conscience will inevitably become sacrifices to tyranny." She received thunderous applause. In that instant she believed she had succeeded. Then, nothing changed. The world remained exactly as before. Her classmates advanced to new vocations, hunted monsters without pause, and those holding such heretical views were swiftly reprimanded by elders, subjected to intensive ideological re-education. Cultivators, strength, rank, gear. These were the immutable gears driving the world. To oppose them was to challenge the very foundation of existence for everyone. What meaning does this hold? Does it hold any meaning at all? To this she had no reply. Her parents rebuked her harshly, speaking even more bluntly, "By doing this you stand opposed to all humanity. The common folk will not thank you, and the powerful will certainly show you no mercy. Moreover, you rely solely on resources provided by your family to aid others. Call it noble redistribution or call it disloyalty. Either way, you turn your arm against your own kin." She had a huge fight with her parents and ran away from home. She fell into a state of confusion, doubting the meaning of everything she had learned and done. In the end, she concluded that indeed there was no meaning to it all at present, and even in the distant future there would be no meaning. But as long as she acted, someday it would hold meaning. After that, she no longer reached out to her family for money, but relied on her own efforts to do what she believed was meaningful. Of course, her parents secretly helped her a lot, unable to bear seeing her suffer. From the ages of 17 to 19, she traveled to many places, yet felt even more lost. Top professionals could easily seize any resources they desired, but what they could offer ordinary people were only the most basic resources for survival. She felt that the world was utterly rotten, yet reluctantly accepted everything about it. She still had her parents, and although they might not understand her, she loved them. She wanted to go to more places, but lacking the strength, she could only be at the mercy of others. She loathed herself and her life, yet could not escape, nor did she wish to flaunt her uniqueness through self-loathing. She believed she possessed lofty ideals, but did not want to elevate herself as noble through these so-called ideals and beliefs. She felt that she had not done well enough, yet believed that no matter how she acted it was futile. Due to her figure and appearance, many admired her, which she found distasteful. However, when she met a classmate named Lin Bufang in Shanghai City, she wanted to use her physical beauty to capture his attention, even if just for a moment. Finally, Shanghai smiled as she looked at the resplendent palace. In fact, many things I say to my parents only worry them, and it's better not to say anything at all. Sometimes I also feel that everything is meaningless. Everything cannot be changed. All things in the world will eventually perish. All relationships are temporary. In the end, everything will head towards chaos. Even mountains and rivers, everything they do is only temporary. They may not be evil dragons, but what about the people around them? Nothing has changed. After Shanghai finished speaking, Lin Bufang waited for a minute before asking, "Are you done?" "I'm done." Lin Bufang thought for a moment. He already knew how to respond to Shanghai, as his thinking speed was quick. He pondered just to make her feel that he was seriously replying. How to communicate with people. First, say what the other person wants to hear. Second, say what they can accept. Third, then say what you need to say. Lastly, say what you want to say. First of all, you are correct. Do you think you are contradictory? In fact, each of us is a contradictory individual possessing duality. As you said, you feel you have lofty ideals, yet do not wish to regard them as noble. These two thoughts are in conflict ideologically, but in action there is no conflict. You have taken action for this, haven't you? Also, I think you are quite adorable. Hearing the word adorable, Shanghai was stunned for a second, looking at Lin Bufang, unsure of what he meant. Lin Bufang initially wanted to tease her, but thought better of it. She was not Su Ran, and the effect would not be good. I admit that there are indeed many appealing aspects about you. However, all this depends on the character and qualities you display. There may be few, if any, in this world who are more handsome and larger than you, but that's the point. Self-love, do you understand? When we truly learn to love ourselves, striving to become better, whether happier or more joyful, for me, this self-love means becoming stronger. What you are confused about is placing hope in others. What you despise is not that you have not done well enough, but that doing so feels meaningless. The ordinary people in your eyes will not understand you, and the higher-ups in your view will not change because of you. Believing in yourself and loving yourself is the beautiful beginning of everything. Shanghai's eyes gradually brightened, but the underlying melancholy remained unchanged. Lastly, Lin Bufang began to get to the point. He quickly cut off the myriad of dragons and reclaimed sovereignty, starting to educate Shanghai in ideology. In the struggle, people exist. First, remember one thing: every class has its historical mission, and each class has its responsibilities. In a slave society, who bears the mission of establishing a better society? First, eliminate the slaves. If a slave accomplishes it, it remains a slave society, merely with a different person in charge. Thus, it should be the feudal landlords. So who should the feudal landlords task with building a better future? Capital. Then what is the mission of the next group? What you envision is the story of a dragon-slaying youth eventually becoming an evil dragon. History seems to be an endless cycle that one can never escape, forever repeating. Now let me ask you, who rules this world we live in? Professionals. Standing in the perspective of professionals, you can never change this world throughout your life. Do you understand? Shanghai opened her mouth wide, her eyes shining brightly, without any trace of confusion left. She was astonished not only by Lin Bufang's profound awareness, but also by how he could completely shatter her confusion with a single statement. Lin Bufang remarked that this was the result of reading too little. Of course, before his transmigration, he was just an ordinary person. Even if he understood, he was just one of countless ordinary people moving along the tide of history. Now he was terrifyingly strong, not just in strength, but also with an iron will. This? How could you? Let me sort this out. Shanghai blinked, frowning, her brain still trying to process everything. No, it's true. It really is this way. Who is a friend and who is an enemy? Unite friends and minimize enemies. Her frown relaxed as she looked at Lin Bufang with a gaze that had completely changed from before. Lin Bufang glanced at the time. The 6th round of grinding was about to end. The 7th round would start at 6 in the morning. First, keep these thoughts in your heart and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Secondly, let's continue grinding. Moreover, you need to consider one question. Shanghai was still immersed in the shock from Lin Bufang's earlier words. What question? We've gotten involved, and your good friend Su Ran might very well shoot you down. You know I have a good relationship with her. She pursued me 112 times. If we count that one time at the Morning Light Sanctuary, it's 113 times. The more unattainable something is, the more frenzied the pursuit. Plus, we are like brothers, closely bonded by our chests and skin, so I can't hit her. Of course, she can't hit you either. I don't care about playful fights, but if it gets serious, I will definitely save you. Shanghai was sweating coldly. I didn't expect you to actually agree. You know, it's quite surprising, and also a pleasant surprise. Shinhire blushed, no longer appearing melancholic or shy as before, but rather naturally and openly flushed. Stepping out of the holy temple, Lin Bufang felt quite relaxed. Look at our partner taking them out is quite impressive with this figure, this appearance, this charm, and this tumter-long heavy sword. Awesome. Unlike that previous Su Ran who just liked to bite people for no reason. Lin Bufang had just said one sentence. Just one sentence. A figure darted out from behind, long eyelashes, not yet clearly visible fingers already pinching Lin Bufang's waist. What did you just say? Lin Bufang glanced at Shinhire, about to speak. Shinhire quickly knelt down. Don't say it, my Lin Gu, I beg you, I want to live a few more days. Su Ran scrutinized the two, her brows furrowed at times and raised at others. What's going on? Your relationship. Why do I feel something's off? You even called him brother. Su Ran's tone shifted. If you two are really together, I will bless you. Lin Bufang remained silent, but Shinhire quickly shot him a look. She's trying to trick you. How could Lin Bufang not know what Su Ran was thinking? He remained silent, simply gazing at her. After a moment, Su Ran lowered her head, turning away in a huff. This afternoon at 6, take me with you. After saying that, she turned to leave. But she heard Lin Bufang's emotionless voice behind her. What if I don't take you? Su Ran's figure froze for a moment. Her head lowered even further. When she turned back, her eyes were already filled with tears. She glared fiercely at Lin Bufang, not saying a word. Shinhire hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. It's fine, you two have known each other for so long. It's normal to have a little conflict. Su Ran, why are you crying? Lin Bufang was just joking with you. Lin Bufang put away his serious expression and smiled. See you this afternoon. Su Ran then sniffed, her tears about to fall. Fine, you know how to act smart. After Su Ran left, Lin Bufang walked towards the cafeteria with Shinhire. Shinhire gently linked her arm with his. Su Ran is actually quite a good person. As friends, it's fine. She must be mindful of her boundaries. I will definitely take her with me. After all, she is alone out there. I can't give her unrealistic hopes. Shinhire continued. I think if you really like her, I wouldn't mind living together as 3 people. There are operations involved. After finishing their meal at 5 o'clock, they entered the Longming Holy Temple for the 7th time. Compared to before, Lin Bufang was using both hands this time, but now he was using one, with the other hand holding Shinhire's hand, which looked quite firm, but felt soft and comfortable to touch. At first, both of them were blushing, their palms sweaty. Later, blushing became more intense, and the sweat increased. In the 6th and 7th attempts, they did not encounter the 2nd stage Dragon Emperor. Previously, Lin Bufang would have calculated the costs, because the cost of sovereignty smoke bombs was too high. But with the addition of the Warden Longming bracelet, this cost had been reduced to the minimum. His damage could ignore mechanics, directly annihilating the boss. Thus, smoke bombs were no longer needed, saving over 2,000,000. The M1919 was fully powered, sweeping the entire map, and it was hard to even use 5,000 gold for durability repair. Sovereignty was used only once, costing 1,000 gold. The Warrior God Ring Longming Bracelet Warden concentrated repairs would likely struggle to exceed 1,000 gold. Not to mention the Warden with a durability of 1,000, it was uncertain when it would be used up. In summary, the total cost of one run in the Hellfire Longming Holy Temple was less than 2,500 gold. However, the guaranteed profit was 3 million gold. Occasionally, a few purple and pink items could drop. Lin Bufang's gold was also beginning to circulate positively, continuously increasing. Time approached the 8th run. This time, Lin Bufang sensed a different atmosphere. His intuition told him that they were about to face the 2nd stage boss. The first 5 maps yielded no rewards. On the 6th map of the 10,000 Ways Dragon, a major haul appeared. At the moment the 10,000 Ways Dragon was killed, 8 skill books dropped consecutively. Lin Bufang discovered that his profession had gained a skill book. LV25 Fire Breathing Range Passive Gunner Profession increases fire breath range by 2,000 meters. How to describe this passive skill? Quite incredible. Previously, when Lin Bufang used fire breath on the Blue Dragon Guards in the first map, he could only apply burning to targets within a range of about 15 to 20 meters. This range wasn't small, grouping enemies could still inflict damage. But 2,000 meters is a whole different concept. The entire map. With one shot from the flamethrower, it could sweep across the entire map. All targets would receive the final physical damage bonus from burning. Lin Bufang thought, if M1919's penetration increased again, coupled with the flamethrower, it would truly mean instant kills across the whole map. This was Lin Bufang's skill book. Shinhire also dropped the skill book she had longed for. Warrior Profession. Lin Bufang also inquired about Shinhire's profession level. Originally a level, but it can be upgraded through battles. Currently, Shinhire had already cultivated it to this level. The profession name is Sword Immortal, with solid defense and output. It's just a bit lacking in damage. When grinding maps, she still focuses on defense and damage resistance, nurturing mostly defense and health. She also said she had raised it incorrectly, but now it didn't matter as she had Lin Bufang. In the boss room, the first stage was easily annihilated. As expected, the boss did not shatter into pieces, but dropped a piece of carbon. Facing the boss's control, Lin Bufang had already prepared a plan. He had Shinhire and those 6 machine teammates kneel together, saving trouble and costs. But since Shinhire was his partner, naturally she couldn't kneel. Moreover, the two of them working together was also more convenient. Lin Bufang took out the hook lock gun, hooking the 6 machine teammates, then took off his equipment and threw it on the ground. In the second stage of this BOSS, if teammates are controlled, he will also be in a no cooldown state for skills. So no matter how much you throw in, it won't be enough for him to consume, so you step on the hook lock gun and prevent the machine teammates from picking it up. Hearing about the second stage boss's mechanics, Shinhire gasped in shock. After doing as instructed, she watched as Lin Bufang instantly flew to the throne, her eyes filled with heartache. How many failures must one endure to find this mechanic? Lin Bufang indicated that he had only used it once. To be honest, even without the hook lock gun, he could clear the stage. He had already prepared a plan for the possible mechanics of the second stage boss. This included continuously throwing smoke bombs for the machine teammates. He would sell more warrior god rings as the cost. He hadn't sold them yet, partly because the hook lock gun was still in his backpack. At the throne, Lin Bufang casually dispelled a few times, then fired a shot to test the damage, unexpectedly killing it in one shot. In the second stage, Lin Bufang still showed some respect. Dispel successful, dispel successful, dispel successful, dispel, failed, dispel successful. The target no longer has any magical power that can be dispelled. After everything was dispelled, Lin Bufang swiftly switched to the flamethrower, equipped with the final physical damage bonus from the burn effect. Where the warrior's ring, where the dragon's roar bracelet. Then he instantly switched to sovereignty. With a bang, a shot was fired. The boss's health bar suddenly dropped by 1/10. At this moment, the boss had also completed the first phase of control. Kneel before me. The smoke surrounding Shinhire was dispersed. The boss immediately connected to the second skill, which would deal continuous damage to all targets on the map. This damage could only be endured by warriors for a short, while other targets simply could not withstand it. However, the boss had no chance to continue fighting. 1 bullet, 1/10 of health. Lin Bufang could fire 83 bullets in 1 second. This means Lin Bufang's speed and reaction time were fast enough to not empty the magazine. He fired exactly 10 shots, neither more nor less. The boss's health bar was instantly cleared. Successfully killed the hell-level BOSS Dragon Emperor. Phase 2 experience points, not calculated. 1/0 gold coins, 2/0 gold coins, and smoke bombs. Successfully one-shot the Phase 2 boss. Lin Bufang had spent a whopping 140 million gold coins in costs before this. He felt that the main issue lay with the Dragon's Roar bracelet. It was named as such specifically to counter the BOSS Dragon Emperor. Moreover, even if an ordinary person had the Dragon's Roar bracelet, they would still need the Warrior's Ring. Even with the Warrior's Ring, due to the final physical damage not being that high, the actual output couldn't reach the standard for one-shot kills. Not being able to one-shot means having to maneuver back and forth with the BOSS, which not only wastes time, but also geometrically increases costs. Lin Bufang, equipped with the Warrior's Ring title, the Warden's Heavy Flamethrower, had 3 pieces of equipment that increased final physical damage along with 3 major skills that increased ammo. Additionally, the Sovereignty's bullet damage was not reduced, plus a speed of over 8,300, plus Gravitational Instinct, plus over 30 million in physical attack, which increased by another 7 million after 2 additional enhancements. Moreover, the extreme output of 115 bullets. With so many elements stacked together, the damage could not possibly be low. One-shotting the Phase 2 Dragon Emperor was not excessive. Shinhire was still forcefully stepping on the grappling gun, pushing the surrounding AI teammates away to prevent them from getting close. She was quite surprised to see the Phase 2 Dragon Emperor being instantly killed. So fast. If she and Lin Bufang hadn't been together, she felt she would have enthusiastically praised him. Now that they were together, she felt a bit abrupt and shy. When Lin Bufang flew down, she mustered her courage and pecked a kiss on his cheek. Lin Bufang was momentarily stunned, then suddenly turned around and passionately kissed Shinhire. 100 words omitted here. The drops from the boss had already been fully collected, just like before. Ethereal Shield guaranteed drop. Dragon's Roar Staff guaranteed drop. God Mage Ring guaranteed drop. Dragon's Roar Bracelet guaranteed drop. A surprisingly pleasant surprise was that this time 2 pieces of epic gear dropped, one for a warrior and one for a gunslinger. The warrior's was a heavy sword. It was the kind of equipment that could not be exchanged in the points shop. Is this the Dragon Emperor's sword? Shunhire looked incredulously. She certainly knew that the rewards for the Phase 2 Sanctuary could drop all kinds of rare equipment. The drop rate for epic gear was quite high. But she never expected that the very first drop from Phase 2 would be the level 20 epic she had long desired. As a main defense character, the attributes of this heavy sword could form ties with everything she had previously cultivated, similar to Lin Bufang's sovereignty. Without this weapon, Shunhire would be an outstanding warrior. With this weapon, it was not 11, but rather 199. Lin Bufang closed the auto pickup. That is yours. Okay. Shunhire picked it up while Lin Bufang activated auto pickup for the other epic necklace. Level 20 heart-piercing necklace, epic physical class, magic defense 3000, health 1, 0 damage reduction 5, casting speed 50, and machine gun penetration 1, durability 200, 200. The level 20 epic significantly increased attributes across the board, and the increases were quite high. Of course, Lin Bufang had the named Sword of Fate, so the health bonus was of little consequence. The only attribute he cared about was penetration 1. He immediately used a stat extraction scroll to extract penetration 1 from this epic equipment. Stat extraction scroll already used penetration 1. This stat can now be given to any piece of equipment with a maximum of 1 stat per piece. Lin Bufang immediately bestowed the stat onto the M1919. No other reason. M1919 modification attributes increased penetration increased from 1 to 2 now combined with Lin Bufang's skill pierce 1. Lin Bufang's actual penetration reached 3. With a little more penetration, the increase directly doubles. The actual performance against groups of monsters is much more than just double. It can be said that if Lin Bufang returned to the state he was in when he first entered the Dragon's Roar Sanctuary, with penetration not 2 but 3, the Blue Dragon Guard in the first level might not even give him the chance to trigger the named Sword of Fate. A tremendous boost. Alright, this is for you. Lin Bufang handed the newly dropped Dragon's Roar bracelet to Shunhire. Shunhire hurriedly waved her hand. I can't take this, it's too precious, and am going for a defense route. Having this is useless. Take it. I really can't take it. Giving it to me would be a waste. Take it. Okay. Shunhire obediently accepted the Dragon's Roar bracelet and put it on, her eyes shining with undisguised joy. Oh, by the way. She opened her backpack and pulled out dozens of warrior's rings. I saw you liked the warrior's ring last time, so I stocked up a bit. Do you want some? You call this a bit? Lin Bufang looked at her hands where the warrior's rings piled up like a small mountain. After a rough count, there were at least over 100. Dear girlfriend, does your family mine produce only warrior's rings? Lin Bufang suddenly realized that he had really underestimated Shunhire's strength. She was truly wealthy, and not just any kind of wealthy. She had so much money she didn't even know how to spend it. It was overwhelming. Naturally, Lin Bufang would not want these warrior's rings. With so many unfamiliar warrior's rings, it would inevitably make his own warrior's rings in the warehouse feel jealous. One must cherish their own children. There's no logic in pampering others' warrior's rings. With a snap, Shunhire accidentally dropped a few warrior's rings. She didn't even notice, foolishly following Lin Bufang to prepare to leave the sanctuary. Pick them up. Really am quite heartbroken. Alright, I didn't see, you'll pay attention next time. Lin Bufang suddenly thought of something good, that hairpin called Isis that he had not used. He took it out, the emerald hairpin shimmering brilliantly. Do you remember this thing? I've kept it all along. I remember. Shunhire smiled happily. After 3 consecutive waves of map clearing, Lin Bufang's gains were quite substantial. He done. Sell it. The Longming staff, this rare grade weapon, still made Lin Bufang uneasy. It might not hold its value, so converting it into gold seemed the safest option. Sell it. The Fashion ring. Lin Bufang decided to hoard it for now, not to sell. Balance 33963589 gold coins. Thus his gold reached 300 million. He immediately purchased 2 Wushan rings, adding 2 new members to his little collection of 20 Wushan rings. Now 22 Wushan rings. Balance 193802449 gold coins. Less than 20 million remained. Lin Bufang chose to deposit it all into another account as his working funds for the coming days. Balance 0 gold coins. Lin Bufang felt relieved. His next goal remained to keep earning and to continue hoarding Wushan rings. Before he had merely the hoarder's mentality. Now another thought surfaced: his partner was actually richer than he was. He could not abide it, though for the moment he could tolerate it. But in the future he vowed to become the richest person, the one with the most Wushan rings. On the 6th, 7th, and 8th dungeon runs, 3 runs, Lin Bufang's physical attack changed as follows. Attack only no defense 5-star 2223286100. Physical attack 343892880. Mingdao Siming aside, everything was in absolute upward growth. Each run of the Longming Sanctuary reliably dropped up to 5 famed blades. A steady increase of over 6500 Mingdao Siming. Then they continued consecutive runs. Longming Sanctuary's cooldown was 1 hour. High-intensity grinding still consumed much stamina, but as the saying goes, teamwork makes labor light. Lin Bufang did not feel tired at all. It is worth noting that 2 classmates Qi Ming and Kai Hao still had not come out. Seriously guys, I guarded you all night, and you still didn't show up. Those 2 foolish brothers must be crazy. If you can't beat it, just quit. What are they wasting time for? At 7 in the morning the cooldown refreshed, and they began the runs. By 1230 p.m., when the 2 emerged, they had completed 6 consecutive runs of the healthier Longming Sanctuary. They encountered the second phase twice in the process. Their luck was quite good, counting the earlier 2 that made 4 second phase encounters. Lin Bufang had needed 18 runs in the Dawn Sanctuary to earn the title Wushan Ring Wholesaler. He did not know how many runs this time would require. It should not be fewer than 18. Lin Bufang actually hoped to trigger the second phase more often. After all, it guaranteed drops like Eat Done Longming Staff, Longming Bracelet, and Awaken Ring. Moreover, the epic drop rate was very high. Each of 4 runs yielded at least 2 epics. As a result, Lin Bufang's count of Longming bracelets rose to 4. Some might ask, didn't you give Shenhaier a Longming bracelet? Yes, he did. But on their first run with Shenhaier, a Longming bracelet also dropped from a minor enemy, the Blue Dragon Guard. So that made 4. He had currently accumulated 3 Awaken rings. Dun actually dropped 3 more times in the meantime, bringing the total to 5, equivalent to 25 million gold coins. 2 Longming staffs worth 260 million. Minimum guaranteed 19 million gold coins. In total, they earned 300 million. So what was the cost? Around 720,000 gold coins. Quite a few skill books also dropped, but luck seemed to run out. Neither of them found a skill book for their own class. However, Lin Bufang's new skill Jingxiang Shandan Mirror Shotgun also rose to level 20. The number of projectiles increased by 4, bringing the total to 119. Besides that, 5 epic items dropped that did not belong to either of their classes. These were directly converted into souls. Lin Bufang had previously possessed 140 epic souls. 5 plus 2 made 7 level 20 epics. The 2 referred to the previously dropped Long Wang helmet and Cixin necklace. Even though the Cixin necklace's affixes had been transferred, it could still be exchanged for souls. 1 level 20 epic could be exchanged for 50 souls. 7 amounted to 350 souls. Lin Bufang converted them all into souls. Epic soul count 490. If he amassed 300, he could exchange for a common epic. At 500 souls, the Cixin necklace could be exchanged again. At 100 souls, he could pick the top-tier level 20 epic of his choice. This was an extra reward one Lin Bufang was not in a hurry to claim. Aside from equipment, his physical attack had also leapt by a massive margin. The change was, one could say, enormous. Attack only node fence 5-star 6432778 Physical attack 55436740. Mingdao Siming count 2725659. Physical attack was almost doubled. In fact, when they encountered the second phase Long Wang on the 6th run, Lin Bufang could already take it down in 6 shots. Cost had almost halved again. Victory. How can one put into words such comfort? In the afternoon, the 2 had lunch and prepared to continue the runs. Shenhaier was astonished at Lin Bufang's appetite. That he ate without gaining weight was the least surprising thing. She watched dumbfounded as Lin Bufang consumed twice the amount of meat of her own weight, yet his belly did not bulge an inch. A little past 1, they resumed running. In the first map, they faced over 1,000 Blue Dragon Guards. His penetration had reached 3. Firing the M1919 machine gun was simply exhilarating. A single bullet hit the first target, triggered the penetration effect, then struck the second, then the third, and finally the fourth, as the penetration procced each time. 1 bullet struck 4 targets, 1 bullet stacked 20 attack points. In the second map, when shooting the rear Suo Long Weisher Lock Dragon Guards, the effect was utterly devastating. 1 bullet instantly killed 4 Lock Dragon Guards. Efficiency had markedly jumped a tier. From the first Helltier Longming Sanctuary run at 1 p.m. until 6:30 p.m. They ran 6 more times. This time they only encountered 1 second phase Long Wang right on the 6th run. Attack only node fence 5-star 10686712100. Physical attack 767064110. Mingdao Siming count 2757896. Physical attack had nearly reached 77 million. With this level of attack power, the second phase Long could be taken down in just 3 shots. 3 shots, and it was annihilated. They still spent a little time pulling aggro, flying, and dispelling magic. Otherwise, Lin Bufang would have liked to confront the boss Hedon. That would also save a smoke grenade. Mostly it was for safety. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. When a single run earned 3 to 400 million, there was no point in cutting corners for a mere 2.0 gold coins. Do not lose the big for the small. 6 runs guaranteed, at least 18. 5 million gold. Dun dropped 3 times, totaling 15 million gold. 1 Longming staff, 130 million gold. Longming bracelets were kept, 6 in total now. Fa Shin rings were kept, for at present. This time, although they only hit the second phase once, the drop rates were unusually generous. 6 epics dropped directly, among which Lin Bufang obtained a usable piece called Shinpan Sports Shoes. One of the level 20 graduation epics he wanted to exchange for. One of the 5 pieces in the Shinpan set. LV20 Shinpan Sports Shoes Epic Gunslinger class does not increase defense or HP, shotgun projectile count 10, our recoil greatly increased, a durability 100, 001, 0000. Its attributes can be described as extraordinary, precisely what Lin Bufang desired. Sacrificing health and other stats, it purely enhances the ammunition while increasing recoil. Isn't this all good? The judgment equipment consists of 5 pieces which can form the judgment set, providing a doubling effect for shotgun ammunition. Shinhire had even better luck obtaining 2 pieces of graduation epic gear. Therefore, the actual exchange for epic souls amounted to 3 pieces. 150 epic souls were exchanged. The number of epic souls, 640. Thus, Lin Bufang's balance reached 460. Balance 465869860 gold coins. Although it wasn't enough to exchange for 3 God of War rings, Lin Bufang used his savings to gather enough money for 3 God of War rings and exchanged for them. Thus, 22 God of War rings welcomed 3 new companions. How harmonious could 25 little families be? Consequently, Lin Bufang's savings greatly diminished. Balance in card 248666709 gold coins. Backpack balance 0 gold coins. At 6 o'clock, Su Ran was already waiting at the entrance of the dungeon hall, not approaching the teleportation portal to the Dragon Roar Holy Temple, but standing quietly outside the hall observing. It wasn't until she saw Lin Bufang and Shinhire holding hands walking out that she pretended to tiptoe casually over, saying, "What a coincidence, I just arrived." Looking at Shinhire, trying to break free from Lin Bufang's hand, appearing quite awkward. Su Ran sneered, "What are you afraid of? Just admit it openly, don't act shy like a girl." Lin Bufang felt somewhat surprised. He initially thought Su Ran would angrily threaten Shinhire, would break down, would have a meltdown, would bounce around with a shotgun, but unexpectedly she remained so calm. He felt he might have underestimated Su Ran. He couldn't hypocritically say that they were just friends. He was cautious around Su Ran. Did she truly like Lin Bufang, or was it the constant sense of defeat that compelled her to turn failure into success? Shinhire sighed, "I don't know how to tell you, but the two of us just got together." Su Ran's eyes widened instantly. In reality, Su Ran was indeed the type with a delicate appearance. Even when angry, it was hard to see a truly threatening expression. Even when yawning, she looked like a lazy kitten basking in the sun. However, this time her eyes were very wide. "Shinhire, don't be too happy too soon. Ooh, just wait for your doom. I am seriously freaking out. I am losing my mind." Immediately, Su Ran bounced around with her shotgun beside the two of them, wanting to confront them. But neither Lin Bufang nor Shinhire was someone she could overpower. Even in the most extreme situations, Shinhire could hold Su Ran's head down with one hand, while Su Ran couldn't even touch Shinhire's elbow, only flailing around in frustration. Shinhire quietly remarked, "So do you still want us to take you along?" Su Ran laughed in anger. All right, so you're already distancing yourself from me, huh? What do you mean by we? Lin Bufang. Shinhire called Lin Bufang's name. She wasn't sure how to address him now. It seemed too soon for anything overly intimate. Calling him Bufang felt like calling a child. Calling him Xiao Lin was inappropriate. Calling him Lin. In short, nothing sounded quite right. So she just decided to call him by his name. "I need to talk to Su Ran alone. Oh, wait for us a moment." Shinhire led Su Ran outside the hall. Lin Bufang sat at the entrance of the dungeon, put on sunglasses, and observed outside. There were 2 green rectangles. Initially, the 2 rectangles were 5 meters apart. Soon the 5 meters became 3, then 2, then 1. Then he saw the edges of the 2 rectangles touch like 2 hands clasping together. The 2 rectangles were also easily distinguishable. The slightly taller one was Shinhire, standing steadily, without much movement, occasionally tilting the top of the rectangle, as if she were smiling. The other rectangle made Lin Bufang feel a bit dizzy. She resembled a high-frequency vibrating machine, like an ultra-high network latency causing the rectangle to flicker to the left then to the right, and then back to its original position. Who else could it be but Su Ran? He also saw Su Ran's rectangle circling around Shun Haier, continuously going around in circles for dozens of rounds. Lin Bufang completely couldn't comprehend what was going on in Su Ran's mind, wondering why she was acting this way. Was she going to demonstrate how she ran 100 laps on her first day of school? Soon 10 minutes later the two appeared to return in harmony. Seeing Lin Bufang watching her, Su Ran placed her hands behind her back, saying, "All right, I told you Xiao Lin, I've already done my part with your girlfriend. She's quite nice, you should get along well with her, and not let down my efforts. Shanhaier, call me sister. Xiaolin, what should you call me now?" "Su. Sister Su. Hey, don't just stand there, take out that M1919 and show me what progress you've made these days." Dragon Roar Holy Temple Hell Level 3 people entering the Hell level. Su Ran instinctively shrank her head, seeing Lin Bufang and the others looking at her. Su Ran still pretended to be calm, standing at the entrance. Lin Bufang politely extended his right hand. "After you, Sister Su." Su Ran responded politely, "No, after you." No, after you, Sister Su." Lin Bufang thought Su Ran would loop back and forth several times, not daring to be the first to enter. Unexpectedly, she actually took the lead and stepped into the perimeter. The two quickly followed. Su Ran, facing the dense blue dragon guards, had no fear, wielding a submachine gun and firing away. Although the bullets merely grazed the blue dragon guards, Lin Bufang said nothing further and focused intently on the map. The M1919's bolt action pulled back, and the three penetrating bullets swept through the blue dragon guards like a scythe. In just over a minute, over 1,000 blue dragon guards at the perimeter were killed by the M1919. Su Ran only saw her experience points bar skyrocketing. However, her eyes did not show much excitement. Instead, there was a hint of disappointment. She looked at Lin Bufang and Shun Haier's backs and felt a question that seemed always unclear when next to Lin Bufang. What exactly did she want? Leveling up or something else? She saw Lin Bufang instantaneously defeat the boss Dragon Emperor. She saw Lin Bufang instantaneously defeat the Dragon Emperor's second phase. Su Ran's fist gradually clenched. One day she too would become this strong, or even stronger. From 6 in the morning, she kept grinding until 12 noon the next day. Su Ran was brimming with energy, having gone to bed early the previous night. Lin Bufang and Shun Haier, utterly exhausted, decided to return and rest. Back in the dormitory, he set an alarm for 8 a.m. tomorrow. The ringtone uniquely chosen was Kuan Ji's signature track. He prepared for a deep restorative sleep. He fell asleep instantly. In his dream, he tallied his gains from this session from 6 p.m. on day 1 to 6 p.m. on day 2, exactly 24 hours. He had completed 24 consecutive runs of the Hell-tier Longming Holy Temple, raising his talent proficiency by over 16 million points. His attack power surged by more than 80 million. Below is the breakdown of his offensive capability. 5-star offense only, 275248481000. Physical attack, 1608979090. Myriad Blade Sai Ming Artifacts, 291396. The Myriad Blade Sai Ming stacks also accumulated impressively, over 150,000. His total attack power had reached 160 million. In fact, as early as around 10 p.m. the previous night, Lin Bufang could already eliminate the second phase Dragon Sovereign with a single shot. He bypassed the second phase mechanics entirely, no smoke grenades required. Each second phase encounter now cost less than 30,000 gold coins. Across those 24 Hell-tier runs, he encountered the second phase Dragon Sovereign exactly 10 times, a remarkably high frequency. Lin Bufang speculated there were two possible reasons. First, the number of players in his party had increased. Second, his combat strength had risen at an unprecedented pace. His rapid dungeon clearing speed may have subtly influenced the second phase spawn probability. Adding these 10 encounters to the 5 he'd previously faced, Lin Bufang had now confronted the second phase Dragon Sovereign 15 times. 10 successful triggers alone constituted an astonishing drop rate. Starting with guaranteed drops, carbon fragments, low-tier materials, and common gear alone netted him over 80 million gold coins. Due to the sheer volume of runs, several high-demand legendary artifacts also dropped. Selling them brought in over 10 million more. To Lin Bufang, these were mere pleasant surprises, barely worth sharing a table with guaranteed carbon drops. As for the E-Shield, he obtained 26, fetching 130 million gold coins. He acquired 11 Longming staves, including one dropped by the Lock Dragon Guardian, an unexpected windfall that alone earned him an additional 100 million. Longming staves totaled over 1.4 billion gold coins. He also secured 10 Longming bracelets stored safely in his vault. Combined with his prior 6, he now possessed 16. He retained all Fazhen rings. Adding the 4 he already owned brought his total to 14. His account balance thus shifted as follows. Balance 165487358 gold coins, over 1.6 billion. Lin Bufang immediately invested his entire fortune into Wushan rings, purchasing 10 more and depositing them into storage. His original stock of 25 thus welcomed 10 new companions, bringing the grand total to 35. Due to his frequent listing of rare gear, E-Shield's Longming staves, and his aggressive acquisition of Wushan rings, market prices for those items dipped slightly. Conversely, the price of Wushan rings rose. Lin Bufang glanced at his remaining funds. Account 2 balance 3565789 gold coins. Inventory balance 0 gold coins. Perfect. The ultimate lucky emperor item failed to drop, an insignificant setback. Across his 24 dungeon runs, however, numerous skill books did emerge. His mirror shotgun skill reached its maximum level of 25, and he still held dozens of surplus skill books. Total pellet count soared to 124. Shen Haier and Su Ran had essentially completed their builds. The few remaining skill books were trivial. Yet Lin Bufang still lacked his final one. It was the skill book for the M1919, a passive ability enabling bullets that pierce through targets to lock onto and strike enemies behind them. For others, this skill book was optional, its absence inconsequential. For Lin Bufang, however, acquiring it was non-negotiable. Imagine fire just one round, and the subsequent 3 automatically lock on and headshot. Exhilarating, wasn't it? If it doesn't drop in 24 runs, I'll simply run more. Lastly, legendary equipment. Across 10 second phase encounters, he obtained 46 legendary pieces, an outcome that left all 3 stunned. Once 9 legendary items dropped consecutively, a moment of pure unadulterated euphoria for Lin Bufang. Shen Haier's luck proved exceptional. She already owned 1 piece of the level 20 legendary jewelry set, then acquired 2 more, completing her set outright. She wore 5 pieces of the set and 4 had already dropped, making her just 1 piece away from completion. Even without waiting, she could exchange for the final piece at the merit shop. As for Su Ran, she diverged from conventional gunners. She claimed to follow a summoner path, a concept both bewildering and unintuitive for a gunner. Yet if that was her preference, so be it. Thus, Su Ran achieved full completion, her jewelry and 5-piece set both perfectly assembled. Sometimes fortune simply favors one person far more than another. Lin Bufang, meanwhile, remained stuck at 1E5 for the Shenhui 5-piece set, an absurdly frustrating state. Though his jewelry set was complete, one might even say he existed in a quantum superposition of graduation and non-graduation. His graduation necklace was the piercing heart necklace, granting 1 machine gun penetration, the optimal choice among all necklaces. He had already obtained 2 copies. His luck was nothing short of miraculous. Piercing heart necklace, Wushan ring, Longming bracelet, all synergized perfectly. Theoretically, his jewelry set had reached peak optimization, yet he contemplated transferring its attribute elsewhere. Yet another consideration weighed on his mind: the Chongshao bracelet, which granted 20 additional pellets in a single use. Transferring that effect would yield tremendous damage output, especially when combined with the Shenhui set's pellet doubling effect, effectively quadrupling the bonus. He found himself torn. Should he transfer penetration or those 20 pellets? Eventually, clarity emerged. He could simply choose not to equip the piercing heart necklace. Epic grade refinement was prohibitively expensive, rendering it impractical. A 3 penetration bonus was already ample. Further increases would suffer diminishing returns, diluting overall effectiveness. Thus, prioritizing pellet count remained the superior strategy. One obstacle remained: he lacked a trait transfer scroll, a limited edition item unavailable even for merit points. Therefore, aside from the legendaries taken by Shen Haier and Su Ran, Lin Bufang retained 31 legendary items, 2 piercing heart necklaces, 1 Chongshao bracelet, and 28 otherwise useless legendaries, each converted into soul fragments. This yielded 1,400 souls. Legendary soul count 2040. Souls remained scarce. He resolved to hoard them for future exchanges of higher-tier legendaries. Should drop-based graduation prove impossible, he would resort to merit point exchanges instead. The next morning, Lin Bufang dreamed of buying watermelons, only to be quoted 100 million gold coins per gene. A voice incessantly echoed beside him: "You're too beautiful. You're simply too beautiful." Deafening and grating. Lin Bufang drew his sovereign weapon and fired. Bang. Instant silence. At an unknown time, Lin Bufang suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a sense of comfort from his sleep, mixed with a hint of having overslept. In his dream, he was running under the sun, drenched in sweat, trying to evade the sun behind him. He drew out a Barrett M99, accelerating continuously, feeling as if his speed had reached its limit, even soaring into outer space. However, the sun behind him was like a ghost, relentlessly following his every move. He opened his eyes to find the sunlight streaming in through the window, feeling quite hot. He opened the refrigerator, took out a 3.5-liter bottle of Lauda, and gulped it down in one go, instantly feeling much more refreshed. However, we generally do not recommend drinking ice water right after waking up unless you possess a physique like Lin Bufang's. Glancing at the time, it was already noon. Sleeping a bit longer wasn't a problem. After staying up for several nights, Lin Bufang had already surpassed everyone else in his current progress. To be honest, he felt that there wasn't a single capable person at Qingyun University. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Bufang, ravenous, finished off all the leftover meat from the level 2 giant beast. The cafeteria ant was taken aback by this sight. Seeing Lin Bufang's demand, she introduced another service provided by the Qingyun University cafeteria. Level 2 giant beasts are currently hard to come by, but we can still obtain meat from level 1 giant beasts for main courses. However, it is not free and the price is quite steep. Ant, just tell me the price outright, Lin Bufang said. The ant glanced at the other students. For an average student, to be honest, it wouldn't cost much for a meal, just a few thousand gold coins. She looked at Lin Bufang's appetite. Based on your consumption, it wouldn't be feasible without at least 100,000 for a single meal. Who do you look down on? Bill prepay 2 million. Card 2 balance 200,000,000. Card 2 balance 156,578,90 gold coins. Backpack balance 0 gold coins. Lin Bufang calculated that if it were ordinary ingredients, he would be hungry again soon. If it were a giant beast, he could manage a maximum of 8 meals a day. This would cover his quality meals for the upcoming month. At that time, the consumption of gravity instinct gun path could be replenished with the meat from the giant beast. The flesh and blood of the giant beast would significantly enhance Lin Bufang's physique. The benefits of improving his physique were manifold. For instance, while using the Barrett for flight, he could withstand more powerful recoil, allowing him to fly faster. Additionally, the speed of his gun path advancement would also accelerate. Returning to the hall of the sanctuary, the three reunited. Shenhaier and Su Ran each carried a large bag of snacks, including seeds, peanuts, spicy strips, and cookies. They also had several cups of milk tea tucked in their pockets. If one didn't know better, they might think they were going on a picnic. At the entrance of the Dragon Ming's sanctuary, the crowd was growing larger. One reason for this was Lin Bufang's impressive performance, which attracted other students. He was also accompanied by two stunning beauties, each with their unique charm. Most people's attention was focused on Su Ran, as she was indeed very cute and had a great sense of style. Shenhaier, on the other hand, was dressed quite thickly, making it hard to discern her figure. But to be honest, Shenhaier's figure was still something Su Ran couldn't compare to. The two were simply not on the same level. Of course, the most crucial aspect remained. No way are Qi Ming and Kai Hao still not out yet. How long have they been inside? I've been waiting here, and it's already been over 60 hours. You're quite something too. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Lin Bufang and the others prepared to enter the hell level once again. However, before entering, a former teammate of Shenhaier approached them. She was a healer, a priestess named Qi. The Qi family was also one of the top families in the Great Xia, known for their low profile. Lin Bufang could tell at a glance that her strength was extraordinary, mainly focused on her own abilities. In contrast, the other students around were more fixated on Qi Fei's figure. A glance revealed that Qi Fei was the kind of big-heart, generous big sister who was both ample and graceful. She wore a white outfit resembling a nun's robe, but also had elements of a fitted qipao, perfectly outlining her figure. Furthermore, she was naturally beautiful, exuding an innate charm. Of course, the most breathtaking aspect that left all the male students around gasping was her softly swaying supple curves. They hung slightly downwards. Typically, no one would mention sagging, as it was just right. A little less would appear youthful, while a little more would seem loose. She had the perfect balance, leaving one wanting more. Lin Bufang chose not to look. If he didn't believe it, so be it. His attention was drawn to Qi Fei's apparent age, and he could clearly see that she was older than Lin Bufang and his companions. Shenhaier confirmed his thoughts. Qi Fei was already 25 this year, a student continuing her studies at Qingyun University. She had basically completed her courses. Currently, she was stuck at level 25, mainly waiting for one ultimate skill as a priestess. If she didn't manage to unlock it, it wouldn't be a significant issue. She could handle most situations. However, when facing the top-tier sanctuaries or elite giant beasts, she would find herself at a disadvantage. Yet once she acquired that skill, she would become a godlike priestess. Before challenging the highest difficulty in team play, one must prioritize Chi Fei's opinion. If she was unwilling, then apologies. Without a priestess of that caliber, they wouldn't stand a chance. The situation was becoming quite clear. Chi Fei initially approached Shenhaier, but upon seeing Lin Bufang, her steps faltered, and she walked towards him instead. After just a couple of steps, Chi Fei's seemingly delicate body accidentally tripped and fell. If Lin Bufang didn't help her, it looked like it would hurt quite a bit. Fortunately, Shenhaier quickly caught her and promptly dispelled any of her hesitation. Sister Fei, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Only then did Chi Fei suppress her excess expressions and politely nod towards Lin Bufang. Furthermore, she extended her hand to greet Su Ran. Little sister, Su Ran, long time no see. Just the other day I thought I was mistaken when I saw you. I didn't expect it to be you, all grown up and truly beautiful. Su Ran looked puzzled. Who are you again? Chi Fei smiled slightly. You must have forgotten. When you were little, I took you to find bird nests, and you accidentally fell from the top of a 50-meter tree and hit the back of your head on the ground. Don't you remember? Su Ran touched the back of her head, still unable to recall. Lin Bufang seemed to understand. So it was you, Chi Fei, who caused Su Ran to be a bit slow-witted. After that, Chi Fei got to the point. She was here to gamble. In the hell level, only Lin Bufang dared to fight, and he was willing to continue fighting. Although she didn't know if Lin Bufang had the strength to clear the second stage, it was evident he had his methods to nearly graduate Shenhaier. She wasn't seeking methods, if she only requested the 4th position in the team. She didn't demand any particular skill book, just needed to clear it 30 times. Shenhaier glanced at Lin Bufang, who whispered in her ear, it's fine to bring one more person, but it can't be for... Shenhaier understood, and opened with a feint of retreat. Senior sister Chi Fei, the 3 of us are already stretched thin. Chi Fei raised a single finger. 1 billion. Lin Bufang already considered this quite satisfactory. 1 billion. Just 24 consecutive taps from him would net over 1 billion in pure cash. Shenhaier, this isn't about money. 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. Lin Bufang could tap 24 times again. Even with absolute base rate guarantees, he'd barely clear 100 million per attempt, and with the second phase's drop rates still uncertain, and unknown how many attempts remained, the prospect of 2 billion was utterly exhilarating. Shenhaier, 1.5 billion. I'm being honest, it's truly unnecessary. 2.5 billion. Shenhaier, I think. 3 billion. If that's not acceptable, then so be it. Beyond that, I'll genuinely start feeling the pinch. Lin Bufang slipped an arm around Shenhaier's waist and gently pulled her aside. It settled. Master, please step right in. Only when Chi Fei actually transferred the funds. Lin Bufang, Shenhaier, and Su Ran stood frozen in place, stunned. For Chi Fei had just transferred 3 billion to each of them. Su Ran was utterly flabbergasted. Wait, 3 billion each? Why else? Since brother Lin Bufang willingly guides you without charge, it means you hold profound significance in his heart. What difference does it make, to give to you or to him? Su Ran raised a thumb. Brilliant. Senior sister, I suddenly remember who you are. I recall back when we were children. Su Ran and Chi Fei instantly fell into animated conversation, warm, effusive, like long-lost friends reunited after decades. Yet their recollections diverged slightly. Still both reveled in the exchange, eagerly sifting distant memories for shared echoes. Chi Fei has transferred 30 gold coins to you. Transaction confirmed. Account balance 302565789 gold coins. Inventory balance 0 gold coins. Lin Bufang suddenly realized something. Apparently endeavors beyond dungeon clearing proved far more lucrative. His own grueling hours of grinding paled beside Chi Fei's casual pocket change. Was this world truly structured so? Dragon Roar Sanctum, Hell Tier, Left Wing, Outer Perimeter. As a priest stalled at level 25 for years, Chi Fei entered the sanctum each time with meticulous preparation. Even though she had repeatedly verified one fact, that Lin Bufang had indeed cleared the Hell Tier dungeon numerous times, she still prepared exhaustively. Anomaly Shield, brought. Damage dealing set, defense set, healing set, damage immunity set, priest-specific set, all brought. Resurrection coins. Not even Shenhaier knew her exact count, only that it was exceedingly high. In the outer perimeter, they faced blue dragon sentinels, immune to all crowd control effects. Chi Fei reacted instantly the moment the monsters appeared. She deployed a portable trampoline and launched herself onto the overhead rafters. Then in one fluid motion, she swapped to her priest's staff and cast a cascade of buffs over Lin Bufang and his 2 companions. Health regenerating slowly. Physical defense increased. Magic defense increased. Damage reduction increased. Movement speed increased. Clearly Chi Fei was kept thoroughly occupied. By contrast, Shinhyer and Su Ran strolled leisurely toward a corner. Shinhyer held a bag of 5-spice sunflower seeds, cracking them open with one hand, collecting the shells in the other. Su Ran snatched the seed bag from Shinhyer's grasp. Above, Chi Fei watched them with mild exasperation. What on earth are you two doing? Don't distract Lin Bufang. Shinhyer tilted her head upward, gazing at Chi Fei, speechless for a moment. How should I put it? Su Ran switched to her grappling hook gun, aimed at the rafter, and fired. The rafter refused to budge, so Su Ran was violently yanked upward, instead landing squarely atop it. We don't need to do anything at all. How shall I explain it? You know what a cheat engine is, right? A cheat engine. In the next instant, Chi Fei heard gunfire erupting below. M1919's roaring in fury. BRRRT, BRRRT, BRRRT. Bullets struck the Blue Dragon Sentinels, and in an instant wave after wave crumpled to the ground. Tink, tink, tink. The sound of their ceremonial swords clattering onto the floor, and scattered carbonized residue across the tiles. Within 60 seconds, every Blue Dragon Sentinel in the first chamber lay obliterated. Lin Bufang hadn't moved a single step. The Blue Dragon Sentinels no longer possessed the power to force Lin Bufang into positional constraints. Chi Fei's lips, growing ever more vividly crimson, drew Shinhyer's gaze. Su Ran slid a peeled banana into Chi Fei's mouth. All we must do is savor the moment. In the second chamber, Chi Fei instinctively drew her anomaly shield, preparing to block any push toward the cliff's edge. Repeated dungeon runs had ingrained this reflex deep within her. Falling meant restarting. This belief had become absolute. Yet she underestimated Lin Bufang's damage output. Rearline Lock Dragon Wardens. No need to elaborate. They died the moment they exposed themselves. Frontline Anomaly Dragon Guards, buffed with layers of defense and damage immunity, fared no better. They simply could not withstand Lin Bufang's assault. And this was without Lin Bufang targeting their vital points. Had he done so, their health would have evaporated even faster. He withheld critical strikes deliberately to stack additional attack power. Still, as Lin Bufang's offensive might surged, even non-lethal hits reduced the Anomaly Dragon Guard's survivability at an accelerating pace. Each successive healthier run yielded diminishing returns in attack scaling. 10,000 dragon waves. Chi Fei hadn't even begun to register astonishment. 10,000 dragon waves had already been annihilated. He wielded the M1919 once more. Lin Bufang learned swiftly. Through countless repetitions, he'd absorbed techniques directly from 10,000 dragon waves. She didn't understand how 10,000 dragon waves anticipated his attacks, but even without tasting pork, one recognizes the pig. He mimicked every stance, every glance, every minute detail, replicating them precisely, mastering merely the surface artistry of 10,000 dragon waves. Whether effective against others remained untested, but against 10,000 dragon waves himself, it was effortless. With the entire map cleared, they finally reached the boss chamber. Chi Fei knew the healthier mechanics well. This time she remained calm. Even if you pull me in, I won't stand idle. I'll dispel your crowd control effects. And regarding the boss mechanics, I can contribute meaningfully. She noticed his primary weapon was a machine gun, a ranged weapon. He also possessed penetration, suggesting his focus lay in suppression and clearing hordes. Boss fights inevitably consumed considerable time, requiring coordinated teamwork. She happened to possess a skill capable of dispelling control effects. She raised her hand, poised to rescue her allies from peril at a moment's notice. Yet in the next breath, Lin Bufang instantly swapped to a Barrett M1919. Chi Fei's brow furrowed. Was his main damage source than a sniper rifle? Sniper rifles deal tremendous damage. But in the next instant, Lin Bufang fired, not forward, but backward. In a flash, he closed the distance, appearing before the boss. His hand speed was simply too swift. Chi Fei failed to discern his subsequent movements. A thunderous boom echoed, and above the boss's health bar plummeted from 100% to 0 in a single seamless sweep. Healthier boss Dragon Sovereign successfully defeated. Chi Fei finally saw clearly that Lin Bufang was using a shotgun. She suddenly realized that she still knew too little about Lin Bufang. Sister Su Ran, what was Lin Bufang's performance during the college entrance examination? Not much of a performance, just blocked the god and Lilar of the undead clan for 45 minutes. Su Ran recalled the college entrance examination, her eyes filled with both sadness and confusion. She had clearly spent the most time with Lin Bufang, and they had gone through many battles together. But why did Lin Bufang and Shinhyer quickly become close after just a few solo runs in the sanctuary? She couldn't understand. She told this to Chi Fei, hoping to find an answer. During the subsequent runs, Chi Fei chatted with Su Ran while clarifying her doubts. Love is natural, not forced. Perhaps many people around you expect you and Lin Bufang to be together and believe that you will end up together, but including you and everyone else, you have overlooked one thing. That is Lin Bufang's own feelings. I believe you like him because he is Lin Bufang, not the Lin Bufang in everyone's mind. Su Ran still felt reluctant, but I think they are too quick, too hasty. I don't believe their love is genuine. Who can really clarify such matters? Although Shun Haier seems more independent, she has never truly rejected help from her family. This is where you are completely different. Su Ran, I have interacted with your father and mother. They did not actually spoil you. During the college entrance examination, they had various ways to arrange better equipment for you. The God of War ring could have been provided to you at level 10A, and skill books could have been generously supplied, but they did not do so. You are the truly independent one, you just seem not to see it clearly. You are Su Ran, you are yourself, just like Lin Bufang. Su Ran felt a bit shy from the praise, but then thought something was off. Then why doesn't he like me and instead gets close to Shun Haier? First of all, that's a good thing that shows that Lin Bufang is popular. Secondly, it's also a good thing for you. You have the opportunity to be yourself. In relationships, what you perceive as selfless devotion must also consider whether others will accept it. Most of the time, this might not be a good thing, it could become a burden for others. Individual growth takes precedence over meaningless sacrifice, dear. Su Ran pouted, feeling unconvinced, yet she stopped repeatedly asking the previous question. Then why did Lin Bufang suddenly distance himself from me? I really find it hard to accept this. That's also a good thing, but means he can focus on Shun Haier. It shows that if you two have a chance to be together in the future, he would also set everything aside to treat you seriously. Su Ran's expression was complex, that's what you say. But. Su Ran looked at Lin Bufang and Shun Haier's backs. I am willing to bless you both. The only premise is that Shun Haier does not engage in any underhanded tactics. Time passed quickly. The four of them did not take any breaks. They continuously farmed for 3 days and 3 nights, completing a total of 72 runs. The rush was also because the next day marked the opening of the ancient relics. 72 runs. The talent proficiency reached over 40 million. The attack power accumulated to over 200 million. Below are the changes in Lin Bufang's talent proficiency and attack power. Only attack, no defense, 5 stars, 749670881000000. Physical attack, 398108290. Number of destiny blades, 3381896. During these 72 runs, Lin Bufang and his team encountered the second stage 36 times, and including the previous 15 times, the total number of second stage encounters had reached 51 times. Almost every 2 runs they encountered a second stage boss. The guaranteed yield of carbon and other materials was 210 million. They also dropped a fair amount of rare and artifact items, yielding around 50 million. Notably, 2 rare-level dragon roar staves dropped from the minor monsters, totaling 250 million. A mage's ring also dropped from a minor monster. The earnings from the second stage were quite staggering. They dropped 40 shield items and 4 from minor monsters. There were 36 dragon roar staves all sold, along with 1 from a minor monster, totaling over 4.6 billion. Thus, the total earnings from the 72 runs amounted to 5.085 billion. There were 36 dragon roar bracelets, all kept, with a total of 52 in the storage. There were 37 mage's rings, all kept, with a total of 51 in the storage. So Lin Bufang directly invested all his gold into the God of War rings. He bought 44 God of War rings. Adding the previous 35 in storage, Lin Bufang's total number of God of War rings reached 75. Balance 962586856. In fact, a few days ago, Lin Bufang had maintained a balance close to 900 million as a cost for durability repairs. Because he didn't know how many runs the final stage of the second phase would require, he had to hold on to enough resources to face the final stage boss. 499. 999 of students. The greatest growth in the Dragon Roar Sanctuary would be the skill books, the surprising equipment, and that ethereal poster worth 5 million points. But perhaps only Lin Bufang needs the deepest hidden rewards from the final stage boss. This requires thoroughly farming the second stage. This is the ultimate reward that surpasses human limits. The poster re-entering the probability pool was also obtained by Lin Bufang through hell-level high-frequency monster farming teamwork. Good luck. He immediately exchanged for 5 million points. Points balance 10008000. During the 30th run, Chi Fei voluntarily proposed to leave the team. But the other 3 would not kick her out. She was too adept at handling relationships. Everyone gave her 3 billion, fully providing Lin Bufang with respect. To be honest, with this attitude, Lin Bufang wouldn't ask for a single cent and would still bring her along for farming. Thus they completed 72 runs together. These 72 runs undoubtedly represented an extreme pursuit of level 25 cultivation. Shenhaier graduated completely, obtaining all her equipment and skills. Su Ran graduated completely, as well, having obtained everything. Shi Fei, although she did not acquire the ultimate skill she longed for as a priest, managed to obtain several other skill books. As for epic equipment, Shi Fei did not pursue it, not even picking it up if it dropped. She said that while level 20 epics were great, it was unnecessary to be overly demanding. Her goal was still higher level epics. As long as she got that skill, epic gear would not be a big issue. So how many epic items dropped from the 36 second stage encounters? 180 epic items. Excluding one taken by Shenhaier, there were still 179 left. Lin Bufang had good luck with the Chongshao bracelets, dropping 10 items. He kept 8 because there was already one planning to affix the 20 attribute to 3 pieces of jewelry and 5 pieces of armor. As for which equipment to affix it to, he needed to think carefully. But it didn't matter much if this attribute could be transferred, because equipment with affixed attributes would be bound. Transferring only cost 0 points per piece. Lin Bufang could level up to a higher level, and this attribute could also be transferred to higher level equipment. As for the attribute extraction scrolls, the points shop refreshed once during the process. Lin Bufang successfully obtained 9 scrolls, spent 9 million points. As for Lin Bufang's judgment set, acquired, it truly is quite fortunate. The judgment set, a first-class 4-piece set, was all obtained through sheer strength. Therefore Lin Bufang has an excess of 169 epic items. Yes, 2 more. Those were the 2 previous heart-piercing necklaces, which are no longer needed. A bit more penetration effect is of little use. Why? Because Lin Bufang discovered something better. In the meantime, he tried wearing various rings, among them a rare grade ring with an additional fire attribute attack of 500. The calculation for this attribute attack differs from normal physical attacks. It cannot expand indefinitely. Currently 700 is considered an exceptional attribute. A piece of equipment with 1200 is the highest. Once it reaches 1200, its value completely surpasses that of the Divine Warrior Ring. This is the pursuit of high-level professionals. So what benefits does attribute attack provide for Lin Bufang? Currently none. However, the final physical damage bonus provided by the Warden's heavy flamethrower surprisingly benefits from fire attribute attacks. The higher the fire attribute attack, the greater the final physical damage. Therefore Lin Bufang is preparing to get a slightly better fire attribute necklace. There is indeed one available in the point shop. It is called the Fire Sprite Necklace, providing 1000 fire attribute attack and an additional 50 fire attribute damage. Priced at 1.2 million points, Lin Bufang wonders if he can obtain one himself. Therefore Lin Bufang has exchanged a total of 8,450 epic souls. The number of epic souls, 10,490. Stocking up. After completing the 5-piece judgment set, Lin Bufang also wore it to check the attributes. The 5-piece set, each piece provides 10 projectiles. 5 pieces mean 50 projectiles. The set effect has only 9 words: shotgun final projectile doubles. After wearing it, Lin Bufang's number of projectiles instantly surged. From 124 projectiles, it skyrocketed to 298 projectiles. Thus Lin Bufang took the time to add 20 projectiles to the Chongshao bracelet, applying it to the Judgment 5-piece set, Sovereignty, Divine Warrior Ring, and Longming bracelet. Consequently, Lin Bufang's total projectile count directly surpassed the 500 mark, reaching 608 projectiles. He calculated and felt something was off. At least 80 more projectiles. After thinking, he realized that Sovereignty originally had 20 projectiles, and adding 20 projectiles to it. However, this effect can trigger the skill effect of Mirror Shotgun. Mirror Shotgun can double the number of projectiles of the weapon. Therefore, the 20 projectiles added will double to 40 projectiles, and the 40 projectiles will trigger the final doubling effect of the Judgment 5-piece set, becoming 80 projectiles. One hit on the attribute is nearly equivalent to the total number of projectiles Lin Bufang had during his first entry into the Longming Sacred Hall. Of course, Lin Bufang hasn't added attributes to the necklace yet. If he did, he could gain an additional 40 projectiles. In other words, Lin Bufang's current limit for projectiles is 648. Of course, the complete epic set still requires a considerable cost. Generally, Lin Bufang wouldn't use epic items. So normally Lin Bufang's first stage would be M1919. Using either a speed set or a defense set, which gives 124 projectiles. In the second stage, it would be wearing Sovereignty Divine Warrior Ring Longming bracelet, totaling 204 projectiles. The third stage is the final stage with a full epic set, and the Suntobi acquired Fire Sprite Necklace, directly increasing the projectile count to 648. This is Lin Bufang's limit at level 25. Besides that, Lin Bufang's skills have also graduated. From the myriad dragons, he obtained the hex gun barrel he had long coveted. LV-25 hex gun barrel passive gunner class machine gun bullets gain penetration effect, and the penetrated bullets automatically chase targets behind. Lin Bufang has nearly graduated from all level 25 skills. The only thing missing is a fire sprite necklace. The 73rd attempt. The four of them continued into the dungeon despite their dark circles. They really couldn't hold on any longer. I never thought farming at hell level could be so tedious. My eyelids can barely lift, I just can't muster any attention. Indeed, Lin Bufang was a one-hit kill throughout with no unexpected events. By the end it was truly too monotonous. However, entering the hell level Longming's sacred hall for the 73rd time, the four regained their spirits. Simply because at the entrance the four noticed that another person had joined them. It was a shadow fleeting past. The four immediately became alert. Not tired at all. Su Ran, being the closest, noticed some physical features. It's a woman with long legs. If I'm not mistaken, she is wearing a hat, though I couldn't see clearly what kind, but it should be pointed. Regarding this unexpected occurrence, not only Shen Haier, but even Shi Fei had never encountered before. I was stuck at level 25 for several years, farming Longming's sacred hall countless times, and never encountered such a situation. Lin Bufang's reaction speed was still very quick. Although he was the farthest, he still caught a glimpse of a corner of that figure. Comparing it with Su Ran's observed features, he could basically confirm the identity of the figure Elrondo. Who is Elrondo? Perhaps a non-existent person, because she is not human but a boss residing in the internal Morning Dawn forest of Jianghai City, specifically in the 3rd floor of the Morning Dawn Sacred Hall. When Lin Bufang faced her for the 18th time in the 2nd stage, he encountered the ultimate boss Elrondo and defeated her, completing the task of liberating Elrondo. In fact, he completed 2 tasks. One was to liberate Elrondo. The other was to pass the ultimate stage. Liberating Elrondo unlocked the function of a portable vault. Completing the ultimate stage granted him the title of Divine Warrior Ring Wholesaler. The prerequisite for all this, however, was to defeat the final phase of Elrondo. At that time, Elrondo transformed into a shadow, standing close in front of Lin Bufang, and he shot her. He directly shot her out of the window. Now Elrondo has reappeared and appears in the Longming's sacred hall thousands of kilometers away, which is quite intriguing. What is she here for? What is her attitude towards the four? What does she want? How can she appear in the Longming's sacred hall? Regarding the last question, Lin Bufang seems to be able to provide an answer. The final stage of the Longming's sacred hall is about to begin. Everyone stop playing around to be cautious. We might encounter the final stage boss of the Longming's sacred hall, and the final boss can grant unimaginable rewards. In a team, special rewards are generally shared, such as the weapon upgrade scroll from the Corpse Lock Temple or a mysterious merchant. This means that if they defeat the final phase boss, the four have a great chance of obtaining titles like Divine Warrior Ring Wholesaler together. Clearly, Chi Fei swallowed hard. The cover worth 500 yuan has been launched. Please give it a rating, just asking if it's expensive. To celebrate the new cover, an extra chapter is added, requesting gifts and waves of blood, requesting good reviews. In the Longming Sanctuary, very few have achieved the hell level clearance. Not a single one in the second phase. The rewards for the final phase can only be claimed by a single team. Qingyun University has been established for over 100 years. The Longming Sanctuary was launched more than 20 years ago. Over these 20 years, the number of challengers to the Longming Sanctuary has reached hundreds of thousands each year. For over 20 years, millions have come and gone, yet no one has shaken the second phase of the hell level Longming Sanctuary. Now they have not only cleared the second phase 36 times consecutively, but are also about to challenge the final phase boss. This sense of mission, this fear of the unknown dangers, and the anticipation of the unknown rewards caused all four to grip their weapons tightly. The first 5 levels were cleared just as quickly as before. In the 6th level, when defeating the elite monster Wandao Long, an unexpected event occurred. After Wandao Long died, it paused for a moment and then revived. During its revival delay, Lin Bufang once again killed it instantly. Due to the speed of the instant kill, the four believed it was merely an illusion. However, the tangible loot could not deceive them. Wandao Long dropped loot twice. The second drop did not yield any other items, but rather over a dozen skill books. Group Dispel Magic, Mirror Shotgun, Fire Breath, Visibility, Hex Gun Barrel. Lin Bufang stared in astonishment as all the hardest to obtain skill books were unveiled. Suddenly, Chi Fei shouted beside them, "Ah!" Her voice was filled with unparalleled joy and surprise. Among those skill books was one radiating a holy white light, a priest's skill book. Although she was excited and wanted to rush over to pick up the skill book immediately, she still sought Lin Bufang's opinion. Lin Bufang, this is the skill book I've been wanting. Can I pick it up? Of course you can, it's meant for you. With graceful steps, Chi Fei picked it up and hugged it tightly. Then she gave it a big kiss. This skill can convert most healing effects into percentage healing effects. From now on the world will have one more god-level priest. Chi Fei announced her graduation. In reality, she also wanted to exit the sanctuary right away. The 5 drops were trivial matters. With the skill book graduation, those wanting to level her up could line up from Qingyun University to Zhanghai City. Of course it would be the same without this skill. However, she also wanted to see if there was a final phase boss and if there was, what would its combat power be. With a feeling of trepidation, the 4 entered the boss room. Lin Bufang placed the Barrett M1919 in the forefront. Due to the sudden appearance of Orland, he needed to remain mobile at all times to handle unexpected situations. In the first phase of the boss, no equipment is needed, just the Sovereignty Warrior's ring to achieve an instant kill. Hell-level Dragon Emperor has been defeated. In the second phase, it requires coordination with the Warden's heavy flamethrower plus the Longming bracelet to achieve a one-shot kill. Hell-level second phase Dragon Emperor has been defeated. After the second phase boss was instant killed, Lin Bufang quickly switched all his gear. The Warrior's ring Longming bracelet remained unchanged. The necklace switched to the LV-20 Flame Breath necklace rare. The 5 pieces of speed armor switched to the LV-20 Judgment 5-piece set epic. At this moment, Shun Haier, Su Ran, and Chi Fei had also brought their 4 teammates to the boss' exact location. In this corner, they could just unleash a skill on the Dragon Emperor. Dispelling magic. Hell-level Dragon Emperor's final phase has appeared. Health increased by 20 times from 8 billion to 160 billion. Defense and damage reduction significantly enhanced. The Neil skill cooldown speed reduced to 2 seconds. The 4 at the moment the boss reappeared frantically through dispelling magic at him. As the somewhat affluent Chi Fei and Shun Haier threw potions at the Dragon Emperor without concern for cost. What potions? Defense reduction, damage reduction. Chi Fei also had a potion that reduced the boss maximum health. Once this potion was thrown, the boss health instantly dropped from 160 billion to 60 billion. During this period, Lin Bufang prudently tossed a smoke bomb to the 3 below and also threw one at Kneel before me. After the boss finished casting control, a prompt appeared above its head. Target has no dispellable magic only. Then did Lin Bufang place the sovereignty against its head. 1 shot. 100 dropped to 51. 2 shots. 51 dropped to 1. 3 shots. Instant kill. Successfully defeated the hell-level boss Dragon Emperor's ultimate phase. Swish. Various colored lights burst forth, weapons and accessories spinning in midair, dropping onto the throne. Still the same shield. Still the Longming staff. Still the Longming bracelet. Still the mage's ring. If there are no surprises, this is the last wave of guaranteed drops. Wow, 6 beams of golden light flashed consecutively. 6 pieces of epic equipment, all for the sharpshooter class. 2 weapons, 3 pieces of armor, and 1 accessory. Among the weapons, 1 was useless. The other appeared to serve no purpose. However, upon closer inspection, it turned out to be somewhat interesting. LV-20 Poem Epic Rifle, fast rate of fire, high accuracy, 380,400 rounds minute, all damage converted to fire attribute attacks, fire resistance 700. When dealing fire attribute damage to a target, increases own fire attribute damage by 1200 for 30 seconds, cooldown of 1 minute. Poem. When hitting the target's head, vital points refund 1 bullet, no cooldown, attack power 6,689,10580, durability 4,545. Initially, Lin Bufang's attention was on this fire attribute damage. The fire attribute bonus from this rifle grants a buff. When hitting a target and dealing fire attribute damage, it directly adds a maximum boost of 1200 fire attribute damage. And the Warden takes fire attribute damage. Thus, Lin Bufang can first use the poem to generate a fire attribute buff, then switch to the Warden to unleash the final damage that excels at fire, and finally use sovereignty to deliver the actual final physical damage. Moreover, the Longming bracelet can convert the above final damage into additional damage that ignores the target's defense. Ultimately, he can unleash an explosive output through sovereignty. Output reaching a new peak. Later, Lin Bufang finally noticed the last special attribute of the poem. Poem, when hitting the target's head, vital points refund 1 bullet. How high is Lin Bufang's accuracy? Without any visibility aids, shooting at moving targets, even just after changing classes, his accuracy could reach 95. Now, after experiencing numerous high-intensity battles, not to say hitting every shot, it can be said that he basically never misses. If combined with sunglasses that obscure vision and provide a perspective effect aside from disgusting entities like Wandao Long, a 100 hit rate is not an exaggeration. So, while a perpetual motion machine, this thing can continuously add fire attribute damage. Not bad, not bad, this is a good item. Lin Bufang placed it behind the M1919, where the warden had been before. Finally, he looked at the accessory, dropped by the ultimate phase Dragon Emperor. It was a fire necklace. LV20 Huat Jingling Necklace Epic All Classes Fire Attribute Damage 1200, Final Fire Damage Enhanced a Durability 10001000. He did not know how the necklace's calculations worked, yet its value, peaking at 1.2 million points, proved its rarity rivaled that of the Wushan ring. This counted as Lin Bufang's level 20 graduation gear. He embedded the 20 pellets from the Chongshao bracelet into it, and Lin Bufang felt an immediate deep satisfaction. Finally, he was fully graduated. His combat ceiling would be 648 pellets plus a triple final physical damage bonus, 1 extra defense ignoring damage, and 2 bonuses that increased fire damage, thereby triggering an additional final physical damage bonus via the Dian Yuzhong Warden. He was terrifyingly strong now. Even Lin Bufang, not yet at absolute perfection, could already kill a final stage Long Huang in 3 shots. From now on I can level without worry. At level 25, after acquiring the desired skill books and equipment, one could boldly advance levels. The 4 waited silently for the extra rewards of the final stage. Lin Bufang observed his surroundings with caution, intent on preventing any unexpected trickery. However, Aolunduo did not appear. He put on sunglasses. At the edge of his sight, 2 target frames seemed to move beyond the 200-meter range and vanish in an instant. It looked like an illusion. But with Lin Bufang's speed of 8378, he would not simply dismiss it. Around Aolunduo a frame appeared, then a second, then they were gone. The threat was neutralized. Aolunduo's target was not him. So why had she come here? Congratulations, you have completed the hidden achievement, Jiefeng Long Huang, Liberation of Long Huang. Players who had not unlocked the Suishan warehouse will have it unlocked. Those who had will have their Suishan warehouse slots increased tenfold. Suishan warehouse slots increased tenfold. Current Suishan warehouse slots 640. Congratulations, you have completed the Hell level Long Huang final stage. From now on, items such as Yiduan Exotic Shield, Longming Staff, Longming Bracelet, and Fazhen Ring will no longer necessarily drop from Long Huang Stage 2. Rewards will vary according to the number of Stage 2 challenges completed. Shenhaier 51 successful Stage 2, clears free points 510, awarded the title Longshan Dragon God Permanent. Su Ran 47 successes, free points 470, awarded the title Longming Master Permanent. Chi Fei 37 successes, free points 370, awarded the title Ishan Exotic Deity Permanent. 0.01 chance to trigger Long Huang's blessing, forcing all targets within visual range to kneel for 1 second. You may choose which effects are active or inactive and toggle them on or off. The 4 of them opened their titles and examined the corresponding information. Without exception, surprise and delight shone on their faces. Shenhaier's defensive effect did not scale with the Wushan ring, but with magic damage, her title provided Fazhen Ring effect 100 along with other magical bonuses. As for Su Ran, it needs no further explanation. Her Longming Master title granted the physical class Longming Bracelet's final defense ignoring damage 100 effect. Chi Fei's title was the weakest, but as the healer she received fire attack and resistance bonuses along with additional defensive increases. Lin Bufang evidently combined the best merits of the 3 titles. Not everything was perfect. There was one drawback: fire resistance, 1200. Keep resistance on someone else. I don't want Ming Dao to get the wrong idea. You have disabled attribute fire resistance, 1200. As for free points, Lin Bufang received 10 times what the others got. Speed increased by 5000. Current speed, 13378. As for the Suishan warehouse, Shenhaier and Chi Fei had long since unlocked it by other means, not through the final stage. Su Ran had not. She keenly felt the gap between herself and Shenhaier and Chi Fei. She believed that gap was a matter of family background rather than ability. She trusted she would carve her own path as a summon-oriented gunslinger. Stepping out of the sanctuary, Su Ran bid Lin Bufang farewell, saying she would carry out a task assigned by her master. Rumored to be extremely dangerous, but with danger comes opportunity. Of course, before that she would sleep well and wash away the exhaustion of the past 3 days. Back at the dorm, Master Shanchuan phoned. Tomorrow the old ruins open. I've prepared an immunity token fusion scroll for you. Just go to the ruins entrance, someone will hand you the scroll. Lin Bufang had in truth long suspected as much. If Shenhaier could obtain such a thing, how could his master not secure one for him? It simply was not yet time. His master did not wish to burden him with too much pressure. When the time came, everything would be arranged. He slept clutching a stack of firearms. Only this time there were a few more. For example, the Shipian rifle served as Lin Bufang's pillow. In his dreams, he organized his final gains. This was also his last harvest at level 25. Only attack, no defense, 5-star, 75626040. Physical attack, 401403050. Mingdao Simon count, 338258. His physical attack had officially surpassed the 400 million mark. In terms of equipment, he converted the remaining 4 epic pieces into 200 souls. Epic soul count 10690. The quantities of his most treasured warehouse items changed as follows. Wushan ring, 75. Longming bracelet, 53. Fazhen ring, 52. All sellable equipment materials were sold. His coin balance rose from 960 million to 1 billion. Balance, 112256800. He left these coins untouched for now. After the last lesson in the corpse lock hall, he decided to always carry at least 1 billion on hand for high-intensity, high-frequency combat. That way he need not hold back. His sovereignty could be unleashed. Tomorrow they would head to the old ruins where a special scroll might drop that could raise a level 10 sovereignty to level 20. He slept from 1:30 p.m. after lunch until 6 a.m. The next morning, Lin Bufang agreed to meet Shun Haier at the Sanctuary Hall entrance. Shun Haier had originally carried an immunity token fusion scroll, but gave it to Lin Bufang. Now that the two were paired together, distinctions of you and me no longer mattered. One apiece. Rounded off, Shun Haier had one hands down. Not only did she get the scroll back, she had cleared the stage 2 boss 51 times, earned a title, and gained a boyfriend. We must be well prepared this time. Lin Bufang bought some condiments in the canteen, taking a few barrels of freshly ground soybean oil, rapeseed oil, and sesame oil, 2 bottles of 7-year aged vinegar, a cask of soy sauce produced by Qingyun University, a day's supply of meat from an A-grade giant beast. Of course, Lin Bufang still preferred to kill and eat fresh. He had heard the old ruins held many exquisite seafoods. At the thought of them, his mouth watered uncontrollably. He remembered that he had not been so gluttonous before, but his constitution had improved dramatically, and as it continued to strengthen, he found himself growing ever more interested in food. There, seeing Lin Bufang approach, Shun Haier raised her hand and sprinted over, flinging herself into his arms and hugging him tightly. Having a girlfriend was delightful. Lin Bufang could hold and kiss her as he wished. The only problem was that there were rather a lot of people around. He wanted a place where he and Shun Haier could be alone. He resolved that after these next couple of busy days he would find an opportunity to settle this significant matter. A commotion rose from the sanctuary hall. Those two have finally come out. Hearing the sound, Lin Bufang and the others stepped inside. They had assumed Dong Song and Chi Fei had emerged. As it turned out, they had not. 2 teams were still challenging the Longming Sanctuary at hell difficulty. The 2 still had not come out. How strange. What on earth are they doing in there? It's been over 100. Lin Bufang looked toward the source of the disturbance. It turned out the 100-person Jinwei Sanctuary had opened. As the most difficult hall on the first floor, the Jinwei Sanctuary's challenge was truly terrifying. Otherwise, they would not allow an entire 100-person team to enter at once. The rewards were astonishing: huge experience gains, a variety of equipment, and many other bonuses. There were also ranking point rewards. Lin Bufang would not rashly enter such a high difficulty special sanctum. With the Jiri ruins about to open, he planned to return from the ruins first, and then farm the Jinwei Sanctuary. The 2 headed toward the Qingyun University high-speed teleportation array. The Qingyun University arrays were divided into 3 zones. One served regions across the nation and was relatively fast. One served major special regions on launching and was very fast. The third faced regions beyond launching. Although it was called the ultra-long-distance slow teleport array, it was in practice the fastest. As they walked, Shun Haier explained the Jiri ruins to Lin Bufang. The Jiri ruins, like the Suashir Hall, automatically calculates score rewards upon entry. The rewards are not less than those of the Suashir Hall. There is a fair amount of experience reward as well. In fact, many people from Qingyun University go. Other schools and professional practitioners from society also go. There are also many people from other nations. Because the Jiri ruins mechanics are special, entry positions are randomized. Forming teams is impossible. Whether you go early or late, in the end, everyone must wait for the ruins to fully open. Entering the array took only a few minutes before they arrived at their destination. Lin Bufang checked their position. They had already left Daxia's territory and were amid mountain ranges surrounded by tropical rainforest. Daxia's teleportation outpost functioned as an office on the edge of the Jiri ruins. People came and went, and the staff paid little attention to the two of them. People streamed out of the array intermittently, rarely communicating with one another. Like any ordinary station, everyone went about their business. They left the teleportation node and followed the map toward the Jiri ruins. The ruins were not. There were no monsters along the way. This place produced rare materials, so the monsters around the array had largely been cleared out. Those who could teleport here all intended to enter the Jiri ruins, where the maximum permitted level did not exceed level 30. Meanwhile, in the skies, top-tier professionals from Daxia patrolled intermittently. If high-level outsiders maliciously suppressed Daxia's lower-level practitioners, they would be sanctioned. Thus, there was little risk of being preyed upon by high-level professionals. Not long after, Lin Bufang spotted a familiar figure in the forest. Those adorable twin braids. Who else could it be but Su Ran? Su Ran. Su Ran turned surprise and puzzlement on her face. We never seem to escape one another, do we? The three of them thus reunited. As they neared the teleportation node, Lin Bufang received a call from his master. The person delivering the scroll has arrived right above you. He's a bit odd, don't mind him. A buzzing sound. The three heard it overhead. It was peculiar, like a helicopter rotor, yet faint. It was somewhat distorted, as if played through a speaker. They looked up to see a man descending slowly, his lips quivering slightly. So he was imitating the sound with his mouth. Slowly, an elderly man dressed in camouflage, wearing a helmet and flight goggles, alighted toward the ground. But he did not fully land. He hovered midair, his posture odd, as if sitting upon something invisible. Su Ran was very curious. She hopped around the elder, trying to touch whatever supported him, but felt nothing. It was evident he achieved flight with his body. His prowess was formidable. The buzzing continued as the old man seemed to press buttons in the air, finally stopping his vocal imitation. He strained to push through the surrounding air and leapt down from over a meter in midair. Su Ran frowned, jumped up beside him, attempting to touch that intangible door, and struck at it with force. A thudding sound like a door closing rang out. But the noise did not come from where she had struck. It came from the old man's mouth. "Young lady, there's no need to be so forceful. Why, this is an electrosuction door." The three of them were momentarily speechless. "All right then, Mr. Electrosuction." The elder produced a scroll and handed it to Lin Bufang. "I entrust this to you. Farewell." He then carefully climbed back onto the air. He gently drew the air together. A crisp suction sound rang out, then buzzing once more, and the elder, Lin Bufang, and the others stood there staring up at the sky in stunned silence. Seriously, how did he even fly? Soon the three arrived at the entrance to the Jiri ruins, a colossal site spanning hundreds of kilometers, wrapped in a faint black barrier. As they approached, a notice appeared before them. Jiri ruins. Minimum entry level 20. Entry count unlimited. The ruins open once a year. Before opening, the internal population must meet a minimum of 100 people, otherwise the ruins will close. The ruins will open within 1 hour. A small number of Jiri monsters have already appeared inside. Drops include white, green, purple, pink, and gold equipment, level 20 upgrade scrolls, guild cornerstone materials, and more. Lin Bufang had already familiarized himself with the ruins' mechanics before coming. Drop rates were high. Equipment upgrade scrolls were Lin Bufang's main objective. The guild cornerstone was difficult to obtain. Its role was to gather a group, no a team. It offered small functions such as teleportation and summoning members, and could grant basic and special attributes like luck. Lin Bufang did not yet have concrete plans for a guild, but the prospect of founding one and serving as its leader intrigued him. Those materials could only be acquired through long years of effort. Thus, aside from the founder's own strength, establishing a guild still required persistent accumulation. Of course, the Jiri ruins were not the sole source of guild creation materials. The ordinary monsters here were of average strength. With immunity to confusion, this would be a generous opportunity. Fortunately, all three possessed that immunity. Although parties could not be formed, some landmark structures within the ruins were fixed. "Once we enter, let's rendezvous as soon as possible at the skull location." The three of them stepped through the black barrier. In the next moment, they were teleported to different locations. Upon entering the ancient ruins for the first time, the overwhelming sensation was one of discomfort. It felt as if fish had left the water and entered the air, a sense of impending death lurking within. For humans, entering the ancient ruins brought about an entirely opposite feeling. The air seemed to solidify into water. Breathing felt as though it was water flooding into the nostrils, rendering anything else impossible to inhale. However, once one gained immunity to the chaos, this sensation would greatly diminish. Lin Bufang experienced a similar feeling. He calmed his mind and gently inhaled the thick water-like air. There was no sensation of air entering his nostrils, only a feeling of liquid entering his lungs, making him instinctively want to cough out all this water. Suppressing the urge to cough, Lin Bufang tried several times before slowly acclimating, ultimately restoring his normal breathing. Without immunity to the chaos, even if one inhaled the water into their lungs, it would be difficult to absorb air, as the brain would inform them that it was not air, rendering them incapable of rejecting it. Thus, the only option was to run outside to leave the ancient ruins. However, while entering the ancient ruins with simple exiting was far from easy. One must wait for the ruins to officially conclude before being able to leave. This was merely a trivial mechanism present while standing within the ruins. Within every inch of air in the ruins there existed a force of spiritual suppression. Without immunity to the chaos, not only would one be unable to sense their position, but they would also be pulled towards the bizarre structure at the center, leading to their own demise. Lin Bufang gazed into the dim distance. His vision felt hazy, yet he could still see far ahead. Two entirely opposite sensations were strikingly clear. The entire ruins resembled a city that had been crushed by immense force from ancient times. Amidst the ruins lay a gigantic skeleton that spanned the entirety of the site. The skeleton lay quietly on the ground of the ruins, appearing to be curled up. Notably, the position of the skull was located at the very center of the ruins. It resembled a semicircular canyon. After taking just a few steps forward, Lin Bufang spotted a small octopus floating in midair. It was a completely black octopus suspended in the air, its tentacles swaying up and down, moving at a slow pace. Name: Small Octopus, Ancient Ruins, Level LV20, Health 500, Physical Attack 500, Armor 500, Magic Resistance 500, Skills Chaos Ink Face Slam. Description: a common monster in the ancient ruins, with relatively fast movement speed during combat. Seeing the small octopus health bar, Lin Bufang felt it was a waste of bullets. With his 400 million physical attack, he could easily defeat the small octopus dozens of times with just a fraction. Therefore, Lin Bufang decided not to waste any bullets or durability. He removed all his, notably since the slots in Lin Bufang's portable warehouse increased to 640, the space had become incredibly spacious. He stored all his super equipment, such as the War God Ring, in the portable warehouse, ready to take them out whenever he wanted to use them. He did not need to wear any equipment. Lin Bufang directly took out a weapon, the poem epic rifle. How could one describe the appearance of this weapon? It was truly exquisite, much like a poem. How could one even describe its beauty? It wasn't the kind of flashy beauty. It was still a normal black rifle, but adorned with a few streaks of red and white, exuding a hint of ethereal spirit amidst the fiery heat. The feel of it was also distinctly different from other weapons. The machine gun brought a thrill in battle. The shotgun delivered pure explosive power. Yet this rifle felt perfectly natural in his hands. Every contour seemed designed to fit Lin Bufang's grip. His right hand rested on the handle and trigger, while his left hand held the wooden foregrip. As the stock pressed against his shoulder, a sense of unity surged within him. Lin Bufang aimed at the small octopus and gently squeezed the trigger. With a bang, the rifle's muzzle erupted with a fiery blaze akin to lava. The 5.56mm caliber bullet sliced through the air of the ancient ruins, the orange-earth projectile, exhibiting no deviation or vibration, piercing directly through the small octopus' forehead, erupting ink everywhere. Upon striking its head, the poem's special effect was triggered, increasing the durability of the poem by 1. The muzzle remained stable, not even a hint of movement, a steadiness unmatched by any other weapon. With a whoosh, the small octopus body ignited. The flames were not the explosive kind like those of a warden, nor were they the kind that continuously burned destructively. Rather, it was a gentle kind of searing akin to teppanyaki. In an instant, the small octopus transformed into a grilled octopus. Lin Bufang could even smell a faint aroma in the air, a result of the small octopus protein undergoing the Maillard reaction at temperatures between 140 to 180 degrees Celsius. Lin Bufang preferred it slightly charred, so he fired another shot. Upon hitting its head, the poem's special effect was triggered, increasing the durability of the poem by 1. The small octopus temperature exceeded 200 degrees Celsius, resulting in a caramelization reaction that brought forth an even richer aroma. Upon killing the small octopus, he gained 1 experience points. Permanent attack power 5. Permanent number of Ming Dao Si Ming 5. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV26. Free points 1200. Speed increased by 1200 points. Speed 14578. Enjoy my billion strikes, automatically leveling up to 26 stars. The next bullet counts as 26 shots, consuming 50 mana points. Each mana source automatically leveling up to 26 stars. Additional mana cap increased by 4200 points. Bullet bloom automatically leveling up to 26 stars. Shotgun bullet count increased to 1025. No Cost passive mirror shotgun automatically leveling up to 26 stars. Shotgun bullet count additionally increased, doubling weapon 26. No cost passive. A blue light exploded from within the small octopus and automatically flew into Lin Bufang's foundation stone, one of the materials necessary to create a guild. To create a guild, 1 million foundation stones are required plus 100 guild contracts. He synthesized a guild foundation stone epic. Of course, if it were a boss-level creature, there was a chance it would drop the guild foundation stone epic as a complete item. Both materials and finished products are non-tradable. Lin Bufang jogged over and took out a chopstick, grabbing the floating small octopus. The creatures here, like those in the wild, do not have their corpses disappear upon death, allowing for secondary processing. Therefore, many professionals do not waste any monsters they kill. Their skins, flesh, claws, and horns can all be sold as materials, although they aren't worth much. For Lin Bufang, the freshly slain flesh was truly tempting. He glanced at the charred small octopus. Some parts were still uncooked, yet overall it was done with the head already burnt. There's a saying, as long as there's a probability, one can make that probability 100. Lin Bufang's goal was to use the least amount of bullets to fully cook the target, achieving a crispy exterior and tender interior without needing any further processing. My shooting skills are still not proficient enough, though I need to practice more. Lin Bufang took out a portable spray can and evenly sprayed sesame oil onto the small octopus. Before long, the little octopus was grilled to a crispy exterior and tender inside. Lin Bufang occasionally sprinkled some cumin and smeared a special sauce he got from Annie too. She said that no matter the ingredient or object, whether organic or inorganic, as long as you apply this sauce, it could make your tongue bite off. Fearing that his tongue might really bite off, Lin Bufang applied only a little. As for the chili powder, he used a hefty amount. Soon enough, the little octopus before him had turned a pure red and was sizzling with oil. Lin Bufang devoured the head of the octopus in one bite. The outer skin was already crispy while the inside was full of juice. This was not a pure seafood item, but a special creature from ancient ruins. Strangely enough, there was no fishy taste at all. Instead, there was a unique flavor. How to describe it? It felt like chewing on a creature that didn't exist in this world, akin to consuming the most delicious food in a dream. Within the little octopus, there existed a substance of spiritual pollution. The amount was minimal, just enough to be digested by Lin Bufang's own spiritual power. This ebb and flow instead brought a unique sense of mental elation. Moreover, this special substance, with the involvement of flames and spices, produced a distinct flavor. This flavor was hard to put into words. In short, 1 word: delightful. 2 words: delicious. Lin Bufang took out a Barrett M99 and fired a shot at the ground. His body shot up into the air, but the speed wasn't very fast, as if there were tremendous resistance around. He could clearly see the black air swirling around his body, like moving through water. After testing his speed, it was about the same. The resistance present around him was uncertain if it was like water, but it was definitely greater than the resistance of water, causing Lin Bufang to be unable to break the sound barrier. His maximum speed was locked at 100 meters per second. This was not Lin Bufang's speed limit, but rather the upper limit of what his body could endure. With such speed, he felt reassured. If he was this slow, then Shun Haier and Su Ran would also find it hard to encounter dangerous enemies, though everyone's speed was suppressed. Level 25. Shun Haier and Su Ran had also fully graduated in strength. Not to mention they could easily escape if needed. As Lin Bufang moved forward, he used his poetry to clear the small monsters along the way. There was no need to waste too much attention in the marginal areas. After 1 hour, the ancient ruins would officially open and a dense number of monsters would appear centered. The final boss would also spawn at the skull location. After advancing several kilometers, Lin Bufang had consumed dozens of little octopuses. Vaguely, he felt his spirit becoming increasingly luminous, as if his mind had grown significantly. The things in here have such effects after consumption. Lin Bufang had also checked the relevant materials. The human body does indeed slightly enhance various physical attributes when consuming the flesh of different creatures, but the effect was minimal, almost negligible. This was because Lin Bufang had the gun path and gravitational instincts within him. His body was essentially reshaped by gravitational instincts. What are gravitational instincts? They are the divine power possessed only by the undead deity Enlil. This is a force that only true deities possess. Combined with the gun path, it allows him to utilize the effect of gaining the target's power, enhancing it by nearly 100. Of course, there are also negative effects which can be considered negligible, but can also be seen as a positive effect. The digestion speed is ridiculously fast, making him feel hungry even after 8 meals in a day. What is that? At this moment, he discovered a huge bright red claw next to a structure resembling a coral reef. His eyes lit up a giant lobster. He dove forward to grab the claw of the giant lobster and tried to... The giant lobster was startled and hurriedly tried to burrow into the coral. However, it quickly reacted. "Hey, I'm also an elite monster. Do you dare to pull me?" It suddenly burrowed out. Lin Bufang then clearly saw its full form. It was a massive crab, but its eyes had a very peculiar quality. It possessed a demeanor similar to Lin Bufang's. It clearly had reached a high level of mastery in some weapon or combat. Cautiously, Lin Bufang fired a shot ahead and retreated 100 meters. He took a glance at its stats. Name: Peerless Crab, Ancient Ruins Elite. Level LV 25. Health 100 million. Physical Attack 100,000. Dodge 50. Skills: Dance of Dual Blade, Waltz, Gabba Gabba, Transform into Giant Crab. Description: I crave. Valuable opponents. Ancient Ruins Elite Monster, not easily provoked. Lin Bufang was somewhat surprised. Such a small elite monster had a completely different stat panel. It had no defense, only a special trait. Dodge 50. This meant that when Lin Bufang attacked it, it had a 50 chance to evade his attack. Moreover, its skills were rather peculiar. So it's a sword princess, huh? Lin Bufang hadn't reacted, yet when he noticed claw-like shadows, 10 claws locked onto his head. Over 100 claws surrounded every part of his body. Of course, Lin Bufang felt no unusual sensations, until a prompt appeared before him. Warning: you have exposed a huge flaw. Peerless Crab has unleashed Blade Waltz. During the release of this skill, Peerless Crab is in an untargetable state. Lin Bufang stood quietly in place. This move was unavoidable, completely unavoidable. It was a very powerful skill. With a swish, the Peerless Crab had already teleported right before him. Over 100 meters away, it swiftly darted around Lin Bufang's body. Clang, 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 clang. 2 claws overlapped with Lin Bufang's shadow. Each claw dealt a massive amount of physical damage to Lin Bufang. In fact, the moment the first claw overlapped Lin Bufang had already triggered the named Blade of Destiny. Yes, Lin Bufang was that fragile. At the same level, no profession was more fragile than him. The 1,200 points of fire resistance from the title of Dragon Emperor Dominator were completely shut off. As a gunslinger, he had several skills that increased defense, dodge, and block, all of which he completely ignored. Not learning any of those, he had to stick to pure offense. Right. 3 seconds later, over 100 flaws on Lin Bufang's body were struck down. The attack consumed 2 of Lin Bufang's named Blade of Destiny. Only because in the last 0.01 seconds the Peerless Crab hadn't triggered Lin Bufang's third named Blade of Destiny. After unleashing Blade Waltz, the Peerless Crab's form also became visible. Lin Bufang's poetry was already aimed at its forehead. Bang! A prompt appeared on the crab's head. Miss? Hit the head. The poem returns 1 bullet. You can return a bullet even after being dodged. Bang! Another shot. This time it did not trigger an evade. 9999999. Don't ask why 1 digit is missing. It's the display limit. The crab's 100 million health was instantly cleared. Kill Peerless Crab. Experience 50000. Permanent attack power 5. Named Blade of Destiny, permanent 5. Wow. The Peerless Crab was engulfed in dazzling golden light. Lin Bufang was a bit surprised. Why? Previously, he always dropped trash materials before good items appeared. This time it directly produced golden items without any warning, which made him a bit unaccustomed. It was probably some garbage item. Taking a look, it was a skill book on the ground. What a useless skill book. The skill book flew into his backpack. Lin Bufang opened his backpack and his eyes nearly popped out. LV25 Dance of Dual Universal Profession automatically selects surrounding targets. No limit. A flaw will appear on the target's body. Next, level 2. Hitting the flaw causes physical damage relative to one's highest level of Dao and increases Dao proficiency slightly. The generation, speed, and effect of the flaw depend on one's speed, comprehension, Dao, etc. No way. What is this? Lin Bufang conducted some research. This item, casually dropped by an elite monster, is likely more precious than any skill Lin Bufang possesses. To put it boldly, it is more impressive than all his skills combined. This item can trigger flaws, and flaws equate to vital points. Moreover, it is fully automatic, related to speed, comprehension, and the Dao. Let's not mention Lin Bufang's comprehension for now. His speed has reached an astonishing 14578 points, and at his level he can confidently assert that no one in this world surpasses him. Anyone who can reach even half of that is considered an extraordinary existence. Achieving 1/10 is a sign of a top-tier genius. This means Lin Bufang can fully unleash the potential of this skill. At the same time, flaws equate to vital points, which means that the poem can directly evolve into an unlimited barrage of firepower. However, there is an issue with Lin Bufang's barbecuing. It can only target the head, making it difficult to cook other parts evenly. Now with automatic flaws, barbecuing has become incredibly fragrant. Furthermore, these flaws can also cause additional damage. This damage surprisingly depends on the level of the Dao. Lin Bufang's Dao is the Dao of the gun, and the damage from this Dao is a matter of the past dating back to when he had just a fraction of its potential. It can inflict remarkably substantial damage capable of ignoring everything. However, the triggering method is quite challenging. It requires being caught between life and death to activate. However, Lin Bufang's rapid rise in strength is terrifying, and the only things that can make him feel the threat of death are the recoil of the Barrett M99 and Shunhire. Nothing else can. And the Dance of Duel can automatically generate flaws with every shot embodying the Dao of the gun. The most absurd part is that hitting a flaw can even enhance proficiency in the Dao. This is outrageous. It's beyond standards. Lin Bufang has never heard of this skill, which can only mean one thing: its drop rate is shockingly low. Even the Divine Warrior ring pales in comparison. Now it has surprisingly dropped from his own hands. Lin Bufang quickly clicked to learn it. Learning complete, he acquired a new skill, Dance of Duel. In fact, Lin Bufang also quite liked another skill from the invincible crab, the Blade Waltz. It's undeniably stylish, and its effects are extraordinary. It grants invincibility throughout while clearing all nearby flaws. I estimate its drop rate isn't lower than that of the Dance of Duel. I'm already very happy to have obtained a Dance of Duel. Lin Bufang opened his storage, where he had brought a considerable number of skill books, mainly because his personal storage is quite large and capable of holding them. All skill books will be used to upgrade the Dance of Duel. Dance of Duel flaws increased to 2. Dance of Duel flaws increased to 3. Dance of Duel flaws increased to 4. Dance of Duel flaws increased to 26. Skill level has now reached his own level and cannot be further enhanced. After glancing at the remaining skill books, there are still over 100. When will I ever use them all? 26 flaws, what does that mean? It's an overwhelming number that can't be exhausted. Is it enough? It's more than enough. Lin Bufang was genuinely thrilled. He was eager to find a monster to test the damage. However, along the way there wasn't a single monster worthy of testing his damage. You could say that even the recent invincible crab was unworthy. Why? Because Lin Bufang could take it down with a single shot. The damage value was completely unnoticeable. This was due to its extremely low health. He was already very close to its skull. Lin Bufang dropped from the air, took out a crab claw from his backpack, asserted his dominance, and struck the crab claw hard with the butt of his gun. Crack! A crack appeared in the crab claw. Lin Bufang lifted the claw, and with a slurp devoured an entire piece of crab meat raw. Due to the speed of his consumption, he didn't even have time to chew. He didn't taste anything. He only felt his stomach swell slightly before slowly returning to normal. The crab meat was quickly digested, and he could distinctly feel his spirit expanding a bit more. How to describe this feeling? Lin Bufang soared into the air, returning his spirit to his mind. Inside was a chaotic space. I must say Lin Bufang found it hard to describe the sensation of observing his spirit before. Upon reaching the old ruins, this feeling became quite clear. It was a space of stagnation. You could say there was nothing, or you could say there was everything. Previously, Lin Bufang did not have the ability to enter this space. It wasn't that he couldn't enter. Rather, the space was too small to accommodate even Lin Bufang himself. You must understand that spirit is a very abstract concept. Lin Bufang could reduce himself to a size hundreds of times smaller than a strand of hair to enter his spirit. Thus he previously could not enter. The reason he could now is that the space of the spirit itself has expanded, allowing Lin Bufang to enter. This space is still very small. If described accurately, it might be the size of a single cell, with Lin Bufang resembling a virus invading that cell. This place is strange. He couldn't do anything, but he felt that once he entered, his mood would become extraordinarily calm and absolute tranquility, where no external factors could disturb his feelings. This is the first benefit the Sea of Spirit grants Lin Bufang, entering a state of gravitational instinct at a terrifying speed. Gravitational instinct requires a calm mind. Upon entering the Sea of Spirit without any reaction time, Lin Bufang was instantly calm. Secondly, Lin Bufang entered his own spiritual space and felt his fatigue slowly dissipating. This felt somewhat like meditating or sleeping. In the next moment, Lin Bufang detached himself from the Sea of Spirit. Suddenly he felt something was off. In the distance on the ground was the spine of that gigantic skeleton. He remembered that he had clearly been flying towards the skull's position. He should have seen the skull first before noticing the spine. He turned back and realized he had flown past it. Only then did he realize that his sense of time had become disordered. The time spent in the Sea of Spirit seemed to differ from the time in the outside world. The difference wasn't much. Lin Bufang abruptly stopped in place, fired his gun twice in the opposite direction, and continued flying towards the skull. There were indeed many people at the skull's location. This reminded Lin Bufang of the scene from the last time he was in the locking corpse hall. The position of the skull was also evenly divided into several areas. Each area could be considered a country. There are quite a few countries, and with the Great Xia having 6 of them. He didn't know what the specific countries were, but Lin Bufang had already formed some ideas about them. Moreover, there were many. Aren't these people all within his grasp? A moving treasury. Lin Bufang did not act immediately, but prepared to observe the situation first, as there were quite a few small octopuses around. It seemed that there were also shadows of large crabs. With the smoke bomb this time, if paired with a sweeping machine, it should be quite stable. With a drop, Lin Bufang landed on the Great Xia side. Because he was flying, Lin Bufang naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many recognized him. Oh my, it's Lin Bufang. Is this for real? My idol has arrived. Many people gave up on grinding and gathered around. Several girls had grateful glimmers in their eyes. Lin Bufang, we haven't had the chance to express our gratitude yet. We tried calling you but couldn't get through. Is there a chance we could treat you to a meal? Yes. We all want to have a meal with you, is that okay? The surroundings were filled with eager gazes. Lin Bufang chuckled, it's all part of the deal, no need to be so polite. We will definitely have a chance to eat together. Right now your task is to get stronger, so keep it up. At that moment 2 boys, one tall and one short, approached. The shorter boy looked quite familiar. Lin Bufang couldn't recall where he had seen him before, but felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. He was wearing clothes with extremely exaggerated patterns showcasing his personality, but his face was dotted with pimples suggesting he probably indulged in sweets and didn't pay much attention to facial cleanliness. Brother-in-law, I finally met you. Hearing the term brother-in-law, Lin Bufang was taken aback for a moment, realizing that the earlier sense of déjà vu was projected from Shinhire. Her younger brother truly bore a resemblance to her. At this point, Lin Bufang only felt that this kid was too annoying. Resembling his sister was not the best choice. He was essentially a male version of Shinhire. How to describe it? It felt like Shinhire had shaved her head and stood before him with a face full of stubble. Lin Bufang now wanted to slap him 100 meters away, but managed to hold back. After all, he was his brother-in-law Shin Tian. Yes, that's me. Shin Tian bounced around Lin Bufang, chattering non-stop, praising Lin Bufang's performance in the college entrance exams and how he excelled in the Longming Sacred Hall, saying how handsome he was. Brother-in-law, you're just too handsome. I've never seen anyone this handsome in my life, even more so than my goddess. Of course I'm not gay. Don't say that, truly don't say that. Lin Bufang found him increasingly likable, wondering what was going on. Brother-in-law, why haven't you replied to my messages? When I was at the last level of the path to ascend, I saw you block Enlil for 45 minutes. I sent you so many messages. Lin Bufang glanced at his weak signal. Unread messages 999. By the way, brother-in-law. Shin Tian pulled up a nearby male classmate. It was a rather good-looking male classmate dressed in a suit and tie with a hairstyle that was also quite well done. His physique was genuinely that of a male model, and he looked quite talented. To put it this way, Lin Bufang was first, and this classmate named Lin Fanji could tentatively be ranked second. Let me introduce, this is my good buddy, he's quite decent. After saying that, Shin Tian leaned closer to Lin Bufang's ear and whispered, don't be fooled by his ordinary appearance, the power behind him is unimaginable. I can guarantee that apart from you, brother-in-law, his background is the best in the Great Xia, and no one can shake it. The best background in the Great Xia. Lin Bufang took a few more glances at Lin Fanji, and to be honest, he didn't feel anything particularly special. Moreover, he seemed too ordinary, like just an average guy from an ordinary family. Lin Fanji quietly looked at Lin Bufang and smiled without saying a word. Click. Lin Bufang pulled out his sovereignty and instantly pressed it against Lin Fanzi's forehead. What are you smiling at? Lin Fanzi's expression clearly froze for a moment. I speak, what are you smiling at? I'm just smiling politely, friend. Friend? Who's friends with you? Right now I'm giving you a chance, kneel down and call me daddy. Shin Tian was filled with question marks above his head and hurriedly stopped Lin Bufang. Brother-in-law, this is my friend, what are you doing? With a click, Lin Bufang had already chambered a bullet. The gun barrel turned and was pressed against his brother-in-law's forehead. So you're saying you want to call him daddy? Lin Bufang leaned into Shin Tian's ear and whispered, brother, I see you're quite honest. This is the first lesson for you. It's better to actively bully others than to be bullied by them. Oh, no, brother-in-law, is this a normal value? Meanwhile, Lin Fanji looked at Shin Tian with a grateful gaze. Good buddy, I knew you would help me. Let him call it. Shin Tian silently stepped aside. Lin Fanji struggled to swallow, recalling Lin Bufang's previous performance. He opened his mouth with great difficulty. Dad. Dad. Lin Bufang placed his left hand by his ear. Louder, I can't hear. Daddy. Very good, I like people who know their place. In the future, if you're bullied, just call my name. Lin Bufang harshly grabbed Lin Fanzi's meticulously styled hair. Lin Fangji laughed heartily. He could tell that Lin Bufang was joking. He didn't feel too much about it, thinking Lin Bufang was also quite a lively person as he himself was. He and Shin Tian had called each other daddy numerous times. For young people, this kind of joke was nothing. However, Lin Bufang was not joking. He was testing Lin Fangji. If he got angry, he would beat him to a pulp. He just wanted to see how big his background was. He noticed that Shin Tian was quite innocent, and this Lin Fangji had deceived his brother-in-law. The Shin family was so wealthy, his brother-in-law's money would eventually become his. Unexpectedly, Lin Fangji was quite lively. After calling daddy, he became even more active, and the frequency of their conversation increased. Lin Bufang then discovered the background of Lin Fangji through Shin Tian's words. Shin Tian looked quite mysterious. You know about Gao Tsang's third concubine. That's my brother Fan's ex-girlfriend, and of course they are still in contact. Don't spread it around. Lin Fangji repeatedly denied. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. You know about Qi Ming's younger sister, my brother Fan's ex-girlfriend. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. You know about Kai Hao's mom. That's inappropriate. Stop talking, stop talking. Shin Tian went on to name over 100 unique names. Lin Bufang really looked at Lin Fangji with new eyes. You're 19 this year. Looking at his level LV29, he was probably just leveling up, preparing to use an equipment upgrade scroll. At 19, not having fallen behind too much in levels, he might even have considerable strength, having had so much time to date hundreds of girls. He was indeed a time management master in real life. Lin Fangji sighed. For me, this is actually a curse. I genuinely want to be in a long-lasting relationship, but unfortunately people only care about my appearance and physique. No one truly understands my heart. My body is quite hurt. Shin Tian rolled his eyes. I still don't have a girlfriend, and you're pretending here. Lin Fangji said seriously with a smile, I know your goddess. Such women are hard to tame. How about this? Hand her over to me, and I'll train her for a while, guaranteeing she will be devoted to you later. UMLGB. The two started to tussle, and it was evident that Shin Tian was no match for Lin Fangji, who had him pinned down begging for mercy. Lin Bufang felt somewhat disappointed. I say, Shin Tian, you're also a rich second generation. How come I don't see a hint of arrogance from you? Do you know how embarrassing that is? Shin Tian said aggrievedly, brother-in-law, you don't know in our family girls are favored over boys. You really don't know how I've spent these 18 years. My sister's monthly allowance is this much. Shin Tian held up one finger. 100 million. As for me, it's this much. He held up the same finger. 1 yuan. A question mark popped up over Lin Bufang's head. At the age of 7, I was thrown into a strange city with just 1 yuan, expected to survive for a month. What kind of stupid parents are these? If it weren't for my sister secretly slipping me 5 yuan, I really wouldn't know how I would have survived. Your sister is also something else. Lin Bufang gave a thumbs up. You are quite a talent too. They say girls are raised with wealth while boys are raised in poverty. The Shin family is treating Shin Tian like a spoiled prince. Shin Tian changed the subject. Actually, I've secretly investigated. My parents have been raising a big alternate identity behind my back, and this alternate identity seems to be quite impressive, apparently already a candidate for the next elder of Qingyun University. That makes sense. By the way, Lin Bufang gently patted Shin Tian's shoulder. Raising a small identity is something you have to do behind your back. Raising a big identity is not the same thing. Then what should we call it? Let me put it this way, your brother is the legitimate heir, whereas you are probably an unplanned product due to a lack of precautions. Shin Tian looked enlightened, but he didn't seem to care. As long as I can live without worrying about food and drink for a lifetime, I am already very satisfied. Huh. Lin Bufang put away his joking expression. Let's get down to business. What business? Brother-in-law, I heard you level up very quickly. Can you take me to level up a few times? We'll talk about it later. For now, tell me about the situation in those countries over there. Besides Xia, there are 5 other countries, 4 of which are small nations with one larger one being Ao country. The 4 small countries are vassals of Xia located in the area of the Monkey Country. Historically, they were subdued by Xia and must submit rare materials and equipment to Xia every year. As for Ao country, this nation is quite special. They usually don't cause trouble and enjoy stirring things up verbally. Lin Bufang has heard online that Ao country often instigates disputes between Xia and the other small countries. Moreover, a century ago, some practitioners from Sakura country joined Ao country's nationality, resulting in a fusion of species and bloodlines. If rounded off, these individuals have some connections to Sakura country. Initially, they had designs on Xia. However, upon seeing Lin Bufang fall from the sky, their expressions suddenly cleared, and they did not dare to make any further moves. Additionally, at higher levels of the ancient ruins, there are top practitioners from various countries patrolling to prevent conflicts between the 6 nations. Outside the black protective shield of the ancient ruins, more than a dozen phantoms floated in midair. Among them from Xia, there was only one person whose appearance was unclear, and even if recognized, few would know him. Wang Jing, one of the top practitioners from southern Xia, is known for his past achievements in subduing the surrounding countries in the south, making them all vassals of Xia, and that was it. He floated above the others with only one person able to maintain a parallel position with him, the top practitioner from Ao country Lawson. In reality, neither of them had actively elevated their status. Instead, the top practitioners from other countries deliberately lowered theirs. They were not qualified to stand on the same level as the two. 6 people came with Lawson roughly at his strength level. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of Wang Jing. Respected General Wang, this opening of the ancient ruins has attracted many people. As the final countdown begins, the number will only increase. We from Ao country have 158 participants. I heard that Xia has not gathered many chaos immunity items, at most just over 100, right? Ao country is quite close to the ancient ruins. The surrounding temples are mostly under their control, so they can produce a large amount of chaos immunity. The implication in Lawson's words was clear. With Xia being so strong, how could their chaos immunity be so few? Moreover, he had 2 reasons to speak so boldly. First, Lawson was not alone, and was not afraid of Wang Jing turning hostile. Second, the rules of the ancient ruins were set down by Xia and Ao country together, prohibiting active attacks on practitioners from other countries, except in self-defense. Xia has always maintained a policy of not attacking others unless provoked. They advocate peace and do not bully the weak. In recent years, Ao country seemed to have seized the opportunity. They did not directly confront Xia, but instead engaged in verbal provocations which infuriated Xia, yet they were helpless against it due to the distance and Ao country's true strength. Some top practitioners have comprehended the terrifying power of the true god Wanjina. Although they might not be able to defeat Xia, they could defend against it. Now Lawson aimed to use the rules set by Xia to further annoy them. After all, they had the numbers, and the number of monsters that could be spawned in the ancient ruins was fixed. Moreover, there were people from Sakura country behind the scenes inciting things. Perhaps in the end, Xia won't even secure the guaranteed level 20 epic upgrade scroll. Wang Jing sighed inwardly. With so few people from Xia, it was indeed possible for Ao country to sneak in and steal. It's not about the number of people, but the quality. At that moment, under Lawson's gaze, Lin Bufang entered the ancient ruins. Without a word, he took off directly from the ground. Lawson's mouth dropped open. My God, this is impossible. How could someone achieve such speed of flight at this level? He swallowed hard, remembering that they couldn't attack each other, and felt relieved. This young man from Xia is extraordinarily powerful, but I hope he can also demonstrate such strength while grinding monsters. Suddenly, he saw Lin Bufang encounter an elite monster, the unparalleled crab. He originally thought Lin Bufang would avoid the unparalleled crab. To his surprise, Lin Bufang actually pulled the unparalleled crab out from the coral. He felt a rush of joy. Nice. What kind of power does the unparalleled crab possess? He had a deep understanding of it in his youth, having resurrected several times just to escape. That's right, it was not about killing but escaping. This student was careless. The unparalleled crab is so strong, yet he dares to provoke it. Alas, the unparalleled crab unleashed the blade Waltzu. I hope he won't get hurt. Although Lawson appeared to be worried about Lin Bufang, the corner of his mouth inadvertently lifted. However, the next moment his expression froze. This was because Lin Bufang had suffered no harm, turning around and shooting 2 shots, instantly killing the unparalleled crab with 1 billion health points. Lawson fell silent. Wang Jing chuckled. General Lawson, why are you quiet? Don't you like to talk? Lawson's face flickered between red and white, and he snorted coldly. I admit his individual abilities are strong, but the final boss must rely on everyone's strength. You know that too. The final boss rewards are only distributed to one country, and mutual attacks are not allowed here except in self-defense. In private, Lawson whispered to the Ao country practitioners below, no matter what, do not engage in battle with Xia. There is someone among them who can fly and is very strong. Do not initiate an attack on him, no matter what happens. Wang Jing felt somewhat uncomfortable. Xia's education system is quite sound, and their moral standards are also very high. This is not self-praise. Everything is compared, and in comparison to Ao country, their moral standards are unreasonably high. However, under the rule of not allowing mutual attacks, the opposing side is numerous, while they are few. Perhaps Xia has Lin Bufang, whose overall strength level is higher. Being able to easily take down the unparalleled crab with just 2 shots, Lin Bufang's strength has already reached an extraordinarily formidable level in the minds of Wang Jing and others. With Lin Bufang present, AO country's high-ranking warriors will become mere decorations. If Lin Bufang collaborates with his teammates, AO country is likely to suffer significant losses. However, mutual attacks are not allowed. Wang Jing truly hopes that Lin Bufang is a wild card looking for ways to drag AO country into the water and eliminate a batch first. But this seems quite difficult. After all, the children from Bixiao are too sensible. The perspective returns to Lin Bufang. His gaze shifted from the sky back towards the direction of the Australian country. This was the rule that forbade mutual attacks. In this situation, if one were to actively attack a neutral country, they would face punishment. Only legitimate self-defense is permitted. Among these Australians, there were quite a few with Eastern features, likely remnants of the Sakura country. Therefore, a way must be found to blow up their equipment. Lin Bufang walked over and shouted towards the crowd of Australians, "I challenge all of you." He adorned all 10 fingers with the God of War rings. The shining God of War rings glimmered enticingly. "If you can defeat me, these God of War rings will belong to you." However, the hundreds of Australians displayed caution and shook their heads. "Great Xia people, we know your strength is extraordinary. I guess one of you could take us all on, right? We won't be fooled." Lin Bufang, "Wait, are you guys going against the heavens?" He never expected that in front of so many people and under the gaze of top professionals from various countries, he would provoke the Australians who wouldn't even dare to respond. Lin Bufang returned to the two of them and said, "Here's the deal, I'll give you a chance. If the Australians attack us first, I'll share 1/10 of their spoils with you." Shin Tian agreed that this was doable. He grabbed an axe and charged towards the nearest Australian. That Australian had already reduced a small octopus to critical health. Shin Tian let out a loud yell and made a finishing blow with his axe. The Australian dared not voice his anger, having just heard Lin Bufang's words, and knew the other side was eager to blow up their gear. "Great Xia, person, you go too far. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? I remember your Ministry of Foreign Affairs previously stated that you wanted to let the monkey country break free from our nation's status as a vassal and also to blockade a certain temple in the Southern Sea. Now here I am standing before you, and you have nothing to say. Not so tough anymore." This Australian fell silent, conceding defeat, and turned to attack other small octopuses. Shin Tian placed his hands on his hips, "And those from the Sakura country, let me tell you, today's monsters are all mine." Seeing Shin Tian's actions, Lin Bufang also gave him a thumbs up. "Good, very good. Now let's do it this way. Call the others over, and I'll cast a buff on them. Everyone don't attack the monsters. Let's finish off all the Australian monsters without leaving a single one." The professionals from Great Xia gathered upon hearing such good news. Lin Bufang cast the life-commanding blade on them all. They only felt an extra blade above their heads, unsure of what effect it would have. But it didn't matter. Lin Bufang also explained directly to them, "It's about actively annoying the Australians, forcing them to make a move. As long as they attack, we'll deal with them. We must complete the mission. I'm best at robbing monsters. As the saying goes, a person never tires when doing bad things." Those who could arrive here early had basically spent several hours farming small octopuses and were quite tired. But now being called to rob monsters, they were indeed full of energy. Thus over 100 people from Great Xia directly clashed with the Australians. Those of average strength kept an eye on one Australian each. Those slightly stronger kept an eye on several Australians at once. As long as the monsters were in critical health, they charged in to finish them off. Everyone knew that active attacks would incur punishment, so they were very cautious, only robbing monsters and not striking at people. Many classmates directly turned off their built-in translators so that even if the Australians cursed at them, they could pretend not to hear. In the sky above, Lawson looked at the scene, furious to the point of smoke coming out of his ears. "You Great Xia people are despicable. How can you use such a disgusting method?" Wang Jing laughed. "Isn't this what we learned from you? However, there is one difference with us, Great Xia. You talk big internationally, and we don't argue with you. Now at this ancient relic, I thought you would be more resolute, but to my surprise, you just watched as your monsters were stolen, not daring to act. Stealing monsters is against the rules." "What do you mean against the rules? Did we attack you? We just happened to see the critically wounded monsters and helped kill them. You should be thanking us." "You." Lawson wanted to say more. Wang Jing's demeanor changed abruptly. "I know about your infiltration of reactionary organizations in the monkey country. Don't think I'm unaware. I didn't care when you were talking big before, but now? How do you think I wouldn't dare act against your people?" Lawson's expression changed and arcs of electricity danced in his hand. "What have you done to them?" Below, the 6 companions of Lawson also drew their weapons. Wang Jing's aura grew wild, shattering the pressure created by the 6. Lawson's fingers trembled slightly, but he ultimately obediently withdrew the arcs. "We'll settle this later." "Later? Lawson, I call you General out of respect. Don't overstep your bounds." Wang Jing lit a cigarette, disdainfully flicked the ash, which just happened to drift towards Lawson. If you don't dare to fight, just hold it in. If you don't dare to fight, just hold it in. These 6 words vividly manifested in the hundreds of Australians below. They were robbed of monsters and did not dare to retaliate. At first they shouted a few curses, but upon realizing that Great Xia ignored them completely, they robbed the first one, then the second. Occasionally those who couldn't steal would take away the corpses of the small octopuses. This was because Lin Bufang was buying them at a high price. 100 gold coins, each, no limit. In short, Great Xia acted like thieves, leaving nothing in their wake. As time went on, the number of Australians increased, surpassing 1,000. However, the number of Great Xia people had reached a limit, as there were not many who were immune to chaos. Soon classmates Shun Haier and Su Ran also arrived late. Shin Tian jogged up to his sister, come play. I'm about to go crazy with laughter. These Australians online, they're tough, but in reality they don't dare to let out a peep, haha. Thus Shin Haier and Su Ran joined the ranks of robbing small octopuses. The Australians still dared not go anywhere else. This was because the monsters at the skull location respawned the fastest. Monsters from other areas would also continuously gather towards the skull. They could only stay here and couldn't stop, even if they were robbed. After all, there were a few that hadn't been. In the sky above, Lawson glanced at the battle situation. Due to the increase in Australians, Great Xia simply couldn't rob anymore. He smiled slightly. Go ahead, let you Great Xia people rob. I'm just afraid that in the end you won't get much reward. At that moment, he noticed a figure flying into the sky. That was Lin Bufang. Seeing the poem in Lin Bufang's hand, Lawson's heart sank. He had witnessed the power of the poem. 2 shots could instantly kill a peerless crab. However, he also understood rifles. Rifles have high precision, but average firing speed. Just him alone, how much can he steal? A machine gun. Lawson showed no particular emotion, only the assumption that Lin Bufang's sole high-damage weapon was the poem rifle. Most professionals adhered to a single weapon, mastering its mechanics thoroughly. That was the true path to excellence. Yet when Lin Bufang pulled the trigger, bullets tore through the air like interlocking chains, striking the small octopuses with terrifying velocity. His expression shifted instantly. One shot kill. One shot kill. Again, one shot kill. And not just one, a single bullet eradicated 4 small octopuses at once. Moreover, Lin Bufang did not fire haphazardly. He ignored distant octopuses entirely, focusing exclusively on those already near death or rapidly bleeding out within the Australian contingent. Even more astonishing vulnerabilities manifested continuously across their bodies, not as swiftly as those of the peerless crabs, yet nearly instantaneous in emergence. That was more than enough. Lin Bufang needed only 1 shot to obliterate a small octopus. Gun Dao rising gradually. Hearing this prompt, he fought with even greater exhilaration. This was pure unearned gun Dao cultivation. Lawson stood awestruck, not only by Lin Bufang's raw offensive power, but by the revelation that the poem rifle was not his primary weapon. The Gatling gun, that was his ultimate technique. He's been hiding a trump card all along. Fuck. Lawson was utterly enraged. He could easily eliminate every other small octopus himself, yet he fixates solely on ours, targeting them relentlessly. Lawson's face remained flushed with fury. With Lin Bufang's devastating firepower and unparalleled rate of fire, he could farm monsters at will, yet he chose deliberately to oppose Australia. Lawson could not comprehend it. In his mind, Australia's strength entitled them to speak freely, but others dared not do the same. You Daxiao are a land of rights and propriety. You must not act this way. Wang Jing smiled, broadly genuinely. Until now he had only witnessed Lin Bufang's exceptional single-target output, sufficient to ensure Daxiao would never be bullied. Yet inflicting real pain upon the Australians still seemed improbable, until Lin Bufang unveiled the Gatling gun. Moreover, Wang Jing discerned that Lin Bufang wielded an array of elite-tier skills, the hex barrel for machine guns, present on his person, and this Gatling itself was no ordinary weapon. It bore 3 penetration enhancements. Each shot pierced 3 targets consecutively, and combined with the hex barrel, every subsequent penetration struck with absolute unwavering precision. 1 shot, 4 octopuses annihilated. This had to be Lin Bufang's hidden ace, the ultimate area effect devastation. Yet Wang Jing, Lawson, and other top-tier professionals perceived something even more terrifying. Lin Bufang's control, accuracy, and profound mastery of firearms left even these apex warriors speechless, especially given that amidst such dense rapid-fire volleys not a single Australian suffered collateral damage. Not once did any bullet trigger an unintended attack. To manipulate trajectory after penetration demanded a level of intuitive comprehension far beyond ordinary grasp. What they did not know was Lin Bufang possessed X-ray vision, a talent-enhanced ability that automatically filtered out human targets, rendering them invisible as green frames, erased from his targeting interface. Thus, every bullet fired at small octopuses bypassed humans entirely, striking only the intended cephalopod targets. Furthermore, the targeting frames dynamically assessed enemy health, offering Lin Bufang real-time tactical intelligence, an upgrade unlocked upon advancing from Tier 4 to Tier 5. How remarkably thoughtful. Wang Jing murmured inwardly in awe at Lin Bufang's age. He himself had never commanded a weapon with such transcendent fluency. He dared not imagine what heights Lin Bufang might reach if he ever attained Wang Jing's own level of power. Meanwhile, he silently watched Lawson and his 5 companions each swallow a rare medicinal pill, restoring health, mana, and stamina in moments. At their tear-sustaining peak, condition demanded prolonged rest, an impossibility given the urgency of the moment. He resolved firmly, should Lawson and his group harbor ill intent toward Lin Bufang after the olden ruins concluded, he would personally subdue all 6, without mercy. Simultaneously, he sent urgent messages to several trusted allies in Daxia. If you're free, come immediately. And if you're not free, come anyway. Only then did he respond to Lawson's earlier remark about Daxia being a land of rights. Daxia has always held to the principle, we strike not unless struck first. Yet toward nations that lack even the most fundamental respect, we owe them none in return. Lawson fell silent, seething. His gaze swept downward, at over 1,000 Australian players below, wondering whether cunning tactics or sheer overwhelming force might yet overcome Lin Bufang. But he dared not gamble. These were Australia's most promising professionals. Losses here would be impossible to justify. To fight, Lin Bufang had become a walking armed helicopter, unbeatable. To flee, this zone teemed with monsters, the only place swarming with them before the olden ruins officially opened. Nowhere left to go, truly, caught between 2 impassable walls. Olden ruins activation countdown 5 minutes. Below, Lin Bufang stood alone, dominating the entire Australian force, seizing upwards of 70% of their monster spawns. Those monsters he did not seize were not beyond his reach. Rather, he deliberately left them for the Australians. A classic strategy: surround 3 sides, leave 1 open. To take all would seal their retreat completely, leaving them too fearful to fight, yet emboldened to simply abandon effort. Lin Bufang refused to let them quit. He granted them just enough opportunity to claim a few kills, before seizing them anew. Moreover, Lin Bufang applied deliberate discrimination. Not a single octopus was spared for the Sakura nation. From the moment he joined battle, their kill count stagnated, never rising by even 1. Shen Tian raised a thumb in admiration. My brother-in-law isn't just handsome, he's a master of psychological torment. Meanwhile, Lin Bufang gathered the fallen small octopuses from the ground. Fresh octopus carcasses counted as a single material type, occupying only 1 inventory slot, weighted but not individually counted. And his backpack imposed no weight limit. Further, the octopuses remained preserved for exceptionally long durations. After such heavy investment, Lin Bufang deemed this backpack the single most valuable acquisition he had ever made. Oh, I think I didn't spend a single coin. Nearly everyone scrambled to secure monster kills. That exception was Lin Fanji, Shun Tian's closest friend, who pursued an entirely different strategy to claim his promised 10% share of loot. He identified a fatal flaw in the Australian contingent. Most of their professionals operated in pairs. Australia aggressively promoted population growth. Professional trainees received state-assigned partners at 18, dramatically accelerating national demographics. An idea sparked in his mind: what if he attempted to woo away an Australian professionals partner? Would he? Let's get to work. Lin Fanji focused solely on the female professionals from Australia, collaborating with Lin Bufang. How do they collaborate? As Lin Fanji approached the female professionals, Lin Bufang refrained from stealing the target. This naturally created a friendly space for both parties. As the first female professional noticed that Lin Fanji was not stealing targets, more and more female professionals from Australia gathered around him. By the time there were 5 minutes left on the countdown, hundreds of female professionals were circling Lin Fanji. As the saying goes, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Moreover, Lin Fanji, possessing the natural succubus physique, found it difficult to attract others except for married women. Coupled with the open-mindedness of the Australians, this was significant. In front of the crowd, Lin Fanji took out his toothbrush. This toothbrush was of a good brand and was large, making it very effective for cleaning teeth. He carefully placed the toothbrush into the mouth of a female professional from Sakura country, precisely targeting the plaque without damaging the gums. The toothpaste he used was also carefully chosen one that produced a lot of foam for a thorough clean. From a distance, the people from Daxia had no idea what was happening. They only saw Lin Fangji frowning and sweating, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. However, it seemed he lacked some strength. He pressed hard against the enemy's golden hair, trying to subdue them, yet a sense of helplessness washed over. Some naive students from Daxia thought Lin Fangji had been bitten by the Australians. Did they attack? Can we retaliate? Shen Tian quickly slapped his head and shouted in the team voice, "That's not an attack, everyone disperse. If there's any sign of aggression, my brother-in-law will be the first to act." Brother-in-law? Who is that? Lin Bufang. What? He has a partner now. I really can't believe it. Why would he want to date anyone? Who is so despicable to steal my boyfriend? Shenhaier remained silent, simply smiling. Su Ran was incredibly surprised by her behavior. Shenhaier, are you stupid? Others are talking about you and Lin Bufang, and you don't say a word. Shenhaier shook her head slightly. This shows that Lin Bufang is very popular. If you choose to be with him, you must accept the reality of him being surrounded by the opposite sex rather than denying him. Su Ran gave her a thumbs up. City folks really know how to play. Meanwhile, Lin Fangji was diligently brushing the teeth of his second customer. Fortunately, the other party was cooperative, otherwise they might bite the toothbrush. Lin Fangji only had one toothbrush, and if it broke, it would be difficult to access the trading post in the ancient ruins. Of course, even if there was a trading post, it would be useless. It is well known that cooking at the ancient ruins is quite difficult unless one brings their own food. However, this Australian female professional had bad luck, losing her food halfway. For this reason, Lin Fangji did not hesitate to use his own source powers. This source power was extremely exhausting. If measured in blood, he had lost at least several hundred milliliters. This blood transformed into nutrients, saving one hungry stomach after another. It is worth mentioning that while others could not see Lin Fangji's performance, Lin Bufang could still see it clearly from the sky. His admiration for Lin Fangji grew even more. This was truly a natural succubus. After a simple chat, Lin Fangji seemed quite knowledgeable about some history and culture of Australia, completely captivating the Australian female professional from appearance to knowledge. What followed was a natural progression. It can be said that in this friendly exchange both parties were very satisfied. However, there are always some people who, despite having little to do with it, are still dissatisfied. For example, this Australian female professional's husband, Sujiwa Aki. Yes, her husband was a citizen of Sakura country. From Lin Bufang's perspective, he rushed forward, holding a katana, muttering incomprehensible words like Baka Yuru. Are we finally going to fight? At this moment, only 1 minute remained before the ancient ruins opened. If they could eliminate them before the official opening, the final boss would undoubtedly become a possession of Baka Wadeshi will kill you. Wadeshi will kill you. Sujiwa Aki, with his blade drawn and eyes red, charged right in front of Lin Fangji. Lin Fangji smiled slightly, not even fastening his belt. He opened his arms wide, closed his eyes, and smiled to welcome the impending arrival. He didn't even try to dodge. Seeing Lin Fangji's stance made Sujiwa Aki even angrier. He knew Lin Fangji was deliberate, wanting the Australians to strike first. He understood that if he acted it might lead to unpredictable consequences, but he was furious. His brain told him to retreat, yet the knife had already swung down. However, at that moment his wife stood in front of Lin Fangji, taking the blow. If you have a grudge, come at me, but you will not harm my dear Lin Fangji. Sujiwa Aki was filled with fury, his blood rushing, and he fainted from anger. Fortunately, several other professionals rushed over, forcibly disarming and dragging him away. On the Australian side, seeing this situation, they all angrily glared at Lin Fangji, but they discovered that their wives were also surrounding him. When told to leave Lin Fangji, they refused. They had their reasons. We can still catch some small octopuses here. If we leave, there will be nothing. They did not love their husbands any less. Rather, they aimed to catch more small octopuses to better love their High above, Lawson angrily shouted, General Wang Jing, isn't this a violation? This Lin Fangji is too much. Wang Jing replied expressionlessly, regarding matters of mutual consent like this, I will not comment. However, Lin Fangji's behavior in public is indeed contrary to public decency, and we will punish him separately. Lawson snorted coldly. The so-called punishment was merely a matter between Daxia and Lin Fangji, having nothing to do with them Australians. Thinking of this, Lawson sneered, since you are unkind, do not blame us for being unjust. Our Australian professionals are also very good looking. If your Daxia female professionals are taken away by us, I hope you will not cry. In Australia, they selected a male professional whom they deemed the most attractive to begin flirting with the women from Daxia, trying to take the offensive as a defense, provoking Daxia to attack them. This Australian male professional immediately set his sights on the gentle and lovely classmate, Su Ran. Hello, beautiful lady. As soon as he spoke, Su Ran pointed at him with her finger. "You dumbass, looking like a French fry. What gives you the confidence to flirt with me?" Su Ran. "Get lost." Thus the Australian plan was abruptly terminated. Countdown to the opening of the ancient ruins: 9 seconds. Soon everyone noticed the prompt above. The surrounding monsters had basically been cleared. Once the event officially begins, we will enter the first phase of the old ruins. The old ruins consist of 2 phases. The first phase requires the accumulation of chaos value. Chaos value is earned by killing nearby respawned monsters. A chaos progress bar will automatically appear in the sky. There is 1 bar for each nation, 6 in total, each independent of the others. When a bar reaches 100%, that nation can summon its own boss. There is a chance to obtain a guaranteed level 20 epic upgrade scroll, and also a chance to directly drop a guild keystone. Lin Bufang felt calm. He had already stacked considerable attack power and talent proficiency. The monster density in the old ruins was not high, so progress accumulated at a relatively slow pace. Yet the experience gains were still respectable, and his level 26 experience bar was gradually rising. Beyond that, the greatest surprise was his gun path. The increase was not slow because Lin Bufang generated openings at great speed. Each bullet raised his progress a little, and the small increments added up to something substantial. Gun path Tier 0, Stage 1. 91. This pace exceeded all of Lin Bufang's previous countless runs and burst maneuvers. Lin Bufang could almost see the near future. When his gun path reached Stage 2, he would unlock a second primary weapon. 2 M1919s. 2 pistols. 2 submachine guns. 2 heavy sniper rifles. 2 Psalms. The old ruins not only yielded experience, but also academy points. When tallied, kills accounted for the majority, and unsurprisingly, this initial run would earn tens of thousands of points. Spending those points freely was a pleasure. Moreover, even the most ordinary small octopus could drop a level 20 epic upgrade scroll. The odds, however, were exceedingly low. In addition to epic's level 20 upgrade scrolls, of qualities from white up to artifact grade could also drop. There was little need to upgrade his worn armor and accessories. That would be wasteful, because high-level equipment not only has higher base stats, but also gains various special bonuses at higher tiers. Upgrading white to purple gear from LV1 to LV20 was unnecessary for armor and accessories. Artifact grade items, however, were a different matter. Upgrading an artifact grade Wushan ring to level 20 was truly worthwhile. And the M1919, with so many attribute affixes rolled onto it, was no longer a mere LV1 blue item. It was Lin Bufang's cherished favorite. Thus, upgrade scrolls for blue and pink equipment deserved priority. To be honest, blue equipment upgrade scrolls were still relatively approachable. Although drop rates were not high, Lin Bufang had obtained 2. The M1919 upgraded directly. 1 refined equipment upgrade scroll level 20 was consumed. The M1919 modified Gatling special weapon upgraded from LV1 to LV20. LV20 M1919 modified Gatling refined 3-stage special max rate of fire skyrockets. Stability increases at level 20, 6,000 rounds per minute, built-in tripod. Effective range increased from 1,000 meters to 1,500 meters. Bullet penetration gains a 1 gold affix, can be further increased with penetration effects. Attack 2586-4569. Durability 240002-4000. Level 20 equipment represents a complete transformation. Base attack is amplified manifold. The dual improvement in stability and range was an unequivocal strengthening. What Lin Bufang valued most, however, was the increase in magazine capacity, which effectively meant higher durability. Capacity rose by nearly 1/3. And equipment upgraded by upgrade scrolls still had repair costs based on the equipment's original level, that is LV1. Relative to before, the cost per bullet for the M1919 dropped by another third. It had previously cost nearly 3 cents per round, now it was 2 cents per round. Rounded up, it was practically free. The M1919 was eternal. Now Lin Bufang's goal was simple: obtain a single artifact-grade equipment upgrade scroll. He could try to secure more epic-grade scrolls if he had the means. He might also consider upgrading his Aolunduo jewelry set, since that set provided a large boost to base speed. Not getting many was acceptable, 1 would be enough. As for epic tier, with the guaranteed minimum in place, Lin Bufang was confident he could obtain it. Artifact grade, however, had no guarantee. It all depended on luck. So the true prize of the old ruins, it turned out, was the level 20 artifact grade upgrade scroll. Indeed, artifact grade items had intrinsically low drop rates. Without any guarantee, an entire old ruins run might finish with no artifact grade scrolls dropped for anyone. The Wushan ring at level 10, if upgraded to level 20, would see great increases in both final physical damage and durability. For Lin Bufang, that improvement would be far from trivial. It would not only strengthen the Wushan ring itself, the ring's final physical damage also received bonus from the title Wushan Ring Wholesaler. In other words, the stronger the Wushan ring, the stronger the title's effect. At the same time, the Longming bracelet's damage that ignored target defense would also benefit from the Wushan ring's final physical damage bonus. A single upgrade would elevate 3 tiers at once. If he obtained it, Lin Bufang could not imagine how exhilarating it would be. The prerequisite naturally was that it actually dropped. The old ruins officially opened and portal entries closed. Chaos progress bars activated. The 6 nations could look upward to view their respective bars. When a bar reached 100%, it would automatically summon that nation's boss, with a maximum of 1 boss per nation. Bars would slowly rise even without kills. Once all 6 bosses were slain, the final phase would begin. Soon numerous small octopi began spawning nearby. New monsters also spawned, such as small crayfish, small snails, small sea cucumbers, small abalones, small ribbonfish, and other sea creatures. Lin Bufang gathered them all. They were all beneficial. Some giant beasts improved constitution. Other items increased spirit. They offered a distinctly different flavor, and they lacked the usual fishy smell. Lin Bufang had been to the seaside. Zhanghai City lay beside the sea, but he had never been able to accept things from the ocean. Seafood could be fresh, but in Lin Bufang's recollection, most sea fare tasted odd, as if slightly spoiled, both fishy and faintly rotten. In his memory, his parents preferred simple steaming to preserve the original essence. Truly an invigorating, pure flavor. Now seeing these sea products without a trace of fishiness, Lin Bufang was delighted beyond words. Moreover, these creatures contained abundant chaos matter that could be absorbed. Lin Bufang also discovered something: if the corpses in the ancient ruins are left in place for a while, they will start to decay. After tasting a few bites, the power that could contaminate the spirit has mostly dissipated. Therefore, after killing them, it is crucial to quickly store them in the backpack. Alternatively, one can eat them fresh before they cool down. Some nutrition will inevitably be lost when stored, but having something is better than having nothing. Thus, after the Gatling gun established a dense fire suppression net and snatched away the first wave of monsters from Australia, Lin Bufang began to take his time and work meticulously. Holding up the poem, he struck at these sea creatures multiple times. For instance, this little octopus. In fact, the first bullet had already killed it. No matter how much Lin Bufang stripped away his equipment, a single shot would surely result in a kill. His base physical attack was too high to dilute. After the instant kill, the flaws on it still remained. However, once hit, the gun path could no longer be enhanced, but the bullets could be refunded. Why? Because the poem itself comes with a special effect that can share on the flaws, which are automatically identified as vital points. Thus, Lin Bufang directly performed a uniform poem barbecue, cooking the little octopus. Then, using an iron skewer, he pierced the little octopus head. With a sputtering sound, the octopus ink flowed out along the skewer, but Lin Bufang did not consume it immediately. It was too hot. He turned the gun and shot at a nearby little ribbon fish. The ribbon fish elongated, swam in midair, its scales reflecting a silvery phosphorescence, looking beautiful, like a dragon swimming in the sea. Bang, bang, bang. The little ribbon fish was much easier to shoot. From top to bottom, a few shots from its head to tail, and it was cooked. Over here, the temperature of the little octopus was about right. Lin Bufang took a bite, and it burst with juice. A few more shots, and a little lobster was already cooked. The little lobster was just strung up when Lin Bufang had already gulped down the ribbon fish like spicy strips. How to eat the little lobster? At this critical moment, Lin Bufang didn't even bother to peel the shell and simply stuffed it into his mouth, crunching it. Seasoning. There was no time to sprinkle it, he just ate it in its original flavor. Thus, Lin Bufang was simultaneously killing monsters and eating them, while flying into the sky to grab a wave of monsters from Australia with the Gatling gun. Shinhyer and classmate Su Ran were left dumbfounded. Wait, how is he managing all this? I've seen people treat ancient ruins as their playground, but I've never seen anyone treat it like a buffet. Shin Tian and other classmates were also busy and overwhelmed. 2 words: snatching monsters. They completely disregarded the Australian professionals as humans. As for the other 4 countries, they were trembling in the corners. Occasionally picking up monsters that Great Xia didn't want to mix things up. Joining the main battlefield was impossible, simply impossible for the rest of their lives. Of course, although everyone has their own way of enjoying it, in the eyes of the crowd, the one enjoying it the most in the ancient ruins was still Lin Bufang. He wasn't grinding monsters. He wasn't snatching monsters. He was snatching other people's wives. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bufang had conquered another blonde girl. To be honest, while Lin Bufang was eating abalone after killing the poem, bullets automatically cooked the abalone with high temperature. The abalones in the ancient ruins were quite large, fresh, and juicy with a great texture, and they contained a lot of chaotic substances that could significantly enhance spiritual power eaten fresh off the grill. Lin Bufang was the same. He was also consuming the fallen abalones to replenish his stamina. He didn't have poems, but he was the poem burning paper on site and eating. Next to him were several customers helping him hold the stove while also brushing their teeth with a toothbrush. The professionals from Great Xia also seemed to have understood. Wait, how exactly is he doing this? Did they know each other before? How can he play so joyfully in front of so many people in such a short time with strangers? Why do I feel no attraction towards him? He might just simply not be focusing his attention on you. This person is terrifying. Fortunately, he is on our side, otherwise. The male professionals from Great Xia felt both envious and a chill running down their spines. What could they do against such a demon-level man if he appeared beside them? And over on Australia's side, it had already gone completely insane. FK, this Lin Bufang is a beast. Baka, he's actually eating 2 portions of cooked abalone at the same time. Those male professionals were utterly helpless against Lin Bufang. They still had to grind monsters. When grinding monsters, there was no time to attend to things over here. Not disappointing the Buddha or the beloved has always been an unsolvable problem. Moreover, there was still a demon over there. In the blink of an eye, Australia had already been adorned with several green hats. Meanwhile, Lin Bufang was increasingly fatigued, his eyes no longer as spirited. Brothers, I can hold on a little longer. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the tasks assigned by the organization and ensure that Australia takes the initiative to attack, hitting me to death. As for right or wrong, the judges will come later. Initially, Great Xia thought Lin Bufang was just taking advantage and playing coy, until Lin Bufang's eyes began to lose focus. Until Lin Bufang's face turned completely pale. Until Lin Bufang's hands and feet started to tremble. However, he still did not stop fighting. He continued to showcase his utmost effort in displaying the charm of the demon with the goal of infuriating the Australians. He is about to burn out. Why do I feel a bit moved? This is so fucking strange. To ensure Lin Bufang's efforts were not, Great Xia started hurling insults. Are the Australians even capable? You can't even protect your own wives, oh, what else can you protect? Aren't you fond of talking big? Why are you so cowardly when faced with reality? And what about those little baka? Your courage isn't enough. Why don't you dare to make a move? Australia was collectively on the defensive, but there was no way to counter it. They could only vent their anger on those little sea creatures. However, these monsters, just as they were left with low health, would be snatched away by Great Xia's professionals. If others couldn't keep their eyes on them, a bullet would inevitably fly over, accurately harvesting the low-health monsters. It was indeed tightly blocked. Great Xia's Chaos Value Progress Bar reached 25. The first phase of monsters refreshes on a timer. Every refresh results in a large-scale battle for dominance. Australia's progress bar was slowly growing at 2 through time and a few kills. Great Xia's progress bar had already reached 25. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had flown by. It was now noon. Great Xia's Chaos Value Progress Bar reached 100. Attention, Great Xia's boss Silver Dragon is about to descend. Countdown 59 seconds. Great Xia, like other countries, is also composed of students and social professionals, including not only Qingyan University, but also other schools. Naturally, among them were professionals who had previously entered the ancient ruins. They had never anticipated such a marvelous beginning. In the past, the Great Xia had always avoided conflicts with other nations. Occasionally, individuals would be robbed of monsters by the Australian nation, and they could only reluctantly accept it, as there was no leader to unite them. Now, with Lin Bufang taking the lead, the entire Great Xia was united against the Australian nation. There is a saying, if you want to open a window, it's difficult, but if you lift the roof, opening the window becomes easy. Lin Bufang had directly blown the house apart. Opening a window was no longer a concern. The Australians were only worried whether he would blow the foundation as well. Thus, the Great Xia was not at all worried about being robbed by the Australians. They weren't fighting monsters, they were robbing the Australians' monsters. They also did not fear being targeted by the Australians, because they were the aggressors. Attack is the best form of defense. I would like to call Lin Bufang's tactic pure offense, no defense. Because some professionals had visited the ancient ruins more than once and had witnessed the might of the first phase BOSS, everyone scatter. Gather, prepare for a team battle. Don't go solo, let's focus fire on the boss. Attention, the boss can be attacked by both us and the Australians. We absolutely cannot let them take the BOSS, or the loot will belong to them. The first phase boss also had rewards for the entire group. After being defeated, the killer not only receives the boss's drops and additional rewards, but all participants from the killer's nation also receive a random drop reward. The killer's rewards are the highest. Others from the same nation also receive good rewards. As long as they participate in the kill, everyone can obtain a drop reward. When the boss descends, it will automatically appear in the location with the most people from the Great Xia. Therefore, gathering quickly is the optimal choice. Hundreds of people from the Great Xia abandoned the idea of robbing monsters and rushed towards the eastern direction of the skull. Soon they formed a slightly loose formation. After all, they hadn't undergone specialized training, and maintaining combat effectiveness with so many people together was already quite commendable. On the Australian side, having been bullied by the Great Xia for so long, how could they not fight back? The Great Xia people have summoned the boss. Everyone charge with me, surround them, control the damage, and strive to take their boss. Baka, we must take it. That damned Lin Bufang is still holding my wife. Indeed, Lin Bufang did not participate in the boss fight. This was because Lin Bufang had increased his compensation from 10% to 20%. Currently, Lin Bufang was the one most likely to break through the Australian defenses. BOSS Silver Dragon is descending roar. A series of furious roars echoed from the horizon, shaking the heavens and the earth. A massive silver dragon dove down with overwhelming might, its presence awe-inspiring. The air was torn and twisted like flowing water, creating layers of swirling whirlpools with countless tiny bubbles rising in chaos. Glimmers of silver light spilled through the tumultuous waves. The surrounding water body trembled violently, and the entire ancient ruins roiled with surging waves in sync with the dragon's movements. The crowd staggered back in awe of such might, finally seeing the full form of the silver dragon, its scales shimmering brilliantly, reflecting a cool, dazzling silver light. The sharp dragon horns protruded with pride, exuding a formidable divine presence. Name: BOSS Silver Dragon, summoned by Great Xia. Level LV 27. Health 50 billion. Physical magic 10000. Double defense extremely high. Skills: Scale, Shadow Wave, Common, Silver Torrent, Tsunami, Ultimate. Description: mortal. 8 BOSS level organism from the ancient ruins, not to be underestimated. Seeing the boss's panel, everyone gasped. Once a monster reaches level 26, its defense is on a whole different level compared to those below 26. It's truly real. While level 20 equipment is strong, the strength of the monster is also outrageous. Thus, many people get stuck at level 25 just to prepare for better upgrades in the future. Above level 26, the defense of monsters can no longer be seen on the panel. A defense is no longer a fixed number, but a percentage that reduces damage influenced by level and monster type, making the calculation much more complex. If prior cultivation was insufficient, for instance, not obtaining the Dragon's Roar bracelet, it would be very difficult to judge whether it can be defeated. This silver dragon has high health, average attack, indicating its defense will not be low. We must unite to take it down. Soloing is futile. On the Australian side, everyone was poised and ready. Naturally, the commander Bowen was not in a hurry. Everyone don't attack yet, let the Great Xia people strike first and avoid drawing the boss's aggro. This boss's damage isn't high, but its skills are quite formidable, with multi-stage attacks as well as shields that resist control and damage. Wait until the Great Xia reduces the silver dragon's health to about 20, then we will act. We must seize the Great Xia's boss. As he finished speaking, everyone saw Lin Bufang with a sovereign shotgun flying toward the silver dragon. On his left hand, he wore a martial god ring and a Dragon's Roar bracelet. Other than that, he wore no fire spirit necklace, no poem triggering fire attribute damage buffs, no warden's heavy flamethrower, no epic graduation set with fully loaded ammo. He wore none of it. Dispel magic had already been cast multiple times by the Great Xia, so there was no need to use it again. Lin Bufang's finger rested on the trigger of the sovereign. The gun's muzzle pressed against the silver dragon's forehead. There a massive white crack appeared, shaped like a semi-transparent bullet, suspended in midair, with faint blue arrows directing toward the bullet's shooting direction. Click! The trigger was pulled. A shot rang out. With just one shot, the silver dragon's head exploded. 500. Its health instantly dropped from 50 billion to 0. Physical attack permanently 5204. Name Blade Fate permanently 5. Defeating BOSS Silver Dragon experience 10 million. Level LV 26 5. 6 billion 7. 8 billion. Successfully defeated boss Silver Dragon. All people from Great Xia receive a random drop reward from the boss. Highest damage dealer Lin Bufang receives an extra random drop reward from the boss. Final killer Lin Bufang receives an additional random drop reward from the boss. All rewards automatically become Silver Dragon gift box. Entering personal backpack can be opened at any time. Congratulations, you have obtained Silver Dragon gift box 3. Lin Bufang looked at the 3 Silver Dragon gift boxes in his backpack and instantly felt at ease. Each gift box equated to a reward drop from a boss. Lin Bufang, not only having the highest damage output, but also delivering the final blow, was a member of the Great Xia. Therefore, killing one would yield 3 gift boxes, which was incredibly satisfying. Of course, he was also well prepared at the first moment with a 0.1 second delay. He tossed the still warm body of the boss Silver Dragon into his backpack for preservation. On the side of Great Xia, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. They simply couldn't react. They knew Lin Bufang was strong, but they never expected him to be this strong. My goodness. He killed the Silver Dragon in one shot. This damage output isn't even his limit, it's just the limit of the boss health. I thought his main weapon was a machine gun, but it turns out to be a shotgun. Lin Bufang is incredible. No wonder he dares to stir up trouble. He truly possesses strength. At first, the reason why the Great Xia side was willing to listen to Lin Bufang was partly due to his display of flight ability and partly due to their animosity towards the Australians and the people from Cherry Blossom Nation. Moreover, it was also out of respect for Shun Tian, the second generation of the Shin family. But now they had witnessed Lin Bufang take down the Silver Dragon with a single shot. The shock they felt inside was indescribable. They now felt that as long as Lin Bufang said a word, they would rush up and slash the Australians without hesitation. Of course, that wouldn't be appropriate. The Australians were nominally still a neutral nation, and the rules were established by the Great Xia side. It wouldn't be suitable to take the initiative to strike. In reality, the reason Lin Bufang was bothering them was that they had also previously troubled the Great Xia's practitioners. Stealing monsters and bosses was second nature to them. Today it was only because of Lin Bufang. Without him, the Australians would not have been so obedient. Even if they did nothing, Lin Bufang would still find ways to annoy them. Because among them were people from the Cherry Blossom Nation. It could also be said that if the plan on Lin Fan's side didn't work, Lin Bufang would still eliminate them. The reason he wasn't eliminating them now was truly due to potential repercussions. If Lin Fan's plan could work, Lin Bufang could avoid most penalties, and at worst, it would just be considered excessive defense. If it didn't work, he would still eliminate them entirely, wiping out the Cherry Blossom people. Even if he faced any penalties, it would be a badge of honor for Lin Bufang. In short, the opposing side was definitely going to die. The Australians naturally had no idea that they had already been sentenced to death by Lin Bufang. However, upon seeing him take down the boss Silver Dragon with a shot, they were all frozen in place. What kind of damage is this? Luckily, he didn't agree when I challenged him to a duel earlier. I was just joking. I didn't expect he could take us all down by himself. With that shotgun, it could blow my soul away. In the air, Lawson stared wide-eyed, fixated on the barrel of Lin Bufang's main weapon. Although his expression was calm, his heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Jealousy, heart palpitations, and a hint of fear. At level 26, no one in Australian history had ever achieved such output. Not a single one. Jealousy stemmed from why Australia didn't have such talented youth, while Great Xia did. This Lin Bufang from Great Xia is truly a genius. I never expected his main weapon to be a shotgun. I am truly impressed. I am in awe of Lin Bufang. There was no solution. With Lin Bufang below, these Australians simply had no way to handle Great Xia. Wang Jing felt goosebumps all over. When he was at level 26, he had just learned that he needed to level off at 25, and he truly... However, he believed that even if he lingered at level 25 for a long time and cultivated all he could, he would never reach Lin Bufang's level of output. In Great Xia's history, there were indeed a few who could reach a level similar to Lin Bufang's at level 26. But none could achieve such a clean and decisive one-shot kill on the Silver Dragon boss. On Lawson's side, a but emerged. However, the final boss cannot be taken down by one person alone. In this case, General Wang Jing, can we have a good talk? Lawson began to soften. Witnessing Lin Bufang's output, he was also taken aback. Reflecting on Lin Bufang's initial attitude towards Australia, he felt a chill run down his spine. The other side truly wanted to blow up all the Australians from the bottom of their hearts. In this way, we promise not to engage with the final boss, and you cannot engage with our national boss. Let's all take our rewards and have a bright future together. Wang Jing smiled. You weren't saying this at the beginning. Didn't you think you had a lot of people, eh? Isn't it to the point where you want us to miss out on even the minimum rewards? Why are you suddenly wanting to negotiate? Let me tell you, Lawson, it's too late. Where were you earlier? You don't usually burn incense, and now you want to hug the Buddha's feet. Look at who will listen to you. We want to take your national boss. We want to take the boss of our affiliated nations as well. As for the final boss, if you have the ability, come and snatch it. As for whether you can snatch it or not, I see the chances are slim. Huh. Lawson's face turned red with anger, but he still held back from speaking. He now had to consider the over 1,000 Australians below. Previously, he would have directly spat back. He had previously doubted Lin Bufang's strength. That was why he dared to talk back a bit. Now Lin Bufang truly had formidable strength. He didn't dare say a word, fearing that they would completely tear apart the facade, rendering any words after that useless. Below, the battle continued. The experience points from small octopuses and other seafood were actually quite high, ranging from 100 to 500. The quantity was also very large. Lin Bufang's speed of gaining experience was also rapid. Little by little it adds up. Before the boss even descended, he had already gained over 500 million experience points. At this rate, leveling up would also be quite fast. Moreover, the monsters kept respawning without stopping. According to the normal process, monsters would keep respawning until 6 o'clock in the evening. After that, they would stop, because the number of monsters was already enough for 3 nations to fill the boss progress bar. After that, they would just need to wait for the progress bars of the other countries to fill up automatically, and once all 6 silver dragons were killed, the final boss would appear. However, due to Lin Bufang, almost all the small monsters had been taken down by the Great Xia side. Lin Bufang took the majority. In other words, over 90 of the seafood had been consumed by Lin Bufang alone. Thus, currently, only Great Xia had spawned the boss. The other 5 nations were quietly waiting for their boss progress bars to rise. As for the 4 nations affiliated with Great Xia, naturally the boss had to be supplied to Lin Bufang. They were actually very relieved that they were affiliated with Great Xia. Otherwise, according to their understanding, with Lin Bufang's temperament, he would surely treat them the same way he treated Australia. That would be hell. By noon, the total weight of the seafood in Lin Bufang's backpack had reached 3.5 tons. By 2:30 in the afternoon, the quantity had reached 4.8 tons. Meanwhile, Lin Bufang's level had risen by 1. Congratulations, your level has increased from LV26 to LV27. Level 27, 1500. Free points 1500 in speed, 150 in current speed, 1607 inch. Unleash my 100 million strikes. Automatically upgraded to star level 27. Each subsequent bullet fires as 27 rounds, consuming 53 mana per shot. In Mana Spring. Automatically upgraded to star level 27. Maximum mana increased by an additional 4600 points. In Bullet Bloom. Automatically upgraded to star level 27. Shotgun pellet count increased to 1026 pellets. No cost passive. In Mirror Shot. Automatically upgraded to star level 27. Additional pellet count increased by weapon duplication 27 pellets. No cost passive. In Duelist's Waltz. Automatically upgraded to star level 27. Maximum number of openings generated on targets raised from 26 to 27. Next level 28. A no cost passive. At level 26, 1200 free points were granted. At level 27, the yield jumped directly to 1500 free points, excluding base attribute gains. As levels climb, even the fractional attributes of high-tier cultivators dwarf the total stats of low-level ones. And all free points were allocated exclusively to speed. Speed has grown increasingly vital with Lin Bufang's ascension. Enhanced speed, in movement speed, in reaction speed, casting speed, these are all foundational. In speed itself accelerates bullet trajectory, enhancing accuracy and margin for error. It also increases trigger pull speed. And this offers negligible benefit for weapons like the M1919, fully automatic firearms with fixed rate off fire. Yet for legendary sovereign grade weapons, top-tier arms requiring manual reloading, it is divine. And the faster the hands move, the higher the damage per second output. Today Lin Bufang acquired the transcendent skill Duelist's Waltz. Its opening generation speed and opening damage amplification both scale directly with speed. The higher the speed, the more devastating its effects. And thus, every level up for Lin Bufang yields geometric growth. And this is before accounting for his relentless physical attack stacking. Talent proficiency increased by less than 8,000. In physical attack rose by nearly 4,000. Lin Bufang realized that excessive stacking of physical attack and talent proficiency hindered the growth of Mingdao Siming, Divine Blade of Fate. Now that physical attack and talent proficiency were deliberately curbed, Mingdao Siming surged upward. In Mingdao Siming count, 37858898 and an increase of nearly 4,000 Divine Blades. In extreme conditions, this reserve allows Lin Bufang to endure for over 6 weeks. Mean standard combat, it remains exceptionally secure. Yet who would ever disdain having more divine blades? In stack further. In high above, Lin Bufang alternated fluidly between the M1919 and the poem. One weapon-dominated suppression, blinding all Australian monsters with searing light. In the other specialized in pre-battle roasting. Authentic Wokiai flavor, rejecting prefabricated fare. And neither compromised the other. At precisely 6 p.m. Following a sweeping barrage, Lin Bufang eradicated a full ring of minor sea creatures, and monster respawns ceased. And by then his backpack carried 13.6 tons of small seafood. Level 27, 896 experience, gained 870 million. Evidence of the staggering number of slain beasts. Ming Dao Simon count. 4206 and his divine blade tally had officially breached the 4 million threshold. 2 elite peerless crabs had dropped. Peerless crabs appeared extremely rarely, and neither yielded any loot. Overall drop rates among these creatures remained abysmally low, and even purple tire equipment upgrade scrolls appeared only once. Pink tier ones were unheard of. Guild Foundation materials, however, dropped in abundance. And Lin Bufang calculated that, if boss drop rates were merely slightly higher, he could have founded his guild outright using guaranteed minimum drops alone. After all, he single-handedly eliminated nearly 95 of all monsters. And those spawns officially ended at 6 p.m. Under normal circumstances, clearing them would take until well past midnight. Lin Bufang simply slaughtered whatever came his way, no exceptions. And with 3 penetration, a 6 per minute fire rate, X-ray vision, and his new skill, Hextech Barrel, clearing hordes was pure ecstasy. He was utterly euphoric. And thus the great Xia contingent settled in for rest on the spot. And Lin Bufang finally had time to properly nourish his own body. He retrieved the 2 peerless crabs and set up the grill. 2 thick iron skewers pierced each crab, from claw to eye socket, and held them steadily over the flames. 1 crab was lavishly dusted with chili flakes and cumin, the other steamed plain. Shanhai and Su Ran squatted nearby peeling garlic, then crushing it with rhythmic resonant thuds. Thud thud thud. And the crabs gradually blushed crimson. And Lin Bufang drew a dagger and, with a sharp crack, pried open the carapace of a peerless crab. Inside glistened a dense golden mass of roe. And how large was a peerless crab? And nearly 2 meters long. Its roe alone weighed over 10 gene, more than 5 kilograms. Lin Bufang seized a heavy iron wok spoon, scooped a generous mound of golden roe, and devoured it whole. Su Ran erupted in indignation. Hey, you've made me peel garlic for ages. Don't you dare eat before giving me a bite first. I'm just tasting it first, to gauge the flavor for you all. Then give me 1 bite. And she paused abruptly. As if suddenly recalling Shanhai was Lin Bufang's partner, her words now awkward. You should at least offer your girlfriend the first taste instead of hoarding it all for yourself. It's fine, Su Ran, you go ahead. I'm not hungry. And gurgle gurgle, na soft hollow sound echoed, not from a pigeon but unmistakably from Shanhai's direction. Where'd that pigeon come from? Su Ran burst into laughter, dismissing the detail, and lunged to snatch the spoon from Lin Bufang's hand. Let me have 1 bite. Lin Bufang clutched the spoon with desperate tenacity, baring his teeth at her. And you're guarding your food now. He glared fiercely, then took a deliberate bite of roe. You eat. Crunch crunch, just to satisfy hunger. Crunch crunch, whereas I eat. Crunch crunch, for tangible effect. Tangible effect. Su Ran's delicate brows furrowed as she glanced at Lin Bufang, then at Shanhai, whose smile was sweet and serene. Her fury ignited instantly. And you two can't possibly. You've known each other for days, and already slept together. God damn it, Shanhai, I never knew you were so shameless. Shanhai quickly covered her mouth, cheeks blazing like twilight clouds after rain. Don't say such things. You've misread everything. According to records, consuming creatures from the ruins of the Elder Gods grants a modest boost to spiritual energy. Still, they failed to grasp Lin Bufang's true meaning. And they had no knowledge that his gravity instincture forged physique, combined with his mastery of gunpath cultivation, enabled near 100 nutrient absorption from any consumed food. And elite monsters like these overflowed with chaotic essence. The flavor is quite robust. The crab roe of the Wushuang crab offers an extraordinary texture. Lin Bufang has tasted regular hairy crabs, which often carry a hint of fishiness, but this sensation only lingers for a moment before the enjoyment deepens with each bite. If regular hairy crabs are like this, how much more so for the Wushuang crab? It does not dissolve instantly in the mouth. Rather, it possesses that characteristic crunch of a normal crab, rich in oil reminiscent of a duck egg yolk, without salt, yet elevated in flavor several times over. Moreover, it is not greasy at all. After the first bite, one craves a second. It even becomes somewhat addictive. After finishing one Wushuang crab, Lin Bufang felt as if the sea of consciousness in his mind had expanded several times. If he was previously akin to a single-celled organism, now he feels like a paramecium. A qualitative change. Of course, he did not forget to offer a bite to Shanhai. Here, wife, try this. Lin Bufang switched to a small spoon, preparing a second steamed crab that took her preferences into account, as Shanhai did not enjoy spicy food. Shanhai took a small bite, her eyes suddenly brightening, but she quickly shook her head. I feel it's a bit greasy. You go ahead and eat more. Lin Bufang quickly retrieved a large bowl, filled it halfway, and placed it in Shanhai's hands. Don't be modest, eat. It's fine, I have plenty in my bag. Shanhai was taken aback. What do you mean by being modest? Su Ran had been watching the two for a long time, feeling like a light bulb. If she were more confident, she would omit feeling it means don't be shy. Shanhai doesn't understand. She's a true Qingyun person. You'll understand later. Lin Bufang quietly watched the remaining 5 progress bars above him. These are the bosses of the other 5 nations. He must defeat them all. Relatively speaking, the progress bar for Australia was increasing the fastest, seemingly due to their larger numbers. Lin Fangji felt that taking direct action lacked persuasion. After successfully establishing a connection with a female professional from Australia, he would plant a tall flag nearby. The flag was green. Shin Tian pointed to the food index. 1, 2, 3, 4. 36 green flags. Brother Fan, I can only describe your actions with a line of poetry. The setting sun shines on the great flag, the horses neighing in the chilly wind. Whether the two could hold their composure was uncertain, but the onlooking people from Daxiao and Australia found it hard to maintain their calm. Isn't Lin Fangji being a bit too cruel? Australians really can endure, why aren't they making them? The mindset of foreigners is different from ours. To be honest, if we faced an enemy like Lin Fangji, we would definitely retaliate regardless of how strong he is. In reality, the emotions on the Australian side were running high. Dozens of Australians were being forcibly pinned to the ground, not allowed to charge. The wives of these dozens of men had formed bonds with Lin Fangji. More than half were people from the cherry blossom country. I suddenly thought of a good idea. Shen Tian had a sudden inspiration, taking out a loudspeaker and handing it to Lin Fangji. Lin Fangji's expression changed. Nobody, do you really want me dead? If you provoke them with a loudspeaker, Daxia will definitely punish you. Furthermore, he will be targeted by both Australia and the cherry blossom country. Once he dares to go abroad, he will surely be beaten to death. Even if you don't do this. What's the difference? Lin Fangji thought for a moment. True. Thunder drums rain as flags. Then let the storm come even more violently. Lin Fangji raised the loudspeaker, cleared his throat, and with a wicked smile spoke in a villainous tone. The cherry blossom country is all about lubrication. The cherry blossom people on the Australian side collectively erupted. 99% of them brandished their weapons, rushing towards him at breakneck speed, without regard for their lives. Baka, I want him dead. Die, die, die. However, just halfway through their charge, these cherry blossom people stopped in their tracks. Only because high above, a top-tier professional from the cherry blossom country declared they were not allowed to retaliate no matter what happened. This was a death command. Lin Bufang's strength was evident. As long as Australia dared to make a move, they would be wiped out in an instant. It didn't matter if these people died, but it would affect their personal careers. If you dare to disobey the order, your family, friends, and parents will be executed on the spot. The words from the higher-ups were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Many cherry blossom people knelt in place, holding their heads and screaming, tears of rage streaming down their cheeks, yet they were powerless. One of the cherry blossom people raised their feeble right hand, looking at those kneeling on the ground, already turning red with warmth. Their bodies were being pulled back and forth in a constant struggle. His beloved. Qi Xiangzi, you must have been poisoned by that person. Wait for me, I will definitely save you. I'm sorry, my dear. I actually, have always loved, only you. Due to the brutality of the situation on Lin Fangji's side, Daxia also arranged for some younger students to be positioned further away to avoid corrupting their pure hearts. Finally, the progress bar for Australia reached 100. The chaos value progress bar for Australia has reached 100. Please note the boss of Australia, Silver Dragon, is about to descend. Countdown 59 seconds on the Australian side. They initially prepared to gather at the corner of the skull. There was a dead angle there. They just needed to block the 2 directions in front of them, and they could effectively pin down the BOSS, preventing any attacks from other countries' professionals. They had done this before, and with their high immunity to chaos and sufficient numbers, they could operate this way. Thus, under normal circumstances, seizing Australia's boss was basically impossible. However, the enemy they faced was Lin Bufang. That Da Xiao person can fly. There's no way to defend against him, unless we can instantaneously defeat the boss the moment it appears. Otherwise, it's highly likely that Lin Bufang will snatch it away. Thinking of this, the Australians formed a circle. According to their positioning, the boss would be precisely trapped in the middle. In this way, more than 1,000 of them would only need one concentrated attack to instantly kill the BOSS Silver Dragon. But while imagining it is always beautiful, Lin Bufang did not give them even the slightest chance. He directly flew to the very center of the Australian circle. That position was exactly where the boss would spawn. The Australians were collectively dumbfounded. How to put it? Lin Bufang's position overlapped with the boss's spawn point. If they attacked the BOSS, they would inevitably hit Lin Bufang. In fact, many people saw Lin Bufang's health. It was less than 2,000,000. One could say that this amount of health could be easily taken down by anyone present. However, the audacity to be so arrogant with such low health without any hidden cards is simply unbelievable. Perhaps we can take down Lin Bufang. This is a prime opportunity if we concentrate our fire. A single wave might just send him packing. As long as we kill him, the Great Xia will pose no threat. However, this anticipation persisted until the moment the BOSS, the Silver Dragon, truly descended. The Australians and the Sakura people did not dare to make a move. Winning the gamble would only cost them one life. Losing, however, would mean many of them would perish. Boom. With a furious roar, the Sovereign unleashed 204 projectiles, each carrying an attack power of 400 million, enhanced by the physical damage bonus from the Warrior's Ring, the bulk dealer of the Warrior's Ring, the Dragon's Roar Bracelet, and the Dragon Emperor's Dominion. 5,000,000,000. Boss Silver Dragon slain. Experience points 1,000. Permanent physical attack 5x204. Famed Blade Destiny permanent 5 level LV 27.8. 1960 million. Another shot sent it away. Below, countless Australians and Sakura people glared at Lin Bufang, their eyes filled with hatred, as if to say, without you, Lin Bufang, this situation would never have escalated to this point. Lin Bufang let out a cold laugh, looking down at the crowd with an innate sense of pride. A bunch of useless trash. Despite knowing that Lin Bufang would not take the initiative to attack them, no one dared to meet his gaze. At this time, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. The remaining 4 countries' bosses had yet to spawn. The numbers from these 4 countries could not compare to the Great Xia's forces. The smallest contingent, Nan'ai country, only sent out 10 people. They did not actually want to come. The ancient ruins offered substantial rewards, but only if one had the strength. Without strength, they could not obtain good loot, even if they came. Thus it was better not to come. Those who arrived were merely there to fill the numbers and summon another Silver Dragon, to give face to the sovereign nation Great Xia. Normally, with 10 people continuously grinding monsters, by noon the next day, they could nearly wipe out the chaos value. By the afternoon, the boss Silver Dragon could also be summoned. However, the small monsters had already been wiped out by Lin Bufang by 6 o'clock the previous afternoon. Therefore, the speed of summoning the Silver Dragon, this time, was quite slow. They could only wait for the progress bar to rise on its own. This wait lasted nearly a day and a night. On the Great Xia side, they rested on the spot, while Lin Bufang continued to eat, prioritizing the consumption of the boss Silver Dragon. In a day and night, he devoured 5 Silver Dragons. The taste of the Silver Dragon was not as good as he had imagined. It was somewhat like beef. At first, Lin Bufang overcooked it, making it tough and difficult to chew. He learned from this, and found that cooking it to medium was just right, mainly for easier digestion. The Silver Dragon was quite large, and Lin Bufang also shared some with Shenhaier to taste, but most of it was consumed by him alone. The mental energy provided by BOS-level creatures was immense, causing his spiritual sea to grow rapidly. 5 Silver Dragons had expanded his once tiny spiritual sea to the size of a small grain of millet. It was not over yet. He continued to nurture it to the size of a yellow soybean. It still was not finished, as the soybean continued to grow and had now reached the size of a small glass bead. At this size, Lin Bufang vaguely sensed that his spiritual sea had reached its limit. It was no longer growing. The subsequent nutrients seemed to be leading towards an unknown evolution rather than further increasing in size. By 6:30 on the 3rd morning, Lin Bufang calculated the time. He had already been at Qingyun University for 10 days. The Sacred Guard Hall of the 100 Men had also been open for the 3rd day. Usually the Sacred Guard Hall opens once a week. In the first hour after opening, tickets for the Sacred Guard Hall can be purchased. Each person can only buy 1 ticket per week. The tickets are personally bound. Tickets will disappear after 7 days. However, within these 7 days, one can challenge the Sacred Guard Hall at any time. Before setting off, Lin Bufang also spent 500 points to buy a ticket. Score balance, 3,000 points. Lin Bufang planned to return to Qingyun University and challenge it once. It is worth mentioning that there was a small incident on Lin Fanzi's side. He fainted due to exhaustion. The Australians were unsure whether to be happy or not. Lin Fanji fainted, he should be happy, right? However, he collapsed because of the bond issue. Fortunately, he finally couldn't hold on anymore. But Lin Fanji was not fighting alone. On the Great Xia side, a practitioner who appeared to be in his 30s rushed over, taking out a small jar filled with sparkling white powder. Lin Bufang recognized this powder. On the third day of the college entrance examination level sprint, he had taken down an 11-level giant beast with 3 shots, a beast known as the Black Rhinoceros. This was the summon of the II-11 giant beast, the Black Rhinoceros. And the Black Rhinoceros had something quite precious on it. That was its rhinoceros horn. It had 3 horns, 1 large and 2 slightly smaller. Initially, Tang Ping had given Lin Bufang 1 small horn, while the other 2 were contributed to the city defense of Jianghai City. Such a small rhinoceros horn was sold by Lin Bufang for 5 million. According to Tang Ping, when ground into powder and brewed in water, it had special effects. Lin Bufang now realized that this thing seemed to have effects similar to that of Lu Wei Dihuang pills. The middle-aged man was generous, opening a large jar filled with rhinoceros horn powder worth at least several million, directly pouring it into Lin Fanzi's mouth. There was no water. He poured it directly. A large jar must have weighed several pounds. Everything was poured in. Before the powder even reached his stomach, Lin Fanzi's body already reacted. His skin instantly turned red. Don't worry. The practitioner took out another bottle of red liquid, seemingly a brew made from some precious herbs. It was contained in a glass jar the size of a wine barrel. When opened, there was a hint of pain in his eyes. Nevertheless, he held Lin Fanji down. Gurgle, gurgle. All of it was poured in. Don't panic, young man. What awaits you is battle. With everything I have. The middle-aged man grasped Lin Fanzi's hand. Fight until the last moment. Everyone on the Great Xia side was left dumbfounded. I feel a bit ignited at what's going on. It's igniting, brothers. Lin Fanji looked at the middle-aged man with tears in his eyes. Damn. This dosage could really kill someone. He currently felt as if there was a nuclear fusion engine inside him, the energy seemingly endless, but this reactor was unstable, requiring continuous energy consumption. Otherwise, it could reach the Gringotts limit at any moment, and at that point the infinite energy would surge, burn, or even melt through his body, completely destroying him. Thus Lin Fan transformed into an emotionless breeding machine. The Great Xia retreated collectively by 2,000 meters, mainly due to the significant psychological impact on adolescents, making close observation unsuitable. The heart-wrenching sound alone was enough to affect one's mind. In fact, this psychological impact subtly surpassed the chaotic influence of the ancient ruins themselves. The battle lasted for a day and a night. The psychological shock experienced by the Australians was evident. Finally, the boss and Nanny was refreshed. Please note, the boss of Nanny Silver Dragon has descended. Lin Bufang's figure vanished from the spot. With a loud boom. The prompt above had not yet disappeared. The boss had already fallen. Its health bar was rapidly decreasing. Lin Bufang stowed the Silver Dragon's corpse into his backpack. After obtaining 3 Silver Dragon gift boxes, the boss health bar was not completely depleted. Successfully defeated the boss Silver Dragon, all people from Great Xia received a random boss drop reward totaling 6 times. The highest damage dealer Lin Bufang received an additional random boss drop reward totaling 6 times. The final killer Lin Bufang received an extra random boss drop reward totaling 6 times. All rewards automatically transformed into Silver Dragon gift boxes, entering personal backpacks, which can be opened at any time. Congratulations, you've obtained Silver Dragon gift box 3. Level LV 27-8. 59. 6 billion. Lin Bufang glanced at his backpack. Silver Dragon gift box artifact, 18 pieces. Feeling satisfied, he had collected all the rewards. 18 gift boxes, wondering what good items they might yield. Lin Bufang personally obtained 18 pieces. The remaining over 100 individuals from Great Xia were also quite pleased. Having done nothing at all, they received 6 gift boxes for free, 6 for each person. I've never had such a wonderful experience. Is this what it feels like to be carried by a big shot? So thrilling, huh? After the last Silver Dragon was defeated, the colors of the ancient ruins began. The surrounding air became incredibly murky, with occasional illusory bubbles emerging from the gaps. Veteran players quickly issued warnings: stay away from those bubbles. They likely contain hallucinogenic substances. If touched, your mind might be incapacitated, and even if cured later, you may drool. Everyone hurriedly dodged the bubbles' attacks. Fortunately, Great Xia had made ample preparations long ago. Moreover, without the interference from the Australians, evading was quite smooth. In Great Xia, no one was attacked by the bubbles. Meanwhile, the Australians were collapsing due to Lin Fan's effects, especially those from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Lin Fan's aesthetics leaned towards the mainstream, and while one could say little about the Cherry Blossom Nation, one could not entirely dismiss their aesthetic appeal. Therefore, he primarily targeted the Cherry Blossom people. This undoubtedly created an invisible trigger. Many from the Cherry Blossom Nation were attacked by the bubbles. The bubbles contained the ancient ruins' psychological assault. Initially, there were no visible signs. Gradually, this substance would affect human instincts, memories, and emotions. It did not exert a direct influence. Rather, it exerted an indirect influence, one that was inescapable. How to describe it? It was like a demon lurking within your mind. It wouldn't tell you or force you to act a certain way. When you deliberately suppress an impulse, it would repeatedly whisper in your ear, "Why not? Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. If there's something you want to do, then do it. Who doesn't live only once? Why go against your true self? Be bold and be yourself. Why follow the crowd? You are unique, one of a kind. I love you, but I don't ask you to love me. You only need to love yourself." The final boss of the Ancient Ruins remnant Salrax, has descended. Limited time 6 hours. The surrounding environment has undergone a complete transformation, seemingly to welcome the arrival of the final boss. Darkness. Everywhere in sight was black. Only a massive skull could be seen in the distance. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were truly submerged at the bottom of the ocean, with powerful water pressure felt even on their shoulders, making breathing somewhat difficult. Around them, a large number of black fluff-like objects began to appear. Their appearance could be seen, but upon touch one could not feel their form. These are the chaotic substances released by the boss. You can't escape them, but they don't have a significant impact. Everyone remember to take deep breaths. A difficulty in breathing will greatly enhance the effects of these chaotic substances. Boom. Countless huge fissures opened in the skull before them. Dark writhing tentacles stretched out from each fissure. At the ends of the tentacles seemed to grow blood-red eyes which could shine on their own, illuminating the surroundings. Salrax had not completely broken free from the skull's restraints, but seemed to use the skull as a shield, or perhaps a mech. Name Boss Ancient Ruins Remnant Salrax. Level LV 30. Health 100 billion. Physical and magical defense 50000. Dual defense very high. Skills Abyss Shock, Common Tentacle Strike, Common Summon Small Octopus Max, Once Myriad Tentacles, Devour Ultimate, Ancient Gods Whispers, Unavoidable Large Area. Introduction. Salrax needs to shatter the external skeleton to inflict real damage on it. At the moment the skull is shattered, it will unleash Ancient Gods Whispers, which cannot be avoided and affects the mental realm. The panel wasn't visually appealing. Just know that Salrax is formidable. What truly caught Lin Bufang's attention was that the boss seemed to have dual forms. The external skeleton is one form. Surrounding players who had fought Salrax quickly provided strategies. Salrax's external skull is extremely special. When the same person deals damage to the skull, it will show an exponential decrease in output. For example, your first attack might deal 100 points, the second could only be 50 points, and it will keep decreasing until the minimum attack is 1. Therefore, to shatter Salrax, everyone must work together. Lin Bufang nodded slightly. Finally, a worthy opponent had come. By the way, what effect does Salrax's Ancient Gods Whispers have? It's a forced pollution effect that influences the mental realm, making you unable to distinguish between friend and foe. I almost got blown up by my teammate before. Is there any way to counter it? Increase mental strength. How to put it? I heard an old veteran say that if you can elevate your mental strength to about the size of a sesame seed, you can withstand Salrax's mental pollution once. Of course, that's very difficult and no one here can achieve that. So there's another solution. The effect of this only diminishes with the more people around. Many people looked towards the Australian side. Bathed in crimson light, the Australian sprinted into the distance and vanished swiftly into the darkness, surely escaping the boss's attack range. They intend to sit back and reap the spoils. In the past, though Australia was insufferable, they still joined us in enduring spiritual corruption during boss fights. Only then could we reliably defeat the boss. Now that Australia has been thoroughly humiliated by us, they've refused to show up. After all, their forces are vast. With caution, even a single nation could challenge Salrax solo. The Great Xia Alliance summoned its 4 vassal states. These vassals possessed little presence. They were merely present as token participants. Combined, the 4 nations fielded fewer than 100 individuals. They would receive no rewards. Ultimately, the final boss could only be claimed by a single nation. Yet they dared not speak nor question, only obeying silently. Once the boss's health dropped to a certain threshold, they would voluntarily withdraw, ensuring their damage output would not inadvertently secure the killing blow. Several Monkey Nation cultivators, apparently skilled, gazed upon the illustrious cultivators of Great Xia and sighed inwardly, why was I not born into such a mighty nation? Reincarnation itself is an art. The boss's health bar has appeared. High above, a colossal black health bar materialized across the sky. It spanned 10 rows, each row representing 10 billion points. Its appearance signified the boss had become vulnerable to attack. Faced with a boss governed by intricate mechanics, Lin Bufang held nothing back. Either he struck with restraint, or delivered a decisive annihilating blow. There was no room for recklessness. The boss's mechanics were deceptively simple. First, an outer shell. Put plainly, the initial strike dealt full unmitigated damage. But the second strike suffered a halving of damage, often far more. Subsequent attacks decayed without lower bound until damage output plummeted to -1. At that point, victory relied entirely on allies. Thus, this boss demands sheer numbers. One individual's strength remains inherently limited. Hearing this observation from a veteran cultivator nearby, Lin Bufang nodded in quiet agreement. Yet notably, he had not yet donned his full set of equipment. Ruhr, Solax let out a deep bubbling growl. First, it summoned swarms of miniature octopi to disrupt Great Xia's formation. Their numbers defied imagination. Over 10,000 surged forth in an instant, blanketing Solax's surroundings entirely. They autonomously locked onto the nearest targets and lunged forward. Some, however, failed to acquire targets and drifted aimlessly into the void, mindless like unscripted NPCs. Do not fight alone. Eliminate the octopi first. Lin Bufang drew his first weapon, the poem, an epic-grade rifle. Its reticle auto-locked onto the nearest octopus and fired. A crimson bullet pierced its body, splattering viscous black ink. The poem, epic rifle, grants BUFF 1220 fire attribute damage, 30 seconds. Octopus slain 1000 experience. Octopus dropped foundation stone, blue 1. Oh, could summoned creatures yield rewards? Seeing Lin Bufang himself clearing octopi, the others redirected their focus en masse toward the teeming swarm. Brother Bufang is grinding minions. Let's push together and clear them all. We can do this. We will slay Solax. Yet in the next breath, Lin Bufang instantly switched weapons, drawing the Warden heavy flamethrower, an epic tier armament. Though devastating in raw power, its flame damage, merely one of physical attack, was negligible in lesser hands, amounting to mere drizzle. With 1 million physical attack, that translated to just 10,000 damage, lasting only 1 second. Lin Bufang's physical attack, however, stood at 400 million. Thus, his flame damage alone exceeded 4 million, before even factoring in the 120 fire attribute enhancement from the Fire Sprite necklace, another 120 from the Dragon Sovereign's Dominion, and yet another 120 from the poem. Moreover, the Warden's innate fire attribute synergized fully with the Fire Sprite necklace's ultimate fire damage bonus. Consequently, Lin Bufang's fire damage was anything but trivial. He calculated it carefully, not because the Warden was unchanged, but because it had evolved. It now bore a pivotal skill, flamethrower range 2000 meters. And unlike conventional projectiles, its damage operated differently. With sufficient speed, a single sweep could apply burn effects to every monster within range, instantly. Yet the flamethrower had one grave flaw: it spared neither friend nor foe. Fall back. Do not risk being caught in my flames. Had anyone else issued such a command, it would have been ignored outright. Who among these chaos-immune elites would heed casual orders? Who did he think he was? But this was Lin Bufang. Did you hear that? Retreat, now. Don't hinder Brother Bufang. In a flash, over 100 cultivators bolted, vanishing hundreds of meters away. Thus only octopi remained before Lin Bufang. He fired once at the ground, and launched himself skyward. Then, raising the Warden, he unleashed an omnidirectional inferno downward. Crimson flames erupted from the Warden, cascading like meteor showers, engulfing vast swathes of octopi. Lin Bufang spun with blinding speed, becoming a living vortex. Within 30 seconds, nearly all octopi below lay consumed in roaring fire, while Lin Bufang expended less than 10 points of durability. The flamethrower's direct flame damage was modest, its base output severely diminished, but the Warden's lingering burn damage scaled multiplicatively with all enhancements. The very first burn effect obliterated them all. Octopus slain 100 experience, 9785. In an instant, Lin Bufang gained nearly 100 million experience points. Level LV, 27,950,960 million. Loot remained mundane, no surprises. Lin Bufang, however, felt no urgency, for the Silver Dragon chest held a chance to yield the level 20 Divine Artifact upgrade scroll. Though he cleared the minions swiftly, Lin Bufang remained unsatisfied. The warden's clearing speed, while impressive, still lagged behind the 3-penetration M1919, and its durability cost was higher. Worse, it charred the sea creatures beyond palatability. Lin Bufang, unfazed, gathered every scorched specimen and stowed them into his inventory. When he turned, only gaping jaws met his gaze. Wait, you're supposed to be unmatched with machine guns. Since when do you wield a flamethrower too? High above, several top-tier professionals initially thought Lin Bufang would use a machine gun to clear the small monsters. To their surprise, he pulled out a flamethrower. They naturally recognized this flamethrower. The warden could deal final physical damage bonuses, but its base damage was relatively low. In the minds of others, a normal flamethrower's burning damage is quite high and does not rely on physical attack power. However, for the warden, the damage was adjusted to one of physical attack power diluted by a factor of 100, resulting in negligible damage. Therefore, they still believed that Lin Bufang intended to apply a burning effect on the boss with the flamethrower. Unexpectedly, Lin Bufang directly used the flamethrower to sweep the small monsters. Moreover, what truly astonished them was that these small monsters couldn't even withstand the first burning shot and were wiped out immediately. How high is his physical attack? Or perhaps he has a skill that temporarily boosts his physical attack significantly. They didn't know. But based on the calculation of the one physical attack burning damage, a single burn was enough to kill. Subtracting the fire spirit necklace, subtracting the poems, and also accounting for the warden's own final physical damage bonus, if we assume Lin Bufang's actual physical attack output is 1,000, then his physical attack must have surpassed 10 million. Is this the strength of the outstanding youth from If These Flames Hit My Compatriots from Australia? Lawson felt a wave of fear, grateful that he had not completely fallen out with Wang Jing. In fact, Wang Jing was also stunned by Lin Bufang's exceptionally high physical attack. However, he saw even more. Lin Bufang could have used the M1919, which would have cleared the small monsters even faster. The reason for using the warden was not to intentionally display something, it might just be to test the effect. Making such a move during a battle with the boss was quite intriguing. It was as if he was acting on a whim. So what exactly was he trying to do? Soon everyone would witness Lin Bufang's subsequent performance. In midair, Lin Bufang sent a burst of flames towards Salrax, 10 meters away. Then he began to switch equipment. Sovereignty. God of War Ring. Dragon's Roar Bracelet. Title of God of War Ring Wholesaler. Title of Dragon Emperor Ruler. The number of titles is limitless, only one can be displayed at a time, but the effects can stack infinitely. Thus he could wear two. The fiery fire spirit necklace was put on. The 5-piece judgment set was fully equipped. The surrounding professionals had already cast many dispel spells to save Lin Bufang from wasting blue mana. At this moment, Lin Bufang had reached the peak output for this level. Physical attack of over 400 million. An entire set of epic armor plus God of War Ring, Wholesaler, Dragon's Roar Bracelet, Dragon Emperor, Ruler, Fire Spirit Necklace. All of these equipments had been fitted with 20 bullets. Combined with Lin Bufang's judgment set, doubling the bullet effect, they stacked repeatedly. At level 25, the number of bullets was 648. Now he was at level 27. At each level 3 skills, each increased the number of bullets by 1. At level 2, that meant 6 bullets. However, the judgment set absurdly doubled the final bullet count to 12. 678, 12, 690 bullets. At this moment, the boss's health bar was a pale white, indicating the defense of its external skull. Only by shattering the skull could its health bar decrease. Releasing skill, Take My Billion Strikes, mana 53, Take My Billion Strikes. Lin Bufang pressed the gun's muzzle against Salrak's shell and forcefully pulled the trigger. Boom. At such close range, all 690 bullets struck the same spot. Crack. Numerous cracks appeared on Salrak's shell, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. Its white health bar instantly dropped by 95. Boom. Another shot. Crack, crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. Salrak's shell could no longer withstand the assault, crumbling away from its body, revealing the blood-red octopus skin underneath. The skin of Salrak's flowed like colorful silk, instantly shifting through shades of gray-brown and dark red with patterns that roamed unpredictably. Those color blocks continuously contracted, expanded, and merged, making the entire skin appear like a living, vibrant painting. At this moment, both the ancient ruins and the top-tier professionals watching from above fell silent. How is it possible? He shattered Salrak's strongest defense with just 2 basic. Such defense, even with 300 people, couldn't be broken in under half an hour. He broke it with, how could I have not thought of that? Behind Lin Bufang, the professionals' gazes began to change. Lin Bufang had spent most of his time in the air. Previously, they looked at Lin Bufang with ordinary gazes. Now, however, that gaze was tinged with a hint of emotion. Oh, an unattainable gaze. Before Lin Bufang, as Salrax breathed, its slick, sticky textures continued to secrete blood-colored bubbles that floated away. This was one of Salrax's skills designed to prevent highly explosive classes like assassins from dealing massive damage at close range. An experienced professional reacted. Lin Bufang, retreat quickly. This is an evolving bubble that can turn you into an idiot if you get caught. Hurry back. But it was already too late. Lin Bufang chose to output at close range to achieve the most extreme damage, something those professionals had not anticipated. They only regretted not warning Lin Bufang sooner. I should have thought of that. His main output is the shotgun. He must want to attack at close range. How could I have imagined he could shatter Salrax's defense with just 2 shots, giving us no time to react? He was too fast. The blood-colored bubbles floated onto Lin Bufang, instantly transforming into slender poisonous snakes that burrowed into his mind, causing his body to momentarily freeze. Of course, it was only for a moment, because those snakes had to pass through his mental sea before entering Lin Bufang's deeper thoughts. Lin Bufang's mental sea had already shrunk to the size of a marble. The snakes collided with the marble as if hitting a thick steel plate, instantly obliterated by Lin Bufang's immense mental power. Mental attacks were ineffective against him. Therefore, Lin Bufang took out a shotgun shell and loaded it into sovereignty. He gripped the stock with one hand. Pointing the gun toward the sky, he shook it vigorously up and down. Click! The bullet was chambered. The gun was then aimed at Salrax's sticky skin. Hey race, a small detail. Lin Bufang had tied a highly elastic rubber band around his index finger and activated the automatic loading mode. In this mode, sovereignty would shoot itself. Boom. The first shot left Salrax with 6 health bars from 10. Terrified Salrax activated its ultimate whisper of the ancient gods. However, before it could activate, Lin Bufang had already fired a second shot. Salrax was down to 2 health bars. Whisper of the ancient gods took effect. Lin Bufang was the closest, receiving the greatest impact, and he felt as if a colossal being was trying to invade his brain. The hallucination did not manifest immediately. It was solely because Lin Bufang's formidable mental strength was desperately resisting. Soon the shadow of the giant being vanished. It was not due to Lin Bufang's mental power being sufficient to fend off such an invasion. Rather, the physical body of the invader had already been destroyed. His vision returned to focus. The sovereign was still firing. Boom, 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 relentlessly assaulting the corpse of Salrax. It was pulverizing its skin, revealing a thin, transparent membrane behind. Within the membrane was a swirling red ink. The red was darkening. Lin Bufang instantly recognized this ink as something remarkable, containing an exceptionally high amount of absorbable chaotic substance, even hundreds of times more than the boss Silver Dragon. It could also be said that Lin Bufang's current mental strength could not accurately estimate the depth of the ink. Thus, it could also be said to be countless times. He immediately removed the rubber band. He swiftly stored the corpse of the boss Salrax into his backpack. He only collected one. Lin Bufang now had a valuable item in his backpack: BOSS Salrax corpse, freshness, level 99. 99. Weight, 25 tons. His backpack also contained a corpse of the boss Silver Dragon. Freshness, level 99. 96. Oh, weight 5. 8 tons. One boss Salrax weighed a staggering 25 tons. Lin Bufang took a moment to look closely. The heaviest part of this boss's body was not its limbs, but the ink within its body. And the chaotic substance within the ink was the most abundant. This time, without considering the boss's drops, just the boss's corpse alone was a huge profit. Defeated BOSS Salrax experience points, 500 million. Congratulations, your level has risen from LV27 to LV28. Level LV28 4. 9 million, 12 million. Free points 1900. Speed increased by 1900 points. Speed 17,978. Eat my billion shots automatically level up to 28 stars. The next bullet counts as 28 shots, consuming 55 points of mana each time. Mana source automatically level up to 28 stars. Mana cap increased by an additional 5,000 points. Bullet bloom automatically level up to 28 stars. The number of shotgun shells increased to 1027. No consumption passive. Mirror shot automatically level up to 28 stars. The number of shotgun shells additionally increased. Weapon doubled, 28 shells, no consumption passive. Dance of duel automatically level up to 27 stars. The maximum number of flaws generated on the target increased from 27 to 28. Next level 29, no consumption passive. Total number of rounds 696. Successfully defeated BOSS Salrax. Everyone in the Great Xia receives a random boss drop reward. Highest damage dealer Lin Bufang receives an additional random boss drop reward. Looking at the 3 golden gift boxes lying quietly among the 18 pink glowing boxes in his backpack, Lin Bufang suddenly felt at ease. This time he made a big profit. Lin Bufang sheathed his weapon and glanced at the total attributes accumulated from this ancient relic. No need to mention the level. He leveled up 3 times from level 25 to level 28. The talent proficiency did not increase much, just under 180,000 points. Physical attack increased by less than 88,000 points. Pure attack without defense 5 stars 7579829510000000. Physical attack 402264325. Famous Blade of Fate quantity 4249533. Mainly the Famous Blade of Fate had a significant boost, increasing by 70 to 80,000. Of course, there was also the admiration of others. Lin Bufang turned back with anticipation. In his imagination, the people of Great Xia should have looked at him with shock. However, it was not the case. As he turned around, he only saw countless confused gazes. Where did the boss go? Yes, due to Lin Bufang's astonishing speed. They hadn't seen where the boss ran off to. They also hadn't seen how Lin Bufang had defeated the boss. It was simply because they had just awakened from the ancient god's whisper. At this moment someone reacted, "Everyone, don't celebrate too early. The boss isn't dead yet. Illusion, brothers, this is an illusion. Solacus must be hiding among us." Until they heard the prompt sound by their ears. Only after seeing the epic Solacus gift box lying in his backpack did they finally confirm that Lin Bufang had defeated the boss. Lin Bufang is amazing. How many shots did he use to take it down? I guess at least over 100 shots. I guess it was 50 shots. In the sky above, Wang Jing and Lawson had seen Lin Bufang take down boss Solacus in just 3 shots. They were well aware of how high Solacus' defense was. If I were at level 27 with Solacus' shell already down, I wouldn't be able to defeat him in under an hour. Because there were too many bubbles around him, if I couldn't avoid them it would be quite troublesome. Lin Bufang's mental strength also seemed to be quite high, which really surprised me. However, even in a scenario where one could ignore the blood-colored bubbles, I still couldn't take down the boss in less than 20 minutes. Not to mention this thing also had an ancient god's whisper. Although Lin Bufang may seem reckless, he was also well prepared. He actually locked his fingers with a rubber band. I thought he wouldn't be afraid of the ancient god's whisper. Wang Jing laughed heartily. The reason he spoke directly now was that he had brought 8 people over. Though their strength was not as strong as his, they were still top-tier professionals. These people praised Lin Bufang's performance repeatedly. Our Great Xia actually produced such a figure. Wang Jing said with a smile, "I just found out that he is a candidate for this session, just recently entered Qingyan University." Oh, he's only 18 years old this year. At this everyone was even more shocked. It wasn't over yet. Wang Jing's expression became even more serious. "You need to know one thing, this year's college entrance examination had a bit of a mess. I've heard about this, but we didn't seem to have any losses, so we didn't pay much attention." Wang Jing smiled. "No losses, that's because of Lin Bufang." "What do you mean? What does it have to do with him as a candidate?" Wang Jing recounted what he had learned in detail. He did not employ any rhetorical devices, nor did he exaggerate or embellish. Lin Bufang single-handedly blocked the god of the undead Enlil at its own teleportation gate for 45 minutes. I heard that when Enlil was locked down, its first layer of health had already been depleted. In other words, Lin Bufang effectively killed Enlil once. Seeing that his friends did not believe him, Wang Jing became anxious. "If you don't believe me, check it out for yourselves. I swear on my character that there is not a hint of exaggeration in what I said. It is entirely the truth." Upon seeing Wang Jing's serious demeanor, everyone else finally became solemn. If someone else talked about character, they would probably laugh. Who is Wang Jing? He single-handedly defeated all the southern nations, making them submit to the Great Xia to the point where no one dared to utter a word against them. Every year they had to dutifully pay tribute to the Great Xia. This greatly improved the living standards of the Great Xia citizens. A part of the 12 years of compulsory education was funded from these tributes. His character speaks volumes. So is it really true? While this Lin Bufang seems a bit extraordinary, does he have a master? With such strength, I estimate he must have a master already, right? Not that you guys are concerned, but how long has the Qing dynasty been gone? Usually they don't burn incense and they don't pay attention during the college entrance examination period. Isn't it a bit funny to bring up the master thing now? Of course he must have a master, but the confidentiality level of this matter is quite high and there is currently no precise information available. However, there are rumors that Lin Bufang often visits Shanshuan's apartment, so they might have already become involved with each other. Upon hearing the name Shanshuan, everyone stood at attention instinctively, as if responding to a reflex. This was despite Shan not being present. Just hearing the name evoked such a strong reaction. General Shan. Then it's nothing to worry about. I mention the master matter because I fear Lin Bufang might be deceived by some old coots. If he is indeed Shanchuan's disciple, then I can accept that. I heard that this year's chief examiner is that kid from Shirtai. He will definitely pay attention to Lin Bufang's performance right away. If he takes Lin Bufang as his disciple, then I think I actually have a chance to compete. As for General Shan's words, let it be. Right, if Lin Bufang were my disciple, I would take him to meet General Shan, and I would have to bow to General Shan as well. That would be quite awkward, ha. Alright. Wang Jing's tone changed. He knew that based on Lin Bufang's performance, his strength, and his temperament, he would definitely take down the Australians, even if it meant facing punishment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so intent on defeating the Australians. He wouldn't have proactively teamed up with Lin Fangji either. Wang Jing briefly explained the situation using the team voice chat. The final boss has been defeated and Lin Bufang will definitely target the Australians next. I estimate there are at most a few women left, the rest will die. The 8 people immediately stood in awe. I estimate that their equipment is one aspect, but mainly it's that there are people from Sakura country on the Australian side. So much time has passed that many people have forgotten the blood feud between us and Sakura country. I didn't expect Lin Bufang to still remember. What oath did we take back then? We can't die until we kill the last Sakura dog. So the situation, since Lin Bufang was definitely going to take action, there were only 2 things to worry about. The first was whether Lin Bufang would take the initiative to strike. If he did, how to minimize the impact to avoid punishment from above. The second thing was whether Lawson and others would act rashly after the Australians were wiped out. If it was just Wang Jing alone, it would be a troublesome matter. Now there were 8 others. If Lin Bufang takes the initiative, I can only say that in reality, he did not take the initiative. What do you mean? We can keep it a secret, but the Australians will definitely make a big fuss about it. Let them publicize it. Their image has always been one without truth. I want to see whether everyone believes us from Great Xia or them from Australia. Several frowned. Although they spoke like this, they were still in the wrong. At this moment, Wang Jing smiled. Why do we need to reason with them? In this world, the fist is the truth. To be honest, if they dare to act rashly, we might as well take this opportunity to directly declare war on Australia. After all, idleness is still idleness. On the first day of war, all countries will condemn you. But once we take down Australia, no one will say anything. There will be great philosophers to defend our Great Xia. The 8 laughed heartily. They thought, however, the South had just experienced a period of peace. Time seemed to rewind over 50 years. There were actually many enemies surrounding the Great Xia. In the east, the Undead clan was wreaking havoc. In the north, the neighbors had amassed troops at the borders. In the west, the Sandstorm Giant God took advantage of the situation. In the southwest, the Indians were still causing trouble. In the south, the Monkey Country had united the surrounding small nations, establishing the Monkey Federation, openly challenging the Great Xia, while their military forces were dispersed. The power behind Monkey Country was also a mix of good and bad. Among them, Australia was one of the main supporters, even sending hundreds of thousands of troops to guard the border between Monkey Country and Great Xia. The war was initiated by Monkey Country, unable to contain themselves. The southern forces were quite weak at that time. They were caught off guard initially and suffered heavy losses. Seeing how weak Great Xia was, Australia rushed in at the forefront, committing acts of burning, killing, and looting. Wang Jing was initially just an unknown adventurer. However, he organized his own team for guerrilla warfare, later joining the Great Xia army and displaying exceptional command talent. His personal strength also increased rapidly. From being invaded to counterattacking and completely conquering the southern nations, it took only a year. Wang Jing was also regarded as the fastest individual to obtain the general title in Great Xia's history. In the south, his influence was second only to Shanchuan. Still neutral? What kind of neutrality is that? You can be neutral later when we get there. On Lin Bufang's side, the final boss has been defeated. The exit to the ancient ruins is open. The ancient ruins are completely closed, seeing that the final boss has been taken down. The Australians were also preparing to leave, walking towards the exit. Unfortunately, a Sakura country adventurer who seemed to have suffered too many grievances provocatively extended his right hand towards Lin Bufang. There surprisingly was an equipment upgrade scroll glowing with a pinkish light. It could upgrade the LV-10 Martial God Ring to a LV-20 Martial God Ring. Ha, Great Xia people, thank you for sending over this little octopus. Did you ever think that the little octopus summoned by Boss Solaxis would drop an artifact upgrade scroll? Ha, are you envious? Unfortunately, it's mine, and it's bound to me, ha. At this moment, Lin Bufang realized that the Australians would never reach the exit of the ancient ruins. Needless to say, Lin Bufang wouldn't let them leave. Lin Bufang wouldn't want it either. He had worked hard for 3 days and nights. The effects of the drugs were about to wear off, and the other side hadn't made a move yet. What's the matter? Is my labor not worth anything? Lin Bufang directly held a Sakura country professional blocking the front of the Australian retreat team. Perhaps it was a posture with both hands placed at the back of the knees, the whole person curled up. Some parts of the scene were in high definition. There were no mosaics. This professional's husband is a Sakura person. He stared with red eyes, crying out, "You can't do this." If it weren't for 2 Australians holding him down, he would definitely have rushed forward. At this moment, both sides were on the brink of collapse. Some Australian professionals were attacked by underground bubbles when the Bossalraks appeared, and their mental state was on the verge of collapse. This state was oddly stable. Everything would not change as long as there was no further action. Then Lin Bufang moved. There was originally no water in the ancient ruins, but strangely sounds of water being splashed were heard around. At this moment, those professionals affected by the bubbles had lost control over their bodies. Or rather, they had taken over the control of their bodies. Kill him, someone shouted. Subsequently, dozens of people rushed towards Lin Bufang with knives. They really hit. At first, Lin Bufang was very excited because it was so thrilling, but seeing so many people, he truly panicked. Without even pulling up his pants, he turned and ran. But he was still hit by a petrification spell thrown by a mage from behind, immobilizing him in place. Then Lin Bufang's figure could no longer be seen. A crowd of muscular men surrounded him. Nearby, Lin Bufang heard the sound of the famous sword Si Ming shattering every second. That was the consumption of the famous sword attacking Lin Bufang. A famous sword can indeed grant immunity to death, but it still inflicts some physical pain. As the owner, Lin Bufang could significantly reduce the pain, but it seemed others could not share this effect. "Oh!" A voice like a pig being slaughtered came from Lin Bufang's side. "How tragic. Don't chop there. Baka, that's exactly where I'm chopping." For Lin Bufang's screams, the people of Daxia had little sympathy. Instead, they felt a bit like laughing, not knowing why. Indeed, Lin Bufang had gone a bit too far. Although it was a case of using the same method to retaliate, it was still an eye for an eye. Although he was bullying the Sakura people to the extreme, Lin Bufang's attitude was also very clear. He neither advocated nor criticized, but there were substantial rewards. He activated the full attack mode. Numerous flaws appeared on the Australians. Flaws are something only the person about to be attacked can see. Therefore, when Lin Bufang previously brushed for flaws, the people around him did not know he had the skill dual dance. Now the Australians saw the flaws on themselves. He actually has the skill dual dance. Not good, brothers, I think I'm going to die. In the sky, Lin Bufang picked up the M1919 and began to spray in the direction of Australia without any blind spots. Like a nurtured professional, not a single bullet could be blocked, and his head was directly blown to pieces by the bullets. In just a few seconds, a large number of Australian professionals had already fallen. The Australians immediately retaliated. A fireball hit Lin Bufang. Ding! Dragon Emperor's protection triggered probability 0.01. A golden light burst forth around Lin Bufang, as if a golden dragon was swirling around him. Roar! A powerful pressure spread in all directions. In an instant, everyone in Australia, everyone in Daxia, and everyone from the other 4 countries all knelt on both knees, dropping their weapons. In the sky, Lawson was anxious. He immediately shouted, "General Wang Jing, we surrender. Can we surrender and lose half? Please let your esteemed Lin Bufang stop the attack." Wang Jing read, but did not reply. The 9 people ignored Lawson. They quietly watched the battle below. One could also say they were admiring it. Bullets danced with flesh and blood. "General Wang Jing, don't go too far. All of this is because of your country's Lin Bufang. Originally, nothing happened. Now your Lin Bufang is slaughtering our young Australians at will. Is this your Daxia's attitude?" Wang Jing waved his hand. Lawson thought he would relent. "We have already surrendered. Please let your Lin Bufang..." No, Lin Bufang is currently in high spirits. If we let him stop shooting now, it might affect the performance of the firearms. Do you know what you were saying? Don't shout. Wang Jing pinched a cigar with 2 fingers, and a nearby professional snapped his fingers to light it for Wang Jing. "I think the most important thing right now." Exhaling gently, Wang Jing waved to Lawson. Lawson hurriedly flew over, extending his hands to shamefully catch the ash that Wang Jing flicked. "What is it really about? Enjoy the beautiful scenery in front of you well." Lawson was infuriated, clenching his fists and glaring fiercely at Wang Jing. "You will regret this." Below, Lin Bufang had already wiped out most of the Australians in an instant. Then he began to eliminate the height ear units. Originally, Lin Bufang thought it would be as troublesome as in the locking corpse hall. Unexpectedly, those height ear units were being hammered by Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang's gaze was also very sharp, attracting all the firepower from the strongest professionals in Australia. It's no wonder after all Lin Fangji was targeting the most beautiful. This kid is quite picky. Lin Bufang chuckled and unleashed a barrage of attacks. There were no surprises, no intense battles. The most powerful professional in Australia was already level 30, fully equipped with epic gear. He had no intention of fighting Lin Bufang. To be honest, if he fought desperately, Lin Bufang would indeed have to use a few famous swords heavily. Now this person before dying was still biting Lin Fanzi's ear tightly. Lin Bufang smashed his head. His teeth were still biting on Lin Fanzi's ear, unable to let go. What a man! Lin Fangji at this moment was already disheartened, lying in a pool of blood, quietly gazing at the sky, contemplating life. Lin Bufang turned back and saw a lot of small pouches on the ground. Those were the dropped items from the Australians. He did not move, no one dared to move. He picked them up one by one. Some Australians had dropped artifact equipment upgrade scrolls, but he killed too quickly and did not remember which pouch it was. He could only open them one by one. Soon most of the pouches were opened, yet the artifact equipment upgrade scrolls were still nowhere to be found. Various equipment materials and some unnameable good stuff, as well as many specialties that could only appear in Australia, were obtained. There were also items, materials, and props of levels higher than Lin Bufang. In fact, there were many bound items. Moreover, there were similar good things that could only be exchanged in the Chinyan University Points Mall. Additionally, a few resurrection coins were dropped. How resurrection coins were dropped is hard for Lin Bufang to understand. Did he forget to use them, or did he not have time to use them? He didn't want to think about such details. Finally, only 3 pouches remained in front of him. Lin Bufang opened the first one. A pinkish red light lit up. He had seen this kind of light dozens of times. It was not necessarily an artifact equipment upgrade scroll. Items like the Martial God Ring and Dragon Roar Bracelet would also emit this unique light. However, this time what was in the first slot of the pocket was not equipment, but an ancient scroll. Artifact Equipment Upgrade Scroll, Level 20. It can upgrade artifact level equipment below level 20 to level 20, balancing all aspects to the standard of similar level 20 equipment. Lucky indeed, Lin Bufang finally revealed a smile. One must understand that even a professional is equivalent to a boss. What can drop relies entirely on luck. If something truly drops, that would be quite delightful. This trip has been a complete success. Everything that could drop has dropped. The most precious artifact equipment upgrade scroll has also been obtained. Lin Bufang began to organize the gains of the professionals from Australia. The gold coins were quite decent. Why did these people not expect that Lin Bufang would really take action? Even more unexpected was how quickly he killed them. Those who could react quickly to transfer the gold coins were all ruthless characters facing death hidden. Thus, from over 1,000 people, 1.9 billion gold coins were dropped. A large pile of materials, unknown items, but let's not mention the materials for now. The Warrior God Ring dropped 26 pieces. The Dragon Roar Bracelet dropped 15 pieces. The Mage God Ring dropped 20 pieces. Consequently, the total quantity of the 3 great artifacts in Lin Bufang's storage changed as follows: Warrior God Ring 75, 26, 101 pieces. Dragon Roar Bracelet 53, 15, 68 pieces. Mage God Ring 52, 20, 72 pieces. The Warrior God Ring has officially surpassed the threshold of 100 pieces. Lin Bufang was extremely happy. This was much more enjoyable than grinding dungeons. He looked in another direction where over 100 women from Australia were trembling in fear. Initially, Lin Bufang had planned to kill all of them. However, these people had a connection with Lin Fangji. That's right, Lin Fanzi's achievements had already surpassed 100 people. Lin Bufang, along with everyone else, found it hard to comprehend what that concept entailed. What does that concept mean? What does it mean? A concept that could pierce the heavens. As a significant contributor, Lin Bufang still had to consider Lin Fanzi's feelings. Killing them would not be appropriate. Lin Fangji had merely exhausted his strength. The famous blade could help him regenerate some crucial parts of his body. With the priest's healing, he was no longer in serious trouble. When Lin Bufang inquired about how to deal with it, Lin Fangji seemed to be well prepared. "I'm the type of person who takes responsibility for what I do. You may think I'm a scumbag, but if the other party speaks, I won't say a word in return. In fact, my house is quite large." Thus, over 100 female professionals from Australia all became Lin Fanzi's wives. Of course, a protection fee still had to be paid. A total of 10 billion was collected from over 100 people and handed over to Lin Bufang. As a result, Lin Bufang received a total of 2.9 billion this time. He did not take it all. He had promised to share some with Lin Fangji and Shun Tian, and the professionals from the Great Xia were also very cooperative, which made Lin Bufang quite comfortable. Everyone got a share. Moreover, Lin Bufang's actual gains were already quite substantial. With the three great artifacts, materials, and various items, it was roughly estimated that Lin Bufang's personal earnings had exceeded 10 billion. He did not care about this amount of gold coins. He sent 1.8 billion to Lin Bufang first. To be honest, after being hit so hard mocking the opponents for 3 days and 3 nights, he really just earned a meager amount. Moreover, he had over 100 wives to take care of. Lin Bufang felt a headache just thinking about it. He took out another billion to distribute among the professionals present. Each person could get around 10 million. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear. And there are dividends, ha. In reality, we didn't help much, ha. The boss is generous. Congratulations on your fortune, boss. Bufang Gu is amazing. So fragrant. Another perspective. Shin Tian knew that Lin Bufang had 2.9 billion in hand. He watched helplessly as 1.8 billion was given to Lin Bufang. He wondered if the remaining 1 billion would be his. However, another billion was given to others. Only 1 billion remained. It was fine. It was fine. 1 billion is not a small amount. Although Shin Tian's current conditions were relatively affluent, it was only superficial wealth. His tuition was reimbursed by his family, and occasionally they bought him a few pieces of clothing. However, he had to earn all other expenses himself, including food costs. He had already emptied his family's savings to gather a full set of equipment and had desperately pleaded with Lin Bufang to obtain immunity from chaos. This was because Lin Bufang had 2 copies. Lin Bufang only had one request for Shin Tian to transfer the weak faith of his goddess to him. Shin Tian begrudgingly compromised. This was how he obtained immunity from chaos. Of course, Lin Bufang was just teasing him. After the weak faith was transferred, he didn't even bother to look at it. Thus, Shin Tian was truly short on money. If he could get 1 billion, he could hardly imagine how joyful his future days would be. He could eat whatever he wanted and buy whatever he desired. It was hard to imagine that a rich second generation like Shin Tian would be looked down upon by the goddess just because he took her to a buffet with an average cost of 20 yuan per person. Shin Tian did not want to expose his identity, but exposing it was useless. His family did not give him money. Exposing it would be even worse. Lin Bufang clearly felt a bit of heat behind him. After a significant increase in his mental power, he knew what this feeling was. Someone was staring at him with an expectant gaze. He turned around and smiled as he approached Shin Tian's side. Come, brother, make sure to accept your reward. Not brother, 1 gold coin. Wasn't it agreed that the reward would be 1/10? I noticed that Lin Bufang casually glanced at Shin Haier, and Shin Tian immediately became furious. Sister, how can you do this? This is a collaboration between me and brother-in-law. What does it have to do with you? Originally, there was none. Shin Haier gently grasped Lin Bufang's hand, fingers interlacing. Now there is. Shin Tian gritted his teeth in anger. Don't regret it. I know your secret. Be careful, I tell brother-in-law. Shin Haier shrugged, indicating that it didn't matter. When Lin Bufang was distributing rewards, Shin Haier had already opened the team voice chat to convey he must not give her brother gold coins. As for the specific reason, Shin Haier stated that she would tell Lin Bufang later. She only mentioned that this was their parents' arrangement and that the reasons were quite complex. In a small family, there are intricate matters to deal with. How much more so in a large family like the Shin family? Lin Bufang's mind was filled with various gossip. He had previously only thought that the Shin family was raising Shin Tian in poverty, but now he truly felt that Shin Tian might not be a biological child. However, these matters had nothing to do with Lin Bufang. He thought Shin Tian was a decent person, very enthusiastic, sincere, and quite naive. Such people were truly rare, especially in this day and age. Thus, he personally transferred 50 million to Shin Tian. Originally, he planned to transfer 100 million. However, he had spent nearly 5 million on equipment, wear, and purchasing seafood. Since he had come this far, he could not let the gold coins decrease. Therefore, he kept 50 million as a safe balance. 116769800. Over at Shin Tian, he received a transfer notification from Lin Bufang and turned around abruptly. In a place where no one could see, he first laughed silently like crazy. Then he started to cry, tears flowing down like raindrops. Even as he approached the exit, he was still crying. Shin Haier asked him what was happening. Shin Tian smiled politely. It's nothing, I'm just thinking about my money. Shin Haier didn't pay much attention. However, Lin Bufang noticed that something was off. The relationship between the siblings seemed more like that of strangers. Shin Tian was still very warm towards Shin Haier, seemingly trying to maintain their thin sibling bond. On the contrary, Shin Haier was quite indifferent towards him. This was either unintentional or just a very ordinary feeling. This sensation caused Lin Bufang to feel a chill deep within. Indeed, large families know how to play games. Shin Tian began sending private messages to Lin Bufang. One could even say it was a bombardment. Various stickers, thanks, and expressions of gratitude. Brother-in-law, I knew it. You love me the most, and I love you too. From now on in my heart your position is even higher than my sister's. No, your position is even higher than my parents'. Lin Bufang remarked that this kid had gone crazy. He was just spewing nonsense without caring about others. By the way, brother-in-law, I must tell you a secret about my sister right now. Lin Bufang remained silent, his expression unchanged. Editing message, go ahead, I'm listening. The other party was typing. Happy big hamster. She joined an evil guild. This guild is very secretive, and it took me a lot of effort to learn some information which may not be entirely accurate. The name of this guild is Coming. This guild is forbidden, joining it would result in a bounty from the Great Xia. The Coming Guild promotes that one day a true God will descend upon the world to purify all evil. They speak convincingly, and even found many historical materials to support their claims. Lin Bufang replied, that sounds reasonable. Purifying evil is clearly the goal of a righteous guild. Shin Tian sent a question mark. I was wrong, brother. I forgot to mention that the evil referred to by the Coming Guild signifies all by people. Lin Bufang. Impressive. Shin Tian sticker laughing baby sticker. Shin Tian quickly changed the subject. But brother-in-law, you don't need to worry too much. This is all in the past. My sister has some say in it, as she reportedly said something a while back. And then the Coming Guild changed its declaration, which allowed some people, including me, to understand this guild. They became less extreme and more acceptable in some ways. Lin Bufang became interested. What do you mean? They say that one day a true God will descend upon the world, breaking the old order and purifying all evil. Before the God arrives, they must undertake this purification task to hasten the arrival of the God. No difference, right? Brother-in-law, don't be anxious. Let me continue. The evil they refer to has become any being with a level. Lin Bufang furrowed his brows. This gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The feudal landlords overthrew the slave society, and the capitalists overthrew the feudal landlords. So what will overthrow the practitioner class? Shin Haier seemed to have found the answer. There was just a slight deviation. Lin Bufang felt that he didn't need to hear Shin Tian's next words to know what the Coming Guild aimed to do. The goal of the Coming Guild is to return the world to one without practitioners erasing everyone's levels. Brother-in-law, how do you know this? Just a wild guess. So you don't need to worry, brother-in-law. My sister is still a normal person, love. Shin Tian, do you know how to erase a person's level? Shin Tian fell into deep thought and suddenly sent a horrified sticker. Kill all practitioners. Clever. Regarding Shin Haier's beliefs, Lin Bufang stated having a child will make her behave. She is always messing around with all these nonsensical things. Just as they were nearing the exit, Shin Tian suddenly said, if we bully Australia like this, won't their top practitioners slap us to death? Lin Bufang replied that if he were on the opposing side, he would certainly fight to the death. However, Lin Bufang didn't care. He stepped boldly out of the ruins of the past and walked openly towards the teleportation array of the Great Xia. Not long after walking a few hundred meters, the clear blue sky suddenly darkened. Amidst the dark clouds, a Western man with skin as pale as if he had just emerged from formaldehyde began to chant a spell. Lin Bufang, die for me. He pointed downwards with 5 fingers. Soon thousands of thick lightning bolts precisely locked onto Lin Bufang alone and struck down fiercely. In that instant, a shield appeared from the void, blocking in front of Lin Bufang and negating all the lightning. Lawson, you dare to attack a student of the Great Xia. You seek death. In the sky, a giant sword tore through the dark clouds, and 2 forces intertwined in the sky, as if attempting to shatter the heavens. Impossible! How could your strength possibly advance further? A voice filled with disbelief came from the sky. His 5 teammates came to support him. 6 of them couldn't defeat Wang Jing alone, and were instead driven to flee. Below, Lin Bufang stood beside 8 formidable top practitioners. Judging by appearance, the youngest among them had graying hair. I find it strange. He can take on everyone on the opposing side alone, yet they dare to come over here. Should we shout 666 to him? I am truly impressed. Do I have my own matters to attend to? All right, classmates, follow us. We will take you home. Returning to the Great Xia, Lin Bufang headed straight for the hall of the Holy Temple. As soon as he entered, he saw a classmate surrounded by a crowd. Around them, there were murmurs of discussion. What great luck! Among 100 people who entered the Forbidden Guard Temple only, he came out with something. This item is worth 18 billion. Lin Bufang leaned in to see what it was, only to find that the classmate was holding a delicate card emitting a pinkish red glow. Golani Ultimate Card Artifact can be placed on a weapon to convert all damage from that weapon into fire attribute damage. The effect of this card was very clear. It transformed a weapon that originally dealt non-attribute damage into one that dealt fire attribute damage. If the individual had some fire attribute damage enhancement, the increase would be considerable. Lin Bufang initially planned to buy one for himself, but the price was not appealing. He would need to sell quite a bit of equipment just to afford one. A significant loss. Lin Bufang thought about trying the Forbidden Guard Temple himself to see if he could get something, and buying later wouldn't be too late. At that moment he received a call from his master. "I heard you were bullied." Lin Bufang thought for a moment, was there such a thing? It seemed that there really was a top practitioner from Australia had made a move against him. However, it was completely blocked by the Great Xia side. He still didn't know the current situation at the ruins of the past. Lin Bufang explained everything in detail. "It seems I was too low-key. From today onwards, everyone will know who your master is." On this side of the mountains and rivers the call was hung up, and the person had already stood on the land of the ancient ruins. The few people beside him were all top professionals from the southern part of Daxia. Wang Jing was dressed in military uniform, standing tall and proud. Shanchuan never spoke unnecessary words. "Today I am here just to greet you. I know you have thoughts about Aqua. I am going to Aqua mainly due to personal grievances. Those who dare to bully my disciple, including the people, organizations, and countries behind them, should not exist in this world. Of course I have many matters to attend to. This time I go, it cannot just be for my disciple's revenge. It means that I cannot give the opponent any chance to breathe. After I finish, the remaining matters will be entrusted to you." Wang Jing and the others respectfully knelt on one knee. Yes. Then Shanchuan disappeared from sight before everyone. Before Wang Jing could speak, the few friends beside him showed worried expressions. "General Shan seems a bit anxious. To be honest, the current situation is not a very good time. We have actually underestimated Aokuo's strength. Just now we originally thought we could capture Lawson and then plan further. We did not expect that Aoku sent reinforcements who possessed the power of a true deity, successfully rescuing Lawson. What does this indicate? It is very likely that a top powerhouse with true deity strength has appeared in Aoku. Even if it is not a true deity, it is not far off. General Shan, can he do it?" Wang Jing closed his eyes. Shanchuan had not made a move for a long time. His impression of Shanchuan still lingered a century ago when he single-handedly slaughtered the undead clan. At their level of strength, advancing further is as difficult as climbing to the sky. There may be no opportunity, and they could remain stagnant for decades. Can Shanchuan's strength shake a true deity? Wang Jing was also a bit uncertain. No matter what, we have to fight. We must break in. As long as General Shan stands on Aokuo's land, even if we lose, it is still glorious. In the capital of Australia, Canberra, there is a huge and magnificent castle in the center with millions of disciples prostrating on the ground worshipping one person. That person had an extremely unique appearance with no mouth, pale skin, and eyes that were surprisingly large. Just a glance at him instilled an overwhelming sense of fear. In the sky, 5 figures staggeringly flew toward the castle. Leading them was Lawson. One of his arms was missing. He covered his wound, kneeling on both knees, his eyes filled with sorrow and anger. "Emperor Spencer, I have disappointed your expectations. Daxiao is too overbearing. 8 people surrounded us, 6 without any reason, and they cruelly slaughtered over 1,000 of our elite professionals, even killing Evan. Evan was one of the 6 top professionals, smashed into a 2-dimensional plane by a shield from Wang Jing. He did not want to kill him, but he tried to escape." Above the castle, Spencer's large eyes seemed to reveal no emotions, but if one looked closely, they could still see a trace of anger. "Since when did Wang Jing's Jr. dare to make a move against my disciple? Daxiao is no longer the Daxiao of the past, and Shanchuan is no longer the Shanchuan of the past. With our current strength, attacking Daxiao is not out of reach. First we will start from the Monkey Kingdom. Everyone listen to my orders. Declare war on Daxiao." The multitude of professionals below raised their weapons and shouted, "Declare war! Declare war! Declare war!" However, at that moment, a tremendous pressure descended from the sky upon the crowd below. The professionals who were still standing uncontrollably fell to the ground. They looked up in terror only to see the clouds collapsing from miles away and the winds of the 4 seas swirling violently. A figure in black stood in the air, the black robe fluttering solitary, as if bearing an endless sea of blood from the underworld. This person was none other than Shanchuan. "Dare to bully my disciple, die for me." Shanchuan raised his staff and charged down from the high sky, targeting only one person, Lawson. Spencer was immediately enraged. Shanchuan was about to kill his chief disciple Lawson in front of everyone from Aoku in front of him. He could not accept it. "General Shan, do you remember this move?" His huge eyes emitted lightning, and boundless thunder roared like a dragon from all directions toward Shanchuan, as if only blue remained between heaven and earth. However, the lightning did not slow down Shanchuan's descent in the slightest. Soon the end of the staff had thrust firmly into Lawson's head, penetrating his body completely. If one were to ask why Lawson did not dodge, because he could not escape. Lawson was dead, instantly killed. As for the move Spencer mentioned, it seemed to have become a joke, failing to hinder Shanchuan's speed by even a fraction. Spencer involuntarily swallowed, as if returning to 50 years ago, when he could not withstand a single move from Shanchuan and nearly got killed. At this moment Shanchuan had already set his gaze upon him. Below, his subjects and disciples shouted loudly, "Emperor Spencer, please defeat the invader. He actually dared to enter our Awaken land on our territory. You are the supreme existence." Spencer was already preparing a great move in his hands. Faced with an enemy like Shanchuan, he could not hold back. Shanchuan raised his staff, using it as a spear, aimed at Spencer, and threw it fiercely. Spencer was overjoyed. He knew that Shanchuan's greatest strength was his summoning technique. Now that such a good opportunity had come, he did not summon, but actually threw away his weapon. Spencer's mouth slightly curved upward. "I can catch lightning." Boom. The tip of the staff fiercely pierced into his forehead. Years later, Spencer would still recall that distant afternoon facing Shanchuan's staff. He still wanted to slap himself. Why the hell didn't I dodge? He had space to evade, but he did not need to dodge. Simply because after death, he would unlock the power belonging to Vangina within his body would be completely unleashed. On the land of Awaken, he would be in an invincible state, becoming the only true deity. The staff penetrated his head, instantly clearing his health bar. The inertia force directly snapped his neck, flesh tissues, and spine. From the twisted neck, blood-red lightning burst forth, writhing and clawing, as if sketching out a brand new head. In the depths of the sky, rain clouds gathered out of thin air, obscuring the sun and moon, enveloping the entire land of Awaken. Endless raindrops fell from the sky, and Spencer's body erupted with the power of a true deity. His divine body and divine might surged, causing the mountains, rivers, and earth of Awaken to boil, and the fortune of the endless territories soared into the sky, converging upon his divine form. "General Shan, I am now invincible." Below, countless disciples shouted in praise of Emperor Spencer's might. However, the next moment, the staff thrown by Shanchuan unleashed an endless black energy of the undead. A figure resembling Shanchuan slowly coalesced. However, he used a sickle shimmering with cold light. "Love you all." The Grim Reaper Dreyfus has descended. The scythe of death moves gently, and with every inch it travels, it seems to sever all ties between Spencer and the land of Australia. In an invisible manner, everyone seems to see countless chains piercing through Spencer's soul repeatedly, entwining him, ultimately sealing him completely within his physical body. God, I've seen many, but one as incompetent as this is a first for me. The reason why they are called gods is because they are not human, lacking any feelings, thoughts, or emotions similar to those of humans. Even the lowest tier god is not something you, Spencer, can dare to provoke. I originally thought there would be a great battle between us, yet I never imagined you to be so arrogant. Not to mention facing me, even an enemy 3 parts weaker than you should expend their utmost effort. Now you no longer have the chance to expend your full strength. With a gentle wave of his hand, Shanchuan made Spencer's body, along with himself, vanish from the spot. In Tepila, it seemed as though nothing had happened. Only a so-called emperor named Spencer had disappeared. On the ground there knelt a corpse which looked more like a human-shaped skewer stripped of its iron spikes. A million disciples felt a lingering fear, yet also relief that Shanchuan had not turned against them. Now our most important task is to elect a new emperor. I believe I am quite suitable. Baka, what do you think you are? Now that Spencer is gone, Australia will become the domain of my Sakura nation. Yes, Wadisi believes that the Australians no longer have any top-tier warriors left. It is time to rename Australia to Sakura Nation. At that moment, as the disciples debated who the next emperor would be, from the sky came a low, emotionless voice. By the way, I almost forgot about you. The more you kill, the fewer losses the frontline soldiers will suffer. In the sky, a giant black scythe cut through the dark clouds. Its speed was astonishing. In an instant, it swung from one side of the heavens to the other. In a flash, the souls of 1,000,000 disciples were reaped by the scythe sticking to its blade, crying out in agony. Their bodies turned to countless ashes flying towards the sky. For the next 3 days, black snowflakes continued to fall in the sky above Australia. The location of the ancient ruins was in a cluster of islands located in the southern part of the Great Sea, eastern part of the Philippines, and northern part of Australia. This area is in a neutral zone. The so-called neutral zone means that there is no one here. No country is willing to bear the cost of centralized management. The cost is too high and not worth the effort. Around a hidden large teleportation array, Wang Jing and others were mobilizing troops, with countless professionals from the Great Sea gathering here, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Australia. Wang Jing addressed them. Australia 50 years ago took advantage of our Great Xia's economic development and infrastructure to invade our southern region. Have you all forgotten this? No. Good, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Great Xia has now basically escaped poverty, but many still struggle. You all know that in this world strength is always paramount. The weak will be bullied. Australia has many top-tier professionals, including one called Emperor Spencer, whose strength is said to have reached the divine level. I ask you all, are you afraid? Not afraid. Good, I Wang Jing will charge to the front. You will follow me, storm into Australia, seize it, and our Great Xia's strength and economy will soar. Poverty will become a thing of the past. Wang Jing paused, took a deep breath, and raised his shield, shouting, "Conquer Australia." 40,000 troops also roared in unison, "Conquer, conquer, conquer." Although morale had risen, Wang Jing still worried that if that true god from Australia took action, they would suffer great losses. At this moment, Wang Jing sensed familiar fluctuations in the air before him. The shadow had yet to appear. Wang Jing had already knelt down on one knee. When the 40,000 troops saw the black cloak floating in midair, disbelief filled their eyes. "General Shan, why such surprise? The situation in the south is merely child's play in Shanchuan's eyes. He generally does not concern himself with it." It was only when Emperor Spencer made his entrance that Shanchuan revealed his prowess. With a single move, he sent Spencer's soul flying. Then he hurried off to attend to other matters. Shanchuan was truly busy. It's not that they couldn't handle the situation, it was impossible for him to intervene personally. Now that Shanchuan had arrived, there was no need for him to say anything, and no one even knew what he had done. They simply felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. As long as Shanchuan was present, all crises would be effortlessly resolved. The 40,000 troops knelt in perfect order on one knee. "We pay our respects to General Shan. We pay our respects to General Shan. Get up, children." Shanchuan's voice was somewhat weary. It also took considerable energy to instantly subdue an opponent with divine-level strength. Wang Jing and the others cautiously glanced at Shanchuan, who showed no signs of change, making it impossible to discern that he had just been through a fierce battle. Moreover, not much time had passed. It was less than a day. The actual combat time would be even shorter. To take down a true god in such a short time frame was simply impossible. So did even Shanchuan suffer a setback. The next moment, Shanchuan casually pulled out a bloody head from his backpack and tossed it onto the ground. "Emperor Spencer is dead, and 70% of Australia's top-tier warriors have perished. I still have other matters to attend to. The rest is up to you. Don't let me down." With that, Shanchuan vanished. Silence. A deathly silence. Then came the thunderous cheers. "General Shan is mighty." The only thing Australia posed a threat to Great Xia was their so-called true god. An unfathomable existence, and now Shanchuan had taken him down. What threat does Australia have left? High-tier warriors. 70% have all been exterminated. Looking at the jubilant expressions of the crowd, Wang Jing, though deeply shocked, still spoke coldly. "General Shan has not taken action for many years. This time his intervention is hard-won. If it weren't to minimize casualties for you children, would he have personally come? The battles awaited from General Shan are beyond your imagination. Do you know how difficult it is for him to come here? Although Australia's strength has been significantly reduced, it is not a time for you to be careless. No matter when, even when facing a level 1 enemy, one must exert their full strength." The army began to march towards Australia. On the way, Wang Jing and the others found it difficult to digest the information Shanchuan provided. General Shan's strength must have long since surpassed the divine level, yet there has been no sign of it. It is hard to comprehend what level of strength he truly possesses. By the way, let's not dwell on that. It seems you have overlooked something. What is it? In fact, General Shan won't get involved in this matter. How Australia is doing has nothing to do with him. Whether they live or die makes no difference. Now, the reason Shanchuan is taking action is simple. His disciple Lin Bufang has been bullied. Of course, Shanchuan is well prepared. For him to take action is not easy. He needs to delegate all the tasks at hand. Thus, if he takes action, it will undoubtedly cause severe injuries to the opponent, even leading to heavy bleeding. So is he simply taking revenge for his disciple? Yes, we are just collateral damage. Sigh, when will I ever reach even 1/10 of General Shan's strength? I don't ask for much, just 1% will do. In Qingyun City at Qingyun University, in the first cafeteria, Lin Bufang is having a meal with classmates Shun Haier and Su Ran. He is still unaware of a great battle happening far in the south for which he is a major cause. In front of Lin Bufang is a huge roasting furnace allowing them to cook and eat simultaneously. His backpack contains hundreds of pounds of seafood for snacks. Other seafood, including the Boss Silver Dragon and Boss Salakos, are stored in the cafeteria's super cold storage. Food kept inside retains all its nutritional value for decades without any changes. As the top student in the country, Lin Bufang normally incurs no fees for using the cold storage. Of course, his situation is quite abnormal. Just one silver dragon weighs 5.8 tons. Not to mention the boss Salakos, which weighs 25 tons. A single boss must be stored separately in a large cold storage. Thus, he still has to pay extra rent. At first, Lin Bufang thought it would be expensive, but it turned out to be only a few 100,000 gold coins per month. Lin Bufang scoffs at anyone. With just one martial god ring, he could rent a cold storage for 50 years. Now the juice he is drinking is black. It resembles cola with ice cubes and a slice of lime. This small juice is prepared by the cafeteria and using the ink from Boss Salakos. Making this cup of juice is quite meticulous. The ink from Salakos has a strange smell akin to sweat. It's not too strong, but still rather unpalatable. The aunt, being an experienced cook, immediately spots the flaw in the ink. She adds a bit of vitamin, some sugar, and a few small granules which Lin Bufang doesn't recognize. The aunt explains that such additives could cause normal people to foam at the mouth, but Lin Bufang's physique can handle them without issue. Lin Bufang expresses his gratitude. The aunt finally adds a slice of lime. Lin Bufang points out that it is superfluous since there are so many color additives. The lime seems like overkill. Gulping it down, Lin Bufang finds that this concoction can provoke any ailment. However, he cannot deny that it tastes good. In fact, it feels a bit intoxicating. After just one cup, Lin Bufang senses his spiritual sea boiling, as if cold water has been poured into a pot of boiling oil. The chaotic substances contained in Salakos ink are truly unimaginable. The blood-red bubbles it releases make even Lin Bufang want to dodge a bit, unable to withstand them continuously. Moreover, the ancient god's whisper can directly incapacitate Lin Bufang. For an ordinary person, drinking this cup, filled with chaotic substances, would shatter their spiritual sea, leaving no trace behind. However, Lin Bufang's body is reshaped by gravitational instinct. This first layer filters out impurities harmful to him, retaining only the essence. The second layer pertains to his mastery of firearms. Currently, Lin Bufang's skill in firearms has reached 199. He is just a hair's breadth away from advancing to the second stage. The mastery of firearms alone is insufficient to assist Lin Bufang in absorbing these chaotic substances. However, when combined with gravitational instinct, the effect is akin to 1/10,000. But even so, if Lin Bufang's spiritual power isn't strong enough, he won't be able to absorb these chaotic substances. In fact, most of them could trigger a defensive response from the combination of his firearm mastery and gravitational instinct. Because Lin Bufang lacks the ability to absorb them, this force might cause him harm, leading to both effects driving it away. Yet the spiritual power Lin Bufang has accumulated previously becomes the final barrier at this moment. Though Salakos is like a cup of ice water poured into a pot of smoke and fire, it still creates a strong impact only in a small area. This won't affect the overall situation. Thus, most of the chaotic substances in the ink are absorbed cleanly by Lin Bufang's spiritual sea. Only a small portion conflicts with the spiritual sea, causing the two forces to collide and produce a nullifying effect. The most concentrated chaotic substances are transformed into spiritual power combined with the taste of the small fruit, making Lin Bufang feel so good that his calves cramp. The spiritual sea returns to calm. Lin Bufang gazes at this small bead, which has not changed in size. However, its appearance has undergone a tremendous transformation. It resembles a pure transparent glass bead with an added black eye elongated. To fill the eye with the bead, it would likely require hundreds of cups of this ink. Thus, Lin Bufang begins to indulge in the small juice, drinking a dozen cups in a row. Unable to hold back any longer, he feels his eyeballs burning and his head seems like it's about to explode. This isn't a physical pain, but an abstract sensation based on the mental level, feeling worse than death. Having drunk too much, Lin Bufang can only take a break and rest before drinking again. Across from him, Shenhaier and Su Ran are actively enjoying their meal. Su Ran takes out a glass jar filled with pickled snow vegetables. Carefully, she wipes the spoon with a tissue and scoops a spoonful onto her steaming rice, eagerly devouring several large bites. Shenhaier looks at her curiously with a piece of beef covered in black pepper sauce on her fork. Su Ran, with so much delicious food, why are you eating that? In Shenhaier's eyes, this snow vegetable full of salt and oil not only seems unhealthy, but also appears to be food that only the lower class would consider a delicacy when there is nothing else available. This is made by my mother. Shenhaier falls silent. Su Ran, seemingly unaware of the implied meaning in Shenhaier's words, carefully closes the lid. This is incredibly delicious. First, it needs to be made from snow vegetables that have been pressed by snow in winter. Those are the freshest. Then they are pickled. Different regions have different ways of cooking snow vegetables. My mom likes to stir-fry them, which requires soaking the snow vegetables covered in salt and clean water for a long time, changing the water several times, and then stir-frying with Sichuan pepper and chili. I tried making it once, but it wasn't as good as my mom's. By the way, Lin Bufang, do you want some? Lin Bufang glanced at the pile of level 1 giant beast meat on the grill in front of him. If weighed, it would exceed 500 kilograms. He picked up a sizzling, oily thigh and asked, "Do you think I have any spare mouth space left?" Entering the old ruins this time yielded immense rewards. The moment he returned to Qingyun University, Lin Bufang received a notification about the points settlement. Shenhaier received 1,000 points. Su Ran earned 2,000 points. Since they were not in a team, the points they earned were not very substantial. However, it was still above average. As for Lin Bufang, he had been firing with the M1919 throughout. He personally took down 6 Silver Dragon BOSSs, achieving the highest output and ultimately delivering the final blow. The boss was almost defeated in an unknown confrontation. Congratulations. You performed exceptionally well in the Old Ruins event, earning 287589 points. Current points balance 295589 points. Lin Bufang was quite satisfied with this, not to mention redeeming something good. The points shop had many scattered rewards, permissions, potions, etc. that required points for exchange. There were also some special price events. None of these required too many points. The prerequisite was that you had to have points. Having over 29000 points as pocket money felt incredibly satisfying. Of course, the points reward from this Old Ruins event could only be considered a bonus. The rewards from defeating enemies and obtaining equipment are, needless to say, the main attraction. Additionally, there were 18 Silver Dragon boss loot boxes, 3 final boss Solarx loot boxes, and the most precious artifact equipment upgrade scrolls. Let's open the Silver Dragon loot boxes first. Su Ran and Shenhaier had already opened their 6 Silver Dragon loot boxes and 1 Solarx loot box. Both of them had decent luck. Su Ran obtained a golden equipment upgrade scroll. Shenhaier did not get anything good from her Silver Dragon loot box. However, she did get a Solarx mount egg from the Solarx loot box. Both looked at Lin Bufang with great satisfaction. They knew Lin Bufang had the most loot boxes. Lin Bufang first checked the probabilities. Silver Dragon loot box probability table, historical statistics, carbon 0 pieces, guaranteed guild cornerstone, related materials 95, equipment upgrade scrolls white to pink 90 to 0. 001 golden equipment upgrade scroll 0. 1 Silver Dragon pet 0. 001 Silver Dragon mount 0. 0001. No need to say more, open all 18 of them. Congratulations. You obtained carbon 18000 pieces. Congratulations. You obtained cornerstone 26000 pieces. Congratulations. You obtained guild contract 169 pieces. Congratulations. You obtained equipment upgrade scroll white 180 pieces, equipment upgrade scroll green 25 pieces, equipment upgrade scroll blue 8 pieces, equipment upgrade scroll purple 1 piece. Congratulations. You obtained Silver Dragon mount egg pink tradable 1 piece. Silver Dragon mount egg artifact level not met, movement speed 800, flying speed 3600, mount movement speed max 1200, flying speed max 6400. The dense notifications flashed before him. Some were white, some were green, some were blue. Only one purple appeared, which was a rare equipment. Pink appeared twice for the guild contract and the pet egg. Lin Bufang observed that the total value of the items opened from this batch of 18 loot boxes was 18 million carbon, which was indeed a strong guarantee. It felt incredibly pleasant, and the 2 types of guild materials directly filled his inventory. This allowed Lin Bufang to create a guild with a guaranteed baseline. Moreover, he had previously obtained quite a few guild materials. With the materials from the 18 Silver Dragon loot boxes, he could easily create 2 guilds. Of course, creating 2 guilds would be meaningless. The surplus materials could be used for guild upgrades, unlocking more benefits. Currently, Lin Bufang's guild materials were sufficient that joining any guild would immediately see the leader assign him a vice leader position. The equipment upgrade scrolls were indeed the ones with the lowest drop rates. Moreover, the probability of epic and artifact levels was surprisingly lower for artifact levels. Indeed, some artifact level equipment, if their levels continued to rise, would surpass epic level equipment. Take the War God Ring as an example. One could say this item specifically targets the War God Ring. After all, no one is foolish enough to use an artifact equipment upgrade scroll on other level 10 or even lower level trash artifact equipment. The upgrades are all for the War God Ring. Of course, the biggest surprise this time was the opening of the pet egg, which has a drop rate even lower than the artifact equipment upgrade scroll. The Silver Dragon mount egg. If one does not deliberately distinguish between pets and mounts, this item, while not comparable to Lin Bufang's mythical Enlil's egg, is still an artifact-level mount. However, this item can be traded. The silver dragon, though not a true dragon, has impressive effects with its shiny silver body and built-in flying capability. To be honest, mounts that can fly are quite rare among mounts. If the War God Ring is the best among artifact-level equipment, then the silver dragon mount is the War God Ring among artifact-level mounts. Not only that, if the War God Ring is the most visually appealing ring among rings, then the silver dragon's appearance among artifact-level flying mounts could be considered half as appealing as the War God Ring, ranking at least in the top 10. Moreover, if the silver dragon is treated as a pet, it is also quite impressive. However, there are many more options compared to pets. Controlled defense mechanics, there are various types. What is the silver dragon compared to that? Who wouldn't want to ride a silver dragon soaring through the sky? Lin Bufang opened the trading hall and searched for the silver dragon mount. To his surprise, the trading hall indeed has a small mechanism. It is divided into regular users, advanced users, VIP users, etc. Regular users cannot search for some precious items. Only after accumulating a certain level of spending and earnings can one gradually unlock the search permissions for more valuable items. Lin Bufang was no longer a regular user or an advanced user, but rather a distinguished VIP 6 user. What are the benefits of being a VIP? One benefit is obtaining a title with no attributes, showcasing wealth. Another is that each time a VIP level is increased, an additional permanent slot is awarded. Lin Bufang started with 10 slots. After achieving the first kill in the Dawn Forest at the Hell level, he gained an additional slot, making it 11. As a VIP 6, he received an additional 6 slots, thus his total number of slots was now 17. What rewards would VIP 10 provide? The importance of slots is in reality far from being as simple as it appears. Each additional slot allows for the listing of another item, thus facilitating the faster sale of equipment, materials, and props. Moreover, with more slots, there is no need to rush the sale. Prices can be set higher, allowing for a gradual sale. This represents actual profit. There are also hidden functions. It is well known that when a person is killed, they drop equipment. However, if you have trading slots, you can toss some key props into the trading post, ensuring they won't be lost upon death. Of course, if Lin Bufang had not achieved the first kill of the Hell level Awaken duo and gained 64 slots of warehouse space, the importance of trading slots would be raised to another level. He has a warehouse, so he need not worry about drops. Items in the warehouse do not drop. Furthermore, due to the first kill of the Dragon Roar Sanctuary's Hell level final stage, Dragon Emperor Lin Bufang's warehouse space skyrocketed tenfold to 640 slots, alleviating any concerns about losing equipment. It is worth mentioning that there is a small mechanism that Lin Bufang only discovered while killing. Initially, he did not pay attention. Later, he came to understand. How did he come to understand? He dropped a few resurrection coins. After some thought, he realized that even with resurrection coins, one could still drop items upon being killed. The more times a person is resurrected, the more items they can drop. Ultimately, this could clear out their entire backpack. Yes, each resurrection signifies a separate probability of dropping items. The reason he dropped resurrection coins is that they are also included in the drop probabilities. All bound equipment and materials are also part of the drop probabilities. Lin Bufang found this mechanism particularly humane. For those who pay to win, if they are killed, they cannot expect to keep their bound items. They too will be dropped. This is the reward for VIP 6. In fact, there are even higher rewards. Lin Bufang learned in college that if he could upgrade his VIP to V10, he would receive a luxurious reward, a title, and a permanent increase of 648 slots in backpack space. In this world, many hidden rewards and first kill rewards have already been taken by others. Lin Bufang's current backpack space still remains at 128 slots. Continuing to upgrade in this mature world is quite challenging. If he could obtain 648 slots, his backpack would instantly transform into a warehouse, which is a delightful thought. So how does one upgrade their VIP status? There is no need to spend money or top up. Simply accumulate spending and sell more props. One's status will grow accordingly. In an instant, Lin Bufang's thoughts were interrupted as a line of items labeled Silver Dragon Pet Egg Pink appeared before him. The highest price was not worth considering. Thousands of billions were clearly a provocation. Lin Bufang scrolled down to the bottom. He glanced at the lowest price, which was 7.5 billion gold coins. Lin Bufang gasped. This mount was surprisingly expensive. So does this mean I have such good luck? Lin Bufang took one last look at the recent transaction prices. The listed prices are mere illusions. It is the existence of buyers that lends value to this silver dragon. If no one buys it, even setting the price at 10 trillion would yield no value. The recent transaction price for Silver Dragon Pet Egg Pink is 3600 gold coins. 3.6 billion is the recent transaction price. The lowest price in the trading post is 7.5 billion. Lin Bufang, not in a hurry to sell with his 17 slots, set a price of 555555555 gold coins, intending to leave it listed for a while. After listing, Lin Bufang opened his backpack and looked at the last 3 gift boxes. These are the gift boxes from the final boss of the old ruined Solak. These gift boxes are somewhat different. They are epic level gift boxes. Thus, the guaranteed drops and items also differ. Solak gift box drop probability table, historical statistics, carbon pieces, guaranteed materials related to the guild cornerstone, 95 equipment upgrade scrolls, white to pink 900. 1 golden equipment upgrade scrolls, 1 guaranteed to drop 1 on first opening. Solak's gift box, Silver Dragon Pet 0. 1 Silver Dragon Mount 0. 1 Solak Pet 0. 000 1 Solak Mount 0. 1 Guild Cornerstone Epic Product 0. 1. Compared to the Silver Dragon gift box, the output from Solak's is evidently richer, as it can drop not only Silver Dragon related pets and mounts, but also Solak's pets and mounts. In fact, it is also possible to directly obtain a finished product of the Guild Cornerstone. Obtaining 1 finished product is roughly equivalent to the total yield of all guild materials from 18 Silver Dragon gift boxes. Meanwhile, this item has a second guarantee, the epic level equipment upgrade scroll. On the first opening, it is guaranteed to yield 1. Moreover, Lin Bufang noticed a small detail. The probability of Solak dropping pet eggs is significantly lower than the probability of dropping mount eggs. In fact, this is true. Solak itself moves extremely slowly. As a mount, it merely adds flair. Apart from being flashy, it is essentially a live target. However, if utilized as a combat pet, its effect is extraordinary. Solak possesses control that cannot be blocked by mere invulnerability. That is a mental dominion effect. It also has multi-segment tentacle attacks and summoning skills. Among them, the summoning skill can conjure small octopuses that drop items from the old ruins. There might be some limitations involved. However, if Lin Bufang could obtain Solak as a pet, it would truly be like discovering a small gold mine. But regarding this probability, Lin Bufang felt that if he really got it, he would probably die on the spot tomorrow. The odds are astoundingly low. Open all 3 gift boxes. Congratulations, you have obtained Carbon 300,000 pieces. Congratulations, you have obtained Cornerstone 500,000 pieces. Congratulations, you have obtained Guild Contract 50 pieces. Congratulations, you have obtained Equipment Upgrade Scroll White 30 pieces, Equipment Upgrade Scroll Green 4 pieces, Equipment Upgrade Scroll Gold 2 pieces. Congratulations, you have obtained Solak Pet Egg Epic 1 piece. Congratulations, you have obtained Guild Cornerstone Epic finished product. Lin Bufang could only see several flashes of golden light before his eyes. It was blinding. By rights, with 3 gift boxes, he should not have been able to obtain anything good. However, when Lin Bufang saw the good items he had opened, he was truly speechless. The question marks above his head kept bouncing, showing no signs of stopping. Wait, did the best items? What does it mean to have 2 epic level equipment upgrade scrolls? The probability of the Solak Pet Egg with that string of zeros allowed me to obtain 1. And what about the probability of this Guild Cornerstone? Could it also yield 1? Lin Bufang expressed that having all 3 epic level items drop is truly a remarkable stroke of luck. All 3 items dropped. This is truly absurd. Lin Bufang hurriedly checked his body from head to toe, focusing his spiritual energy on examining his kidneys. Fortunately, they were all there. If they are all there, then it's even more concerning. If nothing else works, just give me a kidney, and I'll feel a bit more balanced. Of course, it was just a joke. If he truly obtained something good, it would be hard for Lin Bufang to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. The pet of Solrax surely couldn't compare to Lin Bufang's mythical and Lil Egg, but additional pets would have their own benefits later. Naturally, none of these gift boxes yielded a divine artifact equipment upgrade scroll. Even if another one appeared, it would be meaningless. Lin Bufang only needed to wear 1 God of War ring. Lin Bufang took out a divine artifact equipment upgrade scroll and an epic equipment upgrade scroll, preparing to upgrade his God of War ring and sovereignty. In front of him, Su Ran and Shun Haier were already stunned. They could only watch as various pink and golden lights flickered around Lin Bufang. Isn't his luck just outrageous? A silver dragon mount worth billions, and he opened it directly. The best reward from the old days ruins is Solrax's pet egg, and he got 3 gift boxes. Pure luck. Lin Bufang had already placed the most precious divine artifact equipment upgrade scroll on the God of War ring. On the side of this God of War ring, Lin Bufang had carved a 1 with a file representing that it was the first God of War ring he had obtained. It was precisely because of this god of war ring that Lin Bufang could carve his way to the present. Among the many god of war rings in the world, Lin Bufang only favored this one. Just like his attitude towards the M1919. LV-10 God of War Ring upgraded successfully. Now LV-20 God of War Ring Divine Artifact. LV-20 God of War Ring Divine Artifact. Physical class. Final physical damage. Increased. LV-20 grants an additional 100 durability. 50005000. Although Lin Bufang already knew the God of War Ring could enhance greatly, having red-related materials, seeing it with his own eyes still left him in disbelief. Final physical damage directly increased by 100. Equivalent to obtaining the title of a God of War Ring Wholesaler. Moreover, durability increased tenfold. This tenfold increase means the repair cost is not that of a level 20 Divine Artifact equipment, but of a level 10 Divine Artifact equipment. This means the repair cost of the God of War Ring itself has been reduced by 10 times. If previously it required 1 million gold coins to repair, now it only needs 1000. Finally, Lin Bufang took out an epic equipment upgrade scroll. He placed it above the Sovereignty. LV-10 Sovereignty Epic upgraded to LV-20 Sovereignty Epic. LV-20 Sovereignty Epic Gunner Shotgun. Extremely strong recoil, low firing rate. Requires manual reloading. The base number of projectiles for LV-20 Sovereignty increased from 20 to 40. No base attributes, no special attributes. The Sovereignty ensures that your projectile damage does not diminish. Each projectile deals damage equal to your attack power durability, 10001000. The upgrade of the Sovereignty is also immense, with the base projectile count increased by 20. These 20 projectiles enjoy the enhancement of the Mirage Shotgun, thus turning into 40 projectiles. Without any modifications, an additional 40 projectiles were directly added. If combined with the Judgment set, that would be 80 additional projectiles. It can be said that the total damage increased by 80 times. Under normal circumstances, if Lin Bufang only wore the Sovereignty, it would be 201 projectiles. Adding a God of War ring brings it to 220 projectiles. Adding a Dragon's Roar bracelet increases it to 240 projectiles. If all equipment is worn, the maximum projectile count reaches 820. With the additional 100 final physical damage from the God of War ring, Lin Bufang's God of War ring, Wholesaler Dragon's Roar bracelet, and Dragon Emperor's Dominator can all benefit from this final physical damage boost. It's truly as if stepping on one's own feet, launching into the sky. Finally, Lin Bufang took out the Guild Keystone. Guild Keystone Epic. After use, create your own guild with no limit on the number of members. Requires 7 people to hold the contract and take an oath. 7 people needed. Lin Bufang stored the Guild Keystone, preparing to save it for later use, gathering 7 trusted individuals. The 3 of them walked towards the hall of the sanctuary. When they reached the entrance, Su Ran stopped. Her hands were placed behind her, and at some point she had let her braid down, her long hair flowing gracefully. Sometimes I think about what we strive for in improving our strength. Later I understood. Countless predecessors fought valiantly on the eastern battlefield just to allow countless ordinary people to live a stable and peaceful life. I am almost level 27, it's time to serve my country. Su Ran left. Sometimes it may be hard to imagine, after much time has passed, one seems to only understand something after reaching a fork in the road, where the paths of people diverge at what appears to be an ordinary moment, never to return to the same path again. Su Ran left, and of course, she was also choosing one of the many tasks arranged by her master Shirtai to go to the battlefield, which was one of the side quests. Going to the battlefield does not mean going away for good. One can return at any time. Shinhire was not idle either. She received a call, her expression very serious. I also have something to take care of. My parents are looking for me. If I create a guild, would you be willing to join? Lin Bufang casually asked. Shinhire paused for a full second. I would be willing, but I need some time to think about it. Seeing Lin Bufang quietly looking at her, she walked closer to him, hugged him, and gently pecked his lips. My parents might have some prejudices against you. They don't know you well enough, but I believe that one day they will understand. I'm leaving. Lin Bufang felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he had foreseen this scene in a distant past, or felt a similar occurrence that had happened before. The summer air was a bit hot, and the voices of the students were somewhat noisy. He felt that his path with Shinhire had also reached a fork in the road. My dear, will you come back? Under the shade of the tree, the sunlight shimmered on Shinhire's long skirt like the leaves in midsummer, her profile appearing exceptionally beautiful. Of course I will. What are you thinking? We will meet again soon, and we will walk far and wide together until you grow tired of it. Ha. Shinhire also left. However, 2 more people appeared beside Lin Bufang. They were Shinhire's younger brother Shintian and his good friend Lin Fanji. These two individuals. Lin Bufang has a favorable impression of Xintian. This morning upon returning to Qingyun University, Lin Bufang received a message from Director Li Xian of his campus requesting him to summarize the knowledge he learned over the past 10 days. Li Xian also provided him with several exam papers asking him to complete them through a live broadcast, after which Li Xian would grade them. If the score is insufficient, it will affect a series of assessments and promotions, the most serious being the new items in the points mall. As everyone knows, Lin Bufang's points mall is currently at level 20. To unlock the level 30 mall, one needs to meet the level requirements. Secondly, one must meet the assessment requirements. Lin Bufang is currently at level 28, just 2 levels away from reaching level 30. If the exam scores are not enough, he will not be able to unlock the level 30 points mall. After entering Qingyun University, Lin Bufang has been constantly fighting, making it unrealistic to cram at the last minute. Finishing the old ruins was also the last day agreed upon with his master for reaching level 30. Today is also the last morning of the 11th day. The experience points provided by the Sanctum of the Holy Guards are substantial. Leveling up by 2 levels is not a problem. Therefore, after finishing the Sanctum of the Holy Guards, Lin Bufang must meet up with his master to fight in other areas. It is said that those places can grant new talents, and if one already possesses talents, they might acquire a second one. Lin Bufang already possesses 2 talents, so if he gains another, it would be his 3rd talent. There is simply no time to do the exam papers. Initially, Lin Bufang planned to learn some things at the last minute, trying to increase his score by relying on himself, as troubling his master for such matters would be quite disrespectful. However, Xintian has been messaging him continuously. It seems he also received news about the theoretical exam, so he asked brother-in-law, "I can tell you've been busy grinding maps lately, hardly any time to do the exam papers. Don't worry, I'll help you with this small matter." Lin Bufang was unsure how he planned to handle it. But 10 minutes later, Director Li Xian stopped urging him to complete the exam papers. When Lin Bufang arrived at the hall of the Sanctum, Xintian was already there. Seeing Xintian alone, Lin Bufang asked, "Where's your good brother? He'll be here soon. He just want to see the director to help us with the exam papers." Lin Bufang's head was filled with question marks. Is Lin Fangji really doing the actual exam papers? Soon, about 20 minutes later, Lin Fangji appeared looking as if he had been drained of energy, standing beside the two. "All done. Did you finish the exam papers or convince Director Li?" Lin Fangji held up 2 fingers. "Both done." At that moment, a notification popped up before Lin Bufang. "You have passed your first round of theoretical examination. A level 30 mall access has been unlocked. Once you reach level 30, you can unlock related equipment items and gift packs." Lin Bufang immediately regarded Lin Fangji with respect, giving him a thumbs up. "Awesome. You both performed exceptionally well. I won't say more. Let's head to the Sanctum of the Holy Guards for a run." In the Sanctum of the Holy Guards, experience points do not diminish when in a group. Everyone receives the same amount. Xintian was so excited he nearly jumped up. "Yay! Lin Fangji, did you know? My brother-in-law has cleared the hell level of the Dragon Roar Sanctum, and not just once, but many times. With my brother-in-law leading, you just need to relax." Lin Fangji smiled indifferently. "Of course I know. However, my help with the exam papers isn't because of your strength. I've seen many strong individuals, but very few like my brother Bufang, who care deeply about national sentiments. It's purely bro camaraderie." Xintian immediately punctured his statement. "Oh, come on. When you first entered Qingyun University, you said Director Li's words were so grand. If only you could force yourself to do a few exam papers, how great that would be. You said it yourself." Lin Fangji silently distanced himself from Xintian, standing beside Lin Bufang. "I have nothing in common with him. After all, he's a single dog. I doubt he'll ever get his goddess. He can only be a sycophant." After saying that, Lin Fangji even raised his hands and mimicked a dog barking. The two began to bicker. Lin Bufang looked at the introduction of the Sanctum of the Holy Guards. Sanctum of the Holy Guards, LV 20, LV 30. Difficulty levels include normal and hard. Based on countless data statistics, the hard level of the Sanctum of the Holy Guards is scarier than the hell level of other sanctums. Maximum simultaneous entrance 100 people. The experience rewards of the Sanctum of the Holy Guards are the highest among level 30 sanctums, and the rewards for the hard level are enhanced by hundreds of times, dropping items including, but not limited to, Martial God Ring, Mage God Ring, Special Shield, Dragon Roar Staff, Dragon Roar Bracelet, and other top-tier artifacts at level 20, as well as a full set of Fire Attribute Armor, Gulani Set Artifact, Gallant's Full Fire Attribute 1200 card, and Gallant's Ultimate card, a card that allows weapons to add fire attribute attacks, along with all level 20 epic equipment for all professions. All these rewards have a chance of dropping from normal monsters. The output of the Sanctum of the Holy Guards can only be described with 2 words: terrifying. The most ruthless reward is the Gulanti Ultimate Card Artifact, which allows attributeless weapons to add fire attribute attacks. This equates to an additional form of powerful output, if combined with the final fire attribute damage of the Fire Spirit Necklace. Then for Lin Bufang, it would be akin to wielding two powers instead of one, possibly not at an extreme level. Even if it's just a 20 increase, having an additional 20 of power is still quite terrifying. If he can maximize the fire attribute damage, this value could completely reach 100 or even higher. The 5-piece Gulanti set, each piece of equipment provides a full 1200 fire attribute damage bonus. If he obtains the card, each piece of equipment can also add an extra full 1200 fire attribute damage. Indeed, in the Sanctum of the Holy Guards, you can fully maximize the level 20 fire attribute damage. Of course, the output only looks tempting, it must be able to drop. However, even if it doesn't drop, it's no big deal. You can buy it with money, but the price is quite unattractive. Not to mention the Gulanti Ultimate card valued at 18 billion. The Gulanti set and other Gulanti cards, each piece and each card is worth over 5 billion. Not to mention Lin Bufang can't afford it. Even Shinhire, such a rich lady, would have to spend heavily. Lin Bufang must acquire it, as the Sanctums after level 30 are said to be simple but also challenging. However, Lin Bufang only engages in high-end battles. After level 30, difficulties above the hell level will appear. If he can maximize the growth at level 20, the subsequent rewards will be even greater. Therefore, this time, entering the Sanctum of the Holy Guards, Lin Bufang will only fight at the hard level. The experience points at the hard level are 100 times that of the normal level, and the drops are also 100 times. But the difficulty has also increased 100-fold. Lin Bufang glanced at the leaderboard. The leaderboard for the Forbidden Guard Sanctuary: first place, Qi Ming's team, 100 members, normal level completion time, 15 hours, 46 minutes, and 56 seconds. Second place, Mu De's team, 100 members, normal level completion time, 15 hours, 55 minutes, and 55 seconds. Third place, Guotian's team, 100 members, normal level completion time, 15 hours, 56 minutes, and 29 seconds. Anyone daring to challenge the Forbidden Guard Sanctuary are all formidable individuals. Its high rewards also mean that it is exceptionally difficult to conquer. The Forbidden Guard Sanctuary opens once a week. However, preparing for a single challenge takes a long time. One needs potions for damage reduction, potions for buffs, and resurrection coins. Without gathering enough, the rewards will be out of reach, and one might perish first. As the only 100-member sanctuary at level 20, its point rewards are incredibly enticing. From the third-place team, 10 of the best performers will be selected, each awarded 300 points per month. Second place receives a reward of 500 points. First place gets a reward of 1 million points. Just claiming the points reward once is enough to drive people wild. Moreover, one can claim it every month. Compared to the Dragon Roar Sanctuary, which allows only 4 participants and has high individual requirements, the Forbidden Guard Sanctuary has slightly lower demands. As long as one performs, well, even average players can receive point rewards every month. Performance is automatically calculated by the system. With effort, points will be beckoning to you. Lin Bufang has only one goal for this challenge: first place. Additionally, if he could obtain a few pieces of Gulan armor and some Gulan cards, that would be rather comfortable. Of course, Lin Bufang is speaking hypothetically. If he doesn't get them, he can always attempt a few more times in the future or not challenge the hell level above 30, grinding in the sanctuary to earn more money and fully upgrade his fire attributes. If one attempt fails, then 2. If 2 fail, then N attempts. Shen Tian and Lin Fan are both very happy to have Lin Bufang leading them. Wouldn't it be easy to pass the normal level? Brother-in-law, from now on we're sticking with you. By the way, brother-in-law, when we form the 100-member team later, let's have a few more healers. This boss is a bit fierce. Group healers. Who will comfort my beloved knife if we have too many people? No need for extra people. Ooh, just the 3 of us will be enough. Shen Tian's expression changed slightly. Not brother-in-law. Forget it, I trust your output, brother-in-law. Well, just accompany you this time. If worst comes to worst, we can challenge it again next week. By the way, brother-in-law, I've already read all the strategies for the normal level. From now on, just leave these time-consuming and brain-intensive tasks to me. Normal level. What normal level? Lin Bufang expressed that his equipment is meant for high-end matches. Otherwise, why would he work so hard to farm gear? Entering Forbidden Guard Sanctuary hard level challenge participants 3. Brother-in-law, are you crazy? Hard level, even 100 people can't defeat it. Once inside, the 2 felt indifferent. Lin Fan pondered, seemingly discerning Lin Bufang's thoughts. Is it possible that Lin Bufang wants to lower the level and then go for a round in the Dragon Roar Sanctuary, bringing us along? Shen Tian suddenly looked at Lin Bufang. Damn, brother-in-law, you're too good to me. I want to acknowledge you as my father. Lin Bufang looked at the two with a hint of exasperation. I must really be bored. Don't worry, I want enter the Forbidden Guard sanctuary on hard level without assurance. The three began to observe their surroundings. The light was dim, and they could vaguely see they were in a room resembling a basement. The room was circular, spacious enough to accommodate thousands of people fighting simultaneously. The walls were made of rough dark gray stone, uneven and mottled, covered in dark patterns, cracks, and traces of old blood. At the points where the walls met there were thick pillars adorned with twisted beast heads, desiccated bones, and inverted crucifix symbols. Iron niches were embedded in the walls with rows of torture devices hanging neatly. In the shadows it seemed there were many hidden compartments. Higher up, several tattered banners and old fabric hung, the material dark and decayed. Beneath their feet lay large blocks of dark stone bricks with the cracks filled with dark gray water stains. Lin Bufang walked forward, his shoes making a dull sound on the stone slabs as water seeping from the cracks resembled half-congealed blood. In the center of the room stood neatly aligned dead objects with 10 in each row, totaling 10 rows. These were full coverage black armors silently standing still. The armor was heavy and fierce, with high spiked shoulder pads, fully enclosed neck guards, and helmets with narrow slits for eye openings resembling silent puppets. The sides of the armor were etched with intricate dark patterns and thorny designs. Through the slits of the helmets it could be seen that there were no eyes inside. No one was wearing the armor, as if it was empty. Beside each armor stood a broad-bladed sword, leaning against it, the blade covered in a thin gray film, its edge glinting coldly. Lin Bufang glanced at the stats of the opposing entity. Name: Forbidden Guard Soldier, Forbidden Guard Sanctuary, hard level. Level LV 27. Health 1 billion. Physical attack 500000. Both defenses terrifying. Skills: instant kill 3 forms, 6 forms for hard level. Description: drink. Basic monster of the Forbidden Guard Sanctuary, possesses undead characteristics. When not approached it remains in a dormant state. Attacking it while in this state renders it invincible. Lin Bufang opened his backpack and looked at the Enlil egg. This mythic grade pet would take years to hatch if it were to be incubated slowly. However, if Lin Bufang kills undead creatures, the hatching speed of the Enlil egg will accelerate. Enlil egg hatching progress 0.002 9100. The Forbidden Guard Sanctuary is extremely difficult. Lin Bufang had also prepared strategies in advance. The Forbidden Guard Sanctuary consists of 9 layers. Each layer contains numerous Forbidden Guard soldiers and various formidable elite monsters. Many teams might not even be able to conquer the first layer. Even if they manage to defeat the most ordinary Forbidden Guard soldier on the first layer, encountering the elite monsters of the second layer could easily lead to instant death. From the health bar of the Forbidden Guard soldier, its terrifying difficulty is evident: 1 billion. Previously, Lin Bufang had only seen such health on boss monsters. Now even regular minions have 1 billion health, and there are 100 of such minions. Their skills are also quite outrageous. Although they only possess 2 skills. Instant kill, as the name suggests, allows the Forbidden Guard soldier to instantly teleport in front of you, swinging its broad blade to attack repeatedly. The 6 forms mean it has 6 different forms. The first form triggers when its health drops to 2/3, its legs will disappear, but its defense and combat power will increase. In the second form, part of its armor and left arm will vanish, further enhancing its defense and combat power. In the third form, its head disappears, plunging it into a berserk state, where it might even attack its teammates. Yes, this is the most ordinary monster in the Forbidden Guard Sanctuary. Just the regular level of the Forbidden Guard Sanctuary has countless challengers falling at the first layer, let alone the hard level. The ordinary Forbidden Guard soldier has 3 forms. The hard level Forbidden Guard soldier possesses 3 additional forms, making it 6 forms in total. The 4th form requires it to be killed. After being defeated, it will enter a gigantic armored state, enhancing its capabilities in all aspects. The 5th form also needs to be killed. It is the Scarlet Heat form, which greatly increases various speeds. The 6th form also requires killing. At this point it will shed its armor and become the Battle Soul form. This form is rather unpleasant, capable of long-range attacks, moving at an absurd speed, and can even possess allies to attack you. With each form its defensive power will increase. This is the value of the difficult level. For the first layer, a normal party of 100 cannot proceed without fighting for at least 3 to 5 hours. For Lin Bufang, with high health and high defense, having 6 forms is just perfect to stack up attack power. This is a good thing. And there are 100 of these guardian armors. This is also a good thing. Each form will increase in defense. This is also a good thing. Moreover, it is initially hard to position this thing. Currently, it is in a dormant state. In this dormant state, it is in an absolutely invincible condition. Someone must get close to activate it. Therefore, the one who approaches will be in trouble. They will be served in turn by the awakened armors around them. If the operation and values are not up to standard, one could be killed in an instant. Lin Bufang looked back at the two behind him. You two stay away. Further away. All right. Even farther. Thus, Shin Tian and Lin Fan curled up in a corner trembling. Their only task is to not disturb and to stay alive. This way Lin Bufang can save some of the precious knives for his fate. Facing the small monsters, Lin Bufang temporarily had no plans to use his power. Though the cost of sovereignty has been reduced by 10 times, it is still too wasteful to use against small monsters. Others activating the Guardian Soldiers is quite risky. Moreover, 9 of challengers activate the Guardian Soldiers one by one, defeating them one by one. They take down the first one, then the second. Lin Bufang does not need to take risks. He needs to be more secure, because taking them down one by one is too costly for him. The penetration effect of the M1919 can hit 4 monsters in a row, thus bringing out 4 to fight will suffice. Snap! Lin Bufang swiftly switched to the Barrett M99, entering the spiritual realm and activating his gravitational instinct at light speed. With a turn, the gunstock pressed against his shoulder. Boom! He shot through the gaps of the armors, activating exactly 4 of them. Buzz! As the visor of the first armor glowed red, the heads of all 4 Guardian Soldiers lit up with an eerie red light. Drink! 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 The 4 Guardian Soldiers raised their massive broadswords, locking their hate value solely on Lin Bufang. Drink! 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 The armors emitted a series of roars from dozens of meters away. All 4 armors flashed to Lin Bufang's side. Whoosh! Each Guardian Soldier as it flashed swung its broadsword hard at Lin Bufang. In reality, he was killed by the first strike. There was no other way, he was simply that fragile. Subsequent attacks were also ineffective against him because the effect of the precious knife's fate was triggered. Immunity to current damage, a prompt indicating the shattering of a precious knife, appeared above Lin Bufang's head, and he began to dodge side to side to avoid damage. All the subsequent strikes missed. He didn't even want to use a single precious knife, and he switched to his trusty M1919 machine gun. He wore none of his other equipment. Why not wear them? Because the durability consumed during attacks is extremely low, practically costless, but during attacks the rate of durability loss is faster than jumping off a building. He had no equipment on him at all, only the M1919 machine gun in his hands. Rat-a-tat-tat. While dodging, Lin Bufang pulled the trigger to the limit. The first bullet hit the first Guardian Soldier, and a terrifying number appeared above its head. 999. 9999 attack power, permanently 5. The defensive power of the Guardian Soldier is indeed very high, making ordinary attacks feel like mere scratches. But Lin Bufang's physical attack is simply too high. 1 bullet can still deal terrifying damage as if he were cheating. 1 bullet took away 1/20th of the enemy's health. Moreover, this bullet did not disappear after dealing damage to the first Guardian Soldier. Instead, it immediately penetrated the current target and attacked the next target. The Guardian Soldiers are quite fast, and the subsequent target attempted to dodge the bullet, but Lin Bufang possessed a level 25 graduation skill hex gun barrel. The penetrated bullet directly aimed for the head. The bullet has a built-in curve. There is simply no way to dodge it. This penetration allows it to hit 3 times. 1 bullet can hit 4 targets, stacking 20 points of physical attack. Moreover, Lin Bufang not only deals high damage, but the most terrifying aspect is the firing rate of the M1919. 6,000 rounds per minute. In 1 second, there are 100 bullets. As the first bullet caused damage, the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth bullets. The first 100 bullets have already been fired. In an instant, the closest Guardian Soldier had already entered its first form, its legs shattered. In this state, while its movement speed decreased, its attack speed and defense had increased several times. Time passed quickly. The first form was also shattered, forcing them to enter the second form, leaving only 1 arm. In the second form, the attack speed increased again. However, the second form did not last long. The third form activated, and its head was gone. Yet the first 3 forms pose a significant threat to others. For Lin Bufang, no matter how fast the attack speed or how high the damage, it pales in comparison to the precious knife. The first 3 forms hold no significance for Lin Bufang. Finally, the first Guardian Soldier was killed. It activated the 4th form. Its entire armor reassembled in midair. Its body size increased from 2 meters to 20 meters, transforming into the colossal Guardian Soldier form. A single strike trembled the entire layer. However, for Lin Bufang, it merely restored its health to 100. Then it was gone. The effect of the 5th form, the Scarlet Heat, was equally useless. Lin Bufang preferred to call it the helpless berserk state. On Shun Tian and Lin Fan side, their mouths gaped in shock as they watched Lin Bufang's one-sided slaughter. You can't kill it, and the machine gun damage is incredibly high. That's so unfair. The first Guardian soldier was about to enter its final form. In this form, it can possess a professional attacking teammates, as if controlled by spiritual power. In such a situation, one can only pray that their teammate's attack power is not too high, or that the teammate voluntarily leaves the Guardian sanctuary. It can be seen that the armor of that Guardian soldier shattered completely, and its twisted soul transformed into a swirl of smoke drilling into Lin Bufang's body. Not good, it's going to possess. Not yet finished, the 4 Guardian soldiers all turned into soul states and drilled towards Lin Bufang. However, a scene that left Shun Tian and Lin Fan dumbfounded unfolded. The 4 twisted souls collided with Lin Bufang's body and could not advance any further. What the hell? Why can't it possess? How can someone have such high damage output, immunity to all damage, and explosive spiritual power? Only then did the 2 realize that Lin Bufang's claim about leading them through the difficult level of the 100-guard sacred hall was not an empty boast. Bullets struck the surrounding souls like hammers hitting cotton, drastically reducing the damage once more. For other practitioners, this was a nightmare. The wasted durability of the light resulted in minimal damage. But for Lin Bufang, these guard soldiers were like custom-made targets for him to stack attack power. After all, they couldn't kill him. Finally, the first guard soldier exhausted all 6 forms, his health bar emptied, and his soul shattered, unable to gather again, scattering and drifting away. Kill the guard soldier, difficult level experience 1 currently in a party of 3. The total experience will decrease since the number of participants hasn't reached 100. Kill the guard soldier. All participants entering the sacred hall receive guard soldier loot chest, difficult level blue 1. You dealt the most damage to the guard soldier, receiving an additional chest. You get an extra chest for the final kill. Current number of chests 3 level, LV 28, 500 million 1. 2 billion. The sacred hall as a special hall distributes drops in the form of chests. As long as one is killed, everyone can receive a chest. As the highest damage dealer and the final killer, they can additionally receive 1 chest. Lin Bufang naturally could claim all 3 chests. Meanwhile, every shot Lin Bufang fired did not have a fixed damage. This was because he had obtained a divine skill in the ancient ruins Dance of Duel. This skill could automatically generate weaknesses on surrounding targets and attack those weaknesses, also inflicting extra damage. Thus, the inherent damage of the M1919 was already quite high, and with the weaknesses, the damage output was truly devastating. Each time he hit a weakness, Lin Bufang also gained extra proficiency in gunplay. Just now, Lin Bufang's gunplay was finally about to break through its bottleneck. Aiming for the 2nd tier. Due to the lessons learned from the 1st tier promotion, Lin Bufang was well prepared. He had prepared a large amount of Tier 1 behemoth meat and several dozens of cups of ink. When the gunplay is promoted, it requires an enormous amount of energy to be consumed. If there was no energy, it would consume flesh. Lin Bufang's body had previously been unremarkable, a mere mundane body. Now it was a body reshaped by gravitational instinct, not something to be treated lightly. This time the promotion was smooth as well. Having devoured over 1,000 pounds of Tier 1 behemoth flesh, he inadvertently also consumed over 50 cups of Solarx ink. The ink during consumption did not transform into nutrients for spiritual orbs, but was completely absorbed by the gunplay, which surprised Lin Bufang. To his delight, his gunplay was elevated to the 2nd tier. Congratulations, your gunplay has advanced to the 2nd tier. Tier 001, you have sensed a new understanding. The advancement to the 2nd tier of gunplay significantly improved the overall proficiency progress. However, when Lin Bufang shot at the weakness again, he clearly felt that the proficiency of his gunplay had increased several times. Rounding up, Lin Bufang would reach the 3rd tier even faster. Moreover, he felt some changes in his left hand. It was a strange transformation. It seemed as if he could wield another weapon. He reached behind his back and grabbed another M1919. Previously, when wielding 2 weapons simultaneously, only one could be used. However, this time when he pulled the trigger of the 2nd M1919, a miracle occurred. The 2nd M1919 unleashed a fiery serpent, and the bullet struck the target. The 2nd main weapon has been unlocked. Lin Bufang glanced at his panel. This was more than just unlocking the use of a 2nd weapon. He had directly unlocked the dual weapon panel. What does this mean? Lin Bufang could equip up to 5 pieces of defense, 3 accessories, and 1 weapon. Each part cannot be equipped repeatedly. Now his weapon slots had become 2. Wait a minute, this weapon slot doesn't seem right. Lin Bufang removed the M1919 and switched to a level 20 katana. The katana slashed into a guard soldier's shoulder. 999, 9999. Wait, can other weapons be equipped too? There are no restrictions. Lin Bufang had naturally checked the relevant information about gunplay. Gunplay is not an isolated case. There are historical records and strategies that describe it similarly to what Lin Bufang had researched. The second tier of gunplay unlocks the second main weapon, but it must fit one's profession, and there are numerous restrictions such as shooting speed and attack power. But for Lin Bufang, there were no restrictions whatsoever. Furthermore, in this additional slot, he could equip weapons from other professions. While fighting, Lin Bufang studied his gunplay. His mental power explored his body from his mind. At first, the gunplay seemed similar to the descriptions in the information. However, as he delved deeper, he noticed something was amiss. Has my gunplay mutated? Due to Lin Bufang's body being reshaped by gravitational instinct. Moreover, during the first tier promotion, there were some unexpected events. It is widely known that gunplay requires the consumption of a large amount of energy when promoted. However, what was Lin Bufang doing during his first tier promotion? He was engaging in a tug-of war with the true god Enlil of the Undead clan. During the promotion, the gunplay unexpectedly absorbed some of Enlil's gravitational instinct power. At that time, the gunplay had already undergone a mutation, which if it belonged to a latent mutation. Then Lin Bufang's continuous absorption of behemoth power and enhancement of mental strength would deepen that latent mutation. While advancing to the second tier, Lin Bufang consumed over 50 cups of Solarx ink rich in chaotic substances, which could be converted into dense spiritual power. This was also absorbed by the gunplay. Hence, the gunplay underwent a second mutation. The first mutation was a latent mutation related to gravitational instinct. This mutation seemed to have no practical effect for now, but it might facilitate actual mutation effects. The addition of 50 cups of ink resulted in practical effects under the catalysis of the first mutation. The second weapon slot of the gunplay established a connection with Lin Bufang's formidable mental strength. This allowed Lin Bufang to break through all limitations of the second slot. Furthermore, he could equip weapons from other professions without restrictions. In the future, when promoting gunplay, I should stock up on some quality delicacies in advance. Lin Bufang discovered the hidden mechanism of gunplay promotion. Promotions can be achieved. However, if one can add some intense elements during the promotion, the gunplay could yield unexpected surprises. Lin Bufang tried equipping weapons from other professions and discovered there were no restrictions. Any staffs, daggers, shields could be equipped. However, what truly captured Lin Bufang's attention were the warrior's sword, the assassin's blade, and the archer's bow. Among these three, the warrior's sword was the most comfortable to use. It focused on attack speed and physical attack. Weaknesses, divine weapons, and such could all be perfectly triggered. The assassin's dagger was a bit short. As the saying goes, a shorter length means lesser strength. Lin Bufang had not deeply researched assassins, intending to save that for later. The warrior's straightforward confrontation matched Lin Bufang's temperament. As for the archer, he also planned to study that later. After all, if Lin Bufang switched to an archer, the ammunition could not be shared, and there was no way to compare it with the M1919. The newly emerged second slot filled Lin Bufang with immense joy. If this new element were utilized effectively, it would not just be double the attack, but a concept of immediate ascension. How to maximize its effect is a question worth pondering. Lin Bufang decided to equip two M1919s, simultaneously maximizing both economy and output. He still had quite a few blue equipment upgrade scrolls in his storage capable of upgrading a level 1 M1919 to level 20 at any time. If he could upgrade the second M1919 to a specialized weapon with the same attributes and add penetration 1, Lin Bufang could hardly imagine how exhilarating that would be. With one M1919, Lin Bufang could endure the attacks of the Imperial Guards, relying on the famous Sword Death's command to play dirty, conserving the sword through movement. With two M1919s, he would crush his opponents into the ground, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Of course, that is a vision of the future. The standard M1919 has a firing rate of only 1,000 rounds per minute. Using this unupgraded level 1 M1919, Lin Bufang found himself somewhat unaccustomed, as its accuracy was still too low compared to the improved M1919, requiring him to think strategically. In contrast, the improved M1919 was a brainless machine gun boasting a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, treating the Imperial Guards as if they were nothing. Bang! With the addition of the second M1919, Lin Bufang's speed in clearing monsters noticeably increased. He repeated the previous steps. Each time, he only lured for Imperial Guards. Time flew by. In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters on the first floor were cleared. 100 monsters yielding 100 million experience points. Level LV28, 600 million won. 2 billion. The first floor was considered the one with the least experience. As he progressed higher, the number of monsters increased. These 100 Imperial Guards were the toughest small monsters Lin Bufang had encountered so far. Lin Bufang was also tired of the squishy monsters that could be killed with one shot. The impact of defeating such monsters was simply too strong, bringing him an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Indeed, when facing such densely packed and heavily armored monsters, the importance of penetration became evident. Lin Bufang had penetration 3 and could only attract 4 monsters at a time. A little more penetration represented an additional 1 point of proficiency, 5 points of physical attack, and a weakness. The economy was too high. The efficiency was astounding. However, level 20 equipment didn't hold much meaning. Lin Bufang had researched this previously, so he didn't invest in creating penetration attributes. It seems that at level 30, there is an extremely rare set of blue equipment, each piece providing 1 penetration, but the drop rate is too low and the prices aren't great either. Indeed, at level 30, there is a set of 53 blue equipment, each piece offering 1 penetration effect, and with set bonuses, it can be said to provide explosive, even nuclear-level growth in penetration. The drop rate is very low. If he could get some attribute extraction scrolls and add penetration effects to each piece of blue equipment, how much penetration could he achieve then? Moreover, the penetration added by blue equipment could only bully low-level monsters elsewhere. Here Lin Bufang could also dominate the top-level dungeons. The economic value of blue equipment was extremely high. If he could achieve graduation, Lin Bufang couldn't imagine how thrilling that would be. Let me check the prices outside, or I might just get a full set. After all, once Lin Bufang stepped outside, he could reach level 30. And because the Imperial Guards were so tough, the stacked talent proficiency and attack power were also quite high. 100 Imperial Guards resulted in over 2,000 talent proficiency stacked. Attack power stacked to over 1 million. Far more satisfying than anything from the Broken Dragon's Sacred Hall. Moreover, this was just the first floor of the Imperial Guard Sacred Hall. There were still 8 layers to go. Only attack, no defense. 5 stars. 76038295100000000. Physical attack 403464325. The famous sword Death's Command dropped over 40 times, and Lin Bufang's positioning was also very precise, using far fewer swords. Theoretically, for 100 Imperial Guards, Lin Bufang could earn over 900 Death's Commands. However, this item has 6 forms. The first 3 forms do not count as kills, but the last 3 do count as extra kills. Therefore, killing 1 Imperial Guard is equivalent to killing 4, allowing for 20 Death's Commands to stack. Thus, for 100 Imperial Guards, he stacked 2,000 Death's Commands. Rounding it off, Lin Bufang not only didn't lose any swords, but actually gained over 1,900. Quantity of Death's Commands 4251546. In addition, Lin Bufang's pet, the Egg of Enlil, also absorbed the necromantic power of the Imperial Guards, significantly accelerating the hatching process. Hatching progress of the Egg of Enlil 0.009100. 100 Imperial Guards also granted Lin Bufang 300 treasure chests. These treasure chests provided different loot based on the type of monster. Each chest represented a random drop from a monster. In this special sacred hall, as long as one puts in the effort, they can obtain more treasure chests than others. Lin Bufang casually opened a few, so it was entirely reasonable for him to collect all the chests. Let's go enter the second layer. Shin Tian felt a bit embarrassed. Brother-in-law, I feel like we are some... Lin Fangji was quite confident. We really are useless. Lin Fangji added, in that case we can be backup dancers for Brother Bufang. Ooh, I have some skill in dance as well. Shin Tian replied, I can do that too, right? I'm not worse than you, Lin Fangji. Thus, as they entered the second layer, the two didn't even look at the attributes of the monsters. After all, Lin Bufang was tanking. They chose to dance in a corner. The two changed into matching outfits. The upper part was a black turtleneck knitted long-sleeve shirt. The lower part consisted of gray plaid suit pants. The suit pants had 2 white suspenders crossing over the shoulders. The sound of black Chelsea boots clashing against the stone slabs echoed. Shin Tian took out an orange-yellow basketball and executed a neat crossover dribble. The basketball flew to the tip of his index finger, spinning a few times before he tossed it to Lin Fangji. Lin Fangji followed suit with a crossover dribble, spinning it a few times before tossing it aside. Then both of them burst into action, turning their backs. With hands on their hips, they assumed a horse stance. The left shoulder naturally drooped. The right shoulder sharply lifted, with both shoulders coordinating with the body, striking a standard Iron Mountain posture that appeared effortless, exuding a sense of natural laziness and confidence. Lin Bufang watched the two synchronize in the Iron Mountain pose, feeling quite speechless. He turned to face the enemies ahead. On the second layer, there were still 100 Imperial Guards currently in a dormant state. However, at the forefront of the 100 Imperial Guards stood an elite monster clad in red armor. Its armor appeared even bulkier with red, symbolizing danger, rage, and boundless battle intent. Name Heavy Sword Cavalry Legion Imperial Guards Sacred Hull Hard Level LV-28 Health 2 billion Physical Attack 1 million Dual Defense Nightmare Skills Instant Kill 3 Forms Hard Mode has 6 forms Frontline Formation 1 Against All Description. Obey my command. The elite monster of the Imperial Guard's Sacred Hull carries the necromantic trait, remaining dormant until approached. In this state, it will be invincible to attacks. Description 2. While the Imperial Guards are chaotic on their own, possessing a commander will enable their full potential. On the second layer, if the Heavy Sword Cavalry Legion is present, any Imperial Guard awakened from dormancy will also awaken Legion, causing all remaining Imperial Guards to awaken. Upon truly encountering Lin Bufang was deeply captivated by his red armor. Qingyun University still contains quite a bit of video material related to Lin. An elite monster charged into the crowd with a heavy sword slashing left and right, impervious to any attack aimed at it. A warrior could not hold its aggro. At least 10 warriors were required to draw its aggro. Otherwise, it would actively attack the target it deemed the greatest threat. Moreover, its damage output was extraordinarily high. The skill First Charge granted immunity to control effects while allowing for rapid mobility. The most insidious part was that it stood at the forefront. Lin would make all surrounding elite soldiers immune to control, increasing their speed tenfold, greatly enhancing their defense and combat, while maximizing their desire to attack. They would abandon defense and only attack. However, this was ineffective against Lin Bufang. Drawing aggro. Lin Bufang did not need to draw aggro, he was the greatest threat. Thus, after entering the map, he took out the Barrett M99 and fired in reverse, charging directly into the heart of the enemy forces. Hooray! 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 All armor was activated, and in an instant countless blood-red eyes lit up within their visors. The most terrifying was Lin in his red armor, wielding a heavy sword longer than his 3-meter height. He raised his sword, pointing it at Lin Bufang, form up in front. In an instant, red halos surrounded the bodies of 100 elite soldiers, providing immunity to control effects along with buffs to speed, defense, and combat desire. The reason Lin was terrifying was due to his overwhelming desire to fight. While other elite soldiers were still turning around, he had already flashed behind Lin Bufang, his sword striking Lin Bufang's body before he even arrived. Ding! Triggered the Fate Blade, immune to all damage for 1 second. However, Lin Bufang did not care about this or that. He didn't even bother to dodge. He continued to spray bullets while holding the M1919. He completely disregarded the attacks around him. Those attacks hitting him were no different from those of other ordinary monsters. In any case, they would trigger the Fate Blade. Even if you dealt 100 million damage in 1 second, you would have to wait until the next second to trigger the second Fate Blade. It was just that unreasonable. It was just that shameless. Wave. Due to the noise around him, Lin Bufang simply put on his headphones. He donned customized glasses, clicked to play music randomly, and activated noise-canceling mode. Finally, it's quiet. A relatively pleasant song began to play in his ears. The outsider is easily decayed, like the interplay of dense and light colors dyeing ice and snow, first with glazed armor dipping in vermilion and purple to ascend the golden and silver tower. Of course, there was one sound that could not be obstructed. That was the sound of the Fate Blade shattering. Oddly enough, the sound of the shattering coincided perfectly with the rhythm of the music. Before his eyes, only a square frame remained. Within that frame, there were faint blue bullets with 2 small arrows pointing to their locations. These were the weaknesses generated on the surrounding monsters. The first layer was struck too quickly. Some weaknesses did not have time to be hit. While listening to the music, Lin Bufang raised the M1919, specifically aiming to shoot the weaknesses around him. The subsequent penetration of bullets could not be adjusted. Generally, where the first bullet hit, the next bullet would follow. However, Lin Bufang possessed an extraordinary talent. The perspective box he had allowed him to adjust the locking position after the bullet penetrated. Moreover, it could be adjusted infinitely. In other words, Lin Bufang could fire 1 bullet, penetrate 3 times, and hit 4 weaknesses. This made the grinding process quite interesting. 1 bullet was worth 2 cents. But what could it bring Lin Bufang? Extreme output. 20 points of talent proficiency. 20 attack power. 20 hits on weaknesses provided proficiency in gun techniques. As for the received Fate Blade, that was just a bonus. Thus, Lin Bufang pulled the trigger as much as possible to fill the weaknesses. It must be said that the group defense bonus provided by the elite monster Lin was indeed very high. This allowed Lin Bufang to easily fill the weaknesses without needing to concentrate too much. Soon 20 minutes had passed. The 100 elite soldiers had long since been thoroughly defeated. Only the elite monster Lidran remained struggling to survive. In Lin Bufang's perspective, he only saw a blue frame jumping back and forth, which was of little use. As for Xintian and Lin Fan, they turned their heads leaning against each other while watching the performance. There was no need to watch the elite soldiers. No matter how they switched forms, they could not do anything to Lin Bufang. It was just that their movement speed was too fast, and occasionally a few bullets missed the target. Yet Lidran's stats and mechanics still left the two feeling apprehensive. This damage output, this sweeping capability. How is his fourth form so large? His fifth form can actually absorb the power of the surrounding undead. His final form can even have the soul enter the heavy sword. However, no matter how Lidran operated, he did not stir any waves. In fact, they did not see any actions from Lin Bufang, only the cool sunglasses and relaxed headphones. And the numbers. Numbers still numbers. And the endless prompts of immunity to any damage. Could he be immune to damage indefinitely? Isn't this a cheat? Finally, at the 28th minute, Lidran knelt on one knee, his body and heavy sword shattering at the same time. Defeated elite Lidran experienced 500 million, thus all monsters on the second layer were single-handedly defeated by Lin Bufang. The minor monsters yielded 100 million experience. The elite monster gained a one-time reward of 500 million experience. Level up. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV29, level LV2912. 75 million 3 billion free points, 2300 speed increased by 2300 speed, 20278, all skills upgraded to 29 stars, level 29. Lin Bufang's speed officially broke through the 2000 barrier. This number is terrifying and needs no further introduction. Currently, there were no targets requiring Lin Bufang to use his extreme speed. Moreover, leveling from 29 to 30 is a threshold with the required experience greatly increased. However, this is a threshold for others. For Lin Bufang, reaching level 30 would be possible after clearing the 8th layer of the Elite Sanctuary. The Elite Soldier chest yielded 300, bringing the total to 600. The number of chests dropped by the Elite Lidran was 3, with a purple quality. The actual accumulated talent, proficiency, and physical attack from the second layer were quite high, because Lidran provided all surrounding elite soldiers with extremely high defense. It truly allowed Lin Bufang to grind comfortably. Talent proficiency increased by over 690,000. Physical attack increased by over 340,000. The Elite Li Jin with 6 forms differs somewhat from ordinary elite guards. Each form represents a resurrection, and its strength is quite high, which also allowed Lin Bufang to stack more proficiency and attack power. Famous Blade stacked 20-35 times, but this time, because it was impossible to draw monsters, he consumed a few hundred more blades, which was not a big deal. The gun path has also gained more proficiency due to Li Jin. The gun path advances very slowly, but its effects are extraordinarily powerful, with each segment bringing about terrifying changes. Lin Bufang also plans to prepare some good ingredients to consume when reaching the 3rd segment. Or if he could encounter a true god, like Enlil, fighting while advancing might allow him to absorb some gravity instincts or similar valuable things. After completing the 2nd layer, Xintian and Lin Fanji stopped their Iron Mountain strategy. Seeing that even the elite Li Jin was helpless against Lin Bufang, it could be said that Li Jin appeared utterly useless before him. The two basically put 90 of their minds at ease. Because from the 3rd layer to the 7th layer, there were 5 layers filled with ordinary elite guards, only increasing in number. The quantity was only beneficial for Lin Bufang with no disadvantages. In the 7th layer, there was still 1 Li Jin, which posed no threat. The 8th layer, the last layer before entering the boss stage, is comparatively difficult. However, my brother Bufang has long prepared a strategy. We just need to be good cheerleaders. The 3rd layer, 200 elite guards. Xintian and Lin Fanji were in the corner executing the Iron Mountain strategy. M1919, bang bang bang. 20 minutes to clear. 4th layer, 300 elite guards. Iron Mountain strategy 2. Bang bang bang. 30 minutes to clear. 5th layer, 400 elite guards. Iron Mountain strategy. 6th layer, 500 elite guards. Iron Mountain strategy. 7th layer, Iron Mountain strategy. This layer is particularly crucial, because this layer has 1,000 elite guards plus 1 elite Li Jin. Ordinary elite guards die easily with a few shots. Combined with the substantial defensive bonuses from Li Jin, it requires a lot of effort to take them down. Another wave of proficiency and physical attack. In the previous 4 layers, Lin Bufang eliminated 1,400 elite guards, earning over 1.4 billion experience points. Level LV 29-1. For billion 3 billion, the experience progress bar rose directly by half. Reaching the threshold of level 30 seemed like a bubble easily shattered before Lin Bufang. In the first 4 layers, he also received 4,200 elite guard treasure chests, plus the previous 600 chests, totaling 4,800 chests. In the 7th layer with 1,000 elite guards and Li Jin, a large-scale battle was entirely. Imagine Li Jin charging forward continuously providing buffs surrounded by 1,000 elite guards. It would be a scene of slaughter cutting down anyone in their path. Just from a distance ordinary professionals would be terrified. However, Lin Bufang remained unperturbed standing there and entering idle mode. He just needed to pull the trigger and aim at the target in front of him to shoot. It was just another opportunity to enhance his shooting skills. This wave lasted over 4 hours. From the 1st layer to the 7th layer, Lin Bufang spent nearly 6 hours, making this one of his slowest runs in the sanctuary. The strength of the 100-person sanctuary was evident. Of course, this was also Lin Bufang's deliberate choice. If he fully upgraded his group dispelling magic, he could still speed up or use sovereignty directly. One shot directly shattered 3 forms of Li Jin. Even 4 shots couldn't bring him down. Lin Bufang would face him heated. Kill the elite Li Jin experience, 500 million. 1,000 elite guards also directly provided 1 billion experience. Level LV 29-2. 9 billion 3 billion after just 1 layer. Lin Bufang was merely 1 step away from level 30. Lin Bufang now only hoped for a bit more experience for level 31. Because just now he received a message. The Emperor of Australia Spencer was eliminated by his master. For a moment the world was in shock. Shanchuan had not concealed the entire process, and ordinary people only knew that Shanchuan made his official move after more than 100 years. The last time 50 years ago when he slapped Spencer into oblivion didn't count. The intervening times were merely minor skirmishes. Even sealing the true god in Lil, no one witnessed his actions. Eliminating Spencer marked the first time. Moreover, directly stepping out of the country to actively attack another country's strongest was unprecedented. Recall that the last time was over 100 years ago when Shanchuan lured the undead army to Sakura country, directly leading to the extinction of its population. That time couldn't even be considered an active strike. This time the goal was clear: to completely annihilate Australia and conquer the country. The swift action of Daxia also confirmed this point. It was premeditated. This was visible to ordinary people. Daxia was conquering Australia and was already en route with the enemy leader already captured. For all families and top professionals in Daxiao, this was a shocking event. Through rapid word of mouth, they all knew that Lin Bufang was a disciple of Shanchuan. Anyone who dared to provoke Lin Bufang needed to weigh whether their strength was sufficient. They also knew that Lawson from Australia had not even laid a finger on Lin Bufang. If he had attacked Australia, would probably not have existed at all. Thus, Shanchuan also took into account old grievances and directly eliminated Emperor Spencer of Australia, with the conquest of Australia also on the agenda. Anyone who dared to provoke Lin Bufang should consider whether they possess Spencer's strength, and even if they do, would they dare to confront Shanchuan. In reality, over the past 100 years, with life, death, and illness, the upper echelons have undergone numerous changes. They would also question Shanchuan's strength. They usually cannot even see where Shanchuan is, yet enjoy immense power. Many say he has been living off past glory. Now Shanchuan's actions have directly intimidated a number of restless individuals. They quieted down. Regarding the action of conquering Australia, Qingyun University also responded immediately. The 100-person sanctuary will reopen this week, and no ticket is required. This means that after Lin Bufang goes out, if he is at level 30, he can challenge. If his level exceeds 30, he will not be able to enter. Lin Bufang still has a scroll for level locking. If his level truly exceeds 30, he can directly lock it. Approaching the 8th layer, which is relatively challenging, but Lin Bufang is well prepared. At the same time, the 8th layer has a skill book specifically for gunners, which Lin Bufang has already researched in the materials. That skill not only has a low drop rate, but also seems to be of little use. However, the values are indeed extraordinary. Lin Bufang glanced at the rewards from the 7th level. Royal Guard Soldier Treasure Chest Blue 7800 units, Li Jin Treasure Chest Purple 6 units. Proficiency has stacked to over 8 million. Physical attack has stacked to over 44 million. Only attack, no defense, 5 stars, 855282950. Physical attack, 4509143225. Meanwhile, the advancement of the gun path, although slow, has shown signs of progress under such high-intensity shooting. Gun path level 0, stage 212, 5100. The accumulation from the named Sword of Fate is not much after deducting the losses, but he can still earn over 4 named swords. He seems very close to achieving a 6-star talent. Lin Bufang has a strong premonition that the 6-star talent will have a phase change, and this feeling is quite intense. His premonitions are generally accurate. For the second stage of the gun path, without consulting any information, he can already sense the arrival of the second weapon. This feeling comes from a special state. What state? This state requires him to enter the sea of the physical body must remain absolutely still. The phase change of talent may be related to the body being motionless. Besides, the hatching progress of the Enlil's egg is still quite difficult. Hatching progress of Enlil's egg 0. 235,100. This amount of undead creatures is still insufficient. Lin Bufang also wants to go to the eastern battlefield to slay undead, just like Su Ran. However, his master advised him not to go yet, and to first obtain the rare reward that comes only once in 100 years. That reward is the third talent. Upon officially entering the 8th layer, Lin Bufang approached Shen Tian and Lin Fan. He checked the named swords on them. There's nothing else. The 8th layer is extremely difficult. Under normal circumstances, 100 people tackle the hard level. It requires leaving a large portion of people in the 7th layer. It's not that there's some mechanism in the 7th layer. Rather, those who enter the 8th layer will be instantaneously killed. Only teammates whose defense and damage reduction meet the standards are qualified to enter the 8th layer. Otherwise, they'll die as soon as they enter. The named Swords of Fate on the two of them were all activated. Shen Tian and Lin Fan stepped into the entrance of the 8th layer with anxious hearts. After stepping through the door, they were automatically transported to the 8th layer. It was pitch black all around, the kind where one couldn't see their own hand. Suddenly, it seemed that a dark object fell from the sky, resembling a shadowy garden path. The only reason they could see that object was that there was a fuse burning rapidly above the black sphere, and by the time it hit the ground, it had already burned to the end. With a wave of overwhelming energy that sent chills down their spines, a deafening explosion slammed the three against the wall. Ding, ding. 2 named Swords of Fate were triggered consecutively. This means that this bomb instantaneously killed 2 people without the named Swords of Fate. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shen Tian's forehead. My defense and damage reduction aren't low, yet I was instantly defeated by a single hit. Shen Tian, who follows the berserker path of the axe, has decent output and attack speed along with reasonable defense and damage reduction. Of course, he can only unleash 100 effectiveness during battle. However, Lin Fan did not trigger the named Sword of Fate. Lin Fan is a healer, but follows a self-healing path, stacking health and defense for himself, making him tougher than a warrior. Shen Tian was a bit worried. Brother-in-law, how many of those ding 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 do you have? Is it enough? I'm a bit. I still say, as long as you don't cause trouble, I can save some. Shen Tian and Lin Fan exchanged glances. Save some? What does that mean? It means that Lin Bufang has enough of those ding 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 to take them both along and go all out. The implication of saving some means having an unimaginable amount, but what they have can only be considered a fraction. Lin Bufang put on sunglasses. X-ray vision activated. 13 boxes appeared in front of him. 12 boxes were directly in front, while the 13th box was above on the ceiling. Moreover, above this box were 2 words as a hint: invincible. This means that the 13th monster is in an invincible state. The 12 boxes directly in front were unmoving, comprising 4 elite monsters. Lijin. Lin Bufang directly opened the panel of the monster on the ceiling. Name: Frontline Commander, Goblin Sword, Royal Guard Palace. Hard level LV 29, health 5 billion, physical magic 1 million, double defense, nightmare skills, bomb throwing, fighting alongside Lijin, uninterruptible second form, bullet time. Description: will blow you all up. An elite monster from the Royal Guard Palace. The goblin creature will be in an invincible state when elite Lijin is present and will intermittently throw bombs that cover the entire 8th layer. Second description: when Sorg is pushed to a dead end, it will unlock its second form and gain new skills. This goblin is quite troublesome. If the 4 Lijin are not defeated, it cannot take any damage. And defeating Lijin. This goblin can actually enhance itself using the power from Lijin's corpses, thus unlocking its second form. Lin Bufang did not rush. The named Sword of Fate can stack whenever he wants. The 12 Lijin in front of him are a perfect opportunity to stack physical attack, proficiency, and gun path. The defense buffs on them can be stacked repeatedly. 1 Lijin can apply 1 layer of defense buff. The effects of 2 can be stacked. 3 can stack another layer. The 4th can continue to stack. Thus 12 Lijin are extraordinarily tough. Stacking attributes is incredibly satisfying. Lin Bufang made a dash and awakened the 12 Lijin. Then, holding the M1919, he crazily stacked proficiency, physical attack, and gun path proficiency. Physical attack permanent 588, only attack no defense talent proficiency 188, gun path proficiency is rapidly increasing. Shen Tian and Lin Fan continued to stand in the corner doing the Iron Mountain lean. However, this time they didn't know if it was due to boredom, but they brought a bunch of glow sticks with them. They tied the glow sticks to their bodies, forming a human silhouette. On their heads they used just a few strokes to outline the shape of a middle part hairstyle. As their shoulders swayed back and forth, the two middle part glow sticks swung left and right. Time passed quickly. The three were not bored. Shen Tian and Lin Fan were dancing happily, while Lin Bufang was also happily stacking proficiency. In the 8th layer there was no one unhappy. Lin Bufang stacked for nearly 7 hours, and still inevitably ended up vomiting. The M1919's rotation speed of 6,000 revolutions per minute had also reached its limit. There's only so much he can stack per minute. In the past, Lin Bufang never felt it was slow, but facing such tough monsters he realized that he had been a bit too confident. The firing rate of the firearm cannot be increased for the time being. However, the penetration can be enhanced. If I can stack the penetration to 11, Lin Bufang's efficiency will directly increase by 1147 7 times. Because there are few monsters, Lin Bufang does not need to expend much effort. He only needs to aim at one legion and pull the trigger. The other 3 legions will be automatically locked on by the bullets after penetration, requiring no aiming. Efficiency is maximized, yet it is also quite boring. Therefore, Lin Bufang simply dispelled the magic and cleared the area. Thus, after nearly 7 hours, Lin Bufang accumulated close to 9 million in proficiency and physical attack. Only attack without defense 5 stars 94712880100000000. Physical attack 4968372250. At this moment, it was already 7 p.m. Over 1000 famous swords dropped, which is quite wasteful. Lin Bufang no longer wasted time. He prepared to rush and see if he could buy a few pieces of level 30 penetration equipment before coming back to kill. Because he was already level 30, 12 legions provided 6 billion experience points. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV 30. Level LV 35. 9 billion. Free points 3,000. Speed increased by 3,000 points. Speed 23,278. Skills like Eat My Billion Hits, Magic Source, Bullet Bloom, Mirror Shotgun, and Dual Dance have all been upgraded to 30 stars. Level 30. Congratulations, the level 30 permissions for the point store have been unlocked. After all legions were defeated, elite monsters descended. Before him was a goblin. It fell from the ceiling, accidentally tumbling over. Without hesitation, Lin Bufang equipped the God of War ring and the Dragon Roar bracelet. He shot it right in the head. Boom. One shot brought Sorg's health down to 0. In the distance, Shen Tian and Lin Fan, who were engaged in a battle, couldn't help but shudder. What the hell, what damage is this? Wait, if my brother has this kind of damage, why did it take so long to fight? What they didn't know was that the M1919 was indeed too delectable. After fighting for 12 hours, it only cost Lin Bufang over 100 gold coins. The M1919 was a master of living well. Sorg died from the first shot. However, it did not die completely. No monster in the Forbidden Guard Palace is simple. They don't give you a chance to save effort. Sorg is even among the most formidable, second only to a boss. Sorg extended his right hand and slapped the ground. A white bubble enveloped him. After the bubble wrapped around him, it did not take on a spherical shape. Instead, it appeared to have vacuumed, covering the surface of his skin. Thus, Sorg became motionless, silently ascending. A faint red glow illuminated some areas around him, emanating from the armor of the Legion. Then a shocking scene unfolded before the three. The red armor of the Legion began to shed, transforming into numerous parts that gathered towards Sorg, floating in midair. The parts reassembled into one giant component after another, covering Sorg's body and forming an extraordinarily eye-catching red armor. Sorg's small goblin body was also covered by the armor until the huge chest piece obscured his simply adorable eyes. Before him stood a giant armor towering 15 meters high. Its arms bore 2 exaggerated Gatling. Warning: Sorg has entered the second form, Sword Mecha form. The Sword Mecha has descended equipped with 2 Gatling guns with a firing rate exceeding 200 rounds per minute and unlimited bullets. Its bullets will have the ability to track targets. Boom, boom, boom. Sorg raised his arms, and the 2 Gatling guns aimed at Lin Bufang. Rat-a-tat-tat. 12 barrels fired a barrage of iron-made nets, predicting Lin Bufang's current position, next position, and the position after that. There was no way to avoid it. However, Lin Bufang did not need to dodge at all. I have 2 requests. One is to not let me play with guns. The other is to not let others play with guns in front of me. Click. The Sovereign was instantly loaded. With both sides so close together, Lin Bufang didn't even need to aim. He fired a shot. Sorg's health bar flickered like a disco. The massive mecha's defense combined the abilities of 12 elite legions, but under the combined effects of a level 20 sovereign, a level 20 god of war ring, the god of war ring title, the dragon roar bracelet, and nearly 500 million physical attacks, Sorg's health instantly dropped by 1/10. Click. The second bullet was loaded, and with a bang it fired. This shot clearly hit Sorg visually, but no damage value was displayed. If it were anyone else, they would have no idea what had happened. But in front of Lin Bufang's speed of over 2300, he quickly reacted. This was because Sorg's speed had far surpassed Lin Bufang's, evading the bullet, and his body generated an afterimage effect due to the excessive speed. Having checked the data in advance, Lin Bufang knew this was an effect produced by one of its skills. The skill was named Ligan Fighting Alongside Me. Simply put, when Sorg is in a controlled state, its speed is directly multiplied by n, and when Sorg enters the second form, it is in a controlled state. Under such speed, only two types of attacks can hit it. One is the archer's locking attack. The other is area attacks. For Lin Bufang, he may not have been able to hit Sorg before, but at a speed of over 2300 after 1095 days of practice under the teachings of the Dragon Roar Temple and the 10,000 Ways of the Dragon, and with the enhancement of the two segments of gun methods, his shooting skills had long surpassed their former state. He quietly observed and calculated Sorg's movements, studying its patterns. A set of Judgment Epic gear was equipped. Sorg's figure was ghostly, and the two Gatling guns never ceased fire. Those bullets could no longer determine Sorg's exact position, as if Sorg were everywhere. Occasionally, it would throw a bomb. Under such extreme speed, conventional attacks had become ineffective against it. In the distance, Shun Tian and Lin Fan felt their scalps tingle. What the hell, this speed, who the hell can hit it? Though my brother's output is high, in the face of such a situation, he can't display his skills at all. However, the next moment Lin Bufang's gun was aimed at a position where Sorg seemed impossible to appear. The bullets of the Sovereign were slowly loaded. After waiting for a second, he suddenly pressed the trigger. Boom. Shun Tian and Lin Fan could not comprehend what had happened, but Sorg's health bar directly dropped from 89 to 0. One shot, and it was a kill. Kill. Elite Sorg experience points 1 billion. Level LV 36. 9 billion 9 billion. Obtained 3 Sorg treasure chests, pink. 6,666. Awesome. This really has something. High output. Who can't do that? This wave is indeed impressive. Shun Tian and Lin Fan's impression of Lin Bufang underwent a significant change. They had always thought Lin Bufang was just a numerical monster. They never expected he also had skills. A mechanism monster with both skills and output made them feel as if they had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Let's go, it's time to meet the boss. Just as Lin Bufang was preparing to set off, suddenly a golden light burst forth behind him. Lin Bufang was momentarily taken aback. Shun Tian and Lin Fan were also surprised. Turning around, they spotted a skill book lying on the ground. Aren't these monster skill books supposed to be in treasure chests? How can monsters themselves drop items? Lin Bufang stepped forward and picked up the skill book. After a glance, it seemed he had discovered something intriguing. This was indeed the most precious skill book from Saga. Moreover, according to known records, no one had truly seen this skill book. It was only inferred through Swoge's performance. So is this skill book rather special? The treasure chests probably can't yield this skill book. It seems to be an independently calculated probability and can only be obtained by defeating Saga. Lin Bufang opened the skill introduction. LV-30 Ligan fights alongside me, gunner class in states of immobility, dizziness, etc. Increase all speed by 1,000, weapon handling by 1,000, and brain processing ability by 1,000, next level 2,000. For every additional Ligan-like strong bond on the field, the final actual effect triggered will increase. Time seems to stand still. Saga. This skill book appeared to have an extraordinary panel. All speed directly multiplied by 10. Weapon handling, the specific effect remains unknown. Brain processing ability, its effect is unclear. The most terrifying part is that this skill can also be upgraded. For every level up, it increases by another 10 times. But there is a small flaw. These effects only take effect when immobilized. If you can't move at all, what use are these effects? However, seeing Swoge's performance, Lin Bufang did not categorize this skill book into the experience pack, but placed it behind the Barrett M99. It might be useful later. Let's go upstairs. The 9th floor is also the final layer of the Forbidden Guard Temple. This layer is somewhat different from the others. It reaches the top, like being at the apex of a tall tower with no ceiling exposed to the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds, yet it was remarkably clear. The surroundings appeared quite ordinary, resembling the old dilapidated top of a tower with large areas of peeling paint. In places with soil in the crevices of the wall, seeds seemed to have drifted in from nowhere, sprouting various weeds along with a few blue flowers. The space was relatively flat. The three of them kept their gaze fixed on the very center of the tower's peak. There stood a dark golden armor quietly positioned about the same height as an ordinary guard soldier, just under 2 meters. The most grass grew around the armor. Particularly on the armor itself, it was covered in dirt with seeds taking root and blooming into colorful flowers. Without careful observation, one could hardly discern the true appearance of this armor. Named OSS War Commander Gallant, difficult level LV 30 health, 100 billion physical and magical defense, 5 double defense, nightmare skills, earth and sky melting, highest priority, flame, form, fire path, extreme passive, etc. Description: burn everything. A BOS level monster in the Forbidden Guard Temple possessing undead characteristics, currently in a dormant state, will activate upon approach. This boss has no mechanisms. It is purely numerical. As long as the breeding meets the standards, it can be defeated. The difficult level is the same. To be honest, it's easier to defeat than Suaga on the 8th floor. The only requirement is that you need fire attribute damage to inflict harm. If all damage is fire attribute, the output will be explosive. Lin Bufang made a quick move, entering Swoge's attack range. Suddenly Gallant's helmet lit up, revealing 2 blazing flames. His dark golden armor shimmered with fiery red patterns, gradually covering the golden ones. The astonishing flowers on the armor, even a bird that had just landed on its head, all burst into flames. The raging flames did not cease. Its arm raised towards the sky, unleashing its highest priority skill, earth and sky melting. In an instant, the 9th floor could no longer accommodate any living plants or creatures. Everything was ablaze. Even the clouds in the sky were consumed by the flames. The world seemed to be melting in this all-consuming fire. At this moment, if it were other teams, the defense must meet specific standards. The requirements for difficult level combat are even more stringent. Earth and sky melting itself does not deal high damage, but it is a continuous damage skill, thus healing potions must be fully stocked, and healers must remain focused to prevent output and warrior damage. On Lin Bufang's side, there was a single chime above his head. Then it ceased. It would take a second before the next chime sounded. He donned all his gear, including the fire spirit necklace. The hymn first cast a fire attribute buff of 1,200 for 30 seconds. The hymn inflicted a burning effect on Gullanti. The burning effect belongs to fire attribute damage. It can break Gallant's key skill, Fire Path Extreme. This skill allows immunity to all damage except fire attribute. However, if Gullanti receives fire attribute damage, this effect will drastically decrease. If continuously attacked with fire attribute damage, this effect will essentially become 0. Gullanti has another key skill called Flame Form, similar to Li Gin's 3 forms, but Gullanti only has the 2nd form. It will transform into flames, becoming immune to even more damage. Lin Bufang had already learned all this. No matter how much defense or damage reduction, there is a limit. However, Lin Bufang's output could completely break this limit. As per usual, Lin Bufang first cast several dispel spells. Dispel failed, dispel successful, dispel successful, dispel successful. No dispellable magic remains on the target. Crack. Boom. The Sovereign's first shot struck Gallant's head. With a loud bang, Gallant's health dropped by 1%. This was the 100-man sanctuary where there were at least dozens of output units. Even with dozens of outputs, one must gradually chip away, constantly heal, and respond cautiously. Without fighting for dozens of minutes, it was impossible to take down Boss Gullanti. And what does 1% damage from Lin Bufang mean? His speed was over 23,000. After accounting for various weights and conditions combined with gravitational instincts, he could maximize his speed. In 1 second, he could shoot Gullanti over 200 times. Lin Bufang did just that. In 0. For seconds, he fired more than 100 shots. Sovereign's Lightspeed Repair. Gullanti also directly activated its 2nd form, significantly boosting its defense and damage immunity. But it merely shortened the time until its death. Boom, boom, boom. The Sovereign roared, bullets surged. In just 3 seconds, Lin Bufang fired over 600 shots. Gallant's health ultimately could not hold up. It reached 0. Its body erupted like a volcano, limbs spread wide, bursting apart. Defeated difficult level boss Gallant experience 2 billion level LV 38. 9 billion obtained Gullanti treasure chest gold 3 pieces. It was done. A pure numerical crush. Moreover, Lin Bufang's equipment repair cost has reached 6 times. That amounts to 6,000 gold coins. The other gear he possesses has consumed relatively little durability. His entire set of epic gear is still quite costly. He has spent over 5 million. However, in the face of so many treasure chests, this cost is practically negligible. Lin Bufang's balance of 1 billion gold coins remains unshaken. Lin Bufang couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. Having money allows one to use epic equipment freely. Of course, Lin Bufang's repair costs for equipment are considered extremely low as his output is high enough to defeat a boss within 3 seconds. If the time were to extend, the repair costs could truly drive one mad. In the distance, Shun Tian and Lin Fan stood suspended in midair. They had expected to battle for 7 or 8 hours. The 12 Li Jin had already taken nearly 7 hours to defeat. A boss should take at least 5 hours to defeat, right? How could it be killed in just 3 seconds? What kind of situation is this? Is it still the hard mode of the Imperial Guard Sanctuary? I just watched the boss health bar drop rapidly. After getting thousands of Imperial Guard soldiers' treasure chests and all the elite monster chests, the boss chest was split between the 2 of them. It was a pure numerical crushing. The 3 of them immediately exited the Imperial Guard Sanctuary, and Lin Bufang headed directly to the cafeteria to eat. While eating, he prepared for a second entry into the Imperial Guard Sanctuary. I must acquire the level 30 penetration set. Lin Bufang opened the trading hall, but before he could search, a dedicated prompt appeared before him. Dear VIP 6 member, your membership level has been upgraded to VIP 7. The Silver Dragon Mount artifact you listed has been purchased for 5 billion gold coins, and the funds have been credited. Balance 66677989996 gold coins. Has the mount been sold? Lin Bufang felt quite surprised. This was indeed an unexpected joy. After all the relics of the past had just closed, and the Silver Dragon treasure chests were still yielding abundant rewards. If the reason the Silver Dragon mount could rise from a transaction price of over 3 billion to 55 billion is due to everyone's bad luck, as they had barely opened any Silver Dragon mounts. Some wealthy players had planned to wait until the relics of the past ended to buy a cheaper Silver Dragon mount. Unexpectedly, almost no one had listed any. Thus, Lin Bufang's 55 billion was also purchased. Although this amount was not enough to buy a complete penetration set, it saved Lin Bufang quite a bit of money. The level 30 penetration set is blue equipment. The average price for each piece is around 1.8 billion. This kind of gear may not have a significant utility, but it certainly has an impressive appearance. It's incredibly satisfying to use against small monsters. Moreover, this set called Watchtower adds no other attributes and is extremely fragile. The price is high because its production is indeed scarce. If Lin Bufang were to obtain a full set himself, he would truly need to grind until he cried. This set of equipment not only requires the finished product to drop, but also needs to be modified through alchemy, which is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly. Luck also plays a part. If one has bad fortune, they might not be able to create it. Thus, the price is also quite high. For Lin Bufang, this set of equipment is a must. Others use this set to show off. However, for Lin Bufang, this set of equipment is essential for tackling top-level sanctuaries. He glanced around. There were many pieces of the penetration set available, but only one necklace remained seemingly without restocking. Lin Bufang directly initiated a clearance sale, selling 24 pieces of the Mage's Ring, reducing the total number of Mage's Rings to 48. Approaching 12 billion, he went all in. Buy. A set of 5 pieces of armor. Buy. A set of 3 pieces of jewelry. Buy. After purchasing, Lin Bufang immediately equipped them and looked at the dark armor on his body, feeling a wave of comfort. A full set of clothing and jewelry with extremely overpowered attributes. LV-30 Watchtower Top Blue Gunner Class, no base attributes, machine gun penetration, 1 iterability, 50005000. The other attributes are similar, essentially all providing penetration 1 and full durability. The repair costs are very cheap. The 3-piece jewelry set can provide a super strong additional set attribute, machine gun penetration attributes triple. Moreover, the 3-piece jewelry set offers even more overpowered attributes, machine gun penetration special attribute septuple. Completing the 8-piece set grants an additional 1 point of penetration. In other words, the 8 pieces of equipment together directly provide 10 times the penetration. One could say that selling these 8 pieces of equipment to others would not be a loss. Selling them to Lin Bufang, he could only say 12 billion rounded off equals a free gift. With a base machine gun penetration of 9A and Lin Bufang having penetration 3, the total penetration is 12 points. If multiplied by 10, it becomes 120 points. This value can be seen on the panel. Machine gun bullet penetration 120. A solid 120 penetration. The attributes are not diluted at all. One could say that with a single shot, as long as there are enough monsters, 1 bullet equals 120 proficiency points. That translates to 600 points of physical attack. That is equivalent to numerous proficiency points in marksmanship. This is so worth it. Lin Bufang declared that this was the best money he had spent since purchasing the backpack. By the way, I didn't spend any money on the backpack. Furthermore, the Watchtower 8-piece set can still have penetration inscriptions added. It can add 8 points of penetration. An additional 8 points of penetration multiplied by 10 again equals 80 points of penetration. Lin Bufang initially did not focus on penetration, so he did not keep the Heart-Piercer necklace, but it doesn't matter. There is no need to pursue the inscriptions on the Heart-Piercer necklace too much. The level 30 epic gear can transfer higher penetration attributes. Of course, for now, 120 penetration is entirely sufficient. Lin Bufang opened the ranking of the Imperial Guard Sanctuary. Imperial Guard Sanctuary completion leaderboard first place. Lin Bufang, 3 people hard mode, 13 hours 05 minutes 6 seconds second place. Chi Ming leading, 100 people normal mode completion time, 15 hours 46 minutes 56 seconds third place. Muda leading 100 people, normal mode completion time, 15 hours, 55 minutes, 55 seconds. First place is a sure thing, but the Imperial Guard Sanctuary is indeed challenging. Even if Lin Bufang doesn't grind attributes and plays normally, it would still take at least 6 hours. However, with 120 penetration this time, could potentially be reduced by countless folds. You are currently in first place and your points reward is 1 million. Click to claim Lin Bufang clicked on it. Points credited 1000 points. Current points balance 1295589 points. Feeling comfortable. Having over 1 million points in hand without redeeming for epics, he truly felt free to do as he pleased. Lin Bufang continued to eat. The A-level giant beast is responsible for enhancing physical attributes while Sorik's little juice is responsible for boosting mental power. The byproduct of both is a sense of fullness. Thus Lin Bufang was well fed. He also took some food with him ready to eat whenever he got hungry. Lin Bufang discovered that his hard work ultimately boiled down to the pursuit of food. For example, the A-level giant beast could be bought with money and the I-level giant beast could also be purchased, but it was too expensive. Under the premise of sustainable development, and without utilizing warehouse reserves, his current financial situation still cannot support such a luxurious way of eating. He still had 100 million left for repairing the durability of his equipment. The last round of equipment durability had only used less than 6 million. Among them, the M1919 was the most economical. Even though bullets could be piled up into a small mountain, it only cost Lin Bufang tens of thousands of gold coins. After eating well, Lin Bufang returned directly to the entrance of the Imperial Guard Sanctuary looking at his dwindling balance, and couldn't help but exclaim, if only someone would generously give me several 100 billion gold coins to spend, that would be wonderful. At this moment, the entrance to the Imperial Guard Sanctuary was packed beyond capacity, solely because Lin Bufang had shattered the all-time record. 3 people. It's utterly absurd. The 100 initiate sanctum, cleared by just 3 on hard mode. Truly terrifying. At the forefront stood Shen Tian and Lin Fanzi, heads held high, faces brimming with pride. What do you mean 3 people? We didn't land a single attack from start to finish. It was Brother Bufang alone who carried us both through the run. Every point of damage, every strike, was dealt by him alone. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd erupted. Solo carry indeed. No wonder. He's the only one who's ever conquered the Longming Sanctuary's Inferno mode. ID suspected foul play before, but now I'm truly awestruck. Clearing the Imperial Guard Sanctuary on hard mode alone is the mark of an indomitable force. This morning, General Shanchuan publicly declared Lin Bufang his disciple, and revealed had single-handedly defeated Emperor Spencer of Austria. At the time, I wondered, could such a disciple possibly be weak? Never imagined he'd be this overwhelmingly powerful. With a disciple like this, even without General Shan's strength, ID still crushed the Austrians. He's brought immeasurable honor to General Shan. Gradually, someone proposed a viable plan. If Lin Bufang can carry 2 novices through hard mode, might he also carry a third, a fourth, even up to 100? Wait, what did you just call them? Novices. To be precise, come-level novices. Frankly, this plan is entirely feasible. But would Lin Bufang agree? Being carried through sanctums by others is common practice. But the Imperial Guard Sanctuary is exceptional. Its loot drop rate and guaranteed rewards are extraordinarily high. Moreover, Lin Bufang was tackling it on hard mode, and he still held 7 slots each, granting 1 million points monthly. Given Lin Bufang's speed and consistency, he could lock in first place for a full year, or longer, amassing tens of millions of points. What compensation could possibly match such rewards? When Lin Bufang arrived, Shen Tian and Lin Fanzi hurried over to brief him. Lin Bufang's eyes gleamed sharply. Carrying 100 players, that was a venture with pure profit and 0 risk. At most it would cost him a few famed blades, Siming included. Yet how to execute it remained complex and required careful design. Why? Because Lin Bufang's clearance speed, on hard mode, was unmatched. His record was for all practical purposes unbreakable. Among 100 participants as both supreme damage dealer and de facto leader, he could command absolute non-engagement. Then select precisely 9 others to deliver minimal symbolic strikes, securing their eligibility for the point-granting slots. 1 million points per month, guaranteed indefinitely, as no rival could dethrone him from first place. Lin Bufang stood to gain, not lose. Yet he refused to gift advantage freely. Thus, the baseline 90 slots could be priced modestly. But the remaining 7 slots, beyond Shen Tian and Lin Fanzi, must command premium value. Underpricing was unacceptable. Everyone knew how fiercely scarce points were. Even Lin Bufang's current balance stood at barely over 1 million. Points redeemed countless treasures, especially revival coins and absolute necessity. He stepped forward to address the crowd. A vast throng gathered at the Imperial Guard Sanctuary's gates. This week offered a second attempt, and all were scrambling to form or infiltrate teams for the repeat run. And Lin Bufang, the sole player to conquer hard mode solo, stood before them not as a peer, but as the one true deity. Many gazed upon him with fervent hope, desperate for a free ride. Even a striking young woman slipped close, whispering into his ear, "Carry me once this month, and am yours." Lin Bufang chuckled inwardly. It sounded costly, a whole month of leave. But it was just and he would never carry anyone for free. At the sanctuary's threshold, he faced the assembly. "I offer no free carries. 90 slots are now open, 30 million apiece. Interested parties coordinate with Shen Tian and Lin Fanzi." 30 million. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. That's exorbitant. 30 million, for one hard mode run. You go ahead, I'm out. Many shook their heads and withdrew. Yet those with means sprinted instantly toward Shen Tian and Lin Fanzi. 30 million. Worth every credit. Hard mode chests boast sky-high drop rates. Guaranteed minimums alone yield 10 million gold. In truth, Lin Bufang profits only 20 million per person. Beyond that, if even one rare item drops, you break even instantly. Land just one card, and it's pure windfall. And let's not forget, the top rank counts directly toward academic standing. That's glory itself. Not to mention experience. All participants gain XP. 100-player cap yields XP multiplied 100-fold. A 5-level leap per run is merely baseline. 30 million. Unbelievably sweet. Swiftly a serpentine queue formed before Shen Tian and Lin Fanzi, tasked with registering names, genders, hobbies, occupations, and relaying Lin Bufang's account for immediate on-site transfers. Hesitant students, seeing the lengthening line, clenched their teeth and joined. Some even sold gear on the spot to afford entry. Yet some remained motionless, not from lack of funds, but from abundance. They dismissed the 90 slots. Their target, the 7 exclusive point-earning positions, and they were confident of securing them. One among them, Lin Bufang, recognized her instantly. Chi Fei, elder sister of Su Ran. Lin Bufang waved her over with courteous warmth. "Come along, elder sister Chi Fei. No fee required. Just step right in." Chi Fei was renowned, not merely for wealth, but for generosity and grace. Her gaze shimmered with singular brilliance, so luminous a single glance risked entrancement. "That wouldn't be fair, brother Bufang. Business is business. He'll pay whatever price you name without hesitation." Lin Bufang had already set his terms. "On hard mode, I can clear the Imperial Guard Sanctuary within 1 hour, a record no one will surpass for years to come." Within 1 hour. Glances flickered across the crowd. Many deemed it sheer fantasy. Yet even if he took 6 hours, still on hard mode, such a feat would remain unbroken for years. That meant each slot holder would collect 1 million points monthly, year after year. Silence fell. All waited, listening. Therefore, this is a one-time buyout, acquiring the records of the Guardian Palace, ensuring a stable first place for a very long time. Thus, I cannot offer any discounts to anyone. 10 billion per person only once. I will not participate again, meaning your ranking will remain stable with me until the very end. Upon hearing this, not to mention Chi Fei, even those who had already paid were left dumbfounded. 10 billion, that's just outrageous. That amount could already buy an alchemy enterprise. Upon hearing the price, all the wealthy men and women were rendered speechless. In that moment, no one dared to spend such an amount. What does 10 billion even mean? If there's no output, 10 billion is gone. Although they had seen Lin Bufang's achievements clearing the difficult level in just 7 hours, whether he could break his own record was still a question. If he has not cleared it before, that 10 billion would be wasted. However, if he has cleared it, he could earn 1 million points every month afterward. Leading others by a significant margin as time goes on, the lead would only increase. However, while points are precious, they also have their limits. 10 billion is equivalent to 50 God of War rings, and if the market is right, that means 2 fire attribute attack cards. At the same time, 10 billion could buy a top-tier flying mount, the kind that makes a statement for a lifetime. 10 billion betting on an unknown probability still felt risky. Chi-Fei's surprise was merely momentary. She picked up her phone, seemingly sending a message. In a moment, she directly transferred 10 billion to Lin Bufang. Chi-Fei has transferred 100 gold coins to you. Transaction completed. Current balance, 12812450536 gold coins. With the first person starting the transfer. The second person also stepped forward. There is only one chance, 7 spots, I want one. One after another, the others also made up their minds to transfer and join the ranks. Soon, all 7 spots were filled. Current gold balance, 72812450536 gold coins. Lin Bufang's balance also skyrocketed to over 70 billion. This made him somewhat anxious. If this fails, he would suffer social death for life. It would be extremely embarrassing. He indeed had to be cautious. The 7 spots have already been sold. However, there were still a few people wanting to join. Shen Tian and Lin Fangji exchanged glances and smiled as they approached Lin Bufang. Brother Bufang, this time, we won't let you lead. We've already claimed this month's point difference. Well, wait for you outside. Point difference, for example, if you were previously ranked 10th in the palace, and then rose to 1st, you can still claim it a second time, but you need to deduct the already claimed point difference. The two chose to withdraw voluntarily to allow Lin Bufang to earn an extra 20 billion gold. A few classmates holding gold coins eagerly wanted to join. They also knew that the remaining 2 spots were for Shen Tian and Lin Fangji. I say, Lin Bufang, this is such a great opportunity to make money. No need to waste it. Friends are everywhere, and earning 10 billion is not that easy. Lin Bufang paid no attention, insisting that Shen Tian and Lin Fangji stay in the team. You two each owe me 10 billion. I'll remember to pay it back later. Lin Bufang, when it comes to money, truly cares. But if he considers someone a friend, then money becomes less significant. He is still willing to believe that exchanging sincerity for sincerity is far more valuable than money. Shen Tian was so moved, he started wiping away tears. Brother-in-law, I love you. Lin Fangji, on the other hand, appeared quite carefree, his ability to make money still imaginative. No need to say more about my brother Bufang. From now on, my wife will be your wife. The team of 100 is now fully assembled. Before formally entering, Lin Bufang made a stop at the entrance of the Dragon Ming Palace. There were a few familiar faces waiting. A few of them sporting dark circles under their eyes seemed somewhat dazed. Hey man, how many days has it been? Chi Ming and Kai, how those 2 foolish kids still haven't come out. I feel like they might be in trouble. No, the teacher said their vital signs are very strong. They're doing just fine, just haven't come out yet. That's strange. I really don't believe we can't find them. The 100-person team simultaneously entered the Guardian Palace. Before formally entering, Shen Tian, following Lin Bufang's instructions, announced the following rules. No one is allowed to actively attack monsters, release any skills, or perform any actions. Just hide in a corner. Violators will be kicked out of the team and gold will not be refunded. If you don't follow commands, you'll be directly kicked out of the team and gold will not be refunded. Deliberately stealing damage needs no further explanation. Not only will you be kicked out of the team, but you will also be held infinitely responsible. Loud noise is prohibited. No roughhousing with other classmates. Any conflicts should be discussed later. Violators will be kicked out of the team and gold will not be refunded. That's all. You now have 1 minute to reconsider. After 1 minute, not a single person withdrew. These rules were intended by Lin Bufang to make them stay still like Shen Tian and Lin Fangji. Without needing to operate, all those operations would only hinder Lin Bufang. Damage certainly cannot be stolen. The final point rewards will be distributed to the top 10 performers, ensuring satisfaction for the investor who spent 10 billion. Of course, there's no need to worry about being robbed of damage, as the captain among 100, Lin Bufang, can kick anyone out of the team at any time. Once kicked out, all of that person's actions will not count towards team rewards, and they can only claim previously earned rewards. Guardian Palace difficulty level 100. People full in a full team. The experience dropped by monsters will also reach 100 upon entering the first layer. Shen Tian and Lin Fangji began directing the team to keep Lin Bufang from being distracted. They directed everyone to gather towards the edges, avoiding getting too close to the monsters. Don't mess around, or not only will you face my brother Bufang, but you'll also face my brother Fangji. Haha, provoking my brother Bufang is equivalent to provoking my brother Fangji. Anyone targeted by my brother Fangji will have a green hat that runs parallel to the path of ascension. Upon reaching the corner, Shintian and Lin Fangji did not let them stay still, because Lin Bufang had instructed them that this time they wouldn't waste any time. Speedrun. Could it be that he bought a set of Overwatch? Although the two did not understand how Lin Bufang's machine gun could speedrun, they still followed the orders. With 97 people slowly moving along the wall, they headed towards the entrance of the second layer. Lin Bufang on this side first equipped everyone with the divine knife of fate insurance. Then he donned a full set of penetration gear. His penetration attribute began to surge. 350,120,120 points of penetration. There were only 100 Guardian soldiers on the opposite side. What does this signify? Lin Bufang does not need to lure monsters one by one. With a penetration of only 3 before, it means each shot can only hit 4 targets. Therefore, the optimal strategy is to lure 4 monsters at once, maximizing both efficiency and economy. Now with a penetration of 120, a single bullet can cover the entire map. Since he is leading a team, this is also the last wave of farming. Lin Bufang swiftly switched to the Barrett M99 and fired a shot behind him. His body rushed through the dormant guards without missing a beat. Not one more, not one less. All 100 guards were activated. 100 pairs of blood-red eyes lit up, all hatred locked onto Lin Bufang. Click. Lin Bufang chambered the bullet. The others were also observing Lin Bufang, curious about how he would clear the hard level. Seeing him with a machine gun, some felt disappointed, as the machine gun's damage isn't high, and if it had penetration attributes it could hit more monsters. But stacking penetration damage doesn't increase, they are mutually exclusive. To gain area damage, one must sacrifice damage. The first bullet struck the first guard. 999, 9999, a terrifying damage value emerged. Many classmates trembled. What kind of damage is this? However, this is just the beginning. After hitting the first target, this bullet immediately triggered the penetration effect, shooting towards the second target, and the penetrated bullet automatically activated the hex barrel effect, directly locking onto the head. Then came 34,567. Every guard on the map took a bullet. Talent proficiency 1, 100 permanent attack power 5, 100. From Lin Bufang's perspective, it was a single shot with a series of bullet impacts and ricochets resonating. Not a single bullet missed. The M1919 has a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. Thanks to the hex barrel, he only needs to aim at one guard to shoot, and all subsequent bullets will automatically lock onto their targets, guaranteeing no misses. Thus, Lin Bufang only needed to pull the trigger. The bullets would aim themselves. Tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. That was the sound of a barrage of bullets hitting armor. This incredibly dense sound not only lacked any discomfort, but instead had a unique rhythm that elicited a profound sense of pleasure. If described in 3 words, it would be a sense of impact. Originally, it would take 10 minutes to clear the first layer. With the top-tier attribute of penetration 120, it was reduced to less than half a minute. 21 seconds. 6 forms, each form lasted less than 4 seconds. Killing guards experience, 10 million team size, reached 100 full experience, earned 100. Everyone could receive 100 guard treasure chests. You received 300 blue guard treasure chests. Hearing the notifications above, the classmates were already stunned. They only saw 100 guards continuously switching forms in just 21 seconds, each form being instantly shattered. In the final form, they didn't even have the qualification to possess. Before getting close to Lin Bufang, they were shredded by the steel torrent of the M1919. The experience and treasure chest notifications above rang out almost simultaneously. Each person received a reward of 10 million experience. 10 million for 1. For 100, that's 1 billion experience. In an instant, many classmates leveled up on the spot. Some even leveled up several times. Those wanting to cap at level 25 hurriedly locked their experience to avoid surpassing the level. Lin Bufang also leveled up and was quite surprised. He didn't expect the experience from a 100-man team to be so high, directly tenfold. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV31. Level LV31, 900 million, 15 billion free points, 3650 speed increased by 3650 speed to 3278. 3650269228. All skills million strike, source of magic, bullet bloom, mirror, shotgun, dual dance upgraded to 31 stars. At this moment, Lin Bufang had already entered the second layer with a shot from the Barrett. The others were still making their way to the second layer. Lin Bufang had already entered the second layer. Since he could still claim the rewards, he didn't need to wait for them. This little mechanism was something Lin Bufang had just discovered on the school's forum. In the second layer, there were 100 guards plus 1 elite. This time, Lin Bufang didn't hide his strength since he was leading a team. With one shot, he instantly killed the elite Legion. With 120 penetration, it took less than 25 seconds to clear the level. Killing guards experience, 10 million, 100, 300 blue guard treasure chests. Meanwhile, the others were still making their way towards the second layer from the first. To prevent anyone from dealing damage indiscriminately, they were not allowed to stray from the team, and everyone was moving forward together. Lin Bufang had already entered the third layer. With each layer, the increase in monster numbers also expanded the space. Thus, the travel time kept increasing. In the third layer, there were 200 guards. He didn't take too long. In less than a minute, he cleared the level. By the time Lin Bufang entered the fourth layer, the others had just entered the second layer. All they saw were shattered armor pieces on the ground. As for Lin Bufang, he had already vanished without a trace. They entered the second layer, and only then did the reward notifications appear above. Experience. Treasure chests. What the heck, this farming speed? It's incredibly fast. In the fourth layer, there were 300 guards. In the fifth layer, there were 400. In the sixth layer, there were 500. In the seventh layer, there were 1,000 guards plus 1 elite legion. Lin Bufang pushed through directly. As the number of monsters increased, the time consumption also escalated. However, he was always faster than his classmates. Of course, not all classmates were restricted in their mobility. Shin Tian and Lin Fangji were in charge of command. The other 7 who had spent 10 billion gold could go wherever they wanted. They could just lie there, and Shin Tian and Lin Fangji could carry them forward. In the 7th layer, Lin Bufang had already taken down all 1,000 guards and 1 legion. His level increased again. Just because from the 2nd layer to the 7th layer, he directly gained 26 billion experience. Many of those he brought had already capped at level 25, preparing to level up. They must have enjoyed it. This wave of experience was exhilarating. Lin Bufang was also thrilled. This leveling speed was absolutely delightful. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV32, level LV32, 11. 5 billion, 21 billion free points, 4350 speed increased by 4350 speed, 26928, for 350-31278, and not only this. Lin Bufang's super god level talent, only attack no defense, also reached its final stage. He was about to level up to the 6th star, just a few thousand proficiency points away. The 8th level. Lin Bufang was spraying 12 Ligene the machine gun, continuously firing, preparing to slightly enhance his proficiency to upgrade his talent. Chi Fei stood beside Lin Bufang feeling a bit idle, so she approached to chat with him. Hello, Junior. It must be said that Chi Fei was indeed wealthy. However, she was too frugal, unwilling to buy more fabric for her clothes, which even had large holes. Lin Bufang noted that with Chi Fei standing there, she wouldn't pass any review on any platform. With just one glance at her, and one would understand that life's meaning had only one possibility left. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. Lin Bufang understood this principle well. If he were single, he could be quite carefree, but out of respect for his relationship with Shenhaier, he chose to keep his distance from other women, even including Su Ran. There was no need to elaborate on Su Ran's personality. Lin Bufang always felt that only by being truly devoted to one person could one maintain a clear heart and stable emotions for the long term. Perhaps the rules of this world were not like this, but Lin Bufang was willing to protect his bottom line in his heart. Chi Fei saw through Lin Bufang's thoughts immediately. Sometimes I wonder why are devoted people often not cherished. Lin Bufang sensed her implication. Sister Chi Fei, has Shenhaier said anything to you? He had been grinding at the Forbidden Guard Temple for nearly a day. There was no news from Shenhaier. Chi Fei smiled slightly. For now, you don't need to worry about anything. Let me introduce you to the Shun family, so that you will have some knowledge when you meet Shenhaier's parents. Chi Fei provided a detailed introduction to the Shun family, giving Lin Bufang some impression of them. To describe it in one phrase, it was indescribable. So powerful that it was indescribable. The influence of the Shun family was like a towering tree, its roots penetrating every inch of the Daxia's soil. They practically thrived alongside Daxia. If they fell, Daxia would suffer greatly. Their power, influence, and strength, along with the hidden forces behind them, were beyond even what Chi Fei could fully comprehend. What is their attitude towards Shan Chuan? Lin Bufang asked a question that concerned him. Shan Chuan was his master. His strength was also indescribable. What was the Shun family's attitude towards his master? They do not truly fear Shan Chuan. They merely avoid making enemies with him. If they have the opportunity to win him over, they would be more than willing. So in reality, Shenhaier hasn't told me anything. I just saw her return home for a while, and then saw you alone, so I could roughly guess what happened. I feel that if you two had different personalities, perhaps if it were an earlier or later era, you could get along better. Shenhaier will still seriously consider her parents' opinions. Lin Bufang thought for a moment, feeling a bit disoriented. As someone involved, he indeed had a sense of confusion. Sister Chi Fei, do you think Shenhaier's parents would agree? Of course. Your master is Shan Chuan, and almost everyone knows it now. The Shen family wouldn't disagree. Qi Fei changed her tone, but your master is just one person and has not established his own force or family. If he cannot maintain his current strength, that would be a different matter. I heard that your master is attempting to break through to a higher realm, which many people are aware of. General Shan has always wanted to become the strongest practitioner, standing tall at the pinnacle of the world with his own strength. However, for high-level practitioners to advance further is a very risky move. If successful, it would indeed be a beautiful sight. We all believe in General Shan's character. Even if he becomes incredibly strong, he will still respect everyone. However, if he fails, the lightest consequence would be dropping to a mortal realm, and the heaviest would be death. Qi Fei smiled, but General Shan's attempt to break through to a higher realm has been in preparation for many years. It probably won't happen soon. Finally, Qi Fei looked at Lin Bufang and sighed. I know that with your current strength and performance you are indeed a genius among geniuses. In the hell-level final stage of the Longming Holy Temple you are the only one who has completed it, and in the difficult level of the Forbidden Guard Temple you are also the first. However, in the eyes of a large family like the Shun family, unless you can truly reach the level of Shan Chuan, they really won't care about one or two special geniuses. To put it bluntly, the class gap between you and Shenhaier is a bit large. If you really have to meet Shenhaier's parents in a couple of days, remember to speak less. Even if you're angry, wait until after to express it. I still have high hopes for you too, and I hope your relationship won't be swayed by your parents. Lastly, if one day you and Shenhaier part ways or become enemies with the Shen family, I will firmly support you without hesitation. Qi Fei did not lean too close to Lin Bufang, maintaining a friendly distance. Lin Bufang responded with a polite smile. Thank you, Sister Qi Fei. By the way, let me hypothesize, if Shenhaier were to become you, would your parents agree? Qi Fei shook her head. Lin Bufang initially thought it was a no. However, Qi Fei stated, this question is a false proposition. She actually wanted to say whether or not my parents agree doesn't matter to me. I don't reference their advice. They won't hinder or sway me because the 10 billion I transferred to you was earned by myself. She thought for a moment and shifted to another topic. I can understand Shenhaier's situation. In a large family like the Shun family, when it comes to marriage alliances, they consider various interests. If the benefits do not meet the family's standards, the whole family won't agree. It's very difficult for Shenhaier to break free from such constraints. Lin Bufang had hardly spoken throughout, but his gaze remained unwavering. Since Shenhaier dares to firmly choose to be with me in this situation, I will persist to the end no matter what circumstances we face. Since they had kissed and touched, Lin Bufang had to take responsibility, and it was not solely a matter of obligation. He truly liked Shenhaier. Qi Fei did not expect Lin Bufang to say this, nor had she ever seen hesitation in his eyes, which surprised her, but also left her feeling a bit disappointed. A boy like Lin Bufang was the hardest to pursue a top-tier challenge. She gave him a thumbs up. Great. Lin Bufang's confidence also stemmed from his rapid growth. The root of all problems could be summarized as insufficient strength. Lin Bufang took a glance at upgraded. Congratulations, your super god-level talent offensive only has been upgraded to 6-star. Immediately check the changes in talent. This stage is an enhanced upgrade, still offensive only, and it makes your next acquired talent directly change to super god level, creating a bond effect with this talent. The specific effect is providing a support platform for heavy, super large weapons, strategic weapons, etc. The perspective distance has increased to 5,000 meters. With the perspective activated and oneself being under control, the perspective distance multiplies tenfold. The Norcoil effect is significantly enhanced. Under the Norcoil state, while being controlled, the Norcoil effect is increased tenfold. Auto-reloading continues to strengthen. With auto-reloading activated and oneself in a controlled state, the feeling of continuous fire is intensified with higher coordination and some hidden enhancements. Silencing is super enhanced, and the amplification effect can reach 50 kilometers. With silencing amplification activated and oneself being controlled, the silencing effect receives systematic enhancement. Each kill permanently grants 6 named blades. When the named blade is triggered and oneself is under control, the named blade produces a special offensive-only change. Each shot permanently increases attack power by 6 points. While attacking and under control, the attack power undergoes a special offensive-only change. Offensive-only change 6 stars 0-100, 000, 0000, 1 billion. Physical attack 523, 210000 points. Named blade quantity 435, 9998. Lin Bufang took a glance. It felt very strange. Extremely strange. He had sensed that the change was related to stillness. Never did he expect that it required oneself to be under control. This is related to the skill book he previously obtained from Goblin Elite Sword. However, the skill book is merely a skill book. Lin Bufang's super divine talent provided clear information. As long as he obtains the next talent, he can directly ascend to the super divine level, customize a super divine talent, and create a bond effect with the offensive only change. In other words, the new effect of offensive only is a preparation for the next talent. Once the next talent is acquired, everything will be clear. The next talent requires him to follow his master to a new area to obtain it. Lin Bufang's expression remained unchanged, secretly laughing. The Shen family, with a super divine talent of offensively, Lin Bufang can disregard everything. If he were to acquire another super divine talent, what Shen family? Those who dare to flaunt before him must obediently line up and kneel. Boom. His sovereignty cleared the health bar of Goblin Sword in one shot, and even the second phase of Sword couldn't withstand a single shot. Instant kill. Lin Bufang had already flown into the final layer. Meanwhile, the other students had just climbed to the 8th layer. They could only see the corpse of the most challenging elite monster Goblin Sword bursting apart. Because the instant kill was too quick, the health bar of the second phase Sword was still descending. Before the health bar had fully depleted, Lin Bufang had already entered the boss room. They felt as if their scalps were about to explode. Holy cow, is this really instant kill just by raising a hand? Is it on? This is the most exhilarating time I've ever been carried. The experience point chest jumps directly onto me. This is too exhilarating. This money was so worth it. Boss room. Sovereignty roared. 3 seconds later, the boss's health bar was emptied. Kill boss Gillinter, difficulty level experience 2 billion, level LV 3220. 5 billion 21 billion Guardian Palace, difficulty level completed. Clear time 49 minutes 56 seconds. Before clearing, Lin Bufang still had Shen Tian and Lin Fan arranged for the other 6 patrons to deal damage. On the 7th layer, Lin Bufang left a guardian soldier for them. In the boss room, Lin Bufang also let Chi Fei deal some damage to the boss. As the team leader, he could see everyone's damage output. Currently, the top 10 list was entirely accurate. All were patrons. Only then did he take action to defeat the boss. The moment the boss was killed, the rankings were completely locked in. No surprises. A perfect run. Throughout the process, no teammates needed to deal any damage. They only needed to walk from the 1st layer to the 9th layer. Treasure chests, not a single one missed. Experience points, all collected. The students praised this. Awesome, this is true carry. I wonder if there will be an opportunity to ride on the big shot's coattails again in the future. Just as they exited, a student among them let out a howl. I got a Gillinter upper body card. The crowd suddenly stirred. There are 9 Gillinter cards, with the most expensive being the weapon part priced at 18 billion. Other parts can sell for at least 5 billion. The one who drew this card was a student who spent 30 million to join the team. The other students were true. In a single run, not only did they achieve the highest historical ranking for the Guardian Palace, but they also drew an upper body card. They made back over 4.9 billion. Among the onlookers, some had wanted to join the team, but were reluctant to spend 30 million. One worried that Lin Bufang couldn't possibly break his own record. Unexpectedly, Lin Bufang emerged in less than 50 minutes. He reduced the clear time to a mere 49 minutes. It should be noted that for the Guardian Palace, the fastest clear time on the normal level currently exceeds 15 hours. Lin Bufang was still playing on the difficulty level. How long this ranking can hold is an unknown. After all, no one can imagine who could further reduce this time. Secondly, it is still a matter of price. 30 million is too expensive, and the minimum guarantee is less than 10 million, plus Lin Bufang still has to make 20 million. Watching others earn money feels worse than losing money oneself. Now Lin Bufang is not only making money, the people he carries are also profiting. The onlooking students felt even worse. If I had known, I would have joined too. I was closest to Shen Tian. If I had just lined up, I could have been one of the first few. What a pity, such a good opportunity. Look, Lin Bufang's level is already 32. He really was telling the truth. He won't be able to grind the Guardian Palace again. The ranking, he won't even budge. This truly is honest business. The 7 patrons were also quite satisfied. They could be said to be filled with admiration. On the 1st layer, they observed Lin Bufang's extraordinary speed in grinding, worrying about one issue: if Lin Bufang chose to lock his level and held back slightly, he could break his own record a second time, thus abandoning them and bringing another batch of people to grind the Guardian Palace. If that happened, their 10 billion gold coins would be wasted. However, Lin Bufang did not. Lin Bufang simply felt it unnecessary. There was no need to be stuck at level 30. Once his level rises, better skills and equipment await him. At level 35, there are several super skills related to machine guns. Once acquired, the M1919 will undergo a complete transformation. No longer just small fry. Ding ding ding. Lin Bufang's phone rang. It was a call from Shin Haier. The content was simple. Shin Haier would come shortly to take him to meet her parents. Shin Haier's voice carried some fatigue, as if her interactions with her parents that day had not been harmonious. Lin Bufang had just hung up the phone. Master's call immediately came in. Level 30. Alright, I'm at your dormitory entrance. Come on over. At the dormitory entrance from a distance, Lin Bufang saw a shadow, sitting in the security room, seemingly chatting with the security guard. The security guard smiled as he saw Lin Bufang approach, saying he came on his first day with his girlfriend, and I chased him away. I regret it. That girl is quite nice. I wonder how they are getting along now. Shan Chuan sighed softly. Indeed, that girl Su Ran is quite good, but since my disciple chose to be with Shin Haier from the Shin family, I will fully support him. Who hasn't been a bit impulsive in youth? However, I won't let my disciple have regrets. Chatting, Shan Chuan bid farewell to the elder and accompanied Lin Bufang to his dormitory. He closed the door. Shan Chuan first took out a gift box which was purple and had a dark hue. Here, take this first. After opening it, you can choose a specific attribute. This attribute provides a percentage boost even at the rare level, and there is only one appearance. If you dislike it, you can hide it. By the way, this appearance can significantly reduce wind resistance, increase flight speed, and it won't degrade. It has no durability. Lin Bufang received the gift box. Dark Feather Set Rare. After activation, you will receive a complete set of 9 rare appearances. Lin Bufang opened it. Obtained Dark Feather Hawk Hat Rare X1. Obtained Dark Feather Shoulder Feathers Rare X1. Obtained Dark Feather Battle Pants Rare X1. Lin Bufang took a glance. This item was a completely different concept from equipment. It has no durability and does not require repairs. After wearing it, the appearance is automatically acquired, and it can be turned off at will. Moreover, Lin Bufang had already searched for appearances in the shop at level 30. The rare appearances indeed cost 5 million points. However, the 1 million points extraction scrolls are not always available, let alone the rare appearances. These items have not been restocked for a long time. To obtain them, one would need to spend 4 million points on 2 high-level external attachments, and then 1 million points on an appearance synthesizer, totaling 5 million points for one synthesis. The probability isn't low, and it's still higher than the chance of obtaining divine equipment. If it fails, all 5 million points evaporate, leaving nothing. One can imagine how absurd the difficulty of synthesizing a rare appearance is. Shan Chuan directly gifted Lin Bufang a complete set. This set not only reduces wind resistance, but also has a pair of wings. The overall appearance resembles a soaring eagle with large, deep purple feathers cascading down the shoulders and 2 dark purple ribbons flowing backward from the brim in the wind. The helmet is shaped like an eagle's beak, covering half of the brow. The waist features a gilded dark patterned belt with the cuffs tightly wrapped high leather boots, and the hem of the garment is surrounded by an ink purple halo. Overall, the figure appears slender and sleek with a black base deepened by purple, almost pitch black in the shadows. When raising the gun, there is a special effect, feathers fluttering. Besides the appearance effect itself and wind resistance reduction, there are also actual attributes. The panel can enhance everything except luck. All are percentage increases, and they can stack repeatedly. This depends on what fixed attributes you have allocated before. Whichever attribute has been enhanced the most, that's the one to choose. Lin Bufang has always focused on speed. Therefore, he directly selected speed for all 9 pieces. Each piece adds 5. Thus, 9 pieces yield a total of 45. Consequently, Lin Bufang's speed surged to 14075 points. His total speed directly exceeded 45000 points. Speed has directly increased by nearly half. Terrifying indeed. As for the appearance, it is quite stunning, though a bit too ostentatious for Lin Bufang's taste. He prefers something more ordinary and low-key. Shan Chuan continued to pull out items. This time, he produced 2 scrolls. Do you remember the Ancient Century event I mentioned to you 10 days ago? It starts tomorrow morning. Lin Bufang took the 2 scrolls. The scrolls were named Dungeon Direct Pass 100 Layers Scroll Epic. Effect: automatically clear 100 layers of the dungeon and directly receive all rewards, such as experience points and drops from those layers without needing to have cleared them previously. Each person can use it once on the dungeon opening day. What? Directly clear a level. Not needing to clear it beforehand means Lin Bufang can simply go to the dungeon and claim all the rewards from the 100th layer without doing anything. But Master, why do you give me 2? Shan Chuan walked to the window. This scroll, there are only 4 in the world right now. I know you'll be meeting Shin Haier's parents soon. Presenting this scroll will surely silence them. You might not know, the Shin family is quite elitist. To put it bluntly, they are very superficial, only seeing benefits with no emotions involved. Most big families are like this. Of course, this is because you are no longer the same as before. Previously, you were an ordinary person, not even qualified to see the most common members of the Shin family. The opportunity to see Shun Hai's parents meant only seeing their polite and warm facade. All of that is an illusion. Now with your strength, you can see part of their true nature. No matter what happens, do not care about the discomfort they make you feel. It is simply because you pose a threat to them. One day when your strength improves, their existence will also seem insignificant to you. Right now you are like standing on the first floor, and in front of you is the wall of the Shin family. Even if you push down this wall, there are countless more walls ahead of you. If you can stand at the top of the 100th floor, those walls are no different from ants. When you arrive at the Shun family, they may take a look at your limit cultivation at level 30. I think you shouldn't be too far behind. If they want to arrange a meeting with me, you can directly refuse. I can meet them anytime, but it shouldn't be so easy. Tomorrow morning, gather at the entrance of the super long-distance, slow teleportation array. Shan Chuan has said everything he could. He has arranged everything he could. As the saying goes, it's hard for a fair official to judge family matters. After all, this is about meeting the parents, not a battle, and Shan Chuan can only offer this help. The master left. Shin Hai had not yet arrived. Lin Bufang began to study the limit cultivation at level 30. At level 30, Lin Bufang had already reached what others considered the limit. However, there was still room for improvement. That would be the fire attribute attack set fire attribute cards. Lin Bufang planned to max it out at once. He glanced at the number of treasure chests. Elite Guard Soldier chest, blue 15599 pieces, Lijin chest, purple 84 pieces, sword chest, pink 6 pieces, Gulani chest, gold 6 pieces. Even if the chests do not yield anything, Lin Bufang still has 72. 8 billion gold coins to spare. Is 72. 8 billion not enough? Lin Bufang's backpack also contains a bit of super artifacts which could sell for about 3 to 400 billion. Lin Bufang began to open the treasure chests. The chests produced by the Elite Guard Temple can yield all equipment at level 20, and there's even a very low probability of obtaining the Martial God Ring. Even the most common Elite Guard Soldier chest can yield top-tier equipment and cards. There's also a high drop rate for epic equipment. For instance, the Elite Guard Soldier chest has a guaranteed minimum of 300 carbon. The Lijin chest has a guaranteed minimum of 1000 carbon. The sword chest has a guaranteed minimum of 1000 carbon. The Gulani chest has a guaranteed minimum of 300 carbon. All can produce skill books and can also yield epic equipment. Lin Bufang decided to go all in. Open all treasure chests. 15599 Elite Guard Soldier chests, 84 Lijin chests, 6 sword chests, 6 Gulani chests, all open together. A series of notifications occupied Lin Bufang's vision, then slowly faded away. Just a glance at the notifications, Lin Bufang knew he had profited. At the very least, over 70 million gold coins. And he had received 3 cards. Moreover, they were all different parts. Additionally, he had obtained 2 of the most valuable cards. The cards for the 9 parts of Gulan Te, with the weapon being the most expensive, followed by the accessories. Among the accessories, the most expensive were the ring and the bracelet. Correspondingly, they were the Martial God Ring and the Dragon's Roar bracelet. Each card for these 2 parts was worth over 10 billion. As for others' earnings, Lin Bufang did not know, but he was certainly in profit, and not just a little. Seeing the 2 accessory parts appear, Lin Bufang felt assured. A full set of fire attribute divine equipment, plus a full set of fire attribute cards, it was secured. Lin Bufang immediately looked at the level 20 divine equipment and the level 30 divine equipment. There were no surprises at level 20, not a single super divine item appeared. At level 30, however, there were 2 surprises. The Gulan Te divine set had yielded 2 pieces. Lin Bufang felt that his luck was exceedingly good. If this wave were purely for selling gold coins, he could sell for at least 35 billion. Not to mention bringing others along would earn him over 70 billion. From 2 sessions of the Imperial Guard Palace, he made over 100 billion. Of course, Lin Bufang never gambled on probabilities, as in most cases ending up with nothing was the norm. He opened the trading hall. He started to buy items frantically. 6 Gulan Te items remained by. In reality, there were 9 Gulan Te items, including accessories and weapons. All 6 remaining Gulan Te cards were bought. Because he did not have enough money, Lin Bufang gritted his teeth. He sold everything that could be sold from his warehouse. There was nothing else. The Martial God Ring, Dragon's Roar Sacred Hall, and the Mage's Ring were all at historical highs, all sold. Because Lin Bufang timed the first place in the Imperial Guard Palace within an hour, those aiming for first place in the future would lose all confidence upon seeing this record. With fewer contenders for first place, the output of cards and the Gulan Te set would also decrease, inevitably increasing in value in the future. In fact, Lin Bufang was not the only one who noticed this. The related output of Gulente had already risen by several hundred million in a very short time. It was quick. Lin Bufang spent nearly 110 billion acquiring an entire set of Gulente Divine equipment and an entire set of Gulente Divine cards. His balance was now under 1 billion. The warehouse had nothing left. This time he truly invested heavily. The harvest was also abundant. All set. Lin Bufang affixed the ultimate Gulente card to his main weapon. From now on, the attack of the main weapon would be imbued with fire attribute damage. The Fire Spirit Necklace granted 1200 fire attribute attack. The Martial God Ring, 1200. The Dragon's Roar Bracelet, 1200. The Judgment Set, all 1200. Cards could be transferred, and the transfer only required a small amount of gold coins, so there was no need to worry about fixed attributes. Lin Bufang, fully equipped with fire attributes, was just one step away from truly graduating. Because the Gulente Divine set was also meant to transfer attributes to the epic equipment. The divine item attributes could also be transferred once without overlapping with the epic attributes. This way Lin Bufang's main weapon and Martial God Ring, as well as the Fire Spirit Necklace and Judgment Set, could all gain an additional 1200 fire attribute attack from the Gulente Divine equipment. It required an attribute extraction scroll costing 1 million points each. Transferring for all 9 pieces of equipment would cost 9 million points. Currently Lin Bufang did not have enough points. However, after receiving for 8 months, or even in a shorter time, because in the Dragon's Roar Sacred Hall Lin Bufang was also first, with 0 points each month, plus 1 million points in just 6 months, he could fully graduate with fire attributes. Therefore he had essentially graduated. Such extreme training at level 30 of Lin Bufang could be sure even if his master came he would recognize it. Not to mention the Shin family. Congratulations. You have been promoted from VIP 7 to VIP 8. Congratulations. Your trading hall privileges have reached VIP 9. Wishing you a pleasant life, some trivial matters need not be concerned. Current gold balance 102758690 gold. He had actually saved a bit of money with a few million left in card 2. He originally wanted to save more, but couldn't manage it. But it didn't matter 1 billion. Who would complain that it's too little? His parents would never think it was too little. In the points mall Lin Bufang was only eyeing some special discount packages. At level 30, there were a few more special items such as skill experience packs, appearance synthesizers, and stamina recovery potions. In special discount packages, speed was key and Lin Bufang would grab whatever he could. At 8:30 p.m., Shin Haier brought Lin Bufang to the school gate. 2 servants dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses looked at Lin Bufang, who was dressed in cheap clothes and carrying gifts that seemed trivial in their eyes, without saying anything. One of them slightly raised his hand, summoning a silver glowing dragon, which was the silver dragon mount. The 4 of them mounted the silver dragon and flew towards Qingyun City in the sky. Qingyun City, due to its unique geographical location and some historical reasons, would split into 12 floating islands every night, soaring into the sky. The meeting place was a quaint private club where the dishes served were all local home-style cuisine from Qingyun. What surprised Lin Bufang was that Shin Haier's father Shin Lu and mother Shin Shaoyi were quite warm and welcoming, observing all the courtesies. They also invited younger members of the family around Lin Bufang's age to avoid awkwardness. Meanwhile, several elders from the family were also invited. The meeting went smoothly throughout. Shin Lu did not mention Lin Bufang's level 30 training or any. He simply inquired about Lin Bufang's family situation, greeted his parents, and brought some precious supplements, hoping Lin Bufang could pass them on to his parents. In summary, there was nothing to make Lin Bufang feel uncomfortable. Until after dinner, when they came to the Shun family's living room to rest, when only Shun Lu, Shin Shaoyi, Shin Haier, and Lin Bufang were left. When Shun Haier's elder brother Shin Feng arrived, the atmosphere changed slightly. "This is my eldest son. I'll come on, you all chat. I will go pour tea for you. Haier, come help me cut some fruits." Shun Haier's mother took the opportunity while pouring water to leave the living room, taking Shun Haier along. Before leaving, she wore a deliberate smile and said to Lin Bufang, "Bufang, your brother is not much older than you. He has a straightforward personality, but don't take it to heart. Just treat it as young people joking and fooling around. It's nothing, auntie." Thus, only Shin Lu, Shin Feng, and Lin Bufang remained in the room. Shin Feng glanced at Lin Bufang, rubbed his eyebrows with his hands, appearing somewhat impatient. "Well, you come here, and we will entertain you, but if you want to enter our Shun family's door in the future." Lin Bufang raised his hand to interrupt him. "Brother, let me correct you. It's not me entering your family's door, but Shun Haier entering our Lin family's door." Shin Feng paused, then broke into an involuntary smile. Shin Lu sat silently on the sofa, gazing blankly at the television. "Ha ha ha." Shin Feng continued laughing. Lin Bufang said nothing. only watched him in quiet stillness. Haha, let's set this aside for now. Once his laughter subsided, Shin Feng paused and thought, you're level 30 correct. I'm far above you in level. I heard you performed admirably on the first floor of the Holy Hall at Qingyan University. Have you ever seen this? Shin Feng gently raised his right hand, and his attire gradually transformed into pure white. Top-bottom belt shoes. All 8 gear slots shifted seamlessly to white. Seated on the sofa, Shun Li's lips lifted faintly, as if amused by a scene on screen. Ha! White was a rare-tier appearance exclusive to warriors. Shin Feng shook his head slightly. You've likely never seen this before. It's called a rare-tier appearance obtainable only through synthesis. I'm just one piece away from completing my full set. You may not realize it, but in this world only elite families like ours, the Shin clan, can afford an entire rare-tier appearance set for a single cultivator. We're merely proposing your consideration for entry into the Shin clan, not declaring you qualified to join. Understand, little brother. Shin Feng folded his hands behind his back. His gleaming white rare-tier ensemble was undeniably striking. Displaying these 8 pieces was deliberate, meant to underscore his overwhelming strength before Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang rose to his feet, still smiling calmly, addressing Shin Feng as brother solely out of respect for Shin Higher. Should the other man refuse to uphold dignity, Lin Bufang would be more than willing to dismantle it himself. I believe your appearance lacks cohesion. Without a headpiece, it's fundamentally unbalanced. Shin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, many had voiced the same critique. He was missing precisely that final piece, the headgear. Without it, the set's visual effects remained incomplete, its harmony disrupted. Yet he perceived Lin Bufang's remark as outright contempt. Gazing down condescendingly, he retorted, if others say it, I bear no objection. But you? I lack only one piece. What audacity grants you the right to judge me? You haven't even acquired a high-tier appearance, have you? But within Shin Feng's stunned gaze, Lin Bufang unveiled his concealed appearance. Black and violet cascaded downward, layer by layer, until all 9 pieces of his ensemble were fully revealed. Around him, delicate lavender feathers drifted weightlessly into the air. It was the signature aesthetic effect granted exclusively by a complete rare-tier set. Now, am I qualified? Shin Feng fell utterly silent. His face flushed faintly with heat. He stared dumbfounded, speechless. What's wrong, brother? Why the silence? Do you dislike speaking? At last Shin Lu, who had remained silent until now, spoke. Shin Feng, is this truly how you comport yourself? Tell me, whose disciple is he? General Shan. Before that, master, your appearance means nothing. Put it away. In the end, true strength alone determines worth in this world. Ah yes. Speaking of personal strength, our family happens to own 2 damage-testing dummies. Since Shun Higher is my sister, and her romantic prospects demand my scrutiny, I'll voluntarily lower myself to level 30. Let's test our peak cultivation limits. See whose damage output prevails. What do you say, little brother? His tone had softened markedly, no longer brash or imperious. That full rare-tier appearance had genuinely shaken his confidence. This could mean only one thing. General Shan regarded Lin Bufang as a direct inner-circle disciple and invested boundlessly in his cultivation. In this first round, measuring wealth and merit points, Lin Bufang had triumphed decisively. Shin Feng and Lin Bufang now stood on equal footing, worthy of discourse as peers. Eagerly, Shin Feng retrieved 2 dummies and placed them before each of them. With formal deference, Shin Feng raised his right hand. Please, brother Lin Bufang. You go first. You first. If I strike first, you may lose your chance to shine entirely. Are you certain? I am certain. Shin Feng nodded and drew forth a heavy greatsword, the weapon yielding the highest physical damage among warriors. Then he produced a full set of level 20 epic tier gear. I know you've just reached level 30 and haven't yet acquired level 30 epics. I won't exploit that. I'll use level 20 epics instead. Lin Bufang smiled inwardly. Many players stalled precisely at level 25, intentionally holding back to maximize level 20 epic potential. A level 30 epic's raw damage might well fall short of a perfectly optimized level 20 set. We'll strike only once. Shin Feng hefted the greatsword, his body instantly shimmering with layered buffs, his aura surging skyward. With a thunderous crack, the blade slammed into the dummy, sending violent tremors through its frame. Above it, the damage counter flared 86. 5 billion. Even Shin Lu, still seated on the sofa, looked momentarily startled. He glanced briefly at Shin Feng, saying nothing. Clearly, Shin Feng had employed techniques beyond level 30 constraints. Lin Bufang studied the number, then gave a faint dismissive shake of his head. Brother, your damage is rather low. Seems you haven't cultivated your level 30 self with much diligence. Haha, excellent. Let me see just how astonishing your output truly is. Lin Bufang instantly switched to his Judgment Epic set. Compared to earlier, all 5 pieces of the Judgment set now bore 120 fire attribute attack. Sovereign, the primary weapon, also amplified fire attribute attack. Divine Warrior Ring and Dragon's Chime Bracelet 120 fire attribute attack. Fire Sprite Necklace likewise enhanced by 120 fire attribute attack, though its latent power remained dormant at first. As fire attribute damage reached maximum saturation, the Fire Sprite Necklace's ultimate fire damage bonus finally ignited. Sovereign pressed firmly against the dummy's head. Lin Bufang applied no buffs whatsoever. There was no need. His base physical attack already exceeded 500 million. Even without fire attribute bonuses, his raw physical assault, coupled with projectile impact, would effortlessly obliterate Shun Feng's 80 billion damage. As Lin Bufang placed his finger upon the trigger, both Shen Lu and Shen Feng subtly shook their heads. They hadn't forbidden buffs. Shen Feng himself had already consumed several vials of enhancement elixirs. Lin Bufang added nothing, just unleashed pure output. Shen Feng glanced at his father, his look seeming to say, "See him. Is he foolish? He appears calm, but has clearly forgotten to apply buffs." Shen Lu cautioned gently, "Bufang, did you forget to activate your buffs?" "Unnecessary." Lin Bufang pulled the trigger. A deafening boom echoed. First, an astronomical figure erupted atop the dummy's head, then shattered past 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 4 trillion. Then, the dummy's head exploded violently. The damage counter vanished entirely, for the dummy had been utterly pulverized. Shen Feng was at a loss, his fists clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat. At level 30, he had never seen such output in his life. Lin Bufang added, "By the way, I currently don't have enough points, so the attributes for these 9 pieces of equipment haven't been applied yet, but it doesn't matter. In the Longming Sacred Hall and the Imperial Guard Sacred Hall, I ranked first in both." His father Shen Lu furrowed his brow as well. This output was truly unexpected for him, but considering that Shan Chuan was Lin Bufang's master, he could somewhat understand. This must be a fully customized set of equipment. One must not rely solely on external forces. Lin Bufang smiled. The equipment on his son was not bad, either essentially matching the ones on. Upon hearing his father's words, Shen Feng seemed to have found a breakthrough. "Right, this isn't fair. Let's take off all our equipment and have another match." At this moment, Shen Haier heard the commotion and rushed over holding 2 fruit platters. "What are you guys doing? Why are you even bringing out weapons?" On the surface, Shen Feng appeared calm, but inside, he was actually quite flustered. If he had at least fought Lin Bufang, it would have been better. However, he had been completely suppressed by Lin Bufang, leaving him at a loss for words. After a moment of thought, he suddenly recalled something. "By the way, sister, you also have a spot to enter the dungeon. Bring this tomorrow." Shen Feng took out a scroll. This is called the Tenfold Quick Pass Scroll. It allows you to directly sweep through the first 10 levels of the dungeon in one click, making it a great advantage. Upon seeing the effect of this scroll, Shen Haier was taken aback. "Brother, where did you get this?" Shen Feng chuckled. "This is something my friend specifically asked me to teach you. You might have forgotten who he is. You attended middle school together." After saying that, Shen Feng seemed to suddenly remember something and looked apologetically at Lin Bufang. "Ah, brother, this is bad. There's only one of these. Oh, what should we do?" Lin Bufang swiftly pulled out the scroll given by his master, 2 of them both being 100-fold dungeon quick pass scrolls capable of sweeping through 100 levels of the dungeon in one click. "This will do. I can use this." Upon seeing the 100-fold quick pass scroll, the entire Shen family stood frozen in place. Lin Bufang placed the second scroll into Shen Haier's hand. "Uncle, and it's getting late, so I'll head back now. As for those gifts, I thank you on behalf of my parents. They are too valuable for us to accept." With that, he left without looking back. Shen Lu on the sofa couldn't sit still. "Bufang, don't rush off, sit for a bit. By the way, Bufang, when do you think you can arrange for your master to meet us?" "Not happening." Lin Bufang strode out and shut the door. A few shots of Barrett echoed in the dreamlike night scene of Qingyun City as Lin Bufang returned to Qingyun University, sleeping soundly until 5 the next morning. The next day was the opening day for the dungeon. On this day, the road to the dungeon was opened, and the entire world could access it through the constructed teleportation array. Of course, certain conditions needed to be met. Most ordinary people didn't qualify. Lin Bufang was still very much looking forward to it, because his sister Lin Xiangning and that somewhat silly classmate Ming Mei, who liked Lin Bufang, would also be heading to the dungeon. When the assembly at the far distance slow teleportation array was about to take place, Lin Bufang received the news. Lin Xiangning would not be coming due to an unexpected situation. This also included classmate Su Ran, although she might have already come, but it was unlikely she would show up. However, classmate Ming Mei would come. Others might not know, but Lin Bufang knew because Ming Mei had sent him a message. Shen Haier had more reliable information. I heard that the undead army has erupted and the situation is a bit tense. General Shan rarely appears on the eastern battlefield. Moreover, the competition for the title of the number one in the world is approaching. Number one in the world? The so-called number one in the world refers to a martial arts competition organized by the official Great Xia. The age requirement is under 30. The minimum level requirement is 50. It just happens to be a cutoff at level 60. Those above level 60 can also participate, but they must actively balance their level to 50. The theme of the competition is exactly as the name suggests, competing for the title of number one in the world. In this martial arts competition, there can only be one winner, the first place. The first place will become the officially recognized top combat power, combat ability, and skill of the young generation in the Great Xia. Number one in the world. The number one in the world is held once every 5 years, and the winner also receives the title of number one in the world, which lasts for 5 years, providing real attributes, and being the only title revered by all in the Great Xia. Of course, this is not something a freshman needs to consider. Over 90 of freshmen haven't even reached level 25 yet. Generally, it's students above sophomore, as well as all the remarkable young talents nationwide, or members of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Shen Haier continued, the impact and rewards of being number one in the world are incomparable to the college entrance examination. Even just entering the top 100 grants the opportunity to join the Cloud Sky Pavilion and receive resources for training that exceed those of Qingyun University. And the Cloud Sky Pavilion invests a significant amount of resources each session vying for that unique title. In fact, past number ones have almost always ranked in the top 10, and most of those who have emerged from the Cloud Sky Pavilion have held that title. As for my sister Lin Xiangning and Ming Mei, they are considered exceptional talents who have entered the Cloud Sky Pavilion through special means. Lin Xiangning is fine as she is already in her second year and has a decent level, but Ming Mei is a first-year student and needs to reach level 50 to participate in the competition for number one in the world. The two of them are mutually intertwined, and their levels need to remain consistent, so they probably didn't come to the dungeon to level up. After all, the dungeon is quite far from Blue Star, and traveling there would waste a lot of time. Upon reaching the teleportation array, they saw a crowd gathering around it from a distance. Many students were participating in the dungeon, with some individuals not belonging to Qingyun University among them, as professionals walked over from the high-speed teleportation array leading to various parts of the country. The requirements for the dungeon are not high. As long as you meet the criteria, you can proceed, primarily concerning strength and level requirements. The minimum level is 30, and the maximum is 45. Within this level range, it is quite broad. While waiting, suddenly a group of young people dressed in white approached. They wore badges that looked special and precious, featuring effects resembling rare appearances, as if they were ready to soar into the clouds. Those are members of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. I saw one of them reading in the library last time. Look at how stylish they are in their high-end appearances. It said that as soon as you enter the Cloud Sky Pavilion, you receive a free set of high-end gear. That badge is even more unique to the Cloud Sky Pavilion, possessing rare appearance effects and attributes. Sai, when will we ever get to enter the Cloud Sky Pavilion? In the next life, haha. To enter the Cloud Sky Pavilion, you either have to be a strategic level professional or be within the top 100 of the competition for number one in the world. By the way, many of those in the top 100 are already members of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. In reality, achieving a top 100 ranking is as difficult as getting into the top 5 in the college entrance examination. Members of the Yunxiao Pavilion stood at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Other students and professionals maintained a conscious or unconscious distance from the members of the Yunxiao Pavilion. One is a perception of danger, and the other is simply a person of a different caliber. Within the Yunxiao Pavilion, any member holds more sway than the teachers of Qingyun University. For these students, if they were to enter the abyss, they would have to obey the commands of the Yunxiao Pavilion members unconditionally. If they violate orders, members of the Yunxiao Pavilion can even deduct points from them online. What if their score reaches 0? It can indeed go negative. Lin Bufang stood among the crowd, accompanied by Shen Haier, who gently held his hand and said, "You seem a bit unhappy. Can you tell me why?" Lin Bufang didn't know how to respond. Some things, whether spoken or not, would yield the same result. Even if said, it would only make him seem petty. Take that so-called 10 consecutive fast-pass scroll as an example. Shen Haier did not immediately consider Lin Bufang's feelings. If Lin Bufang had not received the 100 consecutive fast-pass scroll from his master, it would have been difficult for him to back down. The confidence his master gave him allowed him the choice to speak or remain silent. It spared him from being humble and enabled him to confront the Shun family directly, knowing they would have to endure. Lin Bufang shifted the topic, saying Su Ran said she would come. Why haven't I seen her yet? To Lin Bufang's surprise, Shun Haier pouted, her big eyes showing a hint of anger. Su Ran, I see you can't live without her. Lin Bufang felt somewhat puzzled. Aren't you the one who said living together with 3 people is quite good? I was just asking about her whereabouts. Shin Haier gently touched with her 2 fingers, saying that's because I think my previous thoughts might have been a bit naive. Seeing you share your affection with others, I seem unable to accept it. Well, you've matured quite quickly. It's only been a few days, and you've grown up. Anyway, I don't want you to be so close to Su Ran. As the saying goes, when Chow Chow arrives, Chow Chow is present. This time Su Ran didn't just appear suddenly, but her entrance was even more explosive. She came together with Shin Tian and Lin Fanji. Her appearance seemed a bit strange, dazed and clumsy, as if her limbs lacked lubrication, walking with a mechanical stiffness. Oh, have you learned the robot dance after not seeing you for a day? Su Ran awkwardly raised her right hand, pointing at Lin Bufang. Su Ran will always be by your side. Because Su Ran knows that no one loves you at all. A string of question marks appeared above Lin Bufang's head. He checked Su Ran and found that although she was level 30, her stats were quite off. Name Su Ran level LV30 category puppet effect. The master can share all items and effects obtained by the puppet. A puppet? Shin Tian explained. Yes, when Fan Gu and I were at the 7th cafeteria scrounging for food, we were stopped by a bald man. I thought, who is this? Just as I was about to say something, guess what happened? Lin Fanji asked. What happened? Shin Tian replied, it's Elder Shirtai from Qingyun University. Lin Fanji said, I was wondering who it was. This bald guy. Elder Shir said he happened to be eating here and sat down with us. Oh, this is quite a big deal. This is Elder Shirtai, who enjoys the people's joy. Who says otherwise? I always believe that our Elder Shir is a respected, virtuous, and kind elder. Right, he has eaten more salt than we have walked roads, and every piece of advice is spot on. I felt the same way until he shared a story about shrimp, a story personally experienced by Su Ran. You have to know, we were already stuffed. Because we were scrounging for food, we really went all out. That scene, we spent over half an hour cleaning up the cafeteria before we got out. Does shrimp also require? Later we told the bald guy to be straightforward, and he said he just wanted us to bring Su Ran's puppet to Lin Bufang. With our Bufang Gu there, he felt reassured. That's how it is. Shin Tian and Lin Fanji harmonized, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. Even the Yunshao Pavilion members cast curious glances. Aren't you guys just performing a comedy skit? The situation is as it is. Su Ran couldn't personally venture into the abyss due to certain matters, so her master, Shirtai, arranged a puppet for her. The puppet approached Lin Bufang and produced 2 scrolls. Lin Bufang's heart skipped a beat. These 2 scrolls were none other than the 100 consecutive fast-pass scrolls. His master had told him that there were only 400 consecutive fast-pass scrolls in this world. His master had given him 2. He never expected the remaining 2 to be in the hands of Su Ran's master, Shirtai. His master directly handed 2 scrolls to Su Ran. Su Ran then passed the scrolls to him. She emitted a pre-recorded voice. Lin Bufang, don't just stand there, take these. If your little girlfriend doesn't have one, give it to her. If your friend doesn't have one, you can also give it to them, but you must leave one for me. Otherwise, when I come back, I will definitely turn you into meat paste myself. Lin Bufang felt a mix of emotions within him. He thought of the experiences he had at the Shin family. In everything, comparison is daunting. He carefully stored the 200 consecutive fast-pass scrolls, having already determined the recipient in his heart. Ming Mei. Back then, Ming Mei had done something quite foolish for Lin Bufang's sister, even willing to sacrifice her own future. Lin Bufang always felt indebted to Ming Mei, and now was the perfect opportunity to repay her. Beside him, Shun Haier looked at the 2 extra 100 consecutive fast-pass scrolls in Lin Bufang's hand, her expression somewhat uncomfortable. She couldn't produce a single 100 consecutive fast-pass scroll. Not even one. However, it seems she didn't quite understand that what Lin Bufang needed was never just the 100 consecutive fast-pass scrolls. As the saying goes, when Chow Chow arrives, Chow Chow is present. From a distance, a little girl dressed in a loose black t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers jogged toward the entrance of the teleportation portal. Everyone from the Yunshao Pavilion stood up collectively. As the youngest member, Ming Mei naturally received immense affection. They initially thought she would run towards them. Unexpectedly, Ming Mei made a turn and ran straight toward Lin Bufang. Finally, she stopped a meter away from Lin Bufang, her cheeks flushed, hands behind her back, looking up at him with long eyelashes and lightly tinted eyeshadow. Lin Bufang, long time no see. I really didn't expect that you actually entered Qingyun University on your own. Ming Mei's eyes were filled with deep admiration, and you even achieved the top score in the nation. Lin Bufang looked at Ming Mei, who was completely different from before, smiling. It seemed that Ming Mei had become much more cheerful than before. Long time no see, Ming Mei. Have you been bullied in that Yunxiao pavilion? If anyone dares to bully you, let me know, and I'll deal with them. Shun Tian chimed in from the side. Bufang, good doesn't hit women. If any girl bullies you, just hand it over to us. Fan Ge will handle it. Ming Mei just stared at Lin Bufang, biting her lip, her eyes brimming with tears. Then she began to cry. Lin Bufang remained silent, raising his right hand, activating the authority, a full set of epic gear. Vote who has more popularity, Shen Haier or Su Ran's puppet. The middle finger's martial god ring is ready. The dragon's roar bracelet on the wrist is ready. The fire spirit necklace around the neck is ready. Click. The sovereignty is already loaded. Lin Bufang's speed can be considered fast. Of course, Shen Tian and Lin Fangji are also very alert. Lin Bufang, after all, is the ultimate boss. To defeat the ultimate BOSS, they must first take down the two elite monsters. Shen Tian picked up a 2-meter-wide axe's armor in place. Lin Fangji did not raise a weapon, but instead styled his hair and sprayed some perfume, looking at the words in the mirror. Another day of being moved to tears by my own handsomeness. Is Yunxiao Pavilion really that impressive, daring to bully our Bufang? Grab your weapons, let's take them down. Ming Mei quickly stopped Lin Bufang. No, no one dares to bully me, really. Really? Then why are you crying about nothing? I. Shen Tian quickly. In fact, Lin Fangji understood the situation the quickest, but he couldn't say it. He felt that with his looks, any interaction with a female would inevitably lead to him being suspected of trying to steal someone else's partner, so he kept a distance. Shen Tian said, "It's been a long time since we met, I missed you." Ming Mei's face turned red. Next to her, Shen Haier was dumbfounded. Why wasn't her brother speaking to her? However, she hadn't invested much emotional training into her brother beforehand. Her brother spoke from Lin Bufang's perspective, and she had no way to blame Shen Tian. Wait, who is Ming Mei? How did another Ming Mei appear? Moreover, compared to Su Ran, a local snake in Zhanghai City, Ming Mei is a member of Yunxiao Pavilion with a promising future that even the Shun family wouldn't dare to offend. This competitor put a lot of pressure on Shen Haier, who adjusted her position to stand slightly in front of Lin Bufang. So you're good friends. Let me introduce myself, I'm Lin Bufang's girlfriend. Ming Mei wiped away her tears and looked Shen Haier up and down. There's no denying Shen Haier's beauty and figure. Hello, sister. Ming Mei explained why she was here and why Lin Bufang's sister Lin Xiangning was not present.